transcending into the world of Pokemon, I become a member of Team Rocket, named Dailo. Under the direction of boss Sakaki, I venture to the Kalos region to expand the influence of Team Rocket. The narrative commences at the Team Rocket training base, where the protagonist encounters various Pokemon, continuously evolving on the path to becoming a Pokémon Master. Chapter 1. A member of Team Rocket. Dim lights illuminate the cavern, where youthful boys and girls clad in black spandex diligently fulfill the day's training requirements. Dailo, how are you faring? Have you decided where to go? With a towel in hand to wipe away sweat, the Team Rocket officer Das approaches the boy who is sipping water in the corner. Here, use this to dry off. Dailo accepts the towel, raising his gaze to this captain who has looked after him for the past year. Didn't you previously mention that we members would be dispatched to regions beyond Kanto and Johto? Shouldn't I just await further instructions from above? It's not quite that simple. Das, seemingly recalling something, chuckles wryly before sitting beside Dailo. As you are aware, our activities as Team Rocket are confined to the Kanto and Johto regions, yet I have heard that organization is remarkably active across the globe. Thus, we require the dispatch of members like yourselves to undertake this pioneering endeavor. As I mentioned previously, Boss Sakaki harbors a keen interest in researching that organization. Moreover, some of our members have already clashed with them, but in most cases, Team Rocket members have suffered dismal defeats. Why is that? Although Dailo had once perceived the members of Team Rocket as lacking in ability, akin to the likes of Jesse and James from the anime. Upon entering this world, he found that even the Pokemon appearing in this training base possessed formidable strength. For instance, the Scyther owned by Das had once severed a wild Heracross that intruded into the base in a gruesome display of bloodshed, the ferocity of which left those who believed their captain to be gentle, trembling in fear. It is truly perplexing why such an officer would acknowledge Team Rocket's abysmal failures. Not only Dailo, but also the other youths began to gather in the corner, their faces marked with astonishment and trepidation about the future. How could they, as members of Team Rocket, venture into other regions after having crossed such a powerful organization? As I stated, that organization maintains a global presence, affording their members a broader perspective than ours. Apollo, a fellow officer, witnessed a representative electric-type Pokemon from the Sinnoh region, the Electivire, during a confrontation with that organization. After speaking, Das produced a technologically advanced cube from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. The cube expanded in the breeze, reaching a height of 4 meters in an instant. Observing this high-tech marvel, Dailo couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the Team Rocket scientists, marveling at how they achieved such feats. All right, your backpacks, Pokeballs, and clothing are all inside. Please collect them according to your respective numbers. This afternoon, a special aircraft will transport you to various locations around the world. To stand a chance against that organization, you must heed the instructions of the scientists and identify Pokemon with whom you can merge. Only then can the power of trainers and Pokemon truly intertwine. Understood. The resounding echo reverberated through the cavern as Dailo collected his designated supplies, noting that neither his clothing nor his backpack bore any insignia of Team Rocket. Perhaps it is also for their safety. Should others discover his affiliation with Team Rocket, the most probable outcome would be being apprehended by Miss Junsha and her colleagues. Thus, I shall refrain from elaborating further. You are all trainers who have undergone rigorous training and possess the ability to wield various fighting-type Pokemon skills. At this very moment, the sound of an arriving aircraft could be heard from outside, and Das smiled as he gazed at the group he had trained for a year, continuing with his final reminders. Once you contribute to Team Rocket for the first time, whether by capturing wild Pokemon or providing valuable intelligence, you will earn the privilege to form a Team Rocket squad. This means that at that time, you will be able to select your teammates at headquarters. Now, I wish you all success. Yes, Captain. The departure of the aircraft marked the conclusion of Dailo's year-long training, and at that moment, he held in his hand his personal protective weapon. It was a technologically advanced staff with adjustable length, and the corners of the young boy's mouth involuntarily curled upward. His excitement remained unshared as the adventure began. So, as a villain, one must possess the awareness to appreciate an ever-present sense of annoyance, correct? Dailo, soaring high in the sky, donned his Sky Trainer uniform with a hint of confusion. The situation was quite straightforward. The aircraft had just arrived in the Kalos region, greeted enthusiastically by avian Pokemon. As for the others, their whereabouts were unknown, and Dailo found himself gliding freely through the skies. The sky was a brilliant blue, and his heart was at peace. Had he once hesitated on a roller coaster at an amusement park, now, After a year with Team Rocket, he had expertly mastered the art of flying. Fear of heights? Non-existent. Reflecting on his transition to this world, Dailo found himself at a loss for words. As a 17-year-old senior in high school, playing Pokémon on the subway, he was suddenly struck by a mischievous child. Although he longed to see what this child was like, it seemed that fate had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in the world where Team Rocket existed, the world of Pokémon. Calculating the timeline, it appeared that the protagonists, Ash and Pikachu, were preparing to challenge the Sinnoh League, and it was not conducive for a villain like himself to remain idle in Kalos. Furthermore, based on the Team Rocket data he had previously reviewed, while it did not mention the rival organization Da spoke of, it was clear that Team Rocket had no interest in Kalos whatsoever. Conversely, Unova had been earmarked as a target for establishing a base, suggesting that the likelihood of the rival organization appearing in Kalos was still quite high. In truth, those analyses were of little consequence. Dailo's singular hope was to follow in the footsteps of the protagonists. If Ash feasted, then he would savor the broth. Even if he did not fare particularly well, he would not find himself in dire straits. His thoughts eventually dissipated as they approached the landing site. For Dailo, an opportunity to consult an electronic map would be most welcome, but the pressing question remained whether the older brothers beside him would grant him that chance. Chapter 2. Dark Corvid. The Great Dog, a formidable Pokémon, is the evolved form of the coyote dog, primarily engaging in social activities. It cooperates with its companions to capture prey. A mechanical voice emanated from the Pokédex, while Dailo found himself face-to-face with a pack of great dogs. While I understand that antagonists are typically unfavorable, I hardly expected such a startling surprise upon my arrival. Awoo, awoo. The great dogs were cloaked in gray and black fur, their red eyes brimming with aggression and vigilance. From the moment Dailo set foot on their territory, the great dogs resolved to extend a proper welcome to this unwelcome guest. With his hands clasped behind his back, Dailo crouched to match the height of the great dogs, adhering strictly to the knowledge he had previously acquired about encountering wild Pokémon. His actions bore fruit. It was evident that the vigilance of the great dog before him had diminished. At the feet of one great dog, a small, entirely gray-furred pup boldly approached Dailo. The coyote dog, the pre-evolved form of the great dog, possesses exceptional biting strength, coupled with remarkable endurance to chase down its prey before they tire. The voice of the Pokédex chimed again, but unlike the dire warnings from before, Dailo now sensed a significant reduction in hostility from the great dogs. Here, this is some Pokémon food, you can have it. The pup was evidently more easily swayed than its larger counterparts. Dailo retrieved the prepared Pokémon food from his backpack and scattered it before the coyote dogs. The gray wild Pokémon graciously accepted Dailo's offering. As the last morsel was consumed, the great dogs finally relaxed their guard, some settling down to sleep while others indulged in their meal, showing indifference to Dailo, the outsider. Huff. Dailo exhaled deeply. This was not his first encounter with wild Pokémon, which allowed him to maintain his composure. The knowledge imparted by Team Rocket had indeed been refined through numerous experiments and observations. As for those Pokémon he encountered during training that were quick to attack him, if they did not acknowledge his gestures of goodwill, 9 out of 10 were typically dispatched by Darza's formidable Scyther. The wild Pokémon were starkly different from what Dailo had witnessed in the anime. The latter often omitted the food chain for the sake of viewer comfort. In reality, powerful Pokémon do prey on weaker ones for sustenance. Pokémon can still consume Pokémon food. As they are omnivorous creatures, they would rather indulge in tastier offerings than partake in humans like Dailo. However, should a starving wild Pokémon encounter a human, well, the adventurer's journey could come to a swift and unfortunate end. The technological electric baton lay ready in his backpack, and the Pokeball stood at the ready. Engaging in battle with wild Pokémon seemed inevitable. Yet, Dailo was acutely aware that the great dogs were not particularly high caliber. The notion of their loyalty to trainers sounded appealing. But in truth, any Pokémon could exhibit unwavering loyalty as their bond deepened. After careful consideration, Dailo ultimately relinquished the idea of capturing a coyote dog. As for capturing a great dog, he decided against that, wishing to live a few more years. Brushing off his pants, Dailo waved goodbye to the coyote dogs and great dogs as he continued his journey towards Scent City. Indeed, according to the electronic map, he found himself on Route 15, a path connecting Snowwind Town, Route 16, and Scent City. Having resolved to venture into the Sinnoh region, Dailo needed to reach the airport in Mier City, and the most prudent route was to pass through Scent City and then proceed along Route 14 to the heart of the Kalos region, Mier City. Awoo? The coyote dog, having set down the berry it was gnawing on, tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend why its playmate had so swiftly departed. After hastily swallowing the remaining berry, it cast a glance at the slumbering great dogs before eagerly trailing behind Dailo. Cautiously retrieving the technologically advanced electric baton from his backpack, Dailo advanced with care. At the Team Rocket training base, his training partners were mostly Pokémon below level 20. However, on this path, aside from a few social Pokémon, most solitary Pokémon were above level 30. This meant that if a confrontation occurred, Dairo's chances of defeat were approximately 70%. To avoid the perils of defeat, the wisest course of action was evidently to flee at the first sign of trouble. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Cack, cack. Black wings flapped in the air, and golden claws gleamed ominously, urging one to reconsider their sharpness. The feathers atop their heads resembled an elegant wizard's hat, and their crimson eyes fixed intently on Dairo's movements. Dark Corvid, the dark Pokémon. People firmly believe that witnessing its silhouette at night heralds ill fortune. As the mechanical voice of the Pokédex resonated, Dailo steeled himself for battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Dark Corvids. This was a common scenario encountered by trainers during their wild adventures, battles against a swarm of Pokémon that often belonged to the same species, though occasionally they might share similar traits with other Pokémon. The levels of these clustered Pokémon typically hovered around half that of their regional counterparts, judging by appearances. The Dark Corvids were likely around level 18, comfortably within Dairo's capabilities to handle. Cack. The dissonant cries from the 5 Dark Corvids reverberated, yet Dailo remained unfazed. For the offensive from the Dark Corvids had commenced. With their wings fully extended, the Dark Corvids carved an elegant, yet lethal arc through the air, descending swiftly to deliver a devastating aerial assault. This was no mere game where a hit might inflict 60 points of damage. In this tangible world, any attack held the potential to be lethal. Facing the 5 rapidly diving figures, Dailo stowed away the electric baton in his bag and instead donned a pair of black fighting gloves. Chapter 3, Meishu. With a focused gaze, Dailo clenched his fists. He knew that being struck by the wings of the Dark Corvids would severely hinder his mobility, yet he had no choice but to engage. Fleeing was not an option, as he doubted his ability to outpace avian creatures. Planting his legs firmly, his spine arched like a bow, Dailo coiled his right hand back, his eyes sweeping over the remaining 4 Dark Corvids. This punch had but one target. Bam! The sound of air being torn apart resonated in that moment as Dailo propelled himself off the ground with his left leg, launching his right fist forward. The coyote dog behind him widened its eyes, witnessing the human who had just fed it food unleash a crimson glow from his right hand. Explosive punch. Boom. The golden red radiance erupted like thunder across the forest, and amidst the swirling dust, 1 Dark Corvid lay incapacitated on the ground. Cack, cack. The cries of the remaining Dark Corvids now seemed feeble as they stared in disbelief at their fallen comrade. Damn it, why can this human wield such a formidable fighting-type move? With Dairo's fist akin to a bow releasing an arrow, it was both imposing and effective. A woo. Suddenly, shadows darted from the nearby underbrush, their furious howls proclaiming their strength and authority. Gleaming white fangs launched an offensive against the still reeling Dark Corvids. A physical attack from the Dark-type Pokémon. A few seconds later, the battlefield had reached its conclusion, clearing away the remaining Dark Crows like autumn leaves swept by the wind. Standing triumphantly atop the fallen Dark Crows, the shadows revealed their true forms, showcasing the dark backs, black claws, and gray fur of their bellies. The newcomers were undoubtedly the great wolf hounds that had been dozing just moments ago. Howl! Amidst the jubilant cries, a coyote hound leaped forth from the grass behind Dailo. But perhaps due to inertia, Dailo was unexpectedly knocked to the ground. Howl, howl. The fluffy cheeks gently rubbed against Dailo, while its gray tail wagged joyfully behind it. In this moment, Dailo could not help but understand the coyote hound's intentions. Under normal circumstances, Dailo had no intention of capturing the coyote hound, yet, as a human is not made of wood or grass, he could not dismiss the clear affection being shown. Thus, he retrieved a pokeball from his backpack. Coyote hound, do you wish to acknowledge me as your trainer? Clutching the pokeball, Dailo made a final confirmation. Howl! The coyote hound nodded vigorously and approached the red and white pokeball. With a flash of red light, Dailo's first Pokemon was born. Captured, the coyote hound. Howl! Watching as his child was drawn into the pokeball, the great wolf hound had little to say, merely casting a reluctant glance at Dailo before turning away. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling battlefield grew eerily quiet again. However, gazing at the lifeless forms of the remaining Dark Crows, Dailo maliciously retrieved another pokeball. Beep! With the stabilization of the final pokeball, Dailo amassed the maximum number of Pokémon a trainer could carry. 1 Coyote Hound, 5 Dark Crows. Perhaps due to their villainous nature, all the Pokémon possessed dark attributes. Congratulations, host, on successfully capturing. Just as the mechanical voice resonated in Dailo's mind, it was abruptly interrupted by a female voice. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Markshu, the gym trainer from the Aroma City Aroma Gym. Her long, waterfall-like black hair cascaded down her back, and her gray eyes shimmered with a spring-like hue. The girl was undeniably beautiful. She was the first stunning maiden Dailo had encountered since arriving in this world. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, her smile seemed rather professional, tinged with a hint of insincerity. What captivated attention the most was her pink dress, with voluminous sleeves resembling the wings of a butterfly, showcasing her charm. Hello, I'm Dailo. To be honest, in his previous life, Dailo had never dated in his 17 years, nor had he ever been approached by a beautiful girl. So why was it that, despite having the same face and no chance of appearing more handsome, he encountered such a stunning maiden just a day after leaving the base? I just saw you defeat that Dark Crow without even using a Pokémon. May I ask if you employed a fighting-type move? The girl's mood seemed to be somewhat elevated. Though her expression remained impeccably composed, Dailo could only infer her restless heart from the slight tremor in her voice. Yes, it was a meteor fist. Though unsure why he had garnered the attention of such a beauty, Dailo answered her question honestly. Really? Is that possible? The girl lowered her head slightly, but Dailo could still discern her excitement from the quivering of her shoulders. What's wrong? This situation feels a bit off, Dailo thought, wishing to steer the conversation into more familiar territory. Suddenly raising her head, the girl took a step forward, closing the distance between them further. Dailo found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her lovely face, but just then, he caught sight of her determined gaze. Feeling a bit flustered, he turned his head away, only to hear her subsequent request. If possible, could you teach me Meteor Fist? I sincerely wish to use moves like Pokemon, please. Her words were earnest. Yet Dailo's thoughts struggled to keep pace. Meteor Fist? Teach you? Are you serious? His head, which had been turned away, swiftly returned to face her. This action was perilous. In her earnestness to learn from Dailo, Marksha bowed deeply. However, she seemed unaware that while their heights appeared similar when standing, the angle of her bow revealed a glimpse of enticing fair skin, causing Dailo to freeze in place for a full 2 seconds before regaining his composure. He awkwardly made his way to a nearby tree, not out of fear, but rather in apprehension of the delightful distraction. Mastering this skill required a solid physical foundation, and the training would be arduous. It's all right, I'm not afraid. The girl straightened up and smiled at Dailo, knowing that his words indicated his silent agreement to her request. Despite the unreasonable nature of her demand, she was surprised he would acquiesce. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Dailo was captivated by her genuine smile, which radiated pure beauty, enchanting him utterly. Chapter 4. The Arrival of the Golden Finger. Side quest triggered. Teach gym trainer Marksha Meteor Fist. Quest reward. Marksha's affection. The voice in Dailo's mind resonated once more, this time uninterrupted. Dailo's expression turned subtle, yet as a youth from the 21st century, he was capable of accepting this reality. Gazing at the technologically advanced holographic screen before him, Dailo could only think. Indeed, transmigration comes with its golden finger. The character information displayed. Name Dailo. Gender male. Age 17. Pokemon owned. Coyote Hound. Level 17. Dark Crows 5. Level 18. Profession. Team Rocket Trainer. D-Class member. Character level 22. Character skills. Meteor Fist. Sonic Punch. Double Kick. Slash. Skill description. Meteor Fist. Fighting type physical attack, concentrating all one's strength into both fists, delivering a formidable blow with overwhelming might. Skill damage, 100. Skill description, Sonic Punch, fighting type physical attack, activating the energy within, striking with lightning speed. Guaranteed to strike first. Skill damage, 40. Skill description, Double Kick, fighting type physical attack, channeling strength into both legs to deliver 2 kicks to the opponent. Single hit damage, 30. Skill description, Slash, fighting type physical attack, delivering a fierce hand chop to the opponent. Can also destroy light walls and reflectors. Skill damage, 70. Weapon held, Team Rocket electromagnetic staff. Honor points, 0. Character information displayed. Everything else was comprehensible. But what was the last entry? Report, host. Honor points are accumulated with each completed task and can be exchanged for rewards in the system shop. Side quest triggered. Team Rocket database has updated your information. They are aware you have captured 6 Pokemon. Will you proceed with Pokemon transfer? Quest reward, unknown. This appeared to be an optional task, with the decision of transfer resting with Dailo. Though uncertain of the quest reward, he could clearly see that the 4 remaining Dark Crows were redundant. After reviewing the attributes of the 5 Dark Crows, Dailo decided to retain one with a stubborn nature and transfer the other 4. The Dark Crow exhibited notable physical attack capabilities, and a Pokémon with a stubborn nature would enhance its physical attack at the cost of special attack, a fundamental understanding any trainer must possess to maximize their Pokémon's potential. The mission has been accomplished. The Rocket Team Division has received your Pokémon, and your performance is currently being reported. Please await the rewards from headquarters with patience. The system has awarded you 100 honor points and randomly granted you the ability to teach a skill. The random result is confirmed as Sonic Punch. Wait. System. Your progress is too swift. I can barely keep up. Report to the host. The teaching ability refers to your capacity to instruct Pokémon or humans in skills you have learned. This time, the random reward is the teaching ability for Sonic Punch, which you can impart to any Pokémon or human capable of learning it. How am I supposed to discern who is able to learn and who is not? Dailo suddenly felt a wave of discontent. After laboriously training for a year to master only a handful of skills, now it seemed he could merely teach a Pokémon to learn skills. Why should there be distinctions between individuals? The Pokédex will inform you which Pokémon possess the ability to learn this skill. As for humans, they can learn it as long as it does not exceed their physical capacity, but this requires your own judgment regarding their physical fitness. The voice of the system remained cold and detached, yet this did not dampen Dailuo's spirits. Just imagine, once he captures a fighting-type Pokémon, he could impart the proactive Sonic Punch to them. What a wonderful prospect. Mr. Dailo, a sweet voice, tinged with a Kyoto accent, interrupted his reverie. All right. This world speaks Japanese. I can actually understand and speak it, despite once being reluctant to memorize even English vocabulary. Turning around, Dailo saw the excited expression of Mashio, which he had only just managed to calm. The bursting punch places too great a strain on the body. If you wish to learn Pokémon skills, it would be best to take a gradual approach. I can first teach you the method to use Sonic Punch. Dailo noticed a hint of surprise in Mashio's eyes and instinctively paused his words. Is something the matter? For this girl he had only recently met, Dailo felt a profound admiration. Few could so effortlessly display grace and beauty within mere minutes, but she managed it flawlessly. Perhaps she possessed even more virtues. Yet for Dailo, who had only just seen a beautiful girl since arriving in this world, beauty alone sufficed. Having lived 17 years in his past life and merely a year in this one, Dailo still struggled to comprehend the complexities of female temperament and was uncertain how to interact with the beauty. So when he noticed the change in Mashio's expression, he found himself inexplicably pondering whether he had misspoken. Ah no. In response to Dailuo's inquiry, Mashio appeared somewhat shy, merely shaking her head. I was just thinking that Mr. Dailo is truly a wonderful person. If it were an ordinary individual, they surely wouldn't casually impart such important knowledge to others. A good guy card? No, this development with the beauty is not quite right. The visible dark line on Dailuo's forehead was clear. Yet he could not deny this good guy card. He certainly couldn't claim to be a villain, could he? Then, how about I invite Mr. Dailo to visit my gym? The girl's laughter echoed through the forest. And whether it was the sleeping Maitana nestled in the grass or the dark raven peering from the shadows, even the Pokémon that adored her radiated a gentle gaze towards this elegant young lady. Yet, as is often the case, some Pokémon lacked discernment. And the tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a light purple poison scorpion, showing no mercy. Perhaps due to her good mood, Mashio did not react in time. It was not until the poison scorpion approached that she barely managed to turn her body, but it was too late. Mashio was wearing black high-heeled shoes. In such a moment of crisis, beauty became a burden. In despair, she could only watch as the poison scorpion loomed larger in her sight. As a fashion designer, this was an utterly unflattering situation. Chapter 5, A Bitter Struggle. My goodness, this book actually has someone who has collected it. The butterfly pattern dress was designed by Mashio herself. Her love for Pokémon inspired her belief that while she could not transform into one, such attire could bring her closer to those adorable wild Pokémon. She had always hoped to better understand the feelings of Pokémon, which is why she earnestly requested Dailo to teach her Pokémon skills. However, it seems that unless one truly transforms into a Pokémon, mutual understanding remains elusive. As the poison scorpion drew near, Mashio felt a pang of regret. The fashion show she had prepared for so long now appeared out of reach. How disheartening, considering it was such a hard-won opportunity. The girl's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as the poison scorpion's stinger shattered in her line of sight. Sitting on the ground, She resembled a butterfly with broken wings, yet her eyes lacked despair. Having journeyed from the CD region to eventually open a fairy-type gym in the city of Aroma in the Kalos region, Ma Xiao's experiences were undoubtedly rich. Yet even this did not mean Ma Xiao was unafraid of death. In fact, upon seeing the approaching poison scorpion, she had already prepared herself to face the possibility of death, knowing that bleeding in the wild signified the risk of being besieged by Pokémon. Life's ups and downs are often this way. Perhaps it was the shock of death that caused Ma Xiao to forget Dailuo's presence at that moment. However, when that slender figure re-entered her line of sight, even this resolute girl could not help but reveal a relieved smile. Dailuo, however, did not let his guard down. That previous strike, which had interrupted the poison scorpion, was solely due to his quick reflexes, and he had taken advantage of the metallic spikes on his knuckles. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to break the assailant's stinger with just one blow. Dailuo's gaze scanned through the underbrush, finally spotting that pale purple figure. More accurately, it was a creature with a blend of blue and purple, with a claw at the end of its tail, which was now severed. Its forelimbs bore white hooks, and a pair of light blue compound eyes emitted a sharp glare. Scorpius, the scorpion Pokémon, captures its prey with the claws on its tail and injects venom. It is relentless. It will not release its grip until the poison takes effect. The mechanical voice of the Pokédex revealed the identity of the assailant, a dual-type poison and bug Pokémon, Scorpius. Did you not bring your Pokémon? Dailuo assessed that this Scorpius was likely above level 35, surpassing the threshold he was willing to confront head-on. Charging recklessly would not guarantee a fatal outcome, but it would likely result in mutual injury, which was not Dailuo's desired outcome. Safely navigating out of this treacherous forest was the best course of action. I left them at the gym. Since this outfit is newly made, I forgot to bring my belt for the Pokeballs. Ma Xiao's voice was somewhat subdued, regretting that if she had not forgotten her Pokemon, they might not be in such a perilous situation. Then there's no other choice. Dailuo retrieved a Pokeball from his belt, which he had just recently attached. He found it perplexing how the technology in this world vastly outstripped that of Earth. Merely the existence of Pokeballs left Earth scientists in the dust. With a single press of the button at the center of the ball, the small Pokeball instantly enlarged to the size of a baseball. Why do some people shout out the names of their skills when attacking? Dailuo thought it foolish. So even as he unleashed the formidable bursting punch, he refrained from uttering a melodramatic skill name. Of course, the key was that as long as one did not announce it, who could guess what skill they intended to use? Stealthy attacks were the way to go. As the saying goes, all warfare is based on deception, which captured the essence of this perfectly, casually tossing the two enlarged Pokeballs. Dailuo did not bother to announce the names of the Pokemon. After all, they would surely know he had chosen them to battle without needing any additional fanfare to declare. Go, Mytena, Mytiana, Sand Attack, Dark Raven, Wing Attack. Dailuo found himself in a state of exasperation. He had not realized the gravity of the situation until he sent forth two Pokemon into battle. If he refrained from vocal commands, the summoned Pokemon would revert to their instinctual combat habits. Such chaotic and instinct-driven strategies were not only rudimentary, but also woefully inefficient. Hence, the necessity for the trainer's guidance became abundantly clear for the formulation of effective tactics. The Sandshrew, acting on Dailuo's instructions, was the first to make a move. Propelling itself away from the reach of the Scyther's attacks, its powerful limbs kicking up clouds of dust as it deftly maneuvered. With an attack power exceeding 35, the Scyther posed a formidable threat, given that both the Sandshrew and the Honchkrow were typically below level 20. Even a glancing blow would likely leave them on the brink of defeat. Thus, employing Sand Attack proved to be an effective way to diminish the Scyther's accuracy. No matter how powerful one might be, if one cannot land a hit, no damage can be inflicted. However, the task ahead for the Honchkrow was considerably more daunting. Its Wing Attack was a physical assault, necessitating proximity to the opponent for effectiveness, which meant entering the Scyther's attack range. Faced with the glinting white scythe, the Honchkrow hesitated. It circled around to the rear of the Scyther, where its tail was severed and thus posed no threat. After successfully executing a wing attack, it promptly retreated. At that moment, Dailuo's command echoed in the air, and the Honchkrow's crimson eyes gleamed with the intent to kill. Soaring, spiraling, and diving, the exposed back of the Scyther loomed ahead, and the Honchkrow executed Dailuo's battle strategy impeccably, striking from the shadows without announcing its presence, attacking from behind rather than confronting head-on. Thus, even the normally vocal Honchkrow fell silent during combat. Wing Attack. A flash of cold light, the white scythe grazed the feathers on the Honchkrow's abdomen, missing its mark entirely. Indeed, it had failed. The white scythe inflicted no harm upon the Honchkrow. The retreat was executed with such alacrity that it flawlessly adhered to Dailuo's command, striking once and then withdrawing without hesitation. Honchkrow, continue circling in the air. Refrain from attacking for now. Dailuo understood that having succeeded once made the prospect of a second strike exceedingly slim. The Scyther was no fool. Even in the first encounter, the Honchkrow had barely evaded its grasp, and Dailuo lacked confidence in its ability to attempt another strike. Meanwhile, the sand attack continued. But the true struggle was only just beginning. Chapter 6, the 15-kilogram garment. Although pleased to have garnered some attention for his work, Dailuo reminded himself that this was merely a pastime project and not to harbor excessive expectations. As the battle reached a stalemate, Dailuo gripped his electric baton. Acutely aware that the Honchkrow's attacks could not be sustained indefinitely, and that the Sandshrew could not maintain its sand attack indefinitely either. A resolution was imperative. What to do? Were it not for the Scyther's toxins causing him to hesitate, he might have charged in without a second thought. Yet, he was not a Pokémon. Humans had a far weaker resistance to toxins, and thus he dared not take that risk. Behind him, Mashio remained seated on the grass, her ankle visibly swollen. The sudden twist having taken its toll on her right foot, which was encased in high heels. Nevertheless, her gaze remained firmly fixed on Dailuo's back. She understood that her ability to leave this thicket depended solely on his prowess. Mashio never imagined she would find herself relying on another, entrusting her fate to a boy she had known for mere minutes. How peculiar this world was. Wait a moment, Dailuo suddenly realized. Why must he engage in combat with the Scyther? Wasn't fleeing his forte? Over the course of a year's training, Team Rocket had frequently dispatched them on simple missions, honing his skills in evasion. Why had he forgotten his escape tactics the moment he left Team Rocket? With a decisive turn, he approached the girl, who looked at him with a hint of confusion. Did you twist your ankle? Casting his gaze upon her delicate foot, Dailuo's heart sank. He had been so eager to fight that he had overlooked this detail. What was he to do now? His teammate informing him of her injury as they attempted to flee? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. With Mashio's nod, Dailuo began to contemplate the cards available to him. Discarding the Sandshrew and the Honchkrow left him with only his electric baton. Well, that was a dead end. Glancing at Mashio's fallen form, he hesitated before voicing his thoughts. If you don't mind, I could carry you out? The prospect of carrying such a beautiful girl seemed a worthwhile endeavor, even if he had never attempted to carry anyone before. After all, experience is accumulated gradually. Sure. Thank you. Mashio seemed unbothered, recognizing that time was of the essence. Once the Sandshrew exhausted its stamina, the Scyther would pose no further obstacle. Dailuo recalled the Honchkrow, but events seemed to deviate from his plans once more. As the girl leaned against his back, he found himself abruptly kneeling on the ground, his knees meeting the earth with a thud. The shock of it all was not the main issue. Rather, he was taken aback by the realization that such a seemingly delicate girl bore an unexpectedly heavy weight. Dailuo felt unprepared to be brought to his knees by a mere girl. I'm so sorry. Mashio quickly reacted, instinctively shifting her remaining left foot off his back, one hand grasping a nearby tree for support. She looked at Dailuo with an apologetic expression. I forgot. The outfit I'm wearing is quite heavy. As a fashion designer, Mashio possessed a commendable level of composure, her ability to manage her emotions on stage being an innate talent. Yet, even this girl now blushed. For anyone would feel embarrassed if their weight had caused someone to kneel before them. The outfit. Dailuo was perplexed. I understand your delicate frame contains significant mass, but if you're going to make excuses, at least draft a proper one. What does that have to do with your clothing? Yes, sensing Dailuo's skepticism, Mashio continued her explanation. This garment weighs 15 kilograms and is worth the equivalent of 200 large golden beads. 15 kilograms. Dailuo was at a loss for words. Did this girl comprehend the significance of 15 kilograms? That was only 3 kilograms less than the Scyther, which was currently eyeing them hungrily. No, wait. 15 kilograms was manageable. The earlier incident was merely a result of his lack of preparation. Besides, she had a commendable figure and striking beauty. Her weight was likely around 50 kilograms. Adding the 15 kilograms meant a total of 65, well within the limits of his training. The earlier mishap was undoubtedly due to his nervousness during his first attempt to carry a girl. Having come to this realization, Dailuo knelt once more before Mashio. I wasn't prepared earlier. I was too tense. Don't take it to heart. Let us hurry. I fear the Sandshrew may not hold out much longer. Wait, you believe me? Mashio was surprised, her expression shifting to one of relief. She genuinely did not want Dailuo to think of her as a girl who couldn't manage her weight. Despite her habitual polite smiles, she was quite sensitive about her physique. What? Dailuo, still preoccupied with the task at hand, remained oblivious to her query, focusing solely on preparing to carry the girl. Nothing, let us go. Mashio pressed her lips together, unable to contain the smile that tugged at the corners of her mouth. She chose not to revisit her earlier question, understanding that Dailo had clearly dismissed it from his mind. This time, Dairo successfully hoisted Mayu onto his back. In his previous life, such a feat might have eluded him, but the physical prowess of humanity in this world is evidently superior to that of his former existence. Take, for instance, the indomitable Ash and his companions, who, despite enduring a lifetime of fiery onslaughts and electric shocks, remain as lively as ever. Moreover, Dairo had undergone a rigorous year of training with Team Rocket, rendering the act of carrying Mayu a trivial matter. Hyena, you will catch up shortly, he instructed. Murkrow, once the hyena has distanced itself, unleash your dark mist. However, with the additional weight of another person, Dairo's mobility was significantly hampered. Yet, the efficacy of Murkrow's dark mist was surprisingly exceptional. In a game, this would merely be a skill to negate an opponent's enhancements, but in reality, this dense black fog proved far more effective in impeding the enemy's advance. Although they had successfully vacated the territory of the Scyther, twilight had descended upon them. Gazing at the derelict building before him, Dairo gently set the girl down from his back. We may have to stay here for the night. Chapter 7, Rainy Night. Is it raining? Just as they took refuge in the seemingly abandoned structure, Dairo and Mayu heard the gentle patter of rain behind them. Both sighed in relief, grateful for their swift actions. Otherwise, they would now be drenched nobility. Dairo. In a moment of daze, Mayu suddenly grasped something, though uncertainty clouded her mind. Anxiously, she glanced back at Dairo, her once rosy cheeks paling visibly. Dairo. The tranquility and composure that typically graced Mayu's eyes vanished, leaving her at a loss for words to convey her remorse. What is it? In contrast, Dairo's only reaction was to don his gloves once more. Caution was prudent in this sparsely populated, abandoned dwelling. Yet, when he noticed the tears welling in Mayu's eyes, he felt a profound disturbance within himself. Please, don't cry. Dairo was utterly bewildered by the sudden change in atmosphere. All he knew was that the girl before him was on the verge of tears. The hyena and Murkrow. They seemed to be gone. Mayu leaned weakly against the wall, her spirit visibly diminished. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have had to send the Pokémon to hold them off, would he? Her once vibrant gray eyes, reminiscent of precious gemstones, now appeared suffocated by an overwhelming grayness. Dairo recognized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, since arriving in this world, he had relied solely on his own strength to accomplish one Team Rocket mission after another. Today marked his first departure from the division and the acquisition of Pokémon. In his subconscious, those two Pokémon were merely tools, and he had scarcely allocated any emotional investment in them. Conversely, it was Mayu, whom he had only just met, who captured his attention. Damn it! He could not shake off the memories of just a few hours prior. His memory was not particularly poor. Perhaps he would forget events from 6 months ago. But the events of this very afternoon were still fresh in his mind. It was the moment the Maitaina had cast him a glance as it turned to leave. A glance imbued with profound meaning. Were they truly just tools? Indeed, they were merely tools. Dairo was but a boy who had arrived in this world less than a year ago. He was not a hot-blooded youth barely in his teens, but rather a nearly 18-year-old, shaped by a world steeped in the complexities of information overload. Thus, he did not possess the same passion for Pokémon or the lifestyle intertwined with them as the inhabitants of this world did. He remained a solitary traveler, an outsider from another realm. To him, the Pokémon he had interacted with for less than a day bore no more significance than the electric sticks supplied by Team Rocket. But was this perspective correct? It was difficult to ascertain. One's worldview is not easily altered, much like in a game. When a novice's equipment accompanies them for an extended period, but they suddenly acquire a powerful artifact, they would no longer care for the novice gear. Most humans prioritize efficiency and outcomes. The process can be replaced, condensed, or even omitted. Some might argue that such sentiments are exclusive to virtual games. So, when faced with a team task, where your skill level is average, your friends are below average, and a few acquaintances are above average, what type of individuals would you choose to accompany you in completing the task? Initially, Dairo had chosen to align himself with his less capable friends. However, over time, he had changed, yearning for the assistance of those more skilled than himself. Why? Because only through excellence could one achieve high scores, and with high scores came greater rewards. This was still predicated on the fact that he was friends with those less capable. If they were merely acquaintances, he likely would not have wished to team up with them in the first place. Value dictates relationships. When you choose to forsake your lesser friends for those more capable, will they bless your decision? No, they will only wish for your continued assistance, and may even harbor resentment for abandoning them. Furthermore, should they gain the opportunity to collaborate with the more skilled, they would not consider bringing you along. In a similar vein, if the two Pokémon held little influence over him and their time together was brief, would Dairo think of them in a moment of crisis? He merely trusted that they would follow his commands, yet this was not an excuse for neglecting them. Why had he not looked back to ensure they were keeping pace? This disparity is a hallmark of the worlds they inhabit. In his past life, Dairo grasped certain truths. There are principles for undertaking tasks and others for navigating relationships. At 17, he had yet to fully comprehend these principles, but he was certainly not an idealistic youth. He favored analysis, cocooning himself within a secure realm. Enough. Yet, the world had indeed transformed. Here, one could obtain their own Pokémon at the tender age of 10 and make a choice to become a trainer, to embark on endless adventures, ultimately achieving greatness. Of course, many adventurers often do not attain the privilege of shining atop the tower, but so what? Like moths drawn to flame, countless youths willingly pursue this path for a lifetime of fulfillment. This world is filled with adventurers, yet even more so with ordinary citizens attending school, working. Nonetheless, even these citizens are accompanied by one or two Pokémon for support. The population is sparse, with towns dotting the landscape. Dairo has yet to encounter towering skyscrapers, the tallest structures being mere landmarks. This world harbors ambitious individuals and villains, with interests clashing within the same organizations. These are unavoidable realities. However, this world has also introduced something profoundly significant. The one entity that will never betray you, the essence of your existence within this realm, your Pokémon. Whether one is a villain or a hero, young or old, Pokémon only recognize you as their trainer, and thus, they show you kindness because they cherish you. Therefore, you need not overthink your relationship with them. Simply care for them, engage with sincerity, and you will receive what you could not attain in your previous life, something that even family may not provide. In the eyes of Pokémon, there exists but one paramount concern, the protection of their trainer, Mayu. In this moment, Dairo contemplated much. He also believed that Hyena and Murkrow would never stray far, for he was determined to find them. To reassure himself in this endeavor, he needed to fulfill a promise he had made. All right. The girl clad in a butterfly-patterned outfit wiped away her tears. She was a fashion designer and a fairy-type gym trainer, having experienced far more than the average person. Like the Pokémon in her gym, Mayu was a girl of ethereal beauty, endowed with the grace and wisdom of a fairy. Upon catching a glimpse of Della's gaze, he may have been unaware, but Miao Xiao was acutely aware that the youth before her had undergone a transformation. It was difficult to articulate the nature of this change. If pressed, she would describe it as a sense of belonging. When she first encountered Della, she felt, without any tangible reason, that such a young man did not belong to this world. Yet now, he evoked in Miao Xiao a profound sense of integration. Della had melded with this world, no longer feeling out of place, but instead harmoniously entwined with it. Chapter 8, Kearney. I must first retrieve them. Della declared his decision, gazing into Miao Xiao's still slightly flushed eyes. Yes, go quickly. They must be searching for you as well. The pain in her foot was intense. Although she had previously heard of an abandoned structure along Route 15, she had never taken the time to understand its intricacies. Perhaps it was a building overrun by wild Pokémon, or perhaps there were humans hiding within. Once Della departed, she would lose her final source of protection. Yet she spoke resolutely, refusing to become a burden in Della's life, a source of regret. Finding them is certain. It hasn't been long, after all. But before you go, I must first pass on the Sonic Punch to you. Otherwise, no one knows what might lurk in this place. Della surveyed his surroundings. Engulfed in darkness, devoid of life. The thought of leaving Miao Xiao here stirred unease within him. Wait, isn't that something one cannot learn instantly? Miao Xiao assumed Della was merely comforting her, prompting a smile as she reassured him, don't worry, I will be fine. Just return swiftly. Target for Sonic Punch transfer, Miao Xiao. This skill can only be taught once within a week and will significantly deplete the instructor's mental energy. Do you confirm, host? Confirmed. Preparing for Sonic Punch transfer. Preparation complete. Commencing transfer. Della? Miao Xiao's earlier words faltered upon witnessing the glow in Della's eyes. Could it be? She blinked, reassured she was not hallucinating. This place could not possibly be haunted, could it? She had heard tales of ghost-type Pokémon that enjoyed toying with humans in the dark. However, when the radiance in Della's eyes met hers, the trembling of her anxious form subsided. So this is the Sonic Punch. It turns out one can learn it so swiftly. It felt instinctual to Miao Xiao. She realized she had fully grasped the technique. Exhaling deeply, Della leaned against the wall beside him, sweat mingling with rainwater cascading from outside. The act of teaching a skill had drained him considerably. All he could perceive now was a void of darkness. Della. Miao Xiao recognized his state and hobbled toward him, bracing herself against the wall. Though Della seemed oblivious to her approach, as if he had lost his previous awareness. My head is spinning. Della, are you all right? Her voice trembled. Though she fought to maintain calm, frantic worry would only exacerbate the situation. It's nothing, just a bit drained. I'll be fine shortly. Della strained to discern Miao Xiao's position, forcing himself to remain upright. Have you learned the sonic punch? Yes, I have. Miao Xiao nodded vigorously. Had she known that the price of mastering the sonic punch would leave Della in such a state, she would have insisted on waiting until they were in a safer location. That's good. It's my first time teaching this skill to someone. Della's eyes, once narrowed, opened fully. He understood that time was of the essence. The rain was heavy outside, and locating the Houndour and Murkrow would take time. Then I shall take my leave. Be cautious. Stay here and do not wander off, or I may not find you later. With his final admonition, Della plunged into the downpour, which immediately drenched him without mercy. This rain is relentless, he mused, glancing at his backpack. The Rocket Gang had tea-supplied umbrellas, but he had a hat that would suffice. Adjusting his hat, Della retraced his steps into the storm. Fortunately, the heavy rain had driven most wild Pokémon to seek shelter. But where might the Houndour be? Crack, crack, crack. That sound. It was the cry of a Murkrow. Recognizing the familiar sound, Della sprinted towards it. Though the urgency in its tone suggested trouble. Had a battle already ensued? His pace quickened, knowing that the wild Pokémon here were all above level 30. And the Houndour and Murkrow stood little chance of victory. Upon arriving at the scene, Della's heart sank at the sight before him. A colossal Pokémon towered over the battlefield. Standing nearly 2 meters tall on its hind legs, its fearsome lizard-like head adorned with a blood-red maw and chilling white fangs. Its body was encased in green armor, with spines protruding from its back and tail, save for its abdomen, marked by a gray diamond pattern. Tyranitar, an ancient Pokémon. Why was such a terrifying creature present in a place like this? More alarmingly, at Tyranitar's feet lay the battered Houndour, and beneath a tree, a Murkrow, drenched in a mixture of rain and mud. In the dark, abandoned building, Miao Xiao's spirits were evidently low. Della's departing figure had stirred worry within her. On such a rainy night, the unknown loomed ominously. Moreover, he was alone without a single Pokémon by his side. If Miao Xiao allowed her thoughts to spiral further, all she could do was silently pray for Della's safe return. Suddenly, a sound echoed nearby. Who is there? Miao Xiao instinctively clenched her fists, her mind recalling the standard attack form of the sonic punch. Should any Pokémon dare to leap from the shadows, she would turn them into the finest sharpening stone. Miao Xiao? The voice from the darkness held a tinge of surprise, but more astonishment prevailed. What are you doing here? A lithe figure emerged, adorned with a white roller skate helmet, her silky golden ponytail neatly bound behind her. The girl's features were delicate, her expressive eyes radiating determination. Wearing roller skates, the ponytailed girl approached swiftly, much to Miao Xiao's astonishment. Kearney? What brings you here? Indeed, the newcomer was Kearney, a familiar face and a gym leader from the Kalos region. Lucario. Behind Kearney, a humanoid figure stepped from the darkness. Its crimson eyes stood out in the gloom, and its blue ears were perked upright. Though it walked upright like a human, its canine head was unmistakable. Lucario, the aura Pokémon, capable of using its aura to sense its surroundings and discern the identities of others. Chapter 9, Sonic Explosive Punch. Ah, I see. You inadvertently wandered into this forest while pursuing a fairy-type Sylveon, didn't you? Truly befitting of the fairy-type gym leader. However, if I were to encounter a powerful fighting-type Pokémon, I would undoubtedly charge in with Lucario to engage in battle as you have done. As the beam from her flashlight illuminated the dim space, Kearney crouched before Miao Xiao. That's quite a severe sprain. You need to see a doctor for treatment. But on another note, is your friend all right out there in such heavy rain? There are Pokémon specially adapted to navigate through storms, you know. Gazing up at the visibly anxious Meishu, Kearney offered a gentle smile. Let us go and check together with Lucario. After all, it would be troublesome if anything were to happen. Oh, Meishu paused momentarily upon hearing Kearney's decision, but within the next breath, a radiant smile blossomed on the young girl's fair face. Thank you for your help. No problem. Leave it to Lucario and me. Raindrops continued to fall, splashing muddy puddles as Dailo concealed himself in the shade of a tree, searching for the reason behind the appearance of the Tyranitar. Is it Miss Junsha? Come out. Tyranitar has already spotted you. However, a brash voice echoed through the torrential rain. forcing Dailo to step out from his cover under the tree as Tyranidar's gaze fell upon him. Oh, not a wild Pokémon then. If you're just a passerby, you should leave quickly. This place is quite dangerous. Following the voice, Dailo's eyes rested upon a figure that was not particularly robust. Initially, he had overlooked this individual due to the presence of Tyranidar, but now, the person had captured Dailo's attention, not for his voice, but for the enormous iron cage behind him. A Pokémon hunter? The term echoed in Dailo's mind. This was the first time he had encountered such a figure. Though it was not a reputable profession, one could not deny that the Pokémon hunter before him was indeed a formidable trainer. These two are my Pokémon, Dailo stated calmly. Standing before Tyranidar and articulating his stance without hesitation or evasion, placing himself in opposition to the trainer of a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Oh, is that so? My apologies. I thought they were wild justice Pokémon. It appears they have a trainer. The Pokémon hunter chuckled lightly, recalling how the Sandshrew had previously stood protectively in front of him, remarking, such unintelligent creatures. At present, I have no Pokémon available to battle you. However, I would very much like to engage you in a match in the future. Dailo's expression was earnest, his desire for Pokémon battles overshadowing the grief from the injuries sustained by Sandshrew and Honchkrow. Very well, then. Roar. You're asking for death. The iron cage was suddenly riddled with deep gashes, a result of the flame saw supplied by Team Rocket. Researchers had extracted energy from fire-type Pokémon and utilized electromagnetism to harness it, ultimately creating this peculiar chainsaw ablaze with flames. Buckwa's eyes were icy, yet devoid of any lethal intent. The cage lay in ruins, and the Pokémon trapped within began to emerge one by one, with brown rabbit ears, chestnut eyes, and a fluffy cream-colored tail. As the feeble EVs staggered out of the cage, Dailo finally grasped the true strength of the man before him, not in terms of the trainer's prowess, but rather in his capacity to capture Pokémon. Compared to ordinary Pokémon hunters who traded in insects, capturing EVs, which possessed exceptional potential and charming appearances, would undeniably yield a far greater profit. Now, those Pokémon that could have been exchanged for gold coins were liberated from their cage by Dailo, igniting a furious ire within Buckwa. Tyranidar, use Hyper Beam. A violet-black radiance coalesced within the maw of the armored Pokémon Tyranidar. Dailo's complexion paled, but retreating was no longer an option. He clenched his fists tightly, bracing himself to roll away from the impending attack. He understood that only by evading this hyper beam could he have a chance to advance. A low, guttural sound suddenly resonated, quickly drowned out by the explosion of the hyper beam. Dailo, while evading, was unaware of the significance of the noise, merely sensing that the beam's trajectory seemed slightly off, missing even his shoulder. Regardless, at least this time, he had managed to escape. He rapidly planted his right foot on the ground, propelling himself forward. He had to advance, for only in close quarters did victory seem possible. But what was that? A quivering, blood-stained mass on the scorched earth, convulsing, perhaps due to the violent assault. The remnants of flesh emitted a nauseating stench. Yet Dailo found himself unable to move forward. What was that? The Sandshrew. Yes, the Sandshrew. He could vaguely discern its characteristic fangs protruding from the charred remains. He was certain it was the very Sandshrew that had fallen beneath Tyranidar's feet. Aya! With eyes as red as blood, Dailo's nails dug into his palms. Yet in that moment, his thoughts became hazy. Upon reopening his eyes, the scene before him sharpened into focus. Fire? Blood? Darkness? It felt as if he hadn't experienced that in ages. What was that? Teeth. White ones. It was it. There was no mistaking it. It was coming again. To dodge? There was no escaping it. Was he to perish? No. The captain was coming. He had to endure. Tyranidar's roar had long been replaced by the crumbling of buildings. The lizard's head took on an eerie appearance, as if it were something far more colossal. Yet still standing on 2 feet, it was unmistakably him. The enormous bipedal monstrosity bellowed. Tyranidar roared. How loud? Why is it so noisy? Has it seen me? There was no turning back. Only one final resort remained. Dailo approached the monstrous figure, his body twisting strangely. No, it was not a distortion. It was speed. Too fast. Almost indistinguishable. How could it be so swift? Buckwa's pupils contracted. The creature before him suddenly appeared terrifying. What had gone awry? Tyranidar. Protect yourself with Sandstorm. Quickly. Boom. The white teeth loomed larger before Dailo's eyes, resembling the sharp fin of a shark raised against him. Come on. Sonic Boom. A conflation of blue and red brilliance enveloped Dailo's form, the air around him fracturing. But the piercing sound of the sonic boom had become inconsequential. Kill him, or I die. It had to be this way, for survival. He collapsed heavily onto the ground, his eyes once more fluttering shut. In a hazy twilight, He seemed to hear that voice again. Dailo, Dailo. The voice in the darkness sounded urgent, yet for some reason, he could not pinpoint its source. Is that you, Captain? Chapter 10, Miss Junsha. Miss Joy, how is the sandshrew? Outside the operating room, Meishu, supported by Kearney, cast a worried glance at the Pokemon Center nurse who had just finished her work. Do not worry, there is no Pokemon that the Pokemon Center cannot save. Although the sandshrew is severely injured, it has passed the critical period. Removing her mask, Nurse Joy revealed a serene smile. So, please rest assured and wait. That's wonderful. When Dailo wakes up, he will surely be thrilled to know the sandshrew is all right. Right, Lucario? Lucario. Lucario's eyes narrowed into crescents with a smile. Though he appeared somewhat fatigued, now slumped against the back of the chair. Lucario must be exhausted. It was all thanks to him that we were able to reach the hospital smoothly after carrying Dailo back. Meishu gently patted Lucario's forehead, reflecting on the Pokemon they had encountered along the way. Truly, it was only due to Lucario's strength that they could return safely to the city. Allow us to take care of it. It will soon regain its vitality. Her smile radiated warmth, as Nurse Joy, having just completed surgery on the sandshrew, promptly returned to her original duties. Thank you so much. Lucario, return. With a flash of red light, Kearney recalled the weary Pokemon into its Pokeball. The once vibrant golden ponytail, full of energy, has dulled due to the many tribulations faced along the journey. The young girl's gentle gaze fixates on her Pokeball, her silent consolation possibly serving as a bridge of intimacy between a trainer and their Pokemon. You've worked hard, Lucario. All right, Meishu. In an instant, Kearney regained her vitality. As if the previous tenderness bore no relation to her, the girl assisted Meishu in ascending to the second floor. Let us first take a shower, and then we shall visit Dailo at the hospital. In any case, there shouldn't be any perilous Pokemon in the city for now, so we can leave Lucario, Herdier, and Honchkrow at the Pokemon Center. Meishu's smile seemed somewhat forced, and Kearney's eyes deliberately avoided meeting Meishu's gaze, both subconsciously shying away from a significant issue, perhaps unwilling to confront it. Oh, what a beautiful outfit. You truly look like a professional model, stunning in anything you wear. The snacks in her mouth failed to regain Kearney's attention. Although she herself was a striking beauty since childhood, her fondness for fighting-type Pokemon rendered her different from others her age. She seldom paid heed to her appearance. Yet, why did Meishu's attire, donned after her bath, look so exquisite? This is cheating. How can one have both modeling experience and be a fashion designer? Thank you for your compliment. Meishu smiled, her ankle still aching slightly. Yet she chose to meticulously adorn her attire. At that moment, she wore a bohemian-style dress, effortlessly carrying off the somewhat demanding look due to her tall stature and graceful curves. Meishu's complexion radiated like pristine snow, and perhaps because of her modeling background, her every movement exuded an enchanting beauty. Well then, shall we take a taxi to the hospital now? Kearney slung her backpack over her shoulder, having changed out of her rollerblading gear into a more casual sports outfit. Thank you. Her jade-like hand quietly clenched within her sleeve. Meishu maintained that faint, elusive smile, while the rain outside continued to patter relentlessly. Doctor, what is Dailo's current condition? The lead surgeon, Dr. Tut, around 40 years of age, emanated a calm demeanor that continually soothed the anxious hearts of the two girls. Yet, he understood that the only course of action was to reveal the truth of the situation to them, albeit knowing that certain elements of the truth could only be disclosed upon Miss Junsha's arrival. Dr. Tut, I apologize for the delay. I was held up by some matters on the way. Please, quickly describe your findings. Rushing down the stairs, Miss Junsha explained her tardiness to Dr. Tut. Her snow-white neck resembled that of a swan, and the blue-black police uniform accentuated her graceful figure, her light blue eyes not only captivating but also resolute. It was hard to fathom that the safety of a city was guarded by such a beauty. However, besides a married doctor, only two equally stunning girls were present, leaving no one captivated by Miss Junsha's beauty. Miss Junsha. At that moment, Meishu and Kearney felt the situation becoming increasingly complex. Capturing Pokemon poachers should have concluded already. Neither girl naively assumed that Miss Junsha was there to visit Dailo, who had defeated Bangiris, which implied there was something they were unaware of. Oh, you are the gym leaders from Kalos. We are currently handling a case here, so. Miss Junsha, these two are friends of Dailo, Dr. Tut interrupted her intent to dismiss them, then opened the hospital room door. Please, come in. Upon the bed lay a boy, his upper body entirely swathed in bandages, though his head and lower body appeared unharmed, suggesting that the rescue had been somewhat successful. A notion shattered when Meishu's gaze shifted to Dailo's right arm. Indeed, it seems it cannot be saved. Almost without warning, tears trickled from the corners of Meishu's eyes. She had sensed earlier that Dailo's right hand had lost vitality due to excessive strain, yet now, faced with the stark reality, she could only accept it. If only she could have prevented him from going out earlier. Don't cry, the doctor hasn't even spoken yet. Offering a tissue. Kearney still struggled to comprehend the nature of Dailo and Meisho's relationship. According to Meisho, they had only known each other for less than a day. Yet her tears felt so genuine. Had they truly only known each other for a day? You see, while treating him, I discovered that Dailo possesses remarkable physical resilience, comparable to that of fighting-type Pokémon. However, the treatment methods at the Pokémon Center are not applicable to him due to structural differences. For us humans, his injuries are exceedingly difficult to heal. Dr. Tut continued, I cannot ascertain how he sustained such injuries, but it is evident that his right hand endured substantial harm, exerting forces beyond its limits. This conflict has led to the disability of his right hand. So, I'm sorry, but Dr. Tut's explanation was cut short by Miss Junch's inquiry. But what about what you previously told me regarding the possibility of healing? That. Initially, I sensed a force lingering within him, but that energy is currently stabilizing his mental state rather than aiding in his recovery. Therefore, my prior hypothesis of potential healing has been rendered void. At this point, Dr. Tut appeared somewhat perplexed. Having encountered numerous cases stemming from Pokémon over the years, he found that energy to be exceedingly enigmatic. It was psychic energy. Without a doubt, a certainty he held firmly. But you also mentioned that it was energy left by a psychic Pokémon, did you not? Miss Junsha seemed less concerned about Dailo's fate and more eager to discern the origin of that force. Please wait a moment. This is Dailo's hospital room. If you wish to discuss any cases or work matters, perhaps you should step outside. Sitting beside Dailo's bed, Meisho's eyes never strayed from his right hand. Yet her cold words signaled to the two that they could leave. Stop throwing a tantrum, Miss Meisho. While I dare not comment on other matters, I have confirmed your friend's identity. Miss Junsha disregarded Meisho's dismissal and, with another ruthless statement, introduced a new topic. Identity. Dailo's identity. It dawned on Meisho that, despite the series of events, she still had no clear understanding of Dailo. What sort of identity did this boy, who had suddenly appeared before her, possess that warranted Miss Junch's focused interest? Precisely, Dailo's identity. With a keen gaze sweeping over the astonished expressions of the three present, Miss Junsha suddenly realized that Meisho likely remained oblivious to the truth she had uncovered. He, Dailo, hails from the Johto region. Yet he is not one of those trainers who venture out after receiving a Pokédex from a research facility. His true identity is that of a member of a criminal organization operating in Johto, Hoenn, and the Seven Islands. Or rather, he is a member of Team Rocket. However, the atmosphere fell silent. This led to the information that Miss Junsha had painstakingly unearthed being splendidly disregarded by the three present. Miss Junsha, what sort of organization is Team Rocket? As if sensing the awkwardness of the atmosphere, Dr. Tut felt compelled to introduce a new topic. Oh right. Since Team Rocket has no branch in the Kalos region, you likely have not heard of it. In summary, just know that it is an evil criminal organization. As Miss Junsha pondered over words to describe Team Rocket, she ultimately stumbled upon a remarkably apt example. The malevolence of this organization is akin to that of Team Flare from the Kalos region, a comparison that should resonate with you, I trust. Are you referring to that nefarious organization whose members are frequently clad in red suits? It is astonishing that Team Rocket can indeed be regarded as an equally sinister faction. Does this imply that the territories occupied by Team Rocket signify their supremacy over Team Flare? Dr. Tut's worldview has evidently suffered a considerable blow. He expressed a desire to be merely a law-abiding citizen, questioning why he should be exposed to such societal darkness. While your musings are rife with speculation and imagination, the conclusion that Team Rocket is an evil organization remains unchallenged. Ms. Junsha is quite pleased with Dr. Tut's assessment. The police require citizens like him to disseminate awareness about criminal organizations. Thus, this individual lying in the hospital bed is, in fact, a rather perilous threat. Upon his awakening, I shall escort him back to the precinct for further interrogation. However, as of now, Dailo has yet to regain consciousness. Ms. Junsha, might I request that you step outside for a moment? Marshu once again interrupted Ms. Junsha, her demeanor reflecting the grace and refinement of a fashion designer. Yet today, she could not tolerate such an individual speaking freely in Dailo's hospital room. If Dailo were indeed a criminal, why would he not seek to exploit a gym leader lacking any Pokémon? If Dailo were a wrongdoer, why would he impart his knowledge of the Sonic Punch? Marsha believed it was erroneous for Ms. Junsha to equate such a youth with Team Flare. At least, she was unwilling to entertain such notions. I understand your friendship with him, but precisely because of that, I must remain here until he awakens. Otherwise, if he were to be surreptitiously whisked away, it would pose a significant challenge for me. Ms. Junsha stood firm in her beliefs and took a seat on the nearby bench. Well then, Marshu, I must take my leave. There are matters at the gym that require my attention. Corny's face bore an apologetic expression, but she had indeed been urged by other trainers at the gym, as it seemed challengers had arrived. As a gym leader, it was an unavoidable duty to face challengers. It's no trouble at all. I appreciate your assistance over the past few days. Marshu rose from her seat, expressing her gratitude to Corny. Indeed, it has been over 2 days since Dailo fell into a coma. Had it not been for encountering Ms. Junsha, who was pursuing Pokemon poachers on her way back, the duration of time spent would likely have been extended. One cannot understate the speed of police motorcycles. Though they frequently halted for battles with wild Pokemon, they still managed to reach Aroma City Hospital within 2 days. Truth be told, Marshu felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Ms. Junsha. Had she not executed those emergency measures, Dailo's safety upon arrival at the hospital would have been questionable. However, this Ms. Junsha is not the same as the one who pursued Pokemon poachers. She is the Junsha from Mier City, here to investigate Team Rocket's whereabouts. This was precisely why Marshu had not exhibited a friendly demeanor thus far. With Corny's departure, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew heavy once more. Unable to withstand the tension between the two women, Dr. Tut hastily excused himself, citing the need to attend to other patients. Ms. Junsha did not insist on retaining him, for her primary concern was understanding the relationship between Dailo and that mysterious psychic Pokemon. According to Dr. Tut's assessment, a Pokemon capable of causing such an incident must be exceedingly rare in this world. Or rather, only legendary Pokemon possess the ability to sustain their power within humans, quietly safeguarding them. Yet, this is precisely what troubled Ms. Junsha. If that Pokemon were affiliated with Team Rocket, then the Kanto and Johto regions would harbor a hidden bomb, with its detonation time unknown. Oh, by the way, Dr. Tut, who had just left, returned, having forgotten to mention that the force that chose to assist Dailo in stabilizing his mental state rather than protecting his body was due to the fact that Dailo seemed to have had a portion of his memory erased by that psychic Pokemon. One could say it was sealed away. However, for some inexplicable reason, this recent battle had activated Dailo's memories, resulting in a continuous mental clash. In an effort to protect Dailo's mind, that force had no choice but to forego safeguarding his body. Why did you not mention such a crucial detail earlier? Ms. Junsha felt an overwhelming wave of frustration, for she could deduce that the memories erased by the psychic Pokemon were undoubtedly linked to Dailo's past. This meant that even if Dailo were to awaken, she would be unable to extract any valuable information. If she were to inquire improperly, it might provoke further mental turmoil. Sensing Ms. Junsha's deteriorating mood, Dr. Tut discreetly exited the room. At this moment, Ms. Junsha appeared to embody the wrath of a fierce Gyarados, and with that, she departed. Chapter 12, The Messenger Bird. The host's soul has been detected to be in flux. The world bridging system is now loading. The world bridging system is fully loaded and is commencing the formation of a human model. The human model is currently matching complete, with a compatibility of 100%. A deficiency in the host's limbs has been detected. An attempt at reconstruction is underway. Reconstruction attempt failed. The reconstruction plan has been cancelled, and the model is being remade. The model has been completed, and the bridging process has commenced, with the fusion progress at 1%. As the waning sunlight streamed into the room, Marshu beheld a sudden emanation of pale white light radiating from Dailo's form. It blossomed in concentric circles, akin to flowing waves, enveloping his body. What is this? Ms. Junsha's azure eyes widened instinctively, as she recalled all the tales of legendary Pokemon, yet what unfolded before her surpassed her comprehension. As Dailo's seemingly recovering body lay on the hospital bed, both Marshu and Ms. Junsha rose simultaneously from their seats. However, a rustling sound from the window drew their attention. It was a red, penguin-shaped Pokemon with a hollow tail. Its face and chest were adorned with white feathers, and its eyes bore tufts of fur. The plumpness of its body and its fluffy appearance cast doubt upon its flying prowess. Surrounding its eyes was a ring of black markings, and a white spot graced its belly. This avian Pokemon possessed bright yellow beak and feet, each foot sporting 2 toes. The Messenger Bird, a communication Pokemon exclusively utilized by Team Rocket. During her investigation of Team Rocket's activities, Ms. Junsha had acquired extensive intelligence regarding this criminal organization, active in the Kanto and Johto regions, including information about these messenger Pokemon. Is it here for Dailo? Thud. Crash. In an instant of distraction, the messenger bird employed its sharp beak to shatter the glass window of the infirmary. Subsequently, under Ms. Junsha's astonished gaze, it attempted to rouse the slumbering Dailo. However, Marshu was resolute in preventing further destruction. She positioned herself in front of Dailo, glaring fiercely at the Pokémon. At that moment, she seemed oblivious to the fact that her physical stature was no match for such a fiery creature. Yet, the messenger bird was in a relatively good mood. It had come bearing rewards for Dailo, recognizing his potential as a Team Rocket member. The messenger bird understood that it would likely be serving Dailo frequently in the future, so it merely tilted its head at Marshu's obstruction and settled down on the bedside table. Having undergone a model reconstruction by the system, Dailo suddenly felt a dissimilarity in his body. It was a sense of reality. If he had previously merely been a soul traversing this world, now his body had also arrived in this realm. This is an enigmatic assertion, yet the sole outcome is that Dairo's corporeal form has melded with this world, allowing him to perceive his genuine existence, rather than viewing it from a detached, gaming-like omniscient perspective. It is precisely for this reason that he has suddenly comprehended the true nature of this realm. Previously, his training within Team Rocket had afforded him a rather superficial understanding of this world. However, at this moment, the system has essentially uploaded a hard drive of memories labeled World Background into his consciousness. Upon experiencing this influx of memories, Dairo abruptly realizes the profound bliss of being a villain. Firstly, in this world, Pokémon trainers, coordinators, and performers are far removed from the reach of ordinary citizens. Training Pokémon, capturing them, and procuring their sustenance all require substantial financial resources. Thus, one might ask, if you lack money, what purpose does playing serve? Can one acquire wealth simply by engaging in this endeavor? Certainly not. Hence, in this universe, the majority of citizens are merely commonplace individuals, toiling in jobs, attending school, and ultimately establishing families, often being able only to nurture 2 or 3 Pokémon to coexist with them. Beyond that, their aspirations remain unfulfilled. They cannot truly revel in the idyllic Pokémon world depicted in anime. People must live. Without financial means, how can one sustain themselves? Without income, how can one support a family? Consequently, Pokémon trainers are typically affluent individuals, scions of the wealthy elite. One might wonder if there exist any instances of impoverished individuals rising through the ranks of Pokémon trainers to become life's victors. Indeed, such cases do exist. Yet, how many successful Pokémon trainers can truly be counted? In the soaring heights, all that is visible is the triumphant eagle, but do you see the multitude of lifeless bodies, interspersed with feathers, lying beneath the cliffs? No, you do not. Therefore, the prevalence of success stories pales in comparison to that of failures. Perhaps some youthful and impetuous souls, aspiring to achieve greatness through Pokémon training, ultimately find themselves as sanitation workers in the city. This is the harsh reality. Without funds, how can one adequately nurture Pokémon? What grounds do you have for expecting the Pokémon Center to provide treatment without payment? If you do not heal your Pokémon, how can you continue to engage in battles? Take Maru, for instance. As a fashion designer, she possesses her own source of income, and each gym challenger is required to pay a fee before participating in battles. Thus, when she placed Dairos Dark Raven and Houndoom in the Pokémon Center, she was able to decisively produce the necessary funds. Consequently, when Dairo required surgery, she did not hesitate to hand over the money. Money is indeed the root of all things. Yet, this presents Dairo with an intriguing notion. Since the perceptions of this world diverge from those of anime, does Ash from Pallet Town truly exist? Or perhaps there is an individual by that name, albeit with a background far more complex than the simplistic portrayal in the anime? These matters may only be elucidated through the passage of time and discovery. At this moment, Dairo can only express relief in being a villain. Were it not for the financial backing of the Sakaki Corporation, Team Rocket would struggle to maintain operations. Yet, it is precisely due to the support of the Sakaki Corporation that ordinary individuals like Dairo have the opportunity for employment. Demonstrating good performance leads to a salary, and the training period includes room and board. Where else can one find such a convenient job? Come, Team Rocket welcomes you. A brief advertisement aside, let us return to the main topic. Now that he has recovered, diligent work is imperative. Falling into Miss Juncha's hands would spell disaster. Junsha amiss. Dairo now finds himself pondering why the very Junsha, whom he had never yearned for, is seated directly across from him on his bed. Is my criminal saga truly at an end? Thud. The messenger bird's keen observation rendered it the first to detect Dairo's awakening. And thus this little feathered creature joyfully perched upon him, promptly opening its pouch to present a seemingly high-tech device to Dairo. Chapter 13. Reward. The high-tech gadget appears to have activated automatically via an identity recognition system. In any case, regardless of Dairo's desire to delay its activation, It has already been set in motion. It resembles a compact computer, and on the screen, Captain Das, whom Dairo had not seen in days, sat at his desk. Smiling at the bewildered Dairo, Das first noted Dairo's attire, then glanced at the unmistakably hospital backdrop. His relaxed demeanor vanished as he spoke in a serious tone. How did you end up in the hospital? I encountered a Pokemon hunter who dealt with me rather harshly. In a single sentence, Dairo encapsulated a rather harrowing experience, glancing at the solemn Miss Junsha across the room. He added with a smile, however, thanks to Miss Junsha's assistance, I am currently unscathed. Oh, is that so? That's wonderful to hear. If anything were to happen to our young and capable employee from the Sakaki Corporation, I would certainly reach out to the local Junsha organization. A Sakaki Corporation employee? The captain has certainly assigned himself a rather commendable identity. Dairo breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that Miss Junsha would not be able to take him away today. Meanwhile, Miss Junsha, recognizing the predicament, appeared before Captain Das, her long legs striding with reluctance. Teeth clenched in frustration. What is your relationship with the Sakaki Corporation? Miss Junsha, I believe your tone is rather inappropriate. Does this not resemble an interrogation of a criminal? I, a businessman operating smoothly in the CD region, have no reason to warrant such treatment from you. The cunning Das was far from a novice like Dairo, who had only recently emerged. He had engaged with Miss Junsha countless times since his debut, and yet here he was, thriving. According to reports, a Team Rocket aircraft had crashed in the Kalos region, and Dairo was among its crew members. Ah, indeed. It would be peculiar if Dairo had not emerged from that aircraft. You must understand that Team Rocket has expended considerable effort to siphon funds from our Sakaki Corporation, and several outstanding employees have been directly abducted by them. Dairo is one of them, so ultimately, the responsibility lies with you, Miss Junsha. If you had maintained public safety, our corporation staff would not have been subjected to abduction. Das's skillful counterattack required no rehearsal. He had already devised his response upon seeing Miss Junsha. As expected, although Dairo could not discern Miss Junsha's current expression, he could easily surmise that it must be one of profound embarrassment and anger. Yet at that moment, Das spoke again. Miss Junsha, do you not think you owe my employee an apology for your baseless speculations without evidence? It is precisely to prevent such occurrences that I arranged for the messenger bird to deliver his employee identification. Smack. The messenger bird seemed almost sentient. Upon hearing Das mention the employee identification, it promptly opened its pouch and retrieved a black leather document. Now, observing Miss Junsha, Maryu could clearly see her contorted expression, a visage of terror that left Das with no doubt that, had he been standing before her, this woman, akin to a Gyarados, would have torn him to shreds. I regret the oversight in this matter, Mr. Dairo. I sincerely apologize. At the moment Miss Junsha turned and bowed in apology, Dairo distinctly noticed a few crystalline tears on his bedsheet. Yet the opportunity for him to speak was swiftly snatched away, as Miss Junsha seemed eager to escape the discomfort of this situation, taking several large strides toward the exit. Ah, a young police officer, intriguing indeed. You might consider extending an apology to her when you have the chance. With a natural smile, Das chose not to dwell further on the preceding issue. From a nearby drawer, a stack of documents was retrieved by the Rocket's executive, who earnestly read aloud. Dailo, in recognition of your exceptional performance this time, the company has decided to award you a piece of dark stone as a reward, along with some operational funds. However, due to the rush, the funds are not fully prepared. You will receive them when the next messenger bird arrives. This constitutes your first reward. The second reward is to be chosen by you. As you are not the first salesperson to complete contributions, the best reward has already been taken. That would be a mini dragon, claimed by someone with a bit of leadership background within the company. Now, as the second salesperson to complete contributions, you may select one from the 6 Pokemon I have chosen for you. All 6 are the finest Pokemon the company can offer as rewards. A flash of red light illuminated the screen, revealing 6 formidable Pokemon to Dailo. From left to right, the first was a rock ground-type signature Pokemon, composed entirely of numerous sizable gray stones, with the stones decreasing in size from head to tail. The foremost stone served as its head, adorned with eyes and a long, rock-like horn atop it. Giant Onix, the Onix Pokemon. To speak of nothing else, this 8-meter-long behemoth undoubtedly commands attention in both size and presence. Dailo's gaze was momentarily captivated by the giant Onix before he suddenly recalled the woman waiting nearby with Miss Junsha. In that fleeting glance, Dailo was struck by a breathtaking beauty. Mainiu was adorned in a flowing bohemian-style dress, predominantly blue, which, combined with her porcelain-like skin, exuded an air of nobility. As Dailo momentarily lost his composure, Mainiu smiled gently, having silently observed him since the beginning. From his astonishment at seeing Das to his empathetic reaction upon witnessing Junch's tears, Mainiu surmised that Dailo was indeed a member of Team Rocket. Yet, these revelations held little significance for her. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Teacher Dailo, it appears that you have fully recovered, haven't you?" "Huh, teacher? Me?" Dailo replied, bewildered, his eyes blinking rapidly as he confirmed that she was indeed addressing him. "Why do you call me teacher?" "Because Teacher Dailo taught me Sonic Punch. Of course, he is my teacher. Moreover, isn't he supposed to teach me Explosion Punch in the future?" Is that so? But being called teacher by someone who is not much younger than me feels instinctively off." Though a strange excitement stirred within him, it felt rather inappropriate. Wow, how impressive. In just a few days, I encounter such a beautiful apprentice. Chapter 14, A New Pokemon. Das's interruption served to alleviate Dailuo's tension. Turning his gaze back to the screen, he could sense that his expression had become quite unnatural. To be frank, Mainiu was dazzlingly radiant, leaving him unprepared to gaze closely for fear of appearing foolish. Naturally, Das noted Dailuo's demeanor. As someone who had been in similar situations, he understood what Dailo was experiencing. However, he chose not to address it directly, casually stating, "Coincidentally, you will also be forming a task force. If you have the capability to recruit personnel on your own, there is no need to summon members from headquarters. Since your apprentice has mastered Sonic Punch, it signifies her considerable talent and will not hinder your operational capacity in the field." Captain, she is the gym trainer from the Scent City Aromatherapy Gym." Dailo's expression was one of inner conflict. Although he recognized Mainiu's beauty, her circumstances were evidently not comparable to his own, a mere worker darting about for missions. "But, teacher, may I ask what kind of task force it is? Is it a criminal task force? Can I say that?" Dailo's face darkened. But Das was unfazed as he provided the answer. "It is a task force of Team Rocket, primarily responsible for capturing Pokemon across various regions, without engaging in thievery from other trainers. Most of the time, the team gathers data in developing areas, thus it is a low-pressure task force." "Teacher Dailo, can you let me join the team? Please. Why do you phrase it as a request? Is this a customary Japanese courtesy?" Dailo found it hard to believe that such a dreamlike scenario was unfolding before him. If he simply nodded, would that mean he would have a beautiful companion to share in adventures? "Of course. I, as Captain Dailo, hereby approve your joining Team Rocket. But remember to handle the transition with the gym trainer properly to avoid any scandal regarding Team Rocket abducting gym trainers." Das had long ceased to expect Dailo to behave normally in front of the beauty. He could sense the overwhelming aura of naivety emanating from Dailo. So for the sake of Dailo's future happiness, the captain decisively determined Mainiu's affiliation. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing the appointment, Mainiu's face broke into an unfeigned smile, her expression shy. Upon noticing Dailo's gaze, she instinctively averted her eyes. Yet, her tightly clasped hands at her skirt's hem revealed her inner turmoil. For Mainiu recalled the figure that appeared in her vision as she fell. The silhouette, though not particularly strong and somewhat slender, loomed large in her mind. That figure had carried her, hands resting on her thighs, which had never before been touched by another. The clumsy movement and stiff posture made Mainiu realize that the boy beneath her shared her own tumultuous feelings. Yet, entrusting her life to him felt strangely compelling, a peculiar bond forming within her. Well then, the details regarding the task force will be conveyed to you by the messenger bird next time. For now, expedite your selection of a Pokemon, so I may dispatch the messenger bird. Upon hearing Das's prompt, Mainiu adjusted her skirt and gracefully settled beside Dailo, eager to witness what Pokemon Dailo would choose as his new companion. Fixing his gaze on the giant Onix, Dailo then noticed the second Pokemon. Notably, he first observed the impressively large size. This was a bug-flying type Pokemon, resembling a bipedal insect. Its forelimbs were equipped with two white sides, ideal for hunting and combat. Its thighs were adorned with spiky fur, and its feet bore 3 clawed toes. Scyther, the Scyther Pokemon. For aficionados of bug-type Pokemon, Scyther, with its blend of strength and striking appearance, was a formidable choice, yet Dailo found himself hesitating. The third Pokemon was another bug type, boasting a distinctive appearance. Much like a real-life stag beetle, this Pokemon had 2 large, aggressive horns atop its head, with teeth resembling rows of toothbrushes. Kabutops, the Kabuto Pokemon. Perhaps due to Das's own use of a Scyther, 3 of the Pokemon he offered Dailo were bug types. Adjacent to Kabutops, another deep blue bug-type Pokemon was sipping nectar. This was a dual-type bug-fighting Pokemon, characterized by its massive, deep blue exoskeleton and front claws more robust than its hind legs. Heracross, the Heracross Pokémon. In the animated series that Dairo had watched, this particular Pokémon had showcased remarkable prowess, as the protagonist had once utilized such a creature to secure numerous victories in battles. Diverting his gaze from Heracross, Dairo's attention was captured by the last two Pokémon. One of them was an exceptionally peculiar Pokémon. Its form seemingly composed of a swirling mist of purple luminescence, entwining around a spherical entity of ghostly matter or gas. This enigmatic figure revealed a pair of large, white eyes with minuscule pupils and a mouth adorned with menacing fangs. A ghost and poison dual-type Pokémon, it was none other than the gaseous creature, Ghastly. The final Pokémon was the most animated among the six, perpetually hovering above Darz's head, unlike the other Pokémon that remained stationary. This dual-type ground and flying Pokémon exhibited characteristics reminiscent of both a scorpion and a bat, its wings ending in formidable pincers, while its face displayed two sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. It was the flying scorpion Pokémon, Skorupi. Although Darz was eager to inquire whether Dairo had made his choice, or to express his anticipation regarding Dairo's selection of a bug-type Pokémon, he noticed that both he and Masyu, who stood beside Dairo, were acutely aware of Dairo's keen interest in the floating specter. So, have you made your decision? Despite surmising the answer, Darz felt compelled to ask. Having observed Dairo and Ghastly engaging in a prolonged gaze, were they, perchance, smitten? Did he not fear that his enchanting apprentice might feel a twinge of jealousy? As anticipated, Dairo responded, "Captain, I choose Ghastly." Fixating on his whimsical ghost Pokémon, Dairo sensed the goodwill emanating from it. This would be his new companion. Chapter 15, The Invitation to Battle. Well then, where do you intend to go now, teacher? With her hands clasped behind her back, the girl's skirt fluttered gracefully, exuding a newfound vivacity as Masyu trailed behind Dairo out of the hospital. Shall we head to the Pokémon Center first? Then perhaps we can visit your gym? Huh. Masyu seemed momentarily taken aback by Dairo's straightforwardness, but quickly smiled. There's no rush regarding my gym. Didn't Captain Darz mention that we'd be assigned tasks in a while? This implies that we might soon depart from the Kalos region. Since you've come all this way to Mier City, we should certainly explore its attractions. Oh, sure. Dairo was not one to possess an adventurous spirit. Upon arriving in a new locale, his first order of business was invariably to locate a hotel or Pokémon Center, followed by a much-needed respite. After resting, he would seek sustenance, and only then would he attend to pressing matters. As for whether there would be time for leisure after his responsibilities were fulfilled, that was highly unlikely. Thus, his approach differed from Masyu's, as he had previously lived in a bustling metropolis, leading a life characterized by an unyielding pace. And he was not one to wander aimlessly during his leisure time. These factors combined to cultivate a relatively fast-paced lifestyle. However, it appeared that the rhythm of life was about to change. Good day, Mr. Dairo. Here are your entrusted Herdier and Honchcrow, both of which have fully recuperated. Is there anything else you require? At the front desk, Nurse Joy's professional smile could easily attract a throng of admirers. Yet Dairo was eager to assess the condition of his Pokémon. Tossing a Pokeball, the two healthy Pokémon materialized in the lobby amidst a flash of red light. They appeared to be in perfect health. Gently stroking Herdier's forehead, Masyu beamed with relief. Her concern for Dairo's Pokémon's safety was palpable, but seeing them unharmed alleviated her worries. On one side of the Pokémon Center, a trainer was utilizing the transport machine to exchange Pokémon from his affiliated research center, a luxury Dairo could not afford. The rocket team, wary of outsiders obtaining contact information, ensured that Pokémon deliveries were conducted via messenger birds. Speaking of research centers, Kalos boasted several facilities dedicated to studying mega evolution. It seemed there was one in Mier City, was there not? Nurse Joy, could you please heal my Pikachu? Huh, Pikachu, could it be? No, that was an overreach. This was merely an ordinary trainer, and the most mundane kind at that, a common trainer. Observing the underwhelming Pikachu, which evidently lacked potential, Dairo refrained from commenting. In this world, ordinary trainers could also find ways to earn their qualifications, such as taking on part-time jobs. Professions related to Pokémon, such as Pokémon cosmetologists or breeders, allowed them to gain insights into Pokémon behaviors while working. With employment came income, and with income, one could nurture their Pokémon. Both nobles and royalty sought out skilled Pokémon breeders or cosmetologists, rendering these professions highly esteemed and respectable. However, it was clear that this trainer lacked financial means. When confronted with Nurse Joy's treatment fee breakdown, his gaze visibly faltered. Yet he ultimately retrieved sufficient funds from his backpack to cover the costs. Such was life. As Dairo and Masyu exited the Pokémon Center, having decided to linger in the area for a few days, they needed to find a suitable inn. Excuse me, sir, would you be interested in a Pokemon battle? Kate had been observing the Pokemon Center for quite some time, and none of the trainers passing through seemed a fitting opponent for him until he laid eyes on Dairo's Honchkrow and Herdier. Both being novice trainers, Kate felt a pang of envy. Why did he get to have a beautiful companion by his side? Ah, young man, is that truly your rationale for challenging me? Nevertheless, Dairo, faced with his inaugural Pokemon battle invitation, would not decline. However, he had conditions. We can battle, but since you initiated this challenge, regardless of the outcome, you must cover the costs of Pokemon treatment post-battle. Furthermore, what will be the stakes for this encounter? Hey, Nurse Joy interjected, unable to contain herself. Could you display a bit of decorum in front of such a lovely lady? What is this desperate money-grabbing attitude? Cade, avoiding Masu's gaze, focused on Dairo, but found himself at a loss upon hearing Dairo's question. Stakes? That refers to the monetary gain from a private trainer battle, or in other words, the wager. But what do I possess that could serve as a wager? His eyes flickering, Cade eventually produced a seemingly luxurious black Pokeball. This is my wager, a luxury ball, Dairo mused, considering that since it was Cade who proposed the challenge, he might not need to provide a wager of his own. Winning a luxury ball while ensuring that his opponent would cover the treatment costs for his Pokemon seemed like a surefire profit. However, Dairo's musings were interrupted by Nurse Joy. In that case, allow me to act as the referee. Please deposit your wager with me, and kindly outline the rules of this battle for both the challenger and the challenged. The battle rules stipulated a 2-on-2 format, with no items allowed, and whichever side's Pokemon fell first would be deemed the loser. Handing the luxury ball to Nurse Joy, Cade felt a pang of regret. It was a gift bestowed upon him by his grandfather before his departure. As a Pokemon breeder, he understood the significant impact such a Pokeball could have on enhancing a Pokemon's intimacy, facilitating swifter bonding with captured Pokemon. However, he had yet to undertake the examination for novice Pokemon breeders, leaving him without any suitable stakes for battle. Reluctantly, he decided to give it a try. Every successful trainer must endure countless battles, and he was no exception. My reward item is this. Dailo displayed the burning chainsaw developed by Team Rocket, then handed it over amidst Miss Joy's fearful gaze. For self-defense, it was quite impressive. As she scrutinized the high-tech chainsaw, Joy could foresee its formidable power. Perhaps even ordinary wild Pokemon would refrain from attacking Dailo, particularly those of the grass type. A single strike could result in severe injury. Chapter 16, Shiny Pokemon. While enjoying lunch at the inn, Dailo's gaze fixated on the luxurious Pokeball that spun before him. As the operational funds awarded by Team Rocket were still en route, rather, airborne, he found himself awkwardly relying on May's generosity to cover this meal. Nevertheless, May appeared unconcerned. As a fashion designer, her financial capacity to support Dailo was undoubtedly ample. No, that's not right. It seems I've included some peculiar words. Although being supported by a beautiful woman felt delightful, Dailo understood he could not indefinitely rely on May's backing. The allure of such indulgence was tempting. Yet he recognized the necessity of securing his own occupation, at least a legitimate one. May, didn't T-Card just mention he is a Pokemon breeder? Oh, that seems to be the case, doesn't it? Card, who is that? Oh, the boy from earlier. His gaze was persistently lingering on her, believing himself to be subtle, while in truth, May merely spared Dailo the embarrassment of acknowledging it. May had not anticipated needing to pay attention to such an unimpressive novice trainer, aside from fervently cheering. He had not demonstrated much strategic thought regarding the battle. Long before the match commenced, May had witnessed Dailo affixing Team Rocket's sensing chip to the necks of his Sandshrew and Honchkrow. In contrast to Card's boisterous approach to battling, Dailo's Pokemon intuitively understood their required actions with a mere thought from him. Team Rocket's configuration for their pioneering members was exceptionally advanced. Each individual, upon making their initial contribution, would be bestowed with 6 high-intelligence chips by a messenger bird. Should they require additional chips, they must earn them through their own merits. May possessed 3 of such chips, gifted to her by Dailo during their travels. As a gym leader, she comprehended the significance of these chips. Typically, only Pokemon with a strong bond could comprehend their trainer's gaze, yet Team Rocket's chips allowed for silent transmission of messages, enabling Pokemon to grasp the power of their bond in advance, thus enhancing their readiness and cognitive abilities. In stark contrast, the previous trainer's command style was almost unbearable to witness. Yet, in reality, Dailo had not contemplated it deeply. May presumed he was employing the chips for remote command. However, he was entirely devoid of any directing influence. Why? Because upon Card producing the chip, Dailo had accessed the level of the opposing Pokemon through the system. Krogunk, level 7. Rowlet, level 7. Dailo was tempted to inquire if Card held any objections to his level 17 Sandshrew and level 18 Honchkrow. However, Card could not hear him, nor could he perceive Dailo's Pokemon levels. The system could quantify Pokemon strength through level data, yet others could not. For them, a level 1 Sandshrew and a level 17 Sandshrew appeared virtually indistinguishable, leading Card to mistakenly assume Dailo was merely another novice trainer with 2 Pokemon. Indeed, Dailo was a novice trainer, yet he was not the type to receive novice Pokemon from a research lab. He was, after all, a villainous trainer who had inadvertently stumbled into a den of dogs, nearly meeting his demise. Consequently, the outcome was predictable. He decisively triumphed in the match, and Miss Joy displayed no intention of healing the defeated Pokemon. In Card's disheartened gaze, Dailo departed, triumphant, with his reward item in hand. However, having exchanged names, Dailo also learned of Card's profession, Pokemon breeder, a commendable part-time role, and one that Dailo required among his companions, though he was not yet qualified. As a trainer, needing to venture into various locales for exploration or to undertake random tasks, Dailo knew he would inevitably find himself in remote areas devoid of civilization. In such instances, a Pokemon breeder would prove invaluable. Only by ensuring Pokemon were well-rested could they perform optimally in battle. Dailo did not aspire to become a Pokemon breeder, so he aimed to recruit a teammate capable of alleviating his burdens, a vital skill indeed. Examining the coordinates on the electronic map, Dailo magnified it. The information about the town was crystal clear. Goodness, there are a plethora of undeveloped areas. The so-called developed regions refer to those marked with numbers and roads where humans can traverse, such as the path Dailo previously traversed, which was fully developed, often frequented by trainers and patrolled by Junsha. Conversely, the undeveloped areas remain gray, inhabited by aggressive wild Pokemon, and serve as Dailo's target zones for exploration. This appears to be a perilous undertaking. Is it too late for me to resign? With a tearless sigh, Dailo envied the Sandshrew resting on May's lap. It seemed the creature had a better life than he did. By the way, teacher, shall we visit the Buratano Research Institute? I have an invitation to a fashion show that I would like to present to the professor. Sure. After searching for the institute's location, Dailo was curious to see what a research facility outside Team Rocket looked like. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. System notification, shiny Pokemon detected. Notification content. A rare Pokemon possessing shiny attributes has been detected in the town. Do you wish to pursue its capture? Pokemon type, dark. Final evolution base stats, below 450. Pokemon level, low. Capture difficulty, low. What is this notification? To assist the host, the system will provide alerts for rare Pokemon within the nearby vicinity, but whether to capture them is at the host's discretion. How considerate, truly a remarkable feature. Yet, I haven't finished my meal. A base stat below 450 does not signify a high-caliber Pokemon. Generally, only those with base stats exceeding 500 post-evolution are deemed worthy of training for battle. Just as Dailo would not have sought to capture the Sandshrew had it not spontaneously invited him, he, as a pragmatic trainer, found little value in Pokemon with low training potential. Therefore, it was prudent to eat first. Curry beef brisket, 2 servings, please enjoy. The portion was substantial. Had they really ordered 2? As Dailo pondered, May effortlessly set a bowl of beef brisket on the floor. The invited Sandshrew glanced at Dailo, then at May, drooling profusely. So, this is meant for the Pokemon. With a reluctant nod, Dailo grasped the extent of May's affection for Pokemon. Upon receiving Dailo's approval, the Sandshrew and Honchkrow immediately dove into the bowl, unconcerned about the curry sauce splattering their faces, knowing Dailo would tend to them later. Dailo, am I a mere babysitter? Chapter 17, The Pickpocket. Thief. As Dailo and May contemplated their subsequent itinerary, a piercing, high-pitched cry echoed from the street. The duo instinctively turned their heads toward the window, only to witness a Junsha racing by, accompanied by a raucous panda. Ah, it seems we meet again. Are police officers always such exuberant creatures? Observing the audacious road panda, Dailo suddenly realized that his earlier collaboration with Captain Das in mocking Miss Junsha might have been somewhat imprudent. However, their gazes lingered only briefly on Miss Junsha. For this enchanting beauty could never possess the traits of a thief. So who could it be? Flapping its wings, the dark corvid perched upon the windowsill, its amber eyes scanning the street before settling on a petite blue-gray creature. The anomalous thief cat, also known as the gleaming thief cat, boasted a Pokemon level of 15, with a dark attribute and a total base stat of 281. Its current abilities and personality remained unknown, awaiting discovery upon capture. This Pokemon, known as the Malicious Eye Pokemon, adeptly employed its charming antics to lower the guard of its victims, seizing their belongings in the process. Should it become enraged, it would retaliate with its claws. Under the system's prompt, Dailo beheld the stunning blue-gray, furred Pokémon. One could not deny its aesthetic appeal, its graceful curves and devilishly sweet purple. Crescent-shaped tail formed a mesmerizing silhouette. The thief cat possessed dexterous hands, half purple and half yellow, and small beige feet, contributing to its agile form. Should such a Pokémon participate in a grand competition or a Triple Crown satellite contest, its trainer would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage. However, the pressing concern at hand was not the potential score in a grand competition, but whether Miss Junsh's ire could be abetted. The rogue panda exhibited remarkable agility in its movements, striking with precision, yet the small and nimble anomalous thief cat had devised its own escape techniques. It darted through the gaps between vendors, leaving the rogue panda, with bamboo leaves clamped in its mouth, at a loss. The rogue panda understood that capturing such a thieving Pokémon at the expense of the majority's welfare would complicate matters for its trainer. The situation below was tense and cacophonous. Yet within the restaurant's private room, the hyena dog and dark corvid gazed curiously at their trainer. Under the watchful eye of Meow, Dailo retrieved a finely crafted crossbow from his backpack, followed by a translucent blue gel arrow. Adjusting the scope, Dailo attempted to predict the thief cat's potential path. Yet, it remained too elusive. No matter how superior his equipment, an unsuccessful shot would yield no results. "Teacher, allow me to give it a try," Meow suggested, seizing the crossbow with the tranquilizer arrow. With a mere flick, the translucent blue arrow shot into the thief cat's side, much to Dailo's astonishment. With a triumphant smile at the incapacitated thief cat, Meow gracefully set down the weapon as if it were a trivial task. She patted the hyena dog's head and said, "Shall we go down and take a look?" "Very well." In just a few minutes, Dailo and Meow arrived at the scene. The tranquilizer's effects were potent, rendering the thief cat incapable of waking up anytime soon. However, that did not imply Miss Junsha was without recourse. Retrieving a second Pokeball from her belt, she summoned forth a Pokémon that starkly contrasted her own image. This Pokémon appeared to be a gray-black doll, its mouth adorned with a tightly pulled golden zipper, seemingly to prevent the release of its inner malevolence. According to legend, the cursed doll harbored vengeful spirits within, and upon unzipping its mouth, these spirits would be unleashed. This was Dailo's first close encounter with a ghost-type Pokémon, and although his Jengar would soon be delivered by a messenger bird, his curiosity about the cursed doll remained piqued. Yet, the cursed doll showed no interest in Dailo. Its wicked smile curled at the corners of its mouth as it slapped the thief cat on the forehead. Subsequently, with a horrifying scream, the perpetrator awakened. Gone was the previous air of triumph. The thief cat recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a demon. Retreating beneath the feet of the crowd, the cursed doll ceased its intimidation, having nearly obtained what it desired. With a pointed gesture of its gray-black arm, the rogue panda understood its intent. True to form, as the rogue panda rummaged through the fruit basket at the entrance of the fruit shop, a black wallet was extracted. "Take it," Miss Junsha instructed, receiving the wallet and promptly returning it to its rightful owner. Amidst the expressions of gratitude from the recipient, her gaze shifted to Meow and Dailo. "Did you administer the tranquilizer?" Indeed. Dailo's nod did not surprise Junsha. As such dubious items were typically possessed only by members of Team Rocket. Had it not been for Dailo's arrow, another suspect might have been apprehended today. Though reluctant to express it, she added, "Thank you." Without expecting a response from Dailo, she returned her two Pokémon to their Pokeballs and mounted her police motorcycle. As the roar of the engine echoed, Dailo turned to Meow, only to find her gaze instinctively directed at him. In that fleeting exchange of looks, both were momentarily taken aback, intending to look away, only to be interrupted by the hyena dog's call. "Is the dark corvid planning to engage in combat with it?" Under the guidance of the hyena dog, the two hurriedly pursued the already stealthy thief cat. This little rascal possessed exceptional stealth skills, alas. Dailo's dark corvid had developed a keen interest in the chase. On one side was the thief cat, still under the effects of the tranquilizer and terrified by the cursed doll, while on the other was the alert dark corvid. Escape was futile, and upon realizing this, the thief cat turned to face its pursuer. Standing upright on its hind legs, akin to a humanoid Pokémon, it too possessed the ability to walk bipedally. Chapter 18, The Research Institute. It felt somewhat unfair. The dark corvid showed no mercy. As Meow tended to the dark corvid's feathers, she lamented the treatment of the now battered thief cat. Yet, the dark corvid appeared indifferent, having begun to grasp some of its trainer's philosophies. For instance, in informal battles, one could utilize every advantage available. The dark corvid was adapting. It needed to learn when to be silent, when to strike fiercely, and how to escape. Such elements were essential to master. Just as Dailo had unhesitatingly captured it after being knocked down by the hyena dog, the dark corvid was not inherently principled. It had developed a fondness for its trainer, appreciating this pragmatic disposition while also caring for its Pokémon trainer. The hyena dog, having been unconscious during the earlier confrontation, was unaware, but the dark corvid had witnessed Dailo's explosive display of power in its entirety. That decisive blow against the Tyranitar made it realize the worthiness of following this trainer. Meow's skilled hands restored the dark corvid's disheveled feathers. But it still needed to visit Nurse Joy for recovery, especially after having nearly vanquished the thief cat with a barrage of wing attacks following its dark mist. This was, aside from the earlier encounter with Tyranitar, the dark corvid's first battle after being captured by Dailo, and it aimed to conclude it decisively. Pleased to witness Nurse Joy's pale complexion, the dark corvid pondered her earlier question. How did you sustain such severe injuries? What kind of trainer are you? Dailo, bewildered, replied softly, I just captured it. Nurse Joy. The dark corvid could only think to retort, I did that. Do you disagree? However, the formidable healing methods at the Pokémon Center came to the rescue. As the sleek-furred Meowth was handed over by Nurse Joy, a familiar notification resonated in Dailo's mind. Would you like to transfer to Team Rocket's headquarters? Yes. There was no room for hesitation. Although this Meowth displayed agility and cunning in its misdeeds, it was still a Pokémon with a base stat total of less than 500. While it might serve well for charming others, it was hardly suitable for battling and questing. You can handle the crying and whining for Boss Banmo. System notification, Pokémon has been successfully transferred. Reward, honor points 100, 1 application for a Rocket Team Pokémon mount, and a sum of operational funds. An application for a Pokémon mount? That was indeed a splendid reward. Once he captured a suitable mount-worthy Pokémon, Team Rocket's headquarters would provide Dailo with a complete set of riding gear, such as reins and saddles. As for the operational funds, well, the more, the merrier. Ahead lay the doctor's research facility. Dailo spotted the standard scientific structures from afar, yet his steps faltered at the sound of Maris's voice. What's wrong? Sensing Dailo's unusual demeanor, Maris inquired. I sensed something dangerous from the doctor's direction. Dailo's expression darkened, a chill creeping down his spine. It was a familiar sensation that eluded his memory. Never mind, let us go check it out. Shaking off the disquieting feeling, Dailo took the lead. Okay, Maris nodded. Though worry lingered in her eyes, she followed his stride. Just as they were about to enter the research facility, a figure clad in a lab coat blocked their path. I advise you not to seek death here, Dailo. The individual wore an expression of exasperation and dissatisfaction, causing Maris to be taken aback by their familiarity. Yet, Dailo reacted as if encountering an acquaintance, swiftly asking, What brings you here? I made a deal with the doctor. 1 month of work for a Froakie and a chase bin. The lab-coated figure casually replied, though their gaze lingered on Maris. Unfortunately, the piercing crimson eyes of a Honchkrow interrupted their line of sight. Joking aside, even if you are an acquaintance of the master, you ought to show respect to the future mistress. The Honchkrow and Houndoom had already designated Maris with the title of mistress, and now, if anyone dared to scrutinize her, the Honchkrow would ensure they understood the meaning of a gaze that had been singled out by a raven. Dailo subtly obstructed the other's gaze, comprehending their earlier comment. What lurks inside? A Garchomp, your nightmare, the beast that nearly annihilated your entire team. So, do you still wish to go in? It is a Pokémon the doctor uses to observe Mega Evolution, and even if it is slightly weaker than the one you encountered, it won't be too far off. The lab-coated figure forced a wry smile, yet spoke the truth. They understood Dailo's past, but it was evident that the memory of that creature had been erased from his mind, and forcibly awakening such dangerous recollections was too perilous. Little did they know, Dailo's memories were gradually resurfacing. The day he encountered the Banjuras was precisely when he had unconsciously manifested a power he could not control by envisioning it as a Garchomp. I sensed something was amiss. It turns out to be a Pokémon of that guy's kind. Dailo's gaze flickered, and upon learning that the doctor housed a Garchomp, his previous anxiety dissipated. After all, the greatest fear for any person is the fear of the unknown. In any case, you shouldn't come here. I heard you were the second among us to complete a contribution. If it weren't for her background, Nappas wouldn't have been able to acquire a Dratini with quasi-divine potential before you. Ultimately, it all comes down to connections. If your leader hadn't left, perhaps you would have been the most formidable among us in Team Rocket. Leader? Captain? Dailo sighed, pondering whether he might be living somewhere with his cloned Pokémon. It doesn't matter. The headquarters has rewarded me with a ghastly and a dark stone to evolve my Honchkrow. Even if I encounter a Dratini, I will not be at a disadvantage. Dailo remained confident. Besides, what was there to compete with a woman who relied solely on her connections? After all, They had previously collaborated and harbored no adversarial relationship. Well, it seems she plans to return to headquarters to assemble a team soon. What about you? Going back, the lab-coated figure curiously regarded Dailo, pondering why he would encounter a companion in Kalos at this hour. Logically, one should hasten to form a team as soon as they made a contribution, right? This is my teammate, Maris, the fairy-type gym leader of the Kalos region. Chapter 19, Dailo's Condition. Huh. The lab-coated figure was taken aback. To charm women to your level makes me feel inadequate, I must admit. A fairy-type gym leader? Aren't you afraid of being intercepted by the champion or Elite Four when you stroll out with Team Rocket's expedition team? And what if Shiba comes and ambushes Team Rocket? Pretending to wipe cold sweat from his forehead, the lab-coated figure genuinely lost interest in admiring beautiful women. What if the Alliance discovers that Team Rocket has abducted a gym leader? How would that end well? Shiba, the fighting-type master of the Kanto region, was notorious for targeting local criminal organizations. He was also the most dreaded adversary that Team Rocket members wished to avoid encountering outside of Miss Junsha. When facing Miss Junsha, Team Rocket members could boldly declare, "We can still fight." But when confronted by Master Shiba, they would wonder, "Who will save us?" After all, Shiba was a humanoid Pokémon. Compared to Dailo and his peers, who only knew a few fighting-type moves, Shiba was a true martial arts master. His combos could send a Machoke flying, and he was the current Kanto champion. Frankly, both Dailo and the lab-coated man felt a sense of trepidation towards the Elite Four. Who knew what thoughts occupied the minds of those seasoned champions? It's fine, I will handle the transition of the gym. When the time comes, we'll just need an elite from the Kalos region to assess the strength. Maris appeared self-assured, calmly reassuring Dailo amidst his anxiety. What more could the lab-coated man say? He was merely curious about how Dailo managed to stumble upon such a beautiful woman in Kalos. Why was there such a vast disparity between individuals? When he fell, all he encountered was a middle-aged doctor in a lab coat. Forget it. I'll head to work now. Garchomp doesn't tee off and come out, so if you wish to explore outside, feel free. With a more serious expression, the man entered the research facility, and Dailo had no intention of following. Seeking death was out of the question. The Banjiras served as a warning, and he was not yet ready to engage with those seemingly ferocious bipedal Pokémon. Dailo, wait for me here. I'll go deliver the invitation to the doctor. Maris's bangs obscured her eyes, while Dailo's thoughts drifted. He absent-mindedly responded, and the graceful figure followed the lab-coated man into the research facility. What is your name? Maris's demeanor shifted as she faced the lab-coated figure. Caught off guard, realizing this individual might be Dailo's colleague, she had no time for pleasantries. Releasing her Pokémon, she cornered the lab-coated man against the wall. Raising his hands, Nathan was bewildered, wondering why the mood had soured so suddenly. And by the way, is this fairy-type EV of yours exceptionally powerful? Dailo, are you sure it's wise to recruit someone like this as a teammate? What if she's an undercover agent sent by the Alliance? Wouldn't that spell disaster? Nathan was genuinely sweating now. Fairy, ghost, and psychic types were notorious for their unpredictable methods of attack. One could easily meet their end without even realizing it. I do not wish for him to wait too long at the door. Thus, I kindly ask you to enlighten me about what Dailo encountered previously, and why his memories were erased by Pokémon. Meishu's demeanor was rather frosty. This matter had lingered in her mind ever since she left the hospital. As Dailo's partner, she hoped to assist him in ways beyond merely training her own Pokémon. In truth, this incident had caused quite a stir initially, with numerous reports circulating online. Even the regions of Kalos, Unova, and Sinnoh must have had their share of information. Nathan still held his hands aloft, though his expression was less tense now. Although he stood before the gym leader of the league, he felt a sense of security in the presence of the professor. He doubted that the presence of the Sylveon was unnoticed by the Mega Garchomp. Choosing his words carefully, Nathan continued. Team Rocket once cloned a legendary Pokémon. A creature you might refer to as Mutwo, a psychic-type Pokémon of formidable strength. Upon its creation, the higher-ups of Team Rocket ordered it to lead a squad to capture Pokémon across various locales. Dailo was a member of that squad, thus for him, the true captain was Mutwo, rather than the subsequent Dusk. However, nothing is ever absolute. A legendary Pokémon could not be easily subdued. Just as Team Rocket reveled in their achievements, a more troublesome organization emerged, accompanied by Mega Garchomp, Metagross, and a multitude of powerful Pokémon. They besieged the exploration team, led by Mutwo. 70% of the squad's members fell victim to those vicious Pokémon, as they were merely responsible for tossing Pokeballs, not trained battlers. Even with some combat skills, they stood no chance against several quasi-legendaries. I actually caught wind of the news and am aware of Dailo's ordeal with Tyranitar. He might have mistakenly perceived Tyranitar as Garchomp, But that was not the sole reason. In that battle, aside from Dragonite and Dragapult, all other quasi-legendary Pokémon made their appearance. With rock and dark attributes, Tyranitar, dragon and flying attributes of Dragonite, steel and psychic attributes of Metagross, dragon and ground attributes of Garchomp, dark and dragon attributes of Hydreigon, and the quasi-legendary Sylvie from the Alola region were all present. However, due to Mutwo's terrifying prowess, all quasi-legendaries aside from Garchomp were thwarted, which explains why Dailo only remembers Garchomp. It was the only Pokémon that inflicted true harm upon him, that bloodied Mega Garchomp. Deliver this to the professor. Farewell. Hearing the commotion from the corridor, Meishu understood that Garchomp had detected the scent of Sylveon. She wished to avoid conflict here, so after dropping off the invitation, she departed swiftly. Although Nathan had not disclosed the entirety of the information, Meishu could piece together that a majority of the squad had been decimated by a Mega Garchomp. What profound psychological scars would the survivors carry? Forgetting was the only remedy, which elucidates why Mutwo concealed Dairo's memories. But what kind of organization would dare commit such acts under the League's governance? Meishu was unaware of the scene back then, and neither was Nathan, yet both, whether departing from the research institute or recovering under Garchomp's comfort, comprehended the depth of that torment. That organization was Dairo's adversary, an unequivocal enemy. Chapter 20. The Return of the Messenger Bird. Let us proceed. With no hint of haste, Meishu waved to Dailo, who awaited at the entrance. All right, Dailo replied. For reasons unknown, Dairo's Honchkrow was unlike his other Pokémon. It preferred to perch on his shoulder whenever there was little else to do. Though Honchkrow's weight was somewhat considerable, Dailo had trained for a year and managed to bear it with some effort. The two ambled about, spending days exploring the most vibrant districts of Kalos. As they prepared to board the bus to Santalin City, the sound of flapping wings resonated from above. The messenger bird has arrived. At long last. No more relying on others. The moment Dailo received the activity funds, he felt his spirit uplifted. Such is the power of money. The very foundation of dignity in this world. Ah, the beauty of existence. I praise you and implore you for a luminous future. Honchkrow was at a loss for words. It was outside the Pokeball, still adorned with a chip. Is it truly healthy for you, Master, to harbor such intricate thoughts? Nevertheless, upon catching sight of the dark stone, Honchkrow's eyes inevitably gleamed. After securing Dairo's consent, its yellow beak grasped the ominous purple-black stone. Amidst the flash of white light, Meishu bore witness to Dairo's first evolved Pokémon. Honchkrow, evolution successful, now a Honchkrow. Marvelous. Observing the feathers at its head transform into a gentleman's hat, Dailo felt a newfound confidence in his strength. However, after successfully absorbing the dark stone, Honchkrow did not immediately seek intimacy with Dailo. Its piercing gaze fixated on the Pokeball from the messenger bird, which had yet to be unveiled. It sensed an aura even more enigmatic than its own. Hee! Bang! A flash of red light erupted as the unattended Pokeball sprang open, enveloped in purple-black mist. The playful visage of a mischievous Ghastly met Honchkrow's serious stare. Perhaps this is what they call contrasting personalities? In stark contrast to Honchkrow's solemnity and cunning, this Ghastly epitomized carefree abandon. Its cheerful demeanor momentarily stunned Meishu. The Pokémon accompanying Dailo had matured, allowing for communication. In this world, there exist trainers capable of perfect rapport with Pokémon, and Meishu was among them. Prior to today, she could not converse with Dairo's Pokémon, as Sandshrew and Honchkrow were too young, lacking the intelligence for dialogue. Yet now, whether it was the evolved Honchkrow or the newly arrived Ghastly, both possessed the capacity to engage with Meishu. Sensing Meishu's gaze upon it, Ghastly playfully rotated its expression, turning its mouth upwards and eyes downwards in a circle before affectionately nuzzling Dairo's cheek. Recognizing its master as scent, the frolicsome Ghastly then willingly returned to its Pokeball. The messenger bird cast a wistful glance at Dailo, lamenting the multitude of tasks he seemed to accumulate. Just having delivered one item, it was now expected to bring another. Sigh, time to return and resume work. It had been ages since a Rocket member had contributed with such alacrity. On board the bus to Santalin City, Dailo and Meishu dozed for several hours. Although they had enjoyed their recent excursions, fatigue had begun to settle in. Fortunately, the bus was devoid of chatty seniors or unruly children, making for a smooth journey. Meishu, you're back? A woman clad in a kimono. Her wooden clogs clattering as she jogged towards them, her chestnut waves fluttering with the wind. Upon reaching the entrance, she paused, gazing at Dailo trailing behind, Meishu with a moment of surprise. Is he a challenger? No. Dailo challenging Meishu. Forget it, I can't win. Over the past few days, Dailo had seen the Pokémon Meishu had sent over from the Pokémon Center. Although that Sylvian was stunning and affectionate, a mere glance could send Sanshru quaking in fear. Its strength was evident. Mami, allow me to introduce you to my captain and teacher, Dairo. With a smile, Meishu revealed a bit more information than intended as she introduced Dairo to the kimono-clad woman named Maumi. Teacher? Captain? What is the meaning of this? Well, let us discuss it inside. It is also understood that there are certain messages that require more attention. Matsuya grasped Mamei's hand as they walked towards the dojo. By the way, Matsuya, a talent agent approached you a couple of days ago, inquiring whether you would be interested in continuing your modeling career. Remembering something, Mamei turned and said, just help me decline it. Without a moment's hesitation, Matsuya resolutely dismissed the so-called modeling invitation. However, the other party seemed to stutter, unable to articulate a coherent response, and Mamei's expression appeared somewhat stiff. She was uncertain where to begin. What seems to be the issue? Matsuya maintained her familiar smile. Yet Dairo felt a slight chill. That smile was far too courteous. I am not quite sure, Mamei, as a fellow mature woman, dared not meet Matsuya's gaze. Feeling overwhelmed by her formidable presence. Understanding Mamei's predicament, Matsuya did not press further, instead suggesting, let us schedule a time for me to meet with that agent. There were 3 of them, Mamei replied honestly. All right, I understand. Please have Huayan meet me first, and then contact Jimi, informing her that our dojo requires a change of master inspection. Jimi, one of the elite 4 from the Kalos region, was a water-type master. Huh, Matsuya you? Mamei raised her head in disbelief, only to be met with a pair of onyx-like eyes. Just do as I say, Matsuya stated calmly. Okay. It was only after Mamei left that Dairo noticed the usual gentleness in Matsuya. Perhaps this dojo truly was not a fitting place for her. She seemed excessively constrained. A lavish dinner was laid out on the table, yet the young women present remained silent. Dairo, a man, also found no inclination to fill the void with idle chatter. The trainers in Matsuya's dojo, all clad in kimonos, were quite attractive, yet they were overshadowed by Matsuya's presence. Each had their own merits, it could be said. Dairo picked at his rice, particularly fond of the black pepper beef before him. Other dishes felt distant, and he didn't wish to appear as though he had never experienced fine cuisine in front of such beauties. Notably, Matsuya would occasionally serve him more food, a scene that left the women present speechless. What was happening? The usually aloof dojo master was treating a man so kindly? Hadn't she always despised those who fawned over her? Dairo had grown accustomed to it. Over the past few days, dining together had revealed Matsuya's formidable financial prowess and the gentle nature she occasionally displayed. Chapter 21, Junsha of Aroma City. Matsuya, Miss Junsha has arrived, and she is just outside the dojo. A girl with golden hair and twin ponytails, dressed in a kimono, rushed in from outside. Upon hearing the name Junsha, Dairo momentarily stiffened but quickly regained his composure. What was there to fear? At worst, he could run away. I'll step out for a moment and return shortly. Teacher, I have prepared a bedroom for you. Let Huayan guide you there, he indicated to the golden-haired girl, realizing she was the next master of Aroma Dojo. Very well, mister. Dairo, please follow me. Not daring to show any signs of negligence, Huayan promptly led Dairo toward the back of the dojo. Once the two had departed, Matsuya began to ponder the purpose of Miss Junsha's visit. The League would not so aggressively pursue members of Team Rocket. What, then, was Junsha's objective? Hello, Miss Matsuya. With a serious bow, Junsha of Aroma City appeared, accompanied by the signature Pokémon of the Kalos region, Ampharos. Greetings, is there something I can assist you with? Matsuya detected no hostility from Junsha, and Ampharos wore a friendly expression. Oh, it's like this. Mr. Dairo assisted us in capturing a Pokémon hunter, so the League's officials decided to commend his actions. This is a banner of honor, along with some monetary rewards and small gifts. Additionally, there are several EVs entrusted to the Joy family that could not be released in time. If Mr. Dairo is interested, he may attempt to capture them. After articulating her intentions, Matsuya was momentarily taken aback. Why hadn't Junsha approached Dairo directly? Well, you know, my position makes it inconvenient for me to meet him. With a hint of regret, Junsha's azure hair obscured her eyes, revealing her desire to meet the man who had aided her significantly. Yet fearing their relationship might complicate the interaction. I believe as long as you harbor no ill intentions, he would not mind, Matsuya insightfully reassured her. Really? That is wonderful. I would love to express my gratitude to him. Without his help in capturing that criminal, I might have faced dismissal like Junsha from Mirei City. Dismissal? What happened? Suppressing her curiosity, Matsuya invited Dairo and Junsha to a nearby cafe. So, due to a low case resolution rate, and because Ampharos had not yet been tamed, she was dismissed? Dairo pondered over a slice of cake, while contemplating the implications of Junsh's earlier comments, sighing softly. Indeed, it occurred just yesterday. The competition within the Junsha family is quite fierce. While it is unfortunate, there are certainly others more suited for that position. I believe that Pandaru and Zangoose are no less capable than Ampharos. Dairo recalled the prowess exhibited by those two Pokémon during the pursuit of a thief. He was confident he could not defeat them. True, yet she simply could not tame Ampharos. Furthermore, the last time a member of Team Rocket pillaged trainers' Pokémon in Mirai, she was unable to resolve that incident. Expressing her sympathy for her companion's plight, Junsha of Aroma City felt grateful for Dairo's assistance in apprehending the reckless Pokémon hunter that day. Otherwise, they would have had to replace her. However, the individual before her was also a member of Team Rocket, albeit one who had brought her good fortune. Contemplating this, Junsha's gaze toward Dairo occasionally softened. Matsuya sensed a hint of something amiss and was about to speak when Junsha made a crucial declaration. Mr. Dairo, if possible, I would like to invite you to be my deputy. The most successful villain turned out to be an undercover agent in the police department? Dairo nearly choked on his coffee, almost spluttering it out. Fortunately, the crow-headed Pokémon helped him regain his composure, preventing Junsha's newly donned police uniform from being stained. Becoming a police officer is utterly impossible. I could never be a police officer in this lifetime. Why did Dairo suddenly recite such a line? He was unsure, but he felt it was quite fitting. It must be said, Dairo's instinctive response pleased Matsuya immensely. Truth be told, the fairy-like EV resting on her lap had sensed Matsuya's barely contained killing intent from the very beginning, as though if Dairo failed to provide a satisfactory answer, Junsha might meet a bloody end. What a pity. Sorrowfully shaking her coffee cup, Junsha of Aroma City summoned the waiter. Check, please. The three exited the cafe, each harboring their own thoughts. As they bid farewell, Junsha cast a reluctant glance at Dairo, unbeknownst to the individuals at the police station. Their superior had developed an idol in her heart. He was a criminal who had squared off against a demigod, yet he had become Junsha's idol. Mr. Dairo, may I take a photo with you? Matsuya's murderous intent could no longer be contained. This well-dressed mature woman, in high heels, shot a glance at Dairo and said, I will head to the dojo to wait for you. Receiving a glance of good luck from the fairy-like Eevee, the crow-headed Pokémon felt a twinge of panic, wondering if it would be plucked of its feathers during the next grooming session by Matsuya. Thus, the indecisive creature flapped its wings and flew onto Matsuya's shoulder. It was not that the allies were ineffectual, but rather that the enemy was too formidable. Boss, I will take my leave first. What the heck? Dairo was utterly taken aback by Matsuya's demeanor, yet it would be impolite to follow her departure at this moment. Embarrassed, Miss Junsha managed to smile and said to Dailo, let us take a photograph, as a memento. I apologize for putting you in an awkward position. Noticing Miaoxio's demeanor, Miss Junsha felt a blend of helplessness and a hint of pride. The tall and graceful police officer produced her mobile phone, gently leaning against Dailo in her uniform, and with a delicate tap, captured a snapshot of the Rocket Team officer alongside a member of the Junsha family. Until we meet again, Mr. Dailo, and rest assured, regardless of your future actions, I shall not pursue your capture. With that, Miss Junsha strode away, the roar of her motorcycle echoing in the distance. Dailo, feeling dejected, glanced around, finding solace only in the timely appearance of Ghost, who offered a brief comfort to his spirits. The hyena Pokémon trembled within its Pokeball, sensing its owner's fierce battle spirit. It was acutely aware that its master might soon face a thrashing. Is the photo done? Miaoxio inquired, pausing her magazine as she observed Dailo's return to the dojo. Yes, Dailo cautiously uttered. The design of the Junsha family's police uniform is quite commendable. It is indeed beautiful. When a fashion designer praises another's attire, it often signifies genuine admiration. Yet, Dailo discerned that it was the uniform that rendered Miss Junsha particularly alluring. Chapter 22. Karuna preparations for the fashion show were proceeding at a frenetic pace. Even Dailo sometimes found himself unable to locate Miaoxio. The kimono-clad beauties of the dojo had been welcoming numerous prestigious guests of considerable social standing. For instance, the previous visit from Karen, accompanied by a local confectionery star, was memorable. She donned a swan-like gown, adorned with a striking Mega Evolution necklace, and was none other than the champion of the Kalos region, Karuna. Additionally, there was a noble girl with a mismatched Shinado, seemingly of royal descent from a foreign land. Two of the Elite Four were also present, including the water-type Master Jumi, who had come to test the dojo's prowess, and the ever-smiling dragon-type Master Doricena. In summary, Dailo felt hesitant to venture outside. It was not a matter of inferiority. Rather, the individuals present were undeniably more accomplished than he. Moreover, his affiliation with Team Rocket was well known among the discerning. and it would be prudent for him to remain inconspicuous for the sake of everyone's safety, should he dare to act otherwise. Both the champion and the Elite Four would ensure he did not leave Kalos in order to uphold the League's reputation. Until the mission from Team Rocket was issued, it would be wise to play the role of the humble servant. Knock, knock, knock. The brief sound of knocking had become all too familiar in recent days. Apart from Miao Xiao, it was the neighboring Karuna who most frequently visited. Dailo's bedroom was predominantly dim, with the curtains drawn tightly, while the hyena Pokémon napped beneath the bedside table, perhaps having inherited the genes of its larger cousin, the wolfhound, as it had a penchant for afternoon slumbers. Meanwhile, the crow Pokémon was preening its feathers. Dailo had noticed its peculiar obsession with appearances and decided to indulge its whims, believing that happiness was paramount. As for Ghost, well, it was likely off somewhere causing mischief again. Since assuming responsibility for Ghost, Dailo had received countless complaints from the dojo's beauties. Today it had pilfered cosmetics. Tomorrow, it had transformed into a monster in the mirror. On the first night, its pajamas had vanished, and the following morning, it was discovered that its undergarments were missing as well. After several days, the women had transitioned from despair to acceptance, ultimately regarding Dailo with the same expression reserved for a peculiar gentleman. Nonetheless, Dailo's door rarely opened. This recluse spent his days either perusing online news or indulging in documentaries. And when boredom struck, he might engage in a downloaded single-player game. There was certainly no lack of activities to keep him occupied. As for training Pokémon, he preferred to avoid that. Being apprehended by righteous individuals for disturbing the peace would be quite undesirable. In the days of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei had planted a plethora of cabbages to allay Cao Cao's suspicions, and Dailo was engaging in a similar ruse, attempting to convey to those in the League that he posed no threat, thus requiring minimal attention to his every move. Though somewhat anxious, Dailo eventually opened the door to the celebrity outside. There was no air of aloofness. Over the past few days, he had discerned a certain playfulness in the star's demeanor, evident from the very purpose of her visit. Do you have a moment? I wish to visit a particular dessert shop. After taking in her appearance, he noted a certain underground operative vibe. Was this attire truly considered male? She had evidently gone to great lengths to evade the prying eyes of the paparazzi. Her outfit comprised oversized sunglasses that obscured half her face, a long trench coat, and form-fitting jeans, truly befitting a star. Dailo had little to say. Ever since Karen had passed on the task to him, gravely informing him of his responsibilities, his life as a recluse had come to an abrupt end. Miss Miao Xiao has instructed me to look after Miss Karuna, ensuring that I fulfill her every request. However, my workload is quite substantial. Thus, Miss Miao Xiao suggested that this could serve as an opportunity. Forming a good rapport with the champion could offer a measure of safety. In essence, Dailo had been relegated to the role of the star's devoted attendant. He casually donned a coat, accepted the celebrity's handbag, and returned his Pokémon to its Pokeball. Though few would dare to target a champion, Dailo felt a lingering unease in following such a prominent figure, underscoring the importance of self-preservation. Karuna had grown accustomed to Dailo's conscientiousness. Initially, the transformation of her guide from a stunning beauty to a reclusive male had been disconcerting. However, his unwavering commitment to meeting her every whim endeared him to her, prompting her to abandon her previous constraints and indulge in her desires. This manifested in excursions to various dessert shops, afternoon manicures, and evening movie outings. As Karen had aptly remarked, Dailo treated the hyena Pokémon as a mere tool, while Karuna regarded Dailo as a servant. But what was the situation now? Dailo found himself holding the handbag in one hand and a shopping bag in the other, with the crow perched upon his shoulder and the hyena at his feet, appearing poised for action. Yet, the focus of Karuna's attention lay elsewhere. Approaching them was a man clad in a flashy white suit, cradling a vibrant bouquet of roses. Had Karuna donned her usual swan gown, there might have been an air of poetic elegance between them. However, upon witnessing the star's impatient gaze, Dailo understood precisely how to proceed. Sir? Dailo began to inquire, only to receive a warning glare in response. To put it simply, Dailo was no pushover. He believed in mutual respect. Yet, should one choose to disregard him, there would be little left to discuss. Before he could voice his thoughts, the man spoke first. Miss Karuna, having such a fellow accompany you is quite detrimental to your image. Setting aside his questionable affiliation with the League, his prowess as a trainer is utterly subpar. The personal attack soured Dailo's expression, his eyes fixated on the suited man, who remained entirely dismissive of his discontent. Shinado, teleport, a cool voice emerged from behind Dailo. He had yet to learn the man's name, yet it hardly mattered now, as Karuna's demeanor remained amicable. Psychic trainers often conveyed commands without words, and the bond between Karuna and Shinedo allowed them to understand each other with merely a glance. Yet, Karuna still uttered the words teleport. This action conveyed a clear message, a definitive desire to avoid the man. Regardless of the humiliation Dailo had just endured, Karuna's response was impressively executed. Are you not attempting to enhance your own worth by belittling my friend? I shall regard you as nothing more than an obstruction, a mere cur. So what is there for you to take pride in? Chapter 23, The Agent. Although Dailo yearned to recall the expression of that cultured scoundrel from before, the spittle of the individual before him was nearly splattering across his visage. Mr. Dailo, how many times must I reiterate? Miss Karuna's schedule is exceedingly tight. Her visit to Aroma City has already caused numerous delays. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from clandestinely whisking my young lady away. Dailo, his mind clouded with frustration, dared not retort. After all, the agent was entirely correct. Even our illustrious star remained silent, clearly indicating their fault. However, the crux of the matter was that he must bear the brunt of this situation. For it was impossible to expect the star to weather such storms, an impossibility in this lifetime. Thus, Dailo graciously admitted his fault. Well, I just purchased a pair of high heels for you. Would you care to try them on? What the? Even the star, whose expression was typically composed, was taken aback. When had he covertly bought heels for her? Hadn't he always been trailing behind her? High heels. As Karuna's agent, Miss Maebo had always adhered to a meticulous lifestyle. Her attire was invariably formal office wear. Due to the star's demanding schedule, her own free time was exceedingly scarce. Yet, Dailo, having noticed that she had broken a heel while training her Pokémon days prior, had suddenly thought to procure a new pair for her. To be fair, one ought to present a token of appreciation to an agent with whom one frequently interacts. The two women watched as Dailo retrieved a designer shoe box from a tote bag and opened it. Is this the new collection from Maravana? You possess quite the discerning eye. Well, you did try on so many pairs. I could hardly miss the most exquisite pair apart from the one you chose, could I? Of course, Dailo could only voice such thoughts internally. After all, Maebo's appearance was distinctly different from that of the star. And what suited the star might not necessarily flatter Maebo. Nevertheless, regardless of compatibility, the sentiment behind the gesture remained paramount. One ought to present more gifts to avoid constant reprimands during encounters. It was quite unfortunate, really. Dailo had genuinely grown fearful of this agent's scorn. If even Karuna found her formidable, he certainly would not fare any better. In an unexpected display of vulnerability, Maebo did not mind trying on the shoes under the scrutinizing gazes of the two. She nodded in satisfaction, and even Karuna's critical gaze failed to detect any flaws. The agent's demeanor visibly improved as she glanced at Dailo and stated, "How much was it? I shall reimburse you. The receipt is in the bag." What the? Both Karuna and Maebo were momentarily stunned, reflecting on how they were typically on the receiving end of gifts. Yet today, an anomaly had presented itself. Not only did he not offer the shoes voluntarily, but he also proactively provided the receipt for reimbursement, despite their internal musings. Maebo gracefully opened the bag and extracted a voucher. "This is a gift from Karen. She mentioned you too could visit the nearby mall." Dailo cautiously explained about the receipt, noting that it had been charged to Karuna's bank card. Retrieving the receipt would be akin to courting disaster. Just as Dailo finally found a moment of leisure to dine with Maishio, he received a message from Karen. "Miss Maishio requests your presence in the reception room. The previous agent has returned." Huh. Oh, that agent who wants Maishio to model again? Isn't that akin to poaching? The distance from the bedroom to the reception room was short, yet the atmosphere inside was stiflingly oppressive. "Miss Maishio, the benefits our company offers you are among the most generous in the industry. Why do you remain reluctant to accept?" The bespectacled man, clad in sharp attire, perused the contract. He had come with a mission, yet the indifference exuded by his counterpart left him at a loss. Furthermore, from the moment he entered, the unique aura of the fairy-type trainer influenced his thought process. A troublesome adversary. The bespectacled man inwardly lamented. His least favorite communicants were those of the fairy, dark, ghost, and psychic types. Trainers of these types were inherently distinct from ordinary individuals, and the gradual evolution of their attributes made their aura increasingly akin to that of the Pokémon they trained. This phenomenon explained why psychic trainers of a certain caliber could wield telekinesis independently. Their interactions with Pokémon granted them an extraordinary spiritual strength, potent enough to alter reality through sheer will. Controlling his expression, the man felt that half of his shirt was already drenched with sweat, though the outer suit concealed it well. However, this did not hinder his objective. Despite the tension, he still needed to fulfill his duties. Yet the dilemma was, she was truly stunning. No wonder the young master aspired to have her model. Such beauty was indeed a rarity in this world. Hey, Have you completely succumbed to the allure of fairy types? Dailo instantly recognized the state of his adversary. It resembled the effects of a narcotic. A glance downward revealed an unfortunate arousal. There was nothing left to say. As the door swung open, Dailo launched a flurry of kicks at the advancing bespectacled man. Exercising restraint, Dailo refrained from targeting the groin. For in all fairness, this was not entirely his fault. It was not a lack of resolve on the hero's part, but rather the captivating beauty that ensnared him, pulling the bewildered Maishio out of the reception room. Dailo was momentarily taken aback by the amused expression on his opponent's face. Why did you pull me out? I was hoping to teach him a lesson. Maishio adjusted Dailo's collar, lightly expressing her discontent. Dailo, momentarily entranced by the fragrance of her hair, failed to respond. What lesson? At the very least, I wanted to record his embarrassing moments and send them to his company. Maishio casually stated her chilling intention. Isn't that more akin to a declaration of war? Dailo's lips twitched, increasingly convinced that his decision to extricate Maishio was indeed sagacious. Such words sounded rather terrifying. It would be better if such a scenario never unfolded. He hoped that on the day their opinions diverged, she might still leave him a way out. A shiver ran down Dailo's spine as cold sweat broke forth. He had never realized how formidable this woman truly was. Upon returning to the bedroom, Dailo intended to close the door, but was halted by Maishio. Have you not eaten yet? Allow me to take you out for a late-night snack. With nothing pressing on his agenda, and the moonlight being just right, how could he refuse the invitation of such a beautiful woman? Just as he was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly sensed a surge of lethal intent. Instinctively, he sidestepped Maishio, barely managing to draw a weapon before unleashing a swift punch, uncharged. Die. Chapter 24. The Fairy EV. The silvery blade met Dailo's fist. His unprotected right hand immediately experienced excruciating pain. Blood flowed freely, the wound revealing white bone beneath. The searing agony contorted Dailo's face. The corridor's lighting was dim at night. Yet he discerned that the attacker was no mere human, for there was a distinct aroma, a metallic scent unique to machinery. System prompt. The assailant is identified as an evil, steel-type Pokémon/commander. Its level exceeds the host's challenge threshold. Direct confrontation is not advised. Indeed, it was a Pokémon. Dailo's right arm hung limply, the pain hastening his breath as he glared at the figure emerging from the shadows. However, realizing something, he quickly retreated a step, slamming the door shut with his left hand. The ensuing clash of blade against wood echoed throughout the corridor. Truly impressive combat prowess. Dailo recognized that the assailant's objective was assassination. Whether aimed at him, Maishio, or both, such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. The demeanor of this executioner is chilling, reminiscent of the ravenous leader of Team Dailo. His ruthless pursuit of objectives is utterly disquieting. Such opponents, driven solely by a desire to kill, instill a fear akin to that which police officers feel when confronting criminals fixated on instigating terror. If one's motive is merely monetary, it is manageable. However, when the intent is to take lives, the situation becomes dire for the law enforcement. Yet, amidst Dailo's heightened tension, a butterfly-like figure flitted past his line of sight. Mia was unaware of the identity of this individual, as her view was obstructed by Dailo's silhouette. However, she did catch sight of Dailo's feeble, drooping arm. Dailo was oblivious to Mia's prior expression and thus remained unaware of the emotions harbored by the figure behind him. As a designer with a background in modeling, Mia perpetually maintained an impeccable facade. It was only in Dailo's presence that her words, expressions, and actions became more natural and approachable. Yet, he remained the nucleus of her world. Mia was reluctant to trust those who approached her, be they from the CD region or Kalos. She had encountered an abundance of admirers, some with ulterior motives, others merely captivated by her beauty. However, her pride prevented her from engaging with such individuals. Her professional smile concealed a profound indifference. Gradually, she had transformed, her interactions with fairy-type Pokémon honing her perceptiveness to an almost eerie degree, allowing her to discern thoughts from the subtlest of gestures. Since assuming the role of gym leader, her interactions were primarily limited to challengers or individuals of equal standing within the league. At times, she found the wealthy youths who sought to challenge her with their Pokémon somewhat endearing, for they were still young and lacked the grotesque facades of the elite. Human interactions had become tiresome for Mia, leading her heart to gradually close off. Only fairy-type Pokémon could bring her joy, a perspective she held prior to meeting Dailo. Their encounter was serendipitous. Dailo's sudden appearance startled her, disrupting her previously calm existence. Dailo might have assumed that Mia had only observed his battle tactics during his challenge against the Dark Raven. In truth, she had noticed him the moment he plummeted from the sky as a reckless member of Team Rocket. This rare curiosity intertwined their fates. Mia was certain that Dailo was truly seeing her for the first time and could feel the magnetic pull between them. Even before he offered to teach her the move Meteor Punch, she was confident he would not decline her request. Such was her self-assurance. However, when the purple tail of a Venomoth, seemingly poised to pierce her heart, emerged, she believed she was destined to perish. This was the thought of a solitary soul teetering on the brink of existence. Yet Dailo's intrusion shattered that perception. From the CD region onward, she had journeyed alone, weary of the treacherous dynamics of the marketplace and the superficial bonds of sisterhood. The seemingly articulate individuals around her often harbored base thoughts, and she found herself exhausted by such considerations. Her last hope was to remain securely in Aroma City, serving as a gym leader. She no longer craved adventure, for all places felt the same. But now, everything had changed. She relished the candid relationship she shared with Dailo and appreciated the moments when she sensed his nervousness and admiration in her presence. Dailo was unique. He never concealed his true self before her, nor could he. Having grown weary of her hypocritical smiles, she considered embracing villainy alongside him. For at least that would allow her to live freely. The fashion show symbolized Mia's farewell to her former life. Yet no one could fathom her fervent longing for the future. That time, without a Pokémon by her side, she accepted Dailo's protective stance. But why this time? Must she witness him suffer? The Pokeball flashed red, and the poised Sylveon sensed its trainer's fury. It was ready to battle. It would undoubtedly respond to its trainer's wrath. The adversary was a dual-type Dark and Steel Pokémon, which offered little advantage, compelling a direct confrontation. With its fur standing on end and its ribbon-like collar swaying without wind, Sylveon's azure eyes glimmered with a beguiling crimson light. The bedroom curtains remained unshut, allowing the silvery moonlight to filter through the clouds and illuminate Sylveon's forehead. Was it charging a move? What kind of skill was it? Regardless of the opponent's intentions, the executioner would not grant her an opportunity. His sharp blades, imbued with malevolence, vanished into the shadows. Did he intend to eliminate Sylveon first, or to bypass the opponent and strike Dailo directly? Mia was uncertain, yet it mattered little, for the executioner's movements were transparent to her. His butterfly-like grace mirrored that of a runway model, yet his gloved hands, donned without her notice, bore the intent to unleash a sonic boom. Sonic Punch. The executioner had initially planned to stealthily deliver a fatal blow to the charging Sylveon, but now he found his path obstructed by Mia. This was unexpected. Having never engaged with humans before, he instinctively faltered, bewildered by the presence of a seemingly delicate yet resilient human. With no time to release his skill, the executioner extended his hands, attempting to intercept Mia's Sonic Punch. At that moment, enveloped in moonlight, Sylveon emitted a triumphant cry. It was Dailo's first glimpse of Mia's Pokémon in battle, and as the pink luminescence radiated, his vision blurred. This intense light was beyond the realm of the naked eye. What sort of skill was this? Dailo could not recall any such peculiar charging skill among fairy types. However, as he turned back, he heard the executioner's agonizing wail. Chapter 25, Hollow Fame. The executioner's vision had become hazy, his body trembling as the iron armor that encased him disintegrated under an unknown force. And he sensed the scent of death. Pain coursed through him, and he was compelled to open his eyes, desperate to glimpse his arms. Gradually, he lowered his gaze. Why could he not see them? What was happening? He reached out, attempting to raise his hands. A piercing, mournful cry escaped this Pokémon's mouth. The executioner's cries were steeped in defeat. His eyes betrayed no clarity, only despair etched deep within his soul. He had been vanquished yet could still stand. Injured, he could still seek refuge at the Pokémon Center. But his hands, where were they? How could he fight without them? As a warrior, he took pride in his prowess and his indomitable hands. Yet now they were gone. His pupils lost their focus, and the once metallic helmet transformed into an unrecognizable shape, as if melted by intense heat. The excruciating wail he wished to emit could not escape his throat. His entire being trembled in confusion. Why had he come here? It was a mission. Yes, a mission. Master, where are you? Please save me. I am so afraid. The executioner's eyes gazed out the window, as if expecting his master to burst in and rescue him from his failure. But all he heard were footsteps approaching from behind. In a panic, he turned. No, please. Don't come closer. The executioner's eyes widened, resembling a person paralyzed by fear. Faced with the seemingly beautiful Sylveon, he perceived the embodiment of his worst nightmare. Don't come near me. I beg you. Don't approach. Don't kill me. The executioner whimpered, pleading. His mouth opened and closed, uttering fragmented syllables. Yet, Sylveon's advance remained unaltered. The sapphire-like eyes bore no trace of emotion. To slay a Pokémon was but a trivial matter. had it not been for its master's taming. It had hunted plenty in the wild before. The Sylvian merely possessed an ethereal exterior, yet this could not obscure the undeniable truth of its being a Pokémon. What constitutes the law of Pokémon? The law of the jungle. The weak are devoured by the strong. The large fish consume the small, and the small fish feast on shrimp. This is the chain of life. Pokémon are never daunted by slaughter. Indeed, the primal instincts stirred within the Sylvian, for it had been far too long since it had tasted the thrill of the kill, so long that it had forgotten the last time it had seen blood. With its ribbon glowing in a shade of pink, it was poised to extinguish the life of the encroaching Pokémon when a resounding note pierced the air at the threshold. What was happening? Accompanied by a Shinado, the illustrious star, Caroline, made her entrance. While others knew her merely as a celebrated actress, Dailo had come to understand her fervent pursuit of music over the past few days. She was not merely an actress. She was an artist, one who reveled in performance, music, and competition. On a day when Caroline was in high spirits, she had even hummed her own melody, which Dailo found quite impressive. Each night, when solitude enveloped her, Caroline would unleash her creativity within the confines of her room. But today, what was Dailo up to? Had he not been instructed to maintain silence at night? Frustrated, she ventured to investigate with her Shinado, only to behold the murderous intent radiating from the Sylvian and the sight of Dailo bleeding profusely from his arm. Could someone elucidate what had just transpired? Miss Caroline, might you step aside for a moment? Without a hint of sentiment, Marshadao, for the first time, disregarded the esteemed champion of Kalos. Those pearl-like eyes, under the moonlight, glinted with a hint of menace. Caroline was taken aback. It was the first time she perceived something amiss about this fairy-type gym leader of Sandalan City. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at Marshadao and the Sylvian. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Nurse Joy was present as well. Should she become aware of your wanton slaughter of Pokémon attempting to dissuade the unfolding chaos? Caroline hoped to avoid any blunders before the fashion show. I shall soon no longer be the gym leader of Sandalan City. Accolades mean nothing to me. Marshadao fixed her gaze upon Caroline, a hint of disdain lacing her words as she shed her previous smile, revealing a startling truth that left Caroline astonished. She understood that this naive starlet was entirely unaware of her impending abdication. Caroline's expression shifted, lips parting slightly as she glanced back at Dailo, ultimately turning away. What thoughts occupied Caroline's mind remained a mystery to Marshadao and Dailo alike. This champion, exalted by the League, shone as brightly as the illustrious Laminian of Sinnoh. The cogitations of such individuals could be pedestrian at times, yet at others, they soared beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. However, at this moment, Caroline's task was singular and straightforward. I shall fetch an ambulance. The slasher commander may harbor Pokémon diseases. Handle the situation promptly and emerge at once. Caroline's demeanor stiffened. Marshado's attitude unsettled her. Since when could a gym leader address her in such a manner? Was it merely because she was about to step down? Had she unknowingly transgressed in some way that warranted this tone? Moreover, what did Marshadao mean by disinterest and accolades? Did she imply that Caroline was overly concerned with such trivialities? Caroline pondered deeply, yet Marshado's intentions might have been equally profound. Dailo, oblivious to the nuances of their exchange, nonetheless sensed the tension in the atmosphere. Given Caroline's willingness to offer an exit, he felt compelled to take it. Yet the others showed no inclination to await his response. With Shinado casting a knowing glance before departing, the room reverted to its previous state. Dailo heard the cacophony of inquiries outside, along with the star's explanations. Time was limited, but there was still an opportunity to manage the situation. Even though the outside world was ablaze with light, the requisite sanguine ambience within remained undiminished. Stumbling to the side of the Sylvian, Dailo offered a reassuring smile to Marshadao while blocking the Sylvian's impending attack with one hand. The Sylvian recognized the significance of certain individuals, and thus, it bore no ire towards Dailo's intervention. In the past, Marshadao often found herself alone. With only Dailo by her side, other Pokémon hesitated to approach for various reasons. Yet this solitude had become somewhat tedious for the Sylvian. Dailo's arrival provided a modicum of amusement, specifically that of Dailo's Rockruff. Silly and timid, it would tremble at just a glance. An amusing companion, indeed. Although Marshadao treated her well, the Sylvian occasionally yearned to frolic with other Pokémon. Thus, it resolved to observe Dailo's next move. Chapter 26. The First Drop of Blood. Dailo was uncertain when he learned this lesson, but he discovered that regardless of one's thoughts, simply attempting to lift one corner of his mouth would lead others to perceive him as harboring ill intentions. Such a smile conveyed not benevolence, but rather a hint of sardonic mockery. Just like the slasher commander now, whose gaze revealed unease at Dailo's expression. Marcia Dao? Would you mind stepping outside for a moment? Casting a glance at the Sylvian and Marcia Dao, Dailo spoke. It's fine. There will surely be similar occurrences in the future. Marcia Dao was well aware of Dailo's intentions, though she did not object. After all, this task was originally meant for the Sylvian. She beckoned to the Sylvian, which promptly leaped onto her lap. Adjusting her skirt, Marcia Dao assumed the role of an observer, taking a seat at Dailo's bedside. Her countenance retained that serene smile, and sensing Dailo's hesitation and anxiety, she felt it necessary to offer some comfort. Rest assured, the Sylvian has rendered it powerless. Then I shall not hold back, Dailo resolved. A chainsaw, ablaze with fire, materialized in his left hand, inching closer to the Slasher Commander's head. Dailo observed as its eyes widened in terror. Oh. It seemed his own expression mirrored this when it had once ambushed him. To slay a murderer, such is the meaning. A smile lingered on Dailo's lips as he recalled a moment during a photo session. The photographer had remarked, "Your expression is too stiff, smile." So he did. Then the photographer added, "Don't just smile on one side. You look like a villain. Smile with both sides." Thus, Dailo realized that this was how villains smiled. That identification photo had turned out splendidly due to Dailo's cooperation, yet the photographer had unwittingly sown the seeds for Dailo's increasingly villainous persona. Oh. He could not recall precisely when it happened, but as he lost himself in thought, the Slasher Commander's head was completely severed. When did I do that? To be honest, I was quite nervous at first. How did I become so distracted? Dailo felt somewhat dazed. Yet it was not his first encounter with a humanoid Pokémon meeting its demise. The advantage of the fiery chainsaw was that it left no bloodshed and required no cleanup. As Dailo stowed it away, gazing at the Slasher Commander's lifeless body, Dailo fell silent for a moment before retrieving a gray tablecloth from his backpack and spreading it across the floor. Just then, Jengars, Rockruff, and Corviknight appeared behind Dailo. Having already gleaned his intentions from the chip without needing explicit commands, the head of the Corviknight extended its sharp talons, seizing the severed head of the slashing commander and placing it in the center of the tablecloth. Subsequently, it was unclear how Jengar managed to transform the originally spread-out tablecloth into a makeshift pouch-like object. The bottom of the pouch was stained a deep crimson with blood, and the Corviknight nonchalantly tested its weight, finding it manageable enough to fly with, considering it was merely a head. Once its companion had prepared the gift, the hyena Pokémon also caught the scent of the slashing Commander's arrival. Dailo observed as this juvenile Pokémon began to sniff, its nose twitching, until it seemingly discovered something and turned its head back. The three Pokémon exchanged glances, each revealing an eerie smile. After Dailo's silent farewell, the trio vanished into the night. The moonlight obscured by clouds could not discern their figures, and the once illuminated street lamps were shrouded by Jengar's presence. The hyena Pokémon walked with resolute steps, while the pouch beneath Corviknight's claws continued to drip with beads of blood. This was the gift from their master to the intruder, marking their inaugural collaborative mission. Thus it had to be executed flawlessly. Don't you think the three of them resemble a nefarious syndicate? Dailo jested, suppressing the pain in his right hand. What do you mean? They are precisely that, aren't they? Meow shot him a concerned glance, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she regarded his wound. The ambulance should be here soon. Let us make our exit. All right. Dailo had no intention of forsaking life, so a visit to the hospital was imperative. It was one of the few advantages of this world. The human system was terrifyingly robust against the bizarre. In his previous life, he would have succumbed to blood loss long ago. As they traversed the living room, they were encircled by guests who had been waiting there. Dailo was most anxious about encountering Miss Joy, should she discover that he had dispatched a Pokémon as easily as slicing vegetables. He might find himself blacklisted by the Joy family. Fortunately, the guests present recognized the gravity of Dailo's injuries and refrained from speaking much. However, another celebrity, reminiscent of Karen, was startled by the blood-soaked Dailo, her fair face turning as pale as freshly painted walls. It was not until Dailo was ushered into the treatment room that the tardy system notification finally rang out. System notification. Host has achieved the milestone First Blood. Random reward mode has been activated. Please draw a prize. First Blood? That's quite an achievement, Dailo thought, feeling a sense of familiarity. However, drawing a prize? What could that possibly entail? System, what does the prize drawing encompass? Dailo communicated his inquiry directly through thought, as he had always done with the system, bypassing the need for spoken language. Report to the host. This prize drawing includes rewards such as 20 shiny Pokémon with a final evolution base stat exceeding 500, 10 special Pokeballs, and possibly 30 skill learning devices. That's a marvelous reward. Dailo felt an awakening of his European lineage. Would it be a shiny Gyarados or a shiny Tyranitar? The requirement of a base stat exceeding 500 did not specify a cap, implying that legendary Pokémon could indeed be included. Right. Indeed, there is a legendary Pokémon recorded among the rewards. Excellent. Dailo was so exhilarated that he felt his wound might burst open. However, the doctor would not permit such an eventuality. Take a deep breath. Your emotions are a bit too heightened. The masked doctor was oblivious to Dailo's situation. All he knew was that this individual absolutely could not encounter any issues under his care. Did you not see who called the ambulance? The champion of the Kalos League. The rising star, Miss Karen. If something were to go awry, my livelihood would be at stake. Dailo cooperatively took several deep breaths. Then, it was time to witness the miracle. Host has chosen to commence the reward drawing. 3, 2, 1. Reward extraction complete. Identification in progress. Reward identification complete. The item drawn by the host is the ultimate beast conversion ball. Huh, what on earth is that? Dailo exclaimed, having never heard of such a thing. Damn it, system, you owe me a legendary Pokémon. I want a Rayquaza. I want a Darkrai. I do not want this absurd ball. Dailo was infuriated. If you can't provide a legendary, at least give me a shiny Pokémon with a base stat of 500 after its final evolution. My demands are not high. But what in the world was this ball? Chapter 27. The Dark Corviknight Invasion Incident. Alert! Alert! Residents of Aromatherapy City. Please be advised that a large number of Dark Corviknight are attacking our city. Ensure all doors and windows are securely closed. The city police department has mobilized all personnel, and the Junshaw family will maintain order in the city. Residents on the streets should immediately seek refuge in nearby buildings. The citywide announcement caused Dailo, who was watching television in the hospital, to become increasingly restless. Just moments ago, he had received a system notification. The Corviknight is rallying all Dark Corviknight in the city to hunt down the intruder. Please remember to handle your connection with the Dark Corviknight discreetly. At that moment, Dailo was munching on the apple that Meow had peeled for him, nearly choking. Fortunately, the Pixie EV was considerate enough to help him catch his breath. Otherwise, that piece of apple would have lodged itself in his throat. Was it the Corviknight's doing? Meow raised an eyebrow, humor dancing in her eyes as she regarded Dailo, who looked rather embarrassed. Yes, Dailo reluctantly admitted, but what could he do? If his Pokémon got into trouble, he had to shoulder the responsibility himself. Don't worry about it. Its intelligence is not low, and with Jengar looking out for it, it won't encounter any major issues. Meow speared a piece of apple with a toothpick and offered it to Dailo. Even if Miss Junshaw comes, without evidence, she can't do much. Let us just see what happens. Dailo handed a Pokeball to Meow. Do you recognize this? It was a Pokeball of deep starry blue. Larger than a standard Pokeball, with mesmerizing light patterns undulating across its surface. The swirling light was a soft lavender interspersed with hints of gold, exuding an air of nobility. I've never seen such a Pokeball. Is it a product of Team Rocket's research? Meow mused, examining the Pokeball for quite some time without discerning its essence. However, from a designer's perspective, it was a Pokeball of significant artistic value. It's not from Team Rocket. Dailo denied while examining the system's information. Ultimate Beast Conversion Ball. Usage: when the host captures an Ultimate Beast using an Ultra Ball. Placing the Ultra Ball into the Ultimate Beast Conversion Ball will complete the transformation. Originally, Ultimate Beasts lack the comprehension of this world. Their language does not belong to this realm. Thus, they cannot remain here for extended periods. However, with the Ultimate Beast Conversion Ball, the host can retain the Ultimate Beasts in this world and comprehend their every action, rather than merely witnessing their performances as if reading a foreign script. Hee, sounds promising, doesn't he? Dailo immediately identified the flaw in the system. First and foremost, the Ultimate Beast Conversion Ball was not a guaranteed capture device for Ultimate Beasts. Capturing an Ultimate Beast still required the use of an Ultra Ball. As for the cost of an Ultra Ball, well, he was uncertain. He only knew that it was a unique Pokeball from the Alola region, and even Sylph Company lacked the capacity to manufacture such a Pokeball. Secondly, Ultimate Beasts would only appear in Alola. One could not even dream of finding them elsewhere. Dailo's affinity for that region could be described as negative. The reason being, Team Rocket's influence could not reach there, and venturing there would jeopardize his safety. Who knows how many underground organizations lurked in that area? The dragon does not cross the river, much less is Dailo a dragon. Once he possesses sufficient strength, or if Team Rocket has some team mission, only then would a trip to Alola be deemed secure. Much like the Kalos region, both were territories beyond Team Rocket's reach. Dailo was now merely awaiting a mission from Dars, hoping it would allow him to return safely. Exploring such perilous territories was far too dangerous, and Dailo felt he might have to seek a more harmonious profession. For instance, the chief secretary to Sakaki is rather impressive. In any case, This ultimate beast transformation orb is nothing more than a mere trifle. It offers no assistance to Dairo in the short term. While he was still contemplating how to address this matter, the door to the hospital room was knocked upon. Oh! Dairo was taken aback by the unexpected greeting from the two stunningly leggy beauties. Perhaps he was simply flustered? Compared to Dairo's greeting, Miss Junsha appeared much more aloof. This former secretary, now dismissed, had donned a sharp black suit, exuding an aura that seemed even more formidable than before. In contrast, the Junsha from Aroma City displayed a far more amiable demeanor, her expression warm as she entered with a basket of fruits to visit Dairo. What brought these two here? Shouldn't they be aiding the residents in fending off the current onslaught of the Dark Crows? Matsu, taking out two chairs from behind her, gestured for them to sit. Yet her tone was laced with probing curiosity. Were they there to confirm if he was indeed the leader of the Crows? If so, a trip to the police station awaited him. If not, a statement would be taken. The Junsha from Mier regarded Dairo with a commanding presence, her expression clearly suggesting, resist as you might, I know you are the criminal, come along quietly. Conversely, the Junsha from Aroma City appeared hesitant, her doubts evident, though she was reluctant to act, given that her current attire, a police uniform, was a result of Dairo's influence. One should remember to be grateful. Should they not? Care for some tea? Dairo, despite never having been in custody in his previous life, found himself surrounded by beautiful police officers in this one. Pressure? Non-existent. With dexterity, he retrieved a tin of tea leaves from the backpack at his bedside, a gift from Huayan, who had mentioned that Matsu purchased it as a fine tea for entertaining guests. A fine sheen of perspiration graced his brow as the Junsha from Mier, accustomed to Dairo's demeanor, took the tea leaves from him without a glance at Matsu. Allow me to brew it. You know how to make tea? All right, Mr. Straightforward. The Junsha from Mier tightened her grip on the tin, and Dairo heard the sound of metal bending. This was somewhat alarming. Was it not made of metal? Certainly not a mere pull-tab can. Matsu's tea tin was rather exquisite. Dairo couldn't help but twitch his lips at the nonchalant Junsha who was extracting the tea leaves, deciding it best to remain silent. Oh, wait, I haven't finished my apple, he remarked, taking a few more bites. So what are you doing now? Still working as a police officer? Dairo inquired, seeking conversation with the elegantly dressed woman in black. I haven't decided yet. I might go traveling in a while, since I have sufficient funds. Her lashes lowered slightly, and her expression became somewhat indistinct. Dairo couldn't discern her beauty clearly, but suspected it wasn't particularly striking. How about becoming my little brother? A system warning blared. Host, you are courting disaster. This death is beyond the system's control. Faced with the lethal gaze of the Junsha, Dairo promptly fell silent, realizing the preciousness of life and the folly of squandering it. I have considered it. Traveling with you could indeed be quite interesting. Huh, you truly have thought about it. The other three individuals in the hospital room were astonished at the composed Junsha. Regarding the cover, I am uncertain why it was changed. It seems to be a free one. I'll replace it with the original when I return home. Chapter 28. The Dark Crow Murder Incident. Traveling with you would likely disrupt many of Team Rocket's missions, wouldn't it? The unprincipled Junsha shrugged, producing several paper cups. And just as Dairo expected her to pour tea, she instead discarded the first pot's contents into the sink. Ah, merely for cleansing and awakening the flavors, I see. Dairo, possessing some knowledge on the subject, did not reveal any distress. Instead, he rated her actions even higher. The Junsha family must place great importance on the cultivation of their children, for it is improbable that a dismissed Junsha would possess such extensive knowledge. Furthermore, her tea-making demeanor was elegant, reminiscent of a noble lady. However, what had she just said? To travel with him and disrupt Team Rocket's operations? Did she take him for a fool? Dairo chuckled internally at the thought, deciding not to engage in a dispute with her. Just then, the hospital room door swung open once more. Oh, a male police officer. A man, Dairo exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new continent. Was there truly such a thing as male police officers in this world? Sir, there's been an incident. A corpse of an adult male has been discovered at the Aroma City Shanchi Hotel. Oh, now that's quite the sensational news. Dairo mused, recalling how such scenarios frequently unfolded in the tales of Detective Muri Kagoro. Even experiencing it firsthand now, he felt nothing particularly extraordinary. Someone has died? Oh, so be it. After all, it had nothing to do with him. His gaze swept across the faces of the two Junshas, and he observed, not surprisingly, their tense expressions. Well, police officers certainly do not wish to encounter such situations. One can understand. However, why did they regard him with such scrutiny? Dairo suddenly felt a surge of anxiety as both Junshas, upon receiving the news, did not immediately issue commands but instead turned their gazes toward him in unison. Was it that obvious? Did he appear to be a criminal? Dairo trembled. I have an alibi, he declared, brandishing a toothpick in a show of innocence. Uft. The male officer, having dashed up from the first floor, was about to quench his thirst with a sip of water when Dairo's proclamation of "I have an alibi" caused him to sputter. Have you been watching too many detective anime? I have an alibi. I also have the right to remain silent. Why don't you go die? The expression on the male officer's face was a vivid tapestry of emotions, but the two Junshas paid him no mind. In contrast, regarding Dairo's declaration, the Junsha from Mier merely offered a wry smile, stating, even if you are indeed the leader of the crows, you wouldn't let it return to you, would you? Just ensure it leaves Kalos with you. Well, this matter must be addressed eventually. We shall take our leave now. You, stop lingering in Kalos. You only bring me trouble. Casting an irked glance at Dairo, the Junsha from Mier prepared to leave. You're no longer a police officer. Why are you working so hard? The affairs of Aroma City are not your concern. In a few days, I have a task. Would you care to accompany me? Dairo felt a twinge of guilt toward the Junsha from Mier. Their previously antagonistic relationship had shifted, and with one side's profession now in ruins, there seemed little need for enmity. Are you a fool? The Junsha regarded the man in the hospital bed with a bemused expression, recalling that their last encounter had also found him in such a state of near demise. His frequency of hospital visits was becoming alarming. I am not engaged in criminal endeavors. You cannot find grounds to accuse me. Dairo spoke the truth. Team Rocket scouts were not required to partake in lowly criminal activities. Gathering intelligence sufficed. Why do you wish to invite me? The Junsha suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed on Dairo. This was a pivotal question, without a satisfactory response. She would not acquiesce. Matsu remained silent, never one to act in a manner that might embarrass Dairo in public. However, upon returning home, one could not dare to invite other beauties to join the team without providing a compelling reason. Yet why should Dairo need to provide her with a reason? Matsu overlooked this conundrum. But now was the moment for Dairo to respond. Why, indeed, did he wish to invite Junsha? I believe you are somewhat overqualified for your role as a police officer. Dairo answered, all eyes upon him. Yet this response evidently did not satisfy Junsha. Her brow arched as she retorted, what do you mean? You don't expect me to flatter you, do you? Dailo was at a loss for words. He truly lacked the audacity to shamelessly praise Junsha in the presence of two beautiful women and a male officer. Although the other party was indeed exceptional, Dailo's nature dictated that while he acknowledged this excellence, he would refrain from expressing it, especially in such a setting. Well, it was a reluctant concession. His expression softened from its previous coldness as Mier's Junsha picked up the teapot, poured a cup, and offered it to Dailo. It is a pleasure to meet you. From this day forth, please call me Dai Weian, Captain. While he was unaware of the intricacies of Junsha's family background, it was evident that this Mier Junsha was bidding farewell to her past. Then, Dai Weian, on behalf of the captain, I welcome you to our team. Dailo lifted his paper cup, intending to clink it with Dai Weian's, when a delicate hand reached out from the left side. In that case, allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Maciu, the vice captain and Dailo's aide. Welcome to the team. It was a clear display of dominance. Even Dailo understood this, though he would not voice it. Maciu's remarks were entirely justified. While he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Maciu's attitude, it was something he had anticipated. Dai Weian said little more, and after a swift clink of cups with the two captains, she recognized that she had now become somewhat of a criminal herself. Unbeknownst to her, Junsha from Xiangshuan City had already exited with the male officer, leaving the hospital room enveloped in a somewhat tranquil atmosphere. Dai Weian found herself at a loss for what to do, but it was Maciu who initiated a conversation. She had initially intended to eavesdrop on their exchange, but the message from her chip soon caused her some distress. It seemed the crow head and his companions had encountered some trouble. The individual who had been killed by the dark crows was likely the agent who had come to meet Dailo the previous day, and the one responsible for the slashing was his. However, it appeared that a wealthy heir had become entangled in the situation. The hyena, unable to restrain itself while watching, charged in and incapacitated the heir's left hand, only to discover that this affluent individual was accompanied by several troublesome Pokémon, and now they seemed to be surrounded. Dailo felt a sense of pride in his Pokémon's penchant for mischief. Not only had the crow head summoned a flock of dark crows, but the hyena had also awakened an inherited skill during its ambush on the air, which was enough to bring Dailo joy. He wondered who the mother of his great hound was, as it had inexplicably passed on a fire fong to the hyena. Chapter 29. The Overwhelming Power of the Champion. Shall I go take a look? Having heard Dailo's account, Maciu seemed to grasp the situation. No need. Gaisu has managed to lead them away. Dailo waved his hand. Knowing that this group had decent escape skills, The only trouble was that the Black Hound was relentless. If it followed them all the way to the hospital, it could cause a commotion. Where are they now? Dai Weian asked eagerly as she crossed her legs. In an undeveloped area, the westernmost part closest to Xiangshuan City. Dailo's voice suddenly turned grave as he realized the implications. Undeveloped areas were not places to be trifled with. Typically, dominant Pokémon preferred to linger in such regions. And those quasi-divine creatures were even more so. With 3 Pokémon under level 20 wandering in an undeveloped area, the worst outcome Dailo could envision was total annihilation. I'm going. Maciu, understanding the gravity of the situation, immediately rose to her feet. Dailo did not stop her. For only Maciu and Dai Weian had any chance of bringing back the hyena. With hurried steps, Maciu pushed open the hospital door, but as she was about to step out, her pupils dilated sharply. In the puzzled gazes of Dai Weian and Dailo, the gym leader of Xiangshuan instinctively took a step back. Dailo sensed something amiss. What kind of person could cause Maciu to retreat? Yet, the newcomer seemed disinclined to keep them waiting, her alluring and voluptuous figure entering the hospital room. As they clearly discerned her perpetually smiling face, their hearts skipped a beat. Who was this visitor? It was none other than Drakazalt, one of the elite 4 of Kalos, Dorlicina. If scrutinized through Maciu's critical lens, the visitor's attire was evidently out of sync with contemporary fashion. However, it was precisely this aura that showcased Dorlicina's usual gentle and composed demeanor. Her perpetually narrowed eyes and lips that never lost their smile exuded a reassuring charm. Yet, Dailo could sense a chilling malice emanating from her. Was it a case of a smile concealing a dagger, or was she truly a smiling tiger? Dailo was uncertain, but he understood that her intentions were far from benevolent. What brings the elite 4 Dorlicina to this place? Maciu was the first to recover her composure, unperturbed by the situation. However, the other party offered no response. Her eyes, usually half-closed, suddenly widened, piercing through Dailo with a sharp, penetrating gaze. You rockets, why are you meddling in Kalos' affairs? Do you truly believe that Kalos is devoid of defenders? Her tone was no longer the gentle breeze it once was, and her gaze, once warm and kind, now bore down on Dailo with an oppressive force reminiscent of past leaders. Will you resist? It would be futile. What could Dailo possibly say? He was at a loss. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Are you here to kill me? Maintaining a defiant gaze with Dorlicina, Dailo was one to avert his eyes only when faced with beauty. He would never yield to someone with, well, the aura of one who aged prematurely. You have already erred. Without directly answering Dailo's inquiry, Dorlicina merely maintained her characteristic smile. Yet, the undeniable weight of her words was palpable to all present. It was evident that the conversation had reached an impasse. Dailo was rendered speechless, having never encountered such a predicament. Are you here to take me away or to kill me? Dailo's thoughts retreated. He could neither advance nor retreat, only speculate on her intentions. You need not leave this place anymore. As Dorlicina's words concluded, a new beginning unfolded. Dragon-type Pokémon, having appeared from who knows where, had sealed the doors and windows. A cursory glance revealed nothing. They were far from diminutive Pokémon. Dailo felt no desire to resist. He resigned himself to fate, embodying a passive attitude. Self-destruction? Commanding the dragon-type Pokémon to impede Maciu and Dai Weian's movements, Dorlicina posed her final question to Dailo, deeming the rocket member unworthy of any significant last words. No, I'm cowardly. You do it. Dailo's voice trembled as he attempted to feign calmness through jest. His pallor was evident, clearly visible to the 3 women present. Beneath her sleeves, Maciu's hands were tightly clenched. Perhaps, to an average observer, she appeared as an innocent and carefree girl, lacking any threat. In fact, if Dailo stood beside her, one might even perceive Maciu as the younger of the 2. Yet in reality, throughout their interactions, Maciu had embodied the role of an older sister. Her experiences far surpassed Dailo's. Although she had never disclosed her age, she was aware that Dailo was likely 2 to 3 years her junior. Was she a sister caring for her brother, or a disciple looking after her teacher? She was uncertain. Cherishing their time together, sensing the respect and closeness in their relationship, Maciu felt that their future journeys would surely be worth anticipating. But in this shattered moment, what could she do? Bound by the powerful dragon claws, she lacked even the strength to resist. What could she do? Maciu's heart felt as though it were gripped by the hands of a demon, causing her to shed 2 streams of tears. Yet she believed that Dailo's spirit must be suffering even more. With only 2 dragon-type Pokémon by her and Dai Weian's side, Dailo, however, was being overwhelmed by the presence of 4 Pokémon. How could a mere human withstand such pressure? As Maris stared at the reopened crimson wound on Dailo's body, panic surged within her. An indescribable anguish flooded her heart, reminiscent of the moment when she bid farewell to her hometown and loved ones as she embarked on her journey. Yet now, this wave of emotion was far more intense than that fateful day. However, Doricena showed no concern for Maris's feelings. She was not a trainer whose judgment could be swayed by the influence of fairy-type Pokémon. After listening to Dailo's final words, the long-awaited Soundwave Dragon finally lifted its deadly claws. Dailo could not discern the level of this Soundwave Dragon. Even the system could not detect it, as it had surpassed observable limits. Closing his eyes, he awaited the grim verdict of death, hoping time would hasten its passage to alleviate some of the pain. Suddenly, a flash of red light erupted as the fairy-type Eevee forcefully broke free from its Pokeball confinement, its ribbons fluttering in an unseen breeze. As the brilliance of the fairy-type radiated forth, a direct attack of lunar energy was unleashed without the need for charging. Roaring in response to this unexpected assault, the Soundwave Dragon did not attempt to defend itself, adhering strictly to its orders to eliminate Dailo first. Besides, other Pokémon would inevitably shield it from counterattacks. The azure scales of a large lizard appeared almost instantaneously, standing before the Soundwave Dragon, its fierce, enraged expression defying the lunar power that struck it. Chapter 30. The assault. The Soundwave Dragon's claws had yet to descend when another Pokémon forcefully escaped from its Pokeball. It was a massive, elongated creature with a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, firmly grasping the Soundwave Dragon's forelimb. Despite its doll-like, petite form, the eyes beneath that giant mouth glowed with hatred. This Pokémon's appearance shattered the stalemate, as its diminutive size allowed it to go unnoticed by the larger Dragon-type Pokémon, particularly those with a type disadvantage against fairy types. Doricena narrowed her eyes, recognizing this troublesome Pokémon. It was one of Maris's two formidable fairy-type combatants, the Mawile. "Maris, are you truly resolved to withdraw from the alliance?" she questioned coldly, casting a stern gaze at the figure ensnared by the red-faced dragon. This was the first time Doricena had truly regarded this Kalos gym leader. It was evident that forming any favorable impression of a trainer with a type disadvantage was exceedingly difficult. Her expression, frigid and tinged with a subtle murderous intent, revealed to Doricena that Maris was not yet in a position to be easily slain, especially with a member of the Junsha family nearby. Though she held the esteemed title of champion, she could not act with impunity. Maris did not respond to Doricena's inquiry. Her throat was constricted by the grip of the red-faced dragon, rendering her voice utterly silent. Fortunately, her commands were still conveyed through a chip provided by Dailo, allowing Mawile and Eevee to continue executing their actions in an orderly fashion. However, that was the extent of their advantage. Initially, it had been a successful ambush, aided by type advantage, but now Maris discerned the opponent's Pokémon, totaling 6, 2 red-faced dragons, 2 evening birds, 1 Soundwave Dragon, and 1 Poison Algae Dragon. In terms of strength, her Pokémon were no match for the champions, and in terms of numbers, they fell short as well. Doricena exhibited no pride as a champion. Aside from the red-faced dragon restraining Maris and Davian's movements, the other 5 dragon-type Pokémon commenced a relentless assault. Perhaps due to the previous blow absorbed on behalf of the Soundwave Dragon, the red-faced dragon grew particularly irate. Under the onslaught of the 2 evening birds, it resorted to the most brutal of tactics. With its rough, scaled tail, it lashed out at Eevee, whose space for evasion was severely limited within the confines of the room. Attempting to leap into the air, Eevee was swiftly struck down by the Soundwave Dragon's sonic boom, leading to an inevitable outcome. The red-faced dragon's tail ensnared Eevee's form, executing the dragon tail move with a resounding crash as Eevee was forcefully slammed into the ground. Following this, the dragon tail was used repeatedly, mimicking the motion of lifting and slamming down. The sight of Eevee's back beginning to twist indicated the onset of fractures, but the red-faced dragon remained indifferent to such concerns. As long as its master's orders were not rescinded, it would continue to mercilessly batter Eevee, regardless of the consequences. The tail rose and fell relentlessly, initially eliciting pitiful cries from Eevee. However, as time wore on, the spark of life began to wane. Dailo, witnessing the ferocious countenance of the red-faced dragon and the ever-smiling expression of Doricena, felt his fear of impending death gradually numb into despair. Meanwhile, Mawile fared no better. As Dailo could not discern the actions of the Pokémon, only observing 4 of them engaging in a brutal form of assault, energy splattered in all directions. And amidst the chaos, Mawile's body became embedded in the cement floor. There was no grandeur in battle, no rules, no decorum, just the most primal form of violence. Pokémon unable to voluntarily return to their Pokeballs could only await their demise. Dailo found himself at a loss for how to face Maris. whose tear-streaked face bore an expression of emptiness, helplessness, and complete disorientation. When their gazes met, he caught a glimpse of her forced smile, tragic yet desolate. As for Davian, perhaps fearing her potential for reckless actions or instinctively intimidated by the Junsha family's power, Doricena ordered the red-faced dragon to knock her unconscious. Simple and brutal. This act brought the farce to an end. After much contemplation, Doricena concluded that it would be best to eliminate Maris here. As for the rationale, she could leave that for the water-type champion to ponder later. After all, she was a dragon-type trainer, while Maris was a fairy-type trainer. At this thought, the dragon-type champion couldn't help but applaud, as she saw the hatred reflected in Dailo and Maris's eyes. Wonderful, indeed. There was nothing more gratifying than extinguishing the life of a future adversary. Thus, it was time to conclude this. The Soundwave Dragon and Red-Faced Dragon unleashed their power simultaneously. For mere humans were no match for them. Bloodthirsty intent shone in their eyes. Perhaps today, they could feast on human flesh? Wait, where did the human go? The Soundwave Dragon was taken aback. Hadn't he just been here? Bang! With a swift punch of sonic speed directed at the red-faced dragon, Dailo became the first to elicit laughter from Doricena. As she observed the audacious human, the dragon-type Pokémon regained their composure and could not suppress their inner mockery. Who would dare to challenge the strength of the red-faced dragon? This was truly a desperate struggle for survival on the part of a human. In a powerful swipe, the red-faced dragon suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Oh no, he was flung away. What the hell? The stunned Pokémon watched in disbelief as their elder brother, the red-faced dragon, sent Dailo soaring through the air. Falling from the fifth-floor window, Maris watched Dailo's figure vanish from her sight. After losing both Eevee and Mawile, her nearly broken spirit finally crumbled. No, Dailo, she cried, helplessly gazing at the window, yet she heard no sound of his landing. Simultaneously, the evening bird, poised to fly out of the window, was forced back by a dark shadow. The leader of the crows was enraged. The three Pokémon, which had originally completed their mission flawlessly, awaited their master's praise. However, they were shocked to see the figure plummeting freely from the window. If it weren't for those astute dark crows, today would have seen Dailo bid farewell to his departure. Who dares to harm my trainer? A fierce aura brewed within the eyes of this cunning Pokémon. After evolving into a haunch crow, the dark crow's pupils transformed from crimson to a deep black. Yet now, the Houndoom perceived a familiar color in the Pokémon's gaze. Chapter 31, A Delayed Mission. Buzz. The vibration of the phone roused Dailo from the brink of sleep. Glancing at the clock, it read 8:36, still early. But who would send him a message? Well, it seemed only Das knew his phone number. Snatching up the device, Dailo inevitably found a chibi messenger bird icon, indicating that this creature was on its way again, likely heralding the arrival of a new mission. He could finally leave Kalos. Dailo chuckled bitterly. Ever since the Haunch Crow led a flock of dark crows to blockade the hospital, Miss Junsha of Aroma City had made her return. Even the dragon-type elite four dared not act recklessly in the presence of this esteemed member of the Junsha family. Ultimately, the incident involving Dailo and his companions was attributed to a dark crow uprising, with the elite's appearance justified as a measure to quell the disturbance. It was a reasonable outcome. At least Dailo could now peacefully peruse his phone. In came the Sylveon, slipping through the gap of the door. Dailo couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. Such an adorable Pokémon always had the power to disarm even the most stoic individuals. He considered himself a reasonably normal person, thus he was unable to resist the allure of the Sylveon. Compliantly, it leapt onto the bed, its soft fur brushing against Dailo's unshaven chin. On that fateful day, the man rescued by the dark crows sealed away the last vestiges of life for it and its companion, allowing them to successfully enter the Pokémon Center for healing. The Sylveon did not comprehend this mysterious force, but it knew that the man before it had granted it a second chance at life. Thus, Dailo became the second human, after Marcia, to be entwined by the Sylveon's ribbons. As he felt the Sylveon's softness, Dailo experienced the sensation of stroking a plush toy, relishing the gentle caress against his cheek. He couldn't help but wonder if the Sylveon found this interaction uncomfortable. Truth be told, he had once believed he would bid a permanent farewell to Marcia's two Pokémon. However, the system's notification brought forth a glimmer of hope. Would you like to use honor points to purchase the near-death protection for the Pokémon? Without hesitation, Dailo selected yes, expending 200 honor points to successfully preserve the lives of the Sylveon and its companion. When the two Pokémon were brought out by Nurse Joy, Dailo beheld Marcia's tear-streaked face, and in that moment, a profound sense of accomplishment and fulfillment surged within him. What were you thinking? Observing Dailo, whose gaze wandered as he embraced the Sylveon, Marcia discerned he was lost in thought. unfazed by the impropriety of intruding into a male companion's room. Their relationship, though unspoken, rendered Dailo's quarters entirely open to her. It was puzzling, however, that the adjacent star seemed to harbor some discontent regarding this situation. Yet Marcia paid no heed to Kaluna's sentiments. She held clothing prepared for Dailo in her hands and cast a glance at the Sylvian vying for her affection. Perceptive of her gaze, the Sylvian gracefully leapt from the bed and, with a flick of its tail, dashed out the door, off to play with the Houndoom. That adorably foolish creature was the easiest to bully. I just received notice that Das sent over the messenger bird. We will likely be leaving Kalos in a couple of days, Dailo remarked to Marcia, a sense of relief washing over him. This place had bestowed upon him far too many perilous memories, yet it also bore witness to beautiful encounters. I was just about to discuss this matter with you, Marcia replied, placing the clothing on the bedside and unapologetically sitting on Dailo's bed. I have finalized the gym handover. Karen has passed the new gym leader's assessment, and the fashion show concluded successfully. We can leave now. Marcia's spirits were high, or rather, she had been in a splendid mood for the past couple of days. With the fashion show's success, she had discerned Dailo's preferred style from his expressions during the event, and as for the so-called friendship matches involving the elite and champion, they held little intrigue. How was Kaluna? Dailo pondered about the alluring woman taken by the Junsha family, lamenting the loss of a newly acquired ally. She probably wouldn't return. Naturally, the Junsha family would never permit their members to join a criminal organization. Well, it seems Dailo was left with just one partner again. Marcia kept her thoughts to herself, aware that Dailo was merely lamenting the loss of Davian. But that was the rule of the Junsha family. Achievements, or rather, merits, were of utmost importance. Talent? Every member of the Junsha family possessed ample ability. Understanding everything, Dailo no longer dwelled on it. Their differing stances ensured that Davian's fate could never intertwine with theirs. Moreover, Miss Junsha of Aroma City had also undergone a change. It was not merely a matter of replacing the dismissed member, but rather a straightforward swap of Junsha representatives between the two cities, alleviating Dailo's guilt considerably. Though he longed to continue sleeping, the current situation seemed incompatible with Dailo's desires. What he found most curious was precisely what sort of space his bedroom represented. It felt as though anyone could wander in. The familiar sound of high heels halted at the door as Kaluna entered, carrying a Pokémon with a hard shell. Here, your Pokémon, she said, casually dropping the obviously well-fed Chase-Bin onto the floor, appearing somewhat exasperated. This was the only Pokémon that bore no semblance to Dailo's demeanor. If Jengar represented Dailo in a relaxed state, then Honchkrow embodied his cautious side in action, while Houndoom reflected his work-oriented persona. Each of these Pokémon shared certain traits with Dailo to varying degrees. Yet this Pokémon was different, one of the best choices for rookie trainers in the Kalos region. It was insatiably gluttonous. Moreover, it shamelessly devoured all of his desserts. Had it been a wild Pokémon, Kaluna would have dispatched it with a single move from her Gardevoir. But alas, it was Dailo's Pokémon. You should never have traded your EV for this Pokémon. It could have evolved into a suitable Umbreon for you. Why choose this one? Kaluna glared at Dailo, her frustration palpable. This marked the 22nd dessert she had lost this week. Embarrassed, Dailo glanced at the Chase-Bin that was ready to sleep after its feast. In truth, he felt a twinge of regret, but there was no recourse. He had to care for the Pokémon he had caught. This was a matter of principle. Chapter 32, The Instance begins. Regarding the starter Pokémon of the Kalos region, Dailo had deliberated before deciding to capture one. That day, during the fashion show, Nessun had brought his two Pokémon after completing a phase of the Mega Evolution experiment with the professor. One was the Chase-Bin currently in Dailo's possession, while the other was the Froakie coveted by many Team Rocket members. The so-called starters were the three most suitable Pokémon provided by the local research institute for novice trainers. Firstly, any of the starter Pokémon's final base stats will invariably exceed 500. Moreover, these three Pokémon will possess no weaknesses at any stage of their evolution. Unlike certain Pokémon that may exhibit remarkable strength in their later stages, but are feeble in their early forms, leading trainers to exhaust their resources in nurturing them without immediate results. Acquiring these three starter Pokémon is no trivial matter. To cultivate Pokémon with traits suitable for novice trainers, graduate students must engage in guidance, training, and preliminary development of their potential. Such a comprehensive breeding process, naturally, cannot be free of charge. Typically, nurturing a single Pokémon of this caliber requires a year's time. Yet how many trainers emerge each year? Dailo is uncertain, but he knows that 3 will undoubtedly fall short. Thus, novice trainers face an 8-year waiting period, beginning at the age of 10 and concluding at 18. As long as one's family makes an early reservation, they are guaranteed to receive one of these Pokémon within that span. Each year, affluent individuals reserve the starter Pokémon, while countless trainers, unable to acquire them, must strive to capture their first weak Pokémon, often something like a Rattata, which can be taken down with bare hands. The 2 Pokémon that Nason has acquired, Dailo estimates, would not fetch less than 600,000 in the market, given their rarity. But how did he obtain them? Dailo is well aware. First and foremost, the individual operates within a different system than he does. If Dailo belongs to the combat category, then Nason is part of the research category. Dailo is responsible for pioneering Pokémon, recording their characteristics, while Nason focuses on geological surveys, assessments of Pokémon distribution, traits, climate, and various other matters. When a doctor encounters a novice researcher from Team Rocket, the impact that Nason brings is far more profound than that of the 2 female assistants. The ideology of Team Rocket is in constant evolution. Compared to the 2 methodical female aides, Dailo recognizes that Nason has authored a paper which was later validated. Although he is unaware of its content, there exists a term for such a sensation, an inexplicable admiration. Dailo experiences something akin to that feeling. Consequently, the doctor's demeanor towards Nason is not that of a teacher to a student. They are engaged in a mutual exploration of ideas. As for the starter Pokémon, you may desire whichever you wish. The Research Institute possesses a backup set. Dr. Bretano has expressed that he is indifferent to the matter, as long as you accompany him in research. Nason understands that once this patent is secured, the doctor stands to earn a considerable sum, and the Institute already possesses ample funds each year. 2 mere starter Pokémon are inconsequential. He is aware that Dailo acquired the allocation of an unclaimed EV following the incident with the Pokémon poachers, so apart from his own fervent desire for a Froakie, he can only resort to trading for a Chasepin. As for the reason for the exchange, Nason can only say that he harbors a deep interest in the Moonlight EV, so he would not pass up the opportunity to obtain it. The Chasepin, being a secondary Pokémon, is not a source of regret for him to part with. Dailo, on the other hand, certainly comprehends the potential of an EV, yet he equally acknowledges the innate qualities of a starter Pokémon. His current Pokémon excel in ambush tactics. While Dailo personally admires such a combat style, there are times when a singular approach cannot suffice. Thus, a Pokémon capable of direct confrontation is of great importance. Chespin's final evolution, Bryon, possesses a greater impact compared to Froakie's final form, Greninja. One follows a path of sheer might, while the other predominantly embraces a swift and incisive attack strategy. This bears a striking resemblance to the operational methods of his own Corviknight. Therefore, it is essential to balance the strengths and weaknesses of Pokémon to create a well-rounded team, and Chasepin fits that role perfectly. However, this creature exhibits an exceedingly weak resistance to food, particularly sweets, which it cannot refuse. Dailo has attempted on multiple occasions to satiate it, only to find it sneaking off elsewhere for a sweet treat. Dailo does not oppose the premise of this behavior. Being able to eat is a good thing, as he can train Chasepin to expend the energy derived from food. However, the outcome has resulted in the champion's increasingly grim demeanor. Dailo suspects this might be the brewing of murderous intent. He intends to take it for battles more frequently, leading to evolution. Chasepin's 3 evolutionary stages are all adept at consuming food, but its final form, Bryon, will undoubtedly exhibit greater restraint than the current Chasepin. Kaluna is quite dissatisfied with Dailo's current state. He spends his days idly, showing no ambition, neglecting to train his Pokémon, merely indulging in leisure and wasting time. He is on the verge of being defeated by a champion. Why can he not strive for improvement? However, the celebrity prefers not to speak too much. She may offer a piece of advice to Dailo, but whether he heeds it is not her concern. As Kaluna and Masyu exit the bedroom, a number of figures materialize beside Dailo. Chasepin was brought back by Kaluna, but the other 3 Pokémon received messages transmitted from Dailo's chip, thus they awaited him nearby. Jengar and Corviknight are relatively easygoing. One is highly self-entertaining, while the other is deeply contemplative, making them readily available. As for the Sandshrew, Dailo's call provided a compelling reason for it to break free from the training of the Sylveon. Observing the weary expression on Chespin's face, Dailo revealed his authentic emotions. In truth, Dailo's expression was quite evident, and both Masyu and Kaluna could discern it, though neither chose to voice their observations. To speak of it would wound his pride. It was an expression tinged with self-destructive tendencies. Since the departure of the Dragon-type champion, Dailo has remained ensnared in the shadow of failure. Relaxation and entertainment have merely served as his means of self-dissociation. Yet upon taking on Chasepin, the dormant system finally issued a notification after several days of silence. Due to the host's Pokémon having activated 6 types of attributes, daily dungeon activities, as well as exclusive dungeon activities, have been unlocked. Jengar embodies poison and ghost types. Sandshrew represents dark. Corviknight showcases both dark and flying types, while Chasebin signifies grass. After calculating, Dailo initially believed there to be an error in the system. However, the EV he had previously received is indeed accounted for in the data, as it was once his Pokémon, despite having been traded away. Dailo's mood is decidedly poor. Chasebin is akin to a troublesome child who exacerbates his already dismal state of mind. Thus, Dailo must find a method to educate this little one. Chapter 33, The Colosseum. Under the blazing sun, the merciless rays illuminate this blood-soaked arena. The Sandshrew voraciously gnaws on the carcass of a Pokémon, its identity obscured by the haze of hunger. Its limbs tremble, yet it requires sustenance. Only thus can it ensure that the next victim is not itself. The audience in the stands erupts in cheers and jeers, driven mad by the prospect of easy gold. Some have successfully placed bets and can now indulge in lavish estates, while others, defeated, will find themselves unceremoniously removed from the streets come tomorrow. The Sandshrew is unaware of its surroundings, yet it comprehends its owner's intentions in leaving it here. Not all Pokémon yearn for strength. The Sandshrew shares this sentiment. It delights in play, food, or any other source of joy. Combat is not a necessity for life. Moreover, the pursuit of strength is exhausting and devoid of meaning. Simply surviving and enjoying life suffices. However, once cast into this world by Dailo, it has no choice but to strive for power. The sensation of death is too difficult to bear. Each death feels painfully real, and the excruciating agony upon resurrection robs it of peaceful slumber. It must endure. The only path to survival is to vanquish its opponents, to defeat its foes. It must grow stronger. On that fateful day, when the once mighty mantis, which had severed its head with a single strike, was ensnared by the canine's fiery fangs, the hyena dog felt a profound calling from the depths of its soul. The taste of blood drove it into a frenzy. The mantis's blood was a vibrant green, and its flesh was far from delectable. Yet, in that moment, the hyena dog, as if possessed, devoured the carcass of the mantis bite by bite. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the 10-meter iron gate before it, pondering who would be next. Only later did it comprehend that its battles were not continuous. It was summoned to the arena only when the number hung around its neck appeared. The flavor of its first meal was intoxicating. The hyena dog could feel power surging within it, radiating from its abdomen to its limbs. Its fur grew shinier, its vision sharpened, and its biting force intensified. The hyena dog, no, it should be referred to as the great wolf dog, began to revel in its newfound strength. It delighted in witnessing its opponents tremble before it. The feeble attacks were nothing but the finest whetstone for its prowess. In this realm where only it could evade death, where only it could resurrect, it feasted upon the vanquished. Each victory was a source of joy. The supporters among the spectators cheered for it, while those who opposed it faced ruin. The great wolf dog still recalled the first Pokémon to reach the pinnacle, acquiring that coveted something. Though unaware of its nature, it yearned for it, longing to become the next Pokémon to ascend. With each defeated adversary, with each infusion of strength from their flesh and blood, the image of itself would materialize in its mind. It was itself, wielding abilities distinctly different. That silhouette was translucent, revealing every point of power, every muscle in motion. It began to imitate, compelled to do so. Imitation was the key to conquering seemingly insurmountable foes. The crimson-hued behemoth, despite enduring its fiery fangs, continued to resist. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that each time it unleashed its fiery bite, it was swiftly dispatched by the monstrous insect. Compared to the mantis's swift execution, this insect was appallingly resilient. It was venomous and adept at utilizing its elongated horns for assault. Each sting left the great wolf dog punctured and bleeding, yet it persisted. The evolving creature found it increasingly difficult to succumb to death, yet the toxin incessantly tormented its nerves. It loathed that wretched centipede. Its mocking grin seemed to await its demise. It sought vengeance, determined to master more formidable techniques, whether they be skills or combat strategies. It was willing to learn anything that would enable it to slay that insect. There was no choice but to learn, for until it could vanquish that insect, it would remain ensnared in a cycle of being poisoned repeatedly by it. The great wolf dog was obstinate. This was its nature, the very foundation that prevented its downfall. Selecting the most desirable technique from the myriad of phantoms practicing their skills, it commenced imitation, striving to execute this maneuver time and again in battle. From the initial struggle to harness the strength of its tail, to ultimately achieving an unyielding resolve akin to steel, the great wolf dog's scarlet eyes blazed with the fervor of revenge. At the moment its iron tail severed the Centipede King's body. It finally emulated the stance of its father on that fateful day. Standing atop the Centipede King, it became the sovereign of the arena. However, the monstrous adversary lurking beyond the Iron Gate was endless, and its hard-won 10 consecutive victories were abruptly halted by a fearsome scythe mantis. Damn that mantis! Damn that insect! The air reverberated with a cacophony of wrath, roaring like thunder as it erupted from the confines of the iron door. The audience was aware of the invincible great wolf dog within. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that each Pokémon it had slain had previously brought it low in this very arena. This was its dungeon, its battle, an exclusive domain, a unique dungeon belonging solely to the great wolf dog. After the system relayed this message, Dailo bestowed the honor points, which could only be redeemed once for a unique dungeon opportunity, upon the hyena dog. No other reason existed but that it was his first Pokémon. Spending all his honor points, he reverted to a state of utter poverty. Dailo observed the great wolf dog, who had risen time and time again after being felled in countless battles, with a sense of pride. Just imagine the discussions circulating online about the great wolf dog. Its base stats were too low, lacking any training value. The skills it could learn were limited, and its skill combinations were far from impressive. Why bother training such a worthless creature? A dark-type Pokémon capable of learning its most potent skill, an enchanting fairy-type move, was the epitome of absurdity. I am a trainer from the Hoenn region, and in our lands, the notorious Team Magma, one of the two most infamous villainous organizations, frequently employs such Pokémon. To be frank, they are quite suitable for chasing down foes, but utterly inept in combat. Utterly inept in combat. You have yet to witness my great wolf dog. Over the span of 3 days, the hyena dog experienced 12 months of combat. While ordinary trainers participate in local league conferences with Pokémon trained for approximately 12 months. Had the great wolf dog truly reached such heights? The crow-headed leader gazed at its long-absent elder brother with apprehension. Having first acquired a dark stone, it evolved from a dark Corviknight into a crowhead, serving as Dailo's second Pokémon and the younger brother of the hyena dog. It once believed its strength far surpassed that of its so-called elder sibling. Yet, the master's prowess was somewhat extraordinary. This great wolf dog exuded an aura reminiscent of the wild Pokémon encountered in undeveloped regions. Now, was it to believe that this transformed Pokémon, with an entirely different presence, was the foolish and worthless elder brother it had not seen for 3 days? The crowhead surmised that without gathering 100 dark Corviknight subordinates, it would be impossible to conquer this underdog turned formidable wolf. Chapter 34. Even without a desire to grow strong, one must endure beatings. The activation of a standard unique dungeon requires 5,000 honor points. However, since this was the first time, the system granted Dailo a discount, allowing him to use the 500 honor points earned from achieving the first blood accomplishment to open a unique dungeon. 4 months within the unique dungeon equated to 1 day in the main world, and each unique dungeon consisted of 3 phases, each phase corresponding to 3 days in the main world. Currently, the great wolf dog lacked the capability to activate the second phase of the dungeon. Thus it was forcibly returned to the main world. Gazing upon the trembling Harlequory, the great wolf dog, having endured thousands of battles, finally comprehended the gaze once directed at it by the illustrious Eevee. It was indeed a gaze akin to that of a toy. Precisely. It was time for it to experience such a sensation itself. Consequently, the great wolf dog set aside its fearsome demeanor in a deceptive manner and affectionately nuzzled Harlequory. Then, under Dailo's approving gaze, it led the naive grass-type Pokémon into the small dark room. Within mere seconds, the crowhead and Genghis heard the long-anticipated sounds. Wah! Ooh! Ah! What could have transpired to elicit such terrifying cries? Listening to the wails emanating from the small dark room, a look of bewilderment spread across Crowhead's usually impassive face. It was not hard to deduce, given its intellect, that the previous expression of the great wolf dog bore the hallmark of a deceptive uncle preying on a little girl. This expression was remarkably similar to that of the illustrious Eevee when it had chastised the hyena dog. Typically, Crowhead remained perched atop the roof. Thus it was aware of how its elder brother had been trained by the illustrious Eevee during the hyena dog's era. A mere fairy-type move could leave it utterly bewildered. However, this situation was distinct from Harlequory's current predicament. The illustrious Eevee was so beautiful, so gentle, and even its training methods were incredibly harmonious. But what on earth was its elder brother doing in that small dark room, committing unspeakable acts? The decibel level surpasses even the horrors of a beautiful woman discovering that Ghost has pilfered her undergarments. For the first time, Crowhead felt the underlying cunning beneath the straightforward exterior of the hyena dog, akin to his own. Brother, you have changed. You are no longer the innocent sibling I once knew. As Crowhead and Ghost pondered this, Dailo observed the two Pokémon with keen interest. In truth, he had never worried about Crowhead and Ghost. The former had already begun to chart his future path after their initial battle. Fully aware that to keep pace with his trainer, he needed to enhance his abilities in various aspects. This realization crystallized further after witnessing Dailo being struck down by the Dragon-type champion. As for Ghost, brought over from Team Rocket, the pursuit of strength required no justification. It was a mission that must be accomplished. Despite their contrasting personalities, both Pokémon possessed intelligence far exceeding that of their peers, harboring the most palpable ambition beneath their indifferent or playful facades. To grow stronger, for the future, Pokémon possess their own methods of improvement, which share a commonality. Both Ghost and Crowhead vanish at night. Yet upon their return the following day, Dailo can observe their enhanced prowess. He refrains from questioning or commenting. As long as they remember to return, he will not interfere with their decisions. In contrast to the hyena dog, who followed Dailo merely for a morsel of Pokémon food. The hyena dog exemplified the qualities of a well-behaved companion. However, that was insufficient. Dailo sought not simply a Pokémon that obeys commands, but one capable of discerning its own abilities. The hyena dog's growth would require time, yet Dailo could not afford to wait, especially after encountering the Dragon-type champion. The system's exclusive dungeon provided him with an opportunity, an avenue for a Pokémon's growth. Everyone exhibits bias. Just as Dailo finds it difficult to appreciate the rambunctious nature of the chestnut Pokémon, its value appears exceedingly low. Due to its inadequate intelligence, its behaviors stand out unfavorably. To put it bluntly, it disrupts Dailo's life, unlike Crowhead and Ghost, who have become integral parts of his existence. 5,000 honor points is no trifling sum. Dailo is uncertain when he will next access the exclusive dungeon, but in the near term, there will undoubtedly be no second chance. The Greathound Pokémon possesses an exceptional temperament. Many Pokémon grow arrogant upon reaching their final evolution, underestimating their trainers, yet the Greathound does not. This breed is renowned for its loyalty to trainers within the Pokémon realm. Particularly after emerging from the exclusive dungeon, Dailo perceived the respect shining in the Greathound's eyes. This was precisely what he needed, a controllable Pokémon, rather than an unruly child. The rambunctious ones are too troublesome. He lacks the inclination to nurture them. The Greathound would assist him in training the chestnut Pokémon, though he is uncertain how long it will take. However, any combat skill begins with learning to endure blows. The Greathound has faced death in the arena countless times. Even if the chestnut Pokémon does not perish, its experience will not be pleasant. Should it falter, then Dailo will not require it. Moreover, it is preferable that the chestnut Pokémon does not develop a rebellious mindset. Otherwise, amidst these numerous thoughts, through their shared chip, the Greathound, Crowhead, and Ghost understood Dailo's intentions. As they shivered in unison, they too began to worry for the beleaguered chestnut Pokémon. Survival of the fittest. Dailo's Pokémon need not bear the burden of the incapable. In that moment, Crowhead and Ghost gained a clearer insight into their future path. When the philosophies of Pokémon and trainer align, collaboration flourishes. The two Pokémon discerned the chestnut Pokémon's fate in each other's eyes, as Ghost's playful grin gradually solidified. Yet, this was a choice each Pokémon must make, and it had no authority to interfere. Should the chestnut Pokémon ultimately lack the determination to grow stronger, they would not require such a subordinate, for those whose paths diverge cannot conspire together. Today's dungeon challenge is a flight trial, with Crowhead designated as the challenger. In a flash of white light, Crowhead vanished from sight. Unperturbed, Ghost reclined comfortably, having previously undergone trials of its own. Today, it was finally Crowhead's turn. The so-called daily dungeon essentially serves to hone their existing skills and learn combat techniques. However, the results of such dungeons only manifest through gradual accumulation, unlike the Greathound, which emerged from 3 days within to find itself transformed. Chapter 35. The Return of the Female Thief. Ander Airlines, Waiting Lounge. Dailo meticulously counted his Pokeballs. Crowhead, Ghost, Greathound, and Chestnut Pokémon were stored away due to airport regulations. The unrestricted movement of Pokémon could undoubtedly lead to unnecessary chaos. The Rocket Team's backpack had already been checked in. According to regulations, most of the tools within were prohibited from being taken aboard due to their hazardous nature. Particularly that menacing flame chainsaw, capable of wreaking havoc upon both humans and Pokémon alike. Dailo's belongings were few and light, likely a consequence of acclimatization to this world. Among his scant possessions were 2 Pokeballs, one a standard Pokeball provided by Team Rocket, and the other a luxury ball obtained from a victorious battle. He pondered when he might be able to utilize it. This luxury ball was of high value, providing ample space for Pokémon to rest. And he had no desire to squander it on Pokémon destined to be handed over to headquarters. Perhaps weary from the journey, Machio nestled into a nap upon entering the lounge, feeling secure with Dailo by her side, allowing her to lower her guard. Otherwise, given her past demeanor, she would remain vigilant wherever she went. As he monitored the Pokémon's conditions, Dailo contemplated the system update from the previous day. It was an abrupt change. The previously digitized levels had vanished, replaced by a classification of Pokémon tiers. While complex, it clarified the relative strengths of Pokémon. The assessment of a Pokémon's strength could no longer rely on species values and levels. Dailo recognized that the factors determining a Pokémon's success had shifted to aptitude and rank. Aptitude refers to a Pokémon's potential, growth capacity, and intuition. Those with high intuition can learn powerful skills more readily, while those lacking it may struggle throughout their lives to master certain formidable techniques. Aptitude is temporarily categorized into 7 tiers, ranked from lowest to highest: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, King S aura, and the highest, the child of divine favor. Currently, Crowhead, Ghost, and the Chestnut Pokémon are all at the silver tier, while the Great Hound, being the descendant of a former tribe leader and having participated in the exclusive dungeon, has attained a gold tier. Next comes the classification, arranged from lowest to highest. These are Ordinary, Elite, Commander, Leader, Monarch, Overlord, and Legend. The Great Hound currently stands at the Commander tier, Crowhead at Elite, while Ghost barely qualifies as Ordinary. As for the Chestnut Pokémon, it falls below even the Ordinary tier, rendering it rather unremarkable. The update's impact is stark, particularly since effort values and characteristics have been eliminated post-update. The real world does not require such parameters. This serves as a warning, a caution for Dailo not to judge this realm by the standards of the game, perhaps in those developed areas. The distribution of Pokémon aligns with the game, yet many undeveloped zones remain. If one were to rely on their usual gaming experiences to ascertain the Pokémon present in this place, perhaps a suddenly appearing Overlord-level Pokémon would delight in engaging you in a discourse on the intricacies of life. The events of the past few days have been exceedingly burdensome, even for Dailo, whose physical resilience is beginning to feel the strain, primarily due to the psychological pressures involved. All remaining members of Team Rocket in the Kalos region, including Dailo, are expected to evacuate today, as few would willingly sacrifice their lives to enhance the notoriety of Team Rocket. After all, who would choose to join if they believed that playing the villain would not afford them a more leisurely existence? Of course, if the remuneration were sufficiently high, we might consider staying in Kalos. Currently, Team Rocket offers minimal support to its pioneering members, as the headquarters is solely located in Kanto and Johto, thus making resupply in other regions considerably troublesome. However, this is not entirely the case. Many prominent research institutions are backed by Team Rocket's financial resources. We support your projects, and you ought to extend some consideration to our members, should you wish for continued collaboration. In truth, there are very few regions devoid of Team Rocket's influence. Aside from Kalos, which is under the watchful eye of Team Flare, Alola is the only area where reliable research institutions are scarce. As Dailo previously planned, Sinnoh, Hoenn, and Unova represent excellent regions for exploration. Compensation, of course, is contingent upon the completion of tasks. One cannot risk their life for work without a corresponding increase in pay. This sentiment resonates with all members of the exploration squads. As for those deranged individuals who claim to join criminal organizations for the sake of true evil, as Captain Dars has remarked, such reckless individuals will inevitably meet their demise on the streets. Nevertheless, he harbors no objection to a few of these lunatics within Team Rocket, for some responsibilities are better entrusted to those unburdened by excessive caution, as they may not exert their full effort otherwise. Each individual possesses their own value. As a supervisor, Dars requires labor, and as long as the work is done, he is satisfied. The task assigned to Dailo this time is one not suited for the mentally unstable, primarily due to the consensus reached between the Junsha family and Team Rocket. Given the significant repercussions of this operation, coupled with the local populace's growing distrust of the Junsha family, it has become necessary to mitigate the situation through covert actions. Upon accessing the system interface, Dailo beheld the prominently displayed main quest. Quest location, quest level, quest requirements, hidden quest, quest rewards, hidden quest rewards, quest background. Since the successful theft of the Heart Water Drop by Sana and Lien 3 years ago, they have unsealed the water drop, nearly causing the city to succumb to a tsunami. However, the legendary Pokémon Latios sacrificed its life to avert this catastrophe. leading to the eventual apprehension of the two by the Junsha family. Yet, after several years, having reflected on their past transgressions and secretly conspired during their imprisonment, they resolved to reclaim their former notoriety upon release. Time is of the essence, and although they have yet to capture new Pokémon, they are confident that their skills will allow them to pilfer the Heart Water Drop, which maintains peace in the city. This incident has been successfully anticipated by major criminal organizations worldwide, but due to the Junsha family's inadequate protection leading to Latios' sacrifice, the indigenous people of the city have waning trust in the Junsha family, unable to intervene directly and wary of the two thieves causing further turmoil. The Junsha family has aligned with Team Rocket in an attempt to suppress the incident through underhanded means. Chapter 36. Kalos, wait for my return. As Dailo watched the ground recede beneath him, the aircraft's thrust served as a stark reminder of the undeniable truth. He was leaving Kalos. He departed with the weight of failure upon his shoulders, driven from Kalos by the Alliance's powerful champion. Did Dailo err in his actions? Indeed, he did. His Corviknight had incited his subordinates to murder the agent. But who was the agent working for? Behind the agent, who envisioned Marshadao as a model, who lurked. Both Marshadao and Dailo knew, and so did the Alliance. But does any of this truly matter? A member of Team Rocket had slain an employee of an entertainment company in Kalos. If the Alliance did not express some form of retribution, would not Kalos be scorned by other regions? Dailo is an exemplary scapegoat. The Alliance explicitly utilized the most authoritarian means to convey their disdain for such underground factions. Yet, do they genuinely harbor such loathing? If their hatred were so profound, why then do they secretly broker agreements with Team Rocket? The Alliance's corruption is no less than that of Team Rocket. The world is merely shaped by the facade of seemingly powerful forces. The Alliance is robust enough to craft a flawless image for itself. In this world, there are always police officers who apprehend petty thieves, but never a police chief intent on eradicating entire criminal organizations. What does this signify? It encapsulates the most sobering truths of society. Dailo understands that he has become a sacrificial pawn. Team Rocket lacks the capacity to shield him. And this forced task was a concession for having evaded the Dragon-type champion's pursuit. However, even as he departed in disarray this time, we shall return, Dailo, we will return. Marshadao grasped Dailo's right hand, her onyx-like eyes shimmering with a gentle warmth. The girl smiled, declaring, next time we return, we shall show that old witch what for. Dailo, noting the concern reflected in her gaze, recognized that his recent despondency had not gone unnoticed, and he offered a faint smile. By then, perhaps we might even participate in the tournament here. Marshadao paused, then burst into a fit of laughter. The old coots in the Alliance would be infuriated. Dailo, envisioning that scenario, remarked, once I claim the championship, I shall challenge that old witch. Marshadao concurred. Then you must learn from me how to train fairy-type Pokémon. In this regard, I consider myself something of an expert. Dailo regarded Marshadao with a bemused expression before replying, I suppose I shall have to trouble you, Teacher Marshadao. The girl rolled her eyes at the title, but then seemed to recall something, giggling softly. As the lively atmosphere gradually dissipated with the onset of night, the passengers within the cabin succumbed to slumber. Marshadao, gazing at Dailo's profile, inquired, Dailo, is there anywhere you wish to visit? Dailo pondered for a moment. It seems that the Sinnoh region is home to many historical sites. I have longed to see them. Marshadao's eyes lit up. That sounds splendid. In the future, we can purchase a villa in Sinnoh, hire a butler, and have any Pokémon we don't require transported to the backyard of the villa. Then we can travel throughout Sinnoh. What do you think? Observing the glimmer of anticipation in Marshadao's eyes, Dailo smiled. Certainly, once we conclude this endeavor, we shall visit Sinnoh, with hopes for the future. The two closed their eyes and, after exchanging goodnight wishes, peacefully drifted into slumber. In a vague haze, Dailo sensed a dampness upon his face, forcing his eyes open. He discovered Jengar staring at him with an unsettling intensity. To be fair, awakening in the middle of the night to Jengar's wide eyes is indeed quite alarming. Yet, it seemed that Jengar had sensed his emotions through their bond, for the little creature playfully nuzzled Dailo's cheek before using its gaseous fingers to point ahead, signaling Dailo to accompany it. Although he could not decipher his Pokémon's intentions, as a trainer, he felt obliged to follow. Before leaving his seat, he glanced back at the still slumbering Marshadao, then quietly followed Jengar into the dimly lit aisle. Accompanied by the flash of a Pokeball, Corviknight materialized on Dailo's shoulder. Having grown accustomed to his Pokémon's spontaneous exits from their Pokeballs, Dailo mused that it might be time to repair said Pokeballs. Otherwise, they would soon be rendered inoperative. However, the expressions of Jengar and Honchkrow now bore a striking resemblance to one another. It is difficult to fathom that a cheerful Pokemon like Gengar would exhibit the same contemplative demeanor as Honchkrow, yet that is indeed the reality. Honchkrow's gaze pierced through the dim light, understanding the purpose behind Gengar's summons. The essence of Psychic-type Pokemon, he mused. Is this not the ideal quarry for Dark-type Pokemon such as themselves? Gengar's Ghost-type prowess also provides an excellent counter to Psychic types, does it not? A glint of determination flashed in Honchkrow's eyes, prompting him to dart towards the target without awaiting Dailo's command. Naturally, Gengar followed closely behind. However, Dailo found himself at a loss. What was happening? In the locked restroom, Sakaki huddled in the corner, her expression one of distress. This was her first shift. Yet why had it come to this? With defiance, she glared at the man blocking the door. The young flight attendant, in her early 20s, exhibited a mix of fear, panic, but more prominently, a sense of indignation. With a chill in her voice, she addressed him. Sir, I strongly advise you to reconsider your actions. There are numerous trainers aboard this aircraft, and should you be discovered, there will be no escaping the consequences. Yet the man merely shrugged, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. You may not realize, but this is far from my first encounter with such matters. Rest assured, you will be hypnotized, and thereafter, it will be as if nothing ever transpired. It will only be when you lie in bed with your future boyfriend that he will uncover the wonders of our encounter today. Sakaki's heart sank as she beheld the Pokemon the man had released from its Pokeball. It was a creature with a yellow upper body and a brown lower body, adorned with wavy patterns at the junction of the two colors. Its hands had 3 fingers, while its feet possessed 2 toes. Most alarming was its somewhat elongated, wrinkled nose. She recognized that hideous Pokemon. It was Hypno, the Psychic-type Hypnosis Pokemon. As the man had indicated, she stood no chance against the abilities of this grotesque creature. Thus, even as despair engulfed her regarding her impending fate, Sakaki refused to simply wait. She lunged forward, attempting to push the man aside, only for him to lazily utter, Hypno. Use hypnosis. With arms swaying rhythmically, Hypno wore a beguiling smile in its eyes as it positioned its corpulent form between Sakaki and her captor. It believed that she too would succumb to her fate, just as the previous prey had. Sakaki looked helplessly at Hypno's gaze, striving to alter the course of events. But it proved futile. Those 2 soft and boneless arms seemed to possess an enchanting power. No, it was indeed a psychic capability, drawing her consciousness into a vortex. Yet Gengar interjected. I think not. At that moment, when its signature visage obstructed the space between Hypno and Sakaki, the insidious ability failed. Sakaki instantly regained her clarity, gazing at the gaseous Pokemon facing away from her, bewildered as to what had just transpired. Before long, the restroom door was violently forced open. Dailo surveyed Gengar's icy stare and the scene within, choosing not to inquire further. As long as the situation remained within reasonable bounds, he thought. Let the Pokemon have their way. Inside the restroom, rhythmic thuds resonated, while Dailo and Sakaki stood outside, speechless. Yet Gengar and Honchkrow seemed in no hurry to emerge. Staring at the closed door, Sakaki felt an overwhelming sense of relief and gratitude. The young, beautiful flight attendant bowed deeply, exclaiming, Sir, I cannot thank you enough. Dailo, faced with her gratitude, waved his hand dismissively. Save your thanks for Gengar. Had it not roused me, I would have remained oblivious to this predicament. Sakaki's crystalline eyes shimmered. And overwhelmed with emotion, she found tears streaming down her cheeks. The glistening droplets appeared poignant, yet joyous in the dim light. Observing the tearful woman, Dailo turned away, patiently awaiting her emotional restoration. Minutes later, when Honchkrow emerged, dragging the utterly defeated Hypno, Dailo knew the crisis had been averted. Upon opening the restroom door, he was greeted by the sight of the man slumped over the toilet, frothing at the mouth, likely the result of Gengar's torment. Dailo smirked, thinking such scum deserved no better. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Sakaki and asked, Are you planning to report this? She nodded resolutely. Of course. And I shall ensure that your actions are widely publicized. Dailo broke into a cold sweat at her words. No, please don't. My own identity is rather murky. If you expose me, Miss Junsha will likely come looking for me to have a chat. Realizing the implication of Dailo's statement, Sakaki was initially taken aback. But the reference to having tea incited a light-hearted chuckle from her. Regaining her composure, she declared, In that case, I shall refrain from mentioning your involvement. And I want to file a report. Very well, Dailo replied, relieved. He preferred to avoid complications, especially as his primary combatants remained only his Houndoom and Honchkrow. Gengar and Chasebin were not immediately available for action. Encountering someone of Miss Junsha's caliber would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. However, Gengar, observing Sakaki's slight smile, sensed that she had more to say. As expected, the flight attendant, unfazed by Dailo's circumstances, curiously inquired, "What sort of work do you engage in, sir?" Faced with her question, Dailo could only shrug, unable to provide an answer. Disappointed, Sakaki suddenly realized she did not even know his name. "Sir, may I have your contact information?" "Certainly." Dailo offered his phone for her to input her number, but then remembered they were on an airplane and instinctively withdrew it. Unbeknownst to him, as a citizen of the Kanto region, Sakaki recognized the emblem on the back of his phone and comprehended his identity entirely. A smirk crept onto her lips, reminiscent of a child uncovering a secret, as she shyly presented her business card to Dailo. "Pleased to meet you. I'm Sakaki. I'm delighted to have crossed paths with you on this flight." Her smile was anything but professional. It exuded sincerity and authenticity, as if she had shed her burdens. Dailo, too, possessed a business card prepared by Dars, with genuine contact details. He retrieved it from his pocket, saying, "Likewise, I'm Dailo." As their eyes met in a shared smile, they realized an awkward dilemma remained: how to dispose of Hypno's corpse. A sudden thought struck Dailo, leading him to summon Houndoom. Since they could no longer destroy the evidence, they might as well consume it. Upon emerging, Houndoom's eyes sparkled with eagerness at the prospect of a feast. Dragging Hypno to a corner to commence its meal. Listening to the sounds of munching in the otherwise silent cabin, Sakaki's face paled slightly. However, after regaining her composure, she began to clean the scene. Dailo first tossed the man, now a mere shell of his former self due to Jengar's torment, back into his seat. Following that, Sakaki commenced her sanitation of the restroom. Without pretense or hesitance, her delicate hands wielded a cloth, cleaning the blood left by Hypno and the mess caused by the man's excessive fear. Dailo, feeling somewhat bashful, suggested, "Perhaps I should handle this." However, Sakaki replied without looking back, "I am not so pretentious, Mr. Dailo. Please go rest. I shall bring you breakfast in the morning." Aware that her presence here was of no assistance, Dailo turned to take his leave. As for the large dog, it would likely return on its own after finishing its meal. When Sakaki returned to her resting area after tidying everything up, a light and curious shadow floated above her head. Sensing something unusual, Sakaki looked up to see a dark green apparition. It was a ghost-type Pokémon, much like Ghastly, with a hairstyle reminiscent of ghostly flames and red irises. Notably, it wore a string of vibrant red beads around its neck. In response to Sakaki's gaze, the Pokémon merely twirled playfully before nuzzling against her neck. Having recently encountered Ghastly, Sakaki was somewhat accustomed to such sights. She did not panic at the appearance of this Pokémon, but instead smiled and presented a platter of fruits to her unexpected guest. As the sole witness to the earlier events, Miss Magius was quite pleased with the demeanor of the human woman. The little creature nibbled on the fruit with a smile, yet suddenly felt a twinge of discontent upon realizing that Sakaki did not possess a Pokeball. Chapter 38. A publicly funded journey. The bustling airport is one of the few public places in the Pokémon world where the freedom of Pokémon is significantly restricted. Particularly for flying-type Pokémon, entry is prohibited, and violators are promptly removed. While other travelers awaited their flights, a man and a woman made their way toward the exit. Leading the way was a woman clad in a form-fitting black dress, her feet adorned with red high heels. Her countenance bore an icy demeanor, reflecting her displeased mood. Following closely behind was a man dressed in a casual black and white tracksuit, each hand grasping a suitcase. Like the woman, his expression was far from cheerful. Dailo, listening to the noticeably louder click of Meow's high heels, found himself at a loss for words, silently following her lead and hoping her temper would subside. Fortunately, Meow was not genuinely angry. Well, perhaps a little annoyed, but she understood that Dailo and that flight attendant were meeting for the first time. However, she felt a surge of irritation when the attendant had the audacity to approach Dailo while she was seated beside him, and even more so when Dailo handed her a Pokeball. Meow's eyes had nearly burned with fury at that moment. Especially upon witnessing the flight attendant leave with the Pokeball in hand, she felt an overwhelming urge to hurl her handbag at the attendant's face. Thankfully, Dailo was considerate enough to offer her some fruit. Yet all Meow could think about was the flight attendant's smug expression with the Pokeball. Dailo had never even brought her a gift. Had Dailo been privy to Meow's thoughts, he might have produced a bag full of Pokeballs to appease this jealous beauty. Alas, he remained oblivious. It was only when they found a coffee shop and settled down that Meow, still in a huff, began to scrutinize the assortment of pastries before her. Observing Dailo's apprehensive demeanor, she asked, as if it were a mere formality, "Odoma doesn't have an airport, so there are no direct flights. Will the headquarters send someone to pick us up, or must we make our own way there?" In truth, Meow had posed this question before, but she had long forgotten Dailo's response, and it had merely been a casual inquiry that neither had taken to heart. Nevertheless, Dailo quickly replied. There is a cruise ship to Odoma. We can stay at a hotel for the night, and then book our tickets for the cruise. Miao paused for a moment, then asked, isn't it a bit late to take a cruise? Dailo, unperturbed, reassured her, not at all. And even if we arrive late, it's of no consequence. We are not the only ones heading to Odoma. Many large organizations have sent representatives as well. Rather than scrambling for something, it would be better to casually explore some attractions. This is not a mandatory mission. The headquarters merely wants us to make an appearance. Traveling? Miao's beautiful eyes lit up, her previous displeasure evaporating in an instant. She looked at Dailo and inquired, but won't Das be upset with us? Not at all. If the mission isn't completed, it isn't our fault, and there are no penalties for failure. You must understand that we are among the most autonomous operatives in Team Rocket, Dailo continued. Moreover, I have prepared a detailed itinerary. Once we arrive, we can first visit the art center, and since it is summer, we can also witness Odoma's annual swimsuit show and water Pokemon competitions. Upon seeing the expectant glimmer in Dailo's eyes, Miao suddenly found herself frozen. Dailo had never spoken to her in such a manner before. He had only mentioned that if the mission were completed successfully, Team Rocket would offer them some rewards. Miao would never mock Dailo for his work ethic, as she herself yearned to experience such an adventurous lifestyle. Yet now, upon hearing Dailo express his desire to leisurely explore Odoma with her, Miao realized her misconception. This fellow was not concerned about his work. Rather, he was wholly focused on bringing her some joy. Miao recognized that Dailo had no genuine interest in traveling. His daily routine indicated a preference for lounging at home. Had she been the catalyst for this change in him? Miao was unsure, but she knew that Dailo's preparations were not motivated by any mission from Team Rocket. With a gentle smile, Miao asked, could you share the itinerary with me? Of course, Dailo promptly replied, sending her a PDF file from his phone, all the while nervously observing her expression. This was Dailo's first attempt at creating such a travel itinerary. In the past, he had never been inclined to travel. And when he did, it was merely as part of a larger group, adhering to whatever the tour guide dictated. Yet for this itinerary, he had diligently researched information online for hours, meticulously organizing the schedule over nearly 2 days. As for the mission, capturing the female thief, a reward of a random mega necklace? Frankly, upon reading the word random, Dailo had already cast the mission aside. After all, what had he received from the last lottery? That ultimate ball was still gathering dust in his bag. Dailo was determined not to let his first outing with a girl end in a hasty manner. He was committed to thorough preparation. As Dailo felt his anxiety rise, Miao was engrossed in perusing the document on her phone, though she read with utmost seriousness. The smile at the corners of her lips was impossible to suppress. As she scanned the nearly 10-day travel itinerary, a warm sensation enveloped her heart, gently lifting her gaze. She met Dailo's eyes, and the emotions reflected there seemed as if they could melt him away. She realized that Dailo had been preparing for this for quite some time. Otherwise, he would not have waited until today to share it with her. Recalling her earlier impulsive behavior and Dailo's anxious demeanor as he trailed behind her, Miao suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment. She possessed only a handbag, while Dailo struggled with a suitcase in each hand and a backpack filled with various tools. They could have savored their time together, yet she had disrupted that opportunity. Miao had no desire to dwell on the flight attendant's actions any longer. She picked up a cookie, and amidst Dailo's stunned gaze, she gently said, "Ah." Dailo, appearing startled, clearly had yet to regain his composure. Nevertheless, filled with anticipation at the prospect of being fed by a beautiful woman, he opened his mouth, disregarding his pride. Miao chuckled softly, reveling in Dailo's slightly foolish yet endearing expression. Finding it difficult to reconcile the image of Dailo in this moment with the one she had witnessed that fateful night when he had acted decisively. However, what does it matter? As long as he is gentle with me, that is sufficient. The young woman smiled radiantly, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around her. It was a mission that Dailo could not determine be accomplished in the actions of Pokemon, only observing 4 of them engaging in a brutal form of assault, and gently pecked. Energy split. Dailo mused, Dailo uttered in directions. While hearing that since it was Cade Hill savoring, proposed the challenge as Cookie. Despite their contrasting, he might not need personalities, but Pokemon, his possessed provide a wager of his own, its intelligence far exceeding that of their peers. Did right hand immediately experienced excruciating pain. Care for some tea? The Honch Crow would ensure they understood the meaning of a gift that had been singled out by her in an instant. At Raven, Monsieur, palpable as a falling pin, began to blood flowed ripple outward from their table. I believe. Chapter 39. The Flying-type Pokemon at the airport. In the tranquil cafe, several unattached individuals cast envious glances at Dailo, who remained momentarily stunned. Yet, the couple at the center of attention seemed blissfully unaware of the scrutiny. A rosy hue graced Masha's cheeks, her ears flushed from the rush of blood. Yet her gaze was solely fixed on Dailo. No one else could evoke such devotion from Masha, and it was precisely because it was Dailo that he was deserving of the affections of this enchanting beauty. Dailo gazed into Masha's sparkling eyes, akin to a child who had just pilfered a sweet treat, reveling in quiet joy. However, just as he was about to utter a word, an ill-timed alarm blared. Ing! Alert! A flying-type Pokémon has appeared within the airport. Staff have initiated a containment operation. Ordinary travelers without Pokémon, please proceed to a safe area and await further instructions. The area with the Pokémon has been quarantined. If any Pokémon trainers are interested in the Zubat, please hasten to gate A302. Dailo and Masha exchanged amused yet exasperated glances. A mixture of humor, indignation, and resignation reflected in their eyes. Let us go take a look, Masha suggested, extending her right hand to grasp a suitcase and hoisting her handbag onto her right shoulder. With her now free left hand, she naturally intertwined her fingers with Dailo's right. However, she quickly became aware of a slight impropriety. Glancing at the lip print adorning Dailo's face, Masha felt a wave of shyness wash over her, reminiscent of a bashful young girl. Opening her handbag, she procured a tissue and, without waiting for Dailo to gather his wits, began to meticulously wipe his face clean. Wearing heels today, Masha stood at a similar height to Dailo, and their proximity, initially appearing intimate, drew even closer due to her endeavor to erase the mark. Catching a glimpse of Dailo's intense gaze from the corner of her eye, a rosy blush spread across Masha's graceful neck. With her heart fluttering, she took a step back, swiftly discarding the used tissue into a nearby bin. Feeling somewhat flustered, she was startled when a familiar hand clasped her left one. Without glancing at Masha's downcast gaze, Dailo simply said, "Let us go take a look." Forcing herself to maintain composure, Masha cast a quick glance at Dailo, her cheeks still flushed, as she began to search for gate A302. Meanwhile, the system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Due to the comprehensive data on this Pokémon, the system has automatically completed the location tracking. Navigation to your destination will commence now. One hand clutching the suitcase, the other entwined with Masha's. Dailo listened to the system's announcement and comprehended the situation regarding the Zubat. With the system's updates transforming Dailo's understanding of the world from data to reality, he began to feel regret. He deeply regretted sending that pickpocket cat to the headquarters. From the system's information, Dailo discerned a critical fact. All Pokémon identified as rare by the system possessed at least a golden tier quality. In contrast, apart from his mighty hound, which was golden tier, the rest of his Pokémon were merely silver tier. In essence, he had foolishly given away a Pokémon of golden tier quality. The saying goes, missed once, never miss again. And Dailo's thoughts were entirely consumed by the Zubat. This time, he was determined to claim this high-potential Pokémon for himself. Over there, a number of trainers had already reached the scene before Dailo and Masha, gazing helplessly at the flapping green bat. Logically, when many trainers encounter the same Pokémon and intend to capture it, the first to strike with a skill initiates the battle. According to this principle, disputes over captures rarely occur in densely populated areas, unless in desolate wilderness. After all, one must preserve their dignity. No trainer desires to lose face over a single Pokémon. Not every trainer possesses a flying-type Pokémon, and Dailo quickly assessed that the trainers unleashing skills below were not his competitors. Unfortunately, skills like Flamethrower have distance limitations, and the Zubat was currently hovering directly above the airport, its wide mouth mocking the trainers below. Indeed, Pokémon of golden tier or higher possess a certain cunning. Dailo recalled the previous pickpocket cat, which had eluded capture despite Miss Junch's relentless pursuit, ultimately requiring Dailo and Masha to score a surprise shot to subdue the agile creature. What, then, was the Zubat's intent? If trainers like Dailo were unable to approach this Pokémon, the airport staff would have to resort to unconventional methods. Unsure whether his Murkrow could secure the capture, Dailo gazed at his Pokeball, still deciding to take a chance. However, before he could throw out his Murkrow, other trainers with flying-type Pokémon began to act. This was a rare shiny Pokémon, irresistibly alluring to trainers everywhere. The first to attack the Zubat was a green figure. Familiar dual blades reminding Dailo of a Pokémon he could have once claimed, the popular bug-type Pokémon, Scyther. Yet, bug types seemed to have little effective damage against flying types, did they? Dailo, quick, have Murkrow swoop in. Masha urged, her experience shining through as she snatched Dailo's Pokeball and hurled it. In an instant, two beams of red light flashed as Murkrow and Ghastly materialized in the air. No commands were required. The rocket team's tactical chip flawlessly conveyed Dailo's intentions. Murkrow spread its wings but did not immediately dive, instead gliding low to the ground. Meanwhile, Ghastly vanished from sight. Its swift movements only perceptible to Dailo and Masha in the shadows. Is it trying to showcase the skills it acquired in the daily dungeon? Dailo speculated, beginning to grasp his Pokemon's intentions. After all, he was quite curious about the prowess they had achieved. Several sharp-eyed trainers noticed Dailo's 2 Pokemon, secretly envious, yet powerless to act, for who could compete with flying Pokemon? Chapter 40, The Capture. In the world of Pokemon, it is rare to witness a congregation of Pokemon from various regions, but now, that norm was shattered. Where could one find a gathering of trainers from far and wide? Dailo had never pondered this question before, but now he knew the answer. An airport serves as a transit hub for travelers, a melting pot for trainers from everywhere. Many high-level trainers likely remained on the sidelines, yet the airport had become a pressure cooker, tensions on the brink of boiling over. Friction between trainers was commonplace, and when it escalated, battles became inevitable. However, at present, all the trainers are singularly focused on hastening to engage in battle with the Zubat. Thus no conflicts have yet arisen. Dailo's Pokemon is in motion, as are those of the others. From May's perspective, there are several Pokemon present that could pose a threat to the Corviknight and Ghastly. The first to enter the fray is a swift Scyther, its dual arms slicing through the air with remarkable precision, making it the Pokemon nearest to the Zubat. Following closely is a brown owl Pokemon, adorned with an unusual pattern of 6 downward-pointing brown triangular symbols on its belly. Its most striking feature is a V-shaped, pale yellow marking resembling eyebrows above its eyes. This is a Noctowl, albeit significantly slower than Scyther, only able to keep pace when the Zubat frantically dodges Scyther's attacks. May's attention is particularly drawn to this Pokemon due to its unique attacking style. Unlike the melee-focused Scyther, Noctowl possesses psychic abilities. Once it frees itself to attack, it could inflict damage on the Zubat, thereby entering the battle. However, this Zubat is no easy opponent. Its seemingly erratic flight conceals a tactical maneuver, as it uses Scyther as cover, preventing Noctowl from launching direct psychic assaults. Yet now, the scene appears to be descending into chaos. 2 exceptionally swift avian Pokemon have suddenly joined the fray. The one on the left boasts deep blue plumage, adorned with crimson patterns at its neck, tail, and forehead, prompting May to verify its identity in her Pokédex, which promptly responds with an electronic voice, Swallow Pokemon, Kingdra. The Pokemon on the right, while lacking the sharp agility of Kingdra, carves a graceful arc through the air. May recognizes this Pokemon from a previous gym challenge. It is a fierce raptor known as Talonflame. The 2 Pokemon, moving with remarkable speed, swiftly dart past Scyther to launch their assaults on the Zubat. However, May breathes a sigh of relief as she observes that neither has employed any special attack techniques, and the Zubat adeptly evades their physical strikes. The trainer of Scyther silently sighs, realizing that the Zubat has not exerted its full strength while entangled with Scyther, merely using its presence to shield itself from Noctowl's psychic prowess. Yet now, observing the relentless pursuit of the 2 avian Pokemon, even the agile Zubat begins to exhibit signs of fatigue. Compounding its troubles, it suddenly catches sight of a Pokemon emerging from the crowd. Its already diminutive eyes widen in alarm, a potent sense of danger surging within. What has it seen? May turns to discover a majestic Pokemon captivating the attention of the entire arena. This creature, reminiscent of a western dragon, is a bipedal Pokemon with orange skin. Its underbelly to the tip of its tail and soles a creamy hue. It possesses short, stout hind limbs and relatively slender forelimbs equipped with 3 sharp claws, while its feet also bear 3 pointed talons. Yet, the most striking feature drawing the crowd's gaze is its enormous wings, which are blue-green on the inside, with horn-like protrusions at the 3rd joint. This is. Dailo gazes at the commanding Pokemon with an unmistakable envy, his heart tinged with regret. It is the final evolutionary form of one of the starter Pokemon from the Johto region. Each year, the starter Pokemon from Johto command prices exponentially higher than those from other regions, owing to their unparalleled strength. While Venusaur and Blastoise are relatively comparable to their counterparts in other regions, this fire-type Pokemon consistently reaches astronomical prices. The fire Pokemon, Charizard, observing Dailo's evident envy, May gently tugs at his right hand, leaning slightly against him, and softly remarks, "If you desire it, we shall procure the finest one from the Johto region after we complete this mission." Huh, what? Wow. Dailo immediately turns his head, surprised by May's suggestion, leading them to lock eyes in mutual astonishment. Noting the surprise in Dailo's eyes, May adjusts his collar with a smile, playfully saying, "It's merely a rather impressive fire-type Pokemon. No need to be so excited." This revelation conveniently resolves May's earlier dilemma regarding what gift to present to Dailo. as she discovers his fondness for such Pokémon. However, after a brief spell of excitement, Dailo shakes his head, stating, "There's no need for that. If the other Pokémon were to learn that we spend extravagantly for a Charizard we have yet to meet, they would surely be disheartened." What Dailo truly contemplates is a simple truth. He holds a deep affection for his Pokémon, be it Corviknight, Houndoom, or Ghastly. They are all companions who share his aspirations. To purchase a Pokémon would diminish that bond and strip it of its meaning. May comprehends Dailo's sentiments, but merely wishes to fulfill a longing of his. Turning to ponder, she wonders if they might one day encounter a kindred Charizard together. Meanwhile, the Charizard is oblivious to others' affections or envy. It has understood its master's command to seize that green bat. Though perhaps an overqualification for such a task, it is nonetheless the master's directive. With a glint of cunning in its eyes, Charizard flaps its wings and ascends into the air. Its target is the Zubat, and the searing flames it unleashes signify its domineering attitude towards the avian and insect Pokémon hovering above. Begone, little ones. Chapter 41, Confrontation. Return Scyther. The first trainer to recall their Pokémon makes an appearance, confronted by the formidable Charizard. Any trainer who remains obstinate risks endangering their own Pokémon. Consequently, those trainers with flying-type Pokémon hastily retrieve their Pokeballs, recognizing that the trainer wielding Charizard is beyond their current capabilities. In an instant, the chaotic scene becomes significantly cleaner, as both bug and flying-type Pokémon are methodically recalled. Once all have been retrieved, Dailo's Corviknight exhibits a distinct behavior. In response to the ascending Charizard, it ceases its ground-level flight, opting instead to beat its wings and execute a remarkable 90-degree turn. Unbeknownst to many, Dailo's Corviknight has already positioned itself directly beneath the Zubat, having previously hovered in a state of indecision amidst the throng of Pokémon. But now, recognizing an opportunity, it shows no fear of Charizard's intrusion. The resistance encountered during a vertical climb is unimaginable, yet, astonishingly, Dailo's Corviknight accelerates toward the Zubat at a speed that surpasses Charizard's. Roar! Charizard is incensed. How dare such a creature attempt to snatch its prey? Without hesitation, and accompanied by a fearsome roar, Charizard unleashes a blazing fire pillar, accompanied by a resounding explosion. How dare it strike first? All the trainers express their astonishment. Previously, despite the frantic attempts to seize the creatures, there had been no direct confrontations between the parties involved. Yet, the trainer of the Charizard now appeared to be exceedingly arrogant. However, in the face of Charizard's formidable assault, the leader of the Corviknight remained composed, unleashing a veil of black mist. The obscured vision rendered even Charizard incapable of delivering a decisive strike without a clear target. That detestable Starly, the sovereign of the skies, was thoroughly incensed. The attack, launched in a fit of rage, failing to connect with its adversary, was a colossal humiliation for it. The flames at its tail transitioned from a fiery crimson to a chilling blue-white, causing Dailo, who had studied Charizard's temperament, to feel a twinge of unease. He recognized that this peculiar coloration was only exhibited during moments of extreme fury. As Charizard's belly swelled, poised to unleash a ferocious bite upon the creature navigating through the black mist, the cry of a Zubat pierced the air. The mist dissipated, revealing the leader of the Corviknight triumphantly clutching the green bat's wings, a smirk of derision dancing in its eyes as it met Charizard's wrath. Just a simple-minded brute, thinking it could wrest this Pokémon away with sheer strength? The Zubat, ensnared beneath the Corviknight's talons, was utterly exhausted, having expended too much energy evading the previous onslaught of Pokémon. This left it incapable of resisting the current confrontation. Without a glance at Charizard's fury, the Corviknight gracefully descended, releasing the Zubat from its grasp 3 meters above the ground. With a flick of its claws, the unfortunate bat was hurled towards Dailo. Without needing Maru's encouragement, Dailo promptly threw his remaining luxury ball. Accompanied by 3 gentle clicks, a final chime resonated, signifying the Zubat's capture. Within the comforting confines of the luxury ball, the weary Pokémon emitted a sound of gratitude towards Dailo before succumbing to slumber. Dailo, not wishing to impose upon the Zubat by summoning it for admiration, immediately retracted the Corviknight and feigned an intent to depart. However, a swirling flame abruptly interrupted his movements. To evade this fiery onslaught, the Corviknight ascended once more into the sky. Yet, apart from Dailo, no one could perceive the disdain glimmering in the Pokémon's eyes. The trainer of Charizard observed with keen interest as his Pokémon unleashed its fury. After all, having a Zubat snatched away by another trainer would be a source of embarrassment for him. His gaze swept over the crowd, locking onto Dailo's tranquil eyes. Yet, his interest waned swiftly, For the alluring figure beside Dailo, possessing a pair of captivating legs, was far more to his liking. Little did this trainer realize. The desire reflected in his eyes was utterly unseemly. Perhaps he was indifferent to his own demeanor, much like how Charizard had brazenly disrupted the balance to attack the Corviknight. This fellow seemed to operate under principles markedly lower than those of others. However, Maru, noticing the man's gaze, narrowed her beautiful eyes and entwined her arms around Dailo's right arm, whispering softly in his ear. Feeling the warmth radiating from her touch, Dailo's expression was likely more favorable than that of the lecherous man, yet he could not abide the way that man gazed at Maru. Upon hearing Maru's whispers, he swiftly retrieved a Pokeball with his left hand. As a beam of red light flashed, the recently awakened Houndoom approached Maru with an indifferent demeanor. Having been in custody in his previous life, found himself surrounded by beauty and dutiful police officer ordered Dailo's face. Its appearance in swan. It's causing crowd to instinctively cool. Dailo subtly struck the other's gaze, comprehending their early comment. Standing at just over a meter tall, Houndoom effectively shielded its master from the man's gaze, which faltered upon meeting Houndoom's icy expression. While others regarded his Charizard as formidable, in truth, it was the sole noteworthy Pokemon he possessed. Charizard's volatile temperament had led to most of the Pokemon he captured becoming mere culinary delights, intended exclusively for Charizard's consumption. This resulted in Charizard's impressive development. Yet the trainer found himself lacking in other formidable Pokemon. The majority of his captured Pokemon were relegated to the role of sustenance within Charizard's diet. Sensing its master in peril, Charizard's gaze sharpened, relinquishing its intent to battle the Corviknight as it slowly descended. However, did the Corviknight indicate any desire to relent, to strike, or withdraw at will? Did it truly consider itself so significant? Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Houndoom's second-in-command, it was clear to Houndoom what the Corviknight intended. Among the three Pokemon, the Corviknight was always the most cunning, even with Houndoom's newfound strength. It had no desire to contest command. In the world of Pokemon, cooperation and synergy were paramount. Exchanging a glance with the lurking Ghastly, Houndoom let out a long howl, initiating a charge. Chapter 42. How to Handle the Zubat. The black mist churned and coalesced, and the Corviknight's eyes reflected a chilling juxtaposition of indifference and brutality, enveloping the space above Charizard. Purple gas began to emerge from the shadows, and Ghastly had coalesced two gaseous fists around itself, interestingly, right beneath Charizard's shadow. Houndoom's tail fur became sleek and orderly, as if meticulously groomed, devoid of any extraneous fluff. With the path ahead blocked and the rear obstructed, and with black mist shrouding the air, Charizard found itself incapable of formulating an effective response. Its forelimbs, typically raised in readiness, were instead planted upon the ground, resembling a reptilian stance, as its wings flapped incessantly. The tail, aflame with blue-white fire, began to thrash, betraying its heightened alertness with a slightly distended belly and flickering flames escaping its mouth. The trainer of Charizard had retreated to the sidelines, trusting in his Pokemon's instincts in this level of combat. After all, this was not a novice Pokemon, but one evolved to its final form, akin to seasoned veterans of the battlefield, possessing its own strategies. Overly interfering would only serve to strip the Pokemon of its subjective judgment and foster dependency. Dailo, however, was in a different situation. Houndoom had significantly enhanced its combat prowess due to the exclusive dungeon, requiring no guidance. The Corviknight, seemingly having activated its psychic abilities after absorbing the energy from the Dark Stone, had learned a brand new skill that Dailo had observed through the Pokédex during its last examination. Ordinarily, such a skill would not be attainable by a Corviknight. It would require either the tutelage of another Pokemon or a technical machine to learn. Yet, the current circumstances indicated that it had indeed mastered it. Furthermore, utilizing this initial skill, the Corviknight had developed a powerful move from its existing skill set, serving as a hallmark ability for special attack Pokemon. At that moment, Dailo discerned the significance of the system update. The removal of personality bonuses and species value limitations had rendered Pokemon growth paths more diverse. Why? Perhaps some Pokemon excelled in physical attacks, but their special attack capabilities were not necessarily weak. Personality dictated everything. Dailo's Corviknight was undeniably not the type to place itself in peril. Physical attacks often involved direct confrontation, where the attacker would invariably risk counterattacks upon striking the opponent. In contrast, special attacks allowed for distance, enabling the observer to gauge the opponent's movements and strategize the next offensive maneuver more effectively. This realization had manifested the day Dailo captured the Dark Corviknight. On that fateful day, The hyena dog successfully delayed the movement of the scorpion by using its sand-throwing technique. Yet the ferocious wing attacks of the dark crow failed to inflict any significant damage upon its adversary. Instead, it was the scorpion's counterattack that nearly cost the dark crow its life. At that moment, the dark crow resolved never to place itself in peril again, should it be within its power to avoid such danger. Consequently, its subsequent training trajectory consistently aimed towards this objective, and the emergence of its companion was a testament to that progress. Thus, this Pokémon's intellect had long since evolved through daily accumulation, rendering it unnecessary for Dailo to fret over its development. Conversely, Ghastly was a different case altogether. Although the little creature harbored as many secrets as its avian counterpart, its understanding remained rather superficial, driven solely by a naive desire for strength without any clear plan for its own growth. Initially, it trained within the confines of Team Rocket's base, followed by daily training sessions in Dairo's instance-based challenges. Despite the occasional guidance from the Dark Crow, the stark contrast in their personalities and compatibility ultimately led to a lack of fruitful collaboration. Hence, while Dailo now controlled 3 tactical chips, in reality, only Ghastly's was actively operational. Nevertheless, for the onlookers, witnessing Dailo seemingly commanding 3 Pokémon simultaneously through mere glances was nothing short of astonishing, an undeniable mark of a high-level trainer. Yet, the anticipated confrontation never materialized. Clad in her familiar police uniform, with a strikingly handsome visage, Dailo found himself unfamiliar with her, just as she was with him. The airport's security undeniably required Ms. Junsha's vigilant oversight, an unavoidable necessity. Initially, she had merely observed, hoping to facilitate the trainers eager to capture the Zubat. But now that the incident had been resolved, those trainers had become redundant. Should they incite further conflict, they would be facing a trip to the station for a cup of tea. Thus, the dutiful Ms. Junsha confidently positioned herself at the center of the battleground, accompanied by her furiously bristling Arcanine and a soaring Pidgeot. Dailo scrutinized Pidgeot's prowess. It was evident that had Ms. Junsha initiated the attack, most trainers present would have stood little chance of competing. It seemed that his success was indeed contingent upon the disdain of the elite to engage. Resigned, Dailo recalled his 3 Pokémon into their respective Pokeballs, recognizing that further discussion was futile, and he calmly took Marshado's hand, departing the scene. Ms. Junsha made no effort to impede their retreat. She had never intended to engage, merely concerned that they might escalate matters and disrupt the airport's tranquility. The trainer of the Charizard promptly recalled his Pokémon as well, aware that only extravagant purchases could satisfy its appetite. He bore no bitterness, after all. It was his Pokémon, one that obeyed commands, protected its trainer, and even possessed a wall collision effect. Nodding at Junsha, the man glanced at Dairo's retreating figure and chose to remain silent. Being adults, there was no need to become irate over unforeseen events that could arise daily. He pondered what his Charizard might desire to eat today, perhaps a Tauros? Or a Pidgey? Perhaps a better choice would be a Circle Bear. As the last time his Charizard feasted on bear paws, it seemed quite content. Inside the Pokémon Center at the airport, Dailo gazed despondently at the luxurious Pokeball in his hand. Both the Mytina and the Dark Crow had fully recovered, and this rare shiny Pokémon had also regained its vitality after treatment. However, Dailo found himself at a loss regarding how to handle this Pokémon. A shiny Pokémon could exchange for numerous resources from Team Rocket's headquarters, and with the Dark Crow and Ghastly at his disposal, he lacked any pressing need for a Zubat in terms of combat capability. Although it was a splendid Pokémon, he was unsure of its fate, and judging by Marshado's expression, this green bat was certainly not to her liking. So what was to be done? Chapter 43, Dinner. In a meticulously cleaned room, with food items precisely marked with prices, hotels always serve as a sanctuary for weary travelers. Dailo casually tossed his bag onto a chair and moved his suitcase beside the nightstand. His expression was peculiar, a blend of joy and anxiety. His gaze traversed the room's decor, a writing desk, a bathroom, a balcony, and most notably, 2 beds. 2 beds. The neatly arranged sheets and pillows lay quietly upon the beds. Dailo's eyes scanned the area and, indeed, the available consumables included condoms. Marshado noticed Dailo's gaze and, effortlessly shifting between the demeanor of a mature woman and a young girl, deliberately positioned herself to obscure his view of a particular item. A teasing smile playing on her lips. Dairo-sensei, surely you aren't contemplating something inappropriate? No, I was merely perusing the price list. Dairo quickly averted his eyes, realizing that maintaining eye contact with Marshado would expose his flustered state. Oh, really? Absolutely not, Dairo adamantly denied. Then shall we proceed to dinner? This hotel's cuisine is quite commendable. Marcia Dao organized her belongings, dismissing the previous topic of conversation, and gently took Dairo's hand, feeling his noticeably erratic breathing, which brought a slight smile to her lips. Such light-hearted banter always brought her joy. As for Dairo, this existential inquiry was proving far too challenging. The hotel restaurant indeed boasted the quality Marcia Dao had mentioned, offering not only a buffet of foie gras and steak, but also a dedicated bartender awaiting patrons. Seated by the window, basking in the moonlight unobstructed by clouds, Dairo gazed through his glass, beholding Marcia Dao's radiant visage illuminated by the soft glow of the lights. What a tranquil moment it was. Dairo took a sip, savoring the ambience of the restaurant. From the dim corners, adorned with gentle lighting, wafted a delicate melody. Although Dairo was unaware of the cultural heritage within the Pokémon world, the tune seemed familiar. Have you heard this piano piece? Indeed. It's quite famous, the Moonlight Sonata, after all. Marcia Dao replied earnestly as she glanced at the pianist in the corner, pondering Dairo's question. Moonlight Sonata? The one by Beethoven? Precisely. Isn't he the only one associated with it? Marcia Dao observed Dairo thoughtfully before laughing. I didn't expect Dairo-sensei to have knowledge of music. No, I merely heard it before, Dairo remarked. Cutting a piece of steak to savor, his thoughts wandering to the cultural connections between this world and his own. Was it possible that these elements were products influenced by differing world lines? If Beethoven existed here, then many historical and cultural artifacts should similarly be present. This alone could fill the void of a data-driven gaming universe. Merely a game setting would not suffice to construct the essence of this world. Hence, it suggested that there existed a degree of overlap between this world and his own, yet such conclusions could not be utilized to assess the existence of other nations. The national data within this world seemed rather nebulous. Dairo recalled a previous fashion show where a princess from a certain nation had accompanied a Pokémon, Shiny Galade. Akin to a celebrity, she too possessed a necklace for Mega Evolution, differing only in color. Indeed, that Princess Galade was a shiny one. But from which nation did she hail? The Pokémon world exhibited both modernity and remnants of medieval Europe. Her attire was unmistakably noble, indicative of a nation steeped in cultural heritage. Such an unclear world was indeed vexing for Dairo. As he pondered, a cool sensation graced his forehead. What are you thinking about? Miaoxio's slender finger gently pressed against Dailoa's forehead, discerning the turmoil within him, thus prompting her to inquire further. The icy touch of her delicate fingers stimulated the confusion etched on Dailoa's brow, and the previously furrowed expression gradually softened under her tender pressure. I find myself rather uninformed about the distribution of nations, Dailo confessed candidly, feeling no need to disguise his ignorance. Miaoxio was momentarily taken aback by Dailoa's admission, yet she swiftly regained her composure upon noticing the earnest intensity in his gaze. After a brief contemplation, she provided her response. Under the aegis of the Alliance, regions such as Kalos, Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova were classified as components of a singular nation in a certain sense. Wow, that's quite an expansive territory, Dailo remarked, taking a sip of his cocktail to steady himself. There's no need for such astonishment. The country we inhabit is merely a minuscule fragment of this vast world, which is far larger than our footprints can traverse. Throughout history, countless adventurers have endeavored to explore every inch of this world, yet only a select few have succeeded. Noticing Dailoa's empty plate, Miaoxio rose and suggested, let's procure some food. The barbecue dishes are just being served over there. All right, there was ample time between them, and it was unnecessary to confine their conversation to the confines of a single meal. Aware of Dailoa's curiosity regarding this matter, Miaoxio resolved to meticulously organize the information before presenting him with a comprehensive answer. As they passed by the ice cream stand, her steps faltered momentarily. She intended to leave but noticed that Dailo had not followed. What's the matter? I'm thinking of getting some ice cream. Would you like some? In that case, I'd like a vanilla one. Very well. Dailo adeptly seized a nearby ice cream scoop and procured a vanilla ice cream for Miaoxio. Those who have indulged in buffets understand that ice cream scoops can be rather unwieldy. One often marvels at the fluid motions of the Haagen-Dazs staff. Yet when it comes to oneself, it becomes a challenge. However, Dailo was different, having honed his skills since arriving in this world. He had surpassed the abilities of most ordinary individuals. Scooping a single ball of ice cream was a trivial task for him. Here, he placed the ice cream onto Miaoxio's plate and began to serve himself. This time, however, he teased, if you hesitate to indulge in ice cream these next few days, you'll truly miss out by the time of your monthly cycle. Miaoxio's hand trembled, nearly causing the ice cream to tumble to the floor. She shot Dailo an exasperated glance, muttering under her breath, honestly, why would you let Karen inform you about such things? Since we'll be embarking on adventures together from now on, it's something worth noting, Dailo chuckled, having secured his chocolate ice cream. How do you know I heard it from Karen? She retorted. Of course, she told me. Miaoxiu glared at Dailo, saying, honestly, I thought you were suspiciously pulling her aside before we left, only to find out you were prying into my personal matters. I was mistaken, please forgive me. Dailo's apology was insincere, yet Miaoxiu merely rolled her eyes at him. Then, she retrieved a paper cup intended for ice cream and handed it to Dailo. I want a chocolate one too. Could you please get me another? Huh. Dailo gazed at Miaoxiu, who met his stare unwaveringly. He continued to look at her, and she maintained her gaze, blinking her jewel-like black eyes as if to say, what? Did I say something? Dailo conceded defeat. Thus, he once again grasped the ice cream scoop and added a chocolate scoop for Miaoxiu, while treating himself to a vanilla one. I initially wanted a matcha flavor, but seeing the nearly empty ice cream tub, I'll save that for another visit to the dessert shop. Chapter 44, Ancient Species. Winter nights are long, and summer nights are short, yet regardless of the season, 10 o'clock marks the onset of darkness. However, darkness does not equate to rest. The hotel offers a plethora of excellent services, including bars, swimming pools, and tea restaurants, allowing patrons to unwind and relish the rare tranquility amidst their adventures. Notably, upon entering their room, Dailo, having stepped through the door first, discovered certain clandestine gifts. While the two were dining, several small cards had been slipped beneath the hotel room door. They were quite ordinary cards advertising special services, adorned with contact information and provocative images of women. Naturally, Dailo instinctively picked them up, curious to discern their nature. However, he was well aware that such cards were common in hotels, differing only in how each establishment presented these services, some with small cards, others via direct phone calls. Regrettably for Dailo, regardless of whether his action was a momentary whim or deliberate curiosity, the fate of the cards was sealed the moment he lifted them. Miaoxiu, with a smile, took the cards from Dailo's hand and disposed of them in the trash bin. Before doing so, she playfully remarked, the trash bin is quite clean, with only these cards. If you wish to retrieve them for a second glance, feel free. Dailo glanced at Miaoxiu's smiling face and then at the alluring smiles of the women on the discarded cards. After some contemplation, he opted for the former, thus sitting upright at the desk, connecting his computer to a power source and plugging in his phone, preparing for a delightful evening. What are you preparing? Miaoxiu inquired, leaning closer, her warm breath stirring Dailo's heart. Managing the distribution of Pokémon, he replied absent-mindedly, distracted by a few strands of her black hair that brushed against his eye, carrying a faint fragrance. So, both Zubat and Chasebin have been sent to headquarters? Yes, Chasebin opted for a reward exchange, while Zubat remains there as a backup. Miaoxiu raised an eyebrow, allowing Dailo's breath to caress her ear, yet she remained focused on the computer screen. Is this the reward for surrendering Chasebin? Indeed. The starter Pokémon from Kalos hold considerable value. The computer screen displayed the rewards that the messenger bird would soon deliver to Dailo, with money being a certainty. The value of a starter Pokémon, yet untouched by Team Rocket, was immeasurable. Additionally, there were rare items. The first of which Miaoxiu spotted, 2 Pokeballs that were a size larger than the standard ones. These Pokeballs appeared to be crafted from pure metal, their color a subdued black spray paint. However, when this understated hue met the sheen of metal, it became anything but subtle. Their high-end appearance could easily be deemed a weapon of choice. Dailo clicked on one of the Pokeballs with his mouse, right-clicking to examine its properties. These special Pokeballs were created through collaboration between Team Rocket's research division and Silver Company, circulating only in limited circles and not available for public sale. They possessed gravity far exceeding that of the main world and were designed for rigorous environments. The benefits were evident. Any Steel-type Pokémon captured within such a Pokeball would gain access to a training room that would continually enhance their strength. Dailo regarded the 2 Pokeballs with disdain. To him, who had access to dungeons, no training room could compare to the rigorous training provided by a dungeon. What might be treasures to other trainers were merely makeshift projectiles to him. Nevertheless, since they were a gift from his superior, he figured it was best to accept them without hesitation. However, exchanging a single Chasebin for these items seems rather inequitable, does it not? Mariao cast a quick glance and discerned that aside from a few relatively rare evolution stones, the rewards from Team Rocket were comprised of trifling trinkets. To trade a Chasebin for such meager offerings? Although it was due to some dissatisfaction with its temperament, Dairo himself was not entirely pleased. After all, it was one of the starter Pokémon. Submitting it was intended to procure something of greater value, yet the headquarters seemed to be treating Dairo with such disregard. Mariao pressed her fingers onto the table, applying slight pressure until her knuckles turned pale. The young girl pursed her lips, her eyes narrowing. As her onyx-like gaze sparkled with a hint of peril, she felt indignant on behalf of Dailo and enraged at Team Rocket's paltry rewards. Mariao was no novice trainer. Easily swayed by a mere taste of success, every item bore its market value, and Chasebin was no exception. As a member of the Kalos region's starter trio, it could not be compared to a handful of evolution stones. Moreover, in the present day, many research institutions had developed synthetic evolution stones to assist Pokémon in their evolution, making it difficult to distinguish the authentic from the artificial. Mariao dared not assert that the 3 stones displayed on the screen were entirely natural. However, Dailo soon altered her perspective. With a flick of his finger, another window opened. It was a surveillance view, likely from a corner of the ceiling. Dailo and Mariao began to observe every movement within the room through the camera. The lighting was dim, yet sufficient for them to perceive a vague outline. It was a Pokémon. Cloaked in shadows, it blended seamlessly with the darkened room. The silence was profound, rendering the space so tranquil that no other creature dared intrude. Yet, this was merely an illusion. Even through the screen, Dailo could sense the pressure emanating from this Pokémon. It was a Pokémon of great authority. Authority. Aura. These concepts may seem abstract, yet they undeniably exist and hold significance. They are formidable, just as a mighty hound can silence a raucous child, or a Charizard can instill trepidation in a Zubat. This was a Pokémon exuding the aura of a powerful being. Upon seeing this creature, Mariao was instantly reminded of the Charizard she had encountered not long ago. However, this Pokémon differed slightly in stature. Its wings were narrower, its head broader, and its length surpassed that of Charizard. More importantly, it lacked Charizard's flawless form. Charizard epitomized the quintessential Western dragon archetype, a standard mini-dragon-type Pokémon could scarcely match. This was the reason for this fire-type starter's enduring popularity. If Charizard evoked images of strength and fervor, this particular Pokémon instilled feelings of desolation, dread, and awe at history. Chapter 45, The Hunter. In the dimly lit room, dust danced in the air. The winged dragon Pokémon lifted its head, exhaling 2 heavy breaths. Its gaze fixated on the iron bars confining it. Indeed, iron bars are the most commonplace elements of a prison. This was not a typical room. A normal chamber could not possibly consist of 3 solid concrete walls and a single iron barrier connecting it to the outside world. Yet, this Pokémon had ceased to care. It could not escape, nor would it ever. The only thing it could do was peer through the bars at the dark corridor beyond, perhaps hoping that a caretaker would arrive to provide it with a late-night snack. The corridor stretched into an unseen distance, at least, within the fossilized Aerodactyl's chamber. The end of the corridor remained hidden. The same stone walls, the same shades of gray, and occasionally, a misguided Rattata would scurry past its line of sight. Naturally, it would not allow them to leave unharmed. Once the sovereign of the skies, even after being cast down, it would not relinquish its rightful dignity. Dailo believed this, for the caretakers it had devoured would surely affirm it in the afterlife. The fossilized Aerodactyl did not require a mere midnight snack if a caretaker had arrived. Then, like the Rattata, they could remain. With a vacant stare directed at the corridor, sensing that no one would visit again, it closed its eyes. The stone chamber fell silent once more, as if it had never awakened. The gray skin, gray walls, and gray floor coalesced into a still image. Thousands of miles away, Dailo moved his mouse to the upper left corner, closing the screen. The headquarters could not possibly provide him with this fossilized Aerodactyl, could they? This was one of the 2 ancient species summoned in the Water City 2 years ago. The nonsensical response caused Mario's eyes to widen in surprise. Are you suggesting? This time, we might encounter such a creature as well. Dailo pushed back his chair, smiling calmly as he said, but we need not worry. We never intended to delve deeply. Ancient species are matters for other participants to contend with. If I were your supervisor, I would certainly dismiss such a negligent employee. Mario's arms wrapped around Dairo's neck, her entire body gently leaning against his back as she murmured, "Something will go awry, right? If Banmu finds out, rest assured." "Nothing will happen," Dailo replied confidently, turning to meet Mario's gaze. "We simply need to follow those 2 female thieves." "Sure, I'll follow your lead." Releasing her embrace, Mario's eyes sparkled mischievously as she chuckled. "I'll go take a shower now." "All right." Dailo turned his head slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with Mario. He understood her intentions and recognized that her playful teasing stemmed from curiosity. Thus, it was best to dispel any unrealistic fantasies quickly. Listening to the sound of water just beyond the wall, Dailo languidly reclined in his chair. Perhaps due to his posture, he yawned drowsily as he lay down. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was 10:30. Indeed, it was getting late, yet numerous matters required his attention. Retrieving the Pokeballs hanging from his belt, Dairo arranged them in the order of capture. From left to right, Arcanine, Honchkrow, and Ghastly. Each Pokemon was contained within the most basic red and white Trainer-S Pokeballs, the kind readily available in any Pokemon Center. However, even so, Dairo could distinguish the differences among these Pokeballs. Arcanine's Pokeball was the best preserved, with no discernible seams at the junction of the two halves. In contrast, Honchkrow's and Ghastly's Pokeballs exhibited subtle variations. The contours of the spheres appeared slightly altered, as if there was an additional slit at the meeting point of the halves, and the exterior of the Pokeballs occasionally emitted faint glimmers of red light, the light that signifies a Pokemon's release, albeit much diminished. This instability was a consequence of the Pokemon's unauthorized exits from their Pokeballs. The spheres had become compromised, with energy leaking from the spatial technology contained within. If this continued, it would not be long before both Pokeballs would become unusable. Dairo gazed at the precarious items that could release their Pokemon with a mere touch. Unsure of what to say, his two Pokemon exhibited excessively high levels of autonomy, frequently escaping their Pokeballs, which had become a common occurrence. However, given the favorable outcomes, Dairo had not chastised them. Nevertheless, the quality of these Pokeballs was alarmingly poor. The confined space and excessive humidity posed a genuine risk to the Pokemon's well-being over prolonged periods. If only he could find time to acquire some customized Pokeballs. Those used by nobles were often bespoke versions, featuring spacious interiors and exceptionally sophisticated equipment. Dairo silently outlined his future objectives, then gently pressed the buttons on the three Pokeballs, causing the three Pokemon to materialize within the room. The Great Wolfhound, aware that its master would eventually release it, refrained from recklessly roaming about. Instead, it nestled comfortably in a corner of the bed, relishing the cool air provided by the air conditioning. Draping its fluffy wolf tail over itself, it understood that only by remaining close to its master could it enjoy such summer comforts. In contrast, the crow, the head of its kind, did not share the same habits as the wolfhound. It flapped its wings and soared out of the refreshing confines of the air-conditioned room. It yearned to spend the night perched on the balcony railing, savoring the gentle night breeze and the vibrancy of the twilight. Darkness had always been its favorite hue. Similarly, the ghostly figure known as Guise floated through walls, likely seeking to wander and find some amusement. Although the two Pokemon were not particularly compatible, they could only keep each other company at night, for Pokemon adhered to their own biological clocks, and Dailo, being human, had no authority to interfere with the nocturnal escapades of his Pokemon. However, certain entities seemed intent on meddling with Dailo's nightlife. Before the bathroom door, a six-legged creature descended slowly from the ceiling. Defying Newton's apple theorem, this six-legged being remained suspended in midair, only to soon reveal itself. The wolfhound's nose twitched, detecting an unpleasant odor in the air, and its eyes widened in alarm. Muscles tensed, fur bristled, and its fierce gaze, upon opening, immediately discerned the bothersome shadow. Yet Dailo's reaction was swifter. Seated on a chair, his peripheral vision caught sight of the loathsome shadow, and as the creature made its move, Dailo sprang into action. There was no embellishment of energy, no accumulation of power. He simply unleashed the raw instinctive force of his body, propelling himself to the bathroom door. There, he confronted a repugnant crawler. Chapter 46, The Round Silk Spider. "Mary, hurry up," he urged. All right." A surprised voice came from the bathroom. Although she was unaware of the situation, Mary complied. Meanwhile, in the corridor's dim light, Dailo clenched his fist, leaning against the wall. His gaze fixated on his right hand. Now a clenched fist. His cold stare penetrated, his eyes narrowing. Much like in training, he resembled a beast poised to strike. A mere stillness exuded a brutal intent that unsettled the wolfhound. The indifferent yet cautious gaze surveyed a puddle of viscous insect fluid, a concoction of green and white, mingled together. This was a substance derived from the remains of a Pokemon. Creating such insect fluid was deceptively simple. One merely needed to raise a fist and strike the insect-type Pokemon. One punch, two punches, until its frail body was pulverized. Dailo did just that. A sonic punch struck the target, followed by a devastating blow. There was no resistance. Indeed, it was an act of brutal slaughter. Dailo attempted to wipe his fist clean with a tissue, but the vile fluid clung stubbornly. Bits of insect slime adhered to his knuckles, interspersed with remnants of the partially pulverized insect legs, continuously nauseating Dailo. How he detested insects. Shaking his hand in disgust and glancing at the splattered insect fluid, Dailo's expression darkened. It seemed he would need to change rooms. Creak. The bathroom door swung open as Mary emerged, wrapped in a towel, only to be met with a visual shock at the sight before her. "A round silk spider?" she exclaimed, her voice revealing the restrained emotions Dailo had previously heard. Indeed, Dailo nodded in confirmation of her assumption, with the steam of her recent bath enveloping her. Mary deftly avoided the splattered insect fluid and approached Dailo. "You should wash your hands." As Dailo stood up and stepped into the bathroom, he suddenly turned back, recalling something. "Don't go to bed just yet. Get dressed first." "All right." Mary understood Dailo's intent, but as she returned to the bedside to comply, she was startled. Casting her gaze back toward the bathroom, she realized Dailo was still inside, and she breathed a sigh of relief. The inside of her bathrobe was devoid of clothing, and changing would necessitate removing the robe. It only dawned on her, with her curves exposed to the air, that she might have been a bit too casual. Wasn't this the room she had chosen without Dailo's knowledge? Why was she now feeling flustered? Her cheeks flushed, she stepped outside the bathroom and called to Dailo, who was still washing his hands. "Dailo? Don't come out just yet. I'm changing." "All right, call for me when you're done." "Okay." Dailo felt no urge to peek at the world's splendor. He remained focused on his right hand, now smeared with insect fluid. He carefully peeled off the insect legs with a tissue, followed by a rinse under hot water. Gradually, he increased the temperature from comfortably warm to uncomfortably hot. Assessing the situation, the insect fluid was not easily removed. If not heated to a sufficient temperature, it could permanently bond with his skin. Fortunately, Dailo's predicament was not so dire. As the water washed over his right hand, it began to redden, yet the heat effectively dislodged the insect fluid. He realized he had acted too impulsively. With the cleansing of the insect fluid complete, Dailo switched to cold water to rinse the previously soiled areas. His gaze followed the cascading water, lost in thought, particularly after such a shocking encounter. The wolfhound had seen the round silk spider. Mary had seen the body of the round silk spider. But Dailo knew more. For when he had slain this Pokémon, a system prompt had alerted him. System prompt: a level task triggered. Task type: survival mission. Task content: an insect-type Pokémon sovereign has attacked the Sonerica Grand Hotel, and its subordinate insect-type Pokémon are hunting within the establishment. Task requirement: survive in the hotel, where immediate rescue is impossible until the rescue team arrives. Immediate rescue impossible? Why? What circumstances could lead to such an outcome? "Teacher, you can come out now." Mary's voice echoed from outside the door, prompting Dailo to cease his contemplation. Upon opening the door, he nearly mistook his surroundings, only regaining his bearings when the crow landed on his shoulder. "How clean," he remarked. The once chaotic scene of insect fluid had vanished as if it had never existed. Had he not spotted the two round silk spiders tucked away in the corner, he might have thought he had stepped into an alternate reality. Wait, the round silk spiders? Wasn't I the one who smashed them to bits? Why are there still two? A ribbon, seemingly animated by an unseen force, wrapped itself around Dailo's right arm. A delicate pink energy unique to fairy types brushing against his freshly cleaned fist. "Thanks." Dailo raised his hand and affectionately ruffled the fur atop the head of his Sylvian. The soft, plush texture felt delightful. Their bond was strong, and Sylvian clearly relished this interaction. Observing the affectionate exchange between trainer and Pokémon, Mary's lips curled into a smile. Fresh from her bath, she had changed into a pair of thigh-high denim shorts and a simple black t-shirt, accentuating her already striking figure. Those two round silk spiders? The ones that appeared from the ceiling? I had the big-mouth Pokémon take care of them. Mary waved. And the yellow Pokémon, still lounging against the wolfhound's back, strutted forward to showcase its prowess before Dailo. The proud expression on its face revealed its desire for praise. "Praise me, praise me." The big-mouth Pokémon faced away from Dailo, only opening one eye while tilting its head slightly, its large mouth draped behind it, giving it an unexpectedly adorable appearance. However, from Maris's perspective, she could distinctly observe her Pokémon feigning indifference while brimming with anticipation. How delightfully tsundere. Would it not be better for it to take the initiative like the enchanting Sylvian? The subtle nuances that Maris detected did not escape Dailo's keen eye either. Although they were not his Pokémon, both the Woobat and Sylvian had already formed a close bond of master and servant with him. Thus, should they not be rewarded? Let us wait a little longer. Once we reach autumn air, I shall treat you to some delightful desserts, shall I? Dailo crouched down, aligning his gaze with that of the Woobat. Wait, what was that sound? Is that the Woobat's voice? Did you hear that? Maris approached the Woobat, glancing at Dailo, who wore a look of astonishment, and chuckled. The Team Rocket chip is not merely a one-way command. As long as a Pokémon possesses sufficient mental strength, it can attempt to communicate with its trainer. Moreover, since the chip was originally given to me by you, both the Woobat and Sylvian have your records embedded within their chips. Chapter 47, The Bug Egg. So, both the Sylvian and Woobat can communicate with us through the chip? Dailo, astonished, gently stroked the woobat's forehead. Initially hesitant, the little creature soon melted into Dailo's embrace. Could it be a particularly sensitive Pokémon? No, perhaps he was overthinking it. Indeed, however, Dailo-sensei's Pokémon are not yet capable. Their mental strength remains too low. I believe the first to communicate with you via the chip will indeed be the Corviknight. Maris reflected, gazing at the imposing Corviknight that had previously aided in downing the Spinarak. Yet, her attention swiftly shifted to the great Houndoom. The latter understood her cue, curling its tail around, lifting 2 Spinaraks before Dailo. Previously, Dailo had dealt with the Spinaraks rather violently due to their attempt to invade the bathroom, but now, as these 2 Pokémon were laid before him, he had to begin assessing the potential adversaries he might encounter. This was a toast-shaped Pokémon resembling a spider. But unlike true spiders, it possessed only 3 pairs of legs. The Spinarak's head and abdomen were a pale blue, adorned with a white horn and 2 protruding red fangs. Its peculiar feature was its abdomen, which bore 2 dark blue spots and a crescent-shaped mark, rendering it reminiscent of a human face from a distance. Nevertheless, a spider is still a spider, particularly with those hairs that completely detract from its cuteness. Should we capture it? Maris offered a pokeball. Perhaps not, Dailo replied, taking the ball but refraining from action. Instead, he issued a command through the chip to Gengar. Eliminate them. A shadow that had been patiently waiting outside the window surged through the glass, exuding an aura of power. As the unstable black mist enveloped Gengar, it sprang into action. With a flash of violet light in its eyes, the black mist gradually solidified, being squeezed and shaped until, at last, 2 fists composed solely of darkness emerged, Gengar's signature gaseous hands. Once everything was in place, Gengar commenced executing the command. The 2 Pokémon, now devoid of any will to resist, did not struggle. One of them even attempted to spit out silk to hinder Gengar's advance. However, it did not take long for crimson flames to manifest from Gengar's fists, 2 highly volatile fireballs that fluctuated with Gengar's movements. Waves of heat were released. Although this was not Dailo's first encounter with Gengar employing this skill, Maris arched her brows in intrigue. The great Houndoom had inherited Fire Fawn. But could Gengar also master Fire Punch? As the flames consumed the 2 bug-type Pokémon without a hint of suspense, Dailo noticed that Gengar had retrieved something from the inferno. What was that? Silk? Maris took the white spherical object, examining its texture and stickiness. System, what is this? Reporting. Host, this is a bug egg. Huh. Aren't Pokémon supposed to lay eggs? What on earth is a bug egg? Indeed, while most Pokémon reproduce through eggs, there are rare and esoteric methods, such as many bug-type Pokémon being capable of gestating new life by parasitizing bug eggs within female hosts. Parasitizing a bug egg within a female host. Dailo's gaze instinctively shifted backward, landing on a pair of slender, elegant legs. As his eyes traveled upward, he found Maris looking at him with curiosity, seemingly awaiting his response. I see. No wonder the Spinarak was so intent on invading the bathroom from the beginning. No wonder, after merely washing my hands, I had 2 Spinaraks attempting to ambush you, Maris. So that was the intention, to borrow a human for egg laying. How clever, borrowing a human for reproduction. Such occurrences are not unheard of. In the wild, large bug tribes often ambush lone female adventurers, dragging them into their lairs for breeding. Some Pokémon merely choose to implant bug eggs, while others opt for direct human fertilization. Dailo's fury ignited, suppressing the tremors coursing through his body. He abruptly crushed the abhorrent seed of that malevolent creature in his grasp. His entire being surged with rage as he felt the boundary between human and Pokémon shatter. Humans consuming Pokémon, and Pokémon exploiting humans in the shadowy recesses of existence. Truly, it was a law of the wild. What is it? Maris queried, squatting beside him, her hands enveloping Dailo's, her voice laced with unease. Did you see something? No. Do not lie to me. With an intensity and earnestness that Dailo had never witnessed before, Maris halted his attempt to deny. I did perceive something, but it may not bode well for you. Sitting on the ground, Dailo gazed mournfully at the girl before him. He did not wish to reveal the truth. Nor did he want to. Yet Maris merely gripped his hand, her lips pressed tightly together. Do not wait until it is too late to regret. The girl spoke, lowering her head. It must be something significant, right? Related to this Pokémon invasion? Sigh. Dailo grasped Maris's hand in return, giving it a gentle squeeze. Do you know of any reproductive methods for Pokémon beyond simply laying eggs? You mean? Feeling the sudden tension in her delicate hand, Maris's face, once soft and tender, turned as pale as a ghost. Her knowledge had always been extensive, yet even she had never contemplated that such a scenario could genuinely unfold. What kind of despair would that entail? Dailo. She buried her face in Dailo's embrace, still haunted by the recollection of the previous danger. If the Pokémon that had appeared after she changed her clothes had been the only concern, it would have been manageable, as long as she responded appropriately through her clothing. Maris could naturally evade the Spinnerack's attack, but bathing was an entirely different matter. At that moment, the Spinnerack could effortlessly inject the silk wrapped around the bug egg into her unadorned body. Then her entire life would be over. That would be the greatest curse for any woman, to be violated by bug eggs. Perhaps only those who have endured such a fate could truly grasp the depth of despair. Her delicate form trembled, tears cascading down like a pearl curtain, dampening Dailo's shirt. "It is all right." One hand encircled the girl, while the other gently caressed her long hair. Dailo's chiseled visage bore only tenderness. He wished to comfort her, but found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was mutter foolishly, "It's all right. Do not cry." Such brief and powerless words, however, succeeded in soothing Maris's inner turmoil. Raising her tear-streaked face, she gazed at Dailo's dazed expression, a smile breaking through her sorrow. "Teacher, please protect me." Chapter 48, The Noble of the Alliance. Location, Canchilian City, Police Station. Time, 2 o'clock in the morning. Status, chaotic. Miss Junsha, the Sunalker Grand Hotel has detected a suspected Overlord-level Pokémon. Preliminary observations suggest that it is a bug-type Pokémon. Given the hotel's collaboration with cruises heading to autumn air, coinciding with the annual peak tourist season, the hotel currently lacks available rooms. Moreover, the Pokémon's attack occurred in the early hours of the morning, when most guests had returned to the hotel, conservatively estimating the total number of people inside, including staff, to be around 1,500. The hotel perimeter has been ensnared with a multitude of traps laid by the Pokémon, initially assessed to include sludge bombs, venomous traps, lethal stingers, toxic needles, spider webs, sticky webs, and poisonous threads. The guest list has been verified, revealing 3 Alliance Noble-level trainers and 5 certified trainers among them. At the conference table, a woman with cascading waves of hair repeatedly analyzed the intelligence presented by her subordinates. Her dark green eyes seemed to possess a magical quality, soothing the frantically anxious officers. Yet, the almost knitted brows of the woman betrayed her inner turmoil. The emergence of any Overlord-level Pokémon could spell town-wide catastrophe. But the Alliance's insufficient personnel rendered a forced breach impossible. Most troubling of all was the fact that 3 of the confined individuals were Alliance Noble trainers. The mere thought of this made Miss Junsei yearn to overturn the conference table before her, yet regrettably, she found herself unable to do so. What constitutes an Alliance Noble trainer? It is a title reserved for the most ancient of lineage families, those that have survived in an era of iron and blood to earn such a designation. In tumultuous times, humanity was but one race among many in this world. However, due to the peculiarities and potentials inherent in humanity, a few extraordinary lineage families have emerged. For instance, those gifted individuals seen in the Pokémon anime. Some of whom are born with the ability to communicate with Pokémon, possess the most rudimentary form of empathy within this world, a capacity to listen to all things. Although lacking in offensive capabilities, this ability should not be underestimated. In the chaotic era before the development of Pokeballs, such individuals drew the most support from Pokémon, as they could gain the trust of wild Pokémon with greater ease than the average person. Beyond these individuals who could comprehend Pokémon language, those endowed with offensive capabilities were even more formidable. The anime has only showcased a fraction of these, such as trainers wielding telekinesis or those skilled in ninjutsu. The former may awaken through grassroots means, while the latter can only be attained through the heritage of esteemed families. This implies a profound cultural depth behind humanity. Yet, many cultures have been eroded by the passage of time. Regardless of the current status of these families, the heights they once achieved in that era remain unattainable for the common folk. How could unarmed humans possibly stand on equal footing with Overlord-level Pokémon? It is essential to recognize that the Pokémon world has seen numerous fully developed regions, where the Pokémon have been assessed to pose no threat to the residents. But in antiquity, that was a time when overlords roamed freely, and their numbers were legion. Such an era was decidedly hostile to humanity. What humanity possessed was their intellect and reproductive capability. The stronger the Pokémon, the lesser the probability of successful reproduction. Thus, the birth of an overlord necessitated an extensive duration. Humans, however, harnessed their wisdom to propel technology, which in turn fueled productivity. When some learned to command Pokémon, humanity finally grasped their means of survival. Under the guidance of the initial few families, humanity established its original homeland. This foundation is the very root of human existence, brought forth by those ancient clans. Once humanity formalized its order, several ancient families dominated, assimilating a portion of fresh blood and swiftly fragmenting human power. Yet, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Dissatisfaction with the rule of the ancient clans gave rise to the alliance. The resultant dichotomy saw the ancient clans retreat into obscurity, content in their corners. While the alliance governed the order, yet conferred upon all ancient clan members a superior status as alliance nobles. Alliance nobles are further categorized into ranks, from the lowest black iron to the highest titles. Even the most humble black iron nobles enjoy benefits that are beyond the imagination of the common populace. Any Alliance Noble trainer can directly acquire one of the starter Pokémon and avail themselves of the various services offered by Pokémon centers at no charge. It is worth noting that even the most basic accommodations at a Pokémon center surpass a 4-star hotel, and the meals are carefully prepared by nutritionists, ensuring both the trainers and Pokémon's health. Furthermore, Alliance Noble trainers receive a Pokédex, which updates its information in accordance with discoveries made by various research institutes. Lastly, all Alliance Nobles can benefit from Pokémon storage and care services. The local Alliance branch designates a research institute to handle the logistics for Noble trainers. As long as you send any Pokémon you do not require to the institute, all training and dietary needs will be managed by them. This is a goal that grassroots individuals could never hope to attain in a lifetime. However, should commoners aspire to rise above their station, opportunities do exist. While they may not reach the status of Noble trainers, they can become certified trainers. Typically, the majority of trainers aim for this goal, collecting all 8 gym badges and reaching the top 16 in the Alliance Conference to become certified trainers. Unlike Noble trainers, certified trainers only receive certain partial discounts and a Pokédex, while access to research institutes and starter Pokémon remains utterly out of reach. Yet, why do so many trainers still flock toward this path? The answer is simple. An Alliance certified trainer is not merely a title. It is a profession, one that commands authority wherever it is needed. Whenever an Overlord-level Pokémon emerges or disaster strikes, those certified trainers enjoying preferential policies are expected to spring into action. Each successful mission garners substantial monetary rewards and merit points. While the monetary rewards may vary, a single successful venture can sustain one for several years. What drives trainers to madness, however, are the merit points released by the Alliance. These can be exchanged for high-quality Pokémon, cutting-edge tools, premium Pokémon training potions, and even noble titles. As Marx articulated, a capitalist, if he has a 50% profit, will take risks. If he has a 100% profit, he will trample upon all laws of humanity. If he has a 300% profit, he will commit any crime, even risking the gallows. Although the tasks set forth by the Alliance are arduous and entering the top 16 of the conference is no small feat, the prospect of inheriting a family title that endures for centuries is a worthy pursuit for trainers across the Alliance. Chapter 49, The Recruitment Order. Miss Junsa, what shall we do? A male officer inquired respectfully once everyone had vacated the conference room. Please inform headquarters that we require authorization for a town-level recruitment order. Junsa swiftly reviewed all clues and decisively issued the command. Subsequently, in the CD region, at the Junsa family branch office, in the conference room, a stunning array of clones, not quite clones, but a group of women remarkably resembling Miss Junsa, convened for a strategic meeting. Stationed in Canchilian City, Junsa hopes we can issue a recruitment order for a town-level crisis. A town-level crisis recruitment order? Does this imply the appearance of an Overlord-level Pokémon? Is it confirmed to be an Overlord level? Have her submit a disaster recording. It has been ages since we encountered an incursion of that magnitude. Bang. Silence. With a firm slap on the conference table, Junsa, seated at the head, cast her unruffled gaze over her subordinates and spoke. I have verified the accuracy of the intelligence. Now, I will convey 2 straightforward commands. Command 1. Establish contact with the CD Alliance to issue a recruitment notice for town-level threats, prioritizing Alliance-certified trainers proficient in fire, flying, and rock types. Command 2. Centered around the city of Canchilian, summon the nearest 30 cities for the Junsha operation to tame the wind speed dogs. Received. CD Region. Team Rocket Division. Executive Office. Dars gazed at the intelligence flowing from the Junsha family, chuckling softly to himself. Isn't Dailo right there? This could spell trouble. But it also presents an opportunity. Yes. Enlightened by this revelation, Dars promptly seized his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and found Dailo's number. Beep beep. Hello? Captain? Dailo answered, sitting on the bed beside Mayumi. Dailo, where are you? In the hotel, the one where the incident occurred. Upon hearing Dar's query, Dailo instantly realized that news of the situation had undoubtedly spread. Thus, he opted for transparency, reporting truthfully. Is Mayumi beside you? Yes. An evident silence enveloped the line. Dars glanced at the wall clock, which read 2:48 a.m. All right, I won't dwell on why you two are still in the same room at this hour. Listen closely. The forthcoming events, if executed successfully, will significantly enhance your future endeavors and standing. Dailo's lips twitched at Dar's earlier teasing, and he unconsciously cast a glance at Mayumi, only to find her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, momentarily losing focus. Dailo, are you even listening? Dars pressed, frustration mounting. Yes, Dailo quickly replied. Am I interrupting something important? The sarcastic tone left Dailo somewhat flustered, but Mayumi interjected. If you know you're interrupting, just get to the point. Dars realized that this banter was unproductive. Teasing Dailo, a naive young man, was one thing, but dealing with Mayumi was a different matter altogether. Moreover, he felt awkward jesting about Dailo's female companion or apprentice over the phone. All right, let's get serious. Dars sipped his tea and continued. The Alliance has issued the recruitment notice. From the intel I've received, most of the certified trainers accepting the mission have boarded high-speed trains. They should arrive within the hour at the earliest. What do we need to do? First, you cannot merely wait for rescue this time. You must take action, eliminate the invading Pokémon. Do as much as you can. Meanwhile, I will prepare a set of untraceable false documents for you. If your performance is sufficiently remarkable, I can proclaim you as a descendant of an ancient clan. Dailo was still grasping Dar's implications when Mayumi caught on. She shot Dailo a knowing glance, prompting him to promptly pass the phone to her. Captain, conceals a tactical maneuver. Are you suggesting this to help Dailo obtain a noble status within the Alliance? Precisely. Even if this performance falls short, it can still accumulate for the future. Externally, we can assert that the Alliance failed to treat certain ancient clans fairly in the past. After all, numerous ancient clans have faded from history over the years. As long as I present a well-reasoned case, it's a legitimate maneuver. Understood. What do we need to do? Identify the Overlord Pokémon and delay its actions. Dar's words left Mayumi momentarily speechless. An Overlord Pokémon? That was not a creature easily subdued, even by the protagonists of anime. These were colossal beings towering multiple stories high. Even with her experience as a former gym trainer, she doubted her ability to contend with such a formidable creature. Mayumi could assert that even the Elite Four across the Alliance would hesitate to claim victory with 6 Pokémon against an Overlord Pokémon. Legends aside, the Overlord reigns supreme. This was not mere rhetoric. In today's era, while there might be many legendary Pokémon, true legendary-level Pokémon were virtually unseen. Both types of legends differ in classification and hierarchy. Divine beasts are powerful, but divine-level Pokémon represent the pinnacle. The former embodies innate talent, while the latter signifies sheer strength. In such circumstances, delaying an Overlord Pokémon? That would be tantamount to courting death. Stay calm. According to the data, there are several formidable trainers in your hotel, particularly the 3 noble trainers from the clock door. I believe they are currently gathering personnel. When you arrive, strive to showcase your value and see if you can secure some benefits. Dar's words were resolute. Leaving Mayumi with little to add, she returned the phone to Dailo, only to find his gaze fixed intently upon her. Are we going? Even unspoken, Mayumi could discern Dailo's sentiments. If it were solely her decision, she believed that with their current financial situation, they could live comfortably without issue. Yet, contemplating the rewards Dars mentioned, she wavered. An Alliance noble status would ensure Dailo's safety, wouldn't it? Recalling the previous encounter with the Dragon-type elite's intrusion into their hospital room, Mayumi clenched her teeth and nodded defiantly. Dailo observed her resolve, feeling guilty as he pulled her into an embrace. Bringing the phone to his ear, he stated, Captain, we're in. Good, but exercise caution. This endeavor is my personal suggestion, and the headquarters won't provide any additional rewards. Your primary goal is to ensure your safety. Chapter 50, The Clock Door. Sanalka Grand Hotel. Rooftop. Scattered petals adorn the night view of the open-air swimming pool. As 3 exquisitely dressed youths solemnly surveyed the building ensnared in cobwebs. Peering down from the rooftop, they observed layers of interconnected white webs, their thickness uneven yet abundant. From their vantage point, they could see that the thickest sections were composed of at least 20 layers of webbing. Is that a round silk spider? There may be other web-spinning Pokémon too, but they are likely all bug types this time. In response to the young girl's inquiry, the boy behind her did not dare to be slack. He had previously spotted Caterpie and similar Pokémon, but given this trend, evolution was merely a matter of time. The boy's gaze grew icy. Years of study had taught him that bug-type Pokémon evolved at an astonishing rate. If their previous levels were low, after obtaining nourishment from the hotel, they would now possess the resources to evolve. What about the 5 certified trainers? I didn't instruct them to disperse. They should be gathering rogue trainers now. The girl nodded slightly and turned to state, "This time, we are here on a mission. If we are intercepted before reaching Automare, you all know the consequences. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall not disappoint." The two boys placed their left hands on their chests and bowed slightly, performing a standard knightly salute to the girl. Once the two boys had departed, the girl with flowing golden hair brushed aside her bangs. At her brow, a faint mark flickered into view. Once, her ancestors fought for the prosperity of humanity. Now, as the sole alliance noble within the hotel, she too must shoulder her responsibilities. "Let us proceed," she murmured to herself before leaving the rooftop. At that moment, within the previously deserted environment, the atmospheric pressure suddenly dropped, and a completely gray-black Pokémon flickered away in tandem with the girl's footsteps. "Please wait here. The executors of the clock door will arrive shortly." On the 10th floor of the hotel, 5 Alliance-certified trainers adorned with badges stood at the center, delivering messages to Dailo and the other rogue trainers. The former ballroom had been occupied by both people and Pokémon, and Dailo took a moment to observe the guests surrounding him. Choosing to reside in this hotel inherently signifies a certain level of financial capability. Thus, Dairo did not encounter the whimsical archetype commonly referred to as the bug catcher or short pants kid. Perhaps aware of the challenges that lay ahead, the majority of trainers opted for practical attire, with only a handful of female trainers donning skirts. As for the Pokémon accompanying these trainers, Dairo observed that most were of the commander level, akin to the Great Hound. Typically, a strategically minded trainer would reserve their strongest Pokémon within its Pokeball, allowing the one at their side to serve as a secondary force. The rationale for this approach is straightforward. It enables others to misjudge their true strength while still being capable of addressing unforeseen contingencies. Just as Dairo kept his Corviknight perched on his shoulder, his Great Hound remained safely within its Pokeball. The mere fact that these trainers dared to have commander-level Pokémon by their sides indicated that their overall prowess was certainly formidable. While Dairo did not believe these individuals possessed sovereign-level Pokémon, they certainly had several formidable companions on par with his Great Hound. It is worth noting that Meishu's 2 Pokémon were at the pinnacle of commander level, yet had not transcended into sovereign level. As anticipation mounted among the crowd, an unwelcome sound pierced the air. "Hiss! Hiss! Everyone, be cautious. It's an Ariados." A lone, independent trainer stationed outside promptly issued the warning. Bug-type Pokémon are known for their social tendencies, and the presence of a single Ariados inevitably implies the company of numerous Spinarak. As a green-furred bug-type Pokémon infiltrated the ballroom, the first attack ensued. Masquerain Waterfall commanded a formally attired, league-certified trainer. Dairo assessed the situation. While the Masquerain's presence may not have instilled the same aura as his Great Hound, the power of its waterfall was unmistakably commander level. Upon hearing the trainer's command, Masquerain immediately summoned the water element within, enveloping itself in deep blue currents, compressing the air around it. With such a forceful advance into the swarm of bugs, breaching their ranks seemed inevitable. The trainer, undoubtedly filled with pride at having drawn the crowd's attention to his Pokémon, understood that igniting the spectators' desire for battle was crucial for a swift counterattack against the swarming bug types. Without question, his strategy bore fruit. Following his command, the other 4 league-certified trainers dispatched their own Pokémon. Flames erupted, and water splashed wildly. Yet, in an instant, the expressions of all trainers froze. Sovereign level. Dairo's disbelief deepened as he locked eyes on the figure surrounded by Spinarak, a shiny Ariados of sovereign caliber. Due to the overwhelming number of bug-type Pokémon, most trainers opted for distant, special attacks, with only 2 Pokémon daring to confront the foe directly, one being the certified trainer's Masquerain, and the other, the Great Hound, which planned to flank from behind. Fortunately, the Great Hound was hindered by the Spinarak's webbing, which impeded its movement. In stark contrast, Masquerain was not so fortunate. Blood gushed from its neck, trickling down its white underbelly, finally dripping onto a patch of white webbing. The white fangs of Ariados sank deep into the neck of this once vibrant water-type Pokémon, its pale pink body devoid of any overwhelming might. Unlike the Monarch Pokémon, the true strength of sovereign-level Pokémon lies in their intellect. Strike once, and the foe falls. Such was the modus operandi of Ariados. With the number of human trainers present, the Spinarak alone could not contend with them. As a sovereign-level Pokémon, Ariados was compelled to exhibit its true prowess. In this scenario, Masquerain became the sacrificial example. The blue eyes of Ariados surveyed the surrounding humans, and Dairo could have sworn he detected a hint of derision in its expression. Was it a disdain for humanity? Dairo could not ascertain. However, he observed that those trainers who met Ariados' gaze instinctively recoiled. Indeed, Witnessing a single strike obliterate a commander-level Pokémon without any type advantage would lead anyone to question their own capabilities. Chapter 51. The Girl of Clockwork Gate. White silk threads descended from the ceiling to the floor. If it were merely a single layer, it might have been manageable. However, when dozens of spinnerack collaborated to weave their webs, one could not expect them to produce just a single net, could they? The intricate, tangled web glistened with drops of purple venom scattered throughout, sealing off the only route to the staircase. As for the elevator, it had been gnawed through by bug-type Pokémon an hour prior. Yellow and blue striped legs dangled at the center of the web. A substantial abdomen connected to a thick white silk strand, while two antennae, equal in length to its legs, extended from its body, sensing the vibrations in the air. No Pokémon dared to launch an assault at this moment, for there had already been attempts. The silhouette of a rhinoceros beetle, reduced to a mere outline by corrosive venom, served as a grim reminder of the dangers posed by sovereign-level Pokémon. This rhinoceros beetle's strength was comparable to Dairo's great hound. While it may not have been as swift in its charge, once it gained momentum, it was nearly unstoppable. Yet, Ariados accomplished just that. The strands of silk mockingly slowed the rhinoceros beetle's advance, and by the time it finally reached Ariados, a venomous foreleg pierced through its skull. This defied logic. How could a single Ariados penetrate the defenses of a rhinoceros beetle in such an instant? It was due to its sniper ability. This was no ordinary strike. It was the bug type's most powerful physical move, Fell Stinger. The first analysis came from Meishu, whispered in Dairo's ear. But before he could respond, a second assessment, markedly different in tone from Meishu's, emerged. If Meishu's voice was soothing, this voice belonged to a decisive female leader. Both turned to see a girl with a cool demeanor, clad in a sleeveless long dress adorned with exquisitely designed, vibrant floral prints that exuded a sense of opulent grace. The girl's light golden wavy hair cascaded like a waterfall from her shoulders, enhancing her already fair complexion with an air of elegance and intellect. Golden hair is notoriously challenging to master, as it demands a high standard of skin tone. Thus, only those naturally beautiful women possess the confidence to carry such a hue. However, Dairo believed that if Meishu were to don golden locks, she would surely rival the girl before him. Yet, it seemed her current black hair appeared more comfortable. But that was neither here nor there. From their first encounter, Dairo sensed a familiar aura emanating from this girl. Or rather, it resembled that of a rocket member on the frontier. It was an aggressive presence. Though the girl concealed it well, Dairo was still able to detect it. They were kindred spirits. Pleased to meet you for the first time. My name is Hakurin, and this is my primary Pokémon, Zoroark. The girl curtsied elegantly, lifting the sides of her skirt as she introduced herself to Dairo and Meishu. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Dairo, and these are Corviknight and Great Hound. In stark contrast to the solemnity of the young girl, Dailo's introduction could be deemed rather casual, devoid of any gestures of etiquette or careful choice of words. However, Hakurin appeared unfazed, merely offering a faint smile before turning her gaze towards Matsu. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Matsu, a student of Mr. Dailo. Were Matsu clad in a long gown, she might have conformed to Hakurin's formalities. Yet her current attire, a pair of thigh-high denim shorts that accentuated her legs, rendered notions of aristocratic decorum entirely irrelevant. If it would not be too much trouble, Mr. Dailo, could you accompany me for a moment? Surprisingly, after the introductions, Hakurin directly extended an invitation to Dailo. Why? Why would this beautiful lady invite me? Have I become more handsome? That seems implausible. Dailo was still in shock, while Matsu, maintaining a friendly demeanor, inquired, May I ask what business Miss Hakurin has with Mr. Dailo? There is a matter where I require his assistance, Hakurin replied earnestly. Although Matsu continued to smile, as a fellow woman, Hakurin was well aware of the concept of a smile concealing a dagger. To demonstrate her sincerity, the girl from the ancient clan bowed respectfully. In response to such a Hakurin, Matsu's expression shifted. Previously, as they had maintained eye contact, she had not shown any dissatisfaction. However, now that Hakurin was bent over and Dailo stood behind her, a cold, unfeeling gaze fixated on the girl's actions, leaving her speechless. Even the gray fox Pokémon, standing on 2 feet, recognized her expression, yet Matsu was indifferent. Give me a reason, she stated, her tone altered, familiar yet foreign. Dailo recognized that voice. It had echoed in a similar manner when a certain entertainment agency's agent had visited. It was devoid of emotion, akin to gazing upon a corpse. In that moment, Hakurin straightened, unable to maintain her forced smile in the face of Matsu's icy demeanor. Yet some matters were unavoidable. For the first time, the girl who had never compromised felt the bitter taste of necessity. But she had to speak. I wish for everyone in the hotel to vacate. But with so many present, movement would be hindered, hence I require Mr. Dailo's assistance. Hakuren's eyes held no pretense, only hope. Those pale golden irises, transparent and pure. More beautiful than the girl's hair. Silently turning away, Matsu's bangs obscured her eyes. She did not wish to continue the conversation with Hakuren, but felt compelled to speak with Dailo. Matsu. Yes? May I have a hug? Startled. Matsu looked up to find Dailo's anxious gaze. Miss Hakuren seems to intend to take me on a perilous adventure. Could you not offer me a bit of encouragement? In an instant, a blush spread across the girl's delicate features, but Matsu leaped into Dailo's embrace, her slender arms tightly encircling her teacher's back, softly saying, "Be careful on your way." Cherishing the girl, despite having made no promises, Dailo felt both guilt and gratitude, but above all, he felt no regret. Indeed, he had never regretted meeting Matsu that day, nor had he ever regretted agreeing to teach her skills. Although that day, Matsu had utilized her fairy-type abilities to compel Dailo into compliance. Even today, he would say, "Thank you for inviting me to be your teacher that day." Chapter 52, The Intervention of Guys. Where are we headed? To find those high-tier bug-type Pokémon that are in the midst of breeding. Following Hakuren, Dailo scrutinized the gray-black fox Pokémon. This was a bipedal Pokémon capable of walking upright like a human, adorned with a mane of deep red fur that covered its entire back. Similar to its striking mane were its claws, ears, and the fur at the corners of its mouth, equally crimson and equally enigmatic. This was Zoroark, an exceedingly rare dark-type Pokémon, whether in developed or undeveloped regions. This species of Pokémon is notoriously elusive. Although not a legendary Pokémon, its rarity is nearly equivalent. She must be a noble trainer from the clock tower. Observing the girl's silhouette, Dailo quickly deduced her status. Oh, right, since all the accessible paths are blocked by Ariados. I will need you to accompany me through the ventilation ducts. Most trainers had congregated in the center of the ballroom, while Ariados and Spinarak gathered at the entrance. Only Dailo and Hakuren ventured into a dimly lit, secluded corner. Then, the noble girl executed an action that Dailo found unimaginable. With her feet firmly planted on Zoroark's back, Hakuren leaped into a narrow metal duct barely wide enough for a single person to crawl through. Following a flash of red light, Zoroark was returned to its pokeball. With no turning back, Dailo could only hear the girl's voice from within the duct. If possible, please hurry up. All right, what else could Dailo say? Mimicking her, he hopped onto the back of the great hound, leaping into the duct. Simultaneously, the crow and the great hound were also returned to their pokeballs. However, Dailo found himself in a rather helpless situation. Hakuren wore a long skirt that made movement cumbersome and was prone to snags, and since her back faced him, the girl was oblivious to how her posture might trouble him. Fortunately, it was a long skirt. Had it been a short one, it would have posed a greater problem. Dailo silently lamented as he swiftly followed Hakuren. How do you know where our target is? I merely wish to exit the ballroom. If we can find any exit, we won't have to crawl through the ducts. She huffed, feeling that as the most talented young lady of the clock tower, this journey had indeed bestowed upon her experiences she would never encounter in her lifetime. Dailo continued to crawl forward, but the girl ahead had halted. What's wrong? In response to Dailo's inquiry, Hakuren remained silent, yet the sudden low-frequency vibrations sent a shiver down their spines. It was certainly not advisable to release Zoroark here. Thus, without needing Dailo's command, Guys promptly emerged from its pokeball, its phantasmal form effortlessly traversing walls, quickly positioning itself in front of Hakuren. Yet even so, some events were inevitable and could not be prevented. It's Beedrill. Just as Dailo was still unaware of what was transpiring, Hakuren became ensnared in a mass of white silk strands. Silk? What? Why is Beedrill spinning silk? Wait, Hakuren! Muffled cries escaped her as her mouth and nose were trapped by the white strands, her limbs forcibly restrained. Gazing at the multitude of Weedle in front of her, a wave of intense nausea surged within her. Indeed, the silk was not the work of Beedrill, but rather the combined efforts of several Weedle. Yet before Hakuren could relay the situation to Dailo, she lost her ability to speak. Damn it, what do we do now? The incessant buzzing drew closer, leaving Dailo no choice but to act quickly. He pressed a hand against Hakuren's back, forcefully pinning the crawling girl to the duct floor. As the view that had been obstructed by the girl became clear, he finally comprehended Hakuren's predicament and the situation before them. First, there was the leading Beedrill, its glinting stingers sending a chill through Dailo as he immediately positioned himself in front of Hakuren. Due to the narrowness of the pipe, the movement required for the two to switch positions inevitably resulted in bodily contact. Even as Hakuren lowered her head as much as possible, She could still feel Dailo's groin brushing against the back of her head as he crawled forward. As for the weight pressing down on her shoulders, held by Dailo, the girl was uncertain. She could only sense an alien scent enveloping her entire being. Yet, she understood that Dailo's intention was to protect her from harm. When the boy clad in casual attire blocked her line of sight, the anxiety that had arisen from encountering the bee-drill dissipated. She had to rely on him now, didn't she? Retrieving 2 black gloves from his pocket, Dailo fixed his gaze upon the bee-drill's compound eyes. Bug-type Pokemon are typically not renowned for their individual strength, and the aura it projected was far inferior to that of Jengar's. With that in mind, there was nothing more to discuss. Flame Punch, without needing Dailo's command. Jengar immediately employed the most effective means of dealing with bug Pokemon, fire attacks. As the fiery hand, composed of condensed gas, ignited, all bug Pokemon, including Bee-drill, retreated in a frenzy. But would it be fast enough? Setting aside their speed, the existence of the ventilation duct restricted their movement. The flames were merciless. Jengar's playful eyes mirrored the indifference of a crow, reveling in the thrill of destruction. Since joining Dailo, it felt as though it had been continually battered. Both the Houndoom and the Honchcrow were stronger than it. Additionally, the daily challenges presented by its master had incessantly tested its will, with troublesome opponents making Jengar question its own abilities time and again. However, now was different. Finally, a group of diminutive adversaries emerged, ripe for it to crush. If it couldn't defeat them, Jengar would consider reversing its name. With the sound of howling winds, Jengar charged forward, contrasting with the special attack route favored by Honchcrow, relying on its unstable body to evade capture by opponents. It was on this day that Jengar resolved to demonstrate its full strength before its master. The gas that had been released suddenly retracted, coalescing into a purple mist. Dimly, Bee-drill could discern the 2 glowing, sinister eyes. This was not good. Realizing the impending danger, it swiftly retreated, leaving behind a sea of corpses, incinerated by Flame Punch, and a still-twitching Caterpie. Humph, you think you can just leave? Jengar's anthropomorphic face revealed a mocking expression. Meanwhile, Hakurin, crouched behind Dailo, felt a wave of chilling heat wash over her. It was a heat suffused with negative emotions. Far from warmth, it was sheer devastation. Chapter 53, Parasect. Flames, boundless and omnipresent. Purple-black, intermingled with a malevolent aura, burning and consuming. It traversed the entirety of the duct, incinerating all vestiges of life. If the crimson flames were a roar, then the flames surrounding Jengar were tranquil. The purple-black, will-o-wisp, surged forth with Jengar's eruption, leaving no possibility for the deceased Caterpies or those on the brink of death to survive under such fiery wrath. However, the Bee-drill should still be alive. Dailo's gaze sharpened as he encouragingly patted Jengar's forehead, only to be repelled by a blinding white light. It was a white light that Dailo recognized well, a beacon of purity, imbued with the essence of life evolution, reminiscent of the sanctity seen when Murkrow evolved into Honchcrow. Radiant and beautiful, as the white light dissipated, a ghostly, purple Pokemon manifested within Dailo's line of sight. This creature possessed 2 gaseous hands that seemed to float independently of its body. Unlike Jengar's hands, this pair required no extra condensing, for they were innate to its being. Freely wielded, it danced around Dailo, and Jengar was quite pleased with its transformation, evident from the wide grin stretching across its face. Dailo, too, acknowledged this change. All 3 of his Pokemon exhibited commendable potential, but more importantly, they possessed a resolute spirit, diligent and obedient. Compared to Houndoom and Honchcrow's 2-stage evolutions, Jengar was still some distance from its ultimate form. In the game's lore, Dailo recalled that Jengar required a link trait to evolve into Jengar, yet in this real world, such a concept was clearly non-existent. How, then, could it evolve? Dailo was uncertain, but it mattered little. After all, this was not an issue to be resolved in the short term. Uncharacteristically, without issuing commands via chip, Dailo spoke. Go find the nearest exit. Jengar nodded in understanding and promptly phased through the walls, commencing its search for a way out for both its master and the woman. Speaking of which, it seemed that Mismagius didn't particularly favor this woman. Should it take action? Jengar pondered. Like Honchcrow and Houndoom, it was a staunch supporter of Mismagius. Should any male attempt to gaze upon Mismagius, the trio of Pokemon would ensure he understood the implications of a malign stare. This woman appeared not to be a rival to Mismagius. Well, never mind, it was better to let its master handle it. In contrast, Dailo and Hakurin, after Jengar's departure, found themselves in a predicament. Dailo wished to assist Hakurin in clearing the insect silk from her limbs and mouth, yet he was unable to turn around. thus hindering his ability to address the troublesome situation. Do you have a smaller Pokemon? He lamented. Oh dear, I forgot you can't speak. Dailo sighed, rubbing his forehead. But suddenly an idea struck him. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a sonic punch, shattering one side of the duct. Now he could turn around. Though the darkness beyond was unknown, it at least granted him some space to maneuver. As Dailo turned, he beheld the utterly helpless posture of the girl. Her face was obscured by a mass of white goo, revealing little more than her eyes and forehead. Dailo could imagine just how many caterpies had unleashed their silk upon her. With forceful hands, he tore at a clump of goo, yet it seemed futile. Watching the silk stretch longer with each tug, Dailo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why was this so difficult to manage? Ugh. Hakurin shook her head. Her brows furrowed in anxiety. Yet suddenly, her beautiful eyes darted, and she emitted a warning. Ugh. Ugh. Struggling to vocalize, she gestured urgently toward Dailo's back. Understanding her cue, he wasted no time and executed a brick break behind him. Damn it. Dailo cursed as he recognized the identity of the approaching foe. Hakurin, witnessing Dailo's reaction for the first time, found herself both amused and exasperated. She had already warned him, but it was too late. Emerging before them was a Pokemon formed from the combination of an insect and a mushroom. Its lower half was entirely orange, while atop its back rested a yellow-spotted red mushroom, larger than its own body. Parasect, the mushroom Pokemon, was notorious for its signature ability, Effect Spore. Isn't Dailo right there? Dailo's expletive was a direct response to this ability, causing him to itch with discomfort at the very thought. Damn it, bug types are the most troublesome. This could spell trouble. In any case, regardless of the circumstances, please just perish. The confines of the ventilation duct were indeed narrow, yet Dailo found himself in close proximity to Parasect, close enough to strike without hesitation. Thus, with no further ado, Dailo braced himself against the duct and swiftly unleashed his attack, employing the same skill once more. However, this time, the alert Parasect was not so easily dispatched. Two forelegs swiftly thrust forward, while the mushroom on its back released a burst of yellow powder, paralysis powder. Dailo was on the verge of cursing in frustration. The encounter with Parasect had made it abundantly clear that its strength was no match for the opponent. However, the unfortunate reality was that, as a Pokemon adept at employing various negative statuses, Parasect had never relied on brute strength for victory. Sensing that its prey had lost all semblance of threat, Parasect smirked mischievously, its 6 insect legs crawling along Dailo's spine. Upon catching sight of the serene girl, Parasect was incensed. How dare she show no fear of me? What audacity grants her such courage? Hakurin regarded the Pokemon before her with indifference. She was of noble descent. And even in the face of death, one must maintain elegance. To display fear, especially towards such a lowly creature, was simply out of the question. Yet, Parasect was unconcerned with such nuances. Its thoughts were straightforward. Whether she feared it or not was now irrelevant. This time, the king's command was for propagation. They were to issue a warning to humanity, to exact revenge. Though it held no interest in the human before it, Parasect was determined to execute the king's orders. For if it succeeded in breeding within a human, the king would surely reward it. The mere thought of its companions learning the move Swords Dance from the king filled Parasect with madness. Indeed, Swords Dance. So magnificent, that skill was simply breathtaking. Oh, it had to earn the king's favor with that move. It must. Speaking of which, it was fortunate for Parasect that those caterpie had secured their prey. With a sinister grin directed at Hakurin, Parasect crawled along her back. In the end, with a tearing sound, the girl's once flowing gown was reduced to tatters. Chapter 54, A Prayer to the Master. The external elegance and inner pride dissipated in an instant as her gown was torn apart. With a vacant stare, she turned her head, only to catch a glimpse of Parasect's silhouette. What was it planning? What would it do? The girl, who had spent her childhood poring over the tomes in her family's library, could not possibly be unaware. Parasect moved swiftly. It was not a villain requiring a grand display, nor did it seek admiration for its victorious stance. It was merely there to fulfill a task, as natural as eating or drinking. Hakurin pressed her legs tightly together, the presence of the silk threads making even this posture exceedingly difficult, yet she could not yield. Although she was unaware of Parasect's strength, she knew she must never part her legs. She could not fathom the full extent of the Pokemon's power behind her, but there was no alternative. Her gaze fell upon the tattered remnants of her gown, and the airflow within the ventilation system brushed against her most intimate areas, sending shivers down her spine. Shame and fear stripped away all her pretenses in that moment. She was no longer a haughty noble. She was simply a frail girl. Why was her Pokemon of no use at such a critical time? Surely, the creature prepared for her by her family was. Blackness engulfed Hakuren's vision. Await, accompanied by the scent of sweat from the oppressive heat, pressed down upon her. Dailo was not yet fully paralyzed. Her body had to move. Tick-tock. The faint sounds of dark red droplets caught Hakuren's peripheral vision. Was that blood? The once vacant gaze of her eyes sharpened as they followed the trajectory of the blood droplets. It was a hand, its wrist grasped by another hand. A gloved hand. Hakuren strained to see that hand, her neck craning upward, but it quickly vanished from her sight. What was Dailo doing? It was simple, using its blade-laden left hand to stimulate its paralyzed right hand. The gloves worn by Team Rocket were far from harmless. They were black and equipped with sharp edges. Though both hands were numb, the left hand could still move with some effort. It had to stimulate its right hand. It had to. Only the right hand could achieve maximum efficiency, as the half-paralyzed left hand could exert barely a tenth of its strength. Pressing against the girl, Dailo used its arm to shield her modesty. Its bloodied right hand thrust forward before Parasect. Blood continued to drip from the arm, cascading down to stain the girl's white undergarments. Dailo was immobilized. This was the greatest distance it could manage. It could only rely on its body to protect Hakuren from Parasect's assault. Come back. Jengar. Responding to its master's urgent call, Jengar had already been racing towards them, following the command from its chip. But Parasect would not wait for its arrival. In light of Dailo's foolish actions, this mushroom-controlled Pokémon disdainfully lifted its forelegs. Tear. Hakuren once again heard the sound of fabric being ripped, yet she felt nothing. Why? Because it was not her clothing. The girl attempted to shift her gaze, hoping to see the boy who was shielding her from danger. However, a feeble jest broke her composure, sending her tears streaming uncontrollably. All right, don't move. You're making it uncomfortable for me. Dailo's voice sought to soothe her, but Hakuren could feel it. The once slow, steady drip of blood onto her undergarments had quickened. In mere moments, her most private area was drenched in blood. A chilling sensation, one that filled her with shame, washed over her. Yet Hakuren had not contemplated this feeling from the very beginning. Perhaps out of instinct, she had entertained such thoughts. But what she feared most was the volume of Dailo's blood loss. He would die. If this continued, he would surely perish. The girl dared not move, fearful that her actions might exacerbate Dailo's wounds. Yet, nothing changed. Parasect was like a butcher with exquisite knife skills, carving, no, sculpting, Dailo's hands. Indeed, it was akin to crafting a work of art. With a swift motion, Parasect sliced open Dailo's arms, embedding its spores within, then secreting a saliva that it spat onto the spore-infested wounds. Dailo could distinctly feel the writhing within the injury. Yet, he could not intervene. Only when both hands were filled with spores did Parasect seem to tire of its play. Its gaze turned towards the human head before it, revealing a sinister grin. Surely, if it could nourish itself with the human brain, the spores would flourish splendidly, yes? However, it then beheld Dailo's smile. He was still able to smile? Parasect was incensed. Human, your ignorance has crossed my threshold. The two forelegs mercilessly lunged toward Dailo's eyes, but instinctively, he shut his eyelids. Yet, alas, those forelegs would leave no mark upon him. Jengar, having returned at breakneck speed, remained silent, its gaze fixated on its master's wounds, its fury igniting its reason. It had once been surprised by the expression on the head of the Corviknight. That day, neither it nor the Houndoom had witnessed Dailo's plight. Only the Corviknight had seen Dailo being struck down from the window. Jengar recognized the fiery wrath in its elder brother's eyes at that moment. It had never encountered such a look before. The Corviknight had always exuded calmness, rationality, and a hint of cunning. But now, it saw its own reflection in Parasect's eyes. It was the same expression shared with its elder brother. Excellent, this was the feeling. Jengar understood why its elder brother had been so furious. Born as a Pokémon, Ghastly felt the weight of its own impotence when its master was in peril, yet it realized that its inadequacy must be cloaked in the blood of its enemies. With a chilling gaze interwoven with vengeful roars, Ghastly unleashed its first outburst following its evolution. Now that the reckoning had commenced, the detestable wretch could meet its demise. Two hands, suspended in the air, grasped at Parasect. As the large mushroom writhed, Ghastly's grip tightened ever more ferociously, and Dailo could see its two violet gas hands pierce through the mushroom on Parasect's back, causing a stream of repugnant yellow liquid to ooze forth. A dual-type bug and grass Pokémon. Do you comprehend what it means to be 4 times weak? Enlightened by this realization, Ghastly erupted into laughter, a mirthful cacophony that Hakuren, lying beneath Dailo, had never encountered before. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, she trembled, praying to a deity she had never believed in. Please, do not let him die. Chapter 55, Healing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Struggling madly in midair, its forelegs flailing and hind legs kicking wildly, Parasect was akin to a clown, performing futile antics with no leverage to escape. Hurry up, finish it. Dailo's hoarse voice tempered Ghastly's fury, reminding it that its master still required healing and that delay was no longer an option. Crimson flames erupted between its hands, and the impact of the 4 times effectiveness rendered Parasect unable to utter a single cry before vanishing from existence. Gazing upon the charred remains, Dailo offered a bittersweet smile, tinged with relief at having regained what was lost. Such is the marvel of this world. Noticing the guilt etched upon Ghastly's visage, Dailo attempted to raise a hand to offer comfort, but succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing beside her. Ghastly could not bear to witness Dailo tumble against the ventilation duct. With a gentle support, it eased Dailo down, preventing a collision with the pipe's inner wall. The sorrowful expression on Ghastly's anthropomorphic face mirrored its concern for its master's wounds. As a combat Pokémon, it lacked the finesse of healing arts. Ah, the woman. Floating before Hakurine, Ghastly observed the threads of silk clinging to her, unleashing a breath of ghostly fire. Only when the impurities were eradicated did the girl turn. Yet her gaze could not discern Dailo's condition, prompting her to anxiously inquire, "How is Dailo?" Ghastly wished fervently for the ability to communicate with Hakurine, akin to what Marshadao possessed. Regrettably, the legacy of the Clock Tower was never renowned for its mastery of Pokémon language. Lacking communicative prowess, Ghastly chose to enter Hakurine's mental space to convey its thoughts. However, as it prepared to breach her forehead, a sudden surge of blue light emanated from the mark upon her brow. Ack! The overwhelming force jolted Ghastly, eliciting a cry of confusion and agitation as it gazed at Hakurine, who bore a similarly remorseful expression. "I apologize, my mental sea is protected by ancestral runes. Would you kindly assist in extracting both me and Dailo?" Ghastly nodded, signaling Hakurine to lead while it dragged Dailo along. Thankfully, its recent evolution enabled it to maneuver with ease. Otherwise, relocating its master would have posed a significant challenge. Following the path Ghastly had identified, they leapt down into a ventilation duct leading to the monitoring room. Hakurine emerged first, eager to turn back and retrieve Dailo, only to find 2 fearsome Pokémon barring her way. Cursed fiends. It's because of her master that we face such troublesome predicaments. The Maitayana and Honchkrow, previously confined within their Pokeballs due to spatial constraints, were not oblivious to the unfolding events. Enraged at Ghastly's fury, how could these 2 Pokémon, having witnessed the entire ordeal from within their Pokeballs, not be filled with wrath? Faced with the hostility of the 2 Pokémon, Hakurine's waist glimmered with a flash of red light, summoning a colossal Pokémon that stood before Maitena. This creature towered approximately 2 meters high, its fearsome lizard head adorned with a blood-red maw and chilling white fangs. Clad in green armor, its back and tail bore green spikes, save for its abdomen, which displayed a gray diamond pattern. Confronted by such a formidable presence, both Maitena and Honchkrow's pupils dilated in alarm. What did they behold? It was their first opponent after being captured by Dailo, the quasi-legendary Pokémon, Tyranitar. This woman, how powerful she truly was. If Maitena was akin to a commander, then Tyranitar exuded the same gravitas as the previously encountered shiny Ariados. In other words, this creature was also a commanding-level Pokémon. The swirling sands began to gather, and Tyranitar, known for its brutal temperament, would show no mercy to a Pokémon daring to confront its master. Yet, in the next instant, it was abruptly withdrawn into its Pokeball by a beam of red light. "Do not emerge," Hakurine stated firmly, gripping the Pokeball. "Allow me to handle this." Maitayana's gaze remained fixed upon the girl before it, noting the gray marks upon her face, likely remnants from the ghostly fire that had severed the threads of silk. The once pristine visage of the girl now bore the stains of her tumultuous experience. Lowering its gaze, Maitayana observed that Hakurine was clad only in a pair of tattered red panties, her floral skirt discarded within the duct, a stark contrast to her previously composed demeanor. Now imbued with a newfound resolve. Before such a Hakurine, neither Maitena nor Honchkrow dared to underestimate her. A trainer accompanied by a quasi-legendary Pokémon. Even if she lay bare before them, they would not dare to take a bite. Yet, Honchkrow was soon taken aback by a striking scene. Kneeling upon the ground, her long hair cascading about her, Hakurine disregarded her state of undress and adopted a posture of supplication, fervently seeking forgiveness. For only if Dailo's Pokémon could pardon her would she be able to pull Dailo back from the brink of death. Bowing her forehead adorned with runes to the ground, she implored, "I beg your forgiveness, but please, return Dailo to me. He has lost too much blood, and without immediate healing, he will perish. Hakarine was unaware of the incoherence of her pleas, her fragmented words tumbling forth as her shoulders trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. With a desperate lift of her head, she implored once more, "When Dailo awakens, I will personally apologize to him. I beseech you, trust me. I shall care for him as I do for myself." Ack. Maitayana regarded the kneeling girl, issuing a call, and upon hearing its elder's command, Honchkrow turned away, opting to withdraw from the matter. They had failed to protect their master. Now, they would place their hopes in this girl. Extending her hand to receive Dailo from Ghastly, Hakarine displayed the poise befitting a noble trainer for the first time. Placing one hand upon her brow, the blue glow of her mark began to dissipate, replaced by a pale pink rune. The three observing Pokémon instantly recognized the nature of this rune, Psychic. None were more familiar with the Psychic type than Dark and Ghost types, as they possessed a natural resistance to it. Yet, at this moment, what was this woman intending to accomplish with the power of Psychic? A soft pink halo cascaded down, connecting from the center of Hakarine's brow to that of Dailo, forming a visible bond of attributes between them. Hypnosis? No. It seemed to also have an effect of stimulating antibodies. What was this phenomenon? As the Pokémon with the deepest affinity for souls, Gengar instantly grasped the significance of the girl's actions. Yet, it found itself perplexed by the potential outcome of such behavior. Could this truly restore its master to health? Chapter 56, The Unveiling of Memories, Part 1. In the dimly lit surveillance room, the half-clad girl knelt beside Dialga, a bond steeped in ancient legacies swirling at the center of their foreheads. If Mier Kunzio were present, she would undoubtedly declare, in this world, Dialga's sea of consciousness must never be tampered with by ordinary individuals, for within it lies the will of a legendary Pokémon. Regrettably, Hakalin remained oblivious to this crucial fact. As the cautious girl successfully wove together the elemental bond meant for healing, an overwhelming pressure descended like a storm. Being the closest to Dialga, Hakalin bore the brunt of the backlash immediately. This pressure was the byproduct of a soul storm breaching its confines, while the true peril emanated from the very bond she had just activated. The sudden surge of spiritual energy caused Hakalin to lose consciousness, her vision fading to black. Sensing impending danger, the Pokémon hastily burst forth from their master's Pokeball. First to emerge was the recently summoned Tyranitar. However, this time, its temper was tempered. It refrained from bullying the Hound and the Crow. An exemplary Pokémon understands its master's intentions, and Tyranitar recognized that for Hakalin, Dialga and its Pokémon were esteemed guests deserving of utmost hospitality. Thus, rather than unleashing a sandstorm, Tyranitar merely grimaced, unable to smile, as it could not discern its master's condition. Yet, the state of Dialga was painfully apparent, clearly gravely injured, a fact even a fool could not overlook. Turning to the more decisive Zoroark, this near-legendary Pokémon hoped for some guidance from its elder brother. However, Zoroark merely shook its head in response. As a Dark-type Pokémon, it lacked proficiency in matters of the soul. Observing Zoroark's helplessness, Tyranitar swished its tail in agitation, needing an outlet for its frustration. Yet, before it could unleash its ire, a slender, elegant serpentine tail intervened, calming its turbulent spirit. This was the majestic superior, Hakalin's first Pokémon, and the elder sibling to both Tyranitar and Zoroark. Under the elder's soothing presence, Tyranitar, as the younger sibling, could only sit resignedly in the corner, its head resting on its belly, silent and sullen. "Baby is feeling a bit moody. Please leave me be QAQ." Understanding Tyranitar's sentiments, both Superior and Zoroark refrained from imposing further demands upon it. As long as it did not cause trouble, that would suffice. What transpired between their master and the boy? Superior contemplated using its tail to lift Hakalin, who was sprawled upon Dialga, but Zoroark preemptively halted the action. Fixing its gaze upon its elder sibling, the Dark-type Pokémon resolutely shook its head, until the situation became clearer. Any action could lead to unforeseen consequences. Superior understood Zoroark's intent and coiled its body into a protective circle, safeguarding Dialga and Hakalin within. Outside, the Pokémon awaited anxiously. Dialga remained in slumber, while Hakalin traversed through a montage of memories, not her own, but those of Dialga. "Where's this?" Wandering through what appeared to be a dilapidated base, Hakalin felt a surge of anxiety, quickly adjusting her emotions as she realized she was clad in a complete outfit, suggesting she was no longer in the reality she had just inhabited. So where is this? And where is Dialga? Gradually, a possibility began to form in her mind. Forcefully interfering with another sea of consciousness using psychic powers, without mutual awareness, could result in backlash. Is this Dialga's sea of consciousness? or perhaps the repercussions of a failed entry. Hakalin felt a pang of urgency. She did not care where she was. But she understood that if she could not return to her original world, then Dialga would truly. Leader, according to the data, the last known location of Mew is just beyond the mountains ahead. The familiar voice of a man resonated nearby. Upon hearing this, Hakalin's eyes sparkled with hope as she lifted her skirt and dashed toward the sound. As anticipated, a youth clad in black leather appeared within her line of sight. Dialga. Hakalin waved enthusiastically at the boy, but he remained unresponsive. After several attempts to call out, she realized that he likely could not perceive her presence. In other words, was she merely an observer? So, this is what Dialga experienced in the past? Who, then, is this leader he mentioned? Mew? That is the legendary Pokémon of the Kanto region, isn't it? Shifting her perspective, she beheld a humanoid figure clad in technological armor. Is he the leader? Dialga, tell me. Who is stronger, Mew or me? The armored leader inquired. Leader, how many times have you asked this question in the past week? Despite holding great respect for the man before him, Dialga's expression was one of exasperation. The leader seemed somewhat embarrassed, waving a gauntlet-clad hand dismissively. I merely wish to confirm. After all, I am the imitation. In truth, it hardly matters whether one is an imitation or not. They are fundamentally different Pokémon. Leader, why are you so hung up on this? This time, it was not Dialga speaking, but a girl clad in similar leather attire. Unlike Dialga's casual garb, her outfit was form-fitting, accentuating her voluptuous figure far beyond that of her peers beneath her flowing purple hair. No, I must establish a victor between myself and it. The armored figure remained steadfast in his convictions. All right, Dialga, Nappas, you know we snuck out with the leader to defeat Mew. If Boss Banmu finds out, leader will surely be fine, but we will be finished, so let us hurry and finish this and get home. The implication that defeating Mew was as simple as drinking water piqued Hakalin's curiosity, leading her gaze to a figure draped in a white lab coat. Leader, let us conduct an examination first to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The figure in the lab coat approached the armored man, carrying a medical kit. Thank you for your help. Not a problem. As Dialga and Nappas enjoyed their boxed meals while waiting, the lab-coated figure suddenly trembled, causing Dialga to inadvertently overturn his meal box due to the vibrations. What just happened? The figure in the lab coat was the first to spring to his feet, instinctively hiding behind the armored man. He was not a combat-type member and could hardly withstand such stimuli. Chapter 57, The Unveiling of Memories, Part 2. An ambush. Just as Dialga and Nappas regained their composure, a lithe figure clad in black leather sprinted towards them with agility. The organization to which he belonged was unknown. But one thing was certain, they were not affiliated with the League. They wielded near-legendary Pokémon and possessed Mega Evolution Stones, yet their evolution seemed peculiar. Not adhering to the traditional Bond evolution, a member of Team Rocket, resembling a scout, wielded a crossbow in one hand and a telescope in the other, efficiently relaying information in mere moments. What about the others? The armored man glanced at the distant plume of smoke, obscured by his helmet, rendering Hakalin unable to discern his expression. Those skilled in combat wield the evolution crossbow, yet several have been captured during surprise assaults. The scouts, unwilling to conceal the truth, reported honestly. The evolution crossbow is a weapon crafted by the scientific minds of Team Rocket, merging the powers of evolution stones with a crossbow, firing arrows imbued with elemental attributes that possess nearly the strength of a commanding officer. This implies that stalling the invaders should pose no challenge. However, the armored man is not one to sacrifice his subordinates without a moment's thought. He made a decisive judgment without hesitation. Nevertheless, Dailo and the others nodded in agreement. Yet, shortly after, Nappas turned and said, "Leader, if there is anything here worth mobilizing such overwhelming force to seize, it should be. I understand. They are likely coming for me, or perhaps, like us, they seek to capture Mew. Regardless, I will ensure your safety. I possess that capability." Despite their conversation, their pace remained swift. In fact, they did not walk at all, as the leader propelled them forward using his psychic abilities. Be cautious. Almost immediately upon entering the battlefield, the scout spotted a teammate flanked by three-headed dragons. Simultaneously, Dailo leapt down, dual blades in hand, their icy energy barely making an impact against the massive creature's head. Team Rocket's combat prowess is not to be underestimated, a voice taunted from a distance. Dailo felt his body ensnared by a psychic force rivaling that of the leader. Deoxys, throw him out. Dailo. Faced with the legendary Pokémon's psychic onslaught, it was inconceivable for Dailo to claim he was unscathed. His body was propelled forward by inertia, caught in the arms of the startled Nappas. Are you all right? The violet-haired girl anxiously shook Dailo, who, groggy, opened his eyes and replied, "I'm fine. Calm down. Leave it to the leader." Holding on to Dailo's hand to prevent him from acting rashly, Nappas understood that Dailo felt emboldened with the leader behind him. But the fact that the leader had not come to his aid after Dailo was attacked indicated a troubling reality. The leader was also embroiled in a struggle. "It's Deoxys, 3 of them." With a complex expression, the scout glanced at Nappas, who was gripping Dailo, suppressing his jealousy as he relayed his prior discovery. 3 legendary Pokémon. We should retreat." More Team Rocket members leaped from afar, and as their representative, Nappas issued the order to withdraw. "Scatter and escape. We'll regroup at the base." Understood. No one excels at fleeing more than this group. In mere moments, Hakurine found herself unable to keep pace with her comrades. Is Dailo in that direction? Uncertain, she followed, but when she spotted the violet-haired girl beside Dailo, her breath caught in her throat. It was not jealousy but fear. A sharp shark fin pierced the girl's abdomen, and with a desperate grasp for life, the violet-haired girl clutched the attack from the quasi-legendary Pokémon. Dailo run. But how could her strength compare to that of a Mega Garchomp? Effortlessly extracting its blade from the girl's abdomen, Garchomp prepared to deliver the final blow. After all, only prey that loses its head is true prey. This was Garchomp's creed. Yet, Dailo denied it the opportunity for fulfillment. Lowering his body, Dailo scooped up the fallen girl, feeling the blade mere inches from his back, yet the instinct to survive ignited his latent potential. Miraculously, he evaded that strike and dashed towards the exterior of the base without a moment's hesitation. Garchomp was enraged. It was Dailo who dared to snatch its meal first. With nothing to hold him back, a violet-black energy coalesced in its mouth. Sensing the scorching, unstable airflow, Dailo glanced at the door still 100 meters away and felt despair wash over him. "Let me go?" Nappas softly urged Dailo, blood dripping from the girl's abdomen. Death was merely a matter of time for her. "Shut up," Dailo snapped fiercely, though his voice was barely above a whisper. Hearing his words, the girl, even in her fading moments, managed a faint smile. This guy always acted domineering, yet was subservient to her. Forget it, let him be. Just like back then. We were supposed to die together, and ultimately, this day was inevitable, wasn't he it? Couldn't he just think how much better it would be to leave me behind? Thus, the girl gazed at Dailo, using her final moments to remember this companion with whom she had journeyed for a year. Hyper Beam. The strongest special attack of the normal type, which causes stiffening after use. The dark flames behind him roared as Dailo stumbled to his knees, cradling the girl in his arms, closing her eyes that could not be shut. A person who has died once fears not death. This was true. In that moment, Dailo believed it. But regrettably, seeking death was not a simple matter. At the very least, it required the leader's consent. When the violet energy enveloped him and erupted forth, Dailo felt his soul touch every corner of the battlefield. What is this? Naka? The man in the white coat had abandoned his medical kit, racing towards another exit. Yet, facing the colossal Pokémon that burst from the ground, this frail medic remained unflustered, drawing forth the evolution crossbow, switching to a leaf stone, and rapidly retreating while pulling the trigger. Even non-combat personnel in Team Rocket exhibited remarkable adaptability. However, that was all it amounted to. Pokémon under Captain Das' command leaped from the heights of the rocky cliffs, their crimson pincers descending without hesitation. Clad in a white coat, Naka did not even see what Pokémon it was before his skull was swiftly shattered. With an expressionless glance at the failed attack of Megastelix, the Scyther merely nodded before darting away. As it departed, the emerging Steelix burrowed back underground. They had many targets to clear, and an abundance of blood yet to be drawn. Chapter 58, Memories Unsealed Again, 3. Just as Hakurine witnessed fragments flooding into Dailo's mental space, she sensed a presence behind her. Hakurine. Dailo. Shocked, she turned around to see the figure enveloped in psychic energy, at a loss for words. "You activated the protection in my mind, didn't you?" The suddenly appearing Dailo seemed to be talking to himself, but Hakurine apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect this." "No, I owe you my gratitude," Dailo replied with a smile, shaking his head. Together, they gazed at the former version of himself. "Do you think there is any difference between me and him?" "Difference?" Hearing this question, the girl scrutinized Dailo from head to toe, but aside from his attire, she found no discernible distinctions. "If you don't find a way to escape my sea of consciousness, you will witness my greatest secret." Sitting down on the cliffside, Dailo looked at his past self at the base's exit, revealing a victor's smile. Though he longed to leave, it seemed he was destined to be the first to witness her secret. With a playful demeanor and a sense of relief, Hakurine settled beside Dailo, never anticipating that she would converse with him in such a tone. As a noble, She was expected to maintain a certain decorum, yet here, with him, she found no fault in this manner of interaction. Reflecting on this, she heard the boy beside her remark, "Indeed, I am the first." Even Maceo is unaware of this matter. Surprised, intrigued, and somewhat pleased, a flurry of emotions danced within Hakurin. Could it be that she was ahead of the curve? "Do you believe that what you have experienced is real?" she countered, gazing at the smoke-filled base. "So it is false." Dailo hesitated before adding, "To some extent. It is real, but part of it is also a fantasy." Confused, Hakurin looked at Dailo, hoping for further clarification. Even in different worlds, there is one constant that remains unchanged. "What is it?" she inquired. "Finding love. How could I possibly find love at 16? Hakurin stared wide-eyed at Dailo, only to find him smiling and waving his hand dismissively. Uncertain if she would have a girlfriend if she continued living in her previous world, Dailo reasoned. "At least according to my life's trajectory, I should not have had a girlfriend before the age of 17, regardless of the world line. Thus, Nappas is merely an idealized figure in this world. In other words, a dream of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress." As Dailo's words hung in the air, the once vibrant world of memories froze, akin to a computer that had crashed. What does that mean?" Hakurin, feeling utterly perplexed, struggled to comprehend Dailo's cryptic statements. "I mean, can't you just live on in my stead?" A familiar voice echoed from afar, causing Hakurin's heart to race anew. Turning around, she saw another Dailo, dressed in black leather, striding toward them. "I have no desire to be your substitute, so please, do go ahead and die," he replied with a tone that could only be described as sinister. Torn between two Dailos, Hakurin felt overwhelmed. "What's happening?" she demanded. "Are you familiar with tales of reincarnation? Or stories of crossing over?" Both Dailos replied in unison. But Hakurin, her brow furrowed with frustration, snapped, one at a time, caught off guard by the sudden outburst. The two men fell silent. Then, the Dailo in black began. "According to the world's rules, I am already dead. I was dispatched by a psychic attack from Deoxys. And it was not the kind of death you just witnessed. It was a far more dreadful fate. All these narratives, as he has shared with you, are mere figments of my imagination." "Imaginations?" Hakurin frowned slightly, wishing Dailo would clarify his statements. "Yes, it is the wish of a pitiful man who remains single until death." The Dailo in black shrugged and gestured for his counterpart to continue. "You must be aware of unrequited love, correct?" "I am," Hakurin nodded. Because he remained infatuated with Nappas until his demise, such fanciful scenarios emerged. "Do you comprehend?" "I do," she affirmed, nodding again. In essence, he has yet to experience the beauty of the world, the joy of having someone he admires, and he still wishes to live. Do you grasp that?" "I do," she repeated, her nodding becoming more fervent. "Therefore, when the other version of him transferred his soul here, it is understandable that he would wish to eliminate the counterpart to harness his soul's power for rebirth, correct?" "Not correct." Hakurin sprang to her feet, glaring at Dailo. "Are you two distinct individuals, or one and the same? We are the same person from different worlds." Wait, I think I'm starting to understand." Hakurin cradled her head, leaning against the familiar Dailo, uncertain why she instinctively sought comfort from him, yet feeling a sense of alienation from the other. "You came from another world?" She turned to Dailo, her eyes sparkling with curiosity or perhaps excitement. "Indeed," Dailo confirmed with a nod. "Because the you of this world has perished, your disembodied soul successfully traversed into his being?" "Yes," he nodded again. "He sensed your presence and wished to borrow your soul for his rebirth?" "Correct." Dailo found Hakurin's logical reasoning to be rather sharp. "Then, shall we allow him to perish?" The symbols on her forehead glowed brightly as Hakurin unleashed her overwhelming psychic energy upon the black-clad Dailo. "You." Before he could utter a cry, the chaos that had plagued Hakurin was swiftly resolved. Gazing vacantly at the place where his former soul resided, Dailo found himself at a loss for words. Having been in this world for a year, the presence of that soul had troubled him for just as long. However, due to the protective energies of Mutuo, neither he nor the original soul had vanished. He wished to resist assimilation, while the other sought to eliminate him to survive. Yet now, due to Hakurin's intervention, had it all come to a close? What will become of him? "Since we remain connected within your sea of souls, I resolved the matter directly," she stated matter-of-factly. Concerned, she inquired, "Now, you can awaken, right?" "Yes, now I can awaken," Dailo replied, his gaze still fixed on the remnants of his former self, and he smiled. "One might say I killed him to survive. Is that so?" "He is already dead. You just mentioned that it was Mutuo's energy lingering in your psychic realm that allowed him to persist. You could have simply traversed into him. Yet his unwillingness to let go has caused all this trouble. Why do I sense you speak of this as if it is entirely reasonable? Is this the logic of the nobility?" Though jesting, Dailo felt a genuine gratitude toward Hakurin. The soul of the Dailo in black was inherently weak, sustained only by the energy left by Mutuo. However, in his efforts to protect Hakurin from being violated by Paulus, Dailo had exhausted his own strength, inadvertently granting the black-clad Dailo an opportunity. Once Dailo fully embraced the memories of the black-clad Dailo, his existence would become unnecessary, for even if he continued to live, he would only remember himself as that version rather than a high school student from the 21st century. Memory represents the essence of one's existence. If your memories tell you that you are a mouse, you have two choices: accept that memory and live as a mouse, or reject it and discover the truth of your existence. Dailo chose the latter. He could never accept the memories of the black-clad Dailo and live in his stead. Though they were different versions of himself, they were, ultimately, dissimilar. Accepting the memories of the black-clad Dailo would equate to denying the significance of his own 17 years of existence. It was a trap. It was not like those tales where one inherits another's memories and continues on, but rather, it was being consumed by those memories, forgetting one's past, and ultimately becoming a different version of oneself. Though convoluted, Dailo resolutely rejected this memory. He chose to live for himself, not to let the black-clad Dailo continue to exist. In truth, it was a simple principle. After all, I have only just crossed over. Would I really die for you to continue living? Dairo had been struggling. For the shadowy figure of Dairo was, in essence, a soul on the brink of death. Typically, he would not take such matters to heart. Yet this particular incident surprised him. Upon his disoriented return to the sea of his consciousness, he was met with the long-concocted memories of the shadowy Dairo. In truth, had he fully replayed his memories for me, I might have been consumed by him before your arrival. Dairo smirked mischievously and remarked, but he insists on imagining himself with a girlfriend, which is rather misguided. You seem quite confident about being single, don't you? Hakurin shot him a sidelong glance, unaware that her casual gesture was rendered enchanting by her beauty. Enough staring. We should head out. Noticing Dairo's dazed expression, the girl's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away. If he had sufficiently recovered, he should be able to leave, but it seemed he had not, suggesting that a part of his thoughts was still being interfered with. Just as Dairo contemplated this, the previously halted memories began to roll once more. This time, it was at the base of Team Rocket. Observing the chaotic scene, Dairo surmised it was the moment when the dying version of himself was rescued by Team Rocket. Let us go see what transpired right before I entered this world. All right. Following Dairo, Hakurin's expression was somewhat nuanced. She was accustomed to having her attendants trailing behind her. It was unusual for her to follow someone else. Oh, never mind. Besides, I have little authority here. Previously, due to the urgency of the situation, Hakurin felt a wave of embarrassment at the memory of Dairo's earlier actions. Pervert. What? Dairo chuckled in disbelief. Floating before Hakurin, turning to the girl, ghastly observed the threads of only to find she could not silk clinging to her. Unlike his gaze, unleashing a breath ghostly fire. It's nothing, just go ahead. Her delicately sculpted earlobes turned a vivid shade of red under Dairo's scrutiny and her own inner turmoil, leaving Hakurin suddenly feeling weak and toppling forward. Huh. Don't move. Dairo, frozen in place, could only watch as the girl collapsed onto him, questioning, what's wrong? However, Hakurin pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Surely, she wouldn't disclose to Dairo her thoughts of their previous intimate encounter in the pipe? The memory of her long dress being torn, leaving only her undergarments. And Dairo's weight atop her flooded her mind. Goodness, what transpired on the ground? The more she thought, the more agitated she became, her hands gripping Dairo as if to choke him. Ouch! Dairo felt as if his back was about to be torn apart by Hakurin's grip and inhaled sharply. Yet he dared not move, silently enduring until she calmed down. Fortunately, the memories being projected from the sea of consciousness disrupted their emotional turmoil. A loud voice erupted from the infirmary. Do you take me for a fool? A mild coma, and she is still not awake. It truly is a mild coma. Wait, this is a memory seal. Isn't it? Memories cannot be forcibly awakened. They must be sealed to prevent permanent trauma. Hearing these exclamations, Hakurin instinctively clutched Dairo's arm, leaning into him as she gazed towards a nearby site. There, a Dairo, wrapped in bandages, lay on the operating table. Is this what happened after you escaped? Hakurin inquired, observing the figure. Where's Nappas? If that guy had a crush on her, she should be here too. Over there. Dairo gestured casually, and Hakurin spotted a woman similarly laid out on the operating table. In truth, Nappas and my former self were entirely unrelated. However, I did collaborate with her on tasks over the following year. Dairo expressed remorse that she had long harbored unrequited feelings without ever working alongside her goddess. While he had encountered opportunities upon his arrival, His obsessive fixation was quite pathological, still ruminating on such matters even in death. Hakurin cast a disdainful glance at the bandaged figure, yet in that moment, her gaze sharpened. Yes, it's me. As the two spectators witnessed Dairo's soul transfer, he suddenly heard the voices from the outside world. Memories sealed? How convenient. I can pretend to be amnesiac. You're so wicked. As the sea of consciousness displayed Dairo's thoughts for both him and Hakurin, Chapter 60, the tears of the fairy unfolded. Observing the familiar scenes, Dairo felt a twinge of gratitude for having embraced Team Rocket's training regimen, as it kept him occupied and prevented him from engaging in foolish antics. Otherwise, the act of reminiscing with a beautiful girl about his past misdeeds would undoubtedly leave him mortified. The training of Team Rocket resembles that of my family's attendants. Watching the boys and girls engaged in relentless training, Hakurin offered her insight. Attendants? Indeed, it is customary for noble families in the League to have attendants. Just as I brought two with me on this trip, though they are likely occupied maintaining order now. Dairo remarked that the lives of the privileged were beyond their comprehension. Having attendants instantly elevates one's status, doesn't it? As memories flashed by, Hakurin concluded a summary of Dairo's life after his soul transfer over the past year. It seems rather dull. Indeed, quite tedious, though the soul advantage is the excellent signal at the base. Watching movies, news, and playing games is all feasible. Dairo concurred with Hakurin's perspective, for he had spent that year much like a clocking-in employee, rising early, training, and resting at night, leading a fulfilling yet monotonous existence. The plane has arrived? Yes, but then we encountered a flock of bird Pokémon, and the plane crashed. Hakurin was left speechless, feeling as though Dairo had drained the life from the conversation. However, when she witnessed the plane plummeting, her expression stiffened. Were you scared when you jumped? A bit. But the descent was quite swift. I hardly had time to feel fear. Dairo's words implied he had barely registered the fear before landing. That's mismagious. Isn't it? Pointing to a girl in the jungle below, a hint of confusion crossed Hakurin's eyes. Is it just me? Or does this mismagious seem somewhat different from the girl who stood beside Dairo earlier? Dairo, too, was taken aback upon seeing mismagious. He had always believed she discovered him when he encountered the dark Corviknight. Little did he expect she had already noticed him during his fall from the sky. What followed was a sequence Dairo knew all too well. The encounter with the Houndoom, the battle against the dark Corviknight swarm, capturing the Houndoom, and securing the dark Corviknight. Can you teach me Blast Punch? The familiar phrase emerged from Mismagius's lips. Yet in that moment, Hakurin finally recognized the peculiarity. Like her, Dairo stood beside her, staring at the girl emanating a pink aura from the jungle, speechless. This is the ability of a fairy type. It is said that a select few exceptionally gifted trainers may be influenced by the attributes of the Pokémon they train. Water-type Pokémon can enhance a trainer's aquatic skills. Psychic-type Pokémon might activate a trainer's telekinesis, and fairy-type Pokémon could impart charm-like abilities to the trainer. Hakurin felt a twinge of guilt for voicing such observations. Yet she did so nonetheless, confronting the reality Dairo was reluctant to face. In the presence of a mere stranger, Mismagius exerted her fairy-type aura, interfering with Dairo's thoughts, rendering him incapable of normal reasoning, and exposing a side of him observing the expression on Dailo's face, which seemed on the verge of drooling. Hakurin was aware that such a reaction was rather impolite, yet she could not suppress a laugh. Dailo, too, appeared embarrassed, realizing her own lack of composure. It's not your fault, she thought, recognizing that unless one was a formidable trainer like a gym leader or a champion, it was nearly impossible for a novice trainer to evade her deliberate allure. No wonder Dailo was pondering why their distance had suddenly diminished. It was indeed the influence of the fairy-type abilities. How true that was. Having just employed fighting-type moves to vanquish a Darkrai, she was swiftly subdued by Meisha's fairy-type prowess. Was it an instance of one being overpowered by another? Dailo was well aware of the ensuing events, being ambushed by Pokémon, losing her Thievul and Darkrai, and teaching Meishu the move Aerial Ace. Then, encountering Tyranitar, they exchanged blows. But wait, who was that? Noticing a girl with a single ponytail entering her line of sight, Dailo was completely oblivious to this occurrence. It must be because she had been unconscious, she mused. Hakurin glanced at the Lucario beside the ponytailed girl and remarked, she should be a fighting-type gym leader from the Kalos region. I've seen her profile. She hails from a lineage of trainers who possess mega evolution. So, it was Lucario all along that had aided in their safe passage? Nevertheless, Dailo's gaze hardly lingered on the humanoid Pokémon. It remained fixed on the girl clad in a butterfly-patterned dress. Miss Junsha, how is Dailo's injury? The girl, who had sprained her leg, approached Dailo with Lucario's assistance. Yet, in response to her inquiry, Miss Junsha answered evasively, I can only provide some first aid. The rest should be left to the doctor. Meishu, let me take care of him. The ponytailed girl took the towel from Meishu's hands and said with a hint of amusement, You can hardly walk yourself. Yet you wish to tend to him? No, I'll manage it myself. The girl in the butterfly dress firmly declined the ponytailed girl's offer. You don't usually act this way, do you? Dailo-sensei is my teacher. After all, it's only natural to be special. Meishu chuckled softly, wiping Delo's forehead with the towel, a gesture so familiar to Dailo. You mentioned he taught you aerial ace. Could you ask him to teach it to me and Lucario as well? The ponytailed girl looked at Meishu with a mix of envy and anticipation. However, Meishu cast a hesitant glance at the still sleeping Dailo and replied, Let us wait until he asks better, and then I'll ask him. All right, I'm counting on you. Later that night, as Miss Junsha and the ponytailed girl drifted into slumber, the girl in the butterfly dress approached Dailo once more. Her leg had yet to heal, but the stubborn girl insisted on reaching his side, even without assistance. Sensei, please recover quickly. Speaking as if addressing a Pokémon with limited reasoning, Meishu wore a gentle expression, delicately brushing Delo's bangs aside. Sensei? The girl gazed at Delo's eyes, which would never open, and chuckled softly. How foolish of me. I could have made our meeting so beautiful and unforgettable, yet I resorted to using fairy-type abilities. It's truly a failure. However, at least it proves that I still possess qualities that can attract Sensei. Sensei, although Miss Junsha and Kearney didn't say so, yes, it will be all right. Even if the hospital in Aroma City lacks adequate facilities, I will go to the hospital in Mier City to find the best doctor for you. After all, you are someone who can stand toe-to-toe with Tyranitar. You won't be left disabled. Beneath the moonlight, unclouded by darkness, Hakurin witnessed heavy drops resembling precious gems. Those were tears born from genuine emotion. Were they tears of a fairy? Chapter 61. First encounter in an unexplored area. In a hazy state, Hakurin opened her eyes to see a face uncomfortably close, realizing the proximity was rather unusual. Just as she intended to rise, Dailo awakened from his unconsciousness. Alarmed by the sudden realization, Hakurin attempted to stand, but the prolonged kneeling had rendered her legs weak. Losing her balance, her delicate frame toppled forward once more. Fortunately, Dailo, having experienced similar situations, managed to brace himself and absorb her descent. Grimacing slightly from the impact, Hakurin looked at Dailo and asked apologetically, Are you all right? I'm fine. Dailo waved her off before, to her bewilderment, removing his shirt. With deft fingers, he tore the well-made t-shirt into an indistinguishable piece of fabric. Here, wrap this around you. He offered, indicating her still exposed legs with a subtle gesture. Initially, Hakurin didn't grasp the implication. But Dailo's expression suddenly made her acutely aware of how peculiar her current position was. Her alabaster legs were draped across Dailo's form, and perhaps due to the warmth of the room or their bodies' contact, she hadn't immediately thought to find something to cover herself after losing her long dress. Yet, facing Dailo, who turned his head away, she accepted the shirt without hesitation. There was no longer a need to shy away from him. Swiftly wrapping the t-shirt around her waist, she extended her hand and pulled Dailo up from the ground, stating, Well then, we should get moving. All right, Dailo nodded in agreement. Observing the Pokémon quietly waiting behind her, Tyranitar, Serperior, and Zoroark, their expressions revealing undisguised astonishment. Dailo had never anticipated Hakurin's prowess to be so formidable. Noting Dailo's reaction, the girl displayed no hint of pride. Instead, she recalled all but Zoroark back into their Pokeballs. Let us begin by clearing the hotel interior. The Pokémon that choose to attack humans aren't the most troublesome. I'm concerned that many Pokémon may have secretly evolved within the hotel. Oh whoa. The sound of the large Houndoom, who had been patrolling outside, interrupted her. Responding to its signal, Dailo turned and said, The Houndoom indicates a strong Pokémon presence in that direction. Then let us investigate. Hakurin stepped closer to Dailo, subtly suggesting that Zoroark should take the lead. Was she worried I might struggle? Dailo chuckled ruefully, acknowledging that he did indeed fall short compared to Hakurin's strength. By the way, Dailo, your injuries have healed, right? Yes, I'm fine now. Is this your family's ability? Dailo recalled the rune on Hakurin's forehead. Yes, in ancient times. My ancestors lived in close association with a powerful Snorlax. The Snorlax, content with their offerings, bestowed a rune that could be passed down through generations. The ability I used on you is Rest, intended to heal ailments and injuries. That's quite impressive. Such a skill rivals that of a Pokémon Center, doesn't it? Dailo. Having given his shirt to Hakurin, Dailo was now bare-chested. In such circumstances, Even the slightest touch would elicit a quick response. Not to mention that the girl had now linked her arm through his. This is my first time dealing with something like this. I've always trained in my family's back mountain, never encountering anything wild. This is my first experience with such matters as well. Staring incredulously at Dailo. Hakurin had assumed he would possess more experience in this area. Previously, the rockets had confined our operational scope to developed areas, where we encountered Pokémon that had been subdued by Miss Junsha. This marks our first encounter with Pokémon invasions from undeveloped regions. Dairo's expression was far from relaxed, yet it did not betray notable anxiety. This moment represented his genuine foray into the trials of a trainer, an essential experience to confront the perils of this world. Developed areas refer to regions surrounding cities, meticulously overseen by Junsha. In such locales, off-road vehicles and mountain bikes remain viable, as humanity has already completed the construction of roads. In other words, these are places where incidents are highly improbable. The Pokémon found in these areas are specifically designated for the training of novice trainers, as the likelihood of timely rescue during unforeseen circumstances is high. However, beyond these developed zones lies the inaccessible expanse of undeveloped regions, an inferno for rookie trainers and the crucible from which true trainers emerge. If one aspires to succeed, it is possible to capture Pokémon, train them, and participate in battle tournaments within the safety of developed areas to attain accolades. Yet, this is an unattainable dream. Despite the mere difference of a single character between developed and undeveloped regions, trainers who have never ventured into the latter can never surpass those who have emerged from the depths of hell. Prominent families monopolize parts of the undeveloped regions, harvesting resources to cultivate the next generation of trainers. What kind of resources might there be? Why is it that trainers who have stepped into undeveloped areas experience a surge in strength? The answer is simple. Pokémon of commander rank or higher will never appear in developed areas. This implies that undeveloped regions harbor the secrets to becoming a dominant Pokémon. Of course, nurturing a Pokémon of such caliber is no small feat, however, if one were to lower their expectations to commander-level Pokémon. The battles in developed areas simply do not suffice for a trainer's growth. Thus, undeveloped regions serve as a watershed moment. If you venture in and emerge successfully, it becomes a noteworthy achievement. The notion of entering and exiting here does not merely imply placing one foot in and then stepping out. Undeveloped regions serve as a bridge connecting different cities. For instance, the Princess Dailo once encountered, who possessed a unique Shinado, hailed from a kingdom situated thousands of kilometers away from Xiangshuan City. The journey between these cities is punctuated by an unbroken chain of undeveloped regions. True strength lies in the ability to traverse between two cities with one's Pokémon. Nevertheless, one must consider that Pokémon are omnivorous. The consequences of failing in battles within undeveloped regions are dire. Logically, one cannot expect Pokémon that may attack in developed areas to suddenly adopt a herbivorous diet in an undeveloped expanse, can they? There are numerous reasons why humanity cannot develop these territories at present. The foremost reason is insufficient strength. Even the most formidable trainers cannot guarantee control over all Pokémon in an undeveloped region. If one cannot assure that these Pokémon will not retaliate, it is wisest not to provoke them. Skyscrapers can be erected in urban areas or around developed regions, but attempting construction in undeveloped territories? Even the elite fort might not be able to rescue you. Yet, intriguingly, the Pokémon from undeveloped regions have initiated an invasion. This phenomenon has been deemed a calamity by the Pokémon League, and the issue Dailo and Hakurin must address is classified as a town-level disaster. Chapter 62, The Turmoil of the Restaurant. Dailo, do you know the difference between Pokémon from undeveloped regions and those from developed areas? With her hands clasped behind her back, Hakurin turned to inquire. The distinction, images of various Pokémon flickered through Dairo's mind, prompting him to dismiss memories associated with the dark-clad Dailo, as those recollections had blurred after the latter's demise at Hakurin's hands. Upon reflection, his encounters with Pokémon had not been particularly frequent. Initially, there were the hyena dogs, the great hounds, and the dark crows he had encountered in developed areas. Then there were the Pokémon of Maishio, the Sylveon, and the Swadloon. According to Maishio, these two Pokémon were among those she began training when she first set out, meaning they too were acquired in developed regions. Next, there were the starters he had seen at the Research Institute. They seemed no different, each adept at coexisting with humans. Am I interrupting something important? Just as he was about to respond to Hakurin with uncertainty, a sudden memory of that initial encounter surfaced. The Bangelis, a quasi-legendary Pokémon. Yes, that Bangelis. The one belonging to the Pokémon Hunter was unlike any Pokémon Dailo had encountered thus far. Though, in terms of power, it was merely a commander-level Pokémon. Inferior even to the one in Hakulin's possession, Dairo was struck by the unique aura that Pokémon exuded. What evoked such a feeling? It was the atmosphere surrounding it. Observing Dairo lost in thought without arriving at a conclusion, Hakulin decided to elaborate, holding up her Pokeball. My 3 Pokémon, for instance, are exceptional specimens selectively bred and nurtured through my family's Pokémon breeding techniques. Thus, these Pokémon naturally possess less wildness and are more amiable towards humans. However, in undeveloped regions, Pokémon like Bangilas exude a unique aura. Much like the one in your memory, the Bangilas surrounded by a grayish-black mist, which researchers refer to as the breath of nature. And what about those round silk spiders? Dairo recalled the ubiquitous crawlers, unsure whether they bore the same breath of nature as Bangilas. They likely were driven here by more powerful Pokémon from developed areas. They are not true denizens of the undeveloped regions. Hakulin affirmed Dairo's speculation, recognizing that those ordinary round silk spiders were merely pawns. However, if she were to recklessly engage, believing herself somewhat formidable, it would only attract more troublesome adversaries. Until she discerned the Pokémon commanding the round silk spiders, Hakulin would not permit her Hotel's strongest combatant to fall into jeopardy. Is that unique colored Ariados a Pokémon from the undeveloped region? Dairo pondered, recalling that fearsome commander-level Pokémon. Yet, Hakulin shook her head, stating, that is a Pokémon with considerable talent. Perhaps with more growth, it may venture into undeveloped territories, but for now, it poses no significant threat. A howl from the Great Hound interrupted their conversation, and Dairo's expression stiffened as he looked ahead. Is this little one hungry? He mused, considering the sign bearing the word restaurant. However, upon observing the serious demeanor of the Great Hound, he swallowed his thoughts. If there were Pokémon inside, it would complicate matters. Typically, a bug-type Pokémon's evolution should conclude swiftly if they were to eat here. Yet, it had yet to emerge. In such circumstances, which could mean it was either reluctant to leave or that the food within the restaurant was insufficient to support its evolution. An overlord Pokémon? Crunch, crunch. The unmistakable sound of vigorous chewing emanated from within the restaurant, seemingly verifying Hakulin's assessment. Upon hearing that thunderous sound, Dairo swiftly grasped the girl, who had attempted to advance. What size do you imagine a Pokémon capable of producing such a noise would be? He queried. Initially puzzled by Dairo's intervention, Hakulin quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, they were still merely in the corridor, a full 20 meters from the restaurant, yet the audible chewing resonated throughout the entire passage. Large specimens of bug-type Pokémon were virtually non-existent. The only Pokémon capable of producing such a sound is the dominant-level Pokémon, which grows several times larger after becoming a sovereign. Let us proceed. Dailo showed no hesitation, as he held no interest in courting death. In stark contrast, Hakulin appeared despondent, her beautiful eyes dimmed by the gravity of the situation. She had already surmised that the dominant-level Pokémon currently in the restaurant might indeed be the mastermind behind this invasion. However, she felt powerless to intervene. Suddenly, a louder crunching sound reached their ears. Upon turning, Dailo was taken aback, confronted by the terrifying, enormous black compound eyes of the creature. Without a moment's thought, he yanked the girl aside and pressed her against the adjacent wall. Crack! Boom! Accompanied by a volley of white silk strands, a large hole was punctured in the very spot where they had just stood. Upon closer inspection, Dailo realized that the previously cautious Zoroark had been felled by the white silk, while his own Mytena was ensnared, completely wrapped in silk, save for its tail, which thrashed helplessly outside the cocoon. We should retrieve them for now. Hakulin and Dailo simultaneously raised their Pokeballs to recall their defeated Pokémon. However, this action inadvertently revealed their position. The dominant Pokémon, sensing something small around the corner, began to slither toward them, its rotund body filling the corridor and causing the walls to crumble under the pressure. Naturally, they did not intend to remain idle. They immediately fled down the emergency exit. Fortunately, the dominant Pokémon's menacing aura deterred any stray bugs from obstructing their path. Yet, even so, Dailo could not shake the terrifying vision he had glimpsed moments earlier. What Pokémon was that? Hakulin inquired, observing Dailo's pallid expression. Caterpie. Dailo uttered a name that would baffle any ordinary person, his eyes reflecting a mix of terror and relief. Caterpie. Hakulin echoed, equally astonished by the revelation, but upon seeing Dailo's nearly ashen complexion, she understood the truth. A Caterpie capable of puncturing a wall with its silk. Is this the true power of a dominant-level Pokémon? Let's head that way. After descending 2 flights of stairs, Dailo decided against a cat-and-mouse chase with the behemoth in the narrow safety corridor. They required more space to escape. Chapter 63, Commander Level B Drill. Huff, huff. Leaning against the wall with one hand, Hakulin's chest rose and fell with her breaths, the long sprint having depleted her stamina significantly. The lineage of the League's nobility may be admirable, yet it is not omnipotent. At least in terms of physical prowess, Hakulin could not compete with Dailo, who had undergone training with Team Rocket. Aren't you tired? Hakulin gazed at Dailo as if he were a monster, feeling inadequate compared to him. Not only had she failed to assist him, but she had also relied on his judgment to evade the pursuing Caterpie. In Team Rocket, fleeing was a fundamental lesson. Dailo, however, remained unfazed. He had never regarded himself as exceptionally gifted. In this world, the primary vocation is that of a trainer. Physical strength and combat ability are merely supplementary skills. Only by nurturing one's Pokémon can one earn genuine respect. In this regard, he greatly admired Hakulin's capabilities. Though of similar age, she possessed one more commander-level Pokémon than he did. Has it caught up? Sensing her breath had slowed, Hakulin carelessly sank to the corner, perhaps unaware that she was gradually shedding the poise expected of a noblewoman in Dailo's presence. We should have lost it by now. Besides, it is moving rather slowly. So even if it does catch up, it wouldn't be an issue. Dailo's casual remark sent Hakulin's heart racing, and she retorted with annoyance, "You may be fine. But what about me? I can't outrun it. It won't catch up, trust me." Without lingering on the matter, Dailo's thoughts drifted back to the system in his mind. As the host officially embarked on the path of a trainer, the system had also completed a new script for the host's analysis of strength. This newly developed script was the Pokémon panel card. The host currently possesses the following Pokémon: Mytiana, Honchkrow, and Jengar. Now, let us begin displaying the host's Pokémon panel cards. Pokémon species, Mytiana. Attribute indicators. Stamina, B. Attack, S. Defense, B. Special attack, B. Special defense, B. Speed, S. Pokémon overall quality, A. Pokémon rank, commander level, 7 stars. Combat preference skills, Iron Tail. Combat preference skills, Fire Fang. Pokémon ability, Intimidate. Intimidates opponents upon entry, causing them to hesitate and lowering their attack power and combat desire. What does combat preference skills refer to? It indicates the skills that a Pokémon will prioritize when battling autonomously, barring any disadvantageous attributes. Can a commander-level Pokémon with A-grade quality defeat a commander-level Pokémon with B-grade quality? Dailo posed the question he most desired to ask. Quality influences strength, but rank also affects it. How can one differentiate the impact of both? Pokémon with a quality below B-grade lack the capacity to evolve into commander level, as B-grade quality restricts their intelligence. The commander level serves as a dividing line between intelligent and non-intelligent Pokémon. Does that mean Honchkrow and Jengar cannot evolve beyond commander level? Dailo grew anxious, fearing that his Pokémon might possess such limited potential. There is no need for concern, host. It is important to note that before entering the exclusive sub-dungeon, Mytiana was merely B-grade quality. Quality can be enhanced, provided the Pokémon's power rank has not yet reached commander level. What does that mean? Intelligent Pokémon can evolve to commander level, but non-intelligent Pokémon are not barred from growing stronger due to their lack of intelligence. They can still develop to the strength of commander level, albeit without matching intelligence, thus being termed pseudo-commander level. Once a Pokémon's rank becomes pseudo-commander level, it loses the ability to enhance its quality. In other words, to improve a Pokémon's quality, it must do so before reaching commander level. Only if a Pokémon attains A-grade quality before reaching commander level can it continue to advance in strength. Therefore, if a Pokémon successfully evolves to commander level through A-grade quality, is there a possibility for it to enhance its quality from A to S afterward? Indeed. However, what the host should focus on now is when Honchkrow and Jengar will elevate to A-grade quality. What is the current status of Honchkrow and Jengar? Please feel free to click to view their panel cards. Next to Mytiana's panel card, Dailo noticed 2 newly created Pokémon cards. Pokémon species, Honchkrow. Attribute indicators. Stamina, B. Attack, A. Defense, C. Special attack, A. Special defense, C. Speed, A. Pokémon overall quality, B. Pokémon rank, commander level, 3 stars. Combat preference skills, Nasty Plot, significantly enhances its own special attack power. Combat preference skills, Shadow Ball. Pokémon ability, Super Luck, increases the likelihood of landing critical hits. So it secretly learned Shadow Ball, huh? And didn't even inform me. Dailo chuckled as he examined Honchkrow's attribute panel, finding it impressive, even pleasantly surprising. He was certainly aware of the personalities of his Pokémon, each one eager to conceal their newly acquired skills, only to showcase them unexpectedly before him. Truly, they were like 3 children. No matter how mature they might appear, this trait remained unchanged. Now, it was time to face Jengar. Dailo continued to open the final Pokemon panel card, but at that moment, trouble arose. Be careful. Although Hakurine was uncertain if Dailo was fatigued, she refrained from disturbing him as he rested with his eyes closed. However, the sudden onslaught of steel needles left the girl in a state of alarm. Yet, having experienced the ups and downs, Hakurine instinctively took the right course of action. As the dual needles sped towards them, she hastily roused Dailo beside her and, without waiting for his response, pulled him into the nearest room. The assailant, thwarted in its attempt, was halted outside by a previously restrained Pokemon. With equally sharp dual needles and vibrating wings, the difference lay in the strength of the newcomer. Upon witnessing the dark gray currents, Hakurine grasped the origin of the approaching Pokemon. It was a leader-class bug-type Pokemon, Beedrill, from an undeveloped region. Beneath, Sandstorm, Stealth Rock, Rock Slide. What the? Just as Dailo was jolted awake by the beautiful girl, he heard a series of dazzling moves. Was Hakurine really intending to let this Beedrill escape? Chapter 64, Mega Beedrill. On the 32nd floor of a hotel, within a certain guest room, the situation had become rather chaotic. Sand swirled violently, debris scattered, and a Pokemon clad in armor stood firmly at the doorway. It was the architect of this scene, with no hint of gentleness in its gaze. Beneath commanded the raging sandstorm around it, while meticulously arranged stealth rocks surrounded the area. There was no way out. This was the effect of Stealth Rock, perfected by Beneath. Originally a skill designed to inflict damage on opposing Pokemon during trades, Beneath had transformed it into a tactic to restrict the opponent's movement in conjunction with the sandstorm. The stones, already imbued with special effects, rose into the air as the storm swirled, and Beedrill found it impossible to launch an effective attack amidst the chaos. This was proving to be troublesome. With its compound eyes surveying the ever-changing sandstorm, the wild leader-class Pokemon realized, at that very moment, that its range of movement had been severely limited. Such a powerful human trainer existed in this place. It needed to find a way to summon a monarch to resolve this predicament. With a flash of red light in its eyes, the dual steel needles released an acute sense of slicing through the air, distorting the space around them, as a prismatic glow enveloped Beedrill's form. Mega Evolution. In an instant, a symbol representing the unique power of this world materialized at the center of the aura, a mark that Dailo recognized all too well, the emblem of Mega Evolution. The dazzling brilliance did not last long. As the aura faded, a completely transformed Pokemon emerged into view before Dailo and Hakurine. It was a Beedrill that bore little resemblance to its previous form. The slightly rotund abdomen had morphed into an inverted triangular cone, and the original dual needles and legs had evolved into 4 elongated, menacing steel stingers. The front pair remained silvery, while the hind pair bore a striking yellow-black pattern reminiscent of Beedrill's original coloration. Moreover, the 2 round compound eyes had undergone a transformation, no longer exuding an amiable appearance. They now appeared elongated and sharp, a blood-red glow flickering within, igniting Beneath's battle spirit. This was the Poison Bee Pokemon, Beedrill, in its Mega Evolution form. Upon witnessing Beedrill's Mega Evolution, Dailo grasped the critical distinction between reality and the game. In the game, Mega Evolution required a specific evolutionary item. However, in reality, Mega Evolution was an innate ability that wild Pokemon could possess independently. It only necessitated additional conditions when tamed by a trainer. But now was not the time for such contemplations. The evolution process appeared spectacular, yet it transpired in a remarkably brief moment, and for the seasoned Beedrill. That moment of transformation was also the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Opportunities are fleeting. Facing Beneath's gaze, Mega Beedrill's 4 stingers glimmered with a violet hue. Poison Jab. Faced with the skill unleashed at the moment of evolution, Beneath's massive form could not evade with agility. Despite its best efforts to use the sandstorm to control the trajectory of the Poison Jab, some of the errant strikes proved unavoidable. Be careful. The speed of the steel needles exceeded Dailo's ability to evade, yet Hakurine would not allow Dailo to suffer harm. With a flash of the rune on her brow, she swung her right hand in a decisive motion. In an instant, a visible blade of air erupted from her palm. What was that? Watching the steel needles fall to the ground, Dailo was genuinely startled. This level of technique rivaled his meteor fist, and it was a special attack at that. Phew. The girl, having successfully struck, felt no pride in her accomplishment. Exhausted, she leaned against Dailo, her uneven breaths and pale complexion revealing her vulnerability. She understood that her physical stamina could not keep pace with her output, and at most, she could unleash 2 powerful strikes if adequately prepared. Given her current state, it was uncertain whether she could muster a second attack. This is an ability I was born with. No one else in my family possesses it. Only I. Though I know not why. It's a flying type move, air slash, but it's just too draining. Breathing heavily, the girl wore a smile in her eyes. She did not wish to be a burden, especially in his presence. Zoroark, Dark Pulse. Superior, Glare. Though she longed to lean against Dailo, her modesty restrained her. Thus, half reclining against the wall, Hakurine once again commanded her Pokémon. This was not a formal Pokémon battle. Time was of the essence, and swift resolution was paramount. Superior's noble and elegant form became enveloped in a bewitching shade of purple, its elongated serpentine eyes revealing an eerie glint that Dailo had never witnessed before. Don't look. Covering Dialo's line of sight, Hakurine whispered softly in his ear, you might get paralyzed. The skill, Glare, known only to certain serpent-like Pokémon, had once been exclusive to Arbok. However, with the prevalence of skill inheritance, it was not difficult for Superior to learn this technique. A pair of enormous purple eyes slowly materialized above Superior's head, and the unsuspecting Beedrill was instantly ensnared in a state of paralysis. What happens when a paralyzed bug-type Pokémon is struck by a Rock Slide and a Dark Pulse? They were all leader-class Pokémon, 3 against 1. Do not presume that just because you hail from an undeveloped region, you possess any unique advantages. Debris and darkness enveloped Beedrill's fragile insect body. When the dust settled, Dailo pushed aside the rocks, revealing a battered Pokémon. The form of Mega Evolution had vanished, replaced by the once familiar visage of an ordinary Beedrill. It was indeed a return to its original state. Do you wish to capture it? No, if you want it. You may have it. Thanks. Dailo was not one to be polite. Just as he reached for a Pokeball, he discovered he had instead pulled out something rather heavy. A heavy metal ball. This was the item recently delivered by Team Rocket. Unlike the resolution sought by Kalos in the Messenger Bird's domain, the CD region can be regarded as the stronghold of Team Rocket. Transmitting an item, such as a mere trinket, is a trivial matter. Do you have any spare Pokeballs? Dailo casually inquired of Hakurine, who responded with an ease that suggested borrowing a napkin was equally effortless. Hakurine, too, did not seem to regard the Pokeballs with much importance. Yet since it was Dailo who asked, she felt it necessary to maintain a certain decorum. Sincerity ought to have its limits. The young girl fingered the Pokeball attached to her belt, and although her skirt had been mostly torn away, her belt remained intact. After careful consideration, she ultimately retrieved a distinctly luxurious polygonal Pokeball, one that even a fool could recognize as high-end, and tossed it to Dailo with a feigned indifference. Chapter 65. Are the little cards not sufficient for you? As Dailo caught the Pokeball, which was entirely crafted from aquamarine gemstones, he intended to voice his thoughts. But upon noticing the girl's deliberate avoidance of eye contact, he chose to forego any protest. Would it be too extravagant to use this ball for capturing a Beedrill? Realizing Hakurine was resolute in gifting him this precious item, Dailo began to feel conflicted. This Beedrill hailed from an undeveloped region, possessing commendable combat analysis capabilities. And it could Mega Evolve, thus ranking as a commander-level Pokémon. This indicated its qualifications were undoubtedly above Grade A. A Mega Evolved Beedrill is indeed quite striking. However, those familiar with Pokémon games know that bug types are often regarded as the weakest, with only a handful able to showcase their prowess, while the majority rely on sheer numbers for victory. Although Beedrill can Mega Evolve, one might argue it is weak. Yet, to claim it is strong would also feel inaccurate. In summary, this transitional Pokémon serves well for beginners, might hold its own in mid-level battles, but in advanced encounters against similarly ranked opponents, it would falter. Then let me give you another one. Huh. Dailo was still mired in confusion when a deep blue metallic Pokeball was tossed to him by Hakurine. What kind of Pokeball is this? In truth, what Dailo truly wished to ask was, why do I not recognize any of the Pokeballs you have thrown my way? This is a custom-designed Pokeball, with effects akin to a Great Ball, but it offers a more spacious interior and can self-regulate temperature based on the Pokemon species. Hakurine observed Dailo's hesitant expression and urged, that Ocean Heart Pokeball is my coming-of-age gift, so take good care of it. If I find out you've lost it at 1T happen, Dailo responded earnestly. Meeting Hakurine's gaze and promising, I will use this Pokeball to catch a Pokemon that I will keep by my side. All right. Upon hearing Dailo's promise, the girl appeared to let her guard down, sitting on the ground and saying, then let us capture this Beedrill first, shall we? Very well. He hurled the blue metallic Pokeball towards Beedrill's head, and with a resounding bang, Dailo realized he had neglected to unlock the Pokeball for capture mode. It remained a solid metallic sphere. Apologetic for the second impact on Beedrill's head, yet aware that the creature was already unconscious, it mattered little now. He picked up the Pokeball, pressed the button in the center, and watched as the blue metallic ball returned to its familiar size. He repeated the same action, sending the Pokeball hurtling towards Beedrill's head once more. Predictably, Dailo heard a crisp bing, distinct from the usual ding, indicating that the custom Pokeball sound effects were also chosen by Hakurin. The hotel presumably had a Pokemon recovery room, though he wondered if it was occupied by Bug-type Pokemon. If not, it would be a suitable place for Beedrill to recuperate. The expression on Hakurin's face as she witnessed Dailo capture Beedrill was somewhat nuanced. As a girl who had nearly been assaulted by Bug-type Pokemon, she could no longer harbor any fondness towards them. Fortunately, Dailo seemed indifferent to this Beedrill as well. Though he felt it was somewhat wasteful to use a Pokeball on it, it was ultimately his desire to capture it, and she could not impede him. The girl found herself uncertain of her own thoughts, and when she finally raised her head to meet Dailo's gaze, she realized something, prompting her to stand. At that moment, as she had been sitting with her legs together and arms wrapped around her knees, Dailo had an unobstructed view of her flawless figure. The transition from her long skirt to a t-shirt showcased her smooth, elegant legs and the graceful curves of her form, epitomizing the beauty of the golden ratio. Her delicate face flushed for a few seconds before settling into tranquility, and she tilted her head, addressing Dailo, whose eyes were evasive. Haven't you seen it all before? What is there to be embarrassed about? Huh. Dailo found himself momentarily stumped by Hakurin's formidable composure, stammering, Where are we headed now? Wait a moment. Let me consult my aide. Hakurin retrieved her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and dialed a number. What is the situation there now? What? Mayu? All right, I understand. As the girl pondered her words and turned back to Dailo, she noted his relatively calm demeanor. She exhaled softly, realizing that her earlier fears of Dailo losing his composure upon hearing about Mayu were unfounded. What happened to Mayu? The trainers on that side have broken through the blockade of Ariados and Spinarak, now fleeing in 3 directions. Since that Ariados possesses considerable potential, several trainers attempted to capture it. There may have been a scuffle, and after successfully capturing Ariados, Mayu departed alone. According to my aide's report, numerous trainers followed her after she left. Hakurin ceased speaking as she observed the instant change in Dailo's expression, which transformed into one of stark pallor as if the sky had fallen. Although she held confidence in Mayu's abilities, those were ultimately reliant on her status as a trainer. From Hakurin's complex expression, Dailo could envision the multitude of lowly creatures that roamed this morally deteriorating world. Just moments ago, he had promised to protect her. Thus, it was time to fulfill that vow. I had intended to join you in an attempt to thwart the evolution of those bug-type leaders. But since we cannot contend with the Overlord-level Pokemon, let us first locate Mayu. Every second wasted was a moment squandered. Dailo silently expressed gratitude for the girl's understanding. Where might Mayu be? That is for you to determine. Do you not have her contact information? Right. Dailo felt as if he were in a state of hurried urgency, excessive worry only clouding his judgment. He knew that calming his emotions was paramount to aiding Mayu. Call her? That won't do. Setting aside Mayu's current condition, the ringing of a phone could draw the attention of those trailing her. Then send a text. Where are you? Is someone pursuing you? I'm on the 22nd floor. 2 attempted to capture me, but I was rescued by a ghoul pin. You needn't worry. I'll be there shortly. Wait for me. Okay. As he set his phone down, Mayu coldly regarded the 3 trainers obstructing her path, stating flatly, Did the young lady on the hotel card not fulfill your desires? Or is it that your abilities in that regard are lacking, leaving you without dignity before the lady? Chapter 66. The Power to Kill. As Mayu lowered her phone, Dailo did the same from his own. 2 individuals on different floors executed the same motion, releasing their Pokeballs. No commands were issued, nor were any necessary. The tactical chip of Team Rocket had already conveyed Dairo's thoughts. 3 Pokemon emerged under the crimson light, devoid of any affectionate interaction. The Great Hound dashed away, following a scent, while the Crow Boss unconditionally entrusted the pursuit route to its elder brother. After all, no matter how keen its eyes were, they could not rival the sensitivity of its brother's sense of smell. Casting a glance at its master's furious expression, the Pokemon had already sentenced the followers below to death. It was a gaze imbued with tranquility, for the overwhelming anger made it appear rather calm. Is this what they call the principle of extremes? Unlike the Great Hound and the Crow Boss, Jengar's movements were different. Its form could disregard walls and floors, allowing it to vanish into the ground in an instant. Hakurin stood behind Dairo, and although she could not see clearly, she sensed that the state of the 3 Pokemon was somewhat peculiar, until a familiar voice resonated in her mind. You may kill. Those tailing Meow should be dealt with by both Pokemon and trainers if you possess the capability. Is that Dairo's voice? Why am I hearing Dairo's voice? Stunned, the girl turned around, only to find that her earlier thoughts had been transmitted to Dairo's mind. You? Dairo spun around, revealing an equally astonished expression. Hakurin hesitated, suddenly realizing that it must be due to her prior communication with Dairo through the runes in the Sea of Spirits. Her sea contained the will of an ancient Snorlax, while Dairo's held the tumultuous will of Mutuo. Indeed, Hakurin had grasped the identity of the guardian left in Dairo's sea. Initially, she struggled to connect the name Mutuo with the armored Pokémon, but the Clock Tower, as the decision point of the Noble Alliance and the registry for all noble trainers, could not lack information of that world-class caliber. Thus, the girl recalled that Pokémon for Team Rocket's actions had been so grand that even the Elite Four could not prevent them. Consequently, this case was recorded at the Clock Tower, and Hakurin understood the efforts Dairo and Black had undertaken. Mutuo, a legendary Pokémon created through genetic manipulation from the mythical Pokémon, differed from other newly emerged legendary Pokémon in that it was a true legend itself. A legendary Pokémon was, indeed, a Pokémon of legendary status. This represented the pinnacle of power in this world, a force that all trainers coveted. Even in tumultuous times, this power would not be diminished compared to other Pokémon. Thus, when the ancient Snorlax and Mutuo's psychic energies collided, her and Dairo's seas of spirits became eternally intertwined. Was this a good thing? Gazing at Dairo in confusion, the girl found herself at a loss for words. Merely a single night had forged an inseparable bond for their futures. This felt rather despicable. It was she who had initially entrusted Meow to seek Dairo's assistance. What did her current situation signify? Dairo, Hakurin, looking into each other's eyes. They both understood what this entailed, yet, let us go assist Meow. I'm sorry. At the same moment, they spoke in unison, different words. If they were not aware of each other's thoughts, how could they have uttered such seemingly abrupt dialogue? It's all right. Thank you. Another synchronized exchange. Their eyes reflecting a mixture of helplessness and uncertainty, but soon the girl smiled. There are quite a few nobles in the Clock Tower hoping to arrange a marriage with me. What would they think if they knew of your existence? This time, the girl remained silent. Since they could already connect mentally, what need was there for words? She was certain Dairo could hear her thoughts. With a mischievous smile, she gently nudged Dairo's shoulder. Go on, be careful on your way. I won't accompany you. I apologize, I've changed my mind. It's fine. Dairo cast a final glance at the girl before dashing in the direction of the Great Hound. Watching Dairo's silhouette fade from her view, the girl leaned helplessly against the wall, feeling a familiar warmth. Turning her head, she beheld the ambiguous gaze of her superior. Thank you. Without a response, Superior gently nudged its forehead against its trainer's, wise as it was, understanding that its master had embarked on a different future. This future might not be as glorious as the Clock Tower's arrangements, but it was truly Hakurin's own. Perhaps she needed a moment to accept this. But now was the time for them, as Pokémon, to support their trainer. Banjorasu, with its massive form, timidly settled beside the girl, casting occasional glances towards Hakurin and then in the direction Dairo had departed. Banjorasu gathered its thoughts, hesitating. It ultimately abandoned its contemplation and turned to Zoroark. This powerful yet mentally mismatched Pokémon wished to assist its trainer in resolving troubles, but was at a loss as to how. Zoroark, perched on its shoulder, comfortingly patted its forehead. As Hakurin's Pokémon, Zoroark had no worries for its master because, being her Pokémon, she would undoubtedly rise again. All they needed to do was believe in her. That was sufficient. When they next met, should they declare war against Meow? The girl pondered, eventually concealing her face in Superior's embrace. Why couldn't she have met him sooner? If only she had met him earlier. Superior's tail gently coiled around its trainer, its affectionate eyes glimmering with faint hope. Yet, as it sensed the tears coursing down its scales, its tail suddenly stiffened. Has she been crying? How surprising. It was the first time seeing her display such vulnerability since the day she learned of the family inheritance struggle. Just as she had cared for it when it was still a Snivy, now it was time for it to care for her. You too. Superior glanced at the despondent Banjorasu and the idle Zoroark, issuing a command. Make sure not to embarrass our master. We cannot afford to be outdone by that Meow. Roar. Banjorasu's spirit surged, exuding an air of determination that he would never be surpassed. Little did he expect to be struck down by his brother's tail. Be quiet. Do you wish to awaken our master? Banjorasu, this melon is truly sweet. Chapter 67, Ruthless. On the 22nd floor of the hotel, in the hallway, the bug-type Pokémon that should have invaded lay trampled beneath several others. There were Spinarak, Beedrill, and even those of the commander level, alongside ordinary and elite ranks. Yet, without exception, they all lay incapacitated. This was a gathering place for trainers, a locale not easily breached by any Pokémon. However, the trainers had their own intentions, such as teaching a lesson to the beauty who brazenly snatched an Ariados. Amidst the crowd, a few trainers eyed the long legs of the slender beauty, swallowing hard. Summer was delightful. It was a season to admire the long legs of beauties, and it would be a shame not to do something about it. Yet, no trainer dared to approach directly. After all, those alluring legs were encased in sharp high heels. Those heels had already pierced the throat of one trainer. Dying beneath the feet of a beauty was hardly a fate to be desired. To perish without even indulging in a flirtation was indeed a great loss. What are trainers? Individuals striving for ideals and status? Such a grandiloquent assertion. To put it succinctly, trainers are perpetually engaged in a relentless odyssey, honing their skills amidst a ceaseless battle against nature, Pokémon, and rival trainers. Such individuals are intrinsically rebellious at heart. Perhaps, upon establishing families of their own, they may temper their fiery spirits and embrace a more stable existence. Yet for now, they stand poised to make their mark. Empowered by their prowess, they pursue their desires. Unimpeded in the uncharted territories where the League has yet to impose its authority, countless mercenaries, daringly skirting danger for a mere bag of gold, unleash havoc alongside their Pokémon. Who can fathom the number of pirate flags that flutter upon the seemingly tranquil seas, causing even the League considerable distress? Only by comprehending the world's malevolence can one truly safeguard oneself. Meow understood that those in positions of power would squander fortunes for a woman's affection, and that thieves, dancing upon the razor's edge, would spill blood for the same. She was acutely aware of the countless women who accompanied the pirates disembarking from their ships, reveling in the night. Yet, alas, she is not a woman of such tales. Once, she was the fairy-type gym leader of the League, a renowned fashion designer. Now, she is a student of Dailo, his ally. Regardless of the circumstances, she could never entangle herself with trainers of their ilk. The girl surveyed her surroundings, observing the reckless young trainers whose eyes betrayed a shameful lust, their thoughts so vile one could scarcely bear to gaze upon them. Is it her allure or the prowess of her fairy-type abilities that captivates? A faint, enigmatic smile graced Meow's lips. Yet she implored them not to regard her with such eyes, if they would be so kind. The girl smiled, though her obsidian-like eyes brimmed with lethal intent. If only Dailo would gaze upon her in such a manner. They are not the ones capable of appreciating her. The tactical chip relayed commands, and the large-mouthed creature charged first at the looming Lurange cat. This Pokémon, comparable in size to a Great Dane, was shrouded in black fur, with its underbelly and hind legs clad in a light blue coat. Its fearsome visage, reminiscent of a lion's head, would surely instill a sense of dread in any opposing trainer. Yet, for the large-mouthed creature, accustomed to daily interactions with Great Danes, this posed no challenge. With a swift toss of its formidable maw, it lunged at the Lurange cat. As a commanding-level Pokémon, it faced a mere lieutenant-level opponent, rendering defeat an impossibility. The explosive force of the large mouth, upon being unleashed, seemed to possess an irresistible pull, drawing in the surrounding air as it aimed for the Lurange cat. Lurange cat. Unleash electric attack. Although Lurange cat's special attacking capabilities were not formidable, the situation now rendered physical skills somewhat belated. The trainer, cigarette in mouth, decisively issued commands. But wait, why does that man lack a head? Lurange cat, why are you looking back at that man? Focus on the battle. Even in his final moments, he remained oblivious to his own decapitated form. All the trainers were left astounded by Meow's methods. At the moment the large-mouthed creature charged, the agile Sylveon had already flanked the man from behind, inevitably ending his life. Only a select few trainers possessed combat prowess akin to Dailo's. Most relied on a singular Pokémon to guard them while issuing commands for others to attack. Yet this time, the cigarette-smoking trainer, feeling secure among the crowd, neglected to deploy a Pokémon for his protection, instead ordering his own Lurange cat to engage. Thus, he met his demise. I suggest, miss, if you wish to avoid being captured by Miss June Shaw, it would be prudent to eliminate us all. The speaker was a man clad in a short-sleeved shirt, and unlike the previous unfortunate soul, he was flanked by two Pokémon, an electric type and a fire type, both akin to the Sylveon. Meow regarded the man's assertion with a non-committal nod, replying with a playful smile, eliminating you all would pose no issue, for your Pokémon could hardly match my prowess, could they? Her words rendered the onlookers momentarily speechless. Before the earlier man retorted maliciously, not so fast. A pair of fists cannot contend against four hands. If we unite to subdue you, where do you think your hopes lie? Had the former Meow been present, she would have deftly utilized her fairy-type abilities to deceive two opponents into assisting her, allowing her to escape unscathed. But now, let us see, shall we? Just to be clear, do not presume that defeating my Pokémon will grant you dominion over me. Even in self-destruction, I shall not acquiesce to your vile desires. Moreover, Whoever strikes first will undoubtedly endure my Pokemon's full might. Even without invoking her fairy-type abilities, Meow excelled at manipulating the hearts of men. No one could doubt the sincerity of her previous statement when met with her gaze. Distrust swiftly dissolved the already fragile alliance. Cough, cough, why bother? You lack even a boyfriend. It would be more prudent to allow us to linger beside the short-sleeved fellow, a man, seemingly clean yet with a coarse tongue. Attempted to tease, only to be rendered immobile. His words faltered as Meow's eyes glinted with burgeoning menace. Yet, there was one, no, a Pokemon, who moved swifter than her. A dark mist began to rise from the ground, enveloping the man entirely in mere seconds. His own Pokemon stood beside him, yet. Chapter 68, Dreaming Cacturn. Amidst the shroud of darkness enveloping the trainer stood a bipedal Pokemon, resembling a creature from the scaly family, anxiously scanning its surroundings. This Pokemon bore pale yellow skin, with a white underbelly and mouth. It possessed 2 large claws and a tuft of pale yellow hair atop its head, with ears shaped similarly to its hair. However, the most distinctive feature was the brown bristles that covered most of its body. The mouse Pokemon, Sandshrew. Yet now, this Pokemon's large eyes reflected nothing but helplessness and agitation. Its trainer was under attack, yet it could not discern the presence of an adversary. Ah, no, spare me. I was wrong. The desperate cries emanated from the trainer who had intended to taunt Meow, as he pleaded for mercy. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Meow's countenance displayed a semblance of joy. This woman is truly terrifying. Could she be a wanted criminal deriving pleasure from murder? Some trainers had already contemplated fleeing. However, when yet another trainer succumbed to that eerie darkness, fear rendered them immobile. Absurd. How could there exist a Pokemon capable of such invisible carnage? Wait, invisible carnage. It must be a ghost type. Realizing the truth, a trainer hurled a Pokeball, summoning a Pokemon that resembled a humanoid scarecrow crafted from a cactus, predominantly green in hue. Dreaming Cacturn, uncover that ghost-type Pokemon. Dreaming Cacturn, a dual grass and dark-type Pokemon, precisely possessed the attributes most sensitive to ghost types. This was why even the likes of Gengar displayed a lower stance before the older brothers. Aside from the timing of their capture, the primary factor was the prevailing type advantage. In the dim light, the Dream Song Cactus, with its striking yellow eyes, perceived a shadow lurking beneath the feet of the crowd. Just as it contemplated taking action, 2 lifeless bodies thudded to the ground. The ghostly Pokemon, Gengar, realizing it had been detected, wasted no time. In an instant, it materialized before the Dream Song Cactus, its gaseous hands igniting in flames. The flickering flames exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Was Gengar not supposed to excel in physical attacks? While others pondered whether to intervene, the graceful support of Sylveon arrived. With a swift movement, she flitted behind Gengar, her lithe form captivating the gazes of nearby male Pokemon as she blew a kiss towards the specter. Bolstered by Sylveon's assistance, Gengar let out a cruel laugh, a manifestation of its inherent nature. Each Pokemon under Dailo's command possessed distinctive personalities, and Gengar thrived on laughter, unrestrained, arrogant, and utterly joyous. Dailo admired Gengar's character and cherished its laughter, yet to the Dream Song Cactus, such mirth was far from delightful. Beneath those penetrating yellow eyes lay an expression reminiscent of Dailo's crow-like leader. Having endured the harshness of the desert, it had seen through the facades of wandering travelers, discerned the locations of water sources, and forged an indomitable spirit through suffering. Would Gengar's antics confuse it? Impossible. With seemingly languid, yet lightning-fast motions, the Dream Song Cactus unleashed a wave of eerie purple-black energy before Gengar's fire punch could even reach its target. It executed a surprise attack, a dark-type physical move. Struck by a move of a disadvantageous type, Gengar's laughter abruptly ceased, but such was the thrill of the battle. The sensation of being struck was distinct from that of striking. Only those who revel in suffering could stand before the mighty. Gengar was unafraid of injury, for it was a loyal servant to its master. How could it perish here at the hands of a mere cactus? Gengar possessed formidable special attack capabilities, yet its repertoire of fire-type moves was limited to Fire Punch and Will-O-Wisp. The latter required charging to inflict substantial damage, so to achieve an element of surprise. Gengar opted for the Fire Punch, a skill it was less proficient in. But what did it matter? Since its inception, Gengar had diligently honed its Fire Punch technique. And it was confident, absolutely confident. Its laughter persisted, flames flickered. Channeling Sylveon's essence, Gengar launched a fiery punch that combined the strength of both Pokemon. Yet, the Dream Song Cactus appeared unfazed, and given its speed, it could have easily retaliated again. However, those all-seeing yellow eyes remained calm in the face of Gengar's fearsome flames. the Dream Song Cactus. Its trainer worried that the opponent aimed to recall it with a Pokeball. Yet, the Dream Song Cactus understood its master's intentions. It must defeat this adversary. Do not underestimate me. I am a commander-level Dream Song Cactus. That Gengar is merely a commander-level Pokemon. What can it do to me? With a blazing resolve, the Dream Song Cactus stood firm against Gengar's fiery assault, its fierce demeanor sending a shiver through its trainer's heart. Then, all were astonished as a green arm emerged from the flames. Die. Retribution. The Dream Song Cactus finally unveiled its purpose of enduring damage. It was a grass and dark-type Pokemon, yet its dark-type moves lacked the potency of its grass-type counterparts. To secure victory in one blow, it had to deny Gengar any chance of retaliation. Gengar. Watching the Dream Song Cactus prepare to strike, Mew's calm expression shifted. She could disregard the death of the weak, endure the provocations of the mixed breed, but she would not allow Dailo's Pokemon to suffer a fatal blow. Yet, it was too late. Sylveon and Magikarp had not anticipated that the Dream Song Cactus would conclude the battle in such a manner. The Dark-type move Retribution's effect. If the attack follows that of the opponent, its power doubles. Given the prior distance, the Dream Song Cactus's speed would not allow for evasion. But whether it dodged or not, as long as it struck back, the outcome would remain unchanged. In the Pokemon world, skills are bestowed by the universe. The power of the world supports the effects of these skills. This unchanging force dictates that skills meant for priority will always strike first, while counterattacks will never precede their opponents. This is the power of rules. Yet, it was this very power that allowed the Dream Song Cactus to achieve its counterattack. A howl erupted as a massive hound burst forth, its bloodshot eyes fixated on the form of its fallen sibling, shattered by the weed-like Pokemon. The once terrifying speed surged to its peak. Meanwhile, the crow leader matched its older brother's pace, with a furious flap of its wings. Its black eyes transformed into a familiar crimson as it sought vengeance for its fallen kin. Chapter 69, The One Beside the Pillow. Dream Song Cactus. Gengar. At that moment, Mew and the male trainer arrived at the battlefield, where Gengar's form was dissipating and the Dream Song Cactus lay charred. Some might respect the Pokemon's composure. Others might lament the bond between master and servant, but the hound and crow did not share such sentiments. With a roar, the hound charged to Gengar's side, its eyes nearly bursting with rage at the faint silhouette before it. You shall pay. With eyes crimson enough to bleed, the hound, initiating a charge, turned in fury, only to find that while it chose to observe Gengar's condition, the crow leader's choice was far more merciless. No, perhaps this was the truest expression of its wrath. The bright yellow beak pierced the trainer's eye, as the crow leader, before the Dream Song Cactus, savagely blinded its trainer. The brutality in its gaze was unmistakable. The Dream Song Cactus seemed to strive to rise, but a crimson light enveloped its battered form. Thank you, Dream. The trainer felt immense pain. To say it was not painful would be a lie. Yet, he bore the crow leader's torment in silence, for his Pokemon were so resilient, and as their master, he could not show weakness. Seemingly sensing that the crow leader's actions were too slow, the hound approached the trainer. Although the trainer could no longer see, the overwhelming presence of the beast was undeniable. Gur. The crow leader recognized its older brother's fury had reached its zenith, so it flapped its wings and stepped aside. The sound of familiar chewing following, accompanied by muffled groans of pain. Ugh! The first onlooker could no longer contain himself. The gruesomeness was too much to bear. The visual and psychological assault pushed him to the brink of collapse. The vomit that emerged mingled with the existing stench of blood, not merely covering it, but creating a chaotic blend. Blood, vomit, the charred battlefield, confusion. Even this group of trainers felt a twinge of fear. Why had they come here? Uncertain. It appeared they had followed someone pursuing beauty. Some even hoped to be heroes and rescue the damsel, claiming her heart. Yet now, the beauty was unharmed, and they could not save themselves. There lay 5 corpses upon the ground. Before Maris solved one, there was another attacked by the fairy-like Eevee, 2 slain by Gengar, and yet another still being gnawed upon by the mighty Houndoom. Aside from these 5, there remained 3 others. One was a youth, comparable in age to Dailo, who leaned against the wall, retching. Another was a bespectacled man clad in a light blue shirt. The last was a woman. Maris now realized that among those trailing her was indeed a woman, not one disguised as a man, but a woman with a more voluptuous figure than her own. Well, the contours of her face and her muscular physique were rather unappealing. Dailo likely wouldn't fancy such a sight. Maris found herself wondering why she felt compelled to rate her. Nevertheless, these individuals indeed resembled what that earlier man had described. None could be spared. Wait, what of that earlier man? Maris suddenly jolted, realizing she had overlooked something crucial. Did he escape due to concerns about Jengar? Ah! A horrifying scream suddenly echoed down the corridor, prompting everyone to turn and behold a man whose belly had been ripped open. And the one holding this man was none other than Dailo. The moment that figure entered her line of sight, Maris felt her heart swell. Who else could care for her as he did? Like a fledgling returning to its nest, she rushed to Dailuo's side, forgetting she wore high heels, nearly twisting her ankle in her haste. Be careful. Yes. A pair of delicate arms encircled Dailuo, and Maris caught a scent not her own. Was it Hakarin's? It seemed he had endured much. Yet, regardless of anything, the fact that he found her in her most perilous moment filled her with joy. Truly, profound happiness. The girl tilted her head back, a smile gracing her lips, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor, her eyes shimmering. Did her hands get dirty? She glanced down, noticing Dailuo's hands awkwardly resting at his sides. He must have torn it with his bare hands. Dailo had entrusted her with Team Rocket's backpack before departing. Aside from a pair of sharpened gloves, he bore no other weaponry. Thus, he had just engaged in a bare-handed brawl with that hurriedly fleeing man. Without a Pokemon by his side, Dailo had denied his opponent any chance to summon a Pokeball. Wielding his hands as if he were a Pokemon World version of Jack the Ripper. It's all right, she reassured, clothes can be washed. Sometimes, one simply wishes to embrace. As Maris spoke, her gaze seemed to melt away the bloodstains on Dailo, for she would not disdain any aspect of him, and thus longed to step further into his world. Dailo remained silent, but wrapped his arms around her slender form, feeling the softness pressing against him, suddenly realizing that if this continued, things might escalate. After a few awkward chuckles, Dailo loosened his embrace, yet she cast him an amused and somewhat helpless glance. Before softly whispering in his ear, they wished to commit most disrespectful acts against me. Dailo, you must not let them go unpunished. Her lush lips gently brushed against Dailo's cheek as Maris entwined her hands around his left arm. Perhaps, had tonight not been fraught with such interruptions, they would have drifted peacefully into slumber by now. Encountering so much on their first outing, should they marvel at the richness of life or lament their misfortunes? Maris cared not for the outcome. All that mattered was the joy of being together. While the two shared intimate sentiments, their Pokemon had already begun a relentless struggle. The formidable Guzzlord and the fairy-like Eevee, bolstered by their commanding prowess, faced 3 foes, while the remaining 2 Pokemon were swiftly dealt with by Houndoom and Honchkrow, each taking 1. Coincidentally, both Houndoom and Honchkrow were matched against Pokemon bereft of trainers, the recently liberated Dugtrio and Lantern. All 4 Pokemon boasted commander-level strength, with Houndoom and Lantern being among the more formidable, while Honchkrow and Dugtrio had only recently ascended to commander status. Due to their comparable strengths, their battles were quite intense, while the remaining 2 against 6 scenario proved more complex. The synergy between Guzzlord and Eevee was nothing short of seamless, having trained together since their youth. Chapter 42. How to Handle the Zubat. They adeptly supported and the black mist churned and attacked one coalesced, and the Corviknight's another. Eyes reflected a chilling juxtaposition of indifference and brutality. Within a minute, the first Pokemon ensnared by Guzzlord's jaws revealed itself. Chapter 70. Gunshot. A woo. The Pokemon caught in Guzzlord's grip emitted a pained cry, its 4 paws flailing in the air, instinctively sensing the impending peril. If Guzzlord continued its assault, its spine would surely be severed. This creature, resembling a lioness with a pearly white coat, bore a red gem atop its head. This Pokemon was, without a doubt, the most familiar to Team Rocket members, as it was the beloved pet of Boss Toru. Guzzlord clamped down on its first prey, its pale red eyes assessing the 2 Pokemon before it, which, in their trepidation, began to retreat. To the left stood a creature somewhat akin to an ostrich, but with 3 heads, each displaying a distinct expression. Each head was adorned with 2 black feathers, its thighs cloaked in black plumage, and it sported a pink tail. The 3-headed bird Pokemon, Dodrio. Dailo, unfamiliar with every Pokemon's particulars, promptly activated his system for identification. A camera-like image formed in his mind, first locking onto several small squares that scanned the Pokemon before finally honing in on Dodrio. Generally, it was a dual-type flying Pokemon, classified as Commander Level 1 star, possessing commendable physical attack capabilities and mobility. Dailo understood. Next, he turned his attention to the Pokemon adjacent to Dodrio, and upon seeing it, he smiled, a familiar face. With its crimson body and characteristic pincers, Dailo realized he had encountered this Pokemon often since leaving Team Rocket, likely due to Captain Das's influence. Scyther. We meet again. Unlike Captain Das's intimidating Pokemon, this Scyther appeared rather subpar. Dailo continued his system evaluation. Bug, Steel, Dual-type Pokémon, Commander level, 2 stars. Notably, this Pokémon possessed the ability of Light Metal. What does that mean? Increased speed? One could interpret it that way. Its agility would improve. However, but what? Compared to DOS's, it was utterly inferior. Guzzlord could dispatch it in mere moments. After hearing the system's acerbic critique, Dailo felt entirely at ease. He glanced around the corridor, noticing that the battles among the other Pokémon were still ongoing, while his two remained unbothered. Houndoom and Honchkrow faced equally matched adversaries, while the 3 Pokémon on Eevee's side were also formidable, unable to resolve their conflicts as swiftly as Guzzlord had. Dailo grew impatient. How could they fight so ineffectively? This was contrary to his principle of time efficiency. With a glance at the Scyther being pressed back by Guzzlord, Dailo retrieved the flame chainsaw from the backpack Maris had handed him. The flame chainsaw, powered by firestones. Now to assess Scyther's attributes. Bug, Steel. Quite advantageous. A fourfold weakness. Dismissing a quiet chuckle, Dailo gripped the silent chainsaw and swiftly broke through Eevee's battle circle, charging toward the red Pokémon. However, Scyther's trainer was no fool. Upon witnessing Dailo's ambush, he immediately shouted, "Scyther!" Small. Swish. A sudden, explosive sound akin to a rupture in the air pierced through the atmosphere, startling Dailo as the force of the air pressure swept past him. The Scyther, too, recoiled, raising its crimson pincers high, eyes wide with alarm as it surveyed the surrounding turmoil. Then, it discerned a troubling sight, an arrow protruding from a wound. The one clutching the injury was a female trainer, its trainer. The realization struck Dailo like a thunderclap. His mentor had been pierced by an arrow in her neck. The Scyther stared vacantly at the figure, now beyond salvation. Why could he not protect her? Blood streamed uncontrollably from the wound, and the trainer seemed to futilely grasp the arrow lodged in her neck. How formidable was the penetration power of a crossbow? Perhaps the first victim, the pickpocket cat shot by Mayu, could provide an answer. But for now, she could only gaze in disbelief at the silhouette behind Dailo, understanding for the first time how terrifying this seemingly cheerful fairy truly was. Previously, she thought weapons were cumbersome, yet it did not negate Mayu's proficiency with them. Dailo had entrusted her with a backpack. Despite some unwieldy electromagnetic rods, Mayu was adept with her crossbow. The girl stood there, a smile gracing her lips, cradling a metallic box that reflected a cold gleam. Dailo glanced at Mayu, then back at the Scyther, which had regained its composure. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and he launched into action. Gripping the chainsaw with both hands, he advanced upon the Scyther in a single, swift stride. His gaze met the startled eyes of the red Pokémon as he mercilessly opened the door to death. The flames emanating from the chainsaw were exquisite, akin to the decree of the Reaper. As the Scyther raised its pincers in defense, the chainsaw cleaved through with a fierce precision. The cacophony of sparks erupted as steel met chainsaw, creating a chaotic symphony. However, the chainsaw's lethality was still limited. After all, a commander-level opponent was not easily vanquished. Yet whoosh! Another sudden assault sliced through the air, cutting through the rising dust with a sharp penetrative force, striking the Scyther's right eye with brutal accuracy. The girl, having witnessed the successful hit, gently raised her crossbow with a triumphant smile, perhaps influenced by Dailo, as she began to acclimate to honing her combat skills. She did not wish to disrupt Dailo's rhythm in the days to come due to her own fragility. In moments like these, Dailo felt he was not alone in his reckless endeavor. The arrow that pierced the Scyther's eye conveyed the determination of the girl behind him. Crack! The Scyther, momentarily distracted by its injury, failed to defend against the chainsaw's fatal assault, its right pincers slipping past Dailo's weapon. But Dailo would not squander such a golden opportunity. He exerted force. The chainsaw's RPM surged, flames roared to life, and electricity danced wildly. Sharp. Unstoppable. That was the might derived from elemental advantage. In mere seconds, the Scyther's form was severed in half. The charred wound emitted a pungent odor as the lifeless Scyther succumbed to its fate, its silhouette quickly engulfed by a raging inferno, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. The first utterly defeated Pokémon and trainer duo was laid bare. Chapter 71, The Egg. The ensuing battles were devoid of spectacle, devolving into mere farce. The liberated Gyarados did not concern itself with the Pokémon on the field. Rather, it swiftly dispatched the 2 panicked trainers. With the trainers slain, the Pokémon naturally lost their will to fight. Some, overwhelmed by profound sorrow, exhibited a flicker of strength but were swiftly subdued by Gyarados and the Sylveon. The vanquished in battle were destined to become corpses, a predetermined outcome established before the conflict began. Thus, Dailo showed no mercy to those few Pokémon. After swiftly clearing the battlefield, The duo recalled their weary Pokémon into their Pokeballs, aware that they had yet to find a place to restore their Pokémon's vitality. They aimed to keep them inside as much as possible. Nevertheless, Dailo opted to keep the Honchkrow perched on his shoulder, and Mayu refrained from recalling her Sylveon. The previous tailing had imparted a lesson to them. The current hotel was not merely a den of insects, but also a haven for human trainers. As they prepared to depart, Dailo cast a lingering glance at the corpses, pondering for a few moments before deciding to use his electromagnetic baton to retrieve the trainer's personal bags. The possessions of the deceased could prove valuable. Who knew what precious items they might contain? One should never overlook free treasures. With this thought, Dailo opened the first bag. To his surprise, it contained quite a bounty. Instinctively, he reached inside with his left hand and pulled out several items labeled in English. Yes, in English. Perhaps they were specialized healing potions for Pokémon? Mayu glanced at the vials in Dailo's hand and provided a cursory judgment. Then, as if to convey her indifference towards such opportunistic behavior, she too tugged at the zipper of another bag. However, upon seeing its contents, she displayed an expression of dismay. Dailo instinctively took the bag from her, leaning forward to peer inside. Oh! Staring at an assortment of unspeakable adult items, Dailo felt his eyelids twitch, and without hesitation, he tossed the bag into a nearby room. I am still a pure-hearted child. Why must I be subjected to such lewd objects? Dailo lamented, feeling his fragile psyche poisoned by the world's indecency. Noticing Dailo's discomfort, Mayu playfully poked his forehead, sensing his flustered expression, and giggled behind her hand. Come on. Let us go find the hotel's treatment center. All right. The little incident was ultimately just that, an incident. Dailo disregarded the peculiar bag and collected the vials he had discovered earlier. His backpack was already near capacity, and with Mayu possessing only a small handbag, he could consolidate the items from the two trainers' bags into one, making it easier to carry. Yet, just as Dailo prepared to shoulder the third bag, he suddenly felt a weighty sensation in his hand. Huh, what's wrong? Mayu turned back, noticing Dailo's look of surprise. This bag is heavier than expected. Let us take a look inside. Sure. Dailo unzipped the bag, and the first thing he noticed was a cylindrical object. There was no escaping it. This item took up considerable space, forcing the healing potions into the corners. What is this? Though Dailo had some knowledge, he still lacked the discernment of Mayu regarding many things in this world. This can't be. Mayu's eyes widened slightly as she observed the cylindrical container in Dailo's hand, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, she revealed a smile of surprise. Open it and see. But be careful not to damage what's inside. Do you already know what this is? Dailo noticed the mixed emotions on Mayu's face, serious yet expectant, and could vaguely sense her excitement. It should be a Pokémon egg. Taking a breath, Mayu provided an answer that nearly caused Dailo to drop the bag in shock. Whoa, we found an egg. I wonder if it's from an undeveloped region. If so, we hit the jackpot. Mayu perceived Dailo's hesitation but did not rush him, for this was her first time acquiring a Pokémon egg. Regardless of whether it was from a developed or undeveloped area, eggs were among the most well-protected treasures by Pokémon. Apart from a few research facilities, other places rarely yielded Pokémon eggs. As the lid of the cylindrical container was lifted, the two individuals beheld an oval sphere enveloped in a shroud of dark golden aura. The system prompted, undeveloped area, dominant level Pokémon, Axe Dragon's egg. What on earth? Astonishing. Maris. Huh. The young girl was still scrutinizing the egg's exterior when she suddenly heard Dailo call her name. She lifted her gaze to find a smiling boy before her. Dailo cradled the egg and extended it toward her with both hands. This Pokémon is for you to nurture, right? Do you, perhaps, know whose egg this is? Maris stared at Dailo in astonishment, perplexed by his swift decision. The Axe Dragon's egg, and in an undeveloped region no less. Dailo's voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. Dragon-type Pokémon are exceptionally powerful. Any Dragon-type Pokémon from an undeveloped area, upon maturity, would certainly not fall below the commander level. Then I shall accept it. Maris said with a radiant smile, refraining from questioning why Dailo wished to gift it to her, for she could sense the excitement he felt upon discovering this Pokémon egg. She also perceived that Dailo's decision to present the egg to her had been made almost instantaneously. Was it his hope that this little creature would one day protect me? Gazing at the dark golden Pokémon egg, the girl murmured, I must cultivate a dragon-type Pokémon even stronger than that old hag. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Yet, their proximity allowed Dailo to catch her words, causing his expression to stiffen and his gaze to tremble. Was he the source of pressure for her? Dailo felt a pang of worry, fearing that Maris might develop an obsession with the dragon-type champion of Kalos due to his influence. Don't worry about me, teacher. Maris raised her head, gently placing the egg back into the container. She had never merely been an adversary to her teacher, had she? Wrapping her arms around Dailo's neck like a koala, she exhaled softly. I no longer wish to witness it. The teacher is always getting hurt. However, even if I can only aid you after your injuries or suffer alongside you, I do not want to face such helplessness again. Her eyes held a gentle warmth that encompassed all, a sentiment that even Sylvian and Honchkrow by her side understood was directed solely at one person. Dailo found himself captivated by the growing proximity of her dark eyes, so close that he could perceive the fragrance of her hair. The girl, feeling the urgency of Dailo's breath, declared, "You must indeed always protect me." Her soft, supple lips silenced Dailo's words. Akin to the most exquisite vintage wine, capable of intoxicating countless souls without even being sipped. Yet those who envied were merely those who witnessed another savoring the wine and embracing the beauty. Chapter 72, one after another. With muted footsteps, Dailo and Maris navigated the secure passageway. The corridor above had been overrun by bug-type Pokémon, and the duo had previously been met with a fervent welcome upon peeking out. Had it not been for Honchkrow's swift reflexes, they might have met their end amidst a barrage of poisonous needles. Indeed, Honchkrow's Dark Mist proved to be a versatile support skill, capable of both offense and evasion. It was the timely intervention of the mist that had disrupted the bug-type Pokémon's assault. However, the toll it took was considerable. Despite having received assistance from Ghoulpin during a challenging battle with Dugtrio, it still expended a significant amount of energy. Currently, Dailo had 4 Pokémon at his disposal. Jengar had been recalled into its Pokeball due to sustaining critical injuries, and Beedrill had only just been captured, rendering it unfit for battle. The remaining 2 Pokémon were only Houndoom and Honchkrow. Once again, they found themselves relying solely on these 2. Dailo sighed, realizing his Pokémon roster was somewhat lacking. If he could not elevate his Pokémon to commander level, as Maris and Hakurin had, he would have no choice but to capture more Pokémon. Oh, but wait. He did possess a commander-level Pokémon, Beedrill, albeit currently without combat capability. No, he must find a location to restore his Pokémon. Dailo couldn't afford to wait any longer. If he delayed, the bug-type Pokémon would surely seize control of the entire hotel, leaving them with no options. Maris's Ghoulpin and Sylvian had also expended considerable energy, and the newly captured Araquanid was in a similar state as Beedrill, unable to participate in battle. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from below, and Maris and Dailo exchanged worried glances, both recognizing the concern reflected in each other's eyes. Let us go? MHM. They refrained from rushing downstairs immediately, maintaining a calm and quiet pace, regardless of what transpired. Safety remained paramount. Gripping his electric baton tightly, Dailo peeked through the door's crack. However, before he could prop the door open with the baton, he sensed something amiss. The door was scalding hot. Even the tip of the baton had turned charred from contact with the door's edge. Dailo realized the gravity of the situation. There were 2 options now. 1, to disregard the chaos unfolding in the building and continue downward, or 2, to kick the door open and see what was happening. Dailo opted for the first choice, swiftly pulling Maris away from the inferno that lay beyond. Indeed, merely through a narrow gap, he glimpsed a raging sea of flames behind the door. Such a conflagration was lethal to humans. The only entities likely to survive it were fire-type Pokémon. Yet, the invading Pokémon were bug-types. Thus, unless some trainer's fire-type Pokémon was responsible, only one bug-type Pokémon could conjure such flames, the Fire Moth. This pinnacle of bug-type Pokémon, upon reaching maturity, would invariably possess at least commander-level strength. Currently, neither Dailo nor Maris was in fighting condition, and encountering a Fire Moth of no less than commander level was daunting. Better not to tempt fate. Maris followed Dailo's lead down the stairs, never questioning his decisions, for the fates of others were of no concern to her. Yet, Dailo suddenly halted, causing Maris to inadvertently lean against his back, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. "What's wrong?" Maris inquired, following Dailo's gaze but seeing nothing. Her curiosity piqued. It flew away. Dailo's tone was subdued, yet had Maris glimpsed the Pokémon earlier, she would surely share his current despondency. Dominant level, Fire Moth. Dailo leaned against the wall, gripping the electric baton tightly, his demeanor one of having narrowly escaped calamity. Maris was equally stunned by Dailo's words. Why had they encountered such a creature so suddenly? I just saw most of its wing at the next flight of stairs. It inexplicably took off, likely toward the exit, Dailo recounted, recalling the sheer magnitude of the creature's wing that had obscured his view. The crimson insect wing bore black spots. Unmistakably the Fire Moth. The stairwell spanned roughly 2 meters, and with the Fire Moth possessing 6 wings, Dailo had only glimpsed half of one. Yet it had completely blocked his line of sight. How immense must the fire moth itself be? Even a fool could discern that such a Pokémon would undoubtedly be dominant level. Thankfully, the fire moth had not unleashed any abilities. Otherwise, this building would be insufficient to contain its flames. Let us move. This time, Maris took the lead. Her crossbow drawn and at the ready, with Sylvian poised at her side. She was frightened that Dailo had not immediately shielded her from danger. Thus, she positioned herself in front of him, seeking peace of mind in her protective stance. The stairwell echoed only with the footsteps of the two individuals, the sweltering air rendering the atmosphere rather stifling. Fine beads of sweat adorned Mariu's forehead, yet she paid them no heed. For reaching the next safe zone was her immediate priority. Dailo, shall we proceed inside? After traversing several flights, Mariu's gaze fell upon the emergency exit. She turned to Dailo, but in the next instant, her eyes widened in alarm as she unhesitatingly tackled him to the ground. Ignoring the abrasions on her wrists from the sudden motion, Mariu shouted. Fairy Eevee. The fairy-type Pokémon responded in kind, emanating a soft pink glow. The figure that Mariu regarded with trepidation materialized slowly from the shadows. It was a ghostly apparition floating in the air. Unlike Ghastly, this entity possessed a physical form. It was a brown exoskeleton, adorned with light-colored wings and a dark abdomen, crowned by a peculiar white halo. This was Shedinja, a dual-type bug and ghost Pokémon. Due to its innate abilities, most attacks would prove ineffective against it. As its special trait, Wonder Guard allowed it to only be harmed by moves that were super effective against its types. Just as Mariu turned back, she caught sight of a strange white light appearing behind Dailo, which instantly raised her concerns for his safety. Fortunately, Dailo seemed oblivious to any danger. However, Mariu was acutely aware of the proximity of her soft form against his neck, as if he could simply lower his head to feel her warmth enveloping him. Yet, Mariu was unyielding, firmly grasping Dailo's arm, unwilling to let him stray from her side. Even knowing Dailo's combat prowess, she chose to hold him tightly, for the Shedinja, sharing the same ghostly trait as Ghastly, embodied a perilous threat. Mariu, who prioritized Dailo's safety above her own, was resolute in preventing him from embroiling himself in troubles she could not resolve. Chapter 73, The Controlled Trainer. Within the dimly lit safety corridor, the emotionless Shedinja hovered before Fairy Eevee. Its form oscillated up and down, akin to the way it had trailed Dailo previously, neither attacking nor advancing, merely floating. What was its intention? Mariu found herself unable to decipher Shedinja's movements. She had intended for Fairy Eevee to launch an attack, but Shedinja's subsequent actions dispelled that thought entirely. It simply turned and floated away, up and down, away. Both Mariu and Dailo were baffled by this Pokémon's motives. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul, yet this creature possessed no eyes. It was impossible to discern its thoughts. Let us go. I will have Corviknight keep an eye on our rear, Dailo suggested, exchanging a solemn glance with Mariu, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. However, this was their only viable course of action. Speaking of which, had they really been trapped for so long without any assistance from the League? Honestly, with so few trainers in the hotel, they were hardly equipped to handle the crisis. Who knew how many legendary Pokémon had descended upon them? Dailo had already observed too. The Caterpie was manageable, a bit plump and not very agile. But that Volcarona, what a fearsome creature. Its wings could scorch through half a building. Moreover, he couldn't shake the unsettling thought that perhaps women had already fallen victim to the chaos. With those insects seemingly in heat, Dailo couldn't be certain that no females had been captured for breeding purposes. Thank goodness Mariu remained by his side. Otherwise, he shuddered to think of the implications. Ding. A phone ringing? Dailo glanced at the caller ID. Hakarine. Is this Dailo? Yes. Are you with Mariu? I am. Where are you? In the safety corridor. Though I'm not sure which floor. There are 7 or 8 safety corridors. You should be fine. Dailo could hear Hakarine's voice tinged with frustration on the other end. But she quickly added, you must not continue downward. I just heard that the parking lot has been completely overrun by bug-type Pokémon. Then where should we go? Dailo grimaced, feeling that they were in quite the predicament. Anywhere but the parking lot will do. The League has dispatched personnel. Be careful. You must be careful. All right, you two. Dailo sensed the concern in Hakarine's tone, warming his heart. And Hakarine hesitated, her breath quickening, revealing her agitation. What is it? Dailo prompted. Once this incident concludes, could you come and assist me? Her urgency was palpable. As a member of Team Rocket, what does it mean for a League noble to invite me? Dailo quipped, feeling a touch of warmth at Hakarine's regard for him. I assure you, Team Rocket would not dare to refuse. Hakarine's tone grew more serious before softening again. So, would you be willing to join? If I were to join, what would be expected of me? Dailo was keenly interested. Team Rocket offered generous benefits and substantial freedom, which appealed to his desire for a laid-back lifestyle. Work, Hakurine faltered, realizing she merely wished to secure Dailo's presence by her side, without any specific tasks in mind. Yet, she was no fool, quickly recovering. Let us discuss the work after we safely navigate through this ordeal. For now, goodbye. All right, goodbye. As soon as Dailo hung up, he sensed an ominous presence forming behind him. He cast an awkward glance at Mario, who bore a smile that concealed a hidden blade, causing his heart to race uncomfortably. Let us go? Surprisingly, Mario did not dwell on Dailo's conversation with Hakurine. Instead, she took his hand and continued their descent. Being led by a beautiful woman was undeniably pleasant, especially given Mario's alluring figure, and Dailo occasionally felt the soft pressure of her form against his arm. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Mario was intentionally seeking such contact today, as it was far more frequent than usual. Suddenly, Corviknight emitted a warning call. Dailo and Mario turned simultaneously to find a young man in shorts, perhaps in his early 20s. His face was unkempt, yet his eyes were peculiarly mismatched, predominantly white with little black, making it appear as though he were rolling his eyes. He has been possessed. It's a ghost-type Pokémon, Mario stated, her extensive knowledge evident as she quickly assessed the situation. Is it that Shedinja? Dailo immediately recalled the peculiar Pokémon's earlier behavior. It's possible, Mario concurred, recalling the oppressive presence they had felt from it. However, the young man did not give them time to speculate. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a Pokeball to the ground. Mewtwo. The Pokémon with a large yellow head emerged from the ball. Mewtwo. Quality mediocre. Rank mediocre. Dailo and Mario exchanged incredulous glances. Mewtwo. Regardless of their disdain for the creature, Mewtwo ambled forward, seemingly preparing a powerful move. However, Corviknight acted swiftly, launching an attack. A dark purple energy sphere materialized, exuding a strange allure, as if it possessed gravitational pull, yet remained ethereal. In an instant, the energy sphere was upon Mewtwo. Shadow Ball. This is a skill newly acquired by the Crowhead, although Dairo was uncertain as to when it had mastered this ability. The mere fact that it had done so was a relief. A trainer under the control of a ghost-type Pokémon would be unable to recall their Pokémon, hence the fate of that trumpet bud. Let us eliminate that trainer as well, Dairo commanded Crowhead. However, the action of the Pixie EV was swifter. In the blink of an eye, a familiar pink energy enveloped the unfortunate trainer. And what about the Pokémon that had controlled him? Dairo realized that even after the trainer's demise, he could not locate the ghost-type Pokémon. It must be watching from a distance, once possessed by a ghost type. There was no remedy, for the individual was already a lost soul. We merely expedited their departure from this world. Having witnessed death frequently, Mayu had grown accustomed to it. After all, human life held little value in the wilderness. Chapter 74, Electric Spider. As they traversed the corridor, Dairo and Mayu had not encountered any large swarms of bug-type Pokémon. Yet, for reasons unknown, all the corridor lights in this level were non-functional. With some effort, Dairo had managed to have Pixie EV illuminate the path ahead as he gripped the flame chainsaw, proceeding cautiously along the wall. They were in search of a new safe passage. The previous one had been claimed by a multitude of bug-type Pokémon, and Dairo and Mayu had no intention of forcing their way through. Clang. In the stillness of the corridor, this sound was particularly jarring. Just moments after concluding a phone call, Dairo's phone displayed an incoming call from Hakulin once more. Would he not answer? Mayu observed the ringing phone in Dairo's hand and remarked with a smile, "Don't worry, it's nothing." She was not an unreasonable person. Constantly harboring jealousy would only sour their relationship. "Hello? Is this Dairo? We located a restoration station here. Use your phone to navigate over." "Okay, alright. That is all for now, I'll hang up." This exchange was succinct and devoid of any sentimental embellishments, yet it proved immensely beneficial for their current situation. Hakulin reported that she had found a recovery location. Dairo turned to relay the message to Mayu. "Then let us go. It's just in time to restore our Pokémon. If Jengar isn't treated soon, it could lead to trouble." Mayu's expression was somewhat pained. She remained uneasy about Dairo recalling Jengar into its Pokeball. The trauma from their previous battle was still too fresh. She would not feel at ease until she saw Jengar fully restored. Opening his phone, Dairo discovered an email from Hakulin and promptly clicked to read it, only to find that his device had been remotely accessed by her. "Follow this route," she instructed. This time, there was no need for phone communication. Hakulin could directly reach Dairo in this manner. "Be careful, there might be some troublesome creatures outside. Although I've driven them away, it doesn't mean they will give up. I can't act directly from here. Too much commotion might attract even more bugs." Hakulin's tone was grave, and even without seeing her expression, Dairo could imagine the dire circumstances she faced. What is it? A trainer or a Pokémon? Dairo's inquiry was straightforward. If it was a Pokémon, they could manage, but if it was a trainer, the situation would be more complicated. 5 commanding-level bug-type Pokémon, all from undeveloped regions: Heracross, Beedrill, Centiskorch, Electroweb Spider, and Volcarona. Damn, we're not going. Dairo halted in his tracks, reasoning that it was better to wait for death here than to march towards certain doom. 5 commanding-level Pokémon was no laughing matter. It wasn't as if they were in dire need of experience points. Yu Hakulin's voice faltered on the other end, momentarily stunned by Dairo's decisive response. The Alliance personnel are unaware of how long it will take to arrive. While other trainers haven't detected you yet, hurry over, if too many arrive. I want to be able to assist you. Hakulin was taken aback by her own candidness. She truly could not afford to delay. The movements of the Alliance nobility would be closely monitored by those with ulterior motives. If this recovery point encountered other trainers, the remaining usable energy would need to be divided amongst them. With bug-type Pokémon invading the hotel and energy supplies dwindling, the recovery zone could only operate on residual power. Once that was exhausted, who knew where the next recovery point would be found? We'll be there shortly, Miss Hakulin. Thank you for your assistance. Dairo did not reply, but Mayu made the decision for him. This was the first time Mayu had overridden Dairo's judgment. Yet she believed this outcome would not be worse than their current predicament. Mayu, thank you. After a brief silence, Hakulin's subdued voice echoed from the phone, revealing that her negotiation with Mayu had affected her. Don't mention it. Mayu was indifferent to Hakulin's sentiments. All her actions were motivated solely by Dairo's well-being. Even if Dairo hesitated at times, she would help him solidify his resolve. Hakulin's voice fell silent, but Mayu understood that with remote control, she could hear the circumstances on their end quite clearly. Shall we go? With her hands clasped behind her back, Mayu's long, elegant legs stood out in the darkness. Yet her bright eyes merely smiled at Dairo. Dairo understood that Mayu was willing to take a risk, as the resources within the hotel were becoming scarce. The frequency of encounters with boss-level Pokémon and the number of commanding-level Pokémon indicated that the bug-type invasion had reached its preliminary phase. Hurry. Several trainers are surrounded. While they're entangled, make haste. If Hakulin's words were exposed, her noble identity within the Clockwork Gate could be jeopardized. In times of crisis, a noble using their position for personal gain would leave a tarnished mark on their reputation. We're almost there. As Mayu spoke, she gazed toward a nearby source of light. There, Pokémon were already engaged in battle. There, chaotic elemental energies surged unrestrained. Crowhead, Black Mist. Dairo commanded through his tactical chip. He wished to avoid unnecessary complications. The duo, accompanied by their Pokémon, swiftly traversed the Black Mist, only to be confronted by a Pokémon with an acute sense of smell. No, it wasn't its nose, it was detecting through electrical currents. Long before Mayu and Dairo stepped in, a massive web of electric threads had spread across the entire corridor. At this moment, a Pokémon, enveloped in darting serpentine currents, slowly emerged from the haze at the center of the web. It was a spider, a golden spider. Its 6 golden legs were brazenly obstructing Dairo's path, the alternating hues of blue and yellow forming a unique pattern on this Pokémon. Unlike other spiders, this one's eyes resembled precious aquamarine gems, radiant and striking. Between these 2 large eyes, 4 blue orbs, indistinguishable as either gems or smaller eyes, were affixed to the spider Pokémon's forehead. Its front limbs waved continuously, appearing smaller than the 4 hind legs, yet Dairo harbored no doubts about the power they contained. Dairo, behind this splendid spider, Hakulin, mounted on her Bangiris, emerged from the doorway, her gaze fixed on Dairo and Mayu, seemingly contemplating an intervention. You should retreat. Having reached this point, Dairo could not allow Hakulin to engage. If the trainers nearby were already dead, it would be one thing, but since they were alive, he had to maintain the facade that Hakulin was unaware of the situation outside. Chapter 75, Recovery. Merely a commander-level Pokémon. The formidable Gulpin and the enchanting Sylveon should be capable of handling the situation. The relentless battles had drained considerable energy, and Moxie was acutely aware that allowing either Gulpin or Sylveon to confront the electric spider head-on would lead to nothing but a Pyrrhic victory. Caw! The leader of the crows emitted a warning, yet this time, Dailo sensed the impending danger instinctively. Scorching, consuming. From the left side of the black mist, it extended, released, and engulfed. The crimson glow became the brightest spot amid the darkness. The violent red light was far less amenable than the black mist. Before Dailo could approach, he felt an intense dryness upon his skin. The intent to kill was upon him in an instant. Grabbing Moxie firmly, Dailo swiftly returned the crow leader to its pokeball and threw himself to the ground, the abrupt motion leaving several bruises on his arm. Yet, in the next moment, the flames that incinerated all swept past him. With his head bowed and Moxie pinned beneath him, Dailo could only glimpse a flicker of fire from above. But that fleeting sight imparted the true essence of a life-and-death moment. Even without being struck by that attack, he felt a searing pain, a consequence of the high temperature, interspersed with currents from the electric spider. The source of this assault emerged from the black mist, the fire god moth. Once again, he found himself confronted with such troublesome adversaries. Were the other trainers incapable of drawing its attention? Or had it already dealt with those trainers? Perhaps to validate Dailo's suspicions. The remaining 3 commander-level Pokémon dispelled the surrounding black mist. Behind them lay several corpses, victims of a gruesome fate. Some bore massive wounds, while others were charred black, showcasing the carnage wrought by these bug-type Pokémon. They were indeed swift in their actions. Dailo was acutely aware that within this hotel, the foremost was Hakurine, possessing 3 commander-level Pokémon. Next was Moxie, with 2 commander-level Pokémon. As for Hakurine's 2 attendants, their strength was unknown. Regardless, besides these few individuals, no other trainers would possess Pokémon above the commander level. This time, among the invading bug-type Pokémon, without even mentioning the overlords, nearly 10 commander-level Pokémon had already appeared. Dailo believed the true number of commander-level Pokémon surpassed even that. Thus, the trainers were unlikely to offer significant resistance. Those who struggled desperately, hoping to conjure miracles through sheer bravery and will, now lay on the ground. The disparity in strength rendered them powerless. The Pokémon kept their distance from Dailo as he was near the doorway, where a woman who had previously expelled them awaited. "Come inside." Hakurine pulled Dailo and Moxie up from the ground, signaling Tyranitar and Superior to stand guard in front, confronting the 5 alert Pokémon. To put it plainly, Hakurine had awaited this moment for quite some time. Only in the absence of onlookers could she feel secure in sheltering Dailo and Moxie here. Otherwise, should word spread of monopolizing a healing location without sharing with the unfortunate, it would only be said that those trainers were simply ill-fated. The hotel was vast, yet they happened to cross paths on this road. Was it tragic? Dailo could not pass judgment. Here, they're all healed, just in time to expend the last energy. Now we merely await the League's rescue. Hakurine smiled as she retrieved Dailo and Moxie's Pokeballs from the machine. The massive device in the recovery room had lost its luster. The energy storage bar, which should have displayed a green light, now appeared dim. Dailo and Moxie were fortunate, for they had utilized the final remnants of recovery energy. Thus, the situation had improved considerably. For instance, 2 suddenly manifested commander-level bug-type Pokémon, Beedrill and Ariados, had appeared. Moreover, Beedrill was capable of Mega Evolution. How had he never perceived this bug-type Pokémon as so reliable before? Facing their new master, the 2 Pokémon exhibited no signs of defiance. On the contrary, Ariados' pink exterior bore a resemblance to Moxie's fairy-type energy, and even Sylveon and the proud Gulpin regarded this new companion with newfound respect. Primarily, Ariados had previously demonstrated exceptional prowess, effortlessly dispatching a commander-level Rhydon, an achievement Sylveon humbly acknowledged as beyond its capabilities. Beedrill, how many Overlord-level Pokémon are there among the invaders in this assault? Dailo surmised that, as a commander, especially one from an undeveloped region, Beedrill would possess more information than Ariados. Trapped within the hotel, communication with the outside world had been entirely obstructed by the vast webs, with mobile signals only capable of transmission within the hotel. Therefore, Dailo needed to ascertain details about the invading Pokémon to devise appropriate evasion strategies. Naturally, his decision to pull Beedrill aside to inquire was not without reason. The primary motivation was the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Moxie and Hakurine. Hakurine stood behind Tyranitar, Superior, and Zoroark. Moxie stood behind Ariados, Sylveon, and Gulpin. Hakurine's Pokémon were larger in stature, thus exuding a more formidable presence, yet Moxie's Pokémon would not be easily intimidated. Upon noting their adversary's murderous intent, Sylveon's ribbon fluttered gently, a soft pink energy manifesting behind several Pokémon in mere moments. Well, surely they won't come to blows. Dailo anxiously glanced back, discovering that despite the tension between the 2 women's Pokémon, Hakurine and Moxie still exhibited a sense of reason. Perhaps. Very well, let them be. Holding firmly to the Pokeballs of his Mytena, Ghastly, and the Crow leader, Dailo dared not release them at this moment, fearing that should these rascals act impulsively, chaos would ensue. For now, he would focus on conversing with Beedrill. The intellect of commander-level Pokémon was notably high, after affixing the tactical chip to its neck. Dailo could clearly comprehend Beedrill's thoughts. "Boss, can you hear me?" A somewhat stiff voice crackled through the earpiece. Dailo smirked, replying, "I can hear you. Human trainers' tools have advanced this far? I encountered nothing like this during my battles under the king." Beedrill was still somewhat intrigued by the small device around its neck. Perfect communication with a trainer was a dream for many Pokémon. It was unexpected that it could enjoy such a benefit so soon after acquiring a trainer. Such devices were rare, typically controlled by powerful factions. Dailo spoke the truth. However, the dominant powers here were indeed scarce. Usually, they were those like Team Rocket, possessing dedicated research facilities. For instance, Hakarine's clockwork door relied on ancient legacies rather than such devices. Chapter 76. A Shared Mission. What are you discussing? Dailo pondered what Hakarine had encountered after his departure. Her previously tattered dress had now transformed into a pristine lab coat, leading one to mistakenly believe she was a medical professional. Adjusting her attire, Hakarine seated herself beside Dailo, mirrored by Moxie, who approached with Sylveon. Beedrill indicated that there were approximately 5 Overlord-level Pokémon among those invading the hotel, and their king had yet to enter. Dailo returned Beedrill to its Pokeball. Bug-type Pokémon shared a network of connection, and much time had already elapsed. It was imperative to retract Beedrill into its Pokeball before a Pokémon like a horned beetle followed the scent here. Dailo, I recall that your organization possesses considerable research strength, correct? Hakarine glanced at Dailo's earpiece and inquired suddenly. Does that mean your phone can receive messages from the outside world? In this moment, when the web of signals has been thoroughly obstructed, neither Hakarine nor Mayu can establish any communication with the outside world. However, Dailo's situation is different. During the initial crisis, the very first call he received was from Das, who reached out from outside. The Rocket team possesses unidirectional decryption personnel, and while the method remains a mystery, I am able to receive some rudimentary instructions. Dailo claims this, yet apart from that initial call, he has not received any further messages from the Rocket team. Unidirectional? We are still unclear about the circumstances outside. The sheer number of bug-type Pokémon invading is overwhelming, and the higher-level combatants are also in a position of superiority. We are running out of time. Hakarine's expression was tinged with bitterness, her light golden hair appearing dull and lifeless, yet her eyes remained bright and spirited. Dailo, do you think we should make a desperate attempt? What? Dailo wondered why Hakarine would suggest such a thing, as the current situation clearly did not lend itself to a large-scale offensive. Conserving strength was the first step to survival. Was Lady Hakarine intending to force a breakout? Yet, with only the 3 of us, should we not be capable of such a feat? Mayu remarked coolly, understanding Hakarine's intent, but found it rather naive. If we include the remaining trainers, wouldn't that just be a futile endeavor? She added, her voice faltering as Hakarine's momentum was stifled by her words. Even if we gather the remaining trainers, their strength cannot compare to ours, can it? Moreover, I recall that nobles are supposed to have attendants. Where are yours? Mayu inquired, perplexed, as Hakarine had been alone when she first sought them out. A stark contrast to her impression of Alliance nobility. They are likely deceased, Hakarine replied, having failed to answer the previous 2 calls. They probably fell victim to an onslaught by a commander-level or monarch-level Pokémon. Regarding the 2 attendants assigned to her by her family before her arrival, Hakarine bore no animosity nor affection. There were countless followers within her family, and she merely needed to provide them with their due benefits. As for their capability to fulfill their roles, that was a question for them to answer regarding their confidence in becoming her followers. Did they possess commander-level Pokémon? Mayu discerned Hakarine's implication. She did not claim to have been killed by a commander-level attack, but rather by a commander or monarch Pokémon. Did that suggest those 2 attendants possessed strength comparable to hers? Their abilities would likely align with the level of gym trainers within the Alliance, but alas, they were dead. And there was no need to dwell on it. It was akin to discussing a piece of bread that had reached its expiration date. Hakarine truly did not concern herself with the fates of those 2 attendants. In this regard, it seemed Dailo and Mayu had not encountered such a situation. Was it due to the differing identities they presented before Hakarine? One was an attendant, and the other a stranger met during a crisis. First impressions dictate subsequent developments. So what shall we do now? Wait here? Hakarine paced restlessly before Dailo, clutching her Pokeball, unable to settle down. Do not fret. We shall await their rescue. Once we hear the first call for aid, we will break free. Dailo reassured her casually, glancing at Mayu, whose gentle gaze remained serene, deeming the situation not particularly dire. At the very least, no monarch Pokémon had yet arrived to deal with them. Very well. Hakarine squatted down, examining her Pokeball, then looking at Mayu's and Dailo's, when suddenly a spark of inspiration struck her. Right. Our powers have fully recovered. We can go and deal with the Pokémon outside. If fortune favors us, we could capture 5 additional commander-level combatants. They have already departed. I just sent Ghastly to check, and it confirmed that the area is filled with recovery machines. There's no way they would wait for us to regain our strength before seeking revenge, Dailo chuckled, fully aware of Hakuren's impatience, as it was unlike her to overlook such a straightforward matter. With a huff, Hakuren shot a glare at Mayu, acutely aware that the latter was mocking her slip-up. But what could she do? Who could maintain perfection at all times? How about we engage in some conversation? Lady Hakuren, what brings you here this time? As far as I know, the schedules of noble trainers should be far more intricate than ours, Mayu inquired. She did not respond to Hakuren's glare. After all, Hakuren was Dailo's peer, older by 2 or 3 years, and conducted herself more like an elder sister, not one to retaliate with animosity over such trivial gestures. Indeed, it was only in Dailo's presence that she occasionally displayed that feminine demeanor. Upon hearing Mayu's question, Hakuren's eyes dimmed slightly as she replied softly, I am here on a mission. Perhaps Dailo has heard of it. 2 years ago, the notorious jewel thief wreaking havoc in Water City, Odoma Rei, was released from prison. However, they seem to show no signs of reform, and this time, it appears they intend to reclaim their honor. My family received news of their return to Odoma Rei. Those sisters likely haven't had the chance to capture any Pokémon yet, have they? Dailo recalled Das mentioning that the recently released sisters would likely not have had time to capture Pokémon. Do not underestimate them. Those two are quite renowned in the thieving community. If we were to face them directly, their combat prowess would likely rival ours, Hakuren noted, considering Dailo's affinity with humanoid Pokémon as a mere comparison. So do they already possess Pokémon? Dailo's voice involuntarily rose an octave. The distinction between having Pokémon and not having them was immense, akin to comparing the heavens and the earth. Chapter 77, A Delayed Rescue. Whether or not they possessed Pokémon remained uncertain. However, in my personal opinion, it is best not to assume they lack Pokémon. Initially, it was merely a subconscious explanation of the mission's circumstances, yet Hakuren had heard Dailo's voice, a sound that could be perceived without the need for communication. It was the bond forged during their mental exchange. Hakuren referred to this phenomenon as heart speech, and because of this ability, she also became aware of Dailo's mission. Are you also going to seek out those 2 sisters? Yes, Dailo nodded, knowing Hakuren had certainly discerned his thoughts. The impact of this bug Pokémon siege is too significant. I may not be able to proceed to Odoma Rei as planned, so might I trouble you? Of course, Dailo readily agreed, as there was no reason to refuse. Then, as my knight, will you embark on this quest for me? Hakuren smiled warmly, extending her hand in invitation. Knight. Dailo did not hastily grasp Hakuren's delicate hand. Instead, he focused on the keyword within her words. Each noble within the alliance is permitted but 1 knight in their lifetime, and a knight is considered a noble of the earliest rank. At that moment, Hakuren did not glance at Mayu. Her gaze remained fixed on Dailo as she continued. I believe this identity suits you best. So do you accept? Aye. Dailo hesitated. If you become a noble, you will be able to establish your own territory, and Mayu can join your family. Hakuren, having seen through Dailo's thoughts, recognized that heart speech was the most effective negotiating tool in such moments. Because of this ability, she could always keep pace with Dailo's thoughts, understanding his worries and concerns. Yet even so, Dailo did not respond immediately, just as Hakuren read the information from his heart. He was no longer alone, no longer the carefree rogue, and thus, he turned to look at Mayu, seeking her approval. As long as Lady Hakuren does not restrict Dailo's freedom, it poses no issue. Perhaps to assert her claim, Mayu linked her arm with Dailo's left. Yet she indeed expressed her agreement with Hakuren's invitation. Thank you. Boom. Hakuren's expression of gratitude was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar, and in the next instant, the floor where Dailo and the others were located began to tremble violently. The ground shook, and the ceiling quaked. Debris fell, and clouds of dust billowed, as the already dilapidated hotel faced its final reckoning. Bangiris, Alidas, Meow and Hakuren simultaneously released their Pokémon. A multitude of white silk threads wove together in the air, forming an immense white fabric, sturdy and resilient. Under Alidas's deliberate control, this white cloth shielded the 3 of them from above. However, due to the nature of the web, their bodies instinctively drew closer together. Hakuren and Meow did not mind this proximity, but their expressions were somewhat awkward, as Meow, who had initially intended to lean against Dailo, subconsciously kept her distance, not wanting to appear clingy in front of Hakuren. With the Pokémon engaged in battle, Hakuren shifted her focus outward. Emerging from the Pokeball was Bangiris, which sheltered the white web with a sandstorm, keeping the falling debris at bay. Yet, at that very moment, it was not just Bangiris that had emerged from its pokeball. Zoroark also made a swift move to break free. As a Pokemon of the shadows, its agility was exceptional. It was precisely because of its nimbleness that Hakurine grasped the unfolding situation outside. A Pokemon of the Overlord level had encountered a member of the Elite Four. Hakurine's face lit up with joy. She understood that this signified the commencement of the League's full assault. It also meant that they could finally make their escape. The tremors outside persisted for approximately 5 to 6 minutes before the hotel ceased its quaking. As the web tore and the debris was cleared, Dailo rose to survey the scene, revealing an unobstructed expanse. Why was there an open area visible? Because the outer wall of their floor had vanished. It could have slid away or been shattered. In any case, it was no longer there. The three stood at the edge of the floor, and the absence of a railing made this action somewhat perilous. However, fortunately, all three were daring individuals, undeterred by such risky maneuvers. What had transpired? Hakurine's gaze swept across the scene, landing on a muscular man confronting a dominant Caterpie. The Fighting King, Shiba. As she softly uttered his name, Hakurine noticed a hint of seriousness in Dailo's expression. What was amiss? The Elite Four were opposed to Team Rocket, with each region's Elite Four member assigned to handle illicit organizations. In Kanto, Shiba was responsible for dealing with Team Rocket, while in Kalos, it was the Dragon-type Elite Four member, Dorlicina. Meow, responding to Hakurine's confusion, focused intently on the figure commanding the fighting Pokemon below, her gaze icy. I see. However, this would not remain the case, for the League's nobles could stand on equal footing with the Elite. Hakurine still remembered Meow's promise to allow Dailo to be her knight. That was a memory she could not forget. Otherwise, why do you think I agreed? Meow's cold eyes swept over Hakurine, her tone nonchalant. If you fear that Dailo might attract the Elite's ire in the future, it is still not too late to retract the invitation. I do not possess the temperament to endure the bullying of my knight. Hakurine stood her ground defiantly, her well-developed curves swaying gracefully with her movement. That would be splendid. Meow glanced at Hakurine's assets, then compared them to her own, stifling a chuckle. Yours is not as impressive as mine. Shall we descend? Dailo. Perhaps lost in their earlier conversation, the two women only now noticed Dailo's unsettling condition. His complexion was ashen, lips tinged with purple, and the whites of his eyes vastly outnumbered the blacks. This was possession? The Shedinja, gritting her teeth at the sight of Dailo, who was being overtaken by a Pokemon. Hakurine was about to take action when a sound of something hitting the ground interrupted her. Dailo, with vacant eyes. He stared at the man before him, and Meow never anticipated that their farewell would come so abruptly. Why, when just moments ago? If you think he is dead, there is no need for such thoughts. Hakurine saw through Meow's mindset at a glance. The possession by a ghost-type Pokemon was indeed perilous, but it ultimately depended on the individual. Those with a fragile will might succumb within a short span, while those with a strong mind could resist for years, or even turn the tables on the specter. Chapter 78, Unknown. You can save him, Meow exclaimed, rising abruptly from the ground, her hands gripping Hakurine's shoulders tightly, her black and white eyes fixed intensely on her. Hakurine noticed the fear and helplessness in Meow's gaze. It was a look teetering on the brink of collapse. The pressure from Meow's hands was palpable, a level of urgency incongruous with her usual composure. Is Dailo so significant to you? Hakurine's tone was somewhat peculiar, and her inflection lacked gravity, as if Dailo's plight did not overly concern her. What are you implying? Like a lioness fiercely guarding her cub. Meow exuded a volatile energy, her pale pink aura flickering erratically, her hair swaying slightly despite the absence of wind. This sudden shift made Hakurine feel something was amiss. While she was eager to uncover the answer to her question, she now sensed that asking it might be a mistake. What I wish to inquire is, despite having reviewed your background in Kalos, why do you care for him? Hakurine's question sounded odd, even illogical, yet Meow comprehended. As a noble of the League, Hakurine had access to information about any powerful trainer. Being a fairy-type gym leader, Meow naturally fell within her purview of intelligence gathering. Thus, Hakurine was not blind to Meow's essence. Even if her observations were somewhat veiled, she had no reason to doubt her judgment. Meow consistently conveyed that impression. Such a woman should not. I do not know. Meow's response was unexpectedly candid. Yet at this moment, her emotions had returned to tranquility. Whenever thoughts of Dailo crossed her mind, her feelings swiftly stabilized. Because he was special, perhaps. No one could penetrate Meow's world, yet she guarded her heart fiercely. Challenging trainers at the gym? Certainly. After the battle, they could depart. At most, she would exchange a few polite words. Visiting Elite Four members? Of course. After their inspection, they could leave. She would not keep them overnight. Attending a fashion exhibit? Certainly, she would present the garments on stage. As for private interactions, apologies. But she would not entertain them. Why? Because Meow was afraid. Even with her strength and influence, she understood that she might encounter those whom she could not confront, such as the various regional leaders of the league or the noble trainers, none of whom were easy to deal with. Once traces or leverage were left behind, her future could become far more challenging. The power of the fairy type made her formidable, yet it also invited greater obstacles into her life. The first time this realization struck her was during a league council meeting, where a certain high-ranking official brazenly mocked her with his words, revealing his insidious intentions in fleeting remarks. Yet Meow responded with remarkable poise. In a daze, she engaged in a lackluster performance of Tai Chi, quietly departing after the council's conclusion. On that very day, she relinquished her desire to join such an establishment. Fatigued, she began to harbor disdain for the fairy attributes that coursed through her. Were it not for that peculiar power, perhaps her life would not be fraught with so many perils. Yet, she found herself unable to reject that force, for her existence had irrevocably altered. Unable to converse comfortably with ordinary individuals, she redirected her affections towards her fairy Pokémon. One fateful day, she encountered a Sylveon. Conventionally, wild Sylveons are an anomaly, let alone a shimmering blue variant. At that moment, Maris did not contemplate whether it might be a trap. She instinctively followed, unaccompanied by any Pokémon. Indeed, not a single one. In that instance, Maris forgot the necessary precautions she ought to have taken and overlooked the bizarre nature of her fairy power. It was not until she ventured deeper into the forest that she realized her fairy powers diminished in effect on nearby Pokémon. Weaker Pokémon could not withstand her fairy energy, as it would disrupt their minds. Conversely, stronger Pokémon were irresistibly drawn to her power, akin to a potent narcotic. This allure was precisely why the Skorupi launched a surprise attack against her. Her energy could ensnare not just humans, but Pokémon as well. It was on that day that Maris crossed paths with Dailo. In a different locale and under distinct circumstances, a new beginning naturally unfolded. Had Dailo come to challenge the gym, he would not have encountered Maris in that manner. Had he attended a fashion show, he would not have had the opportunity to converse with her. Had Maris brought a Pokémon, she would not have relied on Dailo. She need not even employ her fairy powers. With her Pokémon's might, she could have compelled Dailo to impart the techniques of Burst Punch. But that was a hypothetical. In reality, there are no ifs. She leaned on Dailo, and in doing so, unwittingly allowed a man to enter her life unguarded. Yet, the intricacies of their connection remained elusive even to the elite of the league. All they could ascertain was that Maris returned from an outing with a member of Team Rocket, and it seemed their rapport was quite amicable. Yes, that was the extent of Hakarine's knowledge. However, based on her prior understanding of Maris's profile, her first instinct was to believe that Maris was exploiting Dailo. Yet, this was merely an initial thought. Within Dailo's mental realm, she beheld the moment he encountered Maris. More than once, she silently cursed Maris for employing underhanded tactics to capture Dailo's attention, and she envied her fairy powers more than once. However, despite this understanding, there were certain truths she wished to hear directly from Maris's lips. Some revelations, when spoken by the individuals involved, carry far more weight than those merely relayed by others. Now, witnessing Maris's unstable state, Hakarine found herself questioning the wisdom of her inquiries, yet she recognized that despite her misgivings, she was at a loss for alternative methods to uncover the truth. Do you have feelings for Dailo? Maris offered a rather peculiar response, but harbored her own reservations. This question could be perceived as a probe or a statement of fact. Indeed, she conceded boldly. Hakarine would not yield before Maris, nor would she retreat on this matter. Had she truly developed feelings for him after just a day or two of acquaintance? Maris's expression eluded Hakarine's comprehension. It appeared to be a mixture of amusement and derision. Is there a problem? Aren't you the same? Hakarine's voice dwindled as she spoke. Aren't you? Was Maris subtly reminding her. Then why do you feel that way? Maris posed the question back to Hakarine. Yet this time, Hakarine's response was simply, I don't know. Chapter 79, The Ancient Deity. As she groggily opened her eyes, Dailo was greeted by the visage of Hakarine, her face mere inches from his own. Her golden hair was neatly tied back, rather than cascading freely as it usually did. Are you awake? Upon seeing Dailo's eyes flutter open, Hakarine smiled warmly, confident that Dailo's mental realm was not a place easily invaded by mere ghost-type Pokémon. Dailo remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, sensing as though something had occurred, yet feeling unscathed. You were possessed by that Shedinja. I'm not certain where its true form resides, but it's all right now. Hakarine, sharing a mental connection with Dailo, found the task of expelling the ghostly possession to be rather straightforward. Unless a Pokemon's strength surpassed that of Mutwo and the ancient Snorlax combined, she felt unconcerned. Let us hold off for now. Whether Shiba can deal with that Caterpie remains uncertain, and as for the other elite members, they have yet to make an appearance. At that moment, the hotel's exterior webs had been largely cleared by an unidentified Pokemon, and Hakarine's phone had regained its signal. The news from her family indicated that the elite members from both the Kanto and Johto regions had united for this operation. Among those known to be participating were Fighting-type Elite Shiba, Champion Dailo, Ice-type Elite Kona, and Psychic-type Elite Ichiru. Each elite specializes in their respective domains, and the mobilization of such a large number is an unusual occurrence, reflecting the League's firm stance against the onslaught of Bug-type Pokemon. What level are Shiba's Pokemon? Dailo still harbored uncertainty regarding the strength of the League's elites. If it were the Dragon-type elite from before, he felt they would not reach the level of a Tyrant. However, if they were all at the Commander level, why would they vastly differ from Maris's two Pokemon? The Commander level itself is tiered, with considerable jumps below that level. But progressing from Commander to Tyrant is a formidable challenge. Recognizing Dailo's lack of foundational knowledge, Hakarine sought to clarify the situation for him. The Ariados and Beedrill you and Maris just captured, or the Pokemon I possess, are merely at the lower Commander level. The lower Commander level can control up to around 10 Commander-level Pokemon as subordinates in undeveloped regions. However, to ascend from the lower Commander level, one must further develop a Pokemon's abilities, which includes, but is not limited to, intelligence. Pausing to consider Dailo's Pokemon, Hakarine continued, "Your Pokemon demonstrate commendable intelligence. So I suspect that as long as their strength keeps pace, they should have no trouble growing into the middle Commander level. Yet, it is also tiered. The lower Commander level is divided into 9 tiers, as is the middle Commander level, and ordinary Pokemon, barring extraordinary circumstances, are unlikely to become upper Commanders." "Why?" Dailo interjected, seizing the opportunity to inquire. "Because one condition for becoming an upper Commander is conquest," Hakarine explained, using terminology that Dailo comprehended but did not fully grasp. "Conquest." Dailo instinctively echoed the term, indicating his confusion. A middle Commander must engage in a bloody battle to ascend to the upper Commander level, leading no fewer than 50 Commander-level Pokemon to challenge an upper Commander in an undeveloped area. If successful, the world's power bestows its blessings. If not, well, the fate of the defeated is grim. Hakarine, aware of Dailo's profound understanding of the world's harsh realities, refrained from elaborating on the specifics of failure's dire consequences. The elite members? Dailo caught onto something significant. Hakarine remarked that an ordinary Pokemon could ascend to the rank of an elite. Yet if a champion were merely an average trainer, the alliance would be in disarray. Thus, the prerequisites for challenging a champion demand 4 Pokemon of elite rank. In essence, each champion has achieved their status by treading upon the remains of numerous Pokemon. Hakarine harbored no particular sentiment about this. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was a fundamental principle of nature. Even wild Pokemon must undergo this process to attain elite status. Albeit human trainers exhibit a greater degree of avarice. The 4 elite Pokemon of Shiba included Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, Machoke, and Gyarados, the latter being the most formidable. Among them, the elite 6-star Pokemon, Machoke, likely stood at the pinnacle, while the others would not surpass 3 stars. The disparity in strength above the elite rank was colossal. Hakarine exchanged a meaningful glance with May, who understood that Hakarine was referring to her confrontation with champion Longhuman. The sudden exclamation startled both bug-type Pokemon and trainers like Dairo. The voice was ethereal, seemingly emanating from a distant realm, yet it carried an imposing gravitas. Moreover, Dairo was unequivocally certain that this voice could not possibly belong to a mere human. Even a loudspeaker could not replicate such resonance. "Human," a more thunderous rebuke echoed, and this time Dairo caught sight of it. In the distance, where sea met sky, a colossal figure shrouded in mist emerged. Dairo could not discern its appearance, but he could see its eyes glimmering through the water vapor. Even the pale dawn sky paled in comparison to its brilliance, resembling twin lighthouses casting their beams upon the land inhabited by humankind. "Esteemed ancient deity, may I inquire which of our kind has transgressed against your interests?" A resounding male voice resonated from above. Dairo looked up to see a figure perched upon a Dragonite. A dragon rider? No, that dragon appeared somewhat plump and rather large. It was Datu. May also glimpsed the figure atop the Dragonite, though it was nearly obscured by the creature's overwhelming girth. Dragonite, already a hefty species, had become even more corpulent, akin to a dominant green caterpillar. Dairo could not see the dragon's head at all, as it was entirely concealed by its belly. "Isn't it rather embarrassing for you, Datu?" the champion, to ride such a cumbersome creature? Ancient deity, Hakurine softly murmured, invoking Datu's title. You know? Mei's demeanor towards Hakurine had softened since their prior discussion while Dairo was asleep. Hakurine gazed solemnly at the formidable entity on the horizon, nodding gravely. That being was akin to the ancient Snorlax to whom my ancestors pledged their loyalty, or perhaps even stronger. Chapter 80. The Legendary Pokémon. Is everything all right? Amidst the ruins in front of the hotel, a woman with flowing crimson hair and glasses appeared beside Shiba. Should an aficionado of beauty, or a lecher, be present, they would undoubtedly declare this glasses-wearing lady as a paragon of feminine allure. This was the ice champion of the Kanto region, Kona. Without pretense, she stood alongside Shiba. Her long legs accentuated by high heels, radiating an air of superiority. Everything's fine. Shiba had grown accustomed to her manner of entrance. After all, he was the one leading the charge today, while the other champions were merely supporting figures. Thankfully, a confrontation had been averted. Otherwise, the formidable fire moth would have posed a considerable challenge, with its abilities capable of wreaking devastation. Accompanying Kona was another figure. A tall man adorned with a half-masked purple-black visage, his intentions shrouded in mystery. He was the psychic champion of the CD region, Ishu. Only a handful of visible leaders had emerged, while perhaps one or two lurked in the shadows. The bug god was genuinely incensed this time. Which short-sighted faction had committed such folly? Kona found herself particularly troubled by this catastrophic incident, as she was already tasked with stabilizing public sentiment. Now, faced with this debacle, she was at a loss for how to address it online. You can't guess? Ishu regarded Shiba and Kona with a look of mild surprise, as if they should inherently know. What do we know? Shiba, being the fighting champion, wasn't particularly inclined to engage in cryptic exchanges with Ishu. That matter, the one that Team Rocket is assisting with, and the Alliance is following up on. Ishu's left eye twitched slightly, as psychic energy began to emanate from him. Not as an attack on Shiba and Kona, but rather to convey information directly to them, a form of telepathy. All right, cease your abilities. Shiba raised an eyebrow, his presence swelling with authority, causing Ishu's psychic energy to dissipate into the air. Hey, don't be so irritable. Ishu had grown accustomed to Shiba's brusque demeanor, recognizing that beneath it lay a fundamentally good nature, though rather reckless. Well, it pertains to the incident that Bamu reacted to last time, right? Kona interjected, steering the conversation back on track. Precisely. Team Rocket has dispatched numerous operatives to track it down. However, I have heard that many have perished, leading to a rather ambiguous stance from the Alliance. Ishu's expression soured as he spoke. Team Rocket was assisting the Alliance with the expectation of mutual benefit. Yet the Alliance's retreat upon encountering resistance was disheartening. Were they truly willing to sacrifice their allies? One could sell them at any time, yet at this critical juncture, betraying your comrades leaves no one willing to collaborate with you. Furthermore, last time, one of Team Rocket's members was forcibly apprehended by that old hag from Kalos. You should have seen Bamu's expression, utterly flabbergasted. Ishu's tone rose, the volume increasing, his expression exaggerated, yet this inadvertently illuminated the short-sightedness of the Alliance's higher-ups to Kona and Shiba. You need to provide me with an explanation. Ishu mimicked Banmu's expression and tone. My associates were nearly killed by your Alliance's champions in Kalos. I refuse to believe this is not a personal vendetta. So what shall we do? What shall we do? Ishu, too, was keen to know the answer. Who would enlighten him? Team Rocket is hardly virtuous. Shiba retorted, his role being to eradicate local criminal organizations, with Team Rocket ranking as the foremost in Kanto. Oh, you can only say that now. Once Team Rocket ceases operations, where will the Alliance's illicit funds come from? There are only police officers catching thieves. There are no police chiefs who catch thieves. Don't pretend you don't understand this principle. Ishu's lips twitched as he shot a sidelong glance at Shiba's obtuseness, feeling an overwhelming sense of weariness. I was merely stating a fact, haha. Shiba dismissed the tension with a laugh before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. As for that organization, I have not been idle in my investigations. However, thus far, I have not even uncovered their name. The last time I finally captured one, I was ambushed by 3 elite Pokémon and nearly perished in the process. Thankfully, Datu arrived in time to dispatch 2 of the elites, but the other escaped. Who would have thought he had accomplices riding a dominant-level dragonfly to rescue him? Well, you are not the only one who has suffered losses, Ishu retorted, having had his own encounters, which explained his investment in this matter. Kona cast a flirtatious glance at Shiba, yet the muscular man remained unfazed by her charms. Unyielding and steadfast, one remains single by virtue of strength. So what have you encountered? It seems that Shiba harbors a greater interest in Ishu than in the mature woman. Encountering a commanding-level Mega Tyranitar, which bears a resemblance to your situation, they too fell victim to an ambush, emerging from a sandstorm accompanied by a multitude of steel and ground-type commanders. Had I not fled swiftly, the psychic champion would have been lost to the CD region. Whenever Iju reflects upon that experience, a profound sense of relief washes over him, as he genuinely never anticipated the extent of the infiltration into the League by the opposing forces. What then? Do you suggest is the connection of this incident to that organization? Circling back to the previous topic, Shiba now seems at ease, with 3 champions present. Even the formidable green Caterpie must contemplate whether it can eliminate them in a single strike. You are aware of the water summoning decree issued by Banmu, yes? Iju refrained from explaining the reason, instead presenting yet another vexing event. Indeed, hasn't the League even enlisted the aid of noble trainers? Kina's concern regarding this matter far exceeds that of Shiba. Upon witnessing the bewildered expression on the muscular man's face, she immediately deduced that he was utterly oblivious. Well, it is likely related to that incident. The gemstone thieves were merely a facade, and while they cannot be dismissed outright, they pale in comparison to the true threat lurking behind. Iju paused momentarily before continuing. The League has an agreement with Odomole, ensuring the legendary Pokémon, Latios and Latias, can live safely without disturbance. The underground forces are under the control of a few top-tier entities, making any untoward incidents unlikely. The sister thieves succeeded last time precisely because no organization was paying them heed. Are you implying? Kina picked up on Iju's shift in discussion. He did not disclose the nature of the current crisis, but instead mentioned Latios and Latias. Surely, this time, someone intends to target the legendary Pokémon once more? Chapter 81, Mutuo. In the early morning light, as the sun ascended, the sea was shrouded in a veil of mist. Unlike usual, the tranquil waters bore no sign of any Pokémon. Typically, given the diverse habits of Pokémon, some would have already soared into the sky or leapt from the depths. For instance, the Wingull or the Dragonair. Yet now, the surface of the sea, and even its depths, remained eerily silent. At an unknown depth, thousands of meters below, a colossal Pokémon, seamlessly merging with the ocean, opened its eyes. Like 2 beacons in the night, its gaze dispelled the lurking schools of fish. These 2 eyes, from the ocean floor, aspired towards the surface. Its vision seemed to penetrate space itself, ascending continuously until it beheld the intruder encroaching upon its territory. Well, it matters not. While it may have transgressed the rules, it cannot allow this affront to go unchallenged. Perhaps having come to a realization, this gigantic Pokémon, whose form rivaled that of an island, closed its eyelids, as if they had never been opened, returning to slumber. The Pokémon beneath the sea continued to swim, meandering amongst the reefs, hiding within the corals. The awakening of their king instilled tremors within them, yet this time, the king appeared disinclined to take action. A serpent-like Pokémon, stretching 100 meters in length, glided past, pausing momentarily near the colossal creature's maw. Just a fleeting moment. The seemingly dormant giant expelled a bubble. The serpent-like Pokémon regarded the bubble for a while, hesitating to act. Gradually, the bubble approached, tugging at the currents of the seabed, distorting the air, and producing a sharp, explosive sound. Yet the serpent-like Pokémon remained motionless. It had come in service to the king's command. However, today, the king's directive seemed somewhat unclear. The message contained within the bubble was ambiguous, leaving it at a loss for action. Yet the giant Pokémon offered no clarifications. Its eyes remained firmly shut, showing no intention of opening. The serpent-like Pokémon lingered in silence for a moment, watching the bubble dissipate before swiftly retreating, trailing a stream of water as it departed. It sensed that the king understood something, yet it felt unworthy of knowing the truth. Deep within the Earth's core, molten lava surged, and a gigantic Pokémon, clad in crimson armor and anchored to the Earth's mantle, lifted its head. Despite its vision being obscured by soil, it seemed capable of seeing through everything. Its profound gaze fixated unwaveringly on the rocky layer above, unblinking. But soon, it closed its eyes. As lava flowed past its feet, it remained still, surrendering the essence of life deep beneath to oblivion. Sensing the combined scrutiny of 2 gazes upon it, the immense figure within the mist appeared somewhat displeased. Yet it was aware that its recent actions had been rather excessive. The other party had afforded it a measure of respect, which was already more than sufficient. Should it persist in its obstinacy, it risked inciting a rebellion. Thus, it resolved to bring this incident to a swift conclusion. In the distance, it perceived a human male with red hair. Being an insect, its vision was exceptional, and it relished the sight of the human, as if in worship. Just a mere human, as it ought to be. As for the powerful Dragonite beneath that human, merely a small insect. Oh no, just a pitiful creature, utterly insignificant. Insects are, after all, the noblest of beings. At least, this was its belief. It decided to intimidate these creatures further, perhaps even to eliminate a couple of troublesome humans, ensuring they no longer disregarded insects. Its gaze traversed beyond the red-haired human, extending into the distance, where it spotted a dark figure. It enlarged, continually magnifying. Could this be the one? The colossal insect god murmured to itself. Hachi hovered in the sky, awaiting a response from the insect god. Yet, he was met with disappointment. For the insect god did not regard him at all. Hachi intended to negotiate, but he was interrupted. Enough, human, allow me to handle this. A pale arm descended from behind, pressing firmly on Hachi's shoulder. It appeared frail, yet possessed immense strength. It's you. This Pokémon resembled a bipedal feline. Standing at human height, its body is silvery gray with a purple tail and abdomen. A neural bundle extended from the center of its back to its nape. Mutuo, the ultimate weapon of Team Rocket. It was also the lifelong aspiration of Banmo. Dailo could not discern what it was, merely sensing subconsciously that a formidable presence had alighted upon Hachi's Dragonite. You? Dailo stared, wide-eyed, at the legendary Pokémon beside him, utterly unable to fathom that the reclusive Mutuo would manifest here. Impossible. Even if this event signified the insect goddess' descent, Mutuo should not be present, should it? Could it be that this matter has escalated to such severity that even legendary Pokémon can no longer remain passive? Upon seeing Mutuo, a multitude of thoughts flooded Hachi's mind. Yet one thing remained clear. The situation had intensified dramatically. You humans are ill-suited to communicate with it. You will only exacerbate matters. Instead, you should contemplate why this incident transpired. Mutuo's tone was not arrogant, perhaps even calm, yet it still instilled a sense of pressure within Hachi. Now a champion of the league. For precaution, stay here. Without waiting for Hachi's response, Mutuo unleashed the psychic energy within itself. A violet aura enveloped its entire being, and it stepped forth, nodding in acknowledgement towards the colossal Pokémon concealed within the mist. Subsequently, space and distance appeared to contract, drawing ever nearer beneath its feet. Dailo could not discern the speed of the violet light's movement. He only knew that in the blink of an eye, it had already soared into the mist. You. What brings you here? The insect god's tone conveyed a hint of trepidation as it regarded the legendary Pokémon, which was several times smaller than itself. There is no denying that this individual possesses an extraordinary prowess. Those who have underestimated him have suffered dire consequences. Thus, the bug god has no desire to cultivate enmity with him. I possess a clearer understanding of the current situation. Mutuo gazed into the depths of his opponent's eyes and spoke calmly. Child of calamity, you do not intend to advocate for humanity, do you? The bug god's eyes flickered with a hint of agitation, sensing the provocation. If the other party were indeed here to speak on behalf of humanity, it would imply dissatisfaction with its prior incursion. No, I have come to convey a message, or rather, to deliver a message to you and your kind who have slumbered for far too long. Mutuo remained unfazed. The bug god failed to instill any sense of pressure within him. Even among legendary beings, he stood at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. A message? A glimmer of skepticism crossed the bug god's gaze. Well, most are already aware. Only individuals like you remain oblivious. Mutuo's tone grew slightly more serious as he averted his gaze from the bug god, lowering his head to contemplate the surface of the sea. Chapter 82, Ascendance. No one knew what transpired when that purple luminescence vanished into the mist. However, they speculated that no conflict had ensued. For such entities, should they choose to wage war, the repercussions would be cataclysmic. Thus, it was likely a parley. Mere hours passed before the bug-type Pokémon withdrew. The Elite Four also departed. Their comings and goings were as swift as the wind, suggesting that this minuscule locale held little of significance for them. And indeed, this was the case. Had it not been for the bug god leading its subordinates, the Elite Four would not have casually graced this place with their presence. To manage the aftermath, the Junsha family collaborated with local authorities to handle the affairs of the victims. Dailo and Mayo, due to their association with Hakurin, were not taken by the Junsha family for questioning. However, with matters reaching a resolution, farewells commenced. Well then, Dailo, I must take my leave. Inside the helicopter, Hakurin waved to Dailo and Mayo below. We shall meet again soon. Make sure to bid her a proper farewell. Mayo whispered something into Delo's ear. Clad in a light blue off-shoulder dress, she chose not to gaze at Hakurin within the helicopter, but instead turned her back and departed gracefully. A heartfelt farewell was deemed unnecessary. It was best to allow them their time together. Mayo, next time, you must come with Dailo. I have something I need you to do. Hakurin shouted after Mayo, disregarding her image. You should focus on becoming the family head. I wouldn't want to be hosted in a corner when I visit your home. Mayo waved her hand without looking back, yet offered a subtle reminder to Hakurin. The clock door appeared to be a coalition of several powerful noble families, but in reality, factional strife was incessant. Hakurin was merely a direct descendant of one noble family within the clock door, not its head, thus facing considerable competition. Indeed, I will. I shall invite you all to tour my estate when the time comes. Hakurin cast a grateful glance at Mayo before lowering her gaze to Dailo. She dared not meet his eyes on the ground, feeling inexplicably shy. Yet from this distance, perhaps she could see him more clearly. Then, my princess, await my triumphant return. Dailo knelt on one knee, playfully performing a bow. I shall prepare a feast to celebrate your return, Dailo. Safe travels. As the cabin door closed, Hakurin, her cheeks flushed, donned her helmet. Outside, Dailo and Mayo waved at her. A slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth, yet her eyes dimmed momentarily. Motlavi. The young lady uttered a name softly, and those unaware might have thought she was speaking to herself. Miss, I am here. The pilot promptly responded, his respectful demeanor indicating he was one of Hakurin's attendants. Once we return to the family, please assist me in obtaining a student ID for Chinatafu Mountain Academy. Hakurin articulated her plans for the future. Miss, you intend to attend school? The pilot, Motlavi, expressed surprise. Hakurin's foundational knowledge was quite solid, and her Pokémon training was rational. Why would she wish to enroll in school? Wasn't the family library sufficient? No, it is for Dailo. Hakurin frowned slightly. She was aware that Dailo, despite his exceptional survival skills in the wild, was utterly ignorant regarding Pokémon training and worldly knowledge. Understood. Motlavi promptly acquiesced. Also, Hakurin issued another command. What is it? Motlavi hesitated, sensing that the young lady was unusually talkative today. If Dailo's matters come to light, you should take your own life. The chilling words pierced Motlavi's heart, yet he understood that to her, he was merely an inconsequential attendant. Many coveted his position, queuing for the privilege of serving her. Thus, he managed a bitter smile, replying, Rest assured, I will not. Hakurin closed her eyes, unafraid of any underhanded tactics from others, for her strength was beyond their defiance. Once Hakurin provides us with the credentials of the Alliance's nobles, we can also stay at the Pokémon Center. For now, shall we head to the hotel? Mayo, adorned in high-heeled sandals, walked briskly alongside Dailo. Although Hakurin was quite commendable, her departure made things even better. The emotions she had been suppressing bubbled forth. Mayo unabashedly linked her arm with Dailo's. With their Pokémon fully restored and her beloved by her side, this was likely the life she had always dreamed of. Let's head to the hotel for a shower. It's still quite warm. Dailo, wearing a baseball cap, found it ineffective against the sweltering heat. He couldn't fathom why the weather had turned so unbearably hot so soon after the rain. All right, Mayo readily agreed. She had long wished for a proper rest. The sound of water flowing in the bathroom was soothing, but Dailo's thoughts were far from the shower. He had successfully completed a mission, an A-rank mission. Dailo opened the system panel, revealing the familiar blue technological interface. Mission type, survival mission. Mission details, a bug-type Pokémon leader has attacked the Sanauka Hotel, and its inferiors are hunting within. Mission requirements, survive in the hotel until the rescue team arrives, with no immediate assistance available. Now, the rewards should be revealed, right? Host, you have two options. The system's cold voice resonated. Option 1. Upgrade the qualifications of Corviknight and Gengar to a rank, and receive an A-rank Pokémon egg as an immediate reward. Option 2. Obtain an S-rank quasi-legendary Pokémon egg. Choose one. Are you certain? Confirmed. Without a moment's hesitation, Dailo selected option 1. He was a sentimental individual. The Great Houndoom, Corviknight, and Gengar represented the entirety of his significance within the Pokémon world. No other Pokémon had managed to penetrate the confines of Dailo's heart. They had crossed paths on the very first day of his adventure and had met again after plummeting from the aircraft. It was they who had transformed Dailo into a trainer. Without them, he would merely be an ordinary grunt for Team Rocket, though he still was in many respects. At least he had gained some recognition. Thus, the process to enhance the qualifications of Corviknight and Gengar commenced. Upon completion, they would possess the potential to evolve into lower-tier commanders. The system forcibly opened Dailo's Pokeball, and Corviknight and Gengar appeared, somewhat bewildered. Enhancement commencing. Please remain patient. And you may begin your lottery. Your A-rank Pokémon egg awaits. Okay. Dailo immediately accessed the lottery interface. And then, snap, an oval-shaped Pokémon egg materialized in Dailo's hands. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Chapter 83. I exchange my first kiss for your pain. Congratulations to the host for the acquisition. An unknown force has been detected interfering. initiating synchronization adjustment. Just as Dailo was about to unleash a torrent of invective against the system for its lack of support at a critical moment, a certain pokeball on the bedside began to emit a high-frequency vibration. This was a multifaceted pokeball crafted entirely from blue gemstones, a cherished gift from Hakaran known as the Heart of the Ocean. At this moment, the Heart of the Ocean displayed an intriguing state. Its surface, initially merely refracting light, began to radiate an inexplicable energy fluctuation. This energy was reminiscent of water or ice attributes, yet it lacked any offensive capabilities. Bang! As Dailo stood there in a state of perplexity, the Pokémon egg bestowed by the system descended. Dailo instinctively reached out to catch it. However, a Pokeball, was faster. The Heart of the Ocean swiftly emitted a beam of light, striking the center of the oval Pokémon egg directly. Dailo sensed that the situation was escalating beyond his control. Meryl. His first thought immediately turned to Meryl, who was in the bathroom. He could not afford to place her in jeopardy. What's wrong? A voice called out from outside the bathroom, prompting Dailo to urge, please hurry and come out. But be cautious. Okay. Meryl never questioned Dailo's decisions, especially since such familiar circumstances had arisen before. Why was it that every time she took a shower, Dailo would stir up some trouble? The Corviknight and Gengar had already completed their evolution, while the Sylveon and Snorlax had voluntarily emerged from their Pokeballs. The mighty Houndoom eyed the trembling Heart of the Ocean with a predatory gaze, as if ready to pounce at the slightest hint of danger. Gengar was enveloped in swirling black mist, its gaseous hands spinning continuously, perhaps familiarizing itself with the newly emerged power within. Corviknight remained airborne, its black wings flapping vigorously, creating a turbulent wind of chaotic energy. What is going on? Meryl emerged, her hair elegantly pinned up, draped in a soft yellow towel. Upon witnessing the tense standoff among the Pokémon, she approached Dailo only to find him instinctively shielding her behind him. With a gentle smile, she felt little concern for what was about to transpire. She could tell that although the energy fluctuations were peculiar, they posed no genuine threat. It was merely an energy wave, and unless something unexpected occurred, it would settle down shortly. Houndoom's crimson eyes widened. Its fangs bared as its instinctive alertness to danger surpassed even that of the already evolved Sylveon and Snorlax. Houndoom, what is it? Dailo initiated communication via the tactical chip. There is a force, a powerful one, reminiscent of ancient power, akin to that presence from the sea that day, Houndoom swiftly conveyed. This revelation left Dailo unsettled. That presence from the sea, what could it be? The ancient insect. The legendary Pokémon that had not even revealed its true form. Now, Houndoom claimed that this energy fluctuation was instigated by a legendary Pokémon? What a predicament. Dailo, look. Meryl tugged at Dailo's right hand, pointing upward at the Pokémon egg, which had become translucent due to the infusion of energy from the Heart of the Ocean. The egg was glowing, radiating heat and electricity. This is impossible. Yet, it undeniably triggered some unknown force, resonating with something else. That force, as Houndoom indicated, was likely the power of a legendary Pokémon. This defies logic. Even in a world that is inherently illogical, this cannot be right. Legendary Pokémon aren't as common as cabbage on the roadside. Why must I encounter legendary Pokémon energy again after just a few days? Dailo felt as though the entire world conspired against him. Yet it seemed the universe had no intention of providing him with answers. As the fluctuations of the Pokémon egg intensified, its size began to swell. The shell appeared incapable of containing the burgeoning energy within. It must be released. Would it explode? Buzz. A sharp, deafening blast erupted. Dailo instinctively turned to shield Meryl in his embrace. He barely had time to gaze into her eyes before he felt a bone-chilling impact. The cold pierced him, causing Meryl, still warm from her shower, to shiver involuntarily. However, upon observing Dailo's nearly frozen state, her heart ached. Dailo always reacted so swiftly, too swiftly for Meryl to prevent him from getting hurt. Gengar, fire! Meryl shouted at Gengar, who had been swept into the bathroom by the icy gust. Gengar quickly steadied itself, emerging through the wall, flames igniting in its fists. It hesitated to strike Dailo's back directly, opting instead to assist from a distance by thawing him. Dailo was in dire straits. His once black attire was now encased in a layer of icy blue crystals. The curvature of his legs had taken on an unnatural form, contorted in a way that was not typical for a human. Hiss! Feeling Gengar's actions behind him, Dailo inhaled sharply. The burning pain surged. Initially, the delay in thawing had been bearable, but now that he was regaining sensation, the pain was overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, he couldn't bear to meet Meryl's gaze, acutely aware of the awkwardness of his predicament, unable to move. Dailo. Ugh. A pair of hands wrapped around Dailo's neck, accompanied by the approach of soft, inviting lips. What was happening? His eyes widened in surprise as he beheld Meryl's closed eyes, her breath becoming increasingly rapid. The softness of her lips captivated him, igniting a yearning for more. Subconsciously, he sought to deepen the connection. His tongue tentatively reached out, brushing against Meryl's pearly teeth. Realizing Dailo's intentions, the girl opened her eyes. A gentle smile gracing her face, tinged with a hint of shyness. Yet, she soon closed her eyes again. In that moment, Dailo felt the resistance of her tongue dissipate. With newfound freedom, his tongue advanced with ease, exploring the sweetness shared between them. As their lips met tenderly, they instinctively embraced each other. Meryl wrapping her arms around Dailo's back, oblivious to the icy chill enveloping him. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, leaving a shimmering thread connecting them. Meryl did not shy away. Instead, she met Dailo's gaze directly, smiling as she said, "I trade my first kiss for your pain. I wonder if this remedy pleases you, Teacher Dailo." Chapter 83, Trading My First Kiss for Your Pain. In the blink of an eye, Dailo's thoughts immediately turned to Masho in the bathroom. He dared not place her in jeopardy. What was that? From outside the bathroom, he heard the girl's cry, prompting him to hastily call out, "Please hurry and be careful." All right. Masho never questioned Dailo's decisions, especially since such a familiar situation had transpired once before. Why was it that every time she took a shower, Dailo would conjure some sort of trouble? The leader of the crows and the ghostly Giston had completed their evolution, while the fairy-like Eevee and the gluttonous Snorlax voluntarily emerged from their pokeballs. The great wolf dog watched the pulsating heart of the ocean with an intense gaze, as if ready to pounce at the slightest hint of danger. Giston was enveloped in swirling dark energy, its gaseous hands twirling incessantly, perhaps familiarizing itself with the newfound power within. The crow leader remained airborne, its obsidian wings flapping rhythmically, creating gusts of chaotic energy. What's wrong? Masho emerged, her hair gathered up and wrapped in a soft, yellow towel, only to be greeted by the tense scene of Pokémon poised for action. Approaching Dailo, she noticed him instinctively shielding her with his body. A gentle smile graced her lips. She was not particularly worried about what might transpire next. She could sense that although the energy fluctuations were peculiar, they posed no real threat. This was not a power of temporal attributes capable of affecting reality. It was merely a wave of energy that would likely dissipate soon enough. Gur. The great wolf dog's crimson eyes widened, its fangs slowly bared, its instinctive warning of danger even surpassing that of the already evolved Eevee and Snorlax. What's the matter? Dailo initiated communication via his tactical chip. Their SA force, immensely powerful, akin to the entities of ancient times, reminiscent of that presence from the sea that day. The great wolf dog swiftly relayed the information through the tactical chip. This revelation unsettled Dailo. That day's oceanic presence. What could it be? An ancient insect, the primordial deity of insects, whose very essence had not yet manifested. A legendary Pokémon. Now, the great wolf dog claimed that this energy fluctuation was incited by a legendary Pokémon? What a predicament. Masho, look. Masho tugged at Dailo's right hand, pointing upwards at the translucent Pokémon egg, now glowing with energy infused from the heart of the ocean. The egg emitted light, heat, and electricity. This was inconceivable. Yet, it undeniably evoked some unknown power. Something was resonating with it, and that force was likely what the great wolf dog referred to as the power of a legendary Pokémon. This defied logic, didn't it? Even in a world that was already quite illogical, such occurrences were implausible. Legendary Pokémon were not as commonplace as cabbages by the roadside. Even cabbages were not guaranteed to be found at every corner. Why, within just a few days, had they encountered the energy of a legendary Pokémon once more? Dailo felt as though the entire world conspired against him. Yet, it seemed the universe had no intention of providing him with clarity. As the fluctuations of the Pokémon egg intensified, its size began to swell. The shell seemed incapable of containing the energy within, which demanded release. Surely, it wouldn't explode. Would it? Buzz. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. In an instant, Dailo pivoted and embraced Masho tightly. He didn't even have time to gaze into her eyes before he felt a bone-chilling impact. The cold pierced through him. Masho, freshly emerged from her bath, involuntarily shivered. However, witnessing Dailo's back, which was almost crystallized by the cold, sent a pang of anguish through her heart. Dailo always reacted so swiftly. Too quickly for Masho to do anything but watch him get hurt. Giston, ignite. Masho shouted to the ghostly figure that had been swept into the bathroom by the icy current. Giston immediately steadied itself, phasing through the wall. its fists ablaze with crimson flames. It hesitated to strike Dailuo's back directly, instead opting to thaw him from a distance. Dailuo's condition was dire. The once black attire was now coated in a layer of icy blue crystals, his legs contorted in an abnormal position. A pose no normal person would assume, bent yet seemingly rigid. Dailuo gasped at the sensation of Gistone's actions behind him. The pain was searing. Initially, he hadn't felt it, but now the thawing brought a wave of agony. Grimacing, he dared not look at Mashio, feeling that his current position was quite inconvenient, rendering him immobile. Mashio. Oh. A pair of arms encircled Dailuo's neck, accompanied by the gradual approach of soft, inviting lips. What were they doing? Dailuo's eyes widened in surprise as he beheld Mashio's delicate face, her eyes closed, her breath quickening. The softness of her lips captivated him, leaving him yearning for more. Subconsciously, he craved to indulge further. Tentatively, his tongue reached out, brushing against Mashio's pearly teeth. Sensing Dailuo's movement, Mashio opened her eyes, a gentle smile and a hint of shyness illuminating her features. Yet, she swiftly closed her eyes once more. In that moment, Dailuo felt no resistance against his tongue, which surged forward, exploring the depths of their shared connection with ease. As their lips met, they instinctively embraced one another, Mashio wrapping her arms around Dailuo's back, oblivious to the chilling cold enveloping him. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, leaving a delicate strand of glistening moisture connecting them. Mashio did not turn away bashfully. Instead, she looked directly at Dailuo and remarked, "I've traded my first kiss for your pain. I wonder if this method of healing meets with your approval, Teacher Dailuo." Chapter 84, Fool. Hiss. Ga? Hee. The great wolf dog, Snorlax, Eevee, Beedrill, Ariados, the crow leader, and Gistone stood in stunned silence. Their eyes fixated on the oblivious duo. Oh no, the trainers. The expressions of the 7 Pokémon were filled with astonishment at the unfolding event. However, it was not long before the great wolf dog, leading the charge, and the other Pokémon swiftly positioned themselves to shield Dailuo and Mashio from any potential threat. Gistone continued to expel the chill from Dailuo, also working to keep Mashio warm. At that moment, it had shed the dignity of a ghost-type Pokémon, floating in the air like a small black sun, bringing warmth to the hotel room that had just been chilled by the icy waves. The great wolf dog shook off its fur, a gesture mirrored by Mashio's Eevee. Some areas that they could not manage alone required the assistance of their companions. Perhaps sensing the bond between Dailuo and Mashio, their Pokémon grew increasingly close. Beedrill and the crow leader's wings were dusted with crystals, resembling butterflies with broken wings, now lying motionless on the ground. Understanding their plight, Gistone extended a gaseous hand to help alleviate the cold gripping the wings of the 2 Pokémon. Oh, and Gistone discovered something amusing. It was no longer the little brother. It was now the 3rd brother, and it had its own little brothers. A commanding little brother capable of mega evolution, Beedrill. Perhaps due to its experience as an executor, Beedrill, despite being a commanding Pokémon, did not travel with a swarm of little round spiders like Ariados. It had always been a solitary wanderer since the day Dailuo and Mashio encountered it. Moreover, it will meticulously execute the king's commands. Thus, for it, the presence of a few more elder brothers is merely a trivial matter. Although, from a strength perspective, it seems to be the one in charge. The 2 Pokémon bear only a few ice crystals upon their wings, most of the impact directed towards Dailo and Meowscio. Oh, and the great Houndoom. This creature has shielded Dailo from a significant portion of the frigid onslaught, much like when it first encountered Dailo, protecting him from the devastating beam of Banquilus. The great Houndoom is notably devoted to safeguarding its master. At this moment, it is relishing the meticulous care provided by the fairy Eevee, whose delicate ribbons entwine around it, with soft pink energy gradually dispelling the ice crystals. Ever since the humble Rockruff evolved into Houndoom, the fairy Eevee, which once enjoyed teasing it, has altered her demeanor towards Houndoom. Perhaps the playful bullying stemmed from a fondness she harbored for him. The chill behind Dailo has nearly dissipated, leaving only the lingering discomfort of frostbite. His clothing, torn and tattered from the alternating temperatures, reveals a back mottled with deep red. The extensive frostbite will surely hinder his ability to rest. Meowscio. Dailo turned to the side, avoiding Meowscio's gaze upon his back. Meowscio's eyes met Dailo's, and she responded softly. In this moment, despite being a few years his senior, her heart raced. Her fair face flushed crimson, and the hands that had been embracing Dailo now rested over her chest, tightly gripping the towel, fully aware it would not slip. She possessed the ability of a fairy. She, too, had surmised Dailo's thoughts. In truth, she had harbored vague notions about certain matters before. She believed Dailo's character might allow their relationship to deepen over time, rather than taking overly assertive actions. Yet now, it seemed her prior gestures had ushered in some new developments. These changes were what she had longed for, yet they also filled her with anxiety and trepidation. Indeed, in this moment, she could not help but reveal her vulnerability. "Would you be my girlfriend?" Dailo's tone was taut, though the outcome was clear. It did not negate his nervousness. It was his first confession in life, and rejection would be utterly embarrassing. "No." With a light laugh, Miao Xiao extended a finger to gently touch Dailo's lips. In stark contrast, Dailo's expression grew exceedingly grave. His face paled in an instant, becoming weak and incredulous. His eyes losing focus as they stared at Miao Xiao. The glimmering eyes filled with tears, and the lips that uttered such cruel words felt unbearable. "You must marry me." "You fool." Embracing Dailo tenderly, Miao Xiao suddenly regretted her earlier jest. She knew better, yet could not resist reverting to her true self. Before Dailo could regain his composure, her lips, which had not yet savored enough warmth, pressed against his once more. Drip. A single tear glistened as it fell upon Dailo's face. Was it a tear? Surely, it was not his. In that fleeting moment, Dailo's eyes sparkled back to life as he gazed into Miao Xiao's tear-laden orbs, gently pushing her away. "Don't cry." He retrieved a tissue, cautiously wiping the corners of her eyes. Dailo had yet to fully regain his senses. His overall state was not optimal. The previous surprise had been rather overwhelming, causing his heart to skip a beat. Nonetheless, he felt an overwhelming joy, too elated to articulate. He gazed at Miao Xiao like a lovesick fool, unable to suppress the smile curling at his lips. "Miao Xiao, this is for you." Dailo extended his hand, removing a pendant from around his neck. Even Miao Xiao had seldom seen this piece of jewelry adorning Dailo. It was a silver pocket watch, accompanied by a platinum chain, exuding an air of elegance and subtlety. It was hard to imagine such a treasure had remained inconspicuous on Dailo's person all this time. "What is this?" Miao Xiao could surmise the significance of the pocket watch, though she could not discern its uniqueness. Perhaps its only distinction lay in the fact that it was a gift from Dailo. "It's something that represents my identity. Perhaps that is its meaning." This pocket watch was originally intended as a birthday gift for his sister in his past life. However, he had not the chance to present it before arriving in this world. Apart from the family, he lived with day in and day out. His cousin's family was among the relatives he cared for the most. His cousin had treated her well, thus he had not forgotten to prepare a birthday gift for her. Alas, it was now impossible to deliver. Therefore, this pocket watch from another world might be the most precious item Dailo possessed. Perhaps it had accompanied him to this world precisely to be given to Miao Xiao. Dailo was uncertain about the mechanics of his soul's transmigration, nor did he understand why the pocket watch had followed him. However, he wished to present it to Miao Xiao. This item was, in the truest sense, a gift from the same origin as him. To offer such a gift might suggest that, deep down, Dailo had begun to comprehend Miao Xiao's significance to him. "Could you help me put it on?" Miao Xiao smiled gently, cradling the pocket watch in her hands. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Dailo. "Absolutely not." A frantic voice erupted from behind Dailo. A certain individual, having endured a lengthy period of witnessing their romantic exchange, could no longer contain their inner fury. "I clearly made a grand entrance, so why the hell have I been subjected to this prolonged display of affection?" Chapter 85, The Ice Age. The Encarno Hotel, 17th floor. There exists a bedroom that appears markedly different from the others. From the outside looking in, the previously gray exterior has transformed into a frigid azure hue. Infused with a potent chill and visible crystalline formations, it spreads and proliferates, ultimately morphing into an irregular blue covering. If the situation outside the room is peculiar, then the conditions within are truly unprecedented. A colossal, deep blue vortex spins above the double bed, pulsating with serpentine electric currents that coalesce. The outer rim of the vortex appears chaotic and unstable, yet within its depths, it mirrors a clear painting. However, the sole issue lies in the fact that this image is rather unappealing. It depicts a massive face of a Pokémon, one that Dailo recognizes. Its entire form consists of a core of black stone, with two prominent black, conical horns flanking its head. The face belongs to the Pokémon, Glalie. Presently, this visage of Glalie, devoid of a body, glares at Dailo with palpable irritation, having waited for an extended duration. Consequently, these humans seem to have no end in sight. What a nuisance. Utterly bothersome. Little one, what kind of expression is that? Do not wear a countenance as if a great adversary approaches. Even if I truly were to come, you would not prevail. With a dismissive glance at the several Pokémon glaring at it, Glalie muttered in complaint. Even through the mirror-like vortex, Dailo and Meow Xiu could perceive the enormity of Glalie. Such a size, coupled with the swirling gases surrounding it, denoted a Pokémon of dominion in unexplored territories. Moreover, it was a Pokémon capable of human speech. Well, never mind, little one. Our king wishes to meet you. So I have come to inform you, lest you embarrass yourself later. While you may act freely in my presence, our king possesses rather discerning tastes. Roar. Before Dailo could utter a word, Houndoom was the first to unleash a roar at the floating Glalie. A commanding level Pokémon dares to address me in such a manner. And you are the first to remain unscathed. The originally black and blue irises transformed into a blood-red hue in an instant, and it was unclear what Ice Guardian had done. By the time Dailo and Meishu regained their composure, all the Pokémon had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. Enough, human. I am not here to negotiate with you. This is your opportunity. Should you wish to meet the king, I shall now direct this chaotic ice mirror to him. However, if you are disinterested, our conversation ends here. Ice Guardian, having lost its patience after waiting an inordinate time for Dailo and Meishu, was no longer inclined to elaborate. Who is your king? Dailo inquired, gripping Meishu's hand and casting an uneasy glance at Ice Guardian. The creature's visage was already quite terrifying, especially given its colossal size as a dominant Pokémon. If you agree to go, you shall naturally find out, Ice Guardian replied coolly. How do I meet him? Dailo posed a critical question. He was still bound by a task and could not venture elsewhere in search of a Pokémon. Simply through this distorted ice mirror. You need not worry. I am merely here to ascertain your stance, for if you do not wish to go, there would be no need for me to disturb the king's slumber over such a trivial matter. Ice Guardian offered a brief explanation before turning its gaze back to Dailo, inquiring, so what is your answer? I can go, Dailo affirmed with a nod. Very well, human, you are rather agreeable, Ice Guardian remarked, its blue-black eyes scrutinizing Dailo as if peering into his very essence. Yet, soon after, Dailo and Meishu noticed Ice Guardian's figure beginning to fade. It diminished, and then vanished entirely. However, this was merely the commencement of their journey. As Ice Guardian dissipated, Dailo and Meishu beheld the vast expanse of ice and snow behind it, glaciers, snowfields, icebergs, and snowy peaks. All things related to whiteness and coldness unfolded before them. This is, Meishu gasped, squinting at the overwhelming brightness. Her eyes discomfort by the glaring whiteness, a typical cause of snow blindness. Dailo, your sunglasses. Meishu hurriedly stepped aside to hand Dailo his shades while donning a pair herself. Look over there. Dailo pointed toward a snow-covered forest. What is it? Meishu scrutinized for a moment, failing to discern its secret. It's alive. It's a Pokémon. Dailo exclaimed. What? Meishu blinked in surprise, examining the forest closely once more, and finally detected something unusual in its outline. Is that a Glacian? She recalled a grass and ice-type Pokémon. Indeed, but it must also be a dominant level Pokémon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so immense. Dailo cast a wary glance. But the rapid movement of the distorted ice mirror soon left that forest behind. The surrounding scenery diminished until they could no longer see the cluttered objects. And only then did Dailo and Meishu sense they had reached their destination. It was an endless glacier, an unfathomable ice cliff loomed before them. Then, Dailo witnessed the earth parting, a fissure emerging in the ice. The distorted ice mirror leapt down through the crack, unveiling a new vista. Dailo, over there, Meishu exclaimed, captivated by a stunning sight. A congregation of Pokémon, Mamoswine, Piloswine, Beartic, and Kyurem, were apparent. By their size, Meishu surmised they were colossal creatures from an ancient era. Yet, they were all lifeless, encased in the ice of this glacier, trapped in this white world. They were sealed away, and unless humanity could unlock this place, they might never see the light of day again. Which legendary ice-type Pokémon could it be? Kyurem? Articuno? Or perhaps Regice? Dailo pondered silently, suspecting it could be the latter in this ice age. As the distorted ice mirror descended further, Dailo began to glimpse powerful ancient Pokémon, commanders and dominators, each larger than the last. Indeed, in the ancient times, dominant beings roamed freely. Grasping Meishu's hand, he sensed her temperature was rather cold. Turning to her, he noticed a faint flush on her delicate face. It was only natural. Dressed in a bath towel in such a frigid environment was hardly comfortable. Why don't you head to the bathroom and warm up with some hot water? You might catch a cold, Dailo advised with concern. Wait, I want to meet this legendary Pokémon alongside you, Meishu insisted, mustering her spirit despite her pallor and standing beside Dailo. Chapter 86, The Return of the Legend. In the extreme north, at the deepest point of the ice world, a colossal ice crystal statue lay in silent repose. It emanated a sense of oppression that could only be genuinely felt upon witnessing it firsthand. Towering and grand, akin to a giant standing against the sky. It exuded an imposing aura. Its entirety was composed of ice crystals, more radiant and resplendent than those found within glaciers, and undeniably sturdier. It resembled a giant lost to the ages, serene, eternal, maintaining its pose, entombed in a corner of this world, a realm difficult for others to reach. Dailo felt that such an existence should not remain thus. It ought to rise, to stand upon the ground, and allow the world to feel its majesty. It should awaken the power within and allow the world to behold its boundless grandeur. Yet it did nothing. It was neither a revered, towering giant nor a terrifying, world-destroying fiend. It was merely a forgotten, slumbering entity. Regice, the legendary ice-type Pokémon, also known as the Ice God Pillar. In Dailo's past perception, its appearance was unremarkable, and its strength among the legendary Pokémon was not particularly high, especially considering it had been bested by a certain deity in anime. Yet now, Dailo dared to assert that such a Pokémon was undoubtedly among the apex of this world's power. Young one, you have arrived. On the face of the massive ice sculpture, 7 yellow points were visible, forming a cross. One horizontal line slightly longer, one vertical line slightly shorter. At that moment, these 7 yellow points suddenly illuminated. As they brightened, Dailo sensed the long-dormant earth awakening. Young one, you have arrived. This was a statement devoid of doubt or curiosity. A simple, unembellished declaration, as if it had long anticipated Dailo's arrival. Was it Ice Guardian that had informed it? Dailo was uncertain, and Meishu was equally in the dark. However, Meishu understood one thing. This statement was not directed at her. It seemed this colossal being had not regarded her presence at all. What is your name? This was a question posed in a calm, undeniable manner, as if it were expected that one must respond. It appeared both domineering and serene. Did Dailo dare to be defiant at this moment? He did not. Thus, he endeavored to maintain a composed tone as he replied softly, I am Dailo. You are quite intriguing. The 7 yellow lights of Regice flared once more, becoming even more blinding, like searing rays of light, yet they did not melt the surrounding ice. Dailo was at a loss for words. He did not know how to respond. I have slumbered for a long time. Perhaps the beings of your have long since faded into the annals of time, yet I remain. But you have awakened me. Do you realize that it is a force of rules, the very essence that shapes this world? It awakened me, yet it was influenced by you. Regice gazed down upon Dailo, observing the ants beneath his feet with an air of condescension. He continued, however, at this moment, I sense no force of rules emanating from you. This indicates that you are either incapable of wielding it or have merely aligned with the will of the rules by some fortunate chance. Yet, such feats are not within the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, you may indeed be extraordinary. Extraordinary? The force of rules? The system? Is it speaking of you? Dailo immediately attempted to activate the system. Yet this time, the system remained dormant. Indeed, it was unresponsive. The infallible system, akin to a power outage, had fallen silent. You seem to have had an epiphany, Regice remarked, its keen senses detecting even the slightest shift in Dailo's demeanor. However, it added, but fret not. This remains your secret, and I shall not pry, for I am not yet worthy of conforming to the world's rules. Were I worthy, I would not be in a state of slumber. Dailo was at a loss for words. He simply listened, striving to be the best audience. I am unable to leave just yet the world has summoned me. This signifies that I must no longer remain in slumber. I can feel it. Across the corners of the world, many beings akin to myself are awakening. Furthermore, I sense a familiar essence upon you, reminiscent of an old friend. In another, equally potent scent, it appears you have encountered that great insect. Great insect? Is it referring to the insect god? Dailo felt utterly indifferent. He sensed that if the other wished, they could uncover all his secrets. Perhaps, no, certainly. I am convinced that this world has undergone some transformation, one that necessitates the involvement of a being like me. Regice's tone shifted slightly, indicating that this recent change had even unsettled this ancient entity that had lain dormant for eons. So, little one, I believe it is time to offer you recompense. Regice moved. This motion was seismic. With it came an overwhelming darkness, as if the light of the world had been extinguished. It stood tall, a height unimaginable, truly a giant that towered above all. Could it be that the insect god is of such stature? Yet, that great insect was but a projection, perhaps a mere avatar? I know little of insects, but that being is likely too cowardly to reveal itself to the public. Regice could see through everything, perceiving Dailo's every thought. Thus, its responses always sent a chill down Dailo's spine. Yet, what did the other intend to repay him with? Little one, I have a premonition that something is about to awaken in that place. Regice gestured, and suddenly, a colossal ice mirror materialized before them. Dailo squinted and exclaimed, "What? Is that not Odoma Ray? Is this not my very first mission? Good heavens! What has happened to this world? Is this an era of turmoil? Why does everything seem connected to Odoma Ray? Just recently, I encountered an ancient deity, and now another? And you tell me that soon, there will be yet another? Must it be this thrilling? Can I return home? The Pokémon world is far too terrifying. May I return to Earth?" Dailo felt utterly intoxicated. He sensed the world spiraling into a state of profound chaos. The ancient, elder-tier Pokémon had awakened. A nefarious organization, so mysterious that even Team Rocket treated it with seriousness. The frequent appearances of the Elite Four. The invasion of dominant Pokémon. Is this the apocalypse or a crisis for humanity? But wait, Regice had mentioned a recompense. Yes, recompense. Regardless of how perilous the future may be, the promise of recompense is paramount. This is the legendary Pokémon's recompense, referred to simply as the legendary recompense. Chapter 87, The Apostle. That gem behind you is quite remarkable, Regice commented, eyeing the Ocean Heart Pokeball with keen interest. It was a gift from a friend. Dailo speculated that this meeting with Regice had something to do with the system in this Pokeball. The gem is indeed impressive, yet the construction within is rather peculiar. In my era, such artifacts did not exist. Regice, having lived millions of years ago, had naturally never encountered such advanced technology as the Pokeball. This is a Pokeball, an object created by humans to capture Pokémon and forge contracts with them. Dailo endeavored to avoid framing the Pokeball as a tool for enslaving Pokémon. But he presumed Regice's intelligence would allow it to infer the true purpose of the Pokeball. Humans, indeed, are the most intelligent race upon this land. You need not be anxious. This is a product of the times, and I shall not unjustly direct my ire towards you. Regice pierced through Dailo's thoughts. It understood his apprehension of inciting its wrath, yet it held none. Rather, it bore a sense of resignation. Why, among the favored of heaven and earth, must humans become the rulers? Had all beings akin to itself, after their slumber, produced no remarkable descendants? Enough. I did not come to dwell on such meaningless matters today. The 7 points on Regice's visage flickered as it continued. You should understand that my existence has limitations when it comes to manifesting in this world. What those are? Accompanying Kona was another figure. I cannot disclose at this time. However, since the rules of the universe have awakened me, it signifies that I have tasks that must be fulfilled. Isn't that contradictory? To demand labor while constraining one's freedom? Are you a philosopher then? Merely spinning thoughts without action is considered labor? Dailo could not discern Regice's emotions, as it appeared as cold and detached as a machine. Of course, it is impossible to infect this slab of ice that has slumbered for millions of years. Calm and indifferent are its true attributes. Isn't it strange? Regice perceived that Dailo still did not fully grasp its meaning. Indeed, Dailo nodded, for he had yet to comprehend the other's intentions. Would you be willing to become my apostle? 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 Who's apostle? Regice apostle. Why? Because one can conform to the world's rules to some degree? Dailo was uncertain if he possessed the right to refuse. Yet, he suspected he did not. What must I do for you? Dailo did not respond directly. He felt it prudent to be somewhat circumspect. Rest assured, we are beings permitted by the world. Thus, our actions shall not contravene the essence of the world. The world awakening us indicates its need for us. And what I require you to do is undoubtedly aligned with the world's needs. Do you believe that acting in accordance with the world's desires is a negative endeavor? Regice's demeanor was unhurried, reminiscent of a sagacious elder guiding Dailo to clarify his thoughts. Dailo began to formulate a conjecture. If one were to liken the world to a computer, then the issues it required addressing would be akin to a virus. The beings such as Regice are akin to antivirus software. The world itself can no longer contain the spread of the virus. Thus it requires these antivirus programs to assist in resolving its issues. And as Regice posited, should Dailo become its apostle, he would undoubtedly undertake actions beneficial to the world. However, the critical question arose. What constitutes a benefit to the world? You wish Dailo to handle matters that even this world regards with trepidation? Is this not tantamount to a death sentence? Moreover, what does it mean to be beneficial to the world? It is not in Dailo's favor at all. He is still quite young and has no desire to save the world. He merely wishes to cherish this fleeting time, to revel in the myriad experiences of life, and to live according to his own whims. The wheels of the world are far too immense, and the upheavals of history often possess an irresistible force. Dailo feels as if he is a passenger yet to board the train, while the current world resembles a reckless driver accelerating around a bend, intent on overtaking. The speed is overwhelming, and he hesitates to embark. Is it so? It appears you are reluctant to accept this position. Regis' previously monotonous tone shifted, becoming agitated and less composed. Dailo sensed a touch of sadness emanating from this giant. Dailo opened his mouth, attempting to voice something, but Regis interrupted him. Little one, you may not realize this, but the world, much like my existence, is likely engaged in similar endeavors. You are the first promising apostle I have encountered, but merely the first of many who will be invited to meet me. Regis lifted its head, its 7 luminous points directed at the sky, speaking with a tone of resignation. This world is changing. Without sufficient strength, survival is feasible, yet one cannot expect to thrive. I can offer you an opportunity for transformation within this realm. Others may also provide such chances, but if you wish to test the limits of humanity on your own, time may be running short. What do you still worry about? Despite its contemplations, Regis remained focused on its purpose, suddenly recalling a seemingly trivial matter that, to Dailo, warranted serious consideration. As my apostle, you will naturally receive my protection. The tasks beyond your capabilities will not be thrust upon you, and moreover, I can offer you considerable assistance. Why did you not say so sooner? Dailo had pondered for quite some time, primarily due to the ambiguous benefits promised by his superior, which had failed to ignite his enthusiasm for the job. Do you agree? Regis' tone now bore a hint of surprise. Yes. Dailo nodded with difficulty. Then, splendid. Allow me to bestow upon you a blessing of mine. Regis raised a hand towards the heavens, piercing the firmament. Its entire form stood tall like a lightning rod. However, Dailo soon discerned something profound. The sky transformed, or rather, the clouds above began to converge, compress, and morph, adorned with an intricate, lace-like pattern that resembled a snowflake, yet continued to shift. Thus, with the will of ice, humanity, proclaim your name aloud. Regis' voice resonated with a profound depth, shaking Dailo to his core. I am Dailo. Speak louder. Regis thundered. I am Dailo. Dailo, abandoning all reservations, shouted, momentarily forgetting he was still in a hotel. Although the soundproofing was commendable, he had raised his voice excessively. Chapter 88, Manula. Buzz. A 2-meter-wide beam of light cascaded from the sky, piercing through the distorted ice mirror, mercilessly enveloping Dailo within. Manula was inexplicably pushed aside by an unseen force. Though this was a blessing, such an unknown circumstance inevitably stirred a sense of unease. The young girl anxiously observed the figure bathed in the icy blue light, faintly perceiving a rough outline. It was Dailo, who appeared remarkably at ease. Immersed in energy, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he relished the experience. It was an exceedingly comfortable power, as if a force that rightfully belonged to him had returned. There was no repulsion, only a seamless fusion. The energy flowed in gradually, and Dailo absorbed it piece by piece. As the beam of light began to dissipate, Dailo's form became increasingly defined. It seems you have wholly embraced it. Through the distorted ice mirror, Regis' expression was inscrutable, yet the 7 luminescent points remained focused on Dailo, as if striving to see through him. When the last drop of power melded within him, Dailo felt a cool sensation at his brow. Manula distinctly observed an enigmatic, ancient character materializing on Dailo's forehead. This is the power of ice. You may attempt to activate it, Regis encouraged softly, eager to witness the capabilities of its servant. The power surged, roared, and raced. Suppressed, it awaited release. All the energy converged, compressed, and solidified. The pale blue points swirled and pulsed, emanating the essence of the world's origin. At the moment his hands turned entirely ice blue, Dailo comprehended the essence of this power. Frozen Fist. An extraordinary skill that had a chance to freeze an opponent's movements. Indeed, it bore resemblance to the ancient Snorlax's blessing, akin to Hakurine, was it not? Quite impressive. More adept than I anticipated. It seems your foundation is solid. Regis remarked approvingly, its gaze drifting past Dailo, disregarding the Pokémon on the ground and Manula beside him. It focused instead on the Pokeball that had awakened it, and the Pokémon egg floating in the air. Next, it was time for reciprocity. Another beam of ice blue light emerged, yet unlike Dailo's, this one was released from Regis' hand. It was not as grand in diameter, measuring merely half a meter, but it was ample enough to envelop the Pokémon egg and the Pokeball. My apostle, go greet your companion. Gazing at the light column, Regis instructed Dailo. Companion? You mean the Pokémon egg? Hastening toward the beam, Dailo beheld a small figure materializing within. Then, a dazzling white light erupted, blinding him momentarily. Yet as the brilliance faded, a diminutive form appeared before Dailo, bearing a bewildered expression. This newly hatched Pokémon gazed at Dailo, and he returned the gaze. A yellow dot adorned its forehead, and it sported a fan-like appendage atop its head. Its neck, ears, and 2 tails were crimson, while its body was predominantly a deep gray, with red eyes and sharp teeth peeking from its mouth. Its palms and toes were white, equipped with sharp claws. Dailo recognized this Pokémon. However, it seemed improbable that such a creature could emerge directly from a Pokémon egg. Manula, the claw Pokémon. Shouldn't the egg have only hatched into a Nulla? Why had its evolved form appeared instead? It is a delightful little creature. You must treat it well. The distorted ice mirror began to fade, and Regis' voice receded into the distance. Before Dailo could fully comprehend, the entity had vanished from his sight. The newly born baby gazed at Dailo, nipping at its own claws, its wide eyes sparkling. Although it was a dark and ice-type Pokémon, Dailo could only think, so adorable. Gradually, several Pokémon previously rendered unconscious by the ice ghost began to awaken. A few seasoned Pokémon surrounded Dailo, regarding this little newcomer. Perhaps due to their shared dark typing, the Maitaiana and Honchkrow exhibited a heightened interest in Manula, their eyes locked on it in a silent exchange. Slowly, Manula's expression shifted from bewilderment to a somewhat fierce and cunning demeanor. Caw. Through the translation from the tactical chip, Dailo grasped the meaning conveyed by his Pokémon. The gaze of this little creature is rather striking. I find its eyes quite captivating. This refers to the great Mastiff and the Crow leader. Ghastly observed his little brother, chuckling softly, yet his gaze shifted to the great Mastiff and the Crow leader, causing his head to droop shortly thereafter. Another Pokémon with malevolent traits. How unfortunate. The Beedrill, however, displayed no extraneous expressions. It merely assessed the opponent's strength instinctively. It appeared to be at the commander level. Wait, no, that can't be right. Why is it born at the commander level? Even Beedrill found itself perplexed by this anomaly, but casting a glance at Dailo, it surmised that this might indeed be the result of its Master's influence. After all, Dailo was unlike ordinary humans, if it were him. Engaging in actions that defy logic would be acceptable. Manectric? Dailo called out the name of this Pokémon species. Upon hearing Dailo's voice, Manectric ceased its stare-off with the great Mastiff. Its eyes transformed into round orbs, seemingly still imbued with a hint of innocence. Was it adorning itself for attention or merely observing? Dailo understood. Manectric's fierce demeanor was likely a necessity of its environment. However, in his presence, this little creature bore no semblance of wariness. Thus, Dailo picked up the ocean heart from the ground. Come inside. Dailo activated the Pokeball and beckoned to Manectric. After a brief hesitation, Manectric leaped into the Pokeball, accompanied by a flash of azure light. Its form was swiftly enveloped within. Captured, Manectric. With a flick of his wrist, the Pokeball enlarged in an instant, and with another flash of blue light, the new companion officially materialized before Dailo. However, thud. It sounded as if something had collided with the wall, and before Dailo could exchange a few words with Manectric, he swiftly turned his head. Upon this glance, his heart tightened. Masha. At that moment, the young girl was propped against the wall, clutching a towel, her complexion flushed as she crouched on the floor, one hand shielding her chest. Due to her excessive movements, the towel no longer adequately concealed her delicate form. But at that instant, Dailo was acutely aware that her condition was rather dire. Chapter 89. A semi-divine offspring appears in the ladies' room. The nurse has arrived. The nurse approached. The nurse was changing in for a patient. Perched on a chandelier, the Crow leader watched the white-clad nurse below with a sense of ennui. This Pokémon, as dark as its heart and feathers, could only think how harmonious it all is. When would it be able to lead such a harmonious life alongside its master? Well, never mind. After all, it was a rare holiday, so it might as well take a break. Though it was a sick leave, the Crow leader closed its eyes, intending to catch a quick nap on the chandelier. With plenty of time left for Masha S4, it could certainly spare a moment to rest. As the Pokémon with the most freedom under Dailo, the Crow leader had spent the most time in the real world compared to its companions. However, today the hospital was rather empty, allowing the other Pokémon to sneak out for a breath of fresh air, with Dailo's tacit approval. Ghastly should be outside under the eaves, the great Mastiff dozing at Dailo's feet. Manectric seemed to have wandered into the hospital's back garden to play, and Beedrill, concerned for the little one, followed suit. In summary, Masha S. Cold provided a rather leisurely respite for the Pokémon. Yet, the subject of the matter felt less than well. Dailo. Masha set down her phone and gently poked Dailo, who was resting with his eyes closed, with her uninfused left hand. What's wrong? Dailo inquired, opening his eyes. Could you please call the nurse for me? I wish to use the restroom. Masha was not shy about it. In front of Dailo, there was no need for such reservations. After glancing at the half-empty bag, Dailo agreed that it was quite normal for Masha to want to use the restroom at this time. So he stood up and said, "All right, I'll fetch one. MHM. Masha nodded in response, then urged, hurry. Oh right. Dailo understood. Masha had likely been holding it for a while. In any case, he needed to quickly find a nurse to accompany her to the restroom. Ah, doctor. Just as Dailo turned a corner, he spotted a nurse pushing a cart. What's wrong? The woman in the pink nurse's uniform stopped, looking up at Dailo. My friend needs to use the restroom, and I can't accompany her to the ladies' room. Could you accompany her? Oh, sure. Please lead the way. The nurse placed the cart against the wall and promptly followed Dailo. Thank you. No problem. It's my duty. The nurse flashed a sweet smile, though Dailo did not see it. Masha, the nurse has arrived. Upon reaching Masha's S4 station, Dailo leaned down to inform her. Thank you. Masha glanced at the nurse behind Dailo and expressed her gratitude. No worries. Watching the nurse assist Masha with the 4, Dailo returned to his seat. The doctor had determined that Masha's cold was viral, likely due to the stress during the bug tide and the poor air quality in the hotel at that time. She might have inhaled some problematic particles. Now that the bug tide had receded and they were safe, they relaxed only to encounter red ice right after a warm bath, leading to the inevitable cold. Ah, what was that shrill scream reminiscent of a children's detective show? A Pokémon detective? Almost everyone accompanying patients in the hospital instinctively moved towards the source of the scream. Upon arriving, they found a situation that would cause any man to halt. The ladies' room? Dailo and the Crow leader exchanged bewildered glances at the sight of a woman collapsed on the floor. There's a Pokémon. There's a wild Pokémon inside. The woman, seated on the ground, was assisted to her feet by onlookers, yet her complexion remained pale, indicating she was quite shaken. All right, it's fine. It's just a slime Pokémon. One hand held steady, while the other lifted a gooey, soft-bodied Pokémon. Masha and the nurse emerged from the restroom. Thank you. The expression of the woman, having escaped a close call, could only be described as overwhelmingly grateful, as if Masha were akin to a deity. Wait a moment. A slime Pokémon. A semi-divine being. Masha, did you just come from the restroom with a semi-divine being in your hands? Are you going to capture it? Upon seeing Dailo standing amidst the crowd, Masha smiled while holding up the semi-divine offspring that had already been battered by a Sylveon. She already possessed an egg of a dragon-type Pokémon, so she was not particularly concerned about this semi-divine entity. Ever since the incident when she forgot to carry a Pokémon and faced an unexpected situation, Masha had made it a point to always carry Pokémon with her. She did not wish to trouble Dailo unnecessarily. A visit to the restroom yielded a slime Pokémon. A slime Pokémon. Why is it that everyone else can use the restroom, yet you alone encounter a slime Pokémon? The other trainers present were utterly perplexed. And why on earth would a semi-divine offspring be in such a peculiar location as the ladies' room? Wait a moment. How come you're not capturing this slime Pokémon? And you intend to let someone else catch it? Who is the lucky individual? And then, Dailo stepped out from the crowd. Under the nearly murderous glares of the trainers and onlookers. System. A figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. It was Dailo. Help me check its data. Dailo gazed at the waning slime Pokémon and suddenly found it truly deserving of its title as the weakest dragon type. Pokémon species, slime Pokémon. Various attribute indicators. Stamina, C. Attack, C. Defense, C. Special attack, C. Special defense, C. Speed, C. Pokémon comprehensive aptitude, C. Pokémon rank, commander level, 1 star. Battle inclination skill, absorb, grass type special attack. Battle inclination skill, bubble, water type special attack. Pokémon ability, herbivore. When attacked by grass type moves, it takes no damage and instead boosts its attack. Pokémon habit, it resides in damp, shaded areas to prevent its slippery body from drying out. With all indicators merely at a C rating. This fledgling Pokémon undoubtedly lives up to the title of the weakest dragon type. However, Dailo cast a glance at this Pokémon's habit. It enjoys dwelling in moist, shaded spots. So, you have a particular fondness for the ladies' restroom? What of your dignity as a quasi-deity? Dignity? Must you be so foolish? Ah, wait. Dailo suddenly discovered something quite intriguing. Upon observing the Pokémon's rank, he exclaimed, Goodness, you are indeed at the commander level? Caw, look at that, Chief. This little gem is of the same rank as you. Dailo already possessed 5 Pokémon, a Mytiana, a Corviknight, a Jengar, a Beedrill, which came with a Megastone, and a Mamoswine. Only 1 slot remained in his roster. If he were to capture a dragon-type quasi-deity, it would undeniably be a worthwhile endeavor. Should he capture it, or let it slip away? Chapter 90. Matters grew complicated. Host, I advise you to capture this Pokémon. The system discerned Dailo's hesitation and spoke up. You must understand. Should you successfully recruit those 2 female thieves in Odomole, you would acquire your very own research facility, along with a parcel of land. These resources would ensure your ability to capture an ever-growing number of Pokémon. Dailo. Matsu observed Dailo squatting on the ground with the sticky Pokémon in his arms and produced a Pokeball from her waist. Matsu's Pokeball was not as extravagant as Hakarine's, but it was certainly not an ordinary item. Dailo was quite familiar with the Pokeball she offered, having previously utilized one just like it. However, the Pokémon he had captured then was ultimately returned to headquarters in exchange for some resources. This was a luxury ball. The last time, Dailo had used such a ball to capture a shiny Zubat. This time, it seemed only fitting to employ it on a quasi-deity. Shall I give it a try? Matsu surmised Dailo's thoughts. With only one vacant slot remaining, caution was essential for him. Yet, Matsu believed that a future quasi-deity was more than qualified to occupy that position. Very well. Dailo accepted the luxury ball. Amidst a flurry of envious glances, he tossed it at the sticky Pokémon. At that moment, Dailo realized that Matsu's luxury ball was rather extraordinary, emitting a golden light. Custom-made? Matsu nodded. After all, she was a minor heiress, and with better resources now available, she intended to make good use of them. Ding. Oh, it was successfully captured? How delightfully effortless. Dusting off his trousers, Dailo affixed the Pokeball to his belt and prepared to depart with Matsu from the besieged locale. Sir, please wait a moment. A doctor clad in a white coat hurriedly approached from the adjacent hallway, intercepting Dailo and his companions as they intended to leave. You see, the doctor, perhaps having rushed too quickly earlier, was now wiping the sweat from his brow as he spoke. Due to the sudden nature of the incident, I called Miss Junsha, and she specifically requested your cooperation with the investigation. Would you mind staying a while longer at our hospital? Why must we cooperate with the investigation again? Ever since Hakarine left, has Junsha set her sights on me? Is there no end to this? As they were receiving treatment over there, Matsu interjected, if she arrives, just let her come over. It was clear to her that Dailo was not adept at handling such negotiations. Oh, all right. The male doctor nodded and agreed, unable to offend either Junsha or an uninformed trainer. Returning to their seats, and once the nurse had departed, Dailo dialed Das's number in front of Matsu. Captain. Oh, Dailo. What brings you here? Das was well aware that Dailo seldom called without reason. Junsha mentioned she would come to see me. Dailo disdainfully shifted the blame onto Das, knowing he would know how to handle the situation. Oh, is that so? Please, share the details. While Das had some preliminary judgments forming in his mind, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. Matsu fell ill and discovered a sticky Pokémon in the hospital restroom. After uttering this sentence, Dailo fell silent. Guessing Das might need a moment to process the information, Matsu fell ill. She went to the restroom. She discovered a sticky Pokémon. Das, I believe your mind may be stuffed with a sticky Pokémon. Where's that sticky Pokémon now? Das's tone was somewhat strained. I captured it, Dailo replied succinctly. Oh, I see, that is splendid. Internally, Das was perplexed. All right, I think I have a grasp of the situation. Abandoning the futile conversation, Das quickly shifted topics. You do realize that a sticky Pokémon could not possibly appear in the Chengdu region, correct? Das posed a rather fundamental question. Yet, Dailo replied, Why not? Das, the year of training with Team Rocket taught you how to fight, but not how to think. My apologies for that. The reason being that sticky Pokémon only inhabit the Kalos region, the Alola region, and uncharted territories. Such Pokémon cannot be found in human cities. Quasi-deity Pokémon are the most promising of creatures. There is no doubt, as long as they do not perish, they will never fall below the median commander level in the future. Such Pokémon cannot possibly appear in a lady's restroom. Do you understand? By the end, Das was practically enunciating each word with fervor, particularly emphasizing the last phrase with barely suppressed exasperation. Understood. Dailo shot an awkward glance at Matsu, who was stifling laughter beside him, feeling utterly helpless. So, Junsha is here for this sticky Pokémon? Certainly not. You haven't forgotten the major event you just experienced, have you? Das dropped the playful tone and addressed Dailo seriously. Are you referring to the insectoid invasion? Dailo's mind began to race. After all, he could not always play the fool. Yes, Pokémon from uncharted territories are now capable of entering human cities independently, which raises an issue: public safety. To maintain city stability, Junsha undoubtedly requires first-hand information about the invading Pokémon. Consider this. Does a sticky Pokémon seem like one that could venture out of uncharted territories on its own? Not at all. Dailo envisioned the sticky Pokémon's predicament and thought that autonomous action was likely not a routine occurrence for one of the weakest dragon types. This implies that someone must have brought it here. Does the sticky Pokémon not care about its elder brother or parents? Das's tone turned grave. He sensed that Dailo might have stumbled into a rather troublesome affair. Are you suggesting it got separated from its parents? Dailo's expression stiffened. realizing that the situation was indeed quite precarious. Did I say it got lost? Das's voice on the other end was cryptic. Dailo, having spent over a year thwarting villains, immediately deduced a chilling preliminary hypothesis from Das's earlier admonitions. Are you suggesting that someone deliberately discarded the sticky treasure in the city? Dailo had begun to piece together the situation. Luring a dominant Pokémon from undeveloped areas to invade the city was a straightforward endeavor. All one needed to do was enrage them and retreat to human-populated areas. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to provoke a sovereign Pokémon and successfully escape, as they would likely perish along the way. But what about that organization? Chapter 91. The Dragon-type Sovereign? Davina, could you assist me by removing this for? Matsu, seizing a moment when Dailo was distracted, beckoned to the nurse who had previously escorted her to the restroom. But you haven't finished your 4, Davina replied, glancing at the half-full bottle of saline, her expression betraying her hesitation. Please, Dailo and I have urgent matters to attend to. Matsu understood that time was of the essence. Very well, I understand. Davina knelt down and expertly removed the needle from Matsu's arm. Matsu, on the other side. Dailo had just put down his phone and immediately noticed their actions. We must leave. If we linger any longer, Junsha will arrive. Did you not procure the medication prescribed by the doctor? He queried. Matsu, though not entirely clear on the situation, had caught snippets of Dailo's conversation and surmised the gravity of the events unfolding. Waiting for Miss Junsha's arrival would likely mean another period of captivity under surveillance. All right, let us go. Dailo made a swift decision. Since Matsu had resolved to leave, he felt no need to hesitate. Honchkrow, call. With one arm around Matsu and the other grasping Honchkrow's talon, Dailo leaped from the window of the infusion room. Mr. Dailo. The nurse gasped in shock at the reckless duo. This is the 5th floor. The wind roared as it rushed past them, momentarily blinding Dailo. As a 3-star commander-level Pokémon, Honchkrow should have been capable of carrying Dailo alone without issue. However, with Matsu in his arms, its flight became a considerable challenge. The descent was rapid, but thankfully, Honchkrow managed to ensure a level of safety, preventing their situation from devolving into a free fall. Eritos. Matsu retrieved a Pokeball from her waist and tossed it toward the ground. Prepared for action, Eritos emerged, promptly spinning a massive web into the air. Beedrill. Dailo, lacking a free hand to throw a Pokeball, issued commands through a tactical chip. Beedrill responded immediately, breaking free from its Pokeball in a flash of vibrant light, heralding the long-awaited evolution. Beedrill Mega Evolution. Buzzing, as a commander-level Pokémon, Beedrill was able to alleviate some of the pressure from Honchkrow's descent. With a rapid flap of its 4 delicate wings, it provided support behind Dailo. Upon landing, both Dailo and Matsu exhaled in relief. Matsu shot Dailo an exasperated glance. Grateful that she had opted for jeans today instead of a dress. Who could have predicted such a sudden leap from a building? Let us move. The staircase on the 5th floor would pose many challenges, not least of which were the watchful eyes of medical personnel. However, observing the approaching security guards, Dailo flashed a fearless smile. They could no longer be stopped. Thank goodness you thought to rent a car beforehand. Otherwise, we would truly be trapped. Seated in the passenger seat, Matsu felt her anxiousness gradually dissipate. The Audi A6 that Dailo had rented was a rather understated choice. In his previous life, a high school student like Dailo would never have been able to drive. Yet, the rigorous training of Team Rocket ensured he had not neglected such essential skills. With a press of the accelerator, they swiftly evaded the guards attempting to block their path. Where to next? The impulsive leap had been spontaneous, and due to the preceding circumstances, Dailo had yet to formulate his next move. At this point, our crew should have already arrived, right? Matsu recalled the tickets Dailo had booked. But I canceled them when you came to the hospital. Dailo had anticipated that Matsu would not recover so quickly, and that an infusion could not be completed in a single day, so he had decided to postpone their plans. Isn't that fortuitous? The rooms you reserved were 2 single rooms, and I wonder if this cruise has any couple suites, Matsu mused, gazing out the window, speaking as if to maintain her composure. Unfortunately, Dailo could see the telltale blush creeping up her ears. Let us go and see, though he spoke casually. The joy in Dailo's eyes and Matsu's bashful demeanor could not disguise the palpable tension in the car. Dailo, Matsu pressed her hand against her fore-affected wrist. Suddenly anxious. What do you think the parents of the sticky treasure might be like? Surely, they must be 2 sovereign-level Pokémon, and they should be stronger than the Dragonite that Dailo possesses. Dailo did not believe this incident would reveal any ancient deity-level Pokémon. If that were the case, Regis would have alerted him long ago. A sovereign level, and of the dragon type. This time, it was indeed a town-level threat. Matsu lowered her gaze. recalling that the last insect plague had been categorized as a town-level threat before the emergence of the bug god. Subsequently, it escalated to a catastrophic level. While this time there might not be as many sovereign Pokemon as before, Matsu was acutely aware that dragon-type sovereigns and bug-type sovereigns were entirely different concepts. Thus, we must hasten our escape, Dailo remarked without a shred of decorum. Agreed. Matsu quickly steadied her mind. Such matters were beyond their control. Oh, by the way, I've booked the room. Matsu picked up her phone to show Dailo. Royal Ocean, Deluxe Family Room. Dailo's gaze fell upon the bold print. No couple suite, he mused, perhaps a moment of impulsive thought. Matsu shot him an amused look, playfully scolding. This kind of cruise wouldn't have such amenities. Would you prefer not to stay in a family room, Mr. Dailo? I could switch to a single balcony room instead. No. Dailo's lips twitched, promptly agreeing. Especially after lingering on the words family room, he found himself inexplicably voicing, Matsu, when we return from Odoma-Ray, where would you like to stay? We should still be traveling to many places afterward, right? Matsu replied, slightly taken aback, but soon grasped Dailo's implication. Well then, I hope to buy a villa. Or perhaps a small castle in a Western style. Living together with Dailo should be quite comforting, right? What kind of house would you like to live in? Then let us go with the small castle. Dailo, too, found himself intrigued by such architecture, estimating that the Sinnoh region would host a fair number of similar buildings. Chapter 92, Private Nurse. The shimmering waves lay tranquil, the vast ocean deep and boundless. The luminous moon hung high, casting a gentle light, while stars twinkled, enlivening the night. Matsu rested in her room after taking her medication, her Pokémon by her side in vigilant watch. However, for Dailo, it was still a tad early to retire for the night. What might the landscapes of ancient times have been like? As time passed, did it erase those mighty figures standing tall? Dailo did not know. He had encountered the bug god, as well as Regice, and even that mythic creation of modern humanity. Mutuo. Unbeknownst to others, the Pokémon that intruded upon the mist was well recognized by Dailo and Meishu. The power it had bestowed upon him lingered in his mind for many years, making it exceedingly difficult to forget. This time, he found himself aboard a cruise ship, bound for a destination where an ancient sovereign awaited him, the ruler of the water city. From a historical perspective, one might speculate that it could be Latios and Latias. Yet, this is merely the history recorded by humankind, not the long-buried chronicles of yore. At the very least, he harbored a premonition that the primordial entity he would soon encounter would not be a pair of dragon-type Pokémon. As for the basis of this intuition, how could Dailo possibly know? Mr. Dailo, is Miss Meishu not present? In a graceful departure from her nurse's attire, Davina emerged from the cafe behind him, a delicate goblet in hand. She approached the deck where Dailo sat. Yes, she has taken her medication and is now asleep. Clad in a mid-length, pleated gown, Davina placed her cup down and settled into the chair beside Dailo. I truly owe my safe departure from that city to you and Miss Meishu. With a bittersweet gaze, she looked toward the horizon, where the city had vanished from view. Davina brushed aside her bangs and sipped gently from her red wine. We simply possess a heightened sense of impending crises compared to the average person. Dailo's gaze shifted to her profile, admiring her lengthy eyelashes and the strands of hair stirred by the night sea breeze. What of your family? They have long since departed. Turning her slightly flushed face toward Dailo, Davina interrupted his inquiry with a hint of bitterness. Mr. Dailo, would you mind conversing with me? I have no grounds to refuse. He replied, gesturing with his hands and shifting his gaze to the sea, hesitant to meet the depths of her expressive eyes, fearful of the heartache it might entail. Does that imply you would refuse me if you had a reason? Downing her glass of red wine, Davina gazed into the distance, sighing softly. My parents were Pokémon hunters. I see. Dailo grasped the essence of her situation from her initial words. Such a profession, scorned by the League, often led to death or capture unless one was affiliated with an organization akin to Team Rocket. They were formidable hunters, she said, her voice laced with admiration for her parents, reminiscent of an innocent girl. They once captured a legendary Pokémon, something from the Sinnoh region, I believe, but I don't recall its name, for they were detained immediately after. There was no sorrow in Davina's eyes. She had long accepted her fate. Actually, my name is not Davina, Mr. Dailo. Would you like to know my true name? Given her parents' capture, she was forced to live under an alias, a notion Dailo easily understood. If it's inconvenient, you needn't disclose it. Despite being aware of her slight inebriation, Dailo felt compelled to maintain her composure. However, I have considered that if one day I were to reveal my true name, that person would surely be a benefactor capable of safeguarding my future. This woman. Dailo raised an eyebrow, sensing a deeper understanding. It appeared that Davina was far from an ordinary nurse. Few would possess such meticulousness. Rushing to the port upon Dailo and Meishu's departure, even before Miss Junsh's arrival. Mr. Dailo, would you be willing to protect me? To be candid, Davina was undeniably beautiful. Yet Dailo knew little of her. It would be foolish to sell himself short over mere words. You are intoxicated, he remarked gently. I am not. Pouting slightly, Davina glared at him, inquiring, you and Miss Meishu are not ordinary either, are you? With such formidable Pokémon and such decisive actions. The moment you evaded Miss Junsha, I knew you belonged to a similar realm as my parents. A similar realm? Dailo echoed, curiosity piqued. Of course, I refer to those in the gray professions. Dailo smiled wryly. Have you forgotten your parents' fate? He did not intend to reopen old wounds, but sought to remind Davina of the purpose behind her years of anonymity. He assumed she wished for a life of peace. While he and Meishu yearned for such a life, reality often dictated otherwise. However, this world is perilous. It is only individuals like Mr. Dailo who can find solace. Exhaling softly, imbued with a hint of wine, Davina rested her chin upon her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. System, what should I do? Should I accept? Dailo felt a slight headache. Do not conceal your desire for beauty. When an alluring woman is willing to approach you, would you refuse? Rest assured, she harbors no malice. She merely seeks refuge in this encroaching chaos. This is a clever woman, aware of the approaching dangers even before the onset of turmoil, perhaps influenced by her parents. Yet, at the very least, she is a step ahead of those who continue to live blissfully in the city. Mr. Dailo, I understand that asking you to take me in is an imposition. However, Davina faltered, uncertain of how to proceed. Initially confident that her charm, coupled with a glass of wine, would sway him in her favor while Meishu was absent. She found Dailo's composure far exceeded her expectations. Had she known he had always existed under Meishu's ethereal influence, her confidence might have waned. What could I possibly offer that would entice you? She pondered. My body. That would be too demeaning. I would not wish to resort to such means. Pokémon. I am not a trainer, so how could I possess any? Wealth? My parents left me nothing, and my own assets consist solely of my earnings as a nurse over these past few years. Miss Davina, Dailo began. Yes? Would you accept a position as my private nurse? Leaning back in his chair, he regarded her with pure admiration, his gaze filled with appreciation for the beauty before him. Chapter 93, The Newspaper. Hey, miss, would you mind if I sat here? A young man with slicked-back purple hair sauntered into Davina's line of sight. Oh, I'm sorry. It's occupied. Oh, is it? My apologies for the intrusion. Unfazed by the rejection, the young man took a seat not far from Davina, casually propping up his legs. The sea breeze caressed the deck, and the gentle waves danced. As Davina toyed with her empty goblet, she remained lost in thought, contemplating Dailo's words before his departure. I don't foresee any issues, but my greatest concern is that if there comes a day when you tire of our journey, I hope you will inform me promptly. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, I would not wish for you to stand against me for any reason, be it related to your life or love. I can assist you, but please, do not betray me. This was the essence Davina gleaned from Dailo's message. Dailo. It was as if she could see his reflection in the goblet. And this astute woman ultimately stumbled away from the deck, her mind still swirling with thoughts of him. Back already? Meishu sat up in bed. The surrounding scenery diminished until they could no longer see her the cluttered gown and objects, sticking an alluring glow in the darkness, beckoning Dailo to come closer. Are you feeling better? Dailo, aware that Meishu had taken medication, was concerned about her recovery. Approaching her bedside, he turned on the corridor light. Yes, much improved. Meishu pulled Dailo toward her, disregarding whether he had changed out of his clothes. Drawing him onto the bed. You smell of wine. With a sly glance at Dailo, Mayu chuckled softly. She had encountered Davina. Dailo, to speak candidly. I didn't indulge in any alcohol. She did, he admitted, adding, did you escort her back to her room? No, I returned first. Dailo chuckled in disbelief, then inquired. Are you feeling jealous? Not at all, Mayu retorted, pressing closer to him, her breath warming his chest. I sense the egg of the double-headed dragon is about to hatch. She murmured. So soon? Dailo paused, surprised. Manuela's hatching was anomalous, enhanced by Regis buffs, but why was the double-headed dragon hatching so quickly? Perhaps the previous trainer prepared it for a long time, Mayu speculated. Davina. Dailo contemplated, ultimately opting to share his thoughts. She will likely join my family. Joining the family implied that upon Dailo attaining noble status within the alliance, Davina would become his retainer. That's a good thing, Mayu remarked briefly before falling silent. Yet Dailo sensed her grip on him tightened. Passing his fingers through her hair, he held Mayu close, sitting together in silence. Several Pokémon, perceptive as they were, remained utterly silent, with ghastly blending seamlessly into the shadows. No. Dailo's sentence was cut short as Mayu placed a hand over his mouth. Don't apologize. Never apologize, she laughed, unwavering in her belief of her standing in Dailo's heart. Just as every time he returned to his room, he found her waiting. If I behave well, perhaps I could serve you in the future, right? Isn't that what nobles do? She traced a finger softly across Dailo's chest. Her touch as delicate as jade, tapping at his heart. Dailo did not wish to argue. If the individual were a withered, aging woman, would he so readily take her in? Probably not. Let us sleep. Good night. Good night. As they tucked themselves under the covers, Dailo faced Mayu, who furrowed her brow slightly, and said, Turn over to sleep. What if you catch a cold? She was concerned about passing her illness to him. Then take me to the hospital. Not a chance. Let your beautiful nurse take care of you instead. Though she jested, Mayu smirked, quickly nestling into Dailo's embrace. Unwilling to part. Time to rise. She shouted into Dailo's ear, but upon noticing his lack of response, she exasperatedly tossed a pillow at his face. All right, I'm up. I'm up. With no hint of embarrassment, Dailo sat up, donned his clothes, and entered the bathroom. However, when he caught another glimpse of Mayu, he realized he had missed something in his sleep-addled state. What's wrong? Mayu, seated at the table, sipped her freshly brewed tea and gazed at Dailo. Almost immediately, she deduced the meaning behind his expression. Do you fancy this off-shoulder outfit? She rose from her chair, intentionally making herself more visible to him. Dailo nodded, believing the attire suited Mayu splendidly. I see. Well, hurry and brush your teeth. She playfully nudged him toward the bathroom, then sat at the head of the bed. Yet her beaming expression betrayed her inner joy. Today, she hadn't overthought her appearance. She simply dressed earnestly, not expecting it to align perfectly with Dailo's tastes. Gazing at her light blue off-shoulder dress, Mayu contemplated her future fashion choices. Sylveon and Swablu, her two most familiar Pokémon, merely perched nearby, chuckling softly. Dailo, look at this. When Dailo emerged from the bathroom, Mayu remembered the newspaper she had seen earlier. What? Dailo accepted the paper she handed him, glancing down. Though he had heard some descriptions from Davina before, she had quickly evaded the disaster, leaving Dailo unaware of the specifics. But now he comprehended. Those two Pokémon were likely on par with the Ice Ghost under Regis' command. Observing the two somewhat plump dragon-type Pokémon amidst the ruins, Mayu made a decisive judgment. Since their understanding of the hierarchy remained unclear, they could only deduce from the few dominant Pokémon they had encountered. Currently, Regis' cadre included two dominant Pokémon, the Ice Ghost and the massive forest Blaziken he had previously seen. While the strength of Blaziken remained to be confirmed, Dailo had already witnessed the Ice Ghost's prowess, which was undoubtedly superior to that of the dominant Caterpie. As for the dominant Volcarona, if it remained inactive, its true weight was hard to judge. Let the Alliance worry about these matters. However, now Dailo had identified the parents of the sticky Pokémon. He gazed at the two Pokémon depicted in the newspaper, Dragonite and Drampa. Chapter 94, Reina. Miss Mayu, how is your health today? Davina inquired as she sat beside Mayu, carrying a tray laden with a self-service breakfast. Today, she donned a simple yet elegant outfit, a black sports t-shirt paired with blue pencil pants. In her 20s, she was at the peak of her beauty, and it was evident she did not shy away from showcasing her charm. Much better. Yesterday's medicine was quite effective, Mayu replied, unfazed by Davina's uninvited demeanor. She set down her chopsticks, pondering a question. You must not be a trainer yet? Ah, correct. I don't have any Pokémon. Davina acknowledged the financial burden of being a trainer. Her salary was insufficient to maintain such a luxury. Indeed, Pokémon represented a luxury item for the average individual. Excluding those young trainers who caught bugs or nurtured flowers, most Pokémon were costly, particularly rare species. In her previous comfortable life, Davina had never contemplated owning a Pokémon. In hindsight, it seemed unwise. This ship seems to have fishing spots. They should be on the deck. Wait, let Dailo lend you a Pokémon. You might catch something interesting. Mayu recalled the cruise's facilities, which specifically mentioned areas for capturing water-type Pokémon. Thank you, Davina replied, surprised by Mayu's amiability. We will be family soon, so no need for thanks. Mayu smiled faintly, sipping her milk. What shall we discuss? Just as Dailo arrived with his breakfast, an egg, 2 slices of bacon, hash browns, milk, and some assorted snacks, he asked, if Davina is joining us on this journey, she will need Pokémon, right? There are fishing spots on this ship. Let us check them out later. As Dailo approached, Mayu deliberately pulled her tray closer, making space for him. By the way, Mayu, is the ocean considered a developed or undeveloped area? Dailo, unable to eat just yet, posed a pressing question. The cruise line navigated through developed regions. However, with a good fishing rod and a long enough line, They might catch deep-sea Pokémon from undeveloped areas. Mayu glanced at Davina and smiled. With our skills, capturing a Pokémon from an undeveloped area shouldn't be too difficult. Alright then, let us head over shortly. Dairo lowered his head to sip some water, then suddenly turned his gaze towards Davina. You still haven't revealed your true name. Dairo had departed early the previous night, allowing Davina some solitude for contemplation, which left him unable to continue their prior conversation. You may call me Reina, my lord. My lord, a rather charming appellation. It seems you have already embraced the role quite well. Dairo made no retort, merely extending the handful of Pokeballs in his possession towards Reina. Take a look at my Pokémon. Soon, when you catch a water-type Pokémon, you'll need them for battle. His current team consisted of a Great Hound, a Crow Leader, a Ghastly, a Beedrill, a Manectric, and a Snorunt. Matsuri, which one do you think I should choose? With her understanding of Pokémon inferior to Dairo's, Reina immediately sought counsel from Matsuri. Dairo's Pokémon. It seems Snorunt has a Grass-type move. You could try it first. If that fails, you can send out Beedrill. It's a mega-evolving Pokémon of the Commander level, certainly sufficient to contend with those water types. Although Snorunt was the weakest Dragon-type Pokémon, it still bore the distinction of being a dragon. Its potential lay therein. It would eventually rise. Then I'll select these two. Reina returned the remaining 4 Pokeballs to Dairo, but suddenly, an untimely system alert chimed in. Rare Pokémon detected. Please proceed. Automatic navigation commencing now. It seems a Pokémon is nearby. Let us investigate. Dairo immediately set down his utensils and rose from his seat. Matsuri and Reina, upon hearing this, asked no questions and simply followed Dairo's lead. The trio exited the restaurant, walking for about 5 or 6 minutes until they reached the deck. Host, please look to your left. Reina, observe that Pokémon. The deck was sparsely populated, yet many had noticed the Pokémon as it lay sprawled upon the deck, brazenly unhidden. However, since the creature exhibited no aggressive intent, the travelers paid it little mind. Trainers were not a common sight, at least on this deck. Only Dairo and Matsuri remained. That is, Matsuri and Reina also spotted the Pokémon. It was a bipedal, pink creature, somewhat plump in form, with curly ears. A cream-colored striped band adorned its abdomen, while its tail featured a spiral-shaped shell that clamped tightly onto it, decorated with spikes and dark patterns. A water and psychic-type Pokémon known as Starmie. It was only natural for such a seemingly dull Pokémon to bask in the sun atop the deck. System, could you display its stats? Certainly. The system responded promptly. Pokémon species, Snorunt. Attribute metrics. HP, A. Attack, A. Defense, S. Special attack, A. Special defense, A. Speed, C. Overall Pokémon quality, A. Pokémon rank, Commander level, 3 stars. Battle preference skills, Psychic, Special attack, Psychic type. Battle preference skills, Water gun, Special attack, Water type. Pokémon ability, Oblivious. This Pokémon cannot be confused in battle. Pokémon behavior. Due to the clam clamping onto its tail, Starmie is forced to swim reluctantly in search of food. Indeed, the Pokémon summoned by the system were of high quality. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it could evolve to Commander level. Shall we capture it? Dairo turned his head to Reina. Huh, me. Surprised, Reina gazed at Dairo, never expecting that their casual fishing would lead to an encounter with a wild Pokémon. This one possessed excellent qualifications, likely on par with her Crow Leader. Dairo compared his Pokémon and found that the one most comparable in strength to this Starmie was indeed the Crow Leader. Then I shall give it a try. Chapter 95. Hail to the Lily. My lord, what should I do? Asking for guidance had always been a noble principle, and Reina adhered to it well. Rather than charging in like a fervent, inexperienced trainer, she first sought Dairo's advice before the battle. You could ask Matsuri for a Pokeball and then toss it with intent. Dairo had never formally engaged in Pokemon battles. The Great Hound had followed him. The Crow Leader was salvaged after a skirmish with a pack of Great Hounds. Ghastly was a gift from Team Rocket. Beedrill was given to him after a chaotic encounter with a horde of Pokemon. Manectric was a product of Regis' creation. And Snorunt was a gift from Matsuri following a tussle in the women's restroom. So, had Dairo ever participated in wild Pokemon capturing battles? Oh, he might have caught 2 shiny Pokemon previously, Meowth and Zubat. The former was slain after being trailed by the Crow Leader, and the latter was snatched amidst chaos. Neither could be considered a standard wild capture. Thus, the situation felt rather awkward. Had Reina been aware of these circumstances, she would have refrained from questioning him. Clearly, she had approached the wrong person. Nevertheless, she chose to heed Dairo's words. She turned back and requested a Pokeball from Matsuri. Unsure of Dairo's intentions, Matsuri cast a puzzled glance at the two before handing over a custom luxury ball. Should I say something? Reina recalled that televised Pokemon battles often featured dramatic lines. No need, just throw it. Dairo dismissed the notion of any theatrics. All right. Reina poised the luxury ball, preparing to launch it. Aim carefully, Dairo advised. Understood. Reina calculated the distance and hurled the Pokeball with all her might. Oh, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, intrigued by the Pokemon and its trainer. Though they had no time to partake in such adventures, as a steady job was sufficient to sustain their families. Thud. The luxury ball struck Starmie, which promptly grasped it with its hands and popped it into its mouth. With a bite, it failed to crush it. Starmie felt a tickle and scratched its belly. Then, feeling another itch, it scratched its head. At that moment, 100 crow leaders flew overhead, rendering the scene rather awkward. My lord, Reina's voice trembled slightly, as she began to realize her master may not be as reliable as she had hoped. Dairo was equally bewildered. Shouldn't the Pokeball have encapsulated the Pokemon upon impact? If that failed, it should have been ejected afterward. Why was Starmie now chewing on the luxury ball? This was not how it was supposed to unfold. The Starmie, still clutching the Pokeball, twitched its nose, as if catching a whiff of something. It then sniffed again, confirming the scent. Starmie suddenly became exuberant. It clutched the luxury ball and waddled over to Reina, who stood before the crowd. Is it returning it to me? Reina looked uncertainly at Starmie, then glanced at Dairo. Matsuri? Dairo knew Matsuri could comprehend Pokemon speech. I can't understand the words of such Pokemon either, Matsuri replied with a sigh. She possesses the ability to communicate with intelligent Pokemon. However, the Slowpoke is not among them. It is, after all, quite the simpleton. Young master? Reina was in a state of utter confusion. She yearned to retrieve the luxury ball. Yet a wave of trepidation held her back. She was well aware of the nature of Pokemon. Should the creature become enraged, she would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Why don't you try bringing it over? Said Dailo, uncertainty lacing his words. Young master. Reina was on the verge of tears, lamenting her misfortune in having such an unreliable master. Hadn't he seemed perfectly normal the previous night? It's fine. It won't harm you. Dailo's words were like a soothing balm, reminding Reina that he was, after all, a trainer capable of safeguarding himself from a Slowpoke's attacks. Instinctively, she grasped Dailo's wrist and tentatively extended her left hand. The Slowpoke appeared perplexed by the human female's sluggish movements. How frustrating. It was even slower than itself. With a disdainful expression, the pink Pokemon took a step closer to Reina. However, her heart raced in fear. She was utterly bewildered by the creature's sudden movement. In fright, she ducked behind Dailo, her hands tightly gripping his wrist, digging in deeply. Ouch, that hurts. Dailo's lips twitched uncontrollably. He sensed that the unfolding drama was decidedly problematic. Don't worry, it has no intention of attacking you. Turning his head to offer a slight reassurance, Dailo managed to muster a smile that was more painful than pleasant. He, too, felt like crying, not from fear, but from pain. Why did such beautifully manicured nails hurt so much? Reina's head cautiously emerged from behind Dailo, her flushed face pressing against his left arm. She then focused her gaze on the Slowpoke, which was equally bemused by her presence. Reina found the Pokemon to be even stranger. At last, these two peculiar beings managed to place their hands together. The moment Reina touched the luxury ball, she instinctively recoiled her hand at lightning speed. To her surprise, the Slowpoke flashed a silly grin and leaped over Dailo, pouncing towards Reina. A shrill scream erupted, echoing across the surroundings. Dailo felt as though his eardrums were under siege. Goodness, that scream rivals those of female characters in Detective Conan. As the Slowpoke lunged from Dailo's side, Reina had no option but to turn away from him. In that split second, she was met with the equally bewildered expression of Maris. In that instant, it was as if a devotee had encountered their deity. In that moment, it felt as if a child had reunited with their mother. It was akin to a mouse's infatuation with rice. Reina, completely overwhelmed, flung herself towards Maris. The latter responded swiftly, wrapping her arms around Reina, and the two beauties tumbled together across the deck. Then, amidst a flash of golden light, a luxury ball containing the Slowpoke began to roll leisurely towards their location. What a remarkable scene. Dailo gazed at the two entwined women, ultimately uttering those four words. At that moment, his heart echoed, "Long live Yuri." Dailo. Maris, still rubbing her forehead, took a while to collect herself, only to find Dailo standing there, rooted in place. She couldn't help but scold. "Come here quickly." "Oh, all right," he replied. Chapter 96, The Reward Screen. The sea breeze wafted through, and beneath the blazing sun, the once quiet room now buzzed with activity. Reina, still in a daze, pondered. So this Pokemon called Slowpoke is now mine? I am a trainer now? Indeed. It seems my words have proven true. Dailo smiled at the Slowpoke. Reina pouted. I can't believe I trusted you enough to throw the Pokeball. Well, in terms of results, you did catch it, Dailo remarked. The Slowpoke, oblivious to the conversation, contentedly munched on the canned fish Maris had given it while wearing a silly grin. Are we still going fishing later? Maris inquired, observing the eager Pokemon beside her. It's too hot this afternoon. Let's wait until evening. After all, many Pokemon are active at night, Dailo suggested, glancing at the relentless sun. However, be aware that high-risk Pokemon may also appear at night, so exercise caution, Maris advised, stroking the fur of her Sylveon. So, Reina, how do you feel? Dailo's gaze shifted to the woman struggling with the Slowpoke. Why won't it pay attention to me? Reina lamented, feeling that this Pokemon was as unreliable as Dailo. Take this. Dailo retrieved a set of tactical chips from his backpack. What is this? Reina curiously examined the two small metallic devices. These are tactical chips from Team Rocket. They will assist you in communicating with your Pokemon, Dailo explained. How do I use them? Reina asked, placing one of the chips on the Slowpoke's neck, suddenly feeling a soft and comfortable sensation emanating from her Pokemon. Hey, how long are you going to keep squeezing? You're interrupting the Slowpoke's meal, Dailo exclaimed, exasperation evident in his voice. Try to convey your thoughts to it through the chip. Dailo is such a fool, Reina thought to herself. But the moment she had that thought, the Slowpoke set down its fish can and lifted its head, astonishingly uttering, "What the heck? Wait, how did the Slowpoke just speak? And why was its first utterance this?" Dailo's eyes widened as he realized the implications. The Slowpoke is a Psychic-type Pokemon, so it should be capable of this level of comprehension. What it just said must have been transmitted from Reina, Maris deduced, her extensive knowledge coming into play after a brief moment of surprise. Huh, so you were teaching it to say that just now? Dailo's expression darkened as he turned towards Reina, his face demanding an explanation. Caught off guard, Reina stammered, I didn't expect my Pokemon to behave like this. It sold itself out in an instant. Ignoring Dailo's expression, she shot him a glare and continued her efforts to communicate with the Slowpoke. What skills do you have? The Slowpoke spoke again, and Dailo inferred that it was responding to Reina's previous question. This isn't good. It's just a parrot. System? What should we do? It will get better over time. Once the Slowpoke adapts to Reina's mental energy, it will understand her commands. Dailo relayed the system's message to Reina to spare her further futile efforts. By the way, host, you've accomplished quite a bit recently and activated several achievements. Would you like to claim your rewards? The system inquired. Upon hearing this, Dailo's eyes lit up. What rewards? Achievement unlocked. Captured the first semi-legendary Pokemon. Achievement reward. Legacy memory of the ancient slime dragon. Achievement unlocked. Captured 6 Pokemon. Achievement reward. 2 opportunities to open exclusive instances. Achievement unlocked. First Vassal. Achievement reward. Ability to teach suitable skills to others. Limit of 5 people. Achievement unlocked. Apostle of Regice. Achievement reward. Learn 2 random ice-type skills. A flurry of notifications left Dailo momentarily dazzled, yet he diligently read through each one. The first achievement reward was the legacy memory of the ancient slime dragon, an evident gift for his slime Pokemon. Without hesitation, he called the slime Pokemon over and watched as a purple orb enveloped it in an instant. Dailo? Maris asked, startled by the sudden change. It should be similar to what happened with the previous Houndoom, Dailo explained, employing a method that Maris could easily comprehend. Last time, Mashio was well aware of the situation where the hyena dog turned its fortunes around in the exclusive dungeon over the course of 3 days. The latter had sternly ordered Dailo not to disclose this secret to too many people, allowing only family to be privy to it. Dailo's abilities were exceedingly formidable. An ordinary hyena dog had ascended to the rank of a commander in just 3 days. You mean the sticky treasure too? Mashio began, suddenly glancing at Reina. Shall I step outside for a moment? Reina, quick to react, understood that Mashio wished to keep her in the dark. It's fine. Dailo waved his hand dismissively and continued. I possess a method that can train Pokemon, primarily utilizing the principles of time and space, sending them to a subspace where the passage of time differs from our world. Within, Pokemon can undergo years of training, yet only a few days will have elapsed in reality, thus facilitating their extraordinary growth. Young master, although Reina comprehended only partially, she grasped the gravity of the information she had just received. Dailo truly did not regard her as an outsider. Reina chuckled softly, cradling the slaking in her arms. And what of the sticky treasure this time? Mashio inquired, her gaze lingering on the luminous orb that had yet to dissipate, a hint of concern in her voice. Inside this orb lies the memories of the ancient ecology, Dailo stated, reveling in the shock of his words. This means that the sticky treasure can comprehend the abilities of that ecology. No training method surpasses the inheritance of a memory. It's akin to creating a film of a skill, allowing the sticky treasure to learn continuously. It should be so, Dailo admitted, uncertain if the sticky treasure could indeed reach such heights. His focus now shifted to the second reward, the opportunity to access 2 exclusive dungeons, undoubtedly destined for the Honchkrow and Jengar. With a mere gesture, Dailo summoned them forth. Ma Xiao stared numbly as Jengar and Honchkrow rushed before Dailo, enveloped by a radiant light, before vanishing entirely. Are they also going to that place the hyena dog visited before? Ma Xiao questioned. Dailo speculated. Each Pokemon is likely to encounter different worlds. I wonder how strong they will become upon their return. Ma Xiao recalled the situation after the hyena dog emerged. Feeling a mix of joy and anxiety, Dailo was continuously enhancing his strength, an apostle of Regice, a knight of Hakurine, soon to become a noble of the League. But what about herself? Setting aside her identity as a gym trainer, had she truly grown? Chapter 97. Leaving him? Dailo remained oblivious to the change in Ma Xiao's demeanor. But the perceptive Reina saw it clearly. She refrained from questioning Ma Xiao at that moment, silently committing it to memory. Perhaps, she thought, it was time to help her share the burden. After sending off Honchkrow and Jengar, the sticky treasure continued to undergo its inheritance, leaving only the hyena dog, Beedrill, and Mamoswine among Dailo's Pokemon. The next achievement reward pertained to skills. Dailo had long desired to impart skills to Ma Xiao, but the system had never afforded him the opportunity. Now, at long last, the chance had arrived. The system's instructions were clear. There was no limit to the number of skills he could teach, as long as the recipient's body could withstand it. However, the system had imposed a restriction on the number of individuals Dailo could pass on his teachings. Counting Ma Xiao and Reina, he could teach a maximum of 3 more fighting-type skills. Ma Xiao, Dailo said with a smile as he approached the woman with cascading black hair, initiating the skill transfer once more. What is it? Ma Xiao, lost in thought, instinctively raised her head upon hearing Dailo's voice, meeting the gaze of his radiant eyes. Yes, yet again, just like that fateful rainy night when they first met. Ma Xiao vividly remembered that moment of eye contact. It was then that she had learned Sonic Punch. And what would Dailo bestow upon her this time? Successfully taught Ma Xiao the fighting-type skill Explosion Punch. Successfully taught Ma Xiao the fighting-type skill Double Kick. Host's mental energy is insufficient. Immediate rest is required. Sleep countdown. 10, 9, 8. Dailo lost all control and fell limply onto his soft bed. Ma Xiao, still processing the recent skill acquisition, did not react immediately, but Reina, who had been observing from the side, quickly supported Dailo. Dailo, Reina called out in concern. Dailo, receiving no response, she shook his shoulder gently. He had exerted himself too much. It was best to let him sleep for a while. Regaining her composure, Ma Xiao took Dailo from Reina's hands and laid him on the bed. Dailo's frame was light, evident from his slender physique. However, Reina was still taken aback by how adeptly Ma Xiao managed to carry him. I'll have to ask him about self-defense techniques later. It's thanks to him that I started training, Ma Xiao explained, noticing the surprise in Reina's eyes. You two are quite different from the couples I often see, Reina remarked, reflecting on the young couples she had encountered of Dailo's age. Various reasons, I suppose. We cannot engage in romance like ordinary people, Ma Xiao mused, realizing that since meeting Dailo, she had scarcely found time to relax. But aren't you quite happy? Reina teased. Indeed, Ma Xiao candidly affirmed. So, what were you pondering earlier? Reina's tone shifted, directing the conversation elsewhere. Ma Xiao gazed into Reina's eyes, momentarily taken aback, and helplessly admitted, You noticed, huh? Yes, I caught a glimpse. Though he didn't see me, Reina responded, referring to the he they both knew. When I first encountered him, he was just like you, a lawbreaker without even a Pokemon. Ma Xiao chose a term to describe Dailo's former profession. Team Rocket? Reina recalled Dailo mentioning something about tactical chips. Yes. The criminal organization active in the Kanto and Johto regions. Ma Xiao smiled, recounting, at that time, he truly did fall from the sky. I wondered who would be so reckless. Curiosity compelled me to take a closer look. Fell from the sky? Reina gasped in astonishment. Indeed, there was a plane crash. And he fell out. Ma Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Dailo's entrance had indeed been quite amusing. And then? Reina pressed. Then I saw him surrounded by a group of weak hyena dogs, taming a sandwolf dog, and defeating a Murkrow with Explosion Punch. Ma Xiao reminisced about Dailo's impressive display. Explosion Punch? Reina echoed, puzzled by the skill. He knows some fighting-type skills. It's what I referred to as self-defense techniques. You can inquire about it later, Ma Xiao replied. Oh. Reina found it hard to imagine Dailo employing explosion punch. At that time, Ma Xiao deliberately elongated her words. He wasn't exactly a good person. Huh. Reina was taken aback. Because I wasn't fond of humans back then. I preferred Pokemon and often wondered if I would ever become one. Do you think that's foolish? Ma Xiao smiled at Reina. Reina was at a loss for words. She couldn't very well say it was indeed foolish, could she? So, seeing Dailo utilize Pokemon skills back then was quite thrilling for me. I cleverly lured him into my circle, Ma Xiao revealed. Wait. Reina realized that it was Ma Xiao who had drawn Dailo in all along. She had always assumed it was Dailo pursuing her. Well, in any case, much transpired afterward. Was it a twist of fate or merely serendipity? Regardless, I ended up traveling with him in a somewhat dazed state. Ma Xiao omitted many details, as those were memories she preferred not to share with others. However, prior to my acquaintance with him, I had already established myself as a dojo trainer, yet I found myself continually under his protection. Although there were moments when I could assist him, I often felt that I relied on him more. As Ma Xiao spoke these words, her voice quivered slightly. She was unwilling to accept this reality. Lena had come to understand this sentiment very well. To put it simply, the grassroots trainer Dailo had encountered Ma Xiao. Yet after a period of training, Dailo's prowess had nearly surpassed hers. This realization instilled a sense of urgency within Ma Xiao, leading her to experience fear. Once self-assured, she had believed she could aid Dailo, but as the number of Pokemon by his side grew and his strength increased, she became acutely aware of her own stagnation. Given this situation, should she consider distancing herself from him for a while? Lena suggested softly. Ma Xiao was completely taken aback by this proposition. It seemed plausible, didn't it? Dailo was embarking on his own journey of growth, and she too needed to pursue her own path. Perhaps what Dailo faced was sufficient for his development. Yet it might fall short for hers, or perhaps it had become mundane. Thus, should she take the leap and seek her own way for a time? Lena elucidated her suggestion further, plunging Ma Xiao into deeper contemplation. Should she dare to try? But could she truly bring herself to do so? Chapter 98. The top 16 of the tournament. 3 days swiftly passed, and both Ma Xiao and Lena had mastered the combat techniques taught by Dailo, with their Pokemon also successfully understanding Lena's commands. As evening fell, the crystal chandeliers sparkled enchantingly, and the pianist's melodies flowed like water. Seated at the dining table, Dailo finally appeared rejuvenated after several days. Each session of imparting skills to the two required considerable expenditure of his mental energy, and he had also spent time contemplating the 2 ice-type skills awarded to him by the system. Perusing the menu, Ma Xiao skillfully selected her dishes. But upon reaching the main course, she turned to inquire, Dailo, which would you prefer, lobster or steak? Lobster, I suppose, Dailo mused momentarily before opting to forego the steak. Then I shall have lobster as well. Ma Xiao called over the waiter and submitted the menu. Then I shall have steak, Lena remarked, glancing at the nearly identical choices of Ma Xiao and Dailo with a hint of boredom, lamenting that they could have savored different dishes. Tomorrow evening, we can order something different. Dailo chuckled. By the way, do you plan to attend the pool party tonight? The cruise ship boasted exceptional facilities, with 3 outdoor pools attracting visitors from dawn till dusk. Then you'll accompany us to purchase swimsuits, right? Ma Xiao rested her chin on her hand, casting a mischievous glance at Dailo. Are you not afraid Dailo might choose a bikini for you? Lena teased, taking a sip of her light wine. Dailo wisely chose to remain silent on this precarious topic. Yet it seemed that a delightful evening lay ahead. Guests may enjoy the freshly baked bread now, announced a waiter, presenting a platter of warm bread accompanied by a small dish of garlic sauce, placing it at the center of the round table. Dailo, look over there. Lena's voice interrupted Dailo, just as he was about to spread the garlic sauce on his bread. What's the matter? He inquired, following her gaze. His initially indifferent expression gradually transformed into one of tremor, and his grip on the fork slackened involuntarily. Platter, what is it? Ma Xiao asked, noticing Dailo's demeanor with concern. Her vantage point did not allow her to see what he had observed. A Pokemon of the Overlord level. Dailo quietly withdrew his gaze and picked up his fork once more. Please bring me another fork, he called to a passing waiter. Of course, sir, the waiter replied, retrieving the fallen utensil. Dailo composed his thoughts. What sort of Overlord-level Pokemon could it be? Ma Xiao understood well that there was no Pokemon aboard this vessel capable of contending with an Overlord Pokemon. Therefore, should the creature harbor malevolent intentions, disaster would surely ensue. I cannot say for certain. I did not see it clearly, but its size could only belong to an Overlord Pokemon, Dailo asserted. He had not misjudged, following Lena's direction. He had glimpsed a colossal Pokemon leaping from the sea. The moonlight was dim, leaving him no time to ascertain its identity. Could it be a Wylord? Mashio speculated, but quickly dismissed the thought. No, Warlords do not inhabit these waters. Moreover, they are typically found in groups. How far away is that Pokémon? She inquired. Dailo contemplated briefly, replying, about 500 meters? Yes, that sounds about right, Lena concurred. A silence enveloped Mashio and Dailo, while Lena, perplexed, asked, is that Pokémon dangerous? If it were to attack this cruise ship, unless aided by a powerful flying-type Pokémon to facilitate our escape, there would be little hope. Excuse me, did you all witness that Pokémon as well? A middle-aged man in a white captain's uniform approached their table, his demeanor respectful. Are you the captain? Mashio recognized him from a photograph she had seen in the cruise ship's introduction. Indeed, I am Hordron, the captain of this vessel. I heard reports of an overlord Pokémon sighting and came to verify, he explained. We just saw it as well, but we did not discern what type of Pokémon it was, Dailo replied. It is likely a giant flying fish, specifically one from an undeveloped region. A youth with slicked-back purple hair interjected from a nearby table. Is that him? Lena recalled having encountered this young man on the first night aboard the deck. But at that time, her thoughts had been occupied with Dailo, leaving her uninterested in his advances. Hello, miss, it is a pleasure to see you again. The purple-haired youth greeted Lena with evident delight. Faced with the astonished gazes of Dailo and Mashio, Lena raised her wine glass and introduced, This is my young master. The incongruous response left the young man somewhat awkward, though he soon realized that Dailo was the young master Lena referred to. Good day, I am Chinya Minghui, an Alliance-certified trainer, he said, extending his hand with poise. Dailo casually shook his hand, though internally he mused over a pressing question. An Alliance-certified trainer? Did that mean he was among the top 16 competitors of some tournament? Greetings, I am Dailo, a free-spirited trainer, he replied, deliberately omitting his status as a Knight of Hakaran. Recognizing Lena's intent to avoid further interaction, Dailo refrained from elaborating on her introduction. Since you are all trainers, might I inquire if there are any measures to ensure passenger safety? The captain looked at Dailo and Chinya Minghui with hope, yet both shook their heads in regret. An Overlord-level Pokémon is on par with the champion of the Alliance. Unless this ship harbors more than 2 Elite Four members, no one here stands a chance against it. Chinya Minghui stated, imparting the grim reality. At the utterance of these words, the captain's expression grew considerably more weary. A man in his 30s, he had weathered many storms. Yet who would not harbor a fear of death? Do you know why it has appeared here? The captain inquired. Do not worry too much, Captain. It is possible that this Pokémon is merely surfacing for air. Mashio offered a slight consolation. Thank you. I shall take my leave for now. Sensing the captain's weary demeanor, Dailo found himself at a loss for words. In truth, the concern should extend beyond just the captain. It encompassed all passengers aboard the ship. I shall also take my leave now. Would you like to exchange contact information? Chinya Minghui asked. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Very well. Here is my phone number. Dailo produced a business card crafted for him by Das. Chapter 99, The Abyss. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, thousands of meters away from the sea level, dim light flickered as dark currents surged. This was an abyss, shadowy and ethereal. It was interspersed with unstoppable currents. A one-way passage with no return. Any Pokémon swept into this abyss by the currents would never see the light of day again. Yet, exceptions do exist. Several kilometers away, a corpulent, winged behemoth of a Pokémon approached gracefully. Initially, only 2 beams of white light could be discerned from the depths of the ocean. These were the creature's eyes. They were so bright that they obscured clarity. Like lightning, sharp yet exuding an undeniable majesty, it drove away the water-type Pokémon that dared obstruct its path. Roar! Perhaps sensing an encroachment on its territory, the unfathomable abyss suddenly erupted with a beastly roar. Following this thunderous cry, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Not a single Pokémon dared to utter a sound, each opting for concealment. As it drew nearer, the massive Pokémon came into view. Its back was a deep oceanic blue, while its belly glowed a soft pink. It did not flap its enormous wings but remained suspended in place, impervious to the ferocious currents and the crushing pressure of the water. When its wings unfurled, they created an overwhelming presence that seemed to eclipse the very sky. Aware that the abyss could not accommodate its vast form, it chose to wait there. The Pokémon's body was devoid of hair, yet it was adorned with densely packed, supple scales that left no trace upon them, even amidst the tumultuous waters. It was tranquil, devoid of noise, in stark contrast to the forbidding abyss that intimidated other Pokémon. It appeared as the very embodiment of benevolence. Strangely, the abyss fell into silence. The anticipated cataclysmic waves did not materialize. Instead, it opened. Indeed, the abyss had unfurled. Like two shells parting, it gradually revealed a sinister, cunning visage within. So what business do you have? The Pokémon, a shellmet that yearned to remain undisturbed at the ocean floor, felt irked by the intrusion. It had passed through this area millennia ago and finally chose to linger. And had it not been for the presence of this newcomer, it might have truly slumbered eternally within the depths. The giant flying fish opened its mouth and emitted a series of sound waves, stirring the currents towards the malicious face of the shellmet. The peace between humans and Pokémon is fragile. Do you truly wish to revert this world to its past? Annoyed by the audacity of the untamed giant flying fish, the shellmet snapped its shell shut. The colossal shell, measuring a kilometer in size, was adorned with uneven peaks, sediments, and nests. Each of its peaks was remarkably thick, standing out amidst the underwater mountains and valleys. The opening and closing of the shell caused panic among the Pokémon nesting upon it, who occasionally darted out of their homes, only to be met with the sight of the enormous flying fish. With a flick of its tail, the giant flying fish surged through the currents. Feeling the dawning of its era, its speed was astonishing, its wings cleaving through the water as if it were parting the very layers of the ocean. The giant flying fish receded into the distance, its vast form vanishing from sight. However, the shellmet's shell began to open. With eyes akin to those of a ghastly, it stared wide-eyed in the direction the flying fish had departed. Was it mockery or disdain that flickered in its gaze? Yet soon after, its attention drifted towards the horizon. It could afford to disregard such a trivial creature, but not that one. The shellmet sensed that the other was possibly scheming something. And even at a distance of thousands of miles, it could catch a whiff of a faint, metallic scent. What was that creature planning? It had long been said that the remnants of ancient failures would bring calamity. Sealing it was a grave mistake, and annihilation would have been the wisest course of action. A serpentine Pokémon, measuring 1,000 meters, emerged from the darkness, its fearsome visage capable of silencing the cries of children, sending chills down spines. Its shell, impervious to the ravages of time, could never be truly obliterated. It seemed peculiar for a shellmet to critique another's shell, yet the serpent nodded in agreement. I merely wish to inform you that the king may have intentions, but the time is not ripe. Thus, you must prepare in advance, lest you continue to languish in a state of despair. A life of tranquility is fading away, the shellmet lamented, opening its mouth to swallow hundreds of diminutive Pokémon. The existence of that insectoid creature had previously caused significant trouble, but, no, it's not that creature's fault, the shellmet interrupted the serpentine Pokémon. Gazing into the boundless abyss, it scoffed. If merely that large insect could alter the course of the world, it would be the height of folly. What are you implying? The serpent felt the shellmet's remarks were audacious, even bordering on offensive to the exalted beings above, something it could never achieve. Success would imply that those superior beings harbored their own intentions. The shellmet closed its shell, deeply entombing itself within the ocean's depths. Observing the other's impotent actions in silence, the serpentine Pokémon seethed with frustration. That giant flying fish had no idea what trouble it might incite. Should it? Roar. Another call echoed from an unknown source, causing the serpent's heart to leap. It abandoned the thought of pursuing the giant flying fish. The king was summoning it. Sir, your fruit salad. The waiter approached with a tray, presenting Dailo with a fresh appetizer. I would like one as well, Reina declared, delicately spearing a piece of fruit with her fork. Is this a tree fruit? Mariu also took a small piece. Although she was not in a rush to consume it, instead, she scrutinized it carefully. It must be, Dailo mused, completely ignorant of the types of tree fruits. Miss, your baked mushroom salad. It looks delicious, Dailo remarked, unceremoniously taking a piece of mushroom from Reina's plate. Unlike the fruit salad Dailo had chosen, Reina's baked mushroom salad offered a unique texture, rich with cheese, yet smooth with the mushrooms. One bite nearly scorched his tongue. Is it tasty? Mariu inquired, sampling a piece of the cheese-baked mushroom herself. Quite good, Dailo mumbled, taking a sip of water. The presence of the former sovereign Pokémon did not dampen the spirits of the diners. When embarking on an adventure, one must learn to savor the present. Glasses clinked. Laughter filled the air at the table, yet the wheels of the world continued to turn. Chapter 100, The Royal Ocean, Open-Air Pool. The night was perfect, though not one of tranquil solitude. The older guests and children needing an early night had certainly retreated to their rooms. And those middle-aged individuals lacking enthusiasm for recreation were unlikely to return to relive the remnants of their youthful exuberance. Yet, the knights of this world were never devoid of fiery passion among its men and women. Seated in a beach chair, Dailo observed the boys and girls frolicking in the pool, seemingly of an age akin to his own. Yet, in just 5 days, how many would still maintain such joy? Dailo, wrapped in towels, Mariu and Reina entered together through the door. As they had yet to enter the water, they did not rush to don their swim caps. Their long, silky hair flowed freely. Intriguingly, they chose to sit beside Dailo, one on either side. Though wrapped in a towel, Dailo could still discern the faintly visible, delicate skin of the two women. Their long, fair legs were exposed to the air, adorned with flip-flops that revealed their translucent toenails. Neither of them wore nail polish. Yet even in their natural state, those exquisite feet were a treasure many women could only dream of acquiring in a lifetime. To be frank, Dailo felt an extraordinary anticipation. Although he had been sharing a room with Masho every night, and she was unreserved in changing clothes before him, those moments lasted only a few fleeting minutes and lacked the allure of a runway show. As for Reina, the enchanting woman clad in her nurse's attire transformed into a vision of grace in her bathrobe, exuding a delicate and gentle aura. In contrast to Masho's lustrous black hair, Reina's locks cascaded in a wavy, flaxen hue. In terms of complexion, while Masho appeared somewhat whiter, Reina's skin radiated a tender, porcelain pink, reminiscent of a newborn babe, undeniably adorable. Dailo sensed that many gazes from the pool were now directed their way. The unabashed stares seemingly urging Masho and Reina to shed their bathrobes and reveal the alluring swimsuits beneath. Well, in that regard, Dailo secretly shared their hopes. He could detect a subtle fragrance wafting from both women, likely related to the perfumes they typically wore. Dailo particularly enjoyed the scent Masho donned, which was refreshing, pure, and gentle, rather than overwhelming. However, today he discovered that Reina also emitted a light aroma, distinct from Masho's softer fragrance, embodying a more passionate scent that stirred emotions. Yet, this did not imply that her fragrance was overpowering. Rather, like Masho's, it was a perfectly balanced subtlety. Does this count as being sandwiched between two beauties? Reina teased, crossing her legs and playfully holding a dry towel. I'm completely empty-handed here, Dailo chuckled in response, though it was evident that his spirits were quite high. However, it was not long before both Reina and Masho noticed a shift in Dailo's expression, his smile fading into a rigid mask of concern. What's wrong? They asked, worry etched across their faces. We must swiftly capture a water-type Pokémon, and it must be one capable of carrying us, Dailo stated candidly. Are you certain that Pokémon will launch an attack? Masho's grip on her bathrobe tightened instinctively, her onyx eyes reflecting her apprehension. Yes, but it won't strike immediately. I checked the route, and the most probable time for an attack will be 5 days from now. Given our current speed, we will be the furthest from any land when it occurs, Dailo explained. Of course, his information was not derived from personal insight, but rather from a system mission. System notification, A-level mission triggered. Mission type, survival mission. Mission content, the water and flying type Pokemon, Gyarados, is prowling within a kilometer of the Royal Ocean ship, accompanied by its water-type Pokemon gathering at the seabed. Mission requirement, survive the impending Pokemon attack in 5 days. Mission reward, water space. Isn't this inconsistent with what you were told earlier? Dailo exclaimed in frustration, pulling up the system to confront it. Didn't you say the Gyarados had departed from the Royal Ocean? You even mentioned it would fully reveal itself in 5 days. How has it now transformed into a survival mission? Survival mission. Dailo was all too familiar with this. Just over 10 days ago, he had been engaged in another survival mission. That time, he initially received an A-level task, but upon the emergence of the bug god, it escalated to S-level. However, that did not imply that A-level tasks were any less daunting. Dailo could easily equate today's mission to a survival endeavor in a hotel besieged by a singular dominant fire moth, and the difficulty was significantly heightened. Why? Because hotels, regardless of circumstances, were grounded. As long as one was not slain by the swarm of insects, there would eventually be an opportunity to escape, and support from the Alliance would arrive promptly due to being on land. But now, they were adrift in a desolate ocean for hundreds of miles. If the ship sank, who would come to rescue them? Collect their bodies? Let alone whether they could even be retrieved. Consider the vastness of the ocean, teeming with countless Pokemon beneath the surface. Dailo would never believe that no Pokemon would come to feast should the ship go down. Let us reflect on the troublesome water-type Pokemon within the marine vicinity of Chengdu. Gyarados, that was already evident, so no need to elaborate. Then there was the Ocean Lord, Dragonite, whose water tail could strike with such ferocity that one would scarcely recognize their own mother. Moreover, mature Dragonites were rarely below the commander level, and they could potentially appear in swarms. Now let us imagine a line of Dragonites unleashing their water tails. How spectacular, nay, terrifying. Furthermore, let us ponder what other bizarre entities lurked in these waters. For instance, the Tentacruel, a Pokémon of both water and poison types, equipped with some psychic abilities. How delightful. In this forsaken sea, should one become poisoned, how could one possibly endure until rescue arrives? Disregarding other Pokémon for the moment, these two formidable Pokémon were truly horrifying. Dragonite might roam alone, but Tentacruel undoubtedly traveled in packs. One Tentacruel would certainly be surrounded by a throng of supportive jellyfish. Just imagine how one would escape. Chapter 101. As for the water-type Pokémon, one could only head to the fishing zone. I visited yesterday and found the fishing rods there to be of superior quality, with top-tier bait. If we have 5 days, that should suffice. Mashio did not share Dailo's distressed countenance. Instead, she mischievously reached out and pinched his cheek. Don't worry. The fishing rod shop on the ship is closed for the night, and won't reopen until tomorrow morning. Let us just take the evening to rest, Mashio continued, embodying the role of the caring older sister, soothing Dailo's taut nerves. The pool is rather empty and seems to offer a massage benefit. Shall we head over? Reina suggested, shedding her bathrobe and taking Dailo's hand to lead him towards the bubbling massage pool. Reina, your cap. Mashio also removed her bathrobe, neatly placing it aside, and thoughtfully fetched a swim cap for Reina. Oh right, thank you. Reina released Dailo's hand, and both women gathered their long hair into buns before donning their swim caps. At that moment, Dailo could not help but gaze intently at the two women, adorned in their Hawaiian bikini ensembles. This was his first genuine appreciation of Mashio's appearance, as she never paraded around in her underwear before him. Today was the first time he truly comprehended the essence of long-legged beauty. Her fair legs bore no excess flesh, appearing elongated and straight, smooth and resilient, exhibiting a seamless flow of lines that delivered a striking visual impact. Mashio's swimsuit was also black, featuring a deep black top that clung to her prominent curves, while below those captivating peaks lay a flat, smooth abdomen, elegantly showcasing defined abdominal muscles. As Dailo's gaze lowered, he felt his capacity for rational thought slipping away. The enticing black fabric around Mashio's waist barely concealed her modesty, exuding an irresistible allure. Just as he contemplated diving into the pool to escape, Reina's dazzling white bikini caught his eye, momentarily blinding him. Mashio was the first to catch Dairo's eye, merely by standing in a position that was most visible to him. However, when Reina donned her swimming cap and stepped into Dairo's line of sight, she once again delivered a remarkable visual impact. The classic combination of her beautiful legs and ample bosom ignited a fierce desire within him. Goodness, this approach to perfection was overwhelming. Dairo felt he might not withstand it. He dared not look at the two women as they took a swift step forward, leaping into the water just a meter from the pool's edge. At the poolside, the two women, yet to immerse themselves, exchanged an intuitive glance. Recognizing the mirth in each other's eyes, and with a shared smile, they both leapt into the water. Other guests, hoping to catch a glimpse of the beautiful scene, found their gazes unconsciously diverting away from the massage pool where Dairo and the two women were, turning instead to other females. This was undoubtedly the result of Mashio's enchanting abilities. Her fairy-like power effortlessly misled a crowd of ordinary individuals. Her bold choice to wear a bikini today was solely for Dairo's eyes, while others were simply irrelevant. As for Reina, it was merely Mashio's shyness that prompted her to encourage Reina a little. Due to Mashio's abilities, the once crowded massage pool now seemed to only accommodate the three of them. Feeling the warm water bubbling beneath their feet, Mashio playfully nudged the submerged Dairo with her foot. With a gasp, Dairo emerged from the water, his face flushed, whether from heat or breathlessness, he could not tell. Having lost his usual composure, "Let us take a break. Just stay still," Mashio said, drawing him close to her side as they leaned against the wall of the massage pool, relishing the soothing sensation of the bubbles. Earlier, during dinner, that individual who had taken Dairo's business card presumably sought Reina's contact information. Mashio teased with a gentle laugh as her warm body pressed against Dairo's. "Oh, he wanted to chat with me right after you left that first night, but I turned him down flat," Reina replied with a hint of exasperation. She was no stranger to such advances and handled them with remarkable ease. However, an Alliance-certified trainer must be quite formidable, right? How does he compare to you? Reina recalled the man named Chiba Akihiro's self-introduction. Alliance-certified trainers are those who have collected all 8 gym badges and reached the top 16 in the Alliance Conference. They aren't as impressive as one might think, as gym leaders often suppress their strength during battles. The typical top 16 possess the strength of several commanding-level Pokémon, and Mashio, having once been a gym leader, was well aware of this. The top 16 are Alliance-certified trainers, as are the top 8 and the top 3. I wonder which level of trainer he belongs to, Mashio added. My Dairyu is a commanding level, isn't it? Reina inquired. A 3-star commanding level, just like my Corviknight. Dairo interjected. But that's the strength of your Corviknight before entering spatial training. It hasn't emerged for 3 days, nor has my Drifloon. Even the memory inheritance hasn't been fully absorbed yet. Leaning close to Dairo's ear, Meowsio whispered softly, her breath warm and tantalizing, like a catalyst, continuously stirring Dairo's emotions. Oh my! Dairo had not anticipated Meowsio's proactive demeanor today. Could she be under the influence of something? Feeling their bodies pressed together, a certain part of Dairo was decidedly at attention. He embraced Meowsio tightly, unwilling to let her continue moving, especially with Reina nearby. At that moment, Reina added to his turmoil with a teasing laugh. Young master, you wouldn't refuse a beautiful woman who throws herself at you, would you? If it were me, I would gladly submit. Wow, this fairy is truly excessive, Dairo gasped, casting a sidelong glance at Reina. So, how do you plan to serve me, your young master? Perhaps it would be wiser for the young master to secure Miss Meowsio before contemplating this matter, Reina remarked, a glimmer of confusion crossing her eyes. The changes in the past couple of days had been astonishing. Ever since Dairo had promised to take her on this journey and protect her, her life had transformed. The Pokémon she had never even dreamed of capturing were now hers, and after Dairo taught her several combat skills, she had begun to exercise alongside Meowsio. It seemed that the moment she had walked onto the deck with a glass of red wine and sat beside Dairo that fateful night, her life had irrevocably changed. Chapter 102. The sea is a wondrous place. Here lies the largest Pokémon in the world, where the greatest dominators gather. It is both the cradle of Pokémon and a realm where humanity finds its limits. Amidst the battering of storms, can human vessels safely navigate? Yet, Pokémon freely roam the ocean, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Perhaps humanity can conquer every inch of land, but the ocean remains an elusive domain. The sea breeze sang, serenading the night into slumber. Observing the figure beside him, Dairo sensed that Meowsio harbored some concern. Dairo, she finally spoke. He responded. While you were asleep, I spoke with Hakurin, Meowsio said softly. Hakurin? Dairo's voice rose in pitch. Yes, she wondered why you hadn't called her in so many days. She said you were not a very competent knight. Meowsio recalled the jealousy and envy that colored Hakurin's gaze during their video call, where they could see each other's expressions. So what did you discuss? Dairo felt an inkling that Meowsio's conduct in the massage pool might have been influenced by this phone conversation. Dairo, tell me, if I were to leave you for a time, without knowing how long it would last, and if I could safely return, would you seek the company of other beautiful women to settle down? Meowsio did not answer his question directly, but posed one that chilled Dairo's heart. Where was she planning to go? His heart tightened as he asked, Where are you going? You first answer my question, Meowsio replied, wrapping her arms around Dairo's waist and burying her head in his chest. Then I shall not become an alliance noble, Dairo stated firmly. I shall not go. I shall not go. Meowsio's lips curled into a gentle smile as she lifted her gaze to him. Then there will be no beautiful women accompanying you every day? Aren't there little cards at the hotel? Many can be found at the bar as well, Dairo replied nonchalantly. To his surprise, Meowsio covered his mouth with her hand. No, those are not clean. She couldn't bear to part with Dairo. He was the first man to enter her heart, and there would be no second. So where are you going? Dairo pried, pulling her hand away. I wish to seek out that legendary fairy Pokémon, just as you obtained power from Regice. I too wish to meet it, Meowsio declared, revealing her goal. Zygarde. Dairo recalled the legendary Pokémon from the Kalos region. Yes, that is it, Meowsio confirmed. Meowsio. Dairo gently called her name. She responded with a hint of confusion. I wish to kiss you. The words flowed naturally from his lips. Meowsio's cheeks flushed. Yet she promptly closed her eyes and softly replied. Dairo leaned in, gazing at the enchanting figure before him, his heart aching at the sight of her delicate eyelashes and exquisite features. He cupped her face in his hands, lowering his head until their enticing lips met. After a long moment, they parted. Gazing at the beauty with a flushed complexion, Dailo refrained from uttering any futile words of pleading for her to stay. When will you leave? Once I return from Eau-de-Mer, Hakurin will arrange for you to attend a prestigious academy, and then I shall set forth. It seemed that Matthew had already discussed all necessary details with Hakurin. Will you go alone? Dailo inquired, his tone laced with concern. No, overwhelming worry. Let Reina accompany me. After all, she cannot attend school with you, Matthew suggested, knowing Dailo would not refuse. Dailo, taken aback yet unsurprised, acquiesced with a simple, very well. Silence enveloped them as they gazed into each other's eyes, inching closer. Their lips met, a tender union. Beneath Matthew's ethereal exterior lay a burgeoning flame. However, Dailo had no intention of taking advantage of her excitement. He recognized that Masu was particularly agitated today. When their lips parted once more, Dailo smiled, saying, "I shall wait for your return to propose." Masu's eyes flickered, and she softly replied, "Yes, but do not frighten me as you did last time." Dailo referenced the playful jest Masu had made during his confession of love. "I promise, I shan't," Masu assured, fully aware of his meaning. It is rather ill-fated. Many warriors utter such words to their wives before departing, and oftentimes, they do not return, Dailo remarked with a hint of melancholy. "Then why say it?" Masu pouted, playfully pinching Dailo, though she restrained her strength, ultimately leading to her clasping his hand tightly. Dailo, it was now Masu calling his name. "Yes," he responded. "If, after several years, I have not returned, you may marry Hakurin." "I shall marry only you," Dailo declared, almost on the verge of tears. He was but 18. Embracing Masu tightly, burying his face in her silken hair, his shoulders trembling. Meeting Masu was his fortune. She was the finest guide, nurturing him as he gradually acclimated to the world. What merit did he possess to deserve such devotion? His expression inscrutable, he held her shoulders, trembling as he confessed, "Masu, I like you." "Yes," Masu murmured, nestled in Dailo's embrace, a single syllable escaping her lips. Tears slipped from her eyes, dampening Dailo's nightclothes, wetting their hearts. That night, they slept soundly. Even if they did not succumb to slumber until late, they awoke late as well. Masu was the first to stir. The sun already high in the sky, the clock hands indicating the time. Yet, her first act was to cover Dailo's lips with her own. Dailo, now awake, drew Masu into his arms, cherishing the fleeting moments they had together, yearning for the day she would return to him. One hand boldly slid beneath Dailo, while Masu, with sultry eyes, pressed against him, reshaping the contours of their bodies. "Time to rise," Dailo chuckled, assisting Masu to her feet, as he sought relief from the ignited passions within him. "Oh, let's call Hakurin. She misses you, and we can update her on our situation," Masu suggested, retrieving Dailo's phone. "Ah, yes," he replied. Opening a video call, Dailo promptly selected Hakurin's contact. "Dailo, you too." The girl, initially elated to see Dailo's name, was immediately struck by the sight of the two of them lying on a bed. A lone man and woman together, nearly noon. Hakurin's mind spiraled with wild imaginings, rendering her speechless. "I'll step out. I haven't freshened up yet." Masu winked at Hakurin, waving her hand to signal for her to relax. Chapter 103, The Storm Approaches. That scoundrel. As the eldest daughter of her family, Hakurin slammed down her phone, angrily tossing the pokeball containing Bankairas onto the bed, cursing at the contact icon of the recently disconnected call. "I entrusted you to Otamare for a mission, not for leisure, and certainly not to share a room with Masu. And then to video call me at this time. Pervert. Rogue." It was hard to fathom that such a demeanor belonged to an educated noble of the Alliance. Yet in Hakurin's exclusive chamber, Bankairas could only tremble in its pokeball, feeling forsaken. A pseudo-divine Pokemon had lost its favored status to a mere human male, and it could do nothing but sulk, watching its master with a mix of indignation and despair before succumbing to an afternoon nap. "Miss, Noza wishes to see you." A voice called from outside. "Tell him to wait 5 minutes," Hakurin replied, regaining her composure. Her earlier irritation giving way to a more serious demeanor as she recalled what Dailo had informed her during the call. Initially believing that only Chiba Akihiro on that ship posed a challenge, it now appeared that he was of little consequence compared to a Pokemon dominator from an undeveloped region. "Miss," standing before the most influential candidate for the family head, Noza felt inexplicably dwarfed. "Have the Junsha family arrived?" Hakurin inquired, her gaze fixated on the documents on the table. "They have, waiting for you in the reception room," Noza replied, not daring to be lax. "Show me the documents first," Hakurin commanded coolly. Of course, Noza picked up the materials prepared by Hakurin and bowed as he exited. "Miss Junsha, here are the documents the eldest lady wishes you to review." Noza placed the files on the coffee table. "What is this?" Junsha set down her teacup, picking up the first sheet. Information regarding the Royal Ocean being pursued by a Pokemon dominator from an undeveloped area, as well as reports of the drunken barrel pirates entering developed waters, Noza answered, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "The drunken barrel pirates? That Chengdu region pirate group with 5 commanding level Pokemon?" Junsha's eyebrows shot up, her tone instantly rising. "Indeed, their target should also be the Royal Ocean." Noza found it puzzling why the eldest lady was so concerned about that Chengdu cruise ship. After all, during the last insect tide incident, she had not exhibited the expected demeanor of an Alliance noble, allowing the champion and elite to take the lead. Upon returning to the family, she should have become more low-key. So why was she now more focused on the situation in Otamare? Is Chiba Akihiro also on that ship? Junsha was now thoroughly unsettled. springing from the sofa, leaning on the coffee table, slapping the documents down before Noza. Yes, the third-place winner of the Suzuran Conference, runner-up of the Higa Conference, and the Pokemon hunter discovered to have betrayed the Alliance last year, Chiba Akihiro. Enumerating the records of the purple-haired youth, Noza remained unperturbed. It was not his concern. Thank you, Miss Hakaran, for this information. The situation is urgent. I must take my leave. Please extend my gratitude to the eldest lady, Junsha said, swiftly departing with her graceful strides. Take care, Noza observed her retreating figure, feeling like the most uninformed messenger in the room. It seemed that both Miss Junsha and the eldest lady were aware of a particular issue. So, Chiba Akihiro was an Alliance fugitive? Rina was summoned to Dailo and Masu's room, and upon hearing their news, the white-clad woman displayed a reaction that was not particularly surprised. Yes, clad in white. Over the past few days, Dailo had discerned her distinctive style, predominantly bright white attire. From bohemian skirts to pencil pants, all leaning towards lighter tones. Today, Rina donned a youthful white t-shirt paired with a light blue pleated skirt. It seems you already knew? Masu poured Rina a cup of tea. Not really. I just thought at first glance they weren't serious individuals, that's all. The young man approached me with an air of familiarity, his attire distinctly unimpressive. With a dismissive click of her tongue, Rina appeared to have long since formed a negative opinion of him. Was it truly the case that I projected such a serious demeanor? Dailo instinctively glanced at his reflection in the mirror. The two beautiful women beside him, as if compelled by some unseen force, also cast their gazes upon him. Upon realizing their focus, Dailo felt a sudden rush of embarrassment and took a sip of tea to steady his nerves. What are you staring at? Maryu smiled, her intense gaze fixed upon Dailo, seemingly evaluating his seriousness. Such vanity, young master, Rina remarked, playfully thumping her chest and letting out a sigh, which inadvertently drew Dailo's attention to her ample bosom. Aside from his rather unserious eyes, everything else seems acceptable, Maryu added with a mischievous grin. Dailo sensed the boldness of the two women, yet he found himself unable to muster any defiance in response. Now, let us first examine the profile of Chiba Akihiro. Additionally, Hakaran mentioned that there is a pirate crew operating in the uncharted waters of this region. Maryu entwined her arm with Dailo's, her voluptuous form offering him an unexpected indulgence. A playful recompense for her earlier teasing. A pirate crew? Rina exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Isn't that something from centuries past? The Alliance has long since asserted control over these waters. How could such a force still exist? The ocean remains a realm that defies humanity's dominion, Maryu explained. The Alliance's reach extends only to the developed coastal areas, yet much of the trade at major ports traverses through uncharted territories, where pirate factions still thrive. Each member possesses the capability to navigate these treacherous waters. Having once worked in fashion design, Maryu had interacted with numerous merchants, including a particularly successful shipping magnate. This wealthy trader often expressed his frustration at the mention of pirates, claiming he had employed several Alliance-certified trainers, yet still fell prey to pirate raids. Ultimately, he had to rely on the protection of a pirate crew to conduct his business successfully. Moreover, due to their familiarity with the maritime environment, most of the pirates' Pokémon were of the water type, granting them a formidable advantage even against their weaknesses in these vast seas. Chapter 104. The Legacy concludes. One might describe the waters of the developed regions as shimmering and gently rippling, yet one must never assert that the surface of the uncharted seas is tranquil and picturesque, for such a notion is utterly preposterous. A vessel emerging from the stormy seas appeared rather unkempt, as though it had been ravaged by some calamity. Its hull bore numerous dents and dings. If not for its ongoing voyage, witnesses might have mistaken it for a ghost ship. In this era, pirate ships were no longer the sailboats of yore. Times had progressed, and even pirate crews required well-equipped and comfortable vessels to navigate the uncharted waters. However, a pressing issue remained. Could the plundered riches sustain both the repair of the ship and the wages of the crew? Having suffered setbacks in the uncharted seas, they intended to execute a significant heist in the developed region. Captain, we should encounter the Royal Ocean in approximately 3 days. A pirate clad in sailor attire approached from behind. Before him stood the captain of this crew, the barrel-like Mansaka. Contrary to his moniker, this pirate captain was elegantly dressed in a tailored suit, his sun-kissed skin adorned with a faint scent of cologne. Yet, his suit was draped over his shoulders rather than worn conventionally, with sleeves billowing in the wind, exuding a blend of nonchalance and sophistication. Let us not pursue that ship just yet, it wouldn't be prudent. Don't you find the movements of the Pokémon in these waters rather peculiar? The captain's demeanor was affable, devoid of the menacing aura typically associated with pirates. The sailor scratched his head, an awkward smile gracing his face. Well, recently there have been reports of fewer Pokemon being caught. Precisely, the captain nodded, taking a position at the bow of his ship. Those who have emerged from the uncharted territories are growing impatient. What? The sailor's eyes widened, rendered speechless by Mansaka's revelation. They were not the sole pirate crew to have ventured out of the uncharted waters. It's the overlords. The overlords, Mansaka corrected his subordinate's misconception. If it were merely fellow pirates, I would be less concerned. Captain, a burly man, bare-chested, rushed over in a state of alarm. What is it? Mansaka remarked, surprised to see his first mate in such a state. We encountered a commanding-level Gyarados. The man quickly explained. Oh, Mansaka's interest peaked. Captured by whom? By Jinshu. That young lad. The first mate replied, a smile breaking across his face. Jinshu, huh? Quite impressive. Let us go inquire with that Gyarados and uncover what transpired in these waters, Mansaka declared. Would the host like to generate the strength panel for the Barrel Pirate crew? The system inquired coldly. Yes. Commencing the creation of the Barrel Pirate Crew S information panel. Pirate crew name, Barrel Pirate Crew. Pirate crew territory, none. Pirate crew strength, D. Pirate crew captain, Mansaka. Pirate crew first mate, Answer. Pirate crew shipwright, Fangs. Pirate crew team 1 captain, Oral. Pirate crew team 2 captain, Sintra. Pirate crew number of commanding level Pokemon, 5. Upon evaluation, this pirate crew does not possess ancient legacies. Ancient legacies refer to individuals like Dailo and Hakurine, correct? However, having only 5 commanding level Pokemon relegates them to a D-class pirate crew. The uncharted regions must be exceedingly challenging to navigate. Host. Do not underestimate the pirate crew as a lowly profession. A high-ranking pirate crew is akin to the status of Team Rocket on land. The power and territory they hold is formidable, the system reminded Dailo sternly, ensuring he did not perceive pirate crews as mere outcasts banished by the Alliance. It is indeed plausible for a large pirate crew to possess several Water-type Overlord Pokemon. No, it is certain. Water-type Overlord Pokemon. If such creatures existed, why would they resort to piracy? Dailo mused. Do you think taxes are necessary for no reason? It is, of course, for the Alliance's peaceful development. A portion of tax revenue annually flows into the coffers of several large pirate crews, though only a handful, as pirates cannot genuinely contend with the Alliance. They merely create a notable disturbance. The hidden might of the Alliance's nobility is indeed terrifying. Ordinary individuals would think twice before engaging in such perilous endeavors. One troublesome matter after another, Dailo sighed, overwhelmed by the implications of commanding-level Pokemon, the Barrel Pirate crew, and the impending threat of Alliance fugitives. Oh, and then there's Odomo Ray, who awaits my arrival alongside an ancient deity. Truly, the pinnacle of life, Dailo remarked as he glanced at the laptop Mario had opened. The first image depicted a man who appeared rather serious. Dailo instinctively formed this judgment and, unable to restrain himself, quipped, Here you go, a rather serious-looking man. Just as you requested. Reina rolled her eyes, casting a glance at Dailo. What's this? Jealous because someone else is more handsome than you? Me? Dailo wore a face of utter confusion, resembling the quintessential black man meme. All right, young master is the most handsome, Reina conceded casually, shifting her seat slightly and tugging Dailo down beside her. What just happened? Mario inquired, having noticed Dailo's sudden avoidance when she opened the computer. His expression akin to that of someone who had just won the lottery. To say that her eyebrows danced with joy would not be an exaggeration. The legacy of the sticky treasure had come to an end. It was then that Dailo recalled his primary objective from before. Really? Mary exclaimed with delight, recognizing that the enhancement of strength was of utmost importance at this juncture. One could only wonder what kind of prowess the newly evolved sticky treasure would possess. It had now transformed into a slime girl. Without hesitation, Dailo retrieved a luxurious black pokeball from his waist. A fleeting golden radiance illuminated the scene, and a brand new Pokemon materialized before their eyes. The former puddle of goo was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a magnificent purple snail. Slime Girl's antennae had grown longer than before its evolution. Its eyes had turned a vibrant green, and the green spots on its cheeks had diminished to 2 smaller, lighter dots. However, the predominant hue of Slime Girl remained purple, with a shell-like circular object adorning its back. Pokemon species, Slime Girl. Attribute indicators. Stamina, B. Attack, B. Defense, C. Special attack, B. Special defense, A. Speed, B. Pokemon comprehensive qualification, B. Pokemon rank, commander level, 7 stars. Combat skill inclination, Dragon Breath, Dragon-type special attack, unleashes a powerful breath towards the opponent, occasionally inducing paralysis. Combat skill inclination, muddy water, water-type special attack, sprays murky water at the opponent, sometimes reducing their accuracy. Pokemon ability, herbivore, when attacked by grass-type moves. It sustains no damage and instead boosts its attack. This creature had indeed become as formidable as a great hound. Dailo gazed at the latest Pokemon panel, a satisfied smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 105, The Starters of the Undeveloped Region. The sea was a brilliant blue, a fact that Dailo had been taught by his teachers since childhood. However, what he had always encountered along the shores of Huaxia was murky, sand-colored water. Blue? Such a phenomenon did not exist. He recalled the first time he had seen blue seawater, which occurred during a cruise. At that time, he and his friends were traveling to a neighboring country, and only after the cruise had sailed a considerable distance did they behold the fairy tale blue ocean. Now, in this world, the ocean he was witnessing for the first time was indeed that enchanting shade of blue. Master Dailo, what will we catch? A pair of enticingly fair legs swayed before Dailo, as Reina, donning a wide-brimmed white hat, voiced her grievances. Perhaps a Gyarados? Or a Magikarp? Dailo did not partake in the fishing. He already possessed 6 Pokemon, and capturing more than that without a research facility of his own would be imprudent. He had inquired about this issue long ago with Mary, who had responded that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Pokemon would be directly teleported to Team Rocket's headquarters. It was a rule of the world, an immutable force. No one knew why the spatial regulations applied to the 7th Pokeball. It was merely a given. Dailo, I've got one, Reina exclaimed, frantically grasping the fishing rod, causing Mary, who was watching, to instinctively wrap her arms around her waist. If it flew off, it would indeed be a matter of life and death. Master, Reina was at a loss for what to do. She attempted to reel in the line, but it was beyond her strength. Use Sonic Punch to pull it up, Dailo calmly instructed. Okay. A light blue glow enveloped her palms as Reina summoned all her strength, lifting the rod high into the air, sending a splash of water and eliciting gasps from the onlookers. System prompt. An excellent qualified Pokemon has appeared. System prompt. Displaying Pokemon attribute panel. Pokemon species, Wartortle. Attribute indicators. Stamina, B. Attack, B. Defense, B. Special attack, B. Special defense, B. Speed, B. Pokemon comprehensive qualification, B. Pokemon rank, commander level, 4 stars. Combat skill inclination, rapid spin, normal type physical attack. Retracts its head into its shell to enhance defense before launching an attack. Combat skill inclination, water pulse, water type special attack. Creates waves of water to strike the opponent, sometimes causing confusion. Pokemon ability, torrent. When health is low, the power of water type moves increases. Did she actually catch a starter Pokemon? Reina's luck was indeed as fortunate as her fair complexion. Master. She pressed her wide-brimmed hat down, turning her gaze eagerly towards Dailo. Dailo sensed a peculiar glint in Reina's eyes. Oh my. Reina beamed. All right, go ahead. Dailo led Mary to a nearby seat to spectate. Tactical chips? No need for such things. Slowpoke is a psychic-type Pokemon. Use telekinesis. Reina and Wartortle distanced themselves, issuing commands to Slowpoke from afar. Unlike its usual dazed demeanor, Slowpoke's form straightened, and a deep lavender aura enveloped its eyes. With the change in its gaze, Wartortle found itself gradually unable to move freely, its forelegs lifting off the deck into the air. Psychic abilities are indeed troublesome, Dailo mused. Especially when it came to illicit dealings, it could hardly be more delightful. Observing Wartortle suspended high above by Slowpoke's telekinesis, Dailo understood that victory was all but assured. Reina's Slowpoke possessed remarkably high qualifications, with an impressive A rating indicating superior control and potential compared to its peers. Telekinesis offered various applications. The most common was to gather a mass of psychic energy and then hurl it at an opponent. More advanced techniques could shape it into forms such as fists or blades, inflicting greater damage than a mere psychic impact. Slowpoke's ability to envelop its opponent entirely in psychic energy was among the highest tier of such techniques. It required both exceptional control from the user and significant reserves of psychic energy. Should the psychic energy run low or run out of mana? Achieving such a one-sided situation would be impossible. Wait, Mary exclaimed, her eyes widening as she noticed Wartortle glowing with a white light. Is that the light of evolution? Wartortle was evolving, and new attribute panels were now being provided for its host. Wow, is evolution during battle really not just a trope for anime protagonists? Pokemon species, Blastoise. Attribute indicators. Stamina, A. Attack, A. Defense, A. Special attack, A. Special defense, A. Speed, A. Pokemon comprehensive qualification, A. Pokémon rank, Commander level, 7 stars. Combat skill inclination, rapid spin, normal type physical attack. Retracts its head into its shell to enhance defense before launching an attack. Combat skill inclination, water pulse, water type special attack. Creates waves of water to strike the opponent, sometimes causing confusion. Combat skill inclination, hydro pump, water type special attack. Forcefully sprays a torrent of water at the opponent. Hey, system, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? In the throes of battle, the replenishment of evolutionary energy might be understandable. Yet, why has it come to pass that, post-evolution, the water turtle has also mastered water jet and hydro pump? Furthermore, has the qualification leap occurred too swiftly? As for the starter Pokémon from the undeveloped regions, do you have any inquiries, host? The system posed the question with a hint of indifference, as if it were the most ordinary of matters. Undeveloped regions? As Dailo fixed his gaze, he indeed noticed the conspicuous deep blue currents enveloping the water turtle, having previously overlooked it amidst the spray of water. Now, elevated by the shell Pokémon, this detail was strikingly apparent. However, being lifted into the air, evolution seemed to imply a warning. With a sudden leap from his beach chair, Dailo dashed towards Reina, who, upon witnessing the water turtle plummeting from above, was rendered utterly immobilized. It is indeed true that humans can lose control over their bodies in moments of extreme terror. Thud. The rapid sequence of events was overwhelming. When Reina finally opened her eyes, she realized she was perilously close to the edge of the deck, the waves crashing against the vessel below, yet fortunately, she remained unscathed. Chapter 106. Young Master, does it still hurt? Feeling a strong arm encircling her waist, Reina instinctively turned around and attempted to struggle free. However, she soon beheld a pale visage. Dailo, how could this be? Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets initially failed to capture Reina's attention until she felt a dampness on the back of her hand. Lowering her gaze, her eyes trembled as she beheld the crimson droplets staining her pristine pleated skirt. She realized they were not her own blood. The unconscious shell Pokémon lay motionless nearby. Yet, its poisonous shell tail had pierced Dailuo's right arm, leaving a gaping wound deep enough to reveal bone, accompanied by the saltiness of seawater and the venom of nerves. Beneath Dailuo's right arm lay her abdomen. Get up. A faint voice emerged from behind her. Reina was startled, but quickly discerned the source of the sound. Cautiously, she grasped Dailuo's right hand, careful to avoid the wound that was bleeding profusely. Young Master, let me help you up. She intended to extend her hand to assist Dailuo. Unexpectedly, the latter merely waved her off nonchalantly. It's nothing, Dailo reassured her, explaining that it was merely a scratch on his arm, not a grievous injury requiring Reina's support. Marshall is about to win. Let us move forward. Dailo cast a worried glance toward the battleground on the deck, where the conflict had escalated to a fever pitch. Marxio's fairy-type energy radiated with such intensity that it was visible to the naked eye. The Sylveon and the Shuckle took turns in battle, and even the evolved water turtle could not withstand the might of two commanding-level Pokémon. Had it not been for its extraordinarily thick shell, Marshall would have pierced through it long ago. Marshall, Dailo intervened, concerned that the exuberant woman might inadvertently enter a frenzied state, which would spell disaster for the male passengers aboard the ship. How could you be so severely injured? Marshall, turning back, was startled by the sight of the wound on Dailuo's arm, her pink energy intensifying in response. Dailo managed a wry smile. You deal with it first. I'll have Reina tend to my injury. Reina, do you have a medical kit? If not, go borrow one. Marshall inquired, her gaze filled with concern for Reina, whose attire was somewhat disheveled. I do, young master, follow me. Reina, being a nurse herself and prepared for such emergencies, had her supplies in order. Leading Dailo to her quarters, Reina carefully rolled up his sleeve. It might sting a little. Dailo fell silent, for he could hardly admit his fear of pain. The archetype of hero saving the damsel in distress seems to pervade numerous films, anime, and dramas. Yet, the realization of this narrative is fraught with challenges. Firstly, the one to be rescued must be beautiful. Secondly, the rescuer must embody heroism. Thirdly, this hero ought to possess a handsome visage. Should the damsel be unattractive, even the most gallant hero may shy away from the endeavor. Conversely, if the hero is not pleasing to the eye, would the beauty reciprocate their affections? Unlikely, I suppose. Thank you for saving me. A token of appreciation suffices. Thus, the probability of the hero saving the beauty is indeed low, particularly in contemporary society. How can one evoke the aura of heroism in the presence of a beauty? Firstly, one must possess strength. Yet, if the beauty leads a life of comfort, adorned with expensive cosmetics, Can an ordinary individual truly convey a sense of heroism? As one's status ascends, so too does their perspective on others. In truth, when Dailo rescued Marshall from the clutches of Pokémon, her gratitude was merely one of relief after a near escape. It was a feeling of appreciation, devoid of romantic inclinations. However, fueled by that gratitude, Marshall allowed Dailo to enter her life, marking the true beginning of their journey together. Initially, Marshall had whimsically referred to Dailo as teacher, assuming the role of a guiding elder sister. Unbeknownst to her, a sense of possessiveness had begun to blossom. In contrast, Hakulin's encounter with Dailo was markedly different. From the outset, Dailo exuded an aura of strength that matched her own. Even in the presence of her 3 commanding-level Pokémon, Hakulin perceived a formidable presence in him, lacking the concept of ancient lineage. Marshall was unaware of the true extent of Dailuo's power. However, Hakulin sensed it. The spirit of the ancient Snorlax allowed her to glimpse the might of Mutuo residing within Dailuo's mind. Thus, she extended an invitation to him. Moved by the protection he offered during her most vulnerable moments, a man blessed by a legendary Pokémon had sheltered her during her weakest hour, leading to the fall of this proud young lady from her lofty pedestal into the realm of humanity. As for Reina, her gratitude towards Dailo was even more genuine than Marxio's. It was a true and unadulterated appreciation, for Marshall had previously isolated herself from all male interactions. Reina, however, was not a unique existence like Marshall. She led a conventional life. Administering injections to male patients was a common occurrence. When she first met Dailo, they were simply strangers. Upon Dailuo's agreement to include her in his family, they were still mere acquaintances who had exchanged a few words. Over the course of several days, their relationship evolved from strangers to friendly acquaintances. The turning point came when Dailo imparted combat skills to Reina. When she gained strength, she witnessed Dailo, exhausted and incapacitated on the bed. In an effort to teach her 2 powerful techniques, he had depleted his mental energy. At that moment, Reina truly understood the difference in Dailo and recognized his care for her. When she captured the shell Pokémon, her excitement was tempered, as it felt reminiscent of her experiences with Marshall and Dailo. Yet, there remained a distance between them, while Marshall still held some reservations towards her, and Reina herself maintained a degree of separation. Dailo casually shared the secrets of his Pokémon's strength, as if discussing everyday matters. In that instant, Reina felt their bond grow closer. Particularly, as someone who had previously harbored little knowledge of the Pokémon world, she instinctively leaned upon Dailo for support. Why had she, that fateful night, donned a bikini alongside Marshall? The thought alone caused her to blush. When she returned to her room that evening, she could hardly believe it was her choice of attire. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I acquiesced to Marshall's request, unveiling my exquisite figure before Dailo. What began as a mere jest of calling him young master had transformed into a sentiment originating from the depths of my heart. Young master, does it still hurt? Indeed. Dailo grimaced in response. Chapter 107. The Battle Performance. Good day, sir. As Dailo emerged from Reina's room, his arm bandaged, the captain, clad in a pristine white uniform, approached him with a greeting. Good day, Captain, Dailo replied courteously. Would you care for a glass of juice? The captain inquired. Certainly, Dailo accepted. As they traversed the corridor towards the still operational cruise ship bar, Reina, having just emerged from the bathroom after bathing, remarked, What brings the captain here? Perhaps he has some concerns he wishes to discuss with Dailo, Marshall suggested nonchalantly. Pouring the brewed tea into the prepared teapot, Marshall smiled and offered. Care for some tea? Yes, thank you, Reina replied, adjusting her towel as she gracefully seated herself on the bed. And how is the Psyduck faring? Marshall inquired. It has awakened, though its condition is less than ideal. I've placed it in its pokeball to recuperate, Reina reflected. Recalling the moment when Psyduck's tail had pierced Dailuo's right arm, her gaze darkening slightly. It wasn't intentional, it simply had unfortunate luck. Marshall discerned Reina's thoughts effortlessly. There's a Pokemon recovery area on the ship. We can check on it once Dailo returns. That sounds good, Reina agreed. Have you spoken to Dailo about it? Yes, I have, Marshall replied, taking a sip of her tea. What about you? Would you care to join me on a journey? Me? Reina was taken aback, not anticipating such a question from Marshall. Subconsciously, she felt she was merely accompanying Dailo. After this journey, Dailo will be attending a noble academy, which is not open to the general populace, Marshall explained. Then I shall rely on you for guidance in the future, Reina smiled wryly, aware that this was not a decision she could make alone. I just caught a Squirtle for you, and you can't seem to muster any excitement, Marshall chided Reina playfully. Reina opened her mouth, but remained silent. Squirtle also needs to recover a bit. Otherwise, it won't be able to fight effectively, Ma Xiao continued. By the way, Squirtle should be considered a large Pokemon, correct? The type Dailo mentioned. Reina recalled Dailo's words from that night. Indeed, if this ship were to be attacked by Pokemon, a Squirtle should suffice for our escape. Ma Xiao concurred thoughtfully. Speaking of which, Reina, you've truly become Dailuo's nurse. Ma Xiao reminisced about their earlier playful banter. He is my young master. It is only fitting that I assist him. Reina gazed into the distance, chuckling softly. Oh, Ma Xiao sensed a subtle change in Reina. The previous distance between her and Dailuo seemed to have vanished, as if they had grown closer. Would Reina truly develop feelings for Dailo because of this act of heroism? Certainly not. However, she had indeed entered the lives of both Dailuo and Ma Xiao. In other words, the current Reina, this woman far from home, had come to regard Dailuo and Ma Xiao as family. The afternoon sea was unusually tranquil, the azure sky devoid of clouds, with the water shimmering with glimmers of gold. Ma Xiao and Reina sat upon the bed, their graceful figures fully visible. Regrettably, Dailuo had been summoned by the captain. Mr. Dailuo? At the bar. Chiba Akihiro swirled his cocktail glass, pleasantly surprised to see him. Chiba-san, you're here as well, Dailuo noted, knowing the captain would be seeking various opinions. To be frank, Miss Kunsa has informed me that she and her team will likely arrive in 3 days. However, they cannot guarantee the safe evacuation of all passengers. As such disasters are beyond their control, the captain stated, gesturing for the bartender to pour himself a cocktail made purely from fruit juice. Miss Kunsa also requested that the trainers on board cooperate with their actions as much as possible. Of course, Dailuo nodded. No problem, Chiba Akihiro agreed wholeheartedly. Additionally, I have a request for both of you. The captain suddenly straightened, earnestly addressing them. Dailuo and Chiba Akihiro exchanged knowing glances, realizing this meeting was not solely for consultation. I will be hosting a Pokemon battle tournament tomorrow afternoon in the ship's battle arena, and there will be a considerable number of tourists observing. I hope you can showcase your prowess, as it would provide some reassurance to the passengers aboard. The captain glanced nervously at Dailuo and Chiba Akihiro, aware that trainers held a certain stature and would not simply perform for amusement. That sounds acceptable. How much is the appearance fee, Captain? Dailuo inquired with a smile. Would 50,000 league coins per trainer suffice? The captain, in a relatively affluent position, offered a fair and straightforward price without haggling. That works for me, Dailuo replied, taking a sip of juice and glancing back at Chiba Akihiro. What about you, Chiba-san? I have no objections. Chiba Akihiro was entirely willing to engage in such a lucrative endeavor. Thank you both. I must now inform the other trainers. I shall take my leave, the captain said, donning his hat and excusing himself. Goodbye, Captain, Chiba Akihiro waved, and Dailuo followed suit. I wonder what tomorrow's battles will entail, 1-on-1 or 2-on-2. I sincerely hope it won't be 6-on-6, Dailuo mused after the captain departed. Chiba Akihiro expressed mild annoyance. Isn't Chiba-san a certified league trainer? Surely he has at least 6 Pokemon? Dailo asked. That is correct, but 6-on-6 would be a colossal waste of time, Chiba Akihiro replied. Though he was willing to accept payment, he was not keen on lengthy engagements. It shouldn't be an issue, with over 20 trainers on board. 6-on-6 would undoubtedly consume the entire afternoon, Dailuo remarked, not particularly eager to remain on the battlefield for an extended period. I estimate it will be 2-on-2. Chiba Akihiro concluded before rising. I must take my leave as well. Until tomorrow, Dailo-san. Farewell, Dailuo watched as Chiba Akihiro departed, taking another sip of juice. Noticing the persistent stillness behind him, he sighed with resignation. Ladies, how long do you plan to linger here? As his words echoed. The bartender was astonished to see 2 slender, graceful figures emerge from a shadowy corner. Oh dear, I was beginning to think that Mr. Dailuo, as a member of Team Rocket, would be as careless as that previous Alliance fugitive. Chapter 108. The 2 Sisters. Please, you may leave, Dailuo gestured to the bartender. The cruise ship bar only commenced operations after 9 in the evening. It was still not yet 6 o'clock, and it was evident that the captain had intentionally summoned the bartender to serve due to his needs. At this moment, Dailuo could not risk allowing the bartender to remain amidst such circumstances. It was best for ordinary individuals to avoid involvement in such matters. The bartender placed down the cocktail shaker, ensuring everything was in order, bowed slightly to Dailuo, and took his leave. Pleasure to meet you. I am Dailuo, a member of Team Rocket's Free Squad. He introduced himself. The Free Squad signifies a group with fewer restrictions and greater autonomy. I am Sana, and this is my sister. Lien, the first woman, emerged from the shadows, her light golden twin tails framing her face, with long bangs obscuring her left eye. yet her exquisite features and fair complexion shone even in the darkness. In the duo of thieves, the elder sister, Sana, finally laid eyes on her target. In stark contrast to her sister's loquacity, the younger sibling, Lien, clearly exhibited a reluctance to engage with Dailo. Dressed in a provocative, form-fitting outfit, the lavender-haired beauty settled herself in silence to the side. "Well, Mr. Dailo, I presume you are quite aware of your purpose here," Sana remarked, nonchalantly taking a seat beside him. The faint scent of her perfume wafted into Dailo's nostrils as she delicately brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear and inquired, "Since we shall inevitably confront one another, why not determine a victor here and now? Haven't you already lost?" With one hand grasping a wine glass and the other wielding a crossbow, Dailo pressed the arrowhead against Sana's waist, speaking in a calm tone. Sana felt the tautness of her outfit loosen slightly with Dailo's movement, and in a fluster, she lowered her gaze to see a hand that showed no mercy. "Mr. Dailo, you do possess quite the sense of humor, don't you?" She feigned nonchalance, yet a glint of coldness emerged in her ruby-like eyes. "How about you let me speak first?" Dailo intended to engage in a candid dialogue, lacking the patience for any pretense. "Very well, proceed," Sana replied, raising her hands above her head in a gesture of surrender. To her surprise, Dailo merely rolled his eyes at her display before retracting the crossbow. "You must be aware that your recent actions have angered quite a few," Dailo stated. "Angered? When we acted in the past. Wasn't Boardwood also hoping we would capture Latios and Latias? He simply lacked the courage to act himself," Sana retorted, her tone sharp. "Let us set aside Team Rocket for now and discuss other organizations. Firstly, there are the noble factions of the Alliance, followed by the Flare team from the Kalos region. Moreover, the latest intelligence indicates that the Barrel pirate crew from the uncharted seas will dock at Odomare, along with another faction that opposes Team Rocket." Dailo enumerated the participants expected at Odomare. Upon hearing about the Alliance nobles, Sana's expression paled slightly, and she seemed to recognize the Flare team. However, when Dailo mentioned the Barrel pirate crew and the opposing faction, the capable thief's visage darkened with fury. "Lien." She turned her gaze towards her sister. All intelligence work was managed by Lien, leaving Sana unaware of the situation. Yet this time, the normally composed sister appeared equally bewildered. "Impossible. I haven't detected their movements at all. Are you attempting to deceive us?" Lien glared at Dailo. Dailo shrugged, indifferent to her hostility. Sana's gaze lingered on Dailo for a moment before shifting back to her sister. The once self-assured elder sister now found her fingers tightening around the stem of her glass, betraying her anxiety. "We've located the movements of the Alliance nobles and the Barrel pirate crew," Lien declared, producing a device that Dailo could hardly comprehend. After a brief glance, Lien reluctantly conceded to the truth of Dailo's claims. "If you still wish to go to Odomare, then do so. My task this time is merely to ensure you do not cause excessive destruction," Dailo interjected. "Since when has Team Rocket been so benevolent?" Lien scoffed derisively. "Lien, at this juncture, there's no room for childish outbursts," Sana admonished gently. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Dailo with a smile. "Thank you for the information. It seems our mission will end in an early retreat." "Sister." Lien was taken aback by Sana's swift decision, struggling to accept the abrupt change in plans. "Do not rush," Dailo waved a hand, interrupting their exchange. "You may find it difficult to escape. This vessel is being pursued by a formidable giant-finned fish from the uncharted regions. Do you truly believe you have the capability to flee?" Dailo's expression bore no trace of deceit, and as the sisters exchanged glances, they both perceived the bitterness reflected in each other's eyes. They had only just been released from confinement, and their meticulously planned operation was thwarted by overwhelming external forces. The disparity with previous circumstances was glaring. "Well then, Mr. Dailo, we shall take our leave," Sana decided, feeling that remaining any longer might prove unbearable. "Oh, by the way, I have another task, to recruit you into Team Rocket," Dailo stated insincerely. "To be honest, Boardwood had previously hired us to capture legendary Pokémon, but we declined. So, we must apologize, Mr. Dailo. Although it is rather rude to refuse you, perhaps you might forgive us, considering we are both beautiful women," she replied, unabashedly highlighting their allure. True to her reputation as a renowned beauty, as they turned to leave, Lien's expression was notably more complex than her sister's. She opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of voicing something, yet ultimately kept her thoughts to herself. The sisters emerged from the shadows with renewed confidence, only to depart the bar with a palpable sense of despondency. The transformation was unmistakable. Dailo downed his juice and surveyed his surroundings, sighing softly. Indeed, they were now alone. Glancing at the 4 Pokeballs at his side, he pondered how much longer it would take for Crowley and Genghis to evolve, while Glamo was making commendable progress. At least the weakest dragon type was no longer the mere burden it once was. However, Otamare promised to be a battleground fraught with peril. Only by restoring his full strength would he stand a chance. Chapter 109, A Dull Battle Tournament. In the waters of the developmental region, on the route to Otamare, the Royal Ocean Pokémon Arena was alive with a cacophony of cheers, screams, and commands, heralding the most recognized battle tournament across the continent. Before Dailo, this spectacle unfolded. Yet, between Meishu and Reina, a dark-haired man clad in a t-shirt leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, drifting into slumber. From the faint sounds of snoring, it was evident he had succumbed entirely to dreams. Although he had promised the captain he would participate, he had fallen asleep just 15 minutes into the competition. Forget it. I'll inform the captain to find a replacement, Meishu decided, opting not to rouse Dailo, knowing he likely held little interest in the event. She noted that his gaze had lingered on her and Reina's legs far longer than on the battlefield. Despite both wearing short skirts, wouldn't he at least exhibit some competitive spirit as a trainer? Apologies, but no, Dailo replied. Reina, equally bemused, looked at him and asked, surely those trainers couldn't possibly match your prowess? Though she had only just begun her journey, she could tell none of the trainers on stage posed any threat to Meishu, especially the Arados, which lacked the confidence compared to Meishu's distinctive Arados. Furthermore, from the thoughts conveyed by the Dull Shell Pokemon, Reina gleaned the opposing trainer's capabilities. According to Dull Shell, a mere psychic push would suffice to resolve the matter. Meishu was well aware of the disparity in strength between herself and the trainers. So she simply smiled lightly. Well, I'll just suppress my strength a little. Gym trainers often do that to handle challengers. She felt no pressure, as she had no intention of advancing. She merely wished to let her Sylveon and Snorlax have their moment on stage. Once it's your turn, I'll let Dailo take a look, Reina remarked, stealing a glance at the still snoozing Dailo. It is unthinkable to let him slumber so carelessly. No need. Allow him to rest. Were it not for his overwhelming boredom, he would not have succumbed to sleep. Marcy hastily interjected to thwart Reina's notion. If she were to rouse Dailo during her battle, it would be far better to awaken him now and let him participate in the contest. Although he would likely rise with an expression of annoyance merely to collect his winnings, Marcy still preferred to let Dailo rest a while longer. Thus, she waved her hand and said, I shall take my leave for now. Very well, go ahead, Reina replied, perceiving Marcy's intentions. A subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips as she gazed at the still, slumbering Dailo. She adjusted her posture, redirecting her attention to the ongoing battle. It baffled her why Dailo exhibited such indifference towards these contests. As a human in this world, Reina seldom encountered such formal battles, and thus she earnestly appreciated the displayed techniques. After all, she was on the cusp of becoming a trainer herself and could not rely solely on Dailo for her preparations. However, as a traveler from another world, Dailo possessed little interest in observing Pokemon battles. He reclined against the chair's back, eyes closed, relishing the bliss of a romantic interlude with the Sandman's daughter. Yet, after Marcy departed, a woman took her place that was once vacant. Furthermore, another woman occupied the seat beside Marcy. Reina turned her head to find a blonde woman, sporting twin pigtails, clad in a short-sleeved top and leather pants. Apologies, but this seat is taken, Reina cautioned. No worries. I shall yield this seat to her upon her return, the woman with pigtails replied. Dailo murmured, awakening groggily at Reina's pinch on his arm. The first sight that greeted him was the two sisters he had not seen since the previous night, prompting a slight surprise that quickly dissipated as he regained composure. Do you know each other? Reina inquired. In a sense, we are of the same ilk as Mr. Dailo, the golden-haired sister remarked before Dailo could respond. Is there something you require? Ignoring the women's conversation, Dailo concluded that their presence implied a purpose. Oh, must only beauties like us seek you when there's a matter at hand? How cold-hearted of you, Mr. Dailo, the blonde woman jested, resting her chin on her hand with a playful laugh. Is this woman merely a performer? Dailo felt a few strands of annoyance draping across his forehead as he shifted half a position towards Reina, then closed his eyes once more. Reina, Sana, Lien. It seemed they truly had no pressing matters, for after exchanging pleasantries with Dailo, Sana turned her gaze back to the bustling battleground. Lien had not uttered a single word since her arrival. However, unlike Dailo's calm demeanor, Reina's emotions stirred slightly, her peripheral vision occasionally darting toward the two women, seemingly attempting to discern any distinctions between them. Marcy's battle concluded swiftly, within a mere 5 or 6 minutes, and Reina observed as Marcy's two Pokemon tumbled to the ground. Phew, she exhaled softly, wishing fervently for Marcy's prompt return. To be honest, the presence of these sisters weighed heavily upon her. Some individuals inherently exude an air of difference. and Sana and Lien were no exceptions. Their aura did not suggest malevolence, yet they possessed an unsettling quality that could easily deter those around them. Tap, tap, tap. As the familiar sound of high heels echoed, Rina turned her gaze to the right. Naturally, Marcy noticed the pair of sisters as well. Hello, Sana greeted naturally, taking a seat beside Lien. Greetings, Marcy replied in a formal tone, unlike Rina, who had only recently integrated into their circle. Dailo had not yet divulged the particulars regarding Odoma Ray. However, Marcy had long been informed by Das about Dailo's target, famed within the thieving community, the sister duo. Sana and Lien, do you need to speak with Dailo? If Dailo was disinclined to engage with the sisters, Marcy excelled in navigating such social situations. Fortunately, Sana refrained from continuing her theatrical performance, instead stating plainly, we would like to have a brief discussion with Mr. Dailo regarding the current circumstances. Then we shall wait until he awakens, Marcy replied, simultaneously diverting her gaze from Sana. In perfect unison, the two women focused their attention on the ongoing battle. Oh, how intriguing. They are indeed of the same kind, Rina mused. Chapter 110, Slipping Away. Royal Ocean. Luxurious family suite with sea view. Dailo gazed out at the ocean beyond the window, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. In former times, such vastness of nature would have lightened his heart. Yet now it offered no solace. Are humans the mightiest beings on this planet? Indeed, from the perspective of historical evolution, that holds true. Yet, what relevance does humanity's supremacy hold for Dailo? Humans are humans, and Dailo is Dailo. His existence, whether thriving or perishing, would scarcely impact the human race. The wheel of history does not halt. What humanity represents cannot be supplanted by merely one individual. In other words, other species in this world do not yield to fear simply because Dailo is human. On the contrary, humanity relies on its reproductive capabilities and intellect. Individual strength is inconsequential. What lies beneath the ocean's surface? If one were merely a working-class individual or a student in a peaceful world, who would take the time to ponder such matters? Only national researchers and developers might delve into such inquiries. But the circumstances have changed. Dailo must safeguard his own existence. What lies beneath the ocean's depths? An abundance of Pokémon. Endless Pokémon. Elite, Commander, Overlord, Legendary, Ancient. Humanity is woefully fragile. Their concerns are utterly unwarranted, are they not? Cradling a bottle of yogurt. Marcy approached Dailo from behind. Regardless, surviving is the paramount concern before contemplating matters concerning Odoma Ray. Dailo scoffed, raising his hands in exasperation at those still oblivious to the situation at hand. When they mentioned having business with you, I anticipated something of significance. Yet it turns out they merely desired a bit of consolation from you. Marcy possessed a keen acumen for human nature. Earlier, when the two sisters accompanied them to the suite, she had assumed they sought to broker a deal or exchange information with Dailo. At the very least, she expected a verbal alliance or similar arrangements. Instead, the sisters appeared utterly flustered, akin to ordinary individuals, but even more so. They understood the vastness of this world and the insignificance of humanity. Thus their fear of insurmountable calamities was magnified. Ordinary folks, in contrast, remain unafraid due to their ignorance. The Blastoise mentioned that beneath the darker waters lies a multitude of Pokémon. Rina did not return to her room. Instead, she sat in a chair, perusing the day's newspaper, her expression devoid of any worry. Is that so? Dailo lifted his gaze, observing the hues of the waters surrounding the cruise ship. Indeed, the waters nearby appeared lighter, while the distant shadows loomed ominously, unmistakably indicating the presence of the Pokémon swarm Rina had mentioned. Why go to such lengths? Surely, a powerful Pokémon could easily capsize this vessel. Analyzing it from a rational standpoint, such a method would be both effective and swift. Rina did not believe that such colossal Pokémon would lack the acumen to consider this possibility. Due to the awakening of an ancient legendary Pokémon, a cataclysmic event is imminent. It appears that the inhabitants aboard our vessel are to be offered as sacrifices. Dailo retrieved his laptop and opened a folder sent by Hakelin. What is this? Rina inquired, her brow furrowing slightly as she gazed at the images. This pertains to an event 5 centuries ago, coinciding with the last awakening of that ancient Pokémon, Marius stated calmly. But this isn't Odoma Lay, is it? Rina remarked, scrutinizing the terrain. Although 5 centuries had passed, it was peculiar that no trace of Odoma Lay remained. This is not Odoma Lay. It is another small island, Marius clarified, glancing at the nautical chart. The distance to the current Odoma Lay is approximately a hemisphere away. So, the ancient Pokémon arrived at Odoma Lay only after its awakening 500 years ago? Rina began to comprehend. Indeed. However, it left against its will, Marius continued, pulling down the touchscreen, revealing a horrific image. There was an enormous Pokémon, its front obscured, with grotesque, massive tentacles slimy with ichor, affixed to the previous island, laying waste to all in its path. Everything was being consumed and crushed, leaving behind a mere shell of existence, as if not upon. No, it was indeed devoured. The devastation was profound, devoid of any semblance of life. This was the scene that Rina beheld. The once charming island, though not particularly beautiful, had thrived with the essence of nature. Now, it was reduced to charred, cracked, and fragmented land. Did this Pokémon do all of this? Rina felt a chill. Yes, it is a Pokémon that survived the ancient era, Dailo interjected with a sigh. To this day, its species remains unknown. The leading hypothesis is that it is a spiny rock beast, the closest conjecture to the truth. Why would it act so destructively? Perhaps it has been dormant for too long and is now famished. This response was both candid and unsettling. But was it truly just because of hunger? Was such a simplistic need sufficient to inflict such harm upon other living beings? The League has suppressed this information. Had we not known of its impending resurgence, we would never have acquired such intelligence. Marius's expression hardened. 5 centuries ago, that island was merely a primitive wasteland. But Odoma Lay is not. It is a bastion of humanity. This is a matter of life and death. Our first priority must be to leave this ship. Dailo glanced at the 2 sisters, who had neatly packed their suitcases. Are you all set? Yes, we are ready, Marius and Rina nodded. Dailo, a knock resonated at the door. May I enter? Came the voice of the elder sister. Have you both prepared? Upon entering, they noticed the sisters had altered their attire, now clad in elegant dresses rather than the conspicuous tight-fitting outfits. Yes, we are prepared. Rina instinctively grasped the pokeball at her waist. Then let us proceed. We shall exit via the deck. Dailo and Marius, having packed lightly, were accompanied by the sisters, who also traveled unencumbered, save for Rina, who carried a modest suitcase filled with clothing. As dusk descended, the deck remained populated. Their arrival attracted little attention, thanks to Marius's fairy abilities, which subtly influenced the thoughts of those nearby. Approaching the edge of the deck, Rina and Lien released their pokeballs. Blastoise, Lapras, Chapter 111, The World Weeps. The group of 5, 1 man and 4 women, stood atop the backs of the 2 water-type Pokémon. As the sea swayed beneath them, they cast a final glance at the night-lit cruise ship before turning away with indifference. They were merely a handful of capable trainers. Surviving was one thing, but maintaining world peace seemed an insurmountable task. Shall we take the lead? Suggested Sana, perched upon Lapras's back. Indeed, securing Rina's suitcase firmly on Blastoise's back, Dailo steadied himself and grasped the swaying forms of Rina and Marius. You shouldn't wear high heels. Marius chuckled wryly, glancing at Rina's heels, mirroring her own, and then at the sisters' practical sneakers. Words failed her. Their inexperience was evident, leading to such fundamental mistakes. Mr. Dailo, would you like us to assist you with a lovely lady? Perhaps feeling liberated from the cruise, Sana's playful nature resurfaced. Dailo shot her an exasperated glance, querying, Are we headed to Odoma Lay? Of course, Lien replied, perplexed by Delo's inquiry. These Pokemon's destination will undoubtedly be Odoma Lay. I believe we could opt for a closer port. It is too late. The waters leading back to the Chengdu region have long been sealed off by those Pokemon. Our only route leads to Odoma Lay. Other farther ports would exhaust Lapras and Blastoise's stamina, producing a tablet-like device. Lien examined the series of red dots displayed on its screen, shaking her head. We can first head to Odoma Lay, then restore at the Pokemon Center. If we can capture additional water-type Pokemon along the way, that would be ideal. As long as these Pokemon haven't arrived yet, we still stand a chance of escaping. Lien carefully analyzed the current situation. Many League nobles and certified trainers had already reached Odoma Lay, and the Junsha family was likely on their way. Odoma Lay would remain secure, although a confrontation was inevitable. Dailo possessed slightly more intelligence than Lien, knowing that, as Dailo's direct superior, Hakulin's information was synonymous with that of the League's elite. Then let us head to Odoma Lay. Unable to derive any further conclusions from their discussion, they left behind the doomed vessel without a trace of regret. The world wept. What Dailo and his companions encountered was merely one of the countless tears shed by a grieving world. Yet the lamentations of this world had begun long ago, tracing down cheeks and saturating the earth, permeating every corner with sorrowful cries. No, it was not every corner. It was merely in places invisible to ordinary people, transforming, deteriorating. For instance, in a certain research facility at present, billowing smoke and raging flames engulfed the scene, the cacophony of chaotic footsteps and desperate shouts merging into a singular tumult. In the facility's basement, a man, hunched and wearing a gas mask, rushed up the stairs, frantically calling, "Doctor! Doctor!" But no response came. This was a secluded mountainside, where human presence was scarce for miles. Hence, they had conducted their experiments here. However, it seemed their experiments could no longer proceed. Is this the place? Like a meteor plummeting from the skies, a figure cloaked in silver and black trembled as its wings thrashed against the trees. Its enormous pincers hung naturally at its sides, and its needle-like legs pierced the earth beneath. Dark, swirling mists encircled it, resembling a demon descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of ferocity. Well, it should be. In response to the inquiry from this Pokémon, an even larger creature erupted from the earth. Its formidable steel armor enveloped its form, glistening with an obsidian sheen, radiating a chilling light. Sharp steel spikes protruded from the elbows of this Pokémon, enhancing its formidable presence. Its head was entirely encased in black steel, adorned with a pair of steel horns that were even more pronounced than the steel spikes flanking its elbows. The color around its shoulders was darker, leaving it unclear whether it was skin or steel, but it too bore a grayish-black hue. This Pokémon possessed a gigantic tail, yet it did not wave it around ostentatiously. Instead, it lay flat on the ground, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. Could there be semi-finished products within? A Pokémon with colossal steel pincers stood atop the head of this imposing creature, gazing longingly at a nearby research facility. Surely, any adversary not bestowed with power directly from the crown could not hope to rival us. With a disdainful exhale, the massive Pokémon regarded its companion's caution with a hint of scorn. Do not underestimate those creatures. It is precisely because of them that the crown has granted us this pure power. Perched atop its ally's head, the Pokémon with the steel pincers felt a certain weight upon itself. It was acutely aware that its strength, alongside its companion, could only be considered mediocre among the surrounding monstrosities. Confronting some of the more genetically superior semi-finished products might require considerable effort. Thus, one must never be careless. Very well, let us proceed. With all fours on the ground, the gigantic Pokémon abandoned its usual bipedal gait. Although it verbally disagreed with its companion's suggestion, its body instinctively transitioned into a state of readiness. Is this what they call being verbally disdainful, yet physically upright? Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over it. Its steel pincers instinctively lifted, gathering and compressing a rich, dark purple energy. Yet, it was too late. Boom. A crimson-black mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, heralding an unstoppable wave of magma that surged forth. Luckily, thanks to its companion's timely warning, the colossal Pokémon quickly excavated a hole in the ground. Its enormous tail coiled around its ally, and without a backward glance, the previously poised Pokémon burrowed underground. What on earth is happening? With its limbs thrashing wildly, feeling the impending threat encroaching from behind, the massive creature underwent a transformation. Its once mountainous form began to shrink, yet its lengthy tail remained unchanged, seemingly to alleviate the burden. Ultimately, the Pokémon's body diminished to a size akin to that of its companion. Should any champion or professor witness this scene, they would undoubtedly comprehend its significance. The ability to autonomously adjust one's size is a feat reserved for the pinnacle of sovereign Pokémon. Other sovereign Pokémon lack the understanding to control their ever-increasing bulk, merely accumulating weight as they grow. Yet the pressing question remains, why would something worthy of the attention of two top-tier sovereigns exist in such a desolate place? Chapter 112, Lihert, the Bethelon Mountains. Noon. Under a clear blue sky, with the sun hanging high, it should have been a serene day, yet the land beneath their feet was decidedly unyielding. The sun blazed fiercely above the ruins, akin to a harsh critic chastising its own discontent. Clad in black, with flowing golden hair and a lithe figure, a woman in high heels ill-suited for the mountains took measured steps upon this land. Is this the place, Miss Hakeline? The woman gazed, somewhat astonished, at her surroundings, turning back to confirm the source of her information. Yes, indeed. Another golden-haired figure, far less mature and voluptuous than the woman before her, donned practical athletic gear. Following closely behind her fierce Garchomp, she too surveyed the landscape, where the land had been devoured by lava and the skeletal remains lay starkly evident. Ascending together, the pair and their Pokémon left an extensive trail of footprints in the sandy soil behind them. Wait a moment, her brows furrowing. The woman in the black dress peered into the distance, her hands instinctively clenching. What is it? Hakeline's reaction was slightly delayed. Yet to be in the presence of this remarkable woman was already a significant honor. It's poisonous. We must retreat. Turning with a frosty demeanor, the woman's countenance darkened. What she had initially believed to be merely a minor research facility had, in fact, uncovered a grave issue. Poisonous. Hakaline turned back, straining her eyes but failing to detect any anomalies. Do not approach. That is a Pokemon virus, and once humans contract it, there is no salvation. The woman in black spoke with an authoritative tone, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her previously formidable demeanor now tinged with unease. Let us depart. Wait for me to explain. Grasping Hakaline's wrist, the woman moved with urgency, navigating the ruins with a grace that belied her high heels. Miss Julan. Hakaline's heart raced momentarily, the woman's demeanor leaving her feeling flustered amidst the oppressive environment. Have you heard of the recently prevalent beast transformation virus? As they walked, Julan turned to inquire of Hakaline. Is it the virus that causes Pokemon with mega evolution capabilities to evolve unnaturally? Hakaline had received similar reports. Yes, but such mega evolution would lead Pokemon to revert to their wild instincts, making them difficult to tame. Furthermore, if humans are attacked by such Pokemon, they too may revert to their primal state. Julan's expression was grave, a chill emanating from her, and Hakaline glanced back at her Garchomp, momentarily at a loss for words. Each time we seek to uncover the source of this virus, the research facilities under investigation are swiftly destroyed, yet the virus continues to proliferate. Chengdu region. A certain police station. Hey, I say, are we not there yet? Beside Miss Junsha, a man smoking a cigar displayed signs of impatience. He had been here for quite some time, and the exclusive flight to Autumn Air had been waiting for him long enough. He did not wish to linger here any longer. All right. Casting a cold glance at the man, both the League's upper echelons and the Junsha family held little affection for these League aristocrats. Their status was too elevated, making it difficult to engage with them on a common level. Moreover, in this era, being extraordinary often implied deviance. Well, thanks. The man seemed unfazed by Junsha's attitude as he perused the documents she had handed him, scrutinizing them carefully. Oh dear. My niece has tasked me with a rather unpleasant job. His complaints belied the excitement brimming on his face. Well, Autumn Air, is she concerned about her little boyfriend? Well, let us see. Despite the challenges, with so many people around, it shouldn't turn into a situation like before, right? That remains uncertain. Striding gracefully, Miss Junsha seated herself beside the man, unfazed as she retrieved one of the documents and placed it in her hands. Lihard, since when did such matters involve you? As the head of this police station, the present Miss Junsha was evidently a far cry from her predecessor, possessing unparalleled social acumen and capabilities. Shisnai, why have you abandoned your role as a close attendant to those high-ranking officials to come to the Chengdu region? Completely disregarding the inquiry, Lihard instead expressed keen interest in Junsha's presence. Did you injure a young master and find yourself demoted? The words she uttered revealed an extreme and terrifying truth. Yet her expression radiated delight. Hey, are you serious? Clutching the cigar between his fingers, Lihard cast a dubious glance at Shisnai. What do you think? Otherwise, how could I possibly find myself in such a small place? Crossing her legs and donning black stockings that were not meant to be part of the Junsha uniform, Shisnai opened the cigarette case nestled in her arms and extracted a slender cigarette meant for ladies. TCH, a small place? With a dismissive pat on the documents in her hands, Lihade scoffed. What kind of small place produces the barrel pirates? What kind of small place spawns several dominant Pokemon in succession? Casting a glance at the profile of her companion, which bore no distinction from other Junsha officers, Lihade asserted with unwavering confidence, the demotion is a facade, but your career is genuine. Perhaps if you perform well, you might even ascend to greater heights. But one must perform well, no? Do you think this is a task for mere mortals? Even if I brought all my Pokemon, I would still be no match for that ancient deity's slap. The cigarette but was nearly distorted from her biting, and Shisnai could not contain her explosive temper, resorting to such crude language. Now, calm down. I'm not the one who has to go, Lihade replied, unfazed by her fiery temperament. Although Miss Junsha before him appeared demure, he was well aware of her true nature as a childhood friend, steadfast as a rock. Have you perhaps offended your niece? What have you done to upset Hakaline? Casting a sidelong glance at Lihade, Shisnai found herself reminiscing about that little girl who used to trail behind her. You've got that wrong this time. Puffing on a cigar, Lihade revealed a cryptic smile. I'm merely overseeing my niece's interests, while also gauging the character of that little brat she idolizes as her knight. Flipping to the last page of the stack of documents, he scrutinized the photograph of a young Team Rocket member. Though he smiled, his gaze was chillingly cold. Come now, you young girl enthusiast. This lad is part of Team Rocket's special forces. He is not just any common scum, Shisnai remarked, having also reviewed the dossier on Dailo. Chapter 113, A Storm Brewing. Team Rocket Headquarters. Top floor. Within a room adorned in deep blue hues, a vast screen radiating modern technological prowess, a luminous glass skylight. And a solitary desk, a middle-aged man clad in an orange jacket sat in a genuine leather swivel chair, a cigar clasped in his hand, cradling a fluffy cat in his lap. He lounged with his legs crossed, exhaling clouds of smoke. The faint haze obscured his facial expression. Was it complexity, anger, or sorrow? Yet, joy seemed an impossibility in this atmosphere. The scum of the Alliance remains unchanged, he muttered in a low voice tinged with a subtle sense of oppression, accompanied by a derisive chuckle as he refocused on his computer screen. There, a lifeless island loomed. Trees? Absent. Rocks? Non-existent. Blue skies? Not a trace. Oceans? Also lacking. This place was dubbed the Abyss of Evil, where even the sea could not flow. It resembled an endless chasm, now only a pool of molten lava, bubbling and erupting with a ferocious roar. Even a man of such stature and strength as he could not remain indifferent to such chaos. This is a major problem. Mishandling it could lead to dire consequences. Meow. Sensing her master's concealed fury, the soft-furred cat emitted a gentle sound. The red gem on her forehead shimmered, reflecting the sunlight streaming through the glass skylight and casting a radiant glow. Dars. The man pressed his hand against the cat's head while calling for a subordinate. Boss. Dars. The captain of Dailo and a senior official of Team Rocket entered swiftly from outside. He appeared to have been on standby just outside the door, entering the office immediately upon hearing his boss's voice. Dressed in a suit that deviated from his usual attire, Dars had only recently returned to headquarters after completing a mission, not one in the field, but attending a gala hosted by the Alliance. Naturally, his usual garb for violent engagements was unsuitable for mingling with the pampered elite of the Alliance who preferred not to engage with someone quick to draw a blade. Did you encounter anyone of note? Banmu inquired, aware of Dars's adeptness at navigating such social gatherings. The other officials bore too strong a thuggish demeanor, even in suits. They remained unrefined. I introduced a batch of new talents from the Alliance, including Hakelin. Beyond that, nothing significant. I did not mention the situation in Odoma Lay, Dars replied, well aware of his boss's concerns. He seemed to understand that harboring too much hope for the Alliance was futile. Banmu flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued. So, it was just that individual whom the ancient clan holds in high regard. He also appeared in the dossier, albeit devoid of any personal sentiments, just unease. One person is far too few. This isn't war. Rather, it resembles a catastrophe, he added. There are other members as well. Let me show you the list. Dars, cognizant of his superior's worries, was diligent in his response. Let us send Apollo. The Alliance has dispatched numerous agents, and we cannot rely solely on our lower-tier members. Banmu contemplated for a moment before making a decision. Very well, I'll notify him. Dars complied and left, leaving the cat to continue sensing her trainer's emotions. Meow? It's nothing. Banmu rubbed the cat's forehead, smiling. Nothing will happen just yet. It's merely an ancient Pokémon. The previous chaos stemmed from a lack of Alliance oversight. Now that it has emerged into the public eye, it won't enjoy the same leniency as before. Seemingly confident that the cat comprehended his sentiments, Banmu shared his thoughts with it. Meow. Nodding in satisfaction, the cat nestled comfortably beneath Banmu's legs and gradually dozed off. I wonder what sort of individuals the Flare team will send. This time, they've attracted quite a few Pokemon hunters. Those opportunistic individuals can be rather troublesome. In the Kalos region, Karuna's studio, the agent, holding a selection of pastries, approached the recently unmade-up woman. Miss Karuna, your afternoon tea has arrived. Thank you. Just place it there. With a light laugh, the woman in a white dress took a sip of water but lacked enthusiasm. Odoma Lay, that place is anything but tranquil. That fellow has just left and is already delving into perilous endeavors again. Well, if we could recover those 2 Pokemon from Odoma Lay, it should greatly benefit the challenge against the Dragon-type champion. Dragon types have mutual weaknesses, after all, but it's still far too dangerous. What she held was neither a guide to pastries nor a fashion magazine, but a rare glimpse into a working state, not one meant for a star, but for a champion. Odoma Lay, I can't go this time. Hoenn has also stirred up significant activity, and the minds are unsettled. Why must the champion be the one to handle such matters? Damn it. Is Miss Karuna thinking about Dailo? The agent asked while changing into cotton slippers. Yes, this time Odoma Lay is the most chaotic place. The Alliance has dispatched 2 champions there, yet it's likely they won't be able to ensure the safety of all the citizens. As the highest-ranking champion within the Alliance, Karuna's status was nearly equivalent to that of the aristocrats who received first-hand intelligence, allowing her access to the most accurate information. Even Hakelin was unaware of which 2 champions were heading to Odoma Lay. Yet she knew, despite her efforts to secure the opportunity to go, that ultimately, that woman had seized it. Sigh, what a hassle. Carlos was still a tad distant from Chengdu. Otherwise, similar to Dudu, it could have been effortlessly settled without contention. Nevertheless, having already entrusted matters to Zhulan, it should be feasible to extend some care to Dairo. Although, to be fair, that woman was decidedly inept at managing junior affairs. Her own child had run away from home. After a prolonged fit of restlessness, Karuna could only manage a wry smile. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon the documents in her hand concerning the Hoenn region. A meteorite. Observing the distinctly abnormal meteorite, Karuna's expression grew considerably more grave. A space virus. How could such a creature have circumvented the blockade established by Rayquaza? It seemed that Rayquaza had been somewhat off its game lately. How many of these viruses had flown in already? Oh, what a bother. Perhaps it would be best to peruse the dessert shops in Hoenn for some delectable treats. After all, there would presumably be ample time for rest upon reaching Hoenn, so where should one explore? Chapter 114, Movements from All Sides. Kalos region. An ancient city. Alongside the bustling streets, several large parasols were firmly planted in front of a dessert shop. A woman with orange hair and sunglasses was perusing a newspaper, humming an unknown melody. Miss, your vanilla ice cream. The server approached the entrance, placing the woman's dessert on the table. Thank you. As she accepted the ice cream and set down the newspaper, the woman revealed her golden eyes. Just as she was about to take a spoonful of her treat, a voice that elicited a slight chuckle reached her ears. Here, huh? Though the woman's striking orange hair was eye-catching, the man behind her sported an even more peculiar attire. Mom, is that a ninja? Not far from them, a small boy tugged at his mother's hand, asking a flurry of questions. Must be cosplay, right? The mother cast a dubious glance at the man, but ultimately decided to lead her son to a more conventional locale. So what's the matter? The woman exhibited little surprise at the man's arrival. After a moment of mild dissatisfaction, she glanced at her melting ice cream and irritably kicked aside a nearby chair. Receiving the chair the woman had kicked, the man clad in ninja garb unceremoniously sat down. Server, 1 chocolate ice cream, please. Of course. Hey. You didn't come here just to have afternoon tea with me, did you? The woman's spoon clinked against the bowl, producing an unpleasing sound, indicative of her displeasure with the man's overly familiar demeanor. Well, it's not like it's urgent. Despite her words, the man quickly produced a document. Take a look at this. Surprised by the document, the woman's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly faltered. She hesitated, casting a wary glance at the man, her golden eyes now tinged with suspicion. Why are you showing me this? Her tone turned icy, causing the server who had come to deliver the ice cream to flinch slightly. Sir, your chocolate ice cream. Thank you. With a smile, the man casually remarked. Just like that, are you interested? As she lowered her head to savor her ice cream, the woman's gaze flickered uncertainly. While collaboration was not an issue, they had worked together before. This particular incident bore significant implications. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. This is an opportunity. The man clasped his hands together, earnestly observing the woman as he spoke. This time, several noble figures from the alliance will be present. If our abilities catch the eye of one of them, the servants of the noble families have been brainwashed long ago. They wouldn't require our kind. The woman shot the man an irritated glance, saying, You don't think I hold any favorable impressions of those fellows, do you? Now, don't be hasty. The man waved his hand with a smile. This time is different. I've reviewed the details. This round, the nobles attending from the alliance are all juniors. This means they lack the original entourage that brought them up. Some of these juniors are still vying for the position of family head. Our strength will surely be appreciated. If it were the older generation of nobles, our loyalty would merely be icing on the cake. However, for the younger ones, it would truly be a timely assistance. But the issue remains. What if the one they support fails to ascend as family head? What then? A gamble? The man recognized that the woman before him was wavering. If we fail, I'll cut you off. Her voice was laced with a fierce resolve, yet the man merely chuckled nonchalantly, resuming his enjoyment of the half-melted ice cream. How is it melting so fast? It's only been a short while, hasn't it? Meanwhile, in the Kalos region, Azok Kingdom, the royal palace, a golden-haired girl adorned in a noble corseted gown received a bulletin. That Hakarine fellow said not to bother sending me messages. Sipping the coffee handed to her by a maid, the princess expressed her dissatisfaction. She had no fondness for the monotony of daily paperwork, which was precisely why she had intentionally resigned from her noble status to relish her life as a princess here. Yet, now she was faced with this troublesome information. Odomore. I haven't been there yet, though I'm not particularly keen on going during such times. It's still preferable to being cooped up in the palace. Turning another page of the document, she suddenly spotted a familiar face. Oh, isn't that Dairo? She recalled seeing him during a fashion show, though he seemed to have departed from Carlos shortly thereafter. He has actually become Hakurai's knight? I wonder if Miss Mayu is aware. Their relationship should be quite amicable, right? Well then, it's decided. A sightseeing trip sounds delightful. ING. A Pokemon with sky blue hair approached, tilting its head at its master, whose expression had shifted from boredom to excitement. Xanadu, let us head to Odoma Ray tomorrow. The princess set aside the documents and spoke to her beloved Pokemon. I'll see who else to bring along. Wait for me here. When venturing outside, one could hardly bring just a single Pokemon. Thus, it was time to select the strongest ones for this perilous journey. Royal Ocean. On the deck, a young man holding a Pokeball chuckled at the group still flirting with bikini-clad beauties. He was indeed rather lazy, realizing only after Dairo and the others had departed for a day that he should have extricated himself. With his neat purple hair, the young man meticulously assessed his 6 Pokemon. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, he selected one that could swim. Clawitzer, it seems I'll need to ride on you. Casting a sympathetic glance at the stiff-faced Clawitzer, the man with slicked-back hair joined his hands in a pleading gesture. Within the hard shell, Clawitzer's cunning gaze vanished. Its 2 large white eyes lost focus, the black pupils gone, leaving only the stark white of its eyes. It seemed its master had just said something. It must have missed the words. Yes, it must have misheard. Surely, its master wouldn't ask it to traverse the sea with a foot upon it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's not possible, right? Clawitzer, I'm counting on you. Chiba Akihiro had not changed his mind. At this moment, he could only rely on Clawitzer. Right now, Clawitzer's expression was akin to this. Cack. Well, don't be so tense. I'll have Greninja help ease some of the pressure. Seemingly aware that it wouldn't be fair to let Clawitzer bear the burden alone, Chiba Akihiro remembered he also had a Greninja, which could manage a few strokes. At that moment, Greninja inside its Pokeball wore a similarly distressed expression. Cack. Master, can you not catch a larger, swimming Pokemon? Chapter 115, The Attendant or the Maid. Water City, Odoma, a place renowned as the most beautiful city in the world, indeed possesses its own unique charm. Dailo. May I enter? Certainly. Seated by the window, with the shimmering sea below, Dailo observed the Pokemon appearing and vanishing at the horizon, feeling an unusual sense of tranquility wash over him. What a splendid city. What are you pondering? Clad in a flowing white dress, Reina placed her hands behind her back and leaned beside Dailo. She too wished to gaze outside, yet she sensed that the young man beside her could see much more. I am not contemplating anything. Dailo shook his head and pulled a chair closer. Thank you. Propping her head on her hand, Reina sat upright by the window, watching the small boats of Odoma drift by, filled with yearning. What are you observing? After a considerable pause, Reina turned her head back, only to find Dailo gazing intently at her profile, which caused her beautiful eyes to widen in surprise. Imitate that boatman we saw earlier. Dailo's casual remark left Reina momentarily speechless. She was well aware of what he meant. During their previous excursion on the Odoma boat, the boatman had directed nearly all his attention towards her. As a result, Reina gradually leaned closer to Dailo, finally finding solace when her entire form nestled against him. How can you be such a master? Glaring at Dailo, Reina remained oblivious to the fact that the boatman had capsized on his return journey after dropping them off. For reasons unknown. Would you like to row a boat? Noticing Reina's lingering interest, Dailo extended the invitation. Can you do it? Reina turned in anticipation. I cannot. Dailo replied sternly. I certainly do not wish to encounter another boatman like that. Reina gazed out the window, where a Psyduck was fishing with its claws. While a Blastoise rested beneath the water, the other Pokemon appeared disinterested in playing. Suddenly, a cry erupted from outside. Then, the Psyduck lifted its claw and flung it with force. In an instant, a cascade of water and a crimson figure were hurled into the room. Goodness! Just as Dailo attempted to evade the spray, he heard a familiar shriek. Ah! Having just uttered an exclamation, Dailo noticed Reina had instinctively taken refuge beside him, her drenched and disheveled appearance reminiscent of the scene when they captured the Psyduck. The feeling of having a beauty in his embrace was delightful, though it would have been even better if that Magikarp were not staring at them so vacantly. Trembling, Reina turned back from Dailo's embrace and discovered that the Psyduck had tossed in a Magikarp. This fool! Why is my Pokemon so foolish? Reina lamented, on the verge of tears. Releasing her grip on Dailo, the frustrated young woman delivered a swift punch. Oh dear! Dailo silently mourned for the Psyduck for a few seconds. Reina, what on earth possessed you to thrust your fist into its mouth, allowing it to bite down? What should have been a quick resolution turned into a series of bizarre maneuvers in Reina's hands. Grasping the upper and lower lips of the Magikarp, she pulled with all her might. Dailo, not budging. Reina, this unreliable master. Though the Magikarp's bite was painful, Reina did not cry out. Instead, she calmly retrieved a Pokeball from her waist. Bang! The Magikarp was captured. Dailo. Reina, are you planning to release it? Indeed. While the Magikarp would eventually evolve into a Gyarados, the question remained whether it could survive long enough to do so. Dailo was not particularly optimistic about this direct capture of the Magikarp. If it were him, he would have certainly opted to catch a wild Gyarados directly. Release it. Reina clearly held little fondness for this Magikarp, and her choices in capturing Pokémon were primarily guided by Dailo's opinions. Since Dailo deemed it useless, it would be discarded. A flash of white light, and the freshly captured Magikarp was tossed back into the water. The Psyduck, eyeing the escaping Magikarp, suddenly gleamed with intent. Smack! A claw shot up and, in a split second, struck the lively Magikarp, rendering it unconscious. Look away. Pulling Reina aside, Dailo understood that the Psyduck intended to feast. All right. Nodding obediently, Reina glanced at Dailo's hand, which had been inadvertently scratched while trying to pry open the Magikarp's mouth, and smiled. Shall I assist you with that? Perhaps you should tend to your own injuries first. Dailo replied, exasperated. He found Reina's logic somewhat perplexing. Despite his own wound still bleeding, she was preoccupied with his. That made sense. Reina chuckled, then requested Dailo to fetch a first aid kit, swiftly attending to her bite wound. What is it? Noticing Dailo staring blankly at his injury, Reina, though she understood his gaze, felt compelled to inquire again. Oh, it's nothing. Dailo would not bother with trivial questions about pain. Merely seeing Reina injured made him uneasy. It's nothing. I often cut myself while using a knife. Reina remarked, observing Dailo's profile. All right, extend your hand. Being a trained nurse, her technique was efficient. In no time, both their wounds were treated. When will Maris return? Reina asked, leaning against the bed with a pillow. Before dinner. They should be out for quite a while. Dailo sighed. He had originally intended to accompany Maris, but due to the troublesome Sana, he had to leave Maris to handle it alone. Though Yin had no interest in shopping, she accompanied her sister to avoid being with Dailo. At that moment, Dailo recognized that Reina was indeed kindred to him, choosing to stay behind and enjoy the scenic streets of Otamare rather than joining the other three women in shopping. Master. Very well. Reina sat up and descended from the bed, wrapping her delicate hands around Dailo's neck from behind. What is it? I previously inquired with Miss Hakarine. She mentioned that generally. Noble schools allow one attendant, who can also be a maid. Reina merely embraced Dailo without any further actions, her gaze fixed on the window as she asked uncertainly. Have you decided who to bring along, Master? Have you made your choice? Dailo responded, not yet. Hakarine had not discussed this matter with Dailo. But Maris would likely have more clarity. He had initially promised Maris that Reina would accompany her, yet it seemed Reina was not inclined. The task from headquarters was to recruit that pair of sisters, right? Due to Dailo's influence, Reina and Maris had begun to refer to Team Rocket as headquarters. Indeed. Dailo nodded. Recruiting those sisters was essential, as it pertained to whether he would have an independent research facility in the future. If you successfully recruit them, what roles will they undertake? Reina inquired further. That would depend on how headquarters arranges it. I suppose their duties would be somewhat similar to ours. Dairo does not believe that Team Rocket would assign Sana and Lien to trivial tasks. Their involvement is likely tied to infiltration or data theft. This implies they may indeed join your team, right? Indeed. Reina's reasoning holds merit. Typically, new recruits within Team Rocket spend a period under the guidance of a mentor, allowing them to acclimate to their roles and familiarize themselves with the organization more swiftly. Well, why ponder so much? Let us just call Dars. With that, Dairo promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Dars's number in Reina's presence. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, he inquired, Captain, if I manage to recruit those two sisters, will they be assigned to my team once they join Team Rocket? Oh, that's certainly feasible. What? Is one Marcy not enough to satiate your restless desires? Dars had not finished his sentence when Reina interjected with a deliberate cough, a subtle reminder of their surroundings. Oh dear, do you have another lovely lady beside you? That voice doesn't belong to Marcy. You're quite the charmer, aren't you? Dars's laughter echoed, tinged with a peculiar uncertainty reminiscent of Doflamingo's laugh from the days of watching One Piece. Is everything all right? Dars asked, retracting his mirth. Everything's fine, Dairo assured him confidently. Well, it seems you haven't called me in days, and now that you do, it's to inquire about beautiful women. You truly seem neglectful of your duties. Dars found himself at a loss for words regarding his subordinate, as numerous other members of the exploration team performed better than Dairo. However, Dairo had encountered more challenges, resulting in fewer captured wild Pokémon, while those who spent their days in the forest could catch 7 or 8 in a single day. The irony was that Dairo's lack of captures did not hinder his rising status. He had first recruited the fairy-type gym leader from Kalos, drawing significant attention from headquarters. Subsequently, he caught the eye of a candidate from the largest faction of the clock tower, elevating his status from a mere low-level employee to that of a noble knight. This transition placed him in an entirely different realm compared to ordinary individuals, who had to toil their entire lives just to reach the top 16 of the league, often without the prospect of mingling with the aristocracy. Now, even the formidable boss Bamu occasionally inquired about Dairo's well-being. However, this young man, might I implore you to focus on your work? Many individuals from Team Rocket have arrived in Odomo Ray, and the first order of business for many newcomers is to ascertain your whereabouts, only to discover you engaging in lively conversation with a few ladies. Team Rocket members. All right, there is something I need to discuss with you. Darz's tone shifted to a more serious note, indicating he intended to address a matter of importance. Go ahead, Dairo responded, adeptly transitioning his mood. Observing those sisters, despite their lingering reservations. They seem to have staked their futures on you. There has been no unusual behavior or signs of discontent. They likely have abandoned thoughts of the gemstone. However, others may not be so complacent, if you catch my drift. Darz's tone was light, yet tinged with an underlying gravity. What might their course of action be? Dairo pondered, a headache brewing. He hoped he wouldn't have to act as a bodyguard for the two sisters. Their strength was comparable, making it uncertain who would protect whom. If they refrained from pursuing Latios and Latias, others surely would, such as a certain organization intent on summoning these ancient deities for their own gain. Oh dear, is it that troublesome organization again? The previous encounter with the Mega Sharpedo inflicted considerable psychological trauma on this body as former host. Well, in any case, you need not engage with other organizations in the next few days. This situation has escalated beyond our control. Once the ancient deity emerges, you are to confront it without hesitation. Darz issued his directive with an air of detachment. In comparison to the bug god, who is stronger? Dairo reflected. He had encountered few formidable opponents. Regis had yet to showcase its capabilities. His understanding of Mutwo and the bug god was rather straightforward. They belonged to entirely different realms. If the bug god could be likened to antivirus software, then the spiky stone beast represented a virus. Has it been confirmed that it is indeed the spiky stone beast? Dairo asked, momentarily taken aback, having thought the identification was still uncertain. It cannot be anything else. Assessments have been made. Though the creature is largely extinct, it remains possible for such ancient beings to persist. Then why does it appear somewhat different from the spiky stone beast I know? Dairo questioned, unconvinced that a typical spiky stone beast would exhibit such features. Even if its appearance was not particularly appealing, it should not appear as fearsome as this one. Consider this. The contemporary spiky stone beasts are all resurrected from fossils. While they may have been successfully revived, that doesn't imply the complete restoration of their genetic makeup. If you comprehend my meaning, Darz articulated thoughtfully, elucidating the situation in layman's terms. So, you're implying that Pokémon resurrected from fossils are incomplete, and that the ancient deities represent the truest primordial forms of Pokémon? Dairo grasped the concept, responding with a counter-question. Precisely. Once something perishes, it can only exist as a fossil. While there is some historical basis for this, only the living fossils can be regarded as the genuine history, Darz affirmed with conviction. In essence, my boy, heed this. The spiky stone beast resurrected from fossils is indeed a rock and water-type Pokémon, but the ancient counterparts may possess additional attributes. If the devastation caused could be attributed solely to water and rock types, I would have already boiled the headquarters spiky stone beast. Is there any intelligence regarding this? Dairo pressed, aware of the adage that knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. That's the most troublesome aspect. The last catastrophe left no records, and we can only speculate based on scientific results. Headquarters believes that the ancient deity possesses at least 4 attributes. Water and rock are certain, with fire and poison as likely candidates. However, this doesn't rule out the possibility of a 5th or even a 6th attribute. Attributes are generally understood in 2 contexts: the innate attributes of the Pokémon itself and the attributes of its moves. The more attributes a Pokémon possesses, the greater its resistances. Conversely, the greater the variety of move attributes, the broader the potential for output. Dairo and Darz were discussing the essence of the Pokémon rather than its move attributes. Since this was a place where the Pokémon had once existed, remnants may reveal biological codes, shedding light on its original attributes. Both Team Rocket and the League are not lacking in scientists in this domain. Yet even with their expertise, Accurately estimating the attributes of ancient Pokémon remains elusive. Perhaps the mysteries surrounding these ancient species are simply too profound, or perhaps humanity's technological advancements have yet to catch up with history. With a sigh that bordered on sarcasm, Dairo ended the call. Observing his momentary daze, Reina bit her lip and asked, "So, what now? Should we leave?" Their earlier conversation had revolved around whether to venture together to the Noble Academy after departing Odomo Ray. However, following this phone call, the atmosphere had shifted from one of lightheartedness to one of tension. Thus, Reina chose not to dwell on her previous question, knowing that the young master would eventually provide her with an answer. Leaving was not an option. Dairo grabbed a cushion, reclined on his bed, and gazed at the ceiling. His eyes clear. He understood fully now. He could not leave. All around were water-type Pokémon drawn to the ancient deity. In Hanti, he noticed the fishermen who had recently set sail, their laughter echoing like that of jubilant chrysanthemums. The young master had never expressed any concern over the two sisters. It seemed almost unconsciously that Reina remarked, "Why should I worry about them?" Dailo shook his head, countering her question. Reina smiled slightly. If the young master wishes to win them over, he must invest a bit more thought, you know? Both sisters are proud and ambitious. While they may exhibit a flicker of panic in certain situations, they undoubtedly possess their own convictions. Limited capabilities, indeed. Dailo chuckled nonchalantly, readily admitting to it. I believe that if the young master truly desires something, he can certainly achieve it. A faint blush crept onto Reina's cheeks as she seemed to reminisce about that night on the deck when Dailo had spoken to her in a certain manner. Dailo glanced at her, puzzled by her unwavering confidence in him, and could only manage a sheepish smile. Sana's aura is quite overwhelming. I feel immense pressure in her presence. The dynamic between Dailo and Reina, characterized by their occasional awkward silences, was not lost on both Reina and Mashio. Remembering the playful expressions on Sana's face when teasing Dailo, Reina stifled a laugh and remarked, "Your attitude toward her isn't particularly warm either. Is it my fault then?" Dailo replied, feigning surprise as he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you suggest I do about it?" "What do you mean, what to do?" The door swung open with a bold push, revealing Sana, who entered with 3 shopping bags in hand, exuding an air of ostentation as she plopped down onto a chair. Dailo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, cold sweat beading on his forehead, uncertain whether Sana had been outside all along or had just entered. "You're back already? What about Mashio and Lien?" Feeling slightly embarrassed under Sana's scrutinizing gaze, Reina, who had been sitting on the bed with Dailo, feigned ease as she stood, glancing at the closed door and quickly deducing that Sana had returned alone. Lien mentioned she had some places to investigate, and Mashio accompanied her. "I returned early, thinking it would be inconvenient to carry all these bags," Sana explained, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead as the scorching sun made shopping an arduous endeavor. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she teased Reina, "I wondered why you weren't out shopping with us. It seems you're here serving your young master instead." The implications of her words were far too loaded. It was evident that Reina was as innocent as freshly fallen snow, while she had no intention of remaining so. She certainly had not yet succumbed to any corruption. "How dare you speak so lightly of someone's virtue?" Dailo thought, preparing to defend Reina when suddenly Sana's voluptuous form pressed against his arm, her arms entwining around him like 2 serpents. Reina tilted her head back, smiling. "Indeed, while you are out shopping, the young master and I have our own delightful pursuits to attend to." "Wait, what? Director? Have you mistaken the script?" Dailo turned in astonishment to Reina, unable to articulate a single coherent thought in response to the enchanting glimmer in her eyes. "Moreover, being held like this feels rather pleasant," he mused. It had always been Sana who initiated the playful banter with Dailo. Never did he expect this pair of rascals to engage in such antics right in front of her. "What of it?" Reina shot back, her eyes narrowing as she chastised. "This is our room. Must we seek your permission to do as we please? You didn't even knock before barging in." "Well, what of it? I merely caught you two in the act of sneaking around behind Mashio's back. You have the audacity to play yet lack the courage to admit it?" Sana was never one to be trifled with. Although she could not comprehend Reina's confrontational demeanor from the outset, she was not about to let herself be easily subdued. "What? I recall it was you two who begged the young master to take you along. Now that you've arrived at Odomo Ray, does it no longer matter?" Reina wrapped an arm around Dailo, while simultaneously pinching his waist. Every time Dailo considered speaking, he felt a twinge of pain from her grip. Sana glanced at the nurse, then at the embraced Dailo, her expression darkening. "If you find my sisters bothersome, you could simply say so. There's no need for pretense. We wouldn't mind. I just want you to temper your actions a bit, lest a mishap occur," Sana continued, her tone softening. Seeing her demeanor shift, The previously domineering nurse also eased her tone. We've been rather lax these past few days. That being said, if you wish to continue our alliance, we would be more than willing. However, if you no longer desire it, please inform us promptly. Sana spoke without looking at Reina. Her gaze fixed intently on Dailo as she said earnestly, the golden-haired, azure-eyed sister sincerely wishes for this. What play is this exactly? Dailo had yet to utter a single word since the beginning. It was Reina who was relentless in her assertions. As the young master, he certainly would not undermine Reina's authority, but the suddenness of the situation left him longing for an explanation from her. Chapter 118. Is it unfair? Since Reina's arrival, Dailo had seldom brewed tea for himself. Yet this time, after Sana had exited, Reina had already settled down obediently. Is the young master upset? Dailo regarded her with a smile and shook his head. He was fully aware of the weight of matters. He was Reina's master, while Sana was merely his partner in collaboration. He waved his hand dismissively, smiling. How could that be? Reina looked at him earnestly. The young master will become a noble. Certain matters must be clarified sooner rather than later, maintaining an equal relationship with them, given their personalities. Reina did not continue, for she saw that Dailo had understood her implication. When Mascio returns, you should discuss it with her. Dailo preferred not to dwell on such matters. Sana's personality was far too unpredictable, a stark contrast to his own, and as for women's affairs, it was best he remained uninvolved. Mascio was likely quite adept at handling such situations. Reina pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile. What do you think of Lien? In the evening, seated on the balcony, Mascio turned to Dailo, illuminated by the moonlight. Not particularly favorable, Dailo responded after a long pause, managing to utter those three words. I knew it. Mascio replied, seemingly already aware of Dailo's thoughts and not surprised by his verdict. Why? Dailo inquired, perplexed. He had not thought his feelings were so apparent. His demeanor toward both sisters had been consistent. Because she has a small chest, Mascio added with a smirk. And you dislike conversing with those who are less endowed. She continued. Reina shared Mascio's sentiments. Shifting away from the previous topic, Mascio toyed with the ribbon of a fairy-like ebu, subtly steering the conversation. Yes, she mentioned it to me this afternoon. Do you still intend to take them with you? Mascio's eyes sparkled with mirth as she regarded Dailo, eager to hear his response despite having anticipated the answer. This is a mission. Dailo evaded Mascio's gaze. That's merely an excuse to placate Das, Mascio chuckled, though Dailo felt a flicker of anxiety. By taking them, I can acquire a research facility, which is not something Team Rocket is providing. How cunning, Mascio teased, leaning against him and playfully tapping his forehead. You're still rather foolish. Dailo conceded that perhaps he was somewhat less astute than Mascio. You are about to become a noble of the Alliance. Do you truly fear lacking a research facility? Moreover, with the blessings of Regis, you possess what no ordinary knight could hope for. Your status may very well rival that of Hakaran. Mascio refrained from inquiring about the origins of that research facility. She had known from the moment they met that Dailo harbored secrets. But if he chose not to share, she would not press him. What? Dailo shot her a confused glance, sensing the underlying meaning in her words. Just wait and see. Once this incident concludes, those two women will undoubtedly refuse to remain behind. Mascio asserted with unwavering confidence. Whatever, Dailo sighed with a wry smile, genuinely wishing to avoid such matters. You, my dear, can only be a hands-off manager. Once you become a noble, remember to secure yourself a competent steward, Mascio advised, exhaling in exasperation as she nudged him. I shall await your return. Dailo found himself rather eagerly anticipating the return of Mascio, for one understands their own circumstances best. Previously, he shared a room with Mascio, and the natural progression of their relationship should have led to sharing a bed. However, ever since his forceful enlightenment by Regis, he has been quite unlike any ordinary person. Engaging in the activities that Reina suggested could potentially lead to dire consequences, as the power of the ancient clan is not something mere mortals can withstand. Thus, he harbored an unspoken suspicion about Mascio's motives. Was she seeking the fairy god for power, or for the sake of sharing a bed with him? What a thought! Observing the gradual change in Dailuo's smile, Mascio playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Not thinking of you really. Just a trivial matter. She nearly let slip her true feelings. Indeed, one must not converse with overly astute women. When will you release them? Mascio mused, recalling the Pokémon Dailuo had previously sent away. It had been some time since she last saw them. And considering the impressive transformation of the Great Hound during its last encounter, she wondered about the progress of the others. The prolonged duration of this quest was due to the activation of 2 segments simultaneously. Each Pokémon's exclusive quest consists of 3 segments. The last time, the Great Hound had only completed the first segment, and the second had not been timely activated. Just a few days ago, however, the second segment was successfully unlocked. As for Jengar and its companions, they had transitioned directly from completing their first segment to initiating the second. It should be soon. I have a premonition that upon their return, Jengar and its trio will have attained leadership status. Previously, they had evolved from a feeble state to that of commanders, and now they would emerge from the commander level, at the very least, as leaders. What experiences might they have encountered in that realm? After voicing her thoughts, Ma Xiao gazed at Dailo and softly remarked, "How wonderful it is to utilize such somewhat unscrupulous breeding methods." Unscrupulous? He mused. Indeed. This method certainly contravened the principles of ordinary trainers, devoid of training, research, or nurturing. The growth of any Pokémon entirely relied upon the system's assistance. Don't overthink it. Nestling into Dailuo's embrace, Ma Xiao inhaled the faint scent of his hair and, with eyes closed, stated, "This world is inherently unequal. I have long been aware of that. At times, I truly feel that you and I are quite alike." Reflecting on her past self, she continued, "You know, when I passed through those small villages on the outskirts, the married women would hurl insults at me. It must have been quite harsh," Dailuo imagined, recalling that Ma Xiao had yet to master control over her fairy abilities at that time. For those devoid of resistance, her presence must have been an overt temptation. Holding the woman in his arms, Dailuo remained silent, ever the attentive listener. Yes, sensing the subtle acceleration of his heartbeat, Ma Xiao smiled, gently squeezing his wrist. "It's all in the past. I was indeed far too ostentatious back then, always showcasing my abilities. Attracting attention was entirely self-inflicted. I once thought, you must not be a good person." "Huh?" Dailuo finally spoke, feeling as though his integrity was being called into question. "Where would you find a good person within a villainous organization? Don't dwell on it." Ma Xiao opened her eyes, her starry gaze fixing upon him, rippling like water. "During my time in Kalos, I too had dealings with various organizations, but they ultimately came to naught." Dailuo understood well that it was quite normal for gym trainers within the league to have ties with local organizations. At that time, I realized that to access more, I needed to gain greater influence. Chapter 119, How to Block. Influence. Dailuo remained noncommittal, for he had not always possessed such sway. Yet, through his acquaintance with Hakulin and the assistance of Ma Xiao, he had garnered the attention of the league's upper echelons. Yet, this was merely attention. Perhaps only when he applied for nobility with the blessing of Regiace would his worth in this world truly elevate. Nonetheless, such matters were not his primary concern at present. He intended to live in the moment while contemplating the future. Odoma Lay was anything but tranquil, and he needed to prepare extensively. At that moment, he found himself alone in the room. Ma Xiao and Reina had departed, leaving Dailuo to retrieve the Pokeball he held. Great Hound. Simply calling its name, a magnificent Pokemon materialized at his feet in a flash of red light. "Here, take a whiff of this." From his backpack, Dailuo produced a somewhat high-tech device. Pressing a button, in an instant, a decidedly unpleasant, beastly scent wafted from the apparatus. "Awu?" The Great Hound's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, its previously languid posture replaced by bristling fur. Superior Pokemon naturally exert a presence over their lesser counterparts, and the scent simulated by Dailuo's device embodied an ancient power. "Do you remember this scent?" "Oh." The Great Hound nodded affirmatively, its eyes reflecting a hint of deep trepidation. The pressure this power exerted far surpassed that of the previously encountered ice golem. "Can you sense this aroma now?" Dailuo switched off the device, continuing his inquiry. "Oh." After carefully filtering out the lingering odor, the Great Hound attempted to perceive its surroundings, but returned a negative response. "Can't smell it." Dailuo was not surprised. If the data were accurate, the spiky rock beast should still reside deep beneath the sea, and due to the ocean's concealment, the Great Hound would likely be unable to detect the scent. He did not worry about whether the spiky rock beast would be discovered, as such ancient creatures are typically easy to detect, much like the bug god, which amassed numerous followers upon its emergence. He too doubted the spiky rock beast would appear without its own entourage. The closer the followers were to the spiky rock beast, the stronger their scent would be. This was an ancient essence, not something that could be easily obscured. Dailuo's task was to ascertain their location before the advance party of the spiky rock beast arrived. And for that, he required the Great Hound's assistance. Transmitting his thoughts through the tactical chip, Dailuo resolved not to keep his Pokemon confined within their Pokeballs from this day forward. After all, his Pokemon excelled in adhering to commands, rendering confinement unnecessary. Especially in these tumultuous times, the close protection of a Great Hound could effectively mitigate unforeseen incidents. However, should the spiky rock beast dispatch its accompanying Pokemon, The most likely candidates would be the water-type Pokémon dwelling beneath the Odoma Lake Sea. This region's waters might harbor some undeveloped marine Pokémon. Yet, to avoid detection by multiple parties, that creature would likely refrain from releasing its power into the ocean, meaning that land and sky Pokémon, even if infected by ancient power, would be few. The real challenge lay in the multitude of water-type Pokémon within the ocean. Most local trainers in Odoma Lake were water-type specialists. While some Pokémon could utilize moves of other types, it remained undeniable that the majority of attacks here would lean towards the water element. This posed a significant dilemma. Water-type Pokémon struggle to inflict substantial damage against other water-type Pokémon, especially when time was of the essence. If they failed to effectively counter the initial wave of the spiky rock beast Pokémon, it could very well lead to an overwhelming invasion of the city by numerous Pokémon. This was far from favorable news. Although water-type Pokémon exhibited limited capabilities on land, once they landed, the ensuing pressure would be relentless. To effectively fend off further assaults will prove challenging. Moreover, Dairo's Pokémon lineup presents its own set of complications. The Great Hound, the Corviknight, the Jengar, the Beedrill, the Manectric, and the Snom. It seems they are ill-equipped to confront water-type Pokémon. Although it is true that a commanding Pokémon can exert dominance over a multitude of lesser-ranked ones. The last invasion by the Bug God unleashed a horde of commanding Bug-type Pokémon. Notably, that encounter could scarcely be regarded as a domestic battle. The entity lurking beneath the sea has long harbored dissatisfaction with its transgressions, opting not to deploy its true might. Otherwise, despite its inability to rival Dairo's loyal Regice, it would not have been so easily thwarted by a mere throng of non-dominant humans. However, the current circumstance diverges significantly. The spiky rock beast, which has languished underwater for centuries, does not constitute an invasion. This is a matter of home turf. And who can ascertain how many water-type Pokémon it has potentially infected throughout those centuries, drawing upon its ancient aura? Furthermore, the League's deliberate reduction of visitor numbers over the past few days has resulted in an influx of trainers, predominantly from outside, thereby placing the majority of non-water-type Pokémon in the hands of these outsiders. These newcomers, lacking the sense of belonging that local trainers possess, may very well falter in times of crisis. While various organizations have dispatched numerous members, and the League has its elite four in attendance, the contest hinges on high-caliber combat prowess. Yet it is the low-tier Pokémon and trainers that form the backbone of defense. The ocean teems with innumerable water-type Pokémon. Yet the trainers on Odoma are rather few. Can they truly withstand the impending tide of water-type Pokémon? Especially in this city, encircled by the sea, where can one escape? Moreover, the League maintains strict regulations regarding trainers registered with them, making it improbable for anyone to depart the island unimpeded. This is a matter of principle. While one may reap the benefits of the League, the time has come for one to contribute in return. Thus, a pressing question arises: how to defend against the impending Pokémon siege? Due to an incident 2 years prior, the Junsha family has lost the trust of Odoma, while the combat capabilities of the Joy family remain indeterminate. Additionally, there is the troubling possibility of the presence of other League aristocrats in this city. Their silence thus far raises questions about their intentions. Chapter 120, Nightfall. Leaning against the balcony, Dailo is accompanied by the quietly resting Great Hound and the Snom, who is nibbling on Pokémon food. The former appears indifferent while the latter eats contentedly. Yet, despite their relaxed demeanor, one may notice their occasional glances towards the water. A series of ripples emerge, and a rather cunning Pokémon surfaces from the depths. With its claws gripping a speared Magikarp, a young Ice-Dark Pokémon triumphantly showcases its latest catch. Who among us would desire to feast upon the flesh of a Pokémon destined to evolve into a Gyarados? Just say Magikarp. Suddenly, two long, white legs descend from the eaves. Having just bathed, Sana's golden locks cascade down her shoulders, unbound as opposed to her usual ponytail. Clad in a nightgown, she appears far removed from the practical demeanor of the day, yet Dailo remains wary of this woman, casting a discreet glance at Sana as she gracefully descends. He also notes the fierce expression on the Great Hound's face and subtly gestures to it. He understands the Hound's temperament. It would not hesitate to act if Sana were to make any misjudged moves, but Dailo is not inclined to incite such a reaction just yet. Aware that the Hound's vigor is abundant, though the timing is not right. Where's Meisha? Not here. Sana inquires, glancing around Dairo's room, but finding no other presence. She went out with Reina. Pulling out a chair, Dailo lounges back, scrutinizing the intruding thief. The soft pink of Sana's nightgown does little to conceal her alluring figure. Were it not for her identity, she might indeed be a woman capable of inciting madness. Yet, as one of the world's foremost thieves. This alone instills a sense of caution in most. Typically, Sana might jest in response to Dairo's gaze, but tonight there is an unmistakable difference about her. Under the moonlight, her smile flickers, and she casually invites, "Shall we take a stroll?" Huh. Dairo retracts his gaze from the window, momentarily taken aback by her suggestion. There are only a few days left, so we ought to relax a bit, right? This is actually my second visit to Otamare, and I didn't get to explore the first time. Would you accompany me? Very well. Dairo retrieves a jacket and turns to Sana, who is clad in a refreshing outfit. I'll wait for you outside. All right. Sana does not keep Dairo waiting long. Her change of attire is swifter than that of Meisha or Reina, and it is evident that she has adorned herself with a light touch of makeup. A beautiful thief, or perhaps a beauty who delights in thievery. After having scrutinized the movie Guardians of the Water City, Dairo has formed impressions of the thieving sisters. Lien, the younger sister, harbors a certain obsession with power. While she is beautiful in her own right, she is indifferent to it, preferring to pursue world-class strength. In contrast, Sana, the elder sister, appears far more naive despite being slightly older. She revels in beauty, adores gemstones, cherishes adorable Pokémon, and possesses the decisiveness expected of a thief, yet ultimately, she is merely a woman who has strayed down a misguided path. If Lien embodies an enigma for Dairo, one whose motives are difficult to gauge, then Sana is someone he could envision including in his party. Yet, these are merely his own musings. He has no interest in prying into the final choices of the two thieves. His future lies in becoming a noble of the League, and not one of the lower echelon. Thus, he regards the two thieves with a measure of disdain. It is simply human nature to contemplate the impact of those who intrude upon one's life. What occupies your thoughts? Sana tilts her head, observing Dairo with curiosity as she fiddles with a sea blue gemstone. She perceives a lack of enthusiasm in him today, a certain drowsiness that is a departure from his usual demeanor. Though he has never been particularly energetic, today's distraction seems pronounced. Nothing, just waking up. He offers a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. He will not interfere with Sana and Lien's decisions, for now. His aim is to minimize the unfolding events to the best of his abilities. You seem rather out of sorts today. Have you been sleeping poorly these past few days? Sana expresses concern, being well aware that Dairo is a trainer of comparable strength. With the backing of Team Rocket's headquarters, he has access to a wealth of information. If anything were to trouble Dairo now, it would be the imminent catastrophe. Are you not confident? Indeed, I have been staying up late. Dairo recalls the late-night conversations with Meisha, which often stretch into the early hours. They seem to have much to share, past, present, and future, all subjects ripe for discussion. They savor these evenings, yet sometimes the late hours lead to waking up well past 11 or noon. Mr. Dairo, I assume you now possess 6 Pokémon? Sana cast a fleeting glance at the 6 Pokeballs hanging from Dailo's belt, discerning that each one bore an intriguing origin. The Pokeballs containing the Houndoom, Honchkrow, and Jengar were emblematic of Team Rocket's specialty, while the ones housing the Meowstic and Beedrill were gifts from Hakurine. Lastly, the Pokeball containing the Slurpuff was a luxurious creation crafted at great expense by Meow. Each Pokeball spoke volumes about the trainer's status. Truly, he was a fortuitous individual. I had no intention of capturing a 7th Pokemon, for doing so would directly transport it to Team Rocket's headquarters. If it were indeed the power I sought, I could not allow it to be sent there. Thus, I would have to wait until I established my own research facility before capturing any additional Pokemon. A research facility? Has Mr. Dailo already acquired the means to possess his own? Sana did not conceal her astonishment, her azure eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded the youth before her, who was a few years her junior. It was difficult for her to fathom that such establishments, typically reserved for the elite, could be so effortlessly discussed by Dailo. Upon returning, I should be able to secure one, Dailo mused. Considering that both system quests and the benefits afforded by the League's aristocracy would enable him to obtain at least one exclusive research facility. Is that so? I recall that Lien seems to have a keen interest in research work. It was as if she were speaking to herself, yet perhaps alluding to something greater. As her long hair obscured Dailo's view, making it challenging for him to discern her thoughts. Chapter 121, Encounters at Sea. At that moment, on the surface of the sea, a Greninja was gliding swiftly across the water. For a water-type Pokemon, traversing the ocean was undoubtedly the fastest method of travel. And this Pokemon was the most formidable among Chiba Akihiro's aquatic companions. The Greninja's body was predominantly blue, with its joints and underbelly a pale yellow. And around its neck was a pink object resembling a scarf, billowing in the air due to its speed, lending it an air of undeniable coolness. Chiba Akihiro stood atop the Greninja's back, 20 minutes later, Chiba Akihiro arrived at the port of Otamare with a flash of red light. The Greninja was returned to its Pokeball, which Chiba Akihiro subsequently pocketed, though he was already half-soaked. Upon stepping onto the street, he purchased a new set of clothes and promptly hailed a cab to the library and museum. He sensed something amiss in Otamare just 10 minutes prior. While racing across the sea atop his Greninja, a small sea lion had suddenly emerged from the water. Its dark coloration and fierce gaze suggested it felt threatened, despite Chiba Akihiro knowing that sea lions were generally gentle Pokemon. Initially, he thought little of it and intended to steer Greninja away. But the sea lion appeared unwilling to let him pass and charged at him with a headbutt. Chiba Akihiro attempted to evade, but misstepped and fell from Greninja into the sea. How vexing. Greninja, use Shadow Clone. Chiba Akihiro swam through the water while commanding Greninja to engage in battle, simultaneously retrieving a Pokeball from his possession and tossing it into the air. A burst of red light erupted as Starmie emerged from the Pokeball, descending into the water below. Chiba Akihiro quickly embraced Starmie, standing atop it while directing Greninja's combat efforts. The sea lion, confused by Greninja's shadow clones, struggled to discern the real one amidst the chaos, eventually halting in place. Greninja, Water Shuriken. All of Greninja's clones executed identical movements, one hand retreating behind its back, before swiftly launching water-formed shurikens at the nearby sea lion. Though seemingly composed of water, the shurikens possessed power rivaling that of genuine ones, with only 3 being real among the multitude. The sea lion did not dodge. The 3 shurikens struck its body, leaving several wounds. After letting out 2 furious roars towards Chiba Akihiro, the sea lion, undeterred, charged at him once again with another headbutt. Seeing this, Chiba Akihiro shouted, "Greninja, now Shadow Strike." Immediately, Greninja transformed into a blurry silhouette, rapidly positioning itself beside the sea lion and delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying. This action transpired in an instant, leaving only a trace of its movement on the water's surface. After several minutes of resolving the trouble, Chiba Akihiro was eager to depart, continuing atop Greninja and recalling Starmie into its Pokeball as he advanced towards Otamare. Something feels off. The sea lion seemed to have lost all reason. This left Chiba Akihiro pondering the situation throughout his journey. Upon reaching the library, he sought out shelves filled with recent events and historical accounts pertaining to Otamare, perusing several key volumes at a rapid pace. Gradually, he grew dissatisfied with the knowledge contained within these books. He yearned to examine the artifacts of Otamare. Consequently, Chiba Akihiro exited and hailed a vehicle towards the museum. Upon arriving at the museum, he stepped inside, where numerous ancient Pokemon fossils were displayed, including those of Omanite and Kabuto, which were relatively common. Chiba Akihiro ventured deeper, noting that the museum was sparsely attended, as interest in fossils was generally limited. As night fell, and the sky darkened significantly, Sana remarked to Dailo, "I'm feeling a bit hungry." Coincidentally, it was now evening, and Dailo led Sana to a nearby restaurant. After enjoying a hearty meal, Sana stood and suggested, "Let us go for a walk." Dailo could hardly refuse, and the two left the restaurant, strolling along the adjacent 13th Avenue. If an outsider were to glimpse them, they would undoubtedly perceive them as a couple. As they walked, they arrived at the bustling 12th Avenue, teeming with pedestrians. A Miss Junsha was seated atop a police car, surveying the surroundings. Dailo remained silent, focused on their leisurely stroll, with Sana mirroring his demeanor. Suddenly, a pitch-black Pokemon darted from the nearby bushes and positioned itself before them. Both Dailo and Sana were taken aback, and as they approached to get a closer look at the Pokemon, it swiftly vanished back into the foliage. All they glimpsed was its retreating silhouette, lacking clarity on its true form. They had no desire to pursue it, not wanting to be disturbed by a wild Pokemon. "What do you think that was?" Sana inquired, glancing at Dailo. "I'm not certain, but its silhouette felt oddly familiar. I can't quite place what Pokemon it might be," Dailo pondered, searching his mind in vain for an answer. "It must have simply been a wild Pokemon that suddenly appeared. Fortunately, it did not attack us," Sana remarked. "By the way, your sisters." Dailo began to suggest that they join his Team Rocket squad, but was interrupted by a voice resonating in his mind. Side quest triggered, the breath of ancient times. Seek the infected Pokemon. The sudden prompt made Dailo realize that the shadowy Pokemon was indeed one infected by the spiky shell Pokemon, and it was imperative to locate it. "I sense something amiss with that Pokemon. Let us investigate further." Dailo proposed this, undoubtedly due to the sudden emergence of the task at hand. Since it pertained to the spiky stone beast, there might be rewards involved, so it was prudent to follow along. He was also certain that Sana would not decline. "Shall we pursue?" Sana exclaimed, her boredom suddenly alleviated. Chapter 122, The infected Pokemon Dailo retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it ahead. The ball opened midair, releasing a brilliant red light, and a large hound appeared before him. Large hound, sniff the scent within that thicket, Dailo commanded. The large hound approached to investigate the aroma left by the dark Pokemon they had encountered earlier. Upon catching the scent, its demeanor shifted drastically, its eyes turned fierce, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl from deep within its throat. It seems it has caught the scent. Lead us to this Pokemon, large hound, Dailo instructed. The large hound immediately dashed off in another direction, with Dailo and Sana hastily following in pursuit. After traversing a fair distance, the hound halted to allow them to catch up. Once it sensed that Dailo and Sana were close behind, it continued towards the source of the scent. Soon, they arrived at a patch of grass where the large hound stopped, barking incessantly at the underbrush. Dailo and Sana exchanged glances, instinctively moving closer. Could it be hiding in there? Sana queried. It must be, but it's too dark to see clearly, Dailo replied. I have a solution, Sana said. Producing a Pokeball. Just as she was about to open it, there was a sudden rustle from the thicket, drawing their attention. The large hound's barking intensified. Is it about to emerge? Be cautious and stay behind me, Dailo instructed, placing an arm protectively in front of Sana. Though this gesture was simple, it stirred a newfound affection within Sana. No man had ever shielded her in such a manner, as she had always relied on her sister for protection. Her gaze unintentionally shifted from his arm to Dailo himself. At that moment, a shadow darted from the thicket, only to vanish before their eyes. Fleeing in the opposite direction, perhaps startled by the hound's fierce barking or overwhelmed by their numbers. Chase it down, we must not let it escape, Dailo urged. The large hound raced after the dark figure, with Dailo and Sana trailing closely behind. They sprinted over 200 meters through trees and underbrush before finally stopping near a river, where the sound of rushing water was distinctly audible. Dailo and Sana reached the large hound's side. The hound fixated on the dark figure not far away, which stood approximately a meter tall, slightly taller than the hound. The silhouette resembled a humanoid form, reflecting a faint glimmer from something on its forehead. Come forth, Piku, Sana exclaimed, tossing a Pokeball into the air. A radiant light emerged, revealing the adorable Piku. Piku, an electric-type mouse Pokemon, though diminutive, can unleash paralyzing electric shocks, the Pokédex chimed in. Dailo turned his attention to Piku. Piku, emit signal beam, Sana commanded. The tips of Piku's short tail and the black portions atop its ears began to glow, illuminating a 20-meter radius with remarkable clarity. Piku's small stature was accentuated by the pink cheeks that stored electricity, its large ears, and its short tail, contrasting sharply with its evolved form, Raichu. Sana cherished this delightful Pokemon and possessed several like it. Wonderful Piku. Sana approached to gently stroke Piku's head, which appeared to relish her affection, content to bask in her gentle touch. Meanwhile, Dailo discerned the true nature of the shadow before them. Golduck, he exclaimed. The creature, with its pale blue skin, possessed eyes as captivating as the ruby on its forehead and a long, sharp beak that seemed capable of piercing anything. This Golduck appeared larger than the average specimen, its coloration darker, and Dailo recognized it as a Pokemon infected by the spiky stone beast. The Golduck glared menacingly at Dailo and Sana, exuding an aura that suggested it could strike at any moment. Golduck, a water-type Pokemon, is the evolved form of Psyduck. It favors damp environments and excels at swimming. It can unleash psychic abilities when its forehead glimmers. The Pokédex sounded once more. The large hound emitted a low growl from its throat, prepared to pounce at Dailuo's command, ready to rend the Golduck to shreds. This is an infected Golduck. Tread carefully, Dailo cautioned, retrieving another Pokeball and tossing it forward. Come forth, Gengar. Gengar materialized from the Pokeball, seeming momentarily perplexed and playful, making faces at Dailo and the others. However, Dailo had grown accustomed to such antics. Enough, Gengar. Be serious and prepare to confront that creature, he directed. Eyeing Golduck, Gengar turned its gaze to Golduck and, upon seeing it, approached with a mischievous grin, causing Dailo to feel a tinge of embarrassment. He had merely summoned Gengar for assistance, not to provoke their enemy. Gengar danced around Golduck, pulling faces and even performing a handstand. Golduck, either annoyed or provoked by Gengar's antics, retaliated with frenzied swipes. However, being a ghost-type Pokemon, Gengar was impervious to such physical attacks, allowing them to pass harmlessly through its form as it playfully picked its nose and continued its antics. Realizing this, Golduck shifted its focus to the more vulnerable Sana. Charging towards her, Dailo immediately positioned himself in front of Sana, bracing for combat and preparing to unleash a powerful punch. Yet, he was not solely intending to block Golduck's assault. The large hound understood his intent. The hound unleashed a sand attack at Golduck, successfully obscuring its vision. Coupled with Piku's illumination, Golduck's accuracy was severely compromised. At this moment, Golduck was still several paces away from Dailo. Golduck opened its mouth, shooting a powerful water gun in their direction, but the large hound leaped forward, seizing one of Golduck's arms. Chapter 123. The sudden appearance of a colossal creature. Golduck's water gun veered off course, exacerbated by the previous sand attack, and missed Dailo and his companions entirely. Ah! Golduck cried out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Dailo charged forward, delivering a focused punch to the Golduck's body. He carefully controlled the force, ensuring it did not inflict a fatal blow, yet it significantly weakened the creature. The large hound released its grip on Golduck, stepping aside as Golduck staggered back, revealing bite marks on its arm, still oozing blood. Its movements became labored as it retreated towards the river, its speed considerably diminished compared to its initial onslaught. Chase it. We cannot let it escape, Dailo urged. However, Goaystone remained rooted in place, nudging its pokeball and entering it. Dailo picked it up and sprinted in the direction where the Golduck had fled. The others hastily followed suit, with Sanaa cradling Piku as she hurried along. Thanks to Piku, the surroundings were vividly illuminated, and they reached the riverbank where Golduck had halted. The Maitaiana attempted to charge at Golduck to seize it, but soon came to a standstill, seemingly gripped by a hint of trepidation. Observing this, Dailo felt a twinge of confusion. What could possibly intimidate the Maitaiana? They gazed towards the river, where Piku's light flickered faintly. In that moment, a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the river, slowly ascending onto the shore. This Pokémon, its body gradually revealing itself, came to a halt as Piku's light illuminated it. Dailo and his companions immediately adopted a vigilant stance. The creature was enormous, reminiscent of a dinosaur, standing upright on two legs, its body leaning forward. Its back and tail were adorned with red fins, and its physique shimmered in a sea blue hue akin to Golduck, though its lower jaw was a distinct pale yellow, indicating to Dailo that it too was an infected Pokémon. The simultaneous emergence of two formidable infected Pokémon heightened their alertness. The creature's jaw possessed an immense biting force capable of crushing anything, even more terrifying than its pre-evolution. Its forepaws were massive and powerful, dwarfing Golduck by at least double. It's a Croconaw, Sanaa exclaimed upon recognizing the Pokémon. Croconaw, a water-type jaw Pokémon, typically inhabits rivers or oceans, and is the evolved form of Totodile. The Pokédex chimed in, and Dailo listened intently. Is it planning to escape with Golduck? Or will it engage us in battle? Dailo pondered. Although Croconaw was undeniably powerful, it did not instill fear in Dailo, as it did not even reach the level of a legendary Pokémon. Yet, this Croconaw appeared slightly larger than usual, likely a mid-tier commander-level Pokémon. Sanaa held two Pokeballs in her hands, seemingly ready to throw them. Roar! Croconaw bellowed towards Sanaa and the others, and immediately after, Golduck made its way to the riverbank. It wasn't until Golduck submerged into the water that Croconaw turned and followed it below the surface. Dailo rushed to the riverbank, contemplating pursuing Golduck, but hesitated. Lacking a Pokémon adept in aquatic battles, he realized that Croconaw and Golduck would significantly bolster their strength in the water. Even if he could defeat them, injuries were inevitable. With Sanaa by his side, Dailo dismissed the reckless endeavor. There's no choice but to stop here. Venturing further would be perilous. It's not worth risking for two Pokémon, Dailo sighed, a hint of disappointment evident in his voice. Though he had relinquished the opportunity to chase after them, Sanaa noticed his reluctance and felt a pang of dissatisfaction as well. However, given Dailo's words, she too felt it would be unwise to charge ahead. What a pity, we were so close to capturing them, and then suddenly a Croconaw appeared. It's unfortunate. Sanaa attempted to console Dailo, but found her words ineffective. It's nothing. I merely find it curious why Croconaw and Golduck would be acting in concert, especially since both are not ordinary Pokémon, but rather of commander caliber. After all, Croconaw is one of Golduck's natural adversaries. Dailo continued to ponder the recent events, grappling with the incredibility of the situation. Let us return for now and reflect on these matters later, Sanaa suggested. Dailo, not wishing to dwell further, headed towards the street, with Maitaiana trailing closely behind as their steadfast protector, akin to a personal bodyguard. After walking a short distance, they arrived at Avenue 12, where the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Suddenly, a kindly-faced old man obstructed their path. Young ones, are you afraid of ghosts? The old man inquired with a smile. Perhaps due to his age or the naturally cheerful disposition of his eyes, when he smiled, his eyes seemed to narrow into slits, radiating warmth yet with an underlying peculiarity. Not at all, Dailo replied without hesitation. Fear ghosts. Impossible. Goei stone is merely a ghost type. Why would I be afraid? Courage is cultivated. If that is the case, then what is that upon your right shoulder? The old man continued. What could it be? Dailo instinctively glanced towards his right shoulder, where a hand had seemingly appeared, resting upon him. This hand was unmistakably human, chillingly real, and icy cold. Dailo immediately swatted the hand off, which fell to the ground, revealing itself to be merely a model. We should leave. Dailo grasped Sana's hand, preparing to depart. The old man watched them as they walked away, and the hand on the ground suddenly floated up, and he tucked it into his clothing. After walking a short distance, Dailo turned back to find the old man had vanished, leaving only a sea of bustling pedestrians in his wake. Is something the matter? Sana sensed that something was amiss with Dailo. Nothing, Dailo admitted, though he couldn't deny that the encounter with that hand had sent cold sweat down his spine, even if it was likely just a trick. Chapter 124. How did I get surrounded by two Pokémon? Chiba Akihiro was walking alone in a deserted alley. Having previously visited the library and the museum, he had learned much about the history of Otamare and recent events. Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed some commotion by the river nearby. Approaching the source of the noise, he found himself at the river that spanned about 10 meters wide, its course extending out of sight. As Chiba appeared into the water, two peculiar figures suddenly erupted from its depths. Instinctively, Chiba stepped back a few paces, maintaining a safe distance, and soon discerned that the two entities emerging from the river were Pokémon, Croconaw and Golduck, having left Dailo's side to appear before Chiba Akihiro. Sensing something was off, Chiba retrieved two Pokeballs from his pocket, and the tiny spheres rapidly expanded in size. After pressing the central button, he hurled them forward. Two beams of red light burst forth, revealing a Hypno and a Scyther. Hypno, the evolved form of Drowsy, held two iron spoons and bore a star-shaped red mark on its forehead. Its body predominantly yellow, it sported long whiskers and brown patches resembling armor. Meanwhile, Scyther hovered in the air, its most striking feature being its enormous pincers capable of slicing through anything. Its body was primarily red, and it had a pair of adequately sized wings fluttering rapidly, allowing it to remain airborne. Roar! Croconaw bellowed towards Chiba Akihiro. Realizing that these two Pokémon were not amicable, Chiba chose not to extend any courtesy towards them. Hypno, use confusion. Scyther, employ Fury Cutter. He commanded. As soon as the words left his lips, Hypno brandished its spoons, focusing its gaze on Golduck and Croconaw, unleashing an invisible psychic force to disrupt them. However, it seemed the effect was rather minimal, because Psyduck also possesses psychic-type skills. And moreover, Psyduck is a commander-level Pokémon. Abilities like Alakazam S would obviously have a noticeable effect on him. Alakazam, 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 cried out several times. Alakazam's expression wasn't very good. He looked somewhat strained because he was facing the much stronger Psyduck. Scyther flapped its wings and charged towards Psyduck. Its two huge sides were itching for action. If this hit, Psyduck might lose its ability to fight. Roar! Feraligatr charged recklessly towards Scyther, mouth wide open. Dodge, Scyther! Akihiko Chiba shouted immediately upon seeing this. Scyther's reaction was fast. Upon hearing the command, it flapped its wings and flew to a higher spot, out of Feraligatr's reach. These two Pokémon seem a bit unusual. So ferocious, slightly bigger than normal, they're probably commander level. With just my two, I may not be able to handle them. Chiba thought, then pulled two more Pokeballs from his pocket. After pressing the buttons, two more Pokémon appeared in front of him, a Shellder and a Gothorita. Gothorita's body resembled a dress, adorned with white decorations, and it had four strange appendages on the sides of its head, which were part of its body. Gothorita and Alakazam simultaneously used Psychic on Psyduck, Shellder used Ice Beam, and Scyther attacked according to the situation. Chiba commanded all four of his Pokémon. Alakazam and Gothorita both used Psychic on Psyduck, which countered with the same move. Meanwhile, Feraligatr rushed toward Chiba at high speed, but due to the distance, it could still be handled. Shellder's spike glowed blue, as if charging power. Just as Feraligatr approached, the icy ice beam shot from Shellder's spike, hitting Feraligatr directly. In just 2 seconds, Feraligatr was frozen solid by Shellder's ice beam. This move was taught to Shellder by Chiba using the machine. It could immobilize opponents. He had spent considerable effort learning it. Now, Chiba shouted. Scyther used Whirlpool Blade on the frozen Feraligatr. Its two giant sides spun powerfully. At this time, the Ice Beam's effect began to wear off. Cracks appeared across Feraligatr's icy body. When Scyther was still about one body length away, Feraligatr broke free, holding its two arms up defensively. Scyther's scythes hit Feraligator's arms, pushing it back several meters after 3 seconds. Some of the scales on its arms had chipped off from resisting the attack. Psyduck gave up contending with Alakazam and Gothorita and fired a series of moderately powerful water guns at them. Both Alakazam and Gothorita dodged. These two Pokemon are way too strong. My 4 Pokemon aren't enough to defeat them. I still have Starmie and Greninja. If things continue like this, they might get hurt. Chiba thought, then threw out 2 more Pokeballs. Starmie and Greninja appeared. Greninja and Starmie used Water Gun on Feraligatr, while Shellder used Spike Cannon. Now all of Chiba's current Pokemon were on the battlefield. If even this wasn't enough, retreat was the only option. Countless water guns shot at Feraligatr, but the attacks only caused minor scratches. The final, decisive move was naturally Shellder's Spike Cannon. Chapter 125. Reinforcements arrive. Shellder's central spike was thick and pointed, now firing directly at Feraligatr. This was Shellder's signature move. Since last week, Shellder had been promoted to upper-level commander. It was the perfect time to test this attack on Feraligatr. However, this move could only be used once in a short period. The sharp spike shot straight at Feraligatr, which didn't he notice it due to focusing on stopping the water guns. The spike embedded itself halfway into Feraligatr's arm because of its tough scales. Nevertheless, the spike carried a paralyzing effect. While it wasn't very effective on such a massive Pokemon, it still had some impact. Roar! Feraligatr howled in pain. Shellder's attack clearly caused some effect, but it did not back down. Instead, it became even more furious, exhaling heavily. The next moment, with destructive intent, Feraligatr charged straight at Chiba. Protective Scyther immediately blocked the path, trying to stop it, but there was no way it could halt an enraged Feraligatr. As a mid-level commander specialized in offense, Feraligatr's frontal attack couldn't be blocked by a lower-ranked Scyther. With a loud bam, Feraligatr rammed Scyther away. Seeing its ally attacked, Greninja threw Shuriken at Feraligatr, trying to block it, but the light blue Shuriken had no effect. Chiba didn't waste the precious time bought by his Pokemon. He dodged Feraligatr's enraged charge with a quick sidestep. Perhaps due to the speed or Feraligatr's rage-induced disorientation, it missed Chiba but continued moving forward, crashing into a building. Bang! A huge hole appeared in the wall. Chiba grimaced, relieved it wasn't him in the debris. After shaking its head, Feraligatr reoriented, glaring at Chiba. It opened its giant jaws. And just as Scyther was rising from a distance, a huge water sphere shot from Feraligatr's throat toward Chiba. This was Feraligatr's Hydro Pump. Far more powerful and faster than Water Gun. By the time Chiba reacted, it was already too late. However, Greninja and Starmie reacted quickly, launching Shuriken and Water Gun at the incoming Water Blast. Even though both attacks hit, they had no effect. The Hydro Pump continued straight, as if unimpeded. At this moment, Starmie leapt and blocked the Hydro Pump with its body, sacrificing itself and flying through the air just like Scyther had earlier. On the other side, Golduck charged forward, approaching both Alakazam and Miss Gothitelle, extending its 2 rather sharp claws and unleashing a frenzy of slashing attacks. Due to their positioning, Alakazam inadvertently shielded Gothitelle, resulting in an inevitable outcome. Within mere seconds, Alakazam was left with numerous gashes and wounds, all inflicted by Golduck's relentless skills. In what felt like the blink of an eye, Alakazam had nearly lost its combat capability, blood continuing to drip from its numerous injuries. Alakazam, coming to his senses, Chiba Akihiro gritted his teeth, a shadow of despair reflecting in his eyes as he lamented inwardly. How could this happen? He found himself at a loss. Confronted by 2 mid-tier commanding Pokemon, while 2 of his own 6 had already fallen. If this continued, he feared he would truly be overwhelmed. Just then, a series of sounds suddenly erupted, growing ever nearer and increasingly grating. The noise was somewhat familiar. Chiba Akihiro turned towards the source, and moments later, a police car came to a halt before him. From the vehicle emerged Miss Junsha, clad in her recognizable uniform and wielding a firearm. With keen perception, Chiba Akihiro quickly deduced that the weapon contained tranquilizers. What has transpired? Although Miss Junsha approached Chiba Akihiro with the professionalism expected of her role, the scene before her conveyed much of the story. I have been attacked by a wild rampaging Pokemon, and I require assistance, Chiba Akihiro asserted decisively. Understood. I will handle this, Miss Junsha replied as she retrieved a Pokeball from her pocket and tossed it forward. In an instant, a robust Pokemon appeared. This creature seemed somewhat incongruous next to the charming Miss Junsha. While she exuded an aura of beauty and grace, her Pokemon was none other than a Machamp. A stark contrast to her appearance. Machamp, with its thick legs and large hands akin to those of a sumo wrestler, boasted immense strength capable of sending a truck flying. Standing just over 2 meters tall, it was nearly the same size as Croconaw, making them evenly matched in terms of physical stature. These two Pokémon are rather peculiar. Do exercise caution. Both are mid-tier commanding Pokémon, Chiba Akihiro remarked. At this moment, a sense of relief washed over him. Had the situation persisted for a few more minutes, both he and his Pokémon would have been in grave danger. Return, Alakazam and Starmie, Chiba Akihiro commanded, and both Pokémon obediently returned to their Pokeballs. Witnessing this, Croconaw erupted with fury, charging towards Macamp. Perhaps fueled by anger, Croconaw's attack came off as reckless, and Macamp was particularly adept at countering such impulsiveness. I leave Golduck to you, Miss Junsha stated. Is that acceptable? Of course, Chiba Akihiro replied confidently. If earlier, he had felt somewhat strained in a 6-on-2 battle, now, with 4 against 1 Golduck, he felt assured, especially with Miss Junsha as Pokémon being undeniably formidable. Croconaw barreled towards Macamp, but in the next moment, something astonishing occurred. As Croconaw closed the distance, merely 2 meters away, Macamp sidestepped to the left, positioning its massive hands above and below. Croconaw, unable to alter its course in time, found its neck caught between Machamp's colossal hands, and as Macamp exerted its strength, it instantly clamped down, immobilizing Croconaw. With a powerful thrust of its robust right leg, Macamp tripped Croconaw, leaving its hindquarters suspended helplessly in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Macamp bent backward forcefully, sending Croconaw crashing to the ground. With a resounding crash, Croconaw was thrown to the earth, and upon realizing that victory had been secured, Macamp released its grip on the defeated Pokémon. So formidable, Chiba Akihiro thought, astonished. Despite facing a mid-tier commanding Croconaw, Miss Junsha's Macamp had dispatched it with apparent ease. Why had he struggled so much with 6 Pokémon against just 2? Only to be surrounded by the enemy? What could possibly explain this? Never mind. Miss Junsha is putting forth great effort, and I cannot afford to slacken now. Go. Greninja, unleash smoke screen. Chiba Akihiro called out. Upon receiving the command, Greninja produced 3 gray orbs from behind, hurling them towards Golduck, mistaking them for an offensive maneuver. Golduck countered by unleashing a water gun, shattering the smoke bombs and enveloping the area within a 10-meter radius in a thick fog. Scyther, use quick attack. Greninja dig. The bond between trainer and Pokémon is indeed a wondrous phenomenon, at least for Chiba Akihiro. Merely uttering the name of a move was enough for his Pokémon to understand his intent. Scyther flapped its wings rapidly, darting around the perimeter of the smoke screen, attempting to divert Golduck's attention. Meanwhile, Greninja burrowed underground, digging towards Golduck's location. Perhaps attracted by Scyther's fluttering wings, Golduck quickly unleashed a water gun, aiming at the source of the noise outside the smoke. Unfortunately, Scyther's swift movements rendered Golduck's attacks futile, as none of the shots found their mark. Despite Golduck being a mid-tier commander, Scyther, as a fast-attacking lower-tier commander, was more than capable of evading. Frustrated, Golduck found itself spinning in place, while the incessant noise from Scyther only heightened its anxiety. Meanwhile, Greninja had successfully positioned itself directly beneath Golduck, poised and ready. Now, Chiba Akihiro shouted, prompting both Scyther and Greninja into action. Upon hearing the command, Greninja burst forth from the earth, seizing Golduck's legs with its claws, while Scyther charged in with its massive pincers aimed at Golduck. In the next moment, Scyther struck Golduck squarely, but without lingering, it took to the skies once more. The wound inflicted on Golduck bore a cross-shaped mark, shallow and not life-threatening. However, Golduck was now firmly under the control of Chiba Akihiro's Pokémon. An escape was no longer an option. Just as Miss Junsha and Chiba Akihiro believed they had secured victory, Croconaw unexpectedly rose, launching a sweeping tail attack that sent Macamp stumbling back several meters, though with little damage. However, the freed Croconaw now had a clear path towards the ensnared Golduck. As the sound of its approach echoed, Greninja released its grip on Golduck and once again burrowed underground. With Croconaw's momentum scattering the smoke screen and with the nearby river, both Croconaw and Golduck dashed towards the water, disappearing without a trace upon leaping into its depths. Damn it, we cannot allow those 2 dangerous Pokémon to escape. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire, jeopardizing the safety of the citizens. Miss Junsha sprinted towards the river. But after just a few paces, she was seized by Chiba Akihiro. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Your reckless pursuit could lead to grave danger. They are water-type Pokémon, far more acquainted with the aquatic realm than we are. If you charge in, you may not return alive. We will surely uncover evidence of their whereabouts later. There is no need for such haste, Chiba Akihiro cautioned. Chiba Akihiro, I am aware of your reputation and have reviewed your dossier. Yet this is a critical moment. The League requires the strength of unpredictable elements like you. However, do refrain from causing any trouble, or I shall show no mercy, Miss Junsha retorted. I understand. Chiba Akihiro replied, recalling several of his Pokémon into their Pokeballs. If there are any developments, summon me. I shall not lose track of those two perilous Pokémon. With that, Miss Junsha strode towards her police motorcycle, swiftly mounted it, and sped away, vanishing from Chiba Akihiro's sight. Oh, I must take you all to the Pokémon Center for treatment. You performed splendidly, yet without any tangible results. Thank you for your efforts. Chiba Akihiro murmured to the Pokeballs in his grasp, as he made his way to the Pokémon Center to tend to the healing of his shiny Starmie and Hypno. Fortuitously, Odoma Lei was stationed to assist Miss Junsha. Otherwise, today could have ended in tragedy. He pondered the inexplicability of Odoma Lei's disdain for Miss Junsha. Without that segment of governance, chaos would surely ensue in this place, with rampant Pokémon causing considerable trouble. Meanwhile, on another path, Dairo and Sana were conversing. Those two Pokémon we encountered today appeared extraordinarily powerful, seemingly possessing commanding-level strength, Sana remarked. Indeed, it was fortunate we did not engage them. That would have been exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, those two Pokémon seem rather peculiar. They likely are infected. We must exercise caution in our future outings, Dairo replied. At that moment, the ever-vigilant Houndoom, which had yet to be recalled into its Pokeball, seemed to sense something amiss. Woof, woof, it barked, darting off in a specific direction. What is going on? Sana inquired. Houndoom must have detected something. It wouldn't act so suddenly otherwise. Let us follow it, Dairo exclaimed, turning to pursue Houndoom, with Sana trailing closely behind. Albeit puzzled, after a considerable distance, they found themselves in a narrow alley, navigating several turns until they reached the banks of a river, the very site where Chiba Akihiro had battled the infected Psyduck and Crocodile. Woof, woof, Houndoom barked once more. Dairo surveyed the area and noticed a wall not far off that had been smashed to create a large hole, evidently a recent occurrence. The ground bore the marks of battle. It was clear that a confrontation had just taken place. Did something happen here? Sana observed. Precisely. This is why Houndoom led us here, Dairo explained. As Dairo and Sana focused on the evidence of the prior battle, several trainers arrived from a nearby corner. Their expression somber. Some glanced around before departing, while others remained, scrutinizing their surroundings. Each individual harbored their own intentions. Those who left did so upon realizing there were no leads to pursue. Yet, every trainer had quietly come to this location, seeking clues while attempting to remain undetected. Although Dairo did not see these trainers, his professional instincts indicated that there were indeed numerous individuals present in the vicinity. He opted not to voice his suspicions, recognizing that while everyone shared a common purpose in arriving at Odoma Lei, the absence of effective leadership would hinder any collaboration in the short term. Chapter 127, The Competition. However, Dairo was not the sole individual to sense the presence of others. Sana also felt it. They exchanged glances, yet neither could pinpoint the trainers' locations, ultimately deciding to retrace their steps. Upon returning, Reina and May had been back for quite some time and had prepared a late-night snack, awaiting everyone's arrival. Lien also descended from the upper levels. By the way, Dairo, there was a battle not far from here. Are you aware? Lien inquired. There wasn't an outright battle, but we visited the site. Sana and I encountered infected Psyduck and Crocodile. You must travel in pairs when venturing out. It is far too perilous to go alone. The Pokémon we faced today were formidable at the mid-command level. Thankfully, we avoided further confrontation. Otherwise, I cannot predict how it would have ended, Dairo cautioned. Is it truly that dangerous? I recall that the Master's Houndoom is merely at a lower command level, right? Reina queried. It certainly poses a dilemma, Dairo lamented. Those infected Pokémon are likely social in nature. The Psyduck we encountered was with the Crocodile. Such occurrences will undoubtedly continue. An individual venturing out alone could find it exceedingly challenging to escape unscathed. After Dairo and Sana shared a late-night meal and recounted their day's experiences to the group, urging them to travel in pairs in the future, they returned to their rooms to prepare for sleep. Night had long since descended, and concurrently, at the airport, the last flight had gently landed. The passengers disembarked, among them two individuals whose demeanor was strikingly unusual. One woman sported a cascade of fiery orange hair, clad in a black off-shoulder dress cinched with a red belt, her figure undeniably alluring. Beside her stood a man dressed in a peculiar, almost ninja-like ensemble, his face obscured by a mask, garbed in a blue ninja uniform adorned with a pale blue star motif on his chest. Those familiar with the notorious criminal dossiers would readily recognize their identities, Marie Ling and Lyrute. infamous Pokemon hunters reigning over the Kalos region. Trailing these two rogues was a girl exuding an air of nobility, stepping off the plain. She possessed golden curls and donned a blue, fitted gown, intricately patterned, emanating an aura that distinguished her from the rest. This was Jimeya, a noble of the Kalos region, celebrated as the star of the clock tower, akin to Hakurine. As each passenger disembarked, the already tumultuous atmosphere of Odoma lay now gathered all its players. The eerie and tranquil night passed, shrouded in slumber. And by the break of dawn, the crowd arose early, for today marked a significant occasion. Odoma Lay was set to commence a unique water-based competition, the aquatic racing event. A signature summer spectacle of Odoma Lay and featured in the theatrical release, involved teams of water-type Pokemon pulling surfboards, with trainers standing atop, guiding their Pokemon. Rumor had it that this competition would attract the attention of some league aristocrats, having just disembarked from the plane, still adjusting to the time difference. Lyrute and Chiba Akihiro had both registered for the competition. Notably, both selected Greninja as their Pokemon, promising an exhilarating showdown. As the competition was on the verge of commencing, Dailo and his companions settled into the audience seats. This event featured holographic projections, alleviating their concerns about missing the competitors' performances. Why do we need to arrive so early when we're not even participating? I would much prefer to indulge in a leisurely slumber. How delightful that would be. I am still not fully awake, Dailo yawned, seated in the stands. Master, please focus on the match. This competition is quite rare, and it is one of the few annual events held in Odomare. I've often heard tales of it, but I've never had the opportunity to witness it firsthand, Rina remarked. Dailo's reluctance to participate stemmed from the fact that he lacked a water-type Pokemon, thus missing out on this competition, while Meow and the others simply had no desire to partake in such events. Isn't that Chiba Akihiro? Meow's gaze fell upon the competitor displayed in the holographic projection, her eyes fixating on Chiba Akihiro in the front row. Upon hearing her exclamation, the group turned their attention toward the competitors, spotting Chiba Akihiro prominently positioned. Indeed, Dailo replied. In the competition arena, Lailert stood beside Chiba Akihiro, and they exchanged glances, noting each other's Pokemon. What a coincidence, you're also using a Greninja. I'm Chiba Akihiro. He greeted Lailert, who, still bleary-eyed, merely acknowledged him with a glance, his focus unwaveringly directed ahead. As a ninja, he could not afford to reveal that he was still adjusting to the time difference. Chiba Akihiro's hand slowly retracted, ruffling the back of his head. How utterly cool. He mused. Regardless, I am determined to seize the championship in this competition. His presence in Odomare was somewhat reluctant. He had initially intended to enjoy a tranquil boat ride, but found himself entangled in various incidents. Now, with a hard-earned opportunity to unwind, he was resolute in making the most of it. With merely 10 seconds remaining before the match commenced, the 5 red lights overhead sequentially transformed into green. Once all the red lights turned green, the competition would commence with a resounding bell. The 15 competitors would surge forward, racing along a track that encircled the waterways of Odomare, with the first to complete a lap being crowned champion. Bang! The signal gun fired, and the 15 competitors dashed forward, their Pokemon formidable, including a Wartortle, a Seal, and a Magikarp. However, at the very start, one competitor found himself at the back of the pack, even returning to the starting point, due to his Magikarp merely floating on the water's surface, obstinately leaping out of the water and splashing his trainer. Disregarding those less competitive participants, the focus was squarely on Chiba Akihiro and Lailert, whose positions fluctuated as they vied for supremacy. As the signature Pokemon of the Kalos region, Greninja exhibited remarkable speed, and with the prohibition on utilizing abilities, the race would quickly conclude if high-speed movement were allowed. The cheers of the crowd resonated throughout the venue. This contest was not merely a competition, but also imbued with elements of wagering. Some spectators engaged in a gamble, speculating which competitor would cross the finish line first, and predicting second and third places. A correct guess would yield rewards, while accurately predicting all placements would result in a substantial prize. Dailo participated as well. Upon spotting Chiba Akihiro, he selected him as the champion, while choosing the others at random. Why are you so silent? Chiba Akihiro, now quite close to Lailert, began to engage in casual conversation. Your outfit is rather cool. Are you a ninja? A ninja requires no superfluous words, Lailert replied. Indeed, a true ninja. Your Greninja is formidable, and you are a worthy opponent. However, the championship title shall undoubtedly be mine, Chiba Akihiro declared with youthful fervor, momentarily setting aside any schemes. Just after he spoke, Greninja accelerated, attempting to distance itself from Lailert, but Lailert's Greninja was no slouch either, swiftly keeping pace, resulting in a fierce standoff. Chapter 128. The ambush. Who do you believe has the upper hand in this competition? Rina inquired. I've chosen the one clad in peculiar attire. Resembling a ninja, Meow replied. I naturally selected Chiba Akihiro, although that ninja currently appears quite formidable as well, Dailo remarked. Not far above them. Marilyn sat quietly observing Lailard as he completed the race, enjoying the best vantage point in the VIP section, where Hamaya watched the entire competition in silence. Within just a few minutes of the match's commencement, it was already apparent that the championship would be contested between Chiba Akihiro and Lailard. They maneuvered through several arches and sharp turns, racing side by side. However, as they remained engrossed in the competition, a disturbance rippled through the water ahead, and a once calm surface erupted as a ferocious Pokémon leapt forth. Crocodile, Lailard shouted, abruptly halting. Thankfully, he managed to grip the board, otherwise, he would have been the first ninja sent flying by a Pokémon. Meanwhile, Chiba Akihiro noted a wound on Crocodile's arm, recalling it as the injury inflicted by the Starmie spike cannon the previous night. Crocodile from last night, Chiba Akihiro thought, incredulous at its presence, obstructing the race. Upon surfacing, Crocodile locked eyes with Lailard and Chiba Akihiro, and upon recognizing Chiba Akihiro, a surge of fury ignited within it. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred, and Crocodile charged at Chiba Akihiro. However, given that Lailard and Chiba Akihiro stood together, Lailard assumed the Crocodile was targeting him. He swiftly adjusted his position to the diagonal rear, while Crocodile surged through the water at an alarming speed towards Chiba Akihiro, sending massive waves crashing upon the surface. Chiba Akihiro realized that he had to escalate the situation. After allowing it to escape due to carelessness the previous day, he was uncertain if he could capture it without Miss Junch's assistance this time. He retrieved 3 Pokeballs and tossed them forward, unleashing Starmie, Shelmet, and Scyther from their confines. At this moment, other competitors had caught up to them, yet remained oblivious to the imminent danger ahead. Everyone stop. Do not take another step. This is no longer a competition. There is a mid-tier commander-level Crocodile ahead. Those without the strength should retreat, Lailard warned the approaching competitors. Naturally, those lacking the prowess of Lailard and Chiba Akihiro hesitated, halting in place and gazing towards Chiba Akihiro's direction. Greninja, Starmie, and Shelmet positioned themselves to intercept Crocodile, forcing it above the water's surface. As it broke through, Scyther was poised to strike. Chiba Akihiro stood on his surfboard, commanding, Starmie, use rapid spin, Greninja, employ quick attack. Starmie spun rapidly, launching golden stars from the gem at its core towards Crocodile with the swiftness of a meteor. In the water, the reaction speed of the powerful Crocodile was relatively sluggish compared to that of the gem starfish. The high-speed star moved swiftly towards its body. Yet due to the nature of the attack being primarily a surprise assault and the Crocodile's formidable scales, the impact was far from devastating. In the next moment, the Frog Ninja's speed surged dramatically, arriving instantaneously at the Crocodile's side, delivering a kick that sent a shuriken-like projectile into its form. However, the powerful Crocodile remained unperturbed, fully aware that even with the Frog Ninja's utmost effort, it might not sustain any injury. Spike Shell, use Spike Cannon. This time, we must force it out, declared Chiba Akihiro. The spike from Spike Shell shot forward with ferocity towards the powerful Crocodile. The Crocodile, recalling the agony inflicted by a similar spike the previous day, immediately swam upwards, leaping out of the water to evade the impending attack. Now, commanded Chiba Akihiro, seizing the opportunity. The giant claw mantis, soaring through the air, charged directly at the Crocodile that had just emerged from the water, its pincers striking accurately against the Crocodile's head, sending it crashing back into the depths. Regrettably, the Crocodile merely shook its head and floated back to the surface, as the mantis had struck its most resistant point, causing little more than a mild annoyance, which only intensified the Crocodile's fury. Damn, that had no effect on it, mused Chiba Akihiro. Nearby, Lailard observed the confrontation between Chiba Akihiro and the powerful Crocodile. The ongoing aquatic racing competition attracted numerous spectators, including several nobles from the alliance. Noticing that Chiba Akihiro seemed to be struggling against the Crocodile, Lailard contemplated that aiding him might also showcase his own prowess, thereby gaining the recognition of the alliance's aristocrats, which could significantly benefit his future endeavors. With this thought, he grasped a Pokeball in his hand. At that moment, another Pokemon leapt beside him, a creature resembling a spherical form, with long and developed limbs. A white belly featuring a pattern reminiscent of an incense coil. This was a mosquito swimmer, a dual-type water and fighting Pokemon. All of this was projected through a hologram. Another infected Pokemon, mused Dailo. In the audience, Dailo, upon witnessing the scene, wasted no time in heading towards the battlefield, intent on confronting the miscreant crocodile. Another frenzied Pokemon? Liart remarked, glancing at the suddenly appearing mosquito swimmer. Frog Ninja, Water Shuriken. The Frog Ninja compressed water into the shape of shurikens, launching them towards the mosquito swimmer. In response, the mosquito swimmer extended its arms forward, releasing a multitude of bubbles from its palms to intercept the incoming shurikens. Come forth, Toad King, Liart declared, tossing a pokeball forward, which unleashed a blue creature adorned with pale blue and black patterns, somewhat resembling the mosquito swimmer. Toad King, Water Pulse, commanded Liart. The Toad King extended its hands, rhythmically slapping the surface of the water, causing ripples to form. Suddenly, a fountain of water erupted beneath the mosquito swimmer, which skillfully dodged it. As the Toad King's speed increased, so too did the velocity of the water columns. The mosquito swimmer, utilizing its remarkable agility, dashed across the river's surface, narrowly avoiding several droplets. Seemingly irked, the Toad King clapped its hands sharply against the water's surface, generating a massive column that propelled the mosquito swimmer skyward. Now, Water Shuriken, shouted Liart. The Frog Ninja formed shurikens in an instant, launching 5 of them towards the airborne mosquito swimmer. I've got this, Liart thought confidently. A series of splashes echoed as the shurikens were deflected by the mosquito swimmer's rapid movements. As it descended, the mosquito swimmer targeted the Toad King with a low kick. Though the Toad King was caught off guard, the Frog Ninja swiftly intervened, kicking its leg and preventing any harm. With the mosquito swimmer forced back a few meters, the Frog Ninja fell into the water, its leg temporarily incapacitated due to the significant disparity in level and strength. This mosquito swimmer is surprisingly strong, Liart pondered, realizing that if it weren't for the peculiar aura surrounding it, he would have captured it for himself. The other competitors could do little but observe the clash, knowing their involvement would only hinder the battle. Come forth, Iron-Faced Ninja, Liart called, releasing 2 iron-faced ninjas, each possessing distinct abilities. Resembling bees, they were small, with yellow heads and transparent wings adorned with red patterns. Iron-Faced Ninja, Metal Claw, Frog Ninja, Water Pulse. Don't let it stay on the water surface. Toad King, Bubble Beam, commanded Liart. Meanwhile, Chiba Akihiro continued to struggle against the enraged, powerful crocodile, having inflicted minimal damage, nearly losing one of his Pokemon's fighting capabilities. Just then, Dailo arrived on the scene, tossing 2 Pokeballs into the fray. The Great Hound and the Sticky Beauty took their places, the latter resembling a snail, with antennae that could extend and retract, its eyes shifting to green, while the green spots on its cheeks became smaller and lighter, maintaining a purple hue with a deep purple underside, its hands emerging from below, and a shell reminiscent of a snail on its back. Chiba Akihiro, I'm here to assist you, Dailo exclaimed. Thanks, return, Gem Starfish, replied Chiba Akihiro, recalling his Pokemon, as the Great Hound and Sticky Beauty took their positions. Let Spikeshell unleash Ice Beam and freeze this section of the river, Dailo commanded, directing Spikeshell's spikes towards the powerful crocodile. As the crocodile retreated a step, the Ice Beam transformed the river's surface to ice, compelling it to leap onto the frozen expanse to avoid becoming an ice block. Waves surged across the surface, stirred by the Frog Ninja's Water Pulse, the highest reaching approximately half a meter, limited by the river's confines. The Toad King emitted numerous bubbles towards the mosquito swimmer, which countered with its own bubble beam to thwart the attack. The airborne iron-faced ninjas flapped their wings, diving towards the mosquito swimmer, their sharp claws poised for an assault. Observing this, the mosquito swimmer leapt towards the incoming iron-faced ninjas, utilizing its impressive jumping ability to land before them and executing a whip-like kick that sent both iron-faced ninjas flying. They stabilized themselves in midair after being propelled a distance away. Damn, it's so strong, Liart gritted his teeth. An enraged Pokemon. It seems exceptionally powerful. I must lend my support. Seated in the audience, Marilyn beheld the current state of Liart through the holographic projection on the screen, prompting her to swiftly vacate her seat and rush toward the scene to provide assistance. Well done, Clawitzer, return, Akihiro Chiba declared, recalling Clawitzer into its Pokeball. The surface of the river beneath him had transformed into solid ice, allowing him to stand upon it without concern, even under the weight of the formidable crocodile, thus providing ample space for the Great Houndoom to unleash its prowess. Meanwhile, on the spectator platform, Meowscio and others witnessed Dailo in the projection. Is that Dailo? When did he slip away to the scene? They gasped in astonishment. All right, Houndoom, let's go, Dailo commanded. Due to their training session, both Corviknight and Gengar were not present with them. Greninja, use Double Team, Akihiro instructed. Greninja dashed toward Crocodile, executing Double Team, summoning a multitude of Greninja around Croconaw. Yet only one was the authentic Greninja. Croconaw attempted to swat the Greninja before it, but it was perpetually thwarted by the illusions. Houndoom, use Takedown. Followed by Quick Attack. Akihiro urged. Scyther, provide cover with Fury Cutter. The synergy between Akihiro and Dailo was palpable. Scyther's pincers shimmered with a silvery hue as it soared toward Croconaw. Observing this, Croconaw unleashed a massive paw toward Scyther, colliding with its pincers. Simultaneously, Houndoom had already reached the forefront, pouncing onto Croconaw, its sharp teeth sinking into the arm of the beast, piercing through its formidable scales. Now, Greninja, Hydro Pump. Akihiro shouted. The shadows of Greninja surrounding Croconaw converged, revealing the true Greninja, which retreated several meters, arms outstretched. A sphere of water began to coalesce between its arms, growing larger until it reached a diameter of over a meter. However, as Greninja's arms gradually closed in, the water sphere diminished, ultimately compressing into a smooth orb less than half a meter in diameter. Greninja positioned its hands behind the water sphere, with the ensnared Croconaw just ahead. Have your Pokémon stand clear, Akihiro instructed. Quick, get out of the way, Houndoom. Dailo called out. Houndoom, having fiercely clamped down on Croconaw's arm, released its grip and sidestepped. Scyther also took to the air, evading the impending attack. Chapter 130, Tremor. Boom. With a crisp sound, the water sphere surged across the ice, hurtling toward Croconaw at an imperceptible velocity. Bang! The sphere struck Croconaw's body, sending it crashing against the wall by the riverbank, creating a deep crater. Meanwhile, Lirette found himself in a precarious situation against a formidable Masquerain. He had never anticipated such strength from a single Masquerain. Despite deploying 4 of his Pokémon, he was still unable to subdue it, and if this continued, defeat loomed on the horizon. The commotion elsewhere drew his attention, and he glanced toward Akihiro's direction, where Croconaw was nearly subdued. This realization stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Come forth, Delphox and Drapion. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shore. 2 beams of crimson light materialized before Lirette, transforming into the 2 Pokémon, Delphox and Drapion. Delphox boasted a golden-yellow head and tail interspersed with white, while its limbs blazed a fiery red. In one hand, it wielded a branch with flames flickering at its tip. Drapion, larger in stature, possessed many segments, sharp fangs with barbs, and pincers laden with paralyzing venom, its tail resembling a claw, with a purplish hue. These are Merling's Pokémon. Lirette recognized them instantly. I'm here to assist. One Masquerain shouldn't pose a problem, Merling remarked, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Humph. I don't need your help. I can handle it myself, Lirette retorted, a touch of defiance in his voice. They were both partners and rivals, often engaging in banter. Yet their prowess was indisputable. Delphox, use Fire Spin, Merling commanded, her focus shifting to the battlefield. Upon receiving the order, Delphox swung the branch, tracing a circle in the air that ignited into flames, forming a vortex with temperatures soaring to 3,000 degrees, racing towards the nearby Masquerain. Even Lirette, watching from the sidelines, could feel the intense heat radiating from the fire. Seeing this, Masquerain leapt into the air, landing on a nearby stone bridge, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. Though it was a water-type Pokémon, one could not always rely on conventional wisdom when it came to Pokémon battles. Drapion, charge in and use Poison Fang, Merling commanded, maintaining her composure as she ordered a pursuit upon seeing Masquerain evade the attack. It was imperative to strike decisively, especially since this creature dared to bully her Lirette. Who gave it the audacity? Drapion leaped toward Masquerain on the stone bridge, baring its fangs as it lunged, but unexpectedly, Masquerain took to the air again, leaving Drapion to miss its mark. Use Tail Whip. Drapion swiftly complied, extending its tail to strike Masquerain, which was momentarily immobilized in the air, sending it crashing onto the frozen river below. Drapion's tail contained traces of venom, and the impacted Masquerain found itself momentarily paralyzed, swaying unsteadily upon the ice. Croconaw also emerged from the gaping hole it had created, standing on the ice, though it too swayed, seemingly unsteady, and before long, it stumbled onto the icy surface, much like its ally. Beside it lay the incapacitated Masquerain, rendered motionless by the venom. It seemed victory was at hand. Dailo sighed with relief, and Akihiro mirrored his sentiment. The pressure Croconaw had exerted upon him the previous day was substantial, and today's success was undoubtedly due to Dailo's timely intervention. Otherwise, the lackluster trainers behind them would have proven unreliable. However, just as everyone believed triumph was assured, an unforeseen calamity struck. The entire ice surface, nay, the river itself, began to tremble, splintering into myriad shards. The water level surged nearly a meter, causing the surrounding buildings and bridges to quiver. In the next moment, the source of this upheaval revealed itself as several thick tentacles erupted from the depths, slicing through the water toward Dailo and his companions. Naturally, they would not remain passive. In a flurry of movement, they leaped to the shore. Deprived of a target, the tentacles refrained from pursuit, instead sprouting 2 additional appendages to ensnare the now defenseless crocodile and masquerade. Subsequently, enormous bubbles rose from the river's center as a colossal, boss-level octillery gradually emerged, revealing only half of its head. An octillery? Such a massive octillery? A boss-level Pokémon. What brings it here? Are these 2 Pokémon its allies? Not only were Dailo and his companions astonished, but even the spectators gazing at the holographic projections were equally taken aback. This year's water racing competition was indeed beyond all expectations. The octillery then directed a jet of ink towards Dailo and the others, who sought refuge behind a barrier created by the tremors, believing themselves ill-equipped to confront such a dominant creature. Though they numbered 4 and commanded over a dozen Pokémon, the prospect of victory would surely come at a cost of severe injuries. After its appearance, the tremors ceased, but soon resumed. Dailo peered out, witnessing the octillery slowly submerging, dragging along 2 incapacitated Pokémon into the depths, vanishing from the competition arena only when the shaking finally abated. What manner of monster is this? A sovereign-level entity? Chiba Akihiro was utterly astounded, grateful that it posed no aggression towards them. This situation was indeed perplexing. Dailo pondered, his gaze shifting uncertainly over the now chaotic scene. The emergence of the octillery had caused nearby competitors who had halted their races to tumble into the water, including Lyart, who was among them. Fortunately, the octillery refrained from attacking those who had fallen otherwise. Subsequently, the competitors who had plunged into the water were rescued by their own water-type Pokémon. Consequently, the competition was brought to an abrupt halt. Before long, all trainers returned to the shore, and Miss Junsha hurriedly arrived at the scene. Although her response time was somewhat delayed, she was still the closest available, hindered by the reluctance of the local authorities to welcome her presence. The gathered crowd was instructed to disperse and return to their posts, as it was imperative to secure the area. Miss Junsha seized a megaphone and called out to the residents who had approached to investigate the commotion. Soon after, she approached Dailo and Chiba Akihiro among the competitors. "You participants, please cooperate with me for an inquiry shortly, especially those who battled Pokémon just now. I require your testimonies. All of you must accompany me," Miss Junsha stated. The trainers were somewhat reluctant, yet recognizing the authority of Miss Junsha, they dared not defy her command. Chapter 131, Dinner. As evening approached, the documentation was finally complete. After finishing his statement, Chiba Akihiro exited the police station. A few steps later, he abruptly halted as if struck by a sudden thought. Retrieving his phone to dial the number Dailo had previously provided. "Hello?" Dailo answered, having left early after completing his own statement. "Dailo, it's Chiba Akihiro. Shall we dine together tonight?" he proposed. "Absolutely. Until this evening then." After hanging up, Dailo informed Meishu and the others of his dinner plans, asserting that he would be going alone and advising them to remain safe and not venture out alone that night. Following Dairo's departure, Meishu and the others commenced their exploration of Otamare. Due to his previous failure to capture a crocodile, Dairo's side quest involving the infected Pokémon remained unfinished. However, he now noticed the enticing reward for task completion, which promised a random secondary profession, a concept brimming with possibilities in this world. Professions such as Professor Oak's Pokémon researcher, breeder, performer, and more, each boasting distinct advantages. Dailo understood that any secondary profession could prove beneficial, even those he might not personally favor, as they could serve his future followers well. In a mere 10 minutes, Dailo arrived at Avenue 13 of Otamare, flanked by bustling commercial streets adorned with upscale restaurants and shopping malls. He reached the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Chiba Akihiro, selected by him. The establishment exuded a nostalgic ambience, with 2 impeccably dressed and charming doormen at the entrance. "Welcome to Donabina Restaurant." A gentleman resembling a steward emerged from within to greet Dailo. "Good day, Dailo. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" asked the steward. "A reservation was made by a guest named Chiba Akihiro," Dailo replied. The steward appeared contemplative. "Very well, please follow me." He escorted Dailo into the restaurant, which boasted an elegantly themed decor reminiscent of a tropical rainforest, accompanied by the enchanting melodies of a violinist weaving through the air, creating an immersive atmosphere. Upon entering, Dailo was greeted by an enticing aroma of steak that ignited his appetite, causing his empty stomach to rumble with hunger. "This way, please," the steward guided him, leading him around a few corners until they reached Chiba Akihiro, who stood to greet him with a wave. On this occasion, Chiba Akihiro donned a sophisticated suit that accentuated his physique, resembling a model. The deep blue ensemble, complemented by polished shoes, radiated an air of elegance and sophistication. While his meticulously groomed hair suggested he had taken great care in his appearance during the brief interval since leaving the police station. Dairo took a seat opposite him, just as the server presented 2 plates of beef, unveiling them to reveal an aromatic steam that wafted upward. The meat, freshly cooked, was still sizzling hot, with juices splattering about. Fortunately, the attentive servers had taken care of everything. 2 servers promptly unfurled a cloth across the table, shielding them from the splattering juices. Only after the bubbling oil settled did they lay the cloth down, while a courteous and well-groomed server approached to drizzle a special sauce over their steaks. Dairo watched in awe, pondering why they had chosen such a dish, as the tantalizing aroma made his stomach growl in anticipation. Yet he had to wait to indulge in the culinary delight, uncertain if a single steak would suffice to satiate his hunger. Upon witnessing Chiba Akihiro begin to wield his knife and fork, Dairo followed suit, cutting the steak into pieces and savoring the blissful flavors, reflecting on the irony of their busy days, which had left little room for enjoying a proper meal together. "You must be aware of the recent happenings in Otamare," Chiba Akihiro began. "I have gathered some intel and delved into the local history. Indeed, I encountered a Psyduck last night, only to later confront a Croconaw, which ultimately eluded me," Dairo replied. "I too encountered a Psyduck and a Croconaw last night. It seems we crossed paths with the same creature. I engaged in battle with them, and Miss Junsha came to assist, injuring the Croconaw somewhat. I never anticipated it would appear in the competition arena today," Chiba Akihiro recounted. "As you mentioned, I indeed heard some things yesterday. Were those fluctuations caused by you? I investigated the accident site last night, and apart from some signs of battle, there was nothing else. Moreover, several trainers from the vicinity stealthily came to investigate as well. It appears that the situation may not be as straightforward as it seems." Dailo spoke while savoring his steak, recounting the events of yesterday. "Yes, I also encountered a dominant level octillery today. They are all infected Pokémon. If they continue their rampage, Otamare may be in grave danger," Chiba Akihiro remarked. "On my way here yesterday, I came across an infected little seal. Fortunately, it wasn't very powerful. There must be many more infected Pokémon," Dailo added. "Furthermore, there has been an increase in trainers in Otamare recently. It would be beneficial if they could lend us a hand. That might prove to be quite challenging. Given the current circumstances, the trainers are each acting independently, making collaboration rather difficult." Chiba Akihiro meticulously relished his half-eaten steak, while Dailo had already finished his, along with the noodles and fried egg beside him. Chapter 132, For Women in a Play. Chiba Akihiro pressed the call button beside him, and the butler promptly approached. Chiba Akihiro ordered another steak for Dailo. "Hehe, I haven't eaten anything since the competition began, and I was taken to record a statement at noon," Dailo said, scratching his head awkwardly. "It's all right. I'm in the same boat," Chiba Akihiro replied. "Trainers like us are becoming increasingly rare. We must work together to uncover the truth behind this entire affair." Indeed. They clinked their glasses together. Meanwhile, on Avenue 16, Marius and her companions had agreed to investigate the recent happenings in Otamare. "Don't you think the recent events are rather peculiar?" Marius inquired. "The frequent appearance of aggressive Pokémon, all of which are above the average level and infected, indicates that they are organized," Reina stated. "What if we get scolded by Dailo for going out?" Leon asked. "What are you afraid of? He said not to go out alone, but there are just 4 of us. What is there to fear? Besides, are we 4 women afraid of one man?" Sana declared proudly. Walking down the street, the 4 women attracted considerable attention, being 4 beauties. As they strolled, they were continuously greeted with shouts, flirtatious glances, and whistles. At one point, a man had followed them but was quickly scared off by the 4 of them. As they walked, an old man suddenly appeared beside them. Sana recognized him immediately. He was the peculiar old man they had encountered while walking with Dailo, who had frightened them. "Little girls," before this old man could speak, Sana stepped forward, lowering her head to glare at him. "Enough of your tricks, old man. I won't be fooled by you again," Sana asserted. "Humph. I am not deceiving you. Who is behind you?" the old man retorted. The 4 girls turned to look behind them, but upon turning back, they found the old man standing right behind them, which startled them. They then felt a chill behind them and quickly turned around, only to find nothing there. It was merely a false alarm. However, when they turned back again, the old man had vanished, leaving a puddle of water on the ground. Reina approached the puddle, but it did not reflect her image. Strangely, she glimpsed a white Jengar, although it didn't quite resemble a typical Jengar. Reina suddenly looked up, but there was nothing there. What's wrong? Marius asked. I saw a white Jengar, Reina replied. White? Are you seeing things? I've never seen a white Jengar, Lian commented. All right, let us not linger here any longer. Have you forgotten what we are supposed to do tonight? Marius reminded them. The other 3 girls nodded in agreement. Girls, I hope you can proceed smoothly. And that man too, the old man said just as a commotion erupted not far away. The sound of fighting instantly captured the attention of Lian and her companions. It seems a fight has broken out over there. Let's hurry, we must find some clues. Marius said, rushing towards the source of the noise, with the others following closely behind. After a few steps, Sana turned back to look at where the old man had been, but he had vanished without a trace. She felt a strange sensation but dismissed it and continued running after the others. Marius and Reina, both adorned in high heels that evening, found it challenging to run fast. When the 4 of them finally reached the scene of the battle, they stood frozen in shock. The fight was nearing its conclusion, and standing not far from the battlefield was a man in a familiar uniform. It was a member of Team Rocket, clad in a standard black bodysuit emblazoned with a large red letter R. The Team Rocket member was commanding his Pokémon to battle against a nearby Kingler, which was clearly infected. Unlike the previous troublesome Pokémon, this one appeared to be merely a lower-level commander Pokémon. The Team Rocket member opted for a strategy of overwhelming force, and they noticed that the Pokémon he summoned were formidable, with 3 lower-level commanders, Steelix, Grimer, and Vileplume. The battle seemed to be progressing smoothly. As the Pokémon required little effort, it was evident that this confrontation was merely a one-sided slaughter. Minutes later, the infected Pokémon was left on the brink of collapse. Yet the flickering red light in its eyes suggested it still harbored a glimmer of resistance. Team Rocket? Marius inquired. The man glanced at them disdainfully, producing a standard Pokeball from his pocket and hurling it at the exhausted Kingler. However, his attempt was thwarted as the still resilient Kingler defiantly swatted the Pokeball away. It still has strength? Defying me? The Team Rocket man bellowed. Steelix, Iron Tail. He commanded fiercely. Without hesitation, Steelix raised its tail, the tip gleaming metallically, and charged at the Kingler. Yet, when the attack reached it, the Kingler remained motionless, not out of choice but due to sheer exhaustion. Steelix's iron tail struck the powerless Kingler with brutal force, sending it crashing to the ground, unconscious. Humph, easily dispatched, the Team Rocket man sneered. Retrieving another standard Pokeball and tossing it at the unconscious Kingler. The ball struck Kingler and opened, pulling it in, but after a brief shake, it cracked and opened again, revealing the Kingler once more. What is going on? Lian and the others were puzzled. How could a Pokeball fail to capture even an unconscious Pokémon? It seems that the energy of a standard Pokeball is insufficient to capture this infected Kingler. What a waste of my Pokeball. I'll have to get more later. As he spoke, the Rocket Team member retrieved a luxurious custom Pokeball from his possession, a deluxe version specially designed for their team. Chapter 133, Full Throttle. The customized luxury Pokeball struck the Kingler, repeating the earlier procedure of capturing the Pokémon within its confines. After shaking 3 times, a chime signaled a successful capture. Another task accomplished. The Rocket Team member stepped forward to collect the Super Ball. What brings your Rocket Team here? Asked May. What concern is it of yours? The Rocket Team member replied, casting a bemused smile towards Senalia. By the way, if you happen to know Dailo, please convey Miss Napaz's regards to him. Furthermore, Miss Napaz mentioned that there are openings in her squad, should Dailo wish to join. The Rocket Team member chuckled, as both Dailo and Miss Napaz were members of the Rocket Team's free squad. Before May and her companions could respond, the Rocket Team member transformed into a shadow and vanished without a trace, akin to a fleeting specter. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the nearby river began to churn erratically. Their attention shifted to the tumultuous waters. With a splash, 3 dark figures emerged from the roiling river, landing before them, with the last figure noticeably larger than the previous 2. The 2 smaller figures were the infected Psyduck and the similarly afflicted Goldeen, both of which May and Dailo had encountered earlier, as well as the Goldeen that had caused chaos during the competition earlier that day. Towering behind them was an enormous Snorlax, teetering on the brink of the boss level. Its body was far more massive than the other 2. And while a typical Snorlax may appear placid, this one radiated ferocity, adorned with sharp teeth and a vivid pink hue. Prepare for battle, May commanded. The 4 of them released all their Pokémon, realizing that to have even a sliver of a chance against these 3 infected Pokémon, they would need to unleash their full arsenal. Come forth. Flareon, Frogadier, Ariados, Ninetales, Teddiursa, Piku, and Lapras joined the fray. Among these 7 Pokémon, 4 were lower-tier commanders, and they felt confident in their ability to confront the two Commander-class Psyduck and Goldeen. Yet, with the formidable Snorlax looming behind them, the odds of victory seemed precarious. Quack! Quack! Psyduck called out, unleashing a water gun towards them. Lapras, water cannon. Lapras opened its mouth, launching a relatively large water sphere aimed at Psyduck. However, while this move was reminiscent of Chiba Akihiro's Frogadier's Hydro Pump, its power paled in comparison. Frogadier's technique involved compressing water for a more potent strike, rendering its attacks several times more formidable than Lapras's water cannon. Lapras's water cannon obliterated Psyduck's water gun and surged toward it, but Psyduck effortlessly evaded. "We can't hold back any longer," May said, her brow furrowed with concern. Ninetales, Flame Burst. Piku, Thunderbolt. Frogadier, Ice Beam. The three Pokémon unleashed their attacks upon Psyduck and Goldeen, a display of power sufficient to render an ordinary Pokémon unconscious. Yet, to their astonishment, what transpired next was unexpected. Psyduck tapped its head with its flippers, eyes glowing faintly, while Goldeen's fists swelled with immense strength, striking the ground and sending debris flying. Psyduck's telekinesis hurled the rubble toward May and her companions. Snorlax, towering behind them, charged forward with a headbutt, intercepting the trio's assault. The debris sent flying by Goldeen struck their Pokémon, disrupting their moves but inflicting minimal damage, leaving merely a scratch on Snorlax's head. "What? It blocked our attack with just its head?" May exclaimed. "How are we supposed to win like this?" Lena lamented, astounded that their Pokémon's skills could be thwarted by a Snorlax that stood firm without flinching, a testament to its immense strength. "Roar!" Snorlax bellowed, its gaze fixed on the sky, whether in response to pain from the previous attack or a surge of anger. The sound instilled a sense of unease in May and her friends. They knew danger was still approaching, but it was drawing near. Snorlax extended its arms, each as wide as a person's body, and in the next moment, opened its cavernous mouth, directing a barrage of water guns toward May and her companions. Dozens of water guns surged forth at incredible speed and size, far exceeding Psyduck's earlier attacks. Ninetales, Fire Spin. Ninetales, rooted in place, unleashed a fiery vortex to incinerate the incoming water guns. Yet, in terms of strength, especially under type disadvantages, such a fire spin could not withstand the onslaught of water guns. Whoosh! Several water guns pierced through the flames, continuing their advance. Teddiursa was not to be underestimated. It rushed forward to shield its companions, catching several water guns with its paws, though it was propelled backward by the force of the impact. "TCH, just a few water guns, and they cause such tremendous damage," Lena remarked. "Don't lose heart. If it comes to it, I'll cover for you. Just flee and find Dailo. He will surely have a solution," May urged. "No way. We won't abandon you," Lena retorted. However, unbeknownst to them, Goldeen had already closed the gap, landing a powerful punch on Teddiursa's belly. Teddiursa, caught off guard, bore the impact with a pained expression but remained resolute, attempting to embrace the agile Goldeen. Yet, Goldeen nimbly evaded its grasp, and the assault was far from over. Psyduck utilized its telekinesis to hurl a multitude of debris towards May and her companions. But this time the attack was directed not at them, but at their Pokémon. Chapter 134, An Absolute Disadvantage. Facing the onslaught of debris, Frogadier decisively opened its formidable mouth behind its head, not only blocking the incoming stones, but also crushing them in a fit of rage. As a signature feature of Frogadier, its large mouth possesses a biting force nearly comparable to that of a Feraligatr, ranking among the highest in all Pokémon. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, Snorlax opted to charge directly at them. Indeed, it barreled forward, its massive form appearing cumbersome, yet it exuded an aura of terror. Each step rattled the ground beneath them. An undeniable force of nature. Lapras, Ice Beam. In the midst of chaos, Senalia did not forget her duty as a trainer, to maximize their chances of survival. She needed to ensure that every command she issued remained composed. Lapras unleashed an ice beam towards the oncoming Slowpoke, the sheer size of the target perhaps contributing to its effectiveness, as the beam struck the colossal Slowpoke, instantly freezing its body and the ground beneath it. This momentary respite brought a sigh of relief from all present. However, within mere seconds, the ice encasing Slowpoke began to crack, and in the next instant, it burst free, letting out a deafening roar towards the heavens. Damned, the disparity in strength is staggering. This Slowpoke is nearing the pinnacle of dominance. Sanaa's palms were slick with sweat as she observed the dazed expression in Slowpoke's eyes, a gaze she had never perceived as so eerie. "This is troublesome. I wonder where the young master is now," sighed Reyna, her spirits dampened. After breaking free from the ice, Slowpoke charged towards them, and Marshadao and the others, instinctively aware of the imminent danger, hastily fled to the side. Yet, true to its name, Slowpoke remained oblivious, continuing on its original path, crashing violently into a massive boulder, shattering a significant portion of it. The devastating impact left Marshadao and the others in a state of shock. Just how resilient is this Slowpoke? Lion gazed gravely at the still swaying creature. Slowpoke rose from the ground, shook its head, and then turned to face Marshadao, its vacant eyes now brimming with fury. Before charging at her once more, Thunderbolt. Piku, positioned nearby, summoned all its strength, glowing with electric energy as the Thunderbolt struck Slowpoke. Having emerged from the river, Slowpoke was still damp, making it an easy target for Piku's electric attack, which quickly coursed through its entire body. This stroke of fortune rendered Slowpoke completely paralyzed. However, such paralysis could not last long, as Piku, being a juvenile Pokémon, primarily sought to charm rather than to battle. Now's our chance. Lapras, Ice Beam. Ariados, Bind. Ariados unleashed a sturdy thread from its mouth, ensnaring the immobilized Slowpoke with numerous strands to ensure a tighter grip, making it exceedingly difficult for Slowpoke to break free. Subsequently, Lapras fired another Ice Beam at the paralyzed creature, encasing its entire body and the ground beneath it in ice once more. This time, Slowpoke was utterly immobilized. However, Marshadao and her companions had overlooked the fact that they were not facing just Slowpoke. Just as they thought they could catch their breath, Masquerain suddenly darted in from the side, delivering a devastating brick break. But this time, the target was not Marshadao and her team, but the trapped Slowpoke. What impact could the charged attack of a mid-tier commander-level Pokémon have? The brick break struck the ice surrounding Slowpoke, resulting in the shards cascading to the ground. Piku's attack, though valiant, was still insufficient. Slowpoke's body was no longer paralyzed. It exerted tremendous force, striving to break free from the bindings. Yet the multitude of strands proved difficult to sever. Unless fire was employed, brute strength alone would not suffice. However, Marshadao and her companions seemed to underestimate Slowpoke's might. This was no ordinary Slowpoke, but one nearing the apex of dominance. As Slowpoke's fury escalated, so did its strength, causing several strands to snap, and gradually, more were breaking free. It seems exceptionally powerful. Ariados, seizing the opportunity while Slowpoke was still partially ensnared, continued to wrap it tighter in its threads. But this effort was soon thwarted by Masquerain and Golduck. Ninetales, Fire Spin. Ninetales flicked its tails, unleashing a torrent of scalding flames towards Golduck and Masquerain. Yet Masquerain, nimble and agile, effortlessly evaded the fiery vortex, while the stationary Golduck utilized Psychic to redirect the flames away. Unfortunately, the redirected flames headed straight for the ensnared Slowpoke, striking it and melting away the remaining threads with searing heat. As the fire spin concluded, the strands binding Slowpoke were nearly obliterated, with a mere flick of its body. It freed itself entirely and roared at Ninetales. Whether in gratitude, mockery, or perhaps due to the scorching flames, it was unclear. Regardless, this development was undoubtedly a harbinger of calamity. Was it a testament to Golduck's quick reflexes or a sign of Ninetales' oversight? At that moment, Ninetales appeared somewhat apprehensive, feeling the weight of pressure from a Pokémon so close to the pinnacle of strength. Damn it, Reina muttered, frustration evident in her voice. Meanwhile, Dailo and Chiba Akihiro, who had been enjoying their meal, sensed the commotion outside. Initially, they paid little heed, but the escalating clamor on the street soon captured their attention. Something's amiss outside, Dailo remarked. Let's take a look, Chiba Akihiro replied, rising to his feet. Dailo quickly followed suit, and after settling the bill, they burst out of the restaurant. As they stepped outside, a resounding noise reached their ears, what seemed to be the roar of a Pokémon, loud and unmistakable. Let's go, Dailo exclaimed, finishing his drink and racing after Chiba Akihiro towards the source of the sound. The closer they drew, the clearer the commotion became. Undoubtedly, a battle was unfolding, and Dailo's instincts hinted at a connection to the infected Pokémon. As they sprinted towards the source of the disturbance, Dailo felt a twinge of discomfort from the recent meal. On Marshado's side, the situation had become dire. The Sylveon and Lapras had succumbed to defeat at the hands of Slowpoke, Golduck, and Masquerain, losing consciousness. Reina, too, bore a shallow but painful cut on her right arm from Golduck's earlier ambush. Cursed be this day, Marshadao glared coldly at the unfolding chaos, fully aware that the troubles of the day stemmed from that earlier encounter with the Team Rocket member who had captured an infected Pokémon. Yet, pondering over it now would yield little benefit. If the young master were to learn of this, what would he say? Reina cast a fleeting glance at her wound, a bitter smile forming on her lips. Chapter 135, Reinforcements. At that moment, Golduck unleashed Psychic, hurling a massive boulder nearly a meter in diameter towards Marshadao, while Masquerain targeted the injured Reina, preparing a brick break. Just as Masquerain leaped into the air to strike Reina, Sanaa stepped forward, placing herself in front of Reina. It's over, Sanaa thought, bewildered by her own instinct to shield Reina. Had she, in her final moments, discovered her affection for charming girls? They say that in the face of death, one uncovers truths long concealed. Is the allure of Yuri truly so potent? Dailo, Marshadao cried out with all her might, yearning for Dailo's presence, hoping he would once again stand before her. Scyther Metal Claw, Houndum Bite. Just as Marshadao held on to hope, two figures suddenly emerged amidst Sanaa's despair. The great Pyrenean dog surged forward in a powerful sprint, leaping high to sink its sharp teeth into the arm of the mosquito swimmer, dragging him down from the sky with a decisive pull. Not to be outdone, the Scyther dove at tremendous speed, its metallic claws shattering the incoming boulders with remarkable precision, further shrouding the atmosphere in a veil of uncertainty. Following these two Pokémon, two more figures emerged. Although this was a world inhabited by Pokémon, humans, under normal circumstances, could not outpace speed-oriented Pokémon, not even Dailo and Chiba Akihiro. Nevertheless, they arrived nonetheless. Meishu let out a sigh of relief, as did Reina and the others nearby. Apologies for the delay, Dailo expressed, glancing anxiously at the group before his gaze lingered on Reina's arm, a wave of guilt washing over him. That Psyduck is indeed quite large. It appears to be nearing the threshold of dominance, Chiba Akihiro remarked thoughtfully, noting that the Psyduck alongside the mosquito swimmer resembled the two infected Pokémon from the previous days. Indeed, this Psyduck is remarkably sizable. I've yet to encounter one of such magnitude, but it poses a challenge. Engaging it won't be easy, Dailo commented, though his resolve remained firm. Given the prowess of these Pokémon, finding a solution may prove difficult. Regardless, let us begin. Emerge Beedrill. Dailo produced the customized Pokeball gifted by Hakurine, and with a flash of red light, the Beedrill from the uncharted region materialized before them. Meanwhile, Chiba Akihiro released his foremost combatant, the Greninja, while Meishu and her companions planned to coordinate their Pokémon S attacks with Dailo's. Beedrill, use Pin Missile, Dailo called, eager to gauge the strength of this pseudo-dominant Psyduck before fully committing to battle. The Beedrill brought its twin stingers together, generating a sphere of green energy that rapidly compressed, releasing a flurry of green light as it transformed into a barrage of projectiles aimed at the distant Psyduck. Surprisingly, the Psyduck intercepted the sharp, elemental needles with its head, emerging seemingly unscathed. Is it truly this formidable? Dailo's lips twitched as he felt a sense of gravity in the situation. Although he had encountered many dominant Pokémon before, the feeling of retreating was far from pleasant. You targeted the Psyduck's head, which is its most resilient area aside from the shell on its tail. Thus, even Pin Missile cannot inflict harm upon this dominant Psyduck, Chiba Akihiro explained. We must strive to attack its abdomen, but its vulnerability is protected by its tendency to lower its body while charging with its head, making opportunities to strike scarce. However, as he spoke, a spark of inspiration ignited in Chiba Akihiro's eyes. Greninja, deploy smokescreen. The obedient Greninja swiftly produced 5 elemental spheres resembling smoke and hurled them towards the Psyduck's feet, enveloping it and including the Psyduck and mosquito swimmer within an expansive cloud. Avoid using fire-type moves, as they will dissipate the smoke, Chiba Akihiro cautioned. Scyther, execute a surprise attack with your metal claw. Stufful, rush into the smoke to ambush the Psyduck. We will provide support, Lien directed. Scyther soared high into the sky, its claws glinting with metallic sheen, while Stufful, resolutely following orders, dashed into the smoke and soon encountered the Psyduck. Stufful extended its sturdy arms, locking with the Psyduck's, initiating a test of strength. However, the disparity in their abilities was evident. Stufful appeared dwarfed by the Psyduck, seemingly being pushed back with ease. At that moment, Scyther descended with its metallic claws poised, striking the Psyduck's back. Although it seemed to inflict some damage, the effect was minimal. Before Scyther could take flight again, the mosquito swimmer surged forward, grasping one of Scyther's legs. Yet, it proved ineffective as Scyther continued to ascend, breaking through the smoke into the open sky within seconds. Scyther spun in midair, attempting acrobatics to dislodge the mosquito swimmer, exerting all its efforts, but the mosquito swimmer clung tightly to Scyther's leg. Should it release its grip, it would plummet straight down, likely resulting in a fatal fall. The situation was growing increasingly awkward. Chiba Akihiro could not risk allowing other Pokémon to attack the mosquito swimmer for fear of hitting Scyther instead. Greninja, unleash a barrage of water pulse, Chiba Akihiro commanded. Greninja replicated the previous day's actions, compressing water spheres between its palms. This time, the spheres were half the size of yesterday's, yet Greninja managed to create 3 of them. Subsequently, Greninja launched the compressed water pulses towards the Psyduck concealed within the smoke. The speed of the projectiles, amplified by air compression, surged, making it challenging for the large Psyduck to evade. 3 water bubbles struck the Psyduck, caught unawares as it was engaged with Stufful, causing it to momentarily weaken its grip. The Psyduck adjusted itself, but then forcefully pushed Stufful away. Roar! The Psyduck bellowed triumphantly once more. Stufful was propelled out of the smoke, regaining its footing at a distance. Did that truly fail to inflict any damage? This Psyduck is quite a nuisance. Surely the water pulses must have caused some harm? Chiba Akihiro pondered. Notification: Corviknight and Gengar have completed the system dungeon, and Gengar has evolved from Ghastly. Both Pokemon are now at the lower tier commander level due to the dungeon. Just as Dailo was at a loss for what to do, the system's notification arrived like a timely rain. What a stroke of luck. Let them assist us, Dailo thought, feeling a sense of relief. He vividly recalled the last time the Great Pyrenean Dog had turned the tide after the dungeon. Now, Gengar had evolved as well. The progress of Corviknight should also be substantial. The system transferred the Pokeballs for Corviknight and Gengar into Dailo's pocket. He withdrew the 2 Pokeballs from his clothing and tossed them into the air, summoning Corviknight and Gengar before them. How did your Ghastly evolve into Gengar? Meishu inquired. Not only did it evolve into Gengar, Dailo replied, feigning mystery. These 2 Pokemon seem to be at the lower tier commander level. It appears your commander level Pokemon outnumber mine. Chiba Akihiro remarked, observing the newly summoned Pokemon with a hint of envy. Indeed, Gengar, let's see your prowess. Shadow Punch, Dailo commanded, channeling his thoughts through the tactical chip to communicate with Gengar. Gengar drifted into the mist, subsequently enveloped by the fog, leaving the specifics of the ensuing events shrouded in mystery. However, it appeared to be effective, as the Psyduck's physical attacks could not reach it, allowing Gengar to act with greater freedom. Meanwhile, unnoticed by the others, Corviknight did not rush into the fog, but instead, with a flash of red light in its eyes, took to the dark sky, vanishing from sight. Gengar Shadow Ball. Gung-Gue mischievously brought his 2 hands together, and in the space between them, 3 obsidian spheres materialized, swiftly launching towards the 3 Pokemon shrouded in mist. Almost immediately, 3 distinct cries echoed from within, albeit drowned out by a cacophony of sounds. Caw, caw, caw. Suddenly, Dailo and his companions sensed a disturbance in the sky. They looked up to behold a swarm of ominous dark crows descending from the pitch-black heavens. Chapter 136. The miniature tsunami. This horde of dark crows numbered at least 100, their silhouettes flitting through the air, rendering their forms almost indistinguishable against the night sky. Only when the moonlight pierced through the throng did their shapes momentarily reveal themselves. It appeared that the leader of the crows had a rather distinctive presence. Dailo gazed at the commanding figure among them, a surge of pride and reflection coursing through him. Indeed, the elevation from a general to a lower commanding rank felt profoundly different. Due to time constraints, the smoke surrounding the Dullahan grew increasingly thin, revealing the 3 Pokemon once more. Roar! 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 The Dullahan let out meaningless roars as it turned its gaze towards Dailo. Gung-Gue, remaining true to its playful nature, made faces at the distant Dullahan, provoking it thoroughly. The Dullahan lunged towards Gung-Gue, who deftly darted aside, with the Dullahan continuing its reckless charge, seemingly oblivious, but effectively drawing its attention away. This diversion granted them the opportunity to engage with the mosquito swimmer and the Golduck. I'll take on the Dullahan. It's too perilous for you, Dailo declared. I shall accompany you. It is far too dangerous for you to face it alone, and you would be no match for it, Ma Xiao insisted. No need. I shall manage well enough. Trust me, Qian Yiming Hui, I leave those few to you. Should anything go awry, I shall not let you off the hook. Dailo replied firmly. Quickly now, as a gentleman, it would be an utter disgrace to allow them to be harmed in my presence. Hasten, or the Dullahan will escape, Qian Yiming Hui urged. Understood. Dailo turned and sprinted in the direction where the Dullahan and Gung-Gue had fled. Although they had not distanced themselves too far, he was confident he could catch up. The Dullahan's weight left distinct footprints in its wake, which guided Dailo effortlessly. As he ran, the cries of the Dullahan echoed before him, quickening his pace further, with his loyal Houndoom and Beedrill trailing closely behind, while the leader of the crows provided support to Ma Xiao and her team. Caw, caw. The Golduck called out twice, its eyes gradually glowing with a faint light. With arms outstretched, it conveyed an extraordinary sensation, followed by the nearby river beginning to swell ominously, rising to form a miniature tsunami, albeit considerably lower than a true tsunami, reaching about 2 meters in height and surging towards Mashio and her companions. Realizing they could not obstruct it, the circle bear positioned its massive form in front of Mashio and Lina, its only recourse. Ninetales, fire spin. Ninetales positioned itself before Reina, releasing a swirling inferno towards the impending wave. The intense heat collided with the miniature tsunami, evaporating the water upon contact, transforming it into steam. Anyone who encountered this steam at close range would likely suffer severe burns. While this tactic offered some utility, it could not fully thwart the oncoming wave. Big Mouth Frog. Ice Beam. Mashio commanded. Frogadier, Water Pulse. This skill had been specifically taught to Big Mouth Frog, proving useful in this critical moment. It unleashed an ice beam towards the approaching mini-tsunami. Although the ice beam and the freeze beam differed by only a letter, their effects varied significantly. The freeze beam could encase any object in ice almost instantaneously, whereas the ice beam's freezing speed depended on the target's size and condition. However, Frogadier's water pulse could compensate for this speed, manipulating the water stream at will, yet Golduck's psychic powers were superior, causing Frogadier's water pulse to merely slow the wave's advance. The ice beam struck the rushing tsunami, freezing the affected area, and the ice began to spread to the surrounding water. Big Mouth Frog continued to emit the ice beam, solidifying the oncoming torrent. An ice wall, nearly 3 meters high, manifested before them. That was close. Scyther, fly up and assess the situation, Qian Yiminghui instructed. Scyther flapped its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing from view. Just as they all began to relax, a disturbance emanated from beyond the ice wall, followed by a series of tremendous thuds that reverberated through the air. Strike first. Ninetales, fire spin. Songna decisively ordered. Ninetales unleashed flames against the ice wall, the fiery vortex instantly crashing into it, generating searing steam. The wall melted where it made contact, but it was thick, having only melted a meter deep. With no sign of yielding, the previous sounds persisted, and suddenly, a large hole burst open on the other side, with shattered ice flying in all directions as the mosquito swimmer executed a powerful punch, breaching the wall. Unbeknownst to them, Golduck had slipped behind Mashio and her team, using psychic force to hurl the shattered ice fragments towards them. The mosquito swimmer leaped atop the ice wall. Circle Bear, Fury Swipes. Leon commanded. Frogadier, Water Gun. Qian Yiminghui ordered. Piku, use Thunderbolt on the mosquito swimmer. Songna instructed. Big Mouth Frog, crunch the Golduck. Mashio directed. Circle Bear unleashed Fury Swipes, while Frogadier's water gun shattered the incoming ice shards into fragments. Piku's Thunderbolt sped towards the mosquito swimmer, but it evaded just in time, while Big Mouth Frog lunged towards the partially exposed Golduck, opening its large mouth to bite down. Golduck retreated into the hole, leaving Big Mouth Frog to snap at empty air. In a flash, Golduck emerged from another spot, shooting a water gun at Big Mouth Frog's back. Chapter 137. The advantage emerges. Eritos, string shot. Mashio cried out. Eritos launched a sticky thread towards the exposed Golduck, but it had already burrowed back, missing its mark. Where did it go? Mashio wondered. The mosquito swimmer jumped in front of Circle Bear, facing it directly before leaping again, delivering a flurry of slaps to Circle Bear's face. Circle Bear raised its arms to shield itself, but the mosquito swimmer's blows forced it to stagger back, reminding them all that sometimes weight could indeed enhance resilience. As the mosquito swimmer landed, it unleashed another powerful punch aimed at Circle Bear's abdomen. However, reinforcements arrived swiftly. Ninetales. Flamethrower. The Ninetales unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth, directing the blaze towards the mosquito-wielding fighter. Upon witnessing this, the mosquito-wielding fighter immediately retracted his fists and leapt aside, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught, while the loop bear was nearly singed by the searing flames. Retreating a few steps in haste, the crow leader, leading a cadre of dark ducks, swooped towards the mosquito-wielding fighter. In a swift maneuver, the mosquito-wielding fighter jumped backwards, dodging the initial wave of dark duck assaults. However, the barrage was far from over, as the dark ducks ascended into the air only to dive back down. The mosquito-wielding fighter countered with a bubble beam aimed at the approaching flock, prompting the dark ducks to attempt a retreat, but 2 of them, at the forefront, successfully soared upwards, evading the bubble beam, while the remainder of the flock was struck and plummeted to the ground. Despite their numbers, their individual strength was undeniably lacking. The big-mouthed baby charged towards the mosquito-wielding fighter, who stood his ground, facing the foe. The mosquito pattern on his belly spun in a clockwise motion, captivating the big-mouthed baby's attention. Within mere seconds, the hypnotic powers of the mosquito-wielding fighter rendered the creature unconscious, merely a meter away. "Return, big-mouthed baby," Meishu commanded, producing a pokeball to retrieve the entranced and incapacitated creature. In the next moment, the ground behind the loop bear reacted as the Psyduck burst forth from the earth, positioning itself behind the loop bear and unleashing a wild scratching attack. The Psyduck's sharp claws raked across the loop bear's back, revealing numerous shallow but painful lacerations. The crow leader, rallying his dark duck army, dove towards the Psyduck behind the loop bear, yet before they could reach their target, the Psyduck burrowed back underground, forcing them to retreat. At times, they truly questioned if the Psyduck was merely a ground-type Pokémon masquerading in a water-type guise. "Damn it, I will force it out," Chiba Akihiro declared, commanding his Greninja to launch smoke balls into all of Psyduck's burrows, intending to smoke it out from its subterranean hideaway. Greninja produced several more smoke balls and approached the openings, tossing them into the holes, resulting in a plume of smoke erupting shortly thereafter. "Eritos, spin your threads and seal all the entrances," Meishu instructed. Eritos complied, blocking all the openings with its sticky silk. Suddenly, the mosquito-wielding fighter appeared before Eritos, the mosquito pattern on its belly spinning ceaselessly, drawing Eritos' gaze. Within 4 to 5 seconds, Eritos succumbed to the hypnotic influence of the mosquito-wielding fighter and was subsequently recalled by Meishu. Abruptly, movement was sensed beneath the ground, rather than emerging from the existing burrows. Psyduck excavated a new hole adjacent to the old ones. Psyduck leapt out of the newly formed burrow. "Now is the time. Scyther, quick attack." Chiba Akihiro seized the moment as Psyduck surfaced, commanding the hovering Scyther to execute a quick attack with utmost speed, striking Psyduck directly. The impact sent Psyduck crashing against an ice wall. The mosquito-wielding fighter retreated to Psyduck's side, temporarily granting an advantage to Meishu and her team. Meanwhile, Dailo was engaged in combat with the Slowpoke. Due to Slowpoke's inherently sluggish movements, the Maitaiana had already inflicted 3 or 4 bite marks on its tail. They found themselves amidst a small grove, where Gengar had lured Slowpoke. The surrounding trees had been shattered by Slowpoke's collisions. The terrain was particularly favorable for them, as Slowpoke's massive bulk was constrained by the trees. Slowpoke charged at Gengar, only to find that its iron tail could not even graze Gengar, passing harmlessly through its form. "Beedrill, poison sting," Dailo commanded. The airborne Beedrill dove towards the grounded Slowpoke, while Slowpoke retaliated by firing water guns at the swiftly moving Maitaiana. Each water gun had the power to split a tree in half, and as Slowpoke continuously unleashed water guns, Maitaiana nimbly dodged among the trees. If a water gun were to connect, it would incapacitate Maitaiana completely. The airborne Beedrill reached Slowpoke's head and unleashed its poison sting. "Ah!" Slowpoke cried out in pain, retaliating with a powerful tail whip that struck Beedrill, sending it crashing into the running Maitaiana, both tumbling into a tree before coming to a halt. Maitaiana and Beedrill lay sprawled on the ground. "Gengar, ambush!" Dailo exclaimed in frustration upon witnessing this. Gengar lunged towards Slowpoke, materializing as it approached. Claws extended to strike at Slowpoke's body. Gengar left several scratch marks on Slowpoke's abdomen, but Slowpoke retaliated with a powerful slap, sending Gengar flying several meters before stabilizing in midair. Slowpoke then charged towards Dailo, who stood alone without any Pokémon by his side. Gengar attempted to intercept, but it was too late. Slowpoke was closing in rapidly. As Slowpoke barreled towards Dailo, crashing into 2 trees en route, Dailo donned his gloves, preparing to counter Slowpoke's attack with a focus punch. He understood that while it might inflict damage on Slowpoke, it would also place him in peril. With his stance ready, Dailo clenched his fists tightly. "Conkeldurr, surprise attack!" A voice called from behind him. Dailo turned to the source of the voice, and a massive figure surged past him. The one standing behind him was none other than Miss Kunsa from Odoma, and the Pokémon charging forth was her Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr barreled towards Slowpoke, its massive, sturdy hands crashing down upon Slowpoke's head. The impact echoed loudly, though Slowpoke's iron tail gradually pushed Conkeldurr back. Miss Kunsa pulled Dailo aside for safety, yet Conkeldurr was barely holding its ground. "Get out of the way, Conkeldurr," Miss Kunsa commanded. Conkeldurr released its grip and dodged to the side, allowing Slowpoke to charge forward, toppling several trees before coming to a stop. "That was close," Dailo exhaled, relieved. Though he had prepared, the near miss had left him drenched in cold sweat. "Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, this colossal Pokémon could have caused serious harm. There are other trainers on their way. This Slowpoke won't escape," Miss Kunsa declared. Uncertain if Slowpoke sensed the commotion or heard Miss Kunsa's words, it abruptly turned back, barreling down the path it had come, crashing through the trees in its path. "We cannot let it escape," Miss Kunsa exclaimed, pursuing the direction in which Slowpoke had fled. Slowpoke continued its frenzied dash towards the riverbank, releasing a deafening roar towards the sky. Ah! It seemed to convey some urgent message. Nearby, Psyduck and the mosquito-wielding fighter, engaged in battle with Meishu and her team, heard Slowpoke's cries and immediately sprinted towards the riverbank. After it, Chiba Akihiro commanded. The formidable Scyther swooped down from the skies towards the fleeing Psyduck, who promptly burrowed underground, with the mosquito swim also following suit. The two Pokémon made their escape towards the river by digging tunnels. Meanwhile, the nearby Slowpoke dashed into the river, vanishing in mere seconds before the eyes of Dailo and his companions. Simultaneously, Psyduck and Mosquito Swim also found refuge in the waters. How infuriating! Dailo and Chiba Akihiro exclaimed in unison from their respective locations. Trainers, drawn by the commotion, arrived at the scene, but alas, they were too late. The battle had already concluded. The furious Pokémon? I've heard tales of its might. Judging by the disturbance in the vicinity, it must have been a legendary Pokémon. What a pity! I had hoped to capture such a powerful creature, lamented the tardy trainers, while some speculated, and a few merely came to join the fray. Once again, the Pokémon has slipped through our fingers, sighed Miss Junsha. Indeed, Dailo concurred with a heavy heart. The commotion over there must have involved your companions. Would you be so kind as to accompany me back for a statement? I appreciate your cooperation, Miss Junsha said with a smile. Dailo wore an expression of resignation as they made their way to the police station, where they both sighed in unison, recalling their earlier visit that very afternoon, their faces reflecting profound exasperation. After completing their statements, they reached a consensus. Miss Junsha's tea was quite palatable, yet they genuinely wished to avoid returning to this police station, as they always seemed to encounter trouble. Well, it's getting late. I should be on my way. Farewell, Chiba Akihiro said. Right, we must also return, Dailo replied. After Chiba Akihiro took his leave, Dailo accompanied Maki and the others to the Pokémon Center, entrusting several injured Pokémon to Nurse Joy, who informed them to return the following day. After departing the hospital, they returned to their dormitory, where Dailo checked on Reina's wound treated at the Pokémon Center, advising her to be more cautious in the future. By the way, Dailo, Maki called out as Dailo prepared to retreat to his room. What is it? Dailo inquired. Today, we encountered a member of Team Rocket who captured an infected Kingler, Maki informed him. Oh right, that individual employed some rather cruel tactics. The Kingler was utterly incapacitated yet still attacked, Lian added. Do you remember what he looked like? Dailo asked. Not really, but he sent you a message, Reina replied. What message? Dailo asked, intrigued. Something about inviting you to join Nappa's team, but he didn't seem to say much else, Reina explained. Having absorbed this information, Dailo returned to his room. The Pokémon Arena is now open. Would you like to engage in battle? The system's notification chimed. Of course, I choose to battle, Dailo responded. The system quickly matched him with an opponent, a wild Raichu. Please select a Pokémon for battle. After a moment's deliberation, Dailo decided to send forth his elite-level Meowth to train it in solo combat. As the battle commenced, the scene shifted to the arena, revealing a wild Raichu not far off, resembling Pikachu but adorned with two brown stripes on its back. Its long tail ended in a flat lightning shape, and unlike Pikachu, Raichu lacked fingers. Its fur was a tawny yellow, with a white underbelly and yellow electric sacs on its cheeks. Raichu's large feet were brown, and the outer sides of its ears were also brown, with yellow interiors and curled tips. Dailo threw the Pokeball, and Meowth emerged. Meowth, go forth and vanquish this Raichu, Dailo commanded, allowing Meowth to engage Raichu in battle to hone its adaptability and combat experience. Meowth dashed towards Raichu, executing a quick attack. But Raichu countered with a thunder shock, discharging electricity from its cheek pouches. Meowth quickly retracted its claws to evade the attack. The area surrounding Raichu crackled with electricity for a few moments before dissipating. Raichu retaliated with its own quick attack, lunging at Meowth with its iron tail. Caught off guard, Meowth was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Get up, Meowth. You can win this, Dailo urged, feeling a pang of concern. Despite the appearance of a fully grown Pokémon, Meowth was merely a few months old. Chapter 139. Meowth rose from the ground, charging at Raichu once more. It feigned an attack, prompting Raichu to attempt another iron tail, but Meowth deftly dodged, landing a metal claw to Raichu's abdomen. ZZZZT. Raichu crackled with electricity, and although Meowth's claws remained engaged, it was ultimately struck by Raichu's electric discharge. Fortunately, the shock was not overly powerful. Meowth staggered back, but remained standing, its fur standing on end like a startled cat. This Raichu is quite the challenge, Dailo mused. Meowth's close-range attacks were proving ineffective to land a hit. It would have to endure an electric shock or find an opportune moment. As Meowth circled Raichu, searching for an opening, it became apparent that any approach would trigger another thunder shock. Dailo contemplated that the most prudent strategy would be to wait until Raichu exhausted its electrical reserves. However, Meowth seemed disinclined to adopt a defensive strategy, opting instead for a risky maneuver, perhaps fueled by frustration from the previous shock. It maneuvered behind Raichu, executing another quick attack aimed at its back. Meowth wore a confident grin, perhaps a touch too self-assured. Raichu, without even turning its head, unleashed an electric charge that coursed through Meowth's arm just as it was about to connect. Meowth trembled briefly before succumbing to paralysis, standing frozen in place, unable to move. "Return, Meowth," Dailo said, recognizing the lack of battle experience. "It's all right, there will be other opportunities." Raichu vanished in a flash of red light, and Meowth's paralysis dissipated. Returning to Dailo's side, looking somewhat dejected, Honchkrow emerged from the Pokeball, standing beside Meowth to offer encouragement. "Caw-caw, caw-caw," Honchkrow crooned reassuringly. "Would you like to continue matchmaking for battle?" the system inquired. "Yes," Dailo replied, unwilling to concede defeat. "Matching in progress." "Match found, Wild Houndoom." "This is your moment, Houndoom," Dailo declared, releasing the dark Pokemon from its Pokeball. A Houndoom appeared before Dailo, adorned with ram-like horns, a devilish arrow-shaped tail, and 3 metallic protrusions along its back, complete with iron rings on its 4 legs. The great Houndoom stood before Dailo, its gaze fierce as it regarded the Houndoom with palpable animosity. Whether it was due to their shared lineage as canine Pokemon or some other reason, an air of hostility enveloped the two as they encountered one another. Houndoom, equally menacing, emitted a low growl from deep within its throat. The great Houndoom, unwilling to back down, sought to reclaim its honor after its companion's recent defeat. With a swift strike, Houndoom unleashed a thick fog that enveloped the surroundings, reducing visibility to a mere meter. In an awkward display, the great Houndoom released an obscure liquid from its position, subsequently barking to attract Houndoom's attention. Almost immediately, Houndoom lunged from the side, its jaws agape, revealing sharp teeth aimed at the great Houndoom's throat. A successful bite would undoubtedly determine the victor of this fierce confrontation. The great Houndoom deftly dodged, narrowly avoiding Houndoom's fangs while inadvertently splattering some of its fluid onto Houndoom. In an instant, Houndoom vanished into the fog. However, aided by the scent of its own liquid, the great Houndoom easily pinpointed Houndoom's location, rendering the mist ineffective. Suddenly, a crimson glow illuminated one side of the fog as a fireball hurtled toward the great Houndoom. It attempted to evade, but was still singed, igniting the fur on its back. Rolling on the ground, the great Houndoom finally extinguished the flames. Houndoom charged again, jaws wide open, aiming for the great Houndoom's neck. This time, however, flames flickered along Houndoom's sharp teeth, a manifestation of its fire fang. A successful bite would not only inflict flesh wounds, but also cause severe burns. As Houndoom lunged, the great Houndoom retaliated with a powerful kick to Houndoom's abdomen, sending it sprawling across the ground. It quickly regained its footing. The earlier fireball had thinned the surrounding fog, allowing Dailo to catch a glimpse of the unfolding battle. Both Pokemon stood poised, baring their fangs and emitting low growls from deep within. In the next heartbeat, Houndoom and the great Houndoom charged at one another, their teeth clashing as they grappled fiercely, each inflicting wounds upon the other. Though the great Houndoom bore the brunt of the pain, Houndoom was not left unscathed either. Its back was torn, bearing the marks of the great Houndoom's claws. Releasing its grip, Houndoom faced the great Houndoom, an intense heat building within as it prepared to unleash a torrent of flames. In a moment of instinct, the great Houndoom struck upward with its head, colliding with Houndoom's jaw just as flames erupted from its mouth, narrowly missing the great Houndoom. Once more, its fur ignited. However, determined not to squander the opportunity, the great Houndoom clawed fiercely at Houndoom's back, its fiery mane sustaining considerable damage. The great Houndoom writhed on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. Houndoom lunged at the grounded great Houndoom, but it managed to tilt its head back, evading Houndoom's fangs and retreating to a distance. The two Pokemon stood at an impasse, both enraged. They charged at each other once more, neither intending to open their jaws, seemingly intent on a clash of wills. In a fierce collision, their heads collided, and they both staggered back, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The result was declared a tie. The system announced. Houndoom dissipated into a red light, and the great Houndoom returned to its original form, regaining consciousness. All is well, Dailo reassured. The great Houndoom, having awakened, reflected on the battle with a tinge of dissatisfaction. Nyla, Marshadao chimed in, expressing a desire for a rematch. Dailo, recognizing the importance of growth through experience, readily accepted the challenge. Go forth, Marshadao, believe in yourself, he encouraged. Match battle successfully paired with a wild Charizard, the system announced. A wild Charizard materialized before Dailo, causing his heart to race. Marshadao stepped forward, ready to engage the formidable foe. As the battle commenced, Charizard took to the skies without hesitation, flapping its wings with great force. Marshadao, lacking any aerial abilities, found its chances of victory dwindling to near zero. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames upon Marshadao, who dodged desperately. The flames coalesced into a swirling vortex, engulfing the arena and sending Marshadao crashing aside. Charizard dove from above, executing a devastating move known as the Meteor Mash. Should it connect, the impact would be catastrophic. Marshadao, struggling to rise, managed to evade the blow, but Charizard struck the ground, creating a crater upon landing. Seizing the moment, Marshadao charged forward, its metallic claws aimed at Charizard. To Marshadao's astonishment, Charizard absorbed the attack effortlessly, seizing Marshadao in its grasp before soaring into the heavens. Dailo recognized the signature move as Charizard prepared for a powerful throw, ascending to great heights. Charizard released Marshadao just before touching the ground, gliding gracefully mere centimeters above the earth. In a surprising turn, Marshadao summoned the strength to rise, defying expectations. With Dailo watching intently, Marshadao refused to concede. Yet Charizard, relentless in its pursuit, barreled toward Marshadao, colliding with tremendous force and sending it crashing to the ground, where it lay unconscious. Marshadao. Dailo's expression darkened as he gazed at his fallen Pokémon. Despite the competitive level of Pokémon in the arena being equivalent, Charizard had a clear advantage over Marshadao. Dailo had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the arena's Pokémon. The match concludes. Marshadao has been defeated, the system declared. Charizard vanished before Dailo's eyes, and Marshadao regained consciousness, its wounds healing. However, despair clouded Marshadao's small face, its eyes dimmed with disappointment. Dailo feared that Marshadao might develop a psychological scar from this defeat. Meanwhile, Gengar, ever playful, grinned mischievously at Marshadao. After some playful antics, Dailo felt an urge to discipline Gengar, but alas, Marshadao was in no position to respond. Meanwhile, Slurpuff approached Marshadao, offering comfort. Observing Slurpuff's efforts, Dailo chose not to dwell on the matter. Just then, Beedrill buzzed before Dailo, expressing a desire to participate in the arena. Very well, Dailo replied, eager to continue the battle. The system once again began to match Beedrill against an opponent, ultimately pairing it with a Windhound. Upon seeing this, Dailo felt a wave of despair wash over him. The attributes of the Windhound were decidedly unfavorable for Beedrill, indicating that this battle would prove exceedingly challenging. However, Beedrill possessed the potential for mega evolution, and after a moment of contemplation, Dailo believed it still held a chance to fight back. The Windhound was adorned with fluffy fur that obscured its face, its eyes a deep shade of brown. Its body bore stripes reminiscent of a tiger, with tufts of fur encircling its legs and a long, plush tail trailing behind. The Windhound unleashed sparks at Beedrill from a distance, prompting Beedrill to flap its wings and ascend into the sky. In response, the Windhound expelled a ring of flames towards the airborne Beedrill, which deftly evaded the attack. After dodging the flames, Beedrill retaliated with a missile needle, launching the stingers from both its hands towards the Windhound on the ground. The Windhound utilized its remarkable speed, evading the incoming needles with a finesse that rendered them nearly invisible. Renowned for its swiftness, the Windhound found Beedrill's attack largely ineffective, save for potential close-range encounters. Beedrill then executed a high-speed maneuver, charging towards the Windhound. Although this move was rapid, it paled in comparison to the Windhound's astonishing agility. Upon reaching the Windhound, it attempted to strike. However, the Windhound swiftly maneuvered behind Beedrill, sinking its teeth into the insect's wing. Beedrill immediately ascended into the air, now bearing a gash upon its wing. Had the Windhound been a moment later, the damage could have been far more severe. Ascending high into the sky, Beedrill dove again towards the Windhound, executing a series of rapid jabs with its stingers. Yet, the Windhound once more relied on its speed to evade the onslaught. Recognizing that its attacks were futile, Beedrill retreated to a higher altitude. The Windhound then unleashed a fire wheel, sending 3 flames spiraling towards Beedrill. Initially, the flames did not align, but soon they converged around Beedrill, encircling it within a fiery barrier. Beedrill, Dailo thought, feeling a pang of distress. There was no escape for Beedrill now. The gaps in the flames were closing rapidly, and any attempt to break free would be too late. In a desperate act, Beedrill unleashed a reckless charge, crashing through one of the fire rings and breaking free. Though its wings were singed in the process, it landed on the ground, the flames extinguished, just as the Wind Hound approached with intent. Taking advantage of the Wind Hound's unawareness, Beedrill suddenly struck with a toxic spike, successfully landing a hit. The venomous needle inflicted paralysis upon the Wind Hound, which, after managing to create some distance, felt the debilitating toxin spread throughout its body, significantly impairing its ability to execute moves and causing it to slow down considerably. Well done, Beedrill, employing such cunning tactics, Dailo remarked. Chapter 141, Resilience in Defeat. After hitting the Wind Hound, Beedrill ascended once more, circling above while the Wind Hound struggled against the effects of the poison that rendered its movements sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Beedrill dove towards the grounded Wind Hound again. The Wind Hound retaliated with a fire wheel, unleashing a barrage of flames. Beedrill, flapping its wings vigorously, attempted to evade the assault, but soon resorted to launching missile needles toward the Wind Hound below. Yet, the Wind Hound countered with a burst of speed, deftly dodging the incoming needles. Gradually, the effects of the paralysis began to wane as the Wind Hound continued its agile movements. With Beedrill unable to land a hit, the Wind Hound seized the initiative again, launching another fire wheel from the ground. 5 flames converged from various angles towards Beedrill, which took to the skies, narrowly avoiding the flames as they collided, creating a massive explosion that sent Beedrill hurtling backward. Stabilizing itself mid-air, Beedrill then executed a high-speed maneuver akin to the Wind Hound's earlier movements, launching a flurry of missile needles towards the ground. Yet, the Wind Hound found the onslaught easily manageable, skillfully evading each needle with its swift movements. However, the Wind Hound was aware that it could not sustain this level of exertion indefinitely. Each use of its speed drained its energy. Breathless, the Wind Hound panted as Beedrill descended closer, circling its prey, waiting for the perfect moment. The Wind Hound remained stationary, and as Beedrill thought the time was ripe, it charged forward, its stinger poised for a strike. Just as Beedrill was about to land its attack, the Wind Hound unleashed its full power, activating its speed once more, narrowly evading Beedrill's stinger by mere inches and biting down on one of Beedrill's legs. Due to its exhaustion, the Wind Hound's bite lacked its full strength. Otherwise, Beedrill would have suffered severe injury. Beedrill flapped its wings with renewed vigor, lifting off the ground, though its speed was compromised by the added weight of the Wind Hound. As they ascended nearly 20 meters into the air, Beedrill began to tire, contemplating a descent. In a dramatic turn, as Beedrill and the Wind Hound plummeted, the Wind Hound released its grip, plummeting headfirst towards the ground. Just when Dailo thought victory was within reach, the Wind Hound unleashed a fire wheel towards the earth. The explosion cushioned its fall, significantly reducing its descent speed, but sent Beedrill spiraling aside, knocking it unconscious. Upon landing, the Wind Hound struggled to rise, wobbling slightly. The system detected Beedrill's incapacitation, declaring the Wind Hound the victor. What a pity, Dailo mused, though he quickly regained his composure. It was merely a matter of type advantage. Beedrill had fought valiantly, and Dailo held no grievances against it. Once revived, Beedrill paid little heed to the outcome of the battle, instead meticulously analyzing the events of the match. Observing this, the other Pokémon began to reflect on their own shortcomings in battle. Gengar, inspired by Beedrill's performance, expressed a desire to participate in the arena, a request Dailo was happy to accommodate. Match successfully paired. Opponent, superior, the system announced. Not a problem. This will be a perfect opportunity to assess the strength of the newly evolved Gengar. Even if we lose, it's of no consequence, Dailo thought. Gengar, making a playful face at Dailo, proceeded to the battleground, where Superior awaited. The monarch serpent is a majestic creature, predominantly adorned in shades of green, crowned regally atop its head, and embellished with exquisite patterns upon its body, exuding an air of haughty superiority that unmistakably conveys the essence of royalty. Upon its arrival, the monarch serpent maintained an aloof demeanor, showing no inclination to engage in battle. As Gung-Gue soared before it, the monarch serpent remained unperturbed, its indifference challenging Gung-Gue, who found it quite vexing to confront such a nonchalant opponent. Gung-Gue, seeking to probe its adversary, circled behind the monarch serpent and delivered a swift strike to its back. In response, the monarch serpent, without turning its head, retaliated with a powerful sweep of its tail aimed at Gung-Gue. Typically, the monarch serpent refrains from physical confrontation, reserving its true strength for formidable foes. However, when its tail passed harmlessly through Gung-Gue's ethereal form, it became evident that such physical attacks had no effect on a being of non-corporeal nature. Realizing that it had missed its mark, the monarch serpent swiftly retreated several meters, its expression now markedly different, perhaps due to a moment of carelessness. Nonetheless, after a failed attempt, the monarch serpent began to take the encounter more seriously. Without hesitation, it unleashed its binding ability, causing the ground to tremble as vine-like plants erupted around Gung-Gui's feet, ensnaring it in a rapid embrace. Gung-Gui found itself unable to penetrate these vines, and soon thereafter, the monarch serpent employed its move, Million-Ton Absorb, leaving Gung-Gui to feel its vitality slowly depleting amidst the encroaching foliage. In a bid for freedom, Gung-Gui unleashed its strange light, which, upon concentrating on the vines, caused them to explode, allowing it to escape. With renewed determination, Gung-Gui launched a shadow ball toward the monarch serpent. In response, the monarch serpent summoned vines to intercept the attack, and with an impressive display of speed, redirected the shadow ball away from its target. Gung-Gui, maintaining a playful grin, watched as the monarch serpent launched Seed Bomb, which hurtled toward it. Attempting to swat it away, Gung-Gui was taken aback when the seed penetrated its body, eliciting a wave of discomfort. Chapter 142, First Victory. Frankly, the fact that a tangible seed bomb could affect the intangible Gung-Gui struck Dailo as somewhat unscientific. Perhaps it was the inherent grass-type power within the seed? More vines sprouted around Gung-Gui, seeking to ensnare it further. Desperate, Gung-Gui ascended into the air and unleashed strange light once more, severing the encroaching tendrils. Exhausted from the barrage, Gung-Gui positioned itself before the monarch serpent and attempted to cast hypnosis, its eyes transforming into red circles. However, the monarch serpent seemed impervious to the attempt, closing its eyes and disregarding Gung-Gui's efforts. Once Gung-Gui reverted to its original form, it playfully licked the face of the now closed-eyed monarch serpent, prompting the regal Pokémon to open its eyes in outrage and disgust. In retaliation, the monarch serpent charged forward with a physical attack, yet this too passed through Gung-Gui's ethereal form, merely grazing the air behind it. Gung-Gui, now positioned behind the monarch serpent, mockingly made a face, unable to contain its amusement at the situation. Infuriated by the affront, the monarch serpent summoned more vines from the ground. Just as Gung-Gui attempted to flee, a sudden pain surged through it. The seed bomb was siphoning its strength. Hesitating for but a moment proved detrimental, as Gung-Gui could not evade the encroaching vines. In desperation, it struck out with Shadow Punch against the nearest tendrils, followed by two shadow balls that collided and erupted, scattering the surrounding vines and sending the monarch serpent flying. Gung-Gui chuckled heartily, its mirth undeterred despite the lingering pain from the seed bomb. Yet, as it readied itself once more, Gung-Gui launched into the air, executing a surprise attack infused with dark-type energy against the monarch serpent. The monarch serpent, unwilling to remain passive, lashed out with its tail, employing Vine Whip against the airborne Gung-Gui. However, Gung-Gui nimbly dodged the strike, landing deftly before the monarch serpent and delivering a clawed assault that yielded notable results, sending the regal creature several meters away. Regaining its footing, the monarch serpent's visage contorted with anger as it flicked its tail, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp leaves. Although fragile, each leaf bore a keen edge capable of inflicting wounds. At that moment, Gung-Gui countered with a shadow ball, which collided with the incoming leaves, reducing them to ashes upon contact. Yet, the ground around the monarch serpent burgeoned with countless vines, forming a barrier that absorbed the impact of the shadow ball and resulted in a massive breach. Upon realizing its attack had been thwarted, Gung-Gui's lips curled into a victorious smirk. It had gauged its opponent's defenses and concluded that with the right move, it could seize victory. With a glimmer of wickedness in its eyes, Gung-Gui prepared to unleash its newly learned ultimate technique, a decisive blow to end the battle. As Gung-Gui's hand delved into the earth, Dailo observed with intrigue, suspecting it was a skill acquired within the confines of the system's arena. Meanwhile, the monarch serpent, having retracted its vines, focused its attention on Gung-Gui, yet sensed an unsettling stillness, heightening its wariness. In a fleeting moment, Dailo noticed a hand emerge from the shadow behind the monarch serpent, Gung-Gui's hand, poised to strike with a volley of shadow balls. The close-range assault struck the unsuspecting monarch serpent, who was unable to evade in time, sending it careening several meters away and collapsing. Shadow Ambush. Dailo recognized the technique immediately. Shadow Ambush guaranteed a direct hit. He was taken aback that Gung-Gui possessed such a skill, realizing the cleverness of the little specter in reserving its trump card. Observing the monarch serpent's eyes lose focus, Dailo understood it had succumbed to unconsciousness. With the monarch serpent defeated, victory belonged to Gung-Gui. The system promptly informed of the outcome. Dailo felt a sense of satisfaction toward Gungue, as well as appreciation for all the Pokémon that participated in the battle, regardless of victory or defeat, as they had all gained valuable experience. The announcement continued. To achieve a streak of 10 consecutive victories will yield a special reward. Dailo inquired. What reward? 10 consecutive victories. Randomly enhanced speed, defense, attack, special defense, special attack, or stamina, fundamentally improving the Pokémon's potential. 20 consecutive victories. Randomly reward one previously unobtainable unknown attribute skill. 30 consecutive victories. Randomly select one learned skill to enhance, allowing the Pokémon to master that skill with increased finesse, leading to a qualitative leap. 40 consecutive victories. Enhance the Pokémon at a fundamental level, strengthening the bloodlines, cells, and elemental capabilities within their bodies. 50 consecutive victories. Fortify the Pokémon's physical form, making them larger, stronger, and more robust, without compromising agility. 60 consecutive victories. Elevate the Pokémon's intellect, enabling them to think critically, assess their future paths, and seize opportunities during battles. 70 consecutive victories. Acquire leadership abilities, allowing Pokémon that follow them to gain attribute bonuses. 80 consecutive victories. Obtain a legacy from an ancient overlord. 90 consecutive victories. Experience the elemental power of the world's essence. 100 consecutive victories. Unknown reward. Upon hearing the remarkably generous rewards for consecutive victories, Dairo's expression was nearly uncontainable, particularly at the prospect of the final unknown reward for 100 victories, which piqued his curiosity. What extraordinary gift could this mysterious reward entail? Could it possibly be a legendary Pokémon bestowed upon him? However, Dailo quickly returned to reality, as his Pokémon had participated in several battles, yielding only a single victory. Just how formidable must those achieving 80 or 90 victories be? Leaving the arena, Dailo suddenly recalled what Matsu had previously informed him regarding a member of Team Rocket. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Das's number. Hello? Dailo, came Das's voice from the other end of the line. Captain, I need to inquire why a member of Team Rocket is involved with the infection of Pokémon in Odoma Ray, Dailo stated. I'll send you a location. Just head there directly, and you'll find out, Das replied before sending Dailo the coordinates. After hanging up, Dailo examined the location and set off towards it the following day. Arriving at the doorstep of a small villa, Dailo rang the doorbell, and a voice inquired from inside. After revealing his affiliation with Team Rocket, the door opened, allowing him to step inside. He traversed the small garden and approached the villa's entrance, which opened automatically. Inside, he observed numerous individuals clad in Team Rocket uniforms busily engaged in various tasks. At that moment, Nappas approached Dailo. Long time no see, she remarked. Chapter 143. Nappas, I have a question for you. One of your members captured an infected Pokémon, a Kingler, didn't they? Dailo inquired. Though it seemed Nappas had no intention of acknowledging this. What are you talking about? Who? Nappas asked, perplexed. You had someone relay a message to me and invited me to join your squad. Don't you remember? Dailo asked, his expression impassive. Oh, I recall now. So, are you here to join my squad today? Nappas replied, a hint of delight in her gaze. Certainly not. I merely came to inquire about this matter, Dailo clarified. Then allow me to ask you. Do you know who is commanding this operation in Odoma Ray? Nappas probed. It is I, but I now relinquish command to you. I prefer to act alone, Dailo asserted. I disagree. It's as if you're implying I coerced you into relinquishing command. Why don't we settle this with a Pokémon battle? We have just completed a new training facility. It may not be large, but it is adequate. The outcome of this battle will determine who leads this operation, Nappas proposed. Dailo recognized that Nappas's Pokémon were formidable, yet he could not overlook the strength of his own Pokémon. Although he suspected this was merely her personality, a penchant for creating unnecessary conflict, he nevertheless acquiesced to the duel with Nappas. Why not simply pass command amicably? Must we both endure this awkwardness? She truly is a challenging woman, Dailo mused. Nappas led Dailo to the rear of the villa. After walking for a while, they arrived at an outdoor arena, covered by a glass dome. Nappas and Dailo took their respective positions on opposite sides of the battlefield, and several Team Rocket members, aware of the impending duel, gathered nearby to witness the confrontation. Come forth, Dragonair and Charizard. Nappas summoned two Pokémon, one being a popular fire-type starter and the other a pseudo-legendary from the first generation, both exuding considerable strength, likely at the lower elite level. As expected of a second-generation member of Team Rocket, the resources are indeed plentiful. Had it not been for certain interferences, this Dragonair might have been mine, Dailo thought. But then again, if I had captured Dragonair, I would never have encountered my current Jengar. A Dragonite is no match for my Jengar's charm. At that moment, a smile graced Nappa's lips, as if she believed victory was assured in this battle. The onlookers also sensed who might emerge victorious. After all, two high-potential Pokémon at the lower elite level were not easily obtained. Dailo retrieved 2 Pokeballs from his pocket, releasing his Snubbull and Houndoom. However, before he could speak, a mocking voice rang out from the sidelines. Haha, look everyone, this guy is sending a Houndoom into battle. Is he out of his mind? Does he intend for Houndoom to meet its demise? Surely there are better strategies than this. A Team Rocket rookie laughed hysterically. Yet the other Team Rocket members merely cast sympathetic glances at the newcomer, their expressions reflecting a mix of concern and disbelief. They regarded him as somewhat mentally challenged. While Houndoom's base stats may not be impressive, its aura clearly indicated it was at least at the lower elite level. Moreover, considering Dairo's status, how could anyone have the audacity to mock him? Meanwhile, Nappa's appeared taken aback upon seeing Dairo's 2 Pokémon, seemingly confirming something. What? Are you truly sending just these 2 into battle? I have faith in them, Dailo replied confidently. Your faith, is it? Very well. I shall allow you to witness how your 2 Pokémon will falter here, Nappa's declared, commanding, Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Ah, this woman's personality is indeed troublesome. This is beyond mere confidence. It seems to harbor an unsettling quality that intensifies Dairo's discomfort. Did my predecessor genuinely harbor feelings for this woman? Could there be some unmentionable connection? Dailo sighed inwardly, suppressing his thoughts as he focused on the battlefield. Charizard opened its mouth, directing a torrent of flames towards Houndoom and Snubbull. Houndoom, swiftly scooping up the sluggish Snubbull, placed it upon its back. In a deft maneuver, Houndoom sidestepped like a phantom, evading the oncoming flames. Yet, Charizard's flamethrower did not cease, compelling Houndoom to evade while carrying Snubbull. Having missed its initial attack, Charizard ascended into the sky. However, Snubbull, now agitated, retaliated with Dragon Breath, a signature Dragon-type move capable of launching energy towards its opponent, with a chance of inflicting paralysis. Charizard, unable to evade in time, was struck by the Dragon Breath, but it spread its wings midair, sustaining only minor damage without succumbing to paralysis. Otherwise, its wings would have surely cramped. Ah! The Fire Dragon, struck by an opponent's skill, began to feel a surge of anger. After circling in the air for a moment, it charged toward the Great Hound, which, unable to fly, could only hastily evade to the side. Meanwhile, the Hakuron would not allow the Fire Dragon to fight alone. It unleashed a water pulse, opening its mouth to launch a sphere of water towards the Great Hound. The Great Hound, galloping through the training ground, skillfully dodged the water pulse. But the Fire Dragon was swiftly approaching. At that moment, the Nyamir summoned a bubble attack, effectively obstructing the Fire Dragon and significantly diminishing its speed. Subsequently, the Great Hound executed a sand attack, successfully striking the Fire Dragon, which caused its accuracy to wane. The Fire Dragon halted and ascended into the sky, contemplating a need to recalibrate its approach. Though it had been pursuing fiercely, it seemed to have taken several hits in return. While it wasn't gravely injured, it felt a sense of loss. On the other side, Hakuron slammed its tail against the ground, causing a column of water to surge beneath the Great Hound, which nimbly dodged aside. Meanwhile, the ground beneath began to stir, and the Great Hound continued to sprint across the arena. This scenario felt eerily familiar. Had not Chiba Akihiro's Toad King employed a similar tactic just days before? Observing the afflicted Pokémon back then had evoked a sense of pity. How was it now that the Great Hound found itself struggling so? The Great Hound felt a pang of discomfort, although the skill was the same. Chiba Akihiro's Toad King was merely an upper echelon, while Hakuron had already attained the rank of a commanding leader, a troublesome adversary indeed. What's up, Dairo? Your Pokémon seems to have mastered the art of retreat, Nappa's remarked with a hint of derision. Just watch closely, Dairo retorted, dismissing Nappa's mockery, firmly believing that his Great Hound was plotting a counterattack. Meanwhile, a series of water columns erupted from the ground, and the Great Hound kept evading, though it was drawing ever closer to Hakuron. The Fire Dragon, still circling above, sought the opportune moment to unleash a flamethrower upon the Great Hound and its companions. However, the proximity of the Great Hound to Hakuron posed a dilemma. Should the Fire Dragon unleash its flames, Hakuron would also face the repercussions. All it knows is to run. Fire Dragon, use Whirling Flames. Nappa's commanded. The Fire Dragon opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of searing flames. At that moment, the Great Hound had reached Hakuron's side, leaving no time to retract the flames. Hakuron, Water Tail, Nappa shouted. Hakuron's tail struck the ground once more, summoning a massive water column that shot skyward, effectively neutralizing the oncoming flamethrower. Nearby, Nyamir launched a tackle, leaping from the great hound towards Hakuran, crashing into it and forcing Hakuran to stumble back several meters. At that instant, the fire dragon noticed them and unleashed a flamethrower in their direction. The great hound swiftly activated quick attack to evade the fiery assault. After dodging, the great hound seized the opportunity to strike Hakuran with a surprise attack. By the time Hakuran reacted, the great hound was already upon it, clawing at Hakuran's neck. "Curse it!" Nappas exclaimed. Hakuran, use tornado. Chapter 144. Hakuran swung its tail upward, conjuring a small tornado that advanced toward the great hound. The tornado slowed the great hound's speed, ultimately enveloping it. The great hound clung tightly to the ground, resisting the tornado's pull, while Nyamir clung desperately to the great hound to avoid being swept away. "This is quite the spectacle," Nappas remarked. "Fire Dragon, use flamethrower to finish them off." Soaring in the sky, the fire dragon unleashed flames towards the tornado. To it, the great hound and Nyamir had transformed into stationary targets. "Nyamir, use muddy water." Dailo finally issued his first command since the battle commenced. With no other option, given the remarkable intellect of his Pokémon, which could hold its own without guidance. He recalled a saying, "I'll let you have a few minutes, lest I fear you might lose too quickly." Nyamir expelled a murky stream of water to counter the incoming flames, successfully obliterating them. The dissipating heat from the flames also dismantled the tornado, ensnaring the great hound, allowing them to break free. "Well done. I truly appreciate your efforts, Nappas," Dailo said, mimicking her earlier tone of mockery. Nappas's expression darkened, unable to tolerate such teasing. "Fire Dragon, Mega Kick." "Hakuran, Dragon Claw." Nappas commanded, her frustration mounting. She had intended to seize control decisively, reinforcing her position while undermining Dairo's capabilities. Yet, how was it that she had not secured victory? The fire dragon descended from the sky, while Hakuran approached the great hound, its tail poised to strike. The great hound retaliated with a bite, while Nyamir unleashed a dragon pulse upon the descending fire dragon. The two Pokémon exhibited a remarkable synergy, executing their moves without Dairo's direction. The great hound's jaws clashed with Hakuran's tail, nearly losing its footing, while Nyamir propelled a shockwave toward the incoming fire dragon. The dragon pulse struck the fire dragon, destabilizing it and sending it plummeting toward the great hound. In a swift maneuver, the great hound and Hakuran rolled aside, leaving the fire dragon to crash into the ground, creating a sizable crater. "Nyamir, use heavy slam," Dailo commanded. Nyamir leapt from the great hound, augmenting its weight as it descended upon the disoriented fire dragon. Truth be told, Dailo found this skill rather perplexing. He had never perceived Nyamir as particularly heavy. Yet, as Nyamir landed upon the fire dragon, it collapsed onto the ground, rendered unconscious. Reacting swiftly, Hakuran executed quick attack, evading the great hound and positioning itself behind Nyamir. Striking with its tail, bang! Nyamir was sent flying by Hakuran's dragon claw, crashing harshly to the ground. The great hound, now behind Hakuran, opened its jaws to bite at Hakuran's form. Hakuran retaliated with its tail once more, sending the great hound tumbling aside. After rolling twice on the ground, the great hound regained its footing. After all, it was a near-godly second stage. Though its power had not fully manifested, it still possessed considerable strength. However, Nyamir was also a formidable presence. The great hound and Nyamir encircled Hakuran, drawing the attention of the observing Team Rocket members, who regarded them with newfound respect. They had not anticipated that Dailo, with just a great hound and Nyamir, could hold his ground against a fire dragon and Hakuran. Indeed, were the Team Rocket squad leaders of such caliber? The rookie who had mockingly derided the great hound earlier now found himself at a loss for words. Realizing the vast disparity in status between Dailo and himself within Team Rocket. I shall surely emerge victorious in this battle." Nappa commanded. "Hakron, unleash your mysterious shield and dive like a dragon god. Eliminate that great hound for me." A faint golden protective aura enveloped Hakron as he ascended into the sky, appearing remarkably graceful. As he soared to a great height, Hakron dove towards the great hound. Dailo's heart raced. Why hadn't this combination technique been utilized before? Holding back is rather insidious, isn't it? The great hound must avoid a direct clash with Hakron at all costs. The mysterious shield around Hakron is precisely to prevent any unforeseen accidents during such encounters, Dailo advised. Hakron plummeted from the sky, charging towards the ground hound, who stood poised to evade with high speed the moment Hakron descended. Hakron's speed was astonishing, shimmering with a golden light, just as he was about to make contact. The great hound executed its high-speed maneuver, narrowly escaping the collision while Hakron struck the ground forcefully. From the very first system dungeon, The Great Hound had mastered such rapid combat tactics, excelling at inflicting damage within confined spaces. This nimble evasion was child's play for him. Naturally, this also underscored the exceptional training intensity of Dailo's system dungeon. Boom. Hakron's impact carved a crater larger than that produced by the previous Charizard strike. Although the Great Hound had evaded the direct hit, it was still propelled over 10 meters away by the shockwave, landing heavily and feigning unconsciousness. It had overheard its master's directive to ensure a stalemate with Napa, lest the command authority be relinquished. Thus, it lay still on the ground, opting to rest for now, confident that its second-stage divine Pokémon, Genmire, would undoubtedly prevail against that blue-skinned serpent. Ultimately, I have triumphed, Dailo. Napa's expression brimmed with confidence upon witnessing the Great Hound's feigned unconsciousness. Oh, really? Dailo remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the seemingly content Great Hound. Just look at your Hakron. It's still conscious. What? Napa turned her gaze towards Hakron, only to find the dust around it had settled, revealing Hakron sprawled on the ground, consciousness lost due to the collision. Despite the mysterious shield, the impact had breached it. This match can only be deemed a draw, commented a nearby observing member of Team Rocket. Indeed, it can only be considered a draw, echoed another. In truth, the onlookers understood that while it appeared a draw on the surface, Dailo had emerged victorious. His Pokémon were simply of a higher caliber than Napa's. Humph. I am well aware it's a draw. Was that even necessary to state? Napa replied with evident frustration. But, did no one notice that my Genmire was merely knocked aside by Hakron? Never mind, the outcome remains unchanged. Genmire, stay down for now. Dailo exchanged a glance, prompting both Pokémon to continue feigning defeat. Napa, visibly discontent, recalled her Charizard and Hakron and turned to leave, only to be halted by Dailo. Napa, I entrust you with command authority for the Odoma Ray incident, but I will not accompany you thereafter, Dailo declared. Have you found your own team, then? Napa inquired, her tone firm despite the question. Heh. Dailo chose not to elaborate further. He enjoyed his current lifestyle and wished to avoid any entanglements with this former object of his affections. Consider this yours. Napa approached Dailo, returning the weapons he once wielded, two curved blades shimmering in a deep blue, each adorned with a water stone, measuring over 20 centimeters in length. With intricate patterns on the handles and a stunning sharp edge, Dailo accepted the weapons from Napa, who then turned to depart. As he intended to leave the training grounds, he unexpectedly encountered the man who had crossed paths with Meow and others the previous day at the entrance. Dailo initially dismissed him as merely a member of Napa's team and prepared to leave, but a hand barred his path. What do you want? Dailo inquired. You must be Dailo. Now that you're here, don't rush off. Let us have a friendly duel, the man suggested. Dailo don't agree. If there's something you need to attend to, just leave, Napa urged, but Dailo was not one to shy away. Huh, nothing to worry about. I accept your challenge. Dailo's gaze sharpened as he paused, turning back to his original position, while the man moved to the opposite side of the training field, readying himself. Very well, let us make it a 3-on-3 battle. The man surveyed the previously contested arena. Come forth, Corviknight, Beedrill, Genmire. Dailo released 3 Pokeballs, summoning his Pokémon before him, while the man produced 3 of his own, tossing them into the arena. Upon seeing Dailo's selections, a look of disdain crossed his face. Emerging from the 3 Pokeballs were Vileplume, Steelix, and Grimer. These Pokémon were comparable in level to Dailo's, possessing no insignificant strength. As Vileplume and Grimer appeared, their foul odors wafted throughout the arena, prompting Napa and the other spectators to cover their noses. Steelix bore a striking resemblance to Onyx, with predominantly red eyes and an intimidating demeanor, its tail resembling a spike. Vileplume sported a vibrant red flower atop its head, comprising 5 large petals with white spots and an orange central stalk, dominating much of its form. The size of the petals provided ample shade, rendering Vileplume nearly impervious to sunlight. With small red eyes and a petite mouth, its limbs appeared diminutive in comparison to the flower. Grimer was composed of purple sludge, with arms longer than before its evolution. Hey, look, that Genmire has divine-level potential, exclaimed a recently arrived Team Rocket member, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. This exclamation redirected the attention of the surrounding spectators to Genmire, many of whom were unfamiliar with the Pokémon of the Kalos region. However, this revelation led several to recognize that Genmire, having already participated in a prior battle, indeed exhibited the potential of a divine-level Pokémon, thus altering their perception of Dailo. Wait, have you all noticed? Every Pokémon belonging to Dailo, the squad leader, is at least at the lower-tier commander level, including the Great Hound that fought earlier. Observers noted this detail, their astonishment growing. If all 4 Pokémon possessed such strength, it suggested that the last 2 could also be of similar caliber, implying that he possessed 6 lower-tier commander-level Pokémon altogether. None among the spectators felt confident enough to challenge him. He seems rather unremarkable. I can't fathom why Napa is so eager to have you join her team, the man remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone as he regarded Dailo. That might disappoint you. Dailo could already sense the sourness emanating from the man's prideful demeanor, which he found repugnant. Enough chatter, let us get started. Grimer, use Mud Slap, the man commanded. The foul-smelling sludge shuffled forward, detaching a chunk of muck from its body and hurling it toward Nienmeyer. In response, Nienmeyer unleashed a barrage of bubbles, filling the air with countless effervescent orbs that intercepted the incoming sludge. The steel serpent swiftly advanced towards Nienmeyer, while the crow leader seized her with its talons and soared into the sky. The Beedrill also ascended into the air. The steel serpent missed its target, yet its tail lashed out at the airborne crow leader, and it launched stones from its body towards the sky. For massive stones were thrown by the steel serpent into the air, and the crow leader's speed diminished significantly due to its burden of carrying Nienmeyer. The Beedrill retaliated with its poisoned sting, aiming at the incoming stones, piercing and shattering them. Meanwhile, Nienmeyer directed her dragon breath at the ground-bound Venusaur, unleashing a powerful gust toward it. The Venusaur remained motionless, its flowers seeming to gather something as they absorbed sunlight. Observing this, the steel serpent charged toward the Venusaur. But it was too late. In an instant, the foul sludge surged in front of the Venusaur, channeling all its strength to harden its form and bolster its defenses. The viscous muck suddenly became immobile, akin to solidified matter. Nienmeyer's dragon breath struck the sludge, creating a small dent from the impact. Yet the sludge gradually reverted to its liquid state, showing no signs of damage from the attack. The Beedrill launched a poison attack at the Venusaur, while the crow leader descended with Nienmeyer. Nienmeyer unleashed bubbles towards the Venusaur and the adjacent sludge. The sludge and steel serpent kept their distance as the Venusaur released its stun spore. The sludge retaliated with toxic gas. The Venusaur's stun spore spread across a 10-meter radius, while the sludge expelled its poison toward the descending Beedrill, capable of inducing a state of poisoning in any Pokémon or human that inhaled it. With the ground enveloped in stun spore and toxic gas, the Beedrill, which had just dived down, flapped its wings frantically to regain altitude. At that moment, Dailo's side maintained an advantage, with all 3 Pokémon airborne, leaving the ground-bound Pokémon at a disadvantage. Steel Serpent, unleash Dragon Breath, Dailo commanded. The Steel Serpent followed suit, releasing a dragon breath directed at the sky. The crow leader, having carried Nienmeyer for an extended period, experienced a decline in stamina and discreetly maneuvered to a location devoid of gas and stun spore, safely depositing Nienmeyer on the ground. The crow leader soared high, positioning itself beside the Beedrill. The Beedrill unleashed a poison attack, while the crow leader executed a critical hit. Dailo's Pokémon are not afraid of a direct confrontation. Steel Serpent, advance, the man declared. The Steel Serpent lunged toward Nienmeyer, but the Beedrill interposed itself, launching a poison attack at the Steel Serpent, splattering it with a unique toxin. This special poison significantly slowed the Beedrill's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Nienmeyer unleashed a dragon pulse at the lethargic Steel Serpent, delivering a powerful blow that sent the Steel Serpent crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the crow leader swooped toward the Venusaur, but due to the presence of the sludge on the ground, it faced difficulty diving down, as the sludge would obstruct its descent. Chapter 146. Is Meow angry? The advantage emerges. Observing the battlefield's clash, Dailo spoke with confidence. The Beedrill and crow leader simultaneously dove toward the Venusaur. Sludge, unleash Mud Bomb, the man commanded. The sludge launched a mud bomb at the descending Beedrill and crow leader. The crow leader quickly ascended, but the Beedrill was caught off guard, struck by the mud bomb and plummeting to the ground. The Beedrill rose from the earth, still coated in mud, but it was evidently poisoned. Now is the time to unleash Mud Bomb and attack the grounded Beedrill. Venusaur, use Petal Dance, the man instructed. The sludge extracted another chunk of mud from its body, hardening it further before casting it at the distant Beedrill. The Venusaur unleashed a flurry of petals, resembling a snowstorm, targeting all nearby Pokémon except the sludge. Nienmeyer evaded to the side, avoiding the onslaught of Petal Dance. Nienmeyer, use Hydro Pump to shatter the Mud Bomb. Crow leader, target the Venusaur with a critical hit. Dailo commanded. Nienmeyer directed a Hydro Pump at the Mud Bomb, causing an immediate collision that obliterated both. Meanwhile, the crow leader seized the moment, diving from the sky towards the Venusaur, delivering a slice that struck the Venusaur's weak point, rendering it unconscious and collapsing to the ground. Now, only Dailo's 3 Pokémon remained on the field against the man's sludge. Should we continue fighting? Dailo inquired. Damn it, the man exclaimed, filled with frustration. He had not anticipated Dailo's prowess and understood why Nappa's wished to recruit him into her team. Very well. Let us conclude here. The outcome is clear, and there is no need for further futile struggle. Let this be the end. Your Pokémon require healing, Nappa's interjected, halting any thoughts of further confrontation. All right, return, Beedrill, Nienmeyer, Crow Leader, Dailo said, retrieving his 3 Pokémon into their Pokeballs. The Rocket Team member also recalled his Pokémon, his face reflecting his discontent, but it was now a matter of fact. After bidding farewell to Nappa's, Dailo departed, heading straight to the Pokémon Center to heal his injured Pokémon from the recent battle. Over half an hour later, he returned to his dormitory, only to find Meow and the others were absent. Due to Dailo's slightly late return, Meow and her companions had grown concerned and ventured to the location designated by Dasfa. At that moment, the temporary hideout of Team Rocket was visited shortly after Dailo's departure, as Meow and her friends arrived. What just happened? Meow inquired. Now at the training ground where the battle had recently taken place. Ignoring the protests of some members, they gazed at the remnants of the fierce confrontation. We just had a spar with Dailo, a Team Rocket member replied. Nappa's recognized them immediately upon their first encounter. Since that is the case, why not have a spar with us? Meow suggested, her tone calm, yet her smile betraying an underlying tension. The 3 girls beside her exchanged worried glances, sensing that Miss Meow might be displeased. As fellow women, Nappa's discerned the hostility in Meow's demeanor. Although the situation was quite awkward, she could not refuse their request. So she casually pointed out a Team Rocket member to engage in battle. The match was once again a 2-on-2 affair. Mary chose to position herself where Dailo had been earlier, while the member of Team Rocket took his place. Come forth, Sylveon and Carnivine, Mary proclaimed, tossing out 2 Pokeballs, from which Sylveon and Carnivine emerged. On the opposing side, the Team Rocket member unleashed both Boshikadora and Raccoon. Boshikadora was adorned with even larger armor, boasting a long, thick black tail, 3 claws on both hands and feet, and striking sky-blue eyes. At the apex of its upper jaw was a nostril-like hole, surrounded by numerous sharp, tooth-like protrusions, with silver-gray armored segments adorning its back and neck. Raccoon resembled a platypus, adorned with a wide-brimmed green hat that resembled a lotus leaf, its body predominantly yellow, with black eyes and an orange beak, marked by 2 black stripes on its palms and several deep yellow stripes across its form, accented by green patches around its eyes. Raccoon initiated Sunny Day, and upon witnessing Mary's Pokémon were all at the lower commander level, the Team Rocket member couldn't help but smile wryly. Yet he reluctantly commanded his Pokémon into battle. Raccoon's skill intensified the sunlight, thereby amplifying the power of Fire-type moves while diminishing the efficacy of Water-type moves. However, why would this individual choose to use Sunny Day? Neither of these Pokémon appeared to be Fire-type, did they? Boshikadora, use Headbutt and send that Carnivine flying, the Team Rocket member declared. Boshikadora extended its head and charged straight at Carnivine, resembling a colossal beast, exuding immense strength. Carnivine, use Bite, Mary commanded. Carnivine utilized its large mouth atop its head to clamp down on Boshikadora's side, holding it in place. Despite the disparity in size, the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. Sylveon, unleash Swift, Mary urged, pressing the advantage. Sylveon released star-shaped light particles towards the ensnared Boshikadora, executing its swift attack. Raccoon, use Protect to shield Boshikadora from Swift, commanded the Team Rocket member. Raccoon dashed beside Boshikadora, using its body to block all the starry projectiles. This maneuver was remarkably powerful, capable of entirely neutralizing the opponent's assault. However, repeated use would render it ineffective. Raccoon, perform Leaf Tornado against Carnivine, the Team Rocket member instructed. Raccoon sprinted towards Carnivine, which had clamped onto Boshikadora with its rear mouth, making movement cumbersome. Raccoon arrived in front of Carnivine, swinging its appendage down with great force. Carnivine released its grip, narrowly evading the Leaf Tornado. Sylveon, employ Charming Voice, Mary commanded. Sylveon emitted an enchanting cry that inflicted psychological distress upon both Raccoon and Boshikadora, causing confusion in Boshikadora. Well done, Sylveon, Mary praised. Humph, don't celebrate too soon. Raccoon, unleash Solar Beam, the Team Rocket member retorted. Raccoon transformed the abundant sunlight it had gathered into a potent beam aimed directly at Sylveon. Chapter 147, Defiance. Sylveon was unable to evade the speed of light, and was directly struck by Raccoon's solar beam. The attack reminiscent of the light beam utilized by Kizaru from One Piece, both difficult to dodge and possessing tremendous impact. Upon being hit, Sylvian collapsed to the ground. Its expression one of immense pain, ribbons fluttering as it struggled to rise. "Sylvian!" Mary exclaimed, witnessing Sylvian's tenacity, feeling a pang of guilt within her. However, recalling how Dailo had just been targeted by this Team Rocket group, she resolved not to prolong this battle any further. In the next instant, accompanied by a dazzling flash, the Megastone on Mary's person resonated with the Mega Evolution of Carnivine. Carnivine, Mega Evolve. Everyone present was taken aback, astonished that Mary would harness the power of Mega Evolution, transforming Carnivine into its Mega form. A radiant white light enveloped Carnivine, manifesting a transformation. Seconds later, Carnivine had undergone its Mega Evolution, sprouting an additional pair of mouths behind its head and adorned with a red, skirt-like pattern. "It can Mega Evolve as well," the Team Rocket member exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief. "Carnivine, use Crunch," Mary commanded. Carnivine lunged towards Bashikadora, utilizing the fangs of its rear mouths to latch onto Bashikadora's body. Bashikadora writhed in agony, a crack resonating as its iron-hard armor fractured. Fortunately, the bite did not land on its head. Had it done so, the consequences would have been dire. "Carnivine, use Ambush against Raccoon," Mary instructed. Carnivine charged towards the nearby Raccoon, using its two large mouths to deliver a fierce strike, sending Raccoon flying several meters away. Bashikadora also collapsed, losing consciousness, while Raccoon fell heavily to the ground, also succumbing to unconsciousness. This battle, seemingly evenly matched, was in reality a complete domination. The lower commander-level Carnivine, after Mega Evolution, utterly overwhelmed the Team Rocket member. "I concede this match," the defeated Team Rocket member lamented, recognizing the futility of his position in the face of such overwhelming power. "How could we lose to a woman? Where's the pride of Team Rocket? To be so thoroughly crushed. Rod, you truly are remarkable. We have lost face in our own territory. How pathetic. Step aside. I shall take you on." A burly man stepped forward, his skin dark, sporting 2 scars on his left cheek and naturally curly hair. The previous Team Rocket member, after recalling his unconscious Pokémon, departed for the Pokémon Center to seek treatment. With the arrival of this stout man, he observed Mary's battle, and Sana felt compelled to step in and engage. "Another woman? They truly underestimate Team Rocket," he scoffed. "Come forth, Centiskorch." The newly arrived Team Rocket member tossed a Pokeball, and Centiskorch leapt forth. However, despite the bravado, the perceptive members of Team Rocket recognized the caliber of their opponents. These women were anything but ordinary. The fairy-type gym leader of the Kalos region, renowned twin thieves of the world, and another woman who appeared to harbor a dubious background, though details remained unclear, with a mysterious gap in her history spanning several years. What a troublesome woman, indeed a worthy adversary. The man-S Centiskorch, a centipede Pokemon, was predominantly red and black, with yellow eyes and purple spots resembling circles adorning its body, purple-red antennae, and a gray-black abdomen, differing significantly from real-world centipedes, as Centiskorch's upper body was upright. "Huh, come forth, Lapras." Ignoring the man-S taunts, Sana released her Pokeball, and Lapras emerged. "Lapras, use Ice Shard," Sana commanded. Lapras swiftly conjured a multitude of ice shards and hurled them rapidly towards Centiskorch. "Centiskorch, use Iron Defense," the Team Rocket member instructed. The Centipede King transformed its skin to become as hard as iron, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. As the shards of ice descended upon its body, they shattered into countless small fragments, falling harmlessly to the ground. The serene melody sung by Lapras caught the attention of the spectators, including the emotionally fragile members of Team Rocket, who succumbed to slumber. The Centipede King also heard the enchanting tune. "It emits a piercing sound," remarked a Team Rocket member. The Centipede King unleashed a sharp, jarring noise, disrupting Lapras' song and preventing itself from being lulled into sleep. "Humph, the little girl is rather inexperienced," the Team Rocket member commented, as the Centipede King prepared to launch a venomous trap. Swiftly, the Centipede King directed its special venom towards Lapras, which inadvertently splattered onto the creature. "Lapras, quickly dodge," urged Sana. Yet, despite Lapras' attempt to evade, it was still struck by the Centipede King's venom trap. "Curse it, Lapras. Unleash Ice Beam," Sana commanded. Lapras opened its mouth, firing a beam of ice towards the Centipede King. "Centipede King, use Agility," shouted a Team Rocket member. The Centipede King deftly utilized agility, allowing its body to move with remarkable lightness, effortlessly dodging Lapras' ice beam, which instead struck the ground, freezing it solid. Lapras, use hydro pump, Sana ordered. Lapras unleashed a torrent of water towards the Centipede King, yet the creature continued to evade with agility, leaving the ground drenched in water. What a naive little girl. Why not concede now? I shall refrain from holding you accountable. Otherwise, your defeat will be quite embarrassing, taunted a Team Rocket member. Dream on, Sana retorted dismissively. Then you should be careful not to weep later, the Team Rocket member warned. Rest assured, you shall be the one to lose, Sana declared confidently. Centipede King, execute rolling attack, commanded a Team Rocket member. The Centipede King curled its body and rolled swiftly towards Lapras. Lapras, employ Ice Beam, Sana instructed. Futile. No matter how many times you try, your Ice Beam cannot touch my Centipede King, boasted the Team Rocket member, though his confidence faltered a moment later. Lapras did not aim its Ice Beam at the Centipede King. Instead, it targeted the now slick ground, a result of the earlier hydro pump. Upon striking the wet surface, the Ice Beam froze the accumulated water, encasing much of the battlefield in ice. Chapter 148, A Stalemate. The Centipede King found the icy ground too slippery, rendering its rolling attack ineffective, allowing Lapras to evade with ease. As the Centipede King returned to its original form, its sharp claws struggled to grip the icy surface, while Lapras, with its sturdier limbs, maintained a firm stance. Centipede King, release Venoshock, commanded the Team Rocket member. The Centipede King sprayed its unique venom towards Lapras. Despite being a large Pokémon, Lapras was not spared, being struck by the venomous assault, which could induce poisoning. If Lapras was already afflicted, the effects would be doubled. The venom's potency intensified within Lapras, and Sana could discern the worsening condition. We must act swiftly. Prolonging this battle would be detrimental to Lapras, she thought. Humph, little sister. Your Lapras will soon lose its ability to battle. Ultimately, this is a race against time, the Team Rocket member remarked with a hint of derision. Is it just me? Or does this guy have quite the knack for taunts? Sana noted. Lapras, employ Heavy Slam, she commanded, with the ground slick from the ice. The Centipede King became an easy target, presenting Lapras with an opportunity. Lapras charged toward the Centipede King, leaping into the air and crashing down upon it, inflicting substantial damage. Now's the time, Centipede King, use Poison Tail. The Team Rocket member's face lit up with triumph. Oh no, Lapras, quickly evade. Sana realized the error too late. Lapras attempted to sidestep, but the Centipede King's tail was already upon it, striking Lapras and leaving a deep gash. The venom from the tail surged into Lapras's body, exacerbating its poisoned state. Lapras fell to the side, struggling to rise, while the Centipede King, dazed from the earlier heavy slam, teetered on the brink of consciousness. This is the final strike, Sana declared. The Team Rocket member understood that the next attack would determine the outcome of the battle. Centipede King, fortify with iron defense, he ordered. The Centipede King's skin hardened to iron, ready to withstand Lapras's forthcoming assault. Lapras, unleash Absolute Zero, Sana commanded. Lapras executed Absolute Zero, a move akin to Ice Beam, yet vastly more potent, capable of placing Pokémon in a near-death state, rendering physical defenses ineffective. The beam of Absolute Zero struck the Centipede King, encasing it in ice and plunging it into a state of near demise. We won, exclaimed Mary. However, moments later, Lapras succumbed to its poisoned state, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. A draw, Sana exclaimed. You did your best, Lapras. She withdrew Lapras into its Pokeball. We should leave, Mary suggested as she and Sana departed from Napaz's territory. As they left, Napaz gazed at their retreating figures, reflecting, Dailo, you truly found admirable companions. Meanwhile, Dailo, in his dormitory, contemplated exiting to retrieve Mary and Sana, but ultimately chose to remain inside and wait. Before long, Mary and Sana returned from the Pokémon Center after their treatment. Just then, Dailo's phone rang, a call from Das. He answered, I heard you're planning to act alone? Das inquired. Yes, what's the matter, Captain? Is there a problem? Dailo replied. What problem could I have? You speak as if you've participated in a group mission before. Well, even if you choose to act alone, I have no objections. However, this operation will offer rewards based on contributions, though I cannot disclose what those rewards are. You will have to ponder that yourself, Das concluded before hanging up. Is it not preferable for people to show more care and affection toward one another, rather than leaving me to navigate this alone? I do not wish to explore, I wish to take it easy, Dailo lamented. Instead of floundering here, we might as well seek out the owner of Odoma Ray to clarify matters, Sana suggested, her eyes sparkling with newfound inspiration. We know where to find them. Allow us to lead you. Sana and Lien exchanged knowing glances and declared. Under the guidance of the two sisters, Dailo and his companions ventured into a deep, secluded alley. They meandered through its winding paths until they reached the innermost part, only to find themselves faced with an unyielding wall. "Sana, is this it?" Dailo inquired, surveying his surroundings. Before him stood nothing but a blank wall. There appeared to be no way forward. "Do not fret," Sana replied, stepping closer to the wall. She extended a hand, which vanished into the surface, and soon after, she was entirely engulfed, disappearing from their sight. "Sana?" Dailo called out. "Hurry and come inside." Sana's voice echoed as she re-emerged from the wall, beckoning Dailo and the others to follow. As they traversed through the illusory barrier, they entered a magnificent garden. The expanse was vast and exuded a sense of serene harmony, complete with the gentle murmur of flowing water over which a quaint wooden bridge arched. Surrounding them were verdant trees and vibrant flowers, among which butterflies flitted gracefully. The melodious chirping of birds filled the air, and a swing hung invitingly from a tree, making this place resemble a veritable paradise. The enchanting scenery captivated Meow and her companions, each wearing expressions that reflected their longing to dwell in such a dreamlike garden. However, as the girls continued to admire the breathtaking landscape, Dailo felt an unsettling sensation creeping over him. This disquieting premonition prompted him to draw his curved dagger from his pocket. Yet as he brandished it, an unseen force struck his hand, sending the dagger flying from his grasp. At that moment, his loyal companions, the Great Hound, Crow Leader, and Gung Gue, leapt from their pokeballs, alerted to their master's peril. Chapter 149, Latios? The instant the Great Hound emerged, it sensed the presence of an invisible Pokémon nearby. Gradually, the concealed creature revealed itself beneath a tree not far away. Though Dailo had harbored a vague suspicion, the sight of this legendary Pokémon caused his heart to race uncontrollably. It was the closest he had ever been to a mythical Pokémon, excluding that one time with the leader. As the guardian of the water city of Otamare, this enigmatic, ethereal Pokémon was none other than Latios. With its sleek form, the lower half of Latios shimmered in blue, adorned with jet-like wings and fin-like feet. A striking red triangular pattern graced its chest, while the upper half gleamed in white, crowned by triangular ears. The appearance of Latios left Dailo and his companions in awe. Why would such a Pokémon manifest here? They soon discerned that this was a lower-tier Latios. It seemed that this Latios was not wild, dispelling any thoughts of capturing it. Yet, the creature exhibited an unfriendly demeanor, launching an immediate attack. With a powerful dragon breath aimed at Dailo, Gung Gue countered with Shadow Ball, resulting in a clash that neutralized both attacks. Latios began to perform an enigmatic yet vigorous dance, leaving Meow and the others puzzled. While Dailo understood well that the Pokémon intended to enhance its attack and speed before striking down his Pokémon, he was determined to thwart its plans. Crow Leader executed Wing Attack, the Great Hound lunged with Bite, and Gung Gue unleashed Shadow Punch. "Let us go," Dailo commanded. The trio charged at Latios. Crow Leader spread its wings, the Great Hound opened its jaws, and Gung Gue soared forward. Latios, however, first unleashed a boost to its power before employing Protect. The combined assaults of Dailo's Pokémon collided with Latios, yet all were effortlessly deflected, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Focusing its psychic energy upon its forehead, Latios charged at Gung Gue, delivering a psychic head, but that sent the ghost Pokémon soaring through the air. Subsequently, Latios employed telekinesis, lifting the Great Hound into the sky. Not forgetting Crow Leader, Latios ascended and unleashed Dragon Claw, sending the creature plummeting from the sky, only for Dailo to catch it just in time, nearly losing his balance. Witnessing his Pokémon being overwhelmed by a lower-tier Latios left Dailo with a sense of unease. He and Meow, along with others, clutched their Pokeballs, ready to summon additional Pokémon for the battle. Suddenly, the door of a nearby house burst open, and a woman emerged, drawn by the sounds of the skirmish. Adorned with a white beret, a light green dress, and short brown hair, her large, expressive eyes scanned the scene. "Canon Sana," she murmured upon noticing the woman. The instant she laid eyes upon Sana and Lien, her countenance darkened significantly. She could never forget these two women. Latios, Mega Evolve. Latios enveloped itself in a radiant glow, and moments later, the Mega Evolved form materialized before them. The newly transformed Latios sported two claws, its blue hue shifting to a deep gray. Dailo immediately recognized the formidable nature of this Latios. Even as a lower-tier entity, the pressure emanating from it was almost surreal. Was this the amplification granted by legendary status? Or perhaps the support of faith stemming from Otamare's home ground? Legends grow powerful through their very tales, yet for now, he resolved to engage in battle. Latios unleashed dragon breath upon the floating great hound, sending it hurtling away. Angered by its earlier assault, Gung Gue retaliated with revenge, doubling its attack power and launching a shadow punch at Latios. A brilliant light radiated from Latios, compelling everyone present, including the Pokémon, to shut their eyes. When the luminescence faded, Dailo and his companions opened their eyes to find Gung Gue had been sent flying once more. After dispatching the Great Hound and Gung Gue, Latios turned its furious gaze towards Lina and Sana, charging angrily toward Meow. Dailo, acutely aware of his inability to contend with Latios directly, could not simply stand by as the creature threatened Sana and the others. Thus, he opted for a different strategy, drawing another curved dagger from his possession. He executed a swift maneuver, appearing beside Canon and taking her hostage. What followed was a cacophony of her screams and Latios's roars. Upon realizing Canon had been abducted, Latios's fury dissipated, replaced by an eerie calm. "Let us take a moment to assess," Dailo began. "We harbor no ill intentions. I am merely investigating matters pertaining to Otamare and sought to inquire about your knowledge, which may be beneficial for its future." Your goodwill is noted, but I am uncertain of what I can divulge. Therefore, I must insist that you leave promptly. You are not welcome here," Canon replied curtly. Dailo was not the type of person who liked to impose his will on others. Upon noticing that Latios had no intention of making a move, he lowered the curved blade he had positioned at Canon's throat and sheathed it. Afterward, he led Meow and the others back. He understood that today's excursion had been in vain. Sana and Lien were destined to be viewed with hostility by Otamare, and as their current allies, there was no need to grovel for assistance from others. As they walked back, Sana, noticing Dairo's silence, approached him with a subtle smile and asked, "Dairo, was Canon's hair fragrance not delightful?" Her inquiry prompted Dairo to reminisce about that moment, yet he could not recall the scent of the woman named Canon. Instead, Lien was left with a lingering question. "Dairo, had Latios not stopped earlier and engaged us, what would you have done to that woman?" Lien inquired. "Who can say?" Dairo chuckled softly, turning his head away nonchalantly. Although he had stated such, Meow and the others had witnessed the decisiveness with which Dairo had brandished the blade. Those present, perceptive as they were, chose not to expose the underlying tension. This fellow shows no mercy, even when faced with beauty? Perhaps it was due to Meow's influence. Observing Dairo walk ahead, Meow followed suit, linking her arms with his. Dairo, taken aback by her sudden gesture, said nothing, as they had shared such closeness before. If not for the current circumstances, they would have been here merely for leisure. Meow, indifferent to her cascading bangs, simply held onto Dairo's arm, quietly accompanying him forward. The trio behind them observed the pair's intertwined forms beneath the moonlight, gradually softening their footsteps. Each woman harbored her own thoughts, yet their pace remained harmonious. Chapter 150, Kneel Upon Defeat. Following the recent confrontation, the group made their way to the Pokémon Center, where they entrusted the treatment of their Mitina to Nurse Joy. Once their Pokémon had been treated, they prepared to depart. Within the lobby of the Pokémon Center, several trainers were engaged in idle chatter. Among them sat a short, brash young man with tousled blonde hair, exuding a rather rascally demeanor. Beside him sat a lanky man wearing black-rimmed glasses, while to the blonde's right was a stockier youth of similar height. Perhaps due to Meow and her companion's allure, the trainer's attention shifted towards Dairo, their expressions morphing into astonishment at the sight of so many beautiful women surrounding him. However, as their eyes scanned the quartet, one of them fixated on Lien and Sana, quickly recognizing their identities. I thought he was accompanied by respectable company. But it turns out there are 2 international thieves among them. How disgraceful. Why would international thieves dare to appear in such an open venue? Shouldn't they be hiding in a corner somewhere? The young man sneered. Indeed. Ha, chimed in his companions, their laughter directed squarely at Lien and Sana. The group at the front desk halted in their tracks. Meow and Reina pondered the situation, while Dairo maintained a stoic expression, his gaze fixed on the trio of men with a hint of malice. Despite having heard the jibes directed at them, Sana and Lien chose to remain silent, their ires simmering beneath the surface. They feared causing trouble for Dairo, and instead forced smiles, urging him to leave swiftly. "Dairo, let us go?" "There's no point in lingering. Let us head back to the dormitory," Sana suggested. However, Dairo revealed a smile tinged with intrigue, pausing momentarily to gently usher Lien and the others behind him before striding directly towards the trainers who had mocked Lien and Sana. "Excuse me, gentlemen. Would you care for a friendly duel?" Dairo inquired, his demeanor devoid of anger, appearing rather approachable instead. "We have a battle arena behind the Pokémon Center. If you're willing, we can engage there," Nurse Joy interjected. What do you expect? Those who associate with international thieves might not be virtuous themselves. It's merely a competition. What is there to fear? The blonde retorted dismissively. How absurd. Look at you, surrounded by 4 women. You must be quite exhausted. Why not share the burden with us? We don't desire much, just those 2 international thieves, the stocky youth added. Indeed. The inability to find a girlfriend stems from 3 issues: looks, personality, and finances. I can't speak to your financial situation, but at least the first 2 shouldn't apply to you, right? Wouldn't you agree, fatty? Dailo remarked with a calmness that left the onlookers taken aback. In the next moment, the bespectacled man restrained his companion's shoulder, his countenance darkening. Let us have a 6-on-6 battle. 6-on-6, is it? Very well. I trust you understand the rules. Dailo asked with a smile that belied the evident hostility from the 3. What are you willing to wager? The blonde's expression stiffened, despite his bravado. Dailo's unwavering demeanor instilled a sense of unease within him. In formal battles, trainers are required to place a wager, and the stakes set by Dailo indicated the seriousness of the matter. The next moment, the blonde's eyelids twitched. Dailo produced 30,000 league coins from his possession and placed them before the trio, waving them slightly. I wager this amount, he declared. The men's eyes widened at the sight of the substantial sum, their hearts racing uncontrollably. If you win, the 30,000 league coins are yours. However, should you lose, you will kneel before us and apologize to my friends, Dailo stipulated. Upon hearing Dailo's terms, Sana suddenly grasped her sister's hand tightly. Lian glanced at her sister's facade of strength, managing a smile as her underlying concern flickered momentarily. That fellow truly enjoys taking matters into his own hands. Yet, why does he become increasingly endearing? A woman with short silver-gray hair gently linked her arm with her sister's, glancing at Sana's ample bosom before lowering her gaze to her own. Shaking her head, she let out a soft huff. She was curious to see whether the 3 men would leap into the fray or simply retreat. Very well. The blonde hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced to Dailo's wager. Then let us have Nurse Joy bear witness. Follow me, Dailo stated. Nurse Joy led Dailo and his companions, along with the blonde and his friends, to the battle arena located behind the Pokémon Center. Come forth, my Taina. Dailo summoned his Pokémon. I'll go first, the blonde declared. Halucha, it's your turn. He threw a pokeball, and the muscular Halucha emerged, its physique closely resembling that of a human. Its skin was a vibrant purple, adorned with well-defined muscles. A golden belt encircled its waist, and its arms and legs bore 5 fingers each, with 6 distinctive red markings on its limbs. Its head featured 3 plate-like protrusions, and its visage resembled that of a lizard, complete with an elongated snout and sharp teeth. Let the match commence. Halucha, use Karate Chop, the blonde shouted. Machamp charged toward Dolores Maitaina, swinging its sharp arms down at the Pokémon. Dodge, Maitaina, Dolores instructed. Keep going. Low kick. Maitaina dodged Machamp's empty hand chop to the side. Machamp then pursued Maitaina, and just as it was about to reach it, lowered its center of gravity and aimed a kick at Maitaina's leg. Dodge, Maitaina, Dolores shouted. Maitaina leapt into the air, evading Machamp's empty hand strike. Use Sand Attack, Dolores commanded. After landing, Maitaina scooped up a handful of sand and threw it at Machamp, hitting successfully. Immediately after hitting, Maitaina dodged back, creating some distance between itself and Machamp. Come back, Machamp. Yellow Hair recalled Machamp and threw out another Pokeball. Come out, Rhydon. Rhydon emerged from the Pokeball. Its body was mostly pale yellow, with a white belly and snout. Its body was largely covered with tough brown spines, providing both strong defense and offense. It had 2 large claws, its primary weapons, with 2 toes on both hands and feet. On top of its head grew a pale yellow spike, with ear-like spines on both sides. Use Crunch, Dolores instructed. Maitaina charged toward Rhydon. Rhydon, use Dig, Yellow Hair said. Rhydon burrowed underground, digging tunnels continuously, causing Maitaina to miss its attack. Rhydon, use Earthquake, Yellow Hair instructed. Still underground, Rhydon used Earthquake. This time it was a magnitude 5 quake, so it only slightly shook Maitaina above ground. The power of this move is not fixed. Come back, Maitaina. Dolores recalled Maitaina and threw another Pokeball. Come out, Honchkrow. Honchkrow soared into the sky. Rhydon reluctantly emerged from the ground, as the Earthquake had no effect on flying-type Pokemon. Rhydon, use Rock Blast. Yellow Hair instructed. Rhydon fired a rapid barrage of rock-shaped projectiles into the air. Honchkrow dodged the attacks while flying. Honchkrow, use Wing Attack, Dolores commanded. Honchkrow opened its wings and struck Rhydon on the ground, sending it flying. Chapter 151. 6v6. After Rhydon was knocked away, Honchkrow pursued, using Wing Attack again. It spread its wings and collided with the Rhydon that had not yet recovered, knocking it down and rendering it unconscious. Come back, Rhydon, Yellow Hair said reluctantly. Humph. Then aerial combat it is. Come out, Butterfree. Yellow Hair threw another Pokeball. Butterfree emerged, body purple-blue, massive white wings with black veins, for cyan legs. Wings covered with fine scales, and legs with soft fur. Honchkrow used Pursuit. Dailo commanded. Honchkrow rushed at Butterfree, spreading its wings to use the same move it had against Rhydon. Butterfree, use Gust. Yellow Hair instructed. Butterfree flapped its wings violently, generating a strong wind and directing it at the incoming Honchkrow. The sudden gust altered Honchkrow's flight path, disrupting its attack. Butterfree, use Attract. Yellow Hair shouted as he saw an advantage. Butterfree used Attract, but it had no effect on Honchkrow. After all, they were completely different Pokemon types. A bird attacking a butterfly couldn't be influenced by Attract. Bro, you want Butterfree to use Attract on my Honchkrow? That's ridiculous. Dailo said helplessly. Honchkrow, use Night Slash. Honchkrow lunged toward Butterfree through the air, wings spread, front legs ready to strike with sharp claws. Butterfree, use Stun Spore. Yellow Hair shouted. Oh no. It's going into a trap. Honchkrow dodge. Dailo noticed, trying to warn Honchkrow, but it was already too close to Butterfree to avoid the Stun Spore. Butterfree released the Stun Spore, and after hitting Honchkrow, it struggled a few times in the air before falling to the ground, wings immobilized, unable to move. Butterfree, use Gust. Yellow Hair said confidently. Butterfree flapped its wings to direct the wind at the paralyzed Honchkrow. Honchkrow was blown aside, hit the ground, and lost consciousness. Come back, Honchkrow. Dailo instructed. Ha ha, how are you going to fight like this? Yellow Hair taunted. Humph. Dailo ignored the provocation. Come out, Gengar. Gengar leaped from its Pokeball, face mischievous as ever, fearless. Gengar, use Mean Look, then Lick, Dailo instructed. Gengar flew in front of Butterfree, eyes completely black, freezing Butterfree with its hypnotic gaze. As Butterfree was trapped by the gaze, Gengar returned to its normal form and extended its long tongue to lick Butterfree. The lick immediately woke Butterfree up. Butterfree, use Air Slash. Yellow Hair commanded. Butterfree sent sharp blades of air from its wings toward Gengar. Dodge. Gengar evaded Butterfree's Air Slash. Gengar, use Shadow Punch, Dailo said. No. Butterfree, use Safeguard. Yellow Hair countered. Gengar struck Butterfree with Shadow Punch, but Butterfree's Safeguard protected it. Despite dozens of hits, Butterfree barely avoided damage. Come back, Butterfree. Yellow Hair threw the Pokeball, but it bounced back, failing to recall Butterfree. How is this possible? Yellow Hair was shocked. He had never encountered this. Humph. Gengar's Mean Look prevents switching unless the target faints. Gengar, use Shadow Ball to force Butterfree out, Dailo said. Gengar launched a black sphere at Butterfree, hitting it. Butterfree collapsed, unconscious, and Yellow Hair finally recalled it. Damn it, Yellow Hair muttered in frustration. At that moment, the bespectacled man approached. I'll handle this. I know how to deal with it. The man replaced Yellow Hair, looking disdainfully at Dailo. He pulled out a Pokeball and threw it. Braviary emerged. Go, Pidgeot. Unleash your whirlwind, proclaimed the bespectacled trainer. Pidgeot flapped its wings, conjuring powerful gusts of wind that spiraled into a tornado, hurtling towards Gengar. Although Gengar attempted to evade, the tornado ensnared it, pulling it back into its grasp. Pidgeot, execute Air Slash. The trainer commanded. Pidgeot mimicked the same move previously employed by Butterfree, launching a precise Air Slash that struck Gengar, which remained trapped within the tornado, rendering it an easy target. After being hit, Gengar plummeted to the ground, rendered unconscious. Return. Gengar, you've done well. Now it's your turn, Beedrill. Dailo tossed out a Pokeball, and Beedrill emerged, brimming with eagerness. Pidgeot, use Quick Attack. The bespectacled trainer ordered. In a flash, Pidgeot darted towards Beedrill, catching it off guard with its priority move, sending Beedrill flying several meters before it regained its balance. The damage from the attack was minimal, leaving Beedrill relatively unscathed. Chapter 152, Consecutive Battles. Angered by the assault, Beedrill harnessed its fury, enhancing its attack power. Beedrill, employ agility. Dailo instructed. Beedrill soared through the air with incredible speed, nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. It maneuvered adeptly around Pidgeot. Pidgeot, Air Slash. The bespectacled trainer called out. Pidgeot unleashed a series of air slashes aimed at the agile Beedrill, but Beedrill evaded them all with remarkable skill. Beedrill, unleash Fury Attack. Dailo commanded. Beedrill surged towards Pidgeot, lunging with its stingers aimed directly at its opponent. Pidgeot, use Tackle. The trainer shouted. The two Pokemon collided, resulting in Beedrill sustaining a minor injury to its wing while Pidgeot tumbled to the ground. Pidgeot, utilize Roost. The bespectacled trainer instructed. Pidgeot gracefully landed, allowing itself a moment to recover its vitality. After a few seconds, it had regained much of the damage it had previously sustained. Beedrill, chase after Pidgeot with pursuit. Dailo, aware of Pidgeot's roost ability, sought to deny it the chance to recuperate. Beedrill charged towards the grounded Pidgeot. Pidgeot, mimic Fury Attack. The trainer commanded. Pidgeot suddenly accelerated, launching itself into the air and colliding with Beedrill. As they clashed, Pidgeot struck with its beak, while Beedrill's counterattack landed as well, though it was far less potent. Dailo realized that if the battle continued in this manner, he would inevitably face defeat. Beedrill Mega Evolve, he declared, choosing to enhance Beedrill's capabilities for a decisive advantage. Upon Mega Evolution, Beedrill's limbs were adorned with sharp stingers, though its overall form remained largely unchanged. Beedrill, use Agility. Dailo commanded, observing Dailo's move. The bespectacled trainer instructed Pidgeot to do the same. Pidgeot, use Tailwind. He ordered. Pidgeot's wings stirred up a fierce whirlwind, significantly increasing its speed amidst the storm. Beedrill, focus your energy. Dailo instructed. Beedrill inhaled deeply, concentrating its strength to enhance the precision of its subsequent attack against Pidgeot. Pidgeot, unleash Air Slash. The trainer directed. Pidgeot fired a flurry of air slashes at Beedrill, which dodged the initial strikes, but ultimately succumbed to one, sending it hurtling a few meters away while it continued to channel its energy. Pidgeot, finish it with Wing Attack. The trainer asserted, confident of victory. With unwavering determination, Pidgeot spread its powerful wings and charged at Beedrill, intent on delivering a final blow. Dailo, unwilling to delay, sought to determine the outcome with this decisive strike. Beedrill, use Poison Jab. He commanded. Beedrill lunged forward with its venomous stingers aimed at Pidgeot, and the two Pokémon raced past each other at extraordinary speed, each deploying their respective moves. Pidgeot crashed to the ground, still conscious but immobilized, having been struck by Beedrill's poisonous jab, which incapacitated it due to the toxic effects. Meanwhile, Beedrill sustained only minor scrapes, remaining relatively unharmed. Return, Pidgeot, the bespectacled trainer said, acknowledging its prowess. But can you withstand my next challenger? Come forth, Parasect. He released another Pokeball, and Parasect emerged, resembling a hermit crab adorned with a sorrowful mushroom. Its lower half was a vibrant orange, and its front pair of legs transformed into formidable pincers, while the mushroom on its back loomed larger than its body. Beedrill, unleash Fury Attack. Dailo commanded as Beedrill lunged towards Parasect, extending its spiked limbs. Parasect, release Spore and Fury Powder. The trainer instructed. Parasect scattered poisonous spores into the air before dousing itself with Fury Powder, while Beedrill, undeterred by the toxins, continued its charge. Parasect, execute Fury Cutter. The trainer called out. Parasect swung its scythe-like appendage towards Beedrill, which had closed the distance and unleashed its Fury Attack. Though Parasect managed to block a majority of the strikes, Beedrill's Mega Evolution had amplified its power and speed, allowing it to land several hits. Parasect quickly evaded, using growth to enhance its size and strength. Parasect, increase your size. The trainer commanded. Parasect scuttled to the side, its body visibly expanding at an astonishing rate, tripling in size and boosting its attack power. Parasect, use Cut. The trainer ordered. Dailo, recognizing the need to accelerate the battle, knew that Parasect's newfound bulk would amplify its offensive capabilities. Beedrill soared into the air once more before charging at the enlarged Parasect, its toxic stingers poised for a strike. However, due to the previous inhalation of spores, Beedrill's vitality was gradually waning, while Parasect, invigorated by Fury Powder, became increasingly enraged. Such Pokémon, when properly nurtured, possess immense potential, particularly those with pollen-based abilities. Under the guidance of dedicated Pokémon breeders and seasoned botanists, they can easily create unique powders that enhance or diminish their own or their opponent's states. This showcases the remarkable adaptability of Pokémon in the real world. After bolstering its fury, Parasect swung its scythe at Beedrill. In a fleeting moment, Beedrill struck Parasect, sending it crashing several meters away. Simultaneously, Parasect's scythe found its mark against Beedrill's abdomen, while Beedrill's poison jab struck Parasect's mushroom, its most significant vulnerability, causing Parasect to succumb to unconsciousness. The Beedrill collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. Return, Beedrill. Paras, come back swiftly. Both Pokémon were recalled by their respective trainers. Humph, step aside. It's your turn, Machoke. The blonde-haired trainer summoned Machoke back onto the field. Chapter 153, The Strength of a League-Certified Trainer. Come forth, Swablu. Upon witnessing the opponent once again release Machoke, Dailo quickly selected another Pokémon, declaring, Swablu. Let's prepare for action. Despite having already participated in a previous confrontation, Mishoki's imposing presence remained undiminished. Swablu, unleash Rain Dance, Dailo commanded. Aware that Swablu would thrive in a moist environment, he surveyed the somewhat uneven battleground, which was an open area behind the Pokémon Center, with clouds overhead. After Swablu executed Rain Dance, the clouds began to shift in color, and soon a gentle drizzle commenced, though the rain was confined to the vicinity of the Pokémon Center. Machoke, don't waste time. Rush in with Karate Chop. The blonde-haired trainer's aggressive tactics were as relentless as ever. Yet, the onlookers, including Masyu and others, were astonished that they could hold their ground against Dailo's Pokémon. The trainers arriving in autumn air indeed possessed formidable skills. Machoke charged toward Swablu. Swablu, use Dragon Breath. Dailo instructed. Swablu exhaled a powerful breath toward the advancing Machoke, but the agile fighter deftly evaded the attack, closing in rapidly. Swablu, use Endure. Dailo shouted urgently. Swablu remained steadfast, and Mishoki's Karate Chop struck true, sending Swablu tumbling to the ground, covered in dust. Machoke, don't relent, follow up with low kick. The blonde-haired trainer was no soft-hearted combatant. Pressing the advantage was the choice of every determined trainer. Machoke aimed for Swablu's lower body with a kick, causing it to lose balance and fall. Humph. Machoke, unleash a double chop. The blonde offered no intent to hold back, delivering a relentless series of blows to Swablu, which left Masyu and the others visibly pained to witness. Now's the moment, Swablu. Dodge and use Muddy Water. Dailo decided it was time to stop allowing Swablu to endure Mishoki's attacks. Swablu deftly avoided Mishoki's double chop and, finding its position, unleashed a torrent of muddy water. Machoke instinctively attempted to evade, but the slick ground caused it to slip and fall, being struck hard by Swablu's muddy water. Having previously endured 2 attacks due to Endure, Swablu's retaliation now bore double the power. Machoke was sent crashing to the ground, its accuracy diminished by the muddy assault. Rising once more, Machoke demonstrated remarkable resilience, yet Dailo knew the opportunity would not last. Swablu, don't give it a moment's respite. Use Heavy Slam. Dailo commanded. Swablu charged toward Machoke, intent on using its body to crush the opponent. Machoke, recovering, attempted to execute a body slam. Machoke, use Seismic Toss. The blonde shouted. Machoke sprang up, but Swablu was already upon it, leaping to pin Machoke down. However, Machoke deftly sidestepped to the left, avoiding Swablu's heavy slam, and with a grip on Swablu's body, spun 360 degrees before slamming it into the ground. Swablu lost consciousness. Return, Swablu. You performed admirably, Dailo said as he retrieved his Pokémon. Despite being a self-taught trainer, he noted that this trainer possessed several commanding-level Pokémon. After all, Dailo's Swablu was capable of holding its own against Napaz's Pokémon. It appeared these trainers had the merit to be so boastful, or perhaps they were indeed league-certified trainers. Contemplating, Dailo swiftly produced another Pokeball, exclaiming, Herdier, it's your turn. With that, Herdier emerged, its imposing demeanor barely contained. It had been too long since it had been allowed to take the lead in battle, and now it was eager to unleash its pent-up fury. Machoke, use Low Kick. The blonde commanded. Machoke dashed toward Herdier, closing the distance in an instant, lifting its leg to deliver a powerful kick. But Herdier was not one to remain passive. It sidestepped and lunged at Machoke, sinking its teeth into Mishoki's arm and refusing to let go. Machoke thrashed its arm in an attempt to dislodge Herdier, but the dog held on tenaciously, its sharp teeth sinking into Mishoki's tough hide. Machoke, use Dynamic Punch. The blonde shouted. Machoke, summoning all its strength, aimed a punch at Herdier, which Dailo promptly countered. Herdier, dodge. Herdier swiftly released its grip and crouched to avoid the punch, leaving a bite mark on Mishoki's arm, from which blood began to drip. Herdier, use Tackle. Dailo commanded. Seizing the moment, Herdier charged at Machoke, crashing its head into Mishoki's abdomen and sending it flying. Machoke landed hard, rolling several times before finally stabilizing itself, wobbling unsteadily as it rose. The previous collision had left it in a weakened state, compounded by the earlier battle. Machoke, use Rollout. The blonde observed Mishoki's diminished condition and decisively ordered. Machoke barreled toward Herdier, attempting to wrap around it for a roll. Dodge, Herdier, Dailo urged. Furrowing his brow, Herdier rolled aside, evading Mishoki's assault. Now, Herdier, use Quick Attack. Dailo commanded. Herdier lunged at Machoke, striking it with its sturdy head and sending Machoke sprawling once more, ultimately losing consciousness. Machoke, return, the blonde said resignedly, casting a glance at Herdier before recalling his Pokémon. It's my turn, the chubby trainer declared, finally stepping forward. It seemed that the combined strength of these three trainers would be a match for Dailo, roughly on par with Chiba Akihiro. Of course, in terms of high-tier combat, Chiba Akihiro's Greninja would likely have the upper hand. "Come forth, Kabutops," the chubby trainer exclaimed, tossing a pokeball that revealed a Pokémon resembling a prehistoric beetle. The clouds above had nearly dissipated, and the rain had ceased, although some puddles remained on the ground. Kabutops bore two large, aggressive claws atop its head, resembling real-life insects, with rows of tooth-like structures. "Herdier, use Bite." Dailo had no doubt that such a Pokémon would fail to intimidate the fierce Herdier, issuing the command without hesitation. Herdier charged toward Kabutops. Kabutops, bracing itself, prepared to harden its defenses. The chubby trainer recognized that in a race of speed, his Pokémon would not outpace Herdier, thus opting for a direct confrontation. Kalos exerted every ounce of his energy, rendering his body more resilient and bolstering his defenses. As the massive hound lunged forward, it clamped its jaws around the stationary Kalos. Yet the formidable toughness of his skin thwarted the creature's attempt to penetrate it. "Kalos, unleash Earthquake," commanded Fatty, seizing the opportunity. This skill, learned at great expense, was intended to deliver a powerful blow capable of decisive victory. Harnessing the force of gravity, Kalos flung the hound away, causing it to crash violently to the ground. "Kalos, follow up with Body Slam," Fatty instructed. Emboldened by his initial success, Kalos charged toward the hound. The creature countered with Sand Attack, followed by a fierce tackle. As Dailo directed, the hound scooped up a handful of dirt and hurled it at Kalos, landing a successful hit. It then barreled toward Kalos, using its hardened skull to strike. In a swift motion, Kalos seized the hound, bending backward to slam it forcefully onto the ground. This maneuver was destined to strike a critical blow, and as the hound collapsed, it lost consciousness. This unexpected outcome took Dailo by surprise and left Meow and her companions utterly astounded. They were well aware of the hound's formidable strength. Yet Kalos had dispatched it in mere moments. Every trainer seems to possess a signature Pokémon, Dailo mused, acknowledging the prowess displayed. After recalling his hound, Dailo summoned his final Pokémon, Mismagius. Chapter 154. Dailo felt uncertain about his chances of victory this time. Mismagius was merely a mid-tier commander. Yet he had unwavering confidence in his Pokémon, aware that Mismagius was no weakling. However, Kalos had already reached the level of a low-tier commander. And although the hound had exerted itself earlier, the ensuing battle could still prove challenging. "Prepare to lose. I'm claiming your 30,000 Alliance coins," Fatty proclaimed, his hands fidgeting with anticipation. "Ha ha ha indeed," Huang Mao laughed. "We must find a few more like these lovely ladies to enjoy ourselves." The bespectacled man grinned lewdly. "Let us begin. I can hardly wait," Huang Mao urged. "Humph, Kalos, use Slash," Fatty commanded. Kalos charged towards Mismagius, swinging his arm down with ferocity. "Mismagius, use Quick Attack," Dailo ordered. In a flash, Mismagius deftly dodged Kalos's slash, appearing behind him and raking her claws against his armored skin. Kalos stumbled forward, then retaliated with a rollout aimed at Mismagius, grappling her and tumbling to the ground, slamming her down with force. Mismagius quickly sprang back to her feet, darting aside, while Kalos sustained minor injuries. Regaining her composure, Mismagius lunged at Kalos once more, clawing at his back. After sustaining a scratch, Kalos executed a spinning kick that sent Mismagius sprawling to the side. "Mismagius, unleash Icy Wind," Dailo commanded. Mismagius directed a chilling blast toward Kalos, who shivered as the frigid air permeated his defenses. "Mismagius, use Metal Claw," Dailo instructed. "Kalos, harden," Fatty countered. Mismagius charged at Kalos, slashing him with her steel claws, while Kalos fortified his armor, enhancing his defense. Despite his efforts, Mismagius's metallic claws left several gashes on his body. Seizing the moment, Mismagius employed Night Slash, exploiting Kalos's momentary stillness to strike from behind, landing a critical hit that sent Kalos tumbling to the ground. "Kalos, use Superpower," Fatty urged. Kalos summoned remarkable strength as he charged at Mismagius, attempting to ram her with his pincers. However, the earlier cold wind had diminished his speed. Mismagius executed another quick attack, evading Kalos's assault and once more striking from behind with Night Slash. This time, Kalos succumbed to the blow, collapsing unconscious. Fatty stood in disbelief. His proudest Pokémon had been bested by a mid-tier commander. Meanwhile, Dailo observed with keen interest, sensing an unmistakable familiar power emanating from Mismagius's attack. What was the source of his own power? The ancient ice energy from Regice. If Mismagius, as a Pokémon birthed by Regice, could harness such strength, her potential was boundless. Yet, if Mismagius had possessed this power, She should have triumphed in previous battles. Was it the overwhelming pressure, or the determination not to let her companions down that had spurred her on? Regardless, if Miss Magius could activate the ancient energy within her, her future accomplishments would surely be extraordinary. Fatty's companions were rendered speechless by the scene. After recalling Kalos into his pokeball, the trio fell silent, contemplating their departure. Dailo, noticing their demeanor, huffed disdainfully before drawing his curved dagger and swiftly positioning it at Huang Mao's throat. The abruptness and deadly aura of his presence left all trainers present in a state of shock. Isn't this a Pokemon Center? Why are there such dangerous individuals here? Huang Mao quivered, his legs trembling. I suggest you kneel and apologize, Dailo whispered calmly into Huang Mao's ear. What are you talking about? I know nothing. Put down the knife. I want to leave. Huang Mao protested, refusing to acknowledge his earlier remarks, but Dailo was resolute in his refusal to let him go. With a mere shift of the dagger, the icy blade's chill left no doubt about its authenticity. Miss Joy rushed forward, intervening and disarming Dailo, removing the dagger from Huang Mao's neck. I will not allow such behavior in my establishment, she declared with righteous indignation. Dailo, however, paid little heed to Joy's protests, reclaiming the dagger from her grasp. Do you intend to evade responsibility before a noble of the Alliance? Dailo's gaze held a playful malice, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Before the gathered crowd, he produced the knight's emblem bestowed upon him by Hakulin. Gentlemen, I regret to inform you that your actions today may be construed as a provocation against my family as the newly elevated noble of the Clock Tower and Hakulin's knight. Are you prepared to face the consequences? As a member of the Joy family, Miss Joy recognized the authenticity of Dailo's noble insignia, but she never anticipated an Alliance noble would so abruptly appear here. Dailo's declaration left Miss Joy momentarily speechless, yet at that moment, another figure approached. The young lady descending wore a fitted gown adorned with vibrant red flowers, emanating an unmistakable air of nobility. The young girl approached slowly amidst the eerie tranquility. Observing the scene before her, she greeted Dailo and Mayu with a smile. How are you both? Ji Maya inquired cheerfully. Naturally, Mayu recognized Ji Maya, while Dailo merely found her vaguely familiar, having encountered her a few times during Mayu's fashion shows. Upon spotting Ji Maya, Miss Joy bowed respectfully. Miss Ji Maya, Joy said. What transpired here? Ji Maya inquired. Well, Joy explained, a disagreement arose between them, and they decided to settle it through a Pokemon battle, in which Mr. Dailo emerged victorious. However, the opposing party is reluctant to honor their previous promise, leading to their current dispute. Miss Ji Maya, it's not as it seems. We were just about to admit our mistake and fulfill our promise, the blonde one said, quickly adapting to the situation, a testament to his survival instincts. Immediately, the three of them knelt before Lien and Sana. We're sorry, sisters, everything is our fault, and we apologize to you, the blonde one hastily uttered. I'm sorry. Fairy sister, I realize my mistake. You are like a sister to me. Please, spare us this once. The three of them chorused their apologies. Then, since that's the case, we shall not escort you further. Depart, Dailo said, twirling the badge in his hand with a smile. The three young men rose, intending to leave, but were halted by Miss Ji Maya's voice. You three halt, she commanded. What is it, Miss Ji Maya? The blonde one turned to reply. Mister, Dailo has instructed you to leave. Did you not comprehend? Ji Maya stated lightly, yet her words left the onlookers astonished. The three were momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing their misunderstanding. Understood. They promptly squatted and rolled away from Dailo and the other's line of sight. Dailo was momentarily bewildered. This noble lady was impressively formidable, perhaps even more ruthless than he was. Are you the guardian knight of Hakurine? Ji Maya asked. Indeed, Dailo replied. I encountered you first. Yet it appears Hakurine has claimed you as her guardian knight. It seems I have missed something significant, Ji Maya remarked. Recalling their first meeting in Kalos when Dailo was merely an inconsequential figure, nearly falling victim to the dragon-type champion. Now, he had elevated himself to a level where he could converse with her as an equal. Truly, he was someone worthy of Hakurine's attention. Dailo chuckled softly. Choosing not to elaborate further, uncertain of the nature of Ji Maya's relationship with Hakurine, given the multiple factions within the Clock Tower's noble hierarchy. By the way, are these ladies your family members? Ji Maya queried. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the women behind Dailo. No, Sana and Lien are merely friends. While Reina and Mayu have already become my family, Dailo clarified. At that moment, Sana, who had been standing behind Dailo, suddenly knelt on one knee, bowing her head. Mr. Dailo, may I request your permission to join your family? Sana spoke with a lowly demeanor. her tone imbued with a reverence and gratitude that none of them had previously heard. Faced with such a woman, Dailo felt no inclination to refuse. Of course, he responded. Seeing her sister's actions, Lian, as the younger sibling, understood her sister's intentions without hesitation and similarly chose to join Dailo's family, to which he readily agreed. Congratulations. You have gained 2 loyal followers. During our last meeting, I failed to present you with a gift, but I happen to have 2 bracelets here to offer you. They are imbued with a unique skill, allowing the wearer to use evil wave 3 times a day, G. Maya said, producing 2 deep purple bracelets adorned with beads, which shimmered with faint lavender patterns beneath the sunlight, imparting an aura of mystery. Upon receiving Dailo's consent, Sana and Lian accepted the bracelets and expressed their gratitude to G. Maya, who smiled before bidding them farewell to rest. By the way, would you 2 like to experience the privileges of a League Noble? Dailo suddenly proposed to Sana and Lian. As they had been fugitives, they had previously been unable to enjoy the benefits afforded to League trainers, but now that they pledged allegiance to Dailo, they were entitled to better treatment. Thus, that evening, they all stayed at the Pokémon Center, where each of them was assigned a personal chef. Upon reaching the dining area, they settled at a table, and several waitstaff entered, each pushing a cart laden with custom-prepared dishes for each individual. One server approached Dailo's cart and presented the beautifully arranged food before him. Each lid was lifted in succession, revealing an array of fragrant delicacies that tantalized their taste buds. After they finished their meal, Dailo stepped aside to make a call to Hakurine. This time, it was a private call, with no one else around him. Hello? Is this Dailo? Hakurine's voice came through the line. Yes, Hakurine. Are you familiar with G. Maya? I encountered her this evening, Dailo informed her. I see. Are you doing well in Otamare? No trouble, I hope? Hakurine asked. All is well. Nothing has occurred. Though the situation remains under investigation, Dailo replied. That's good to hear. Please exercise caution while you're there. Once your mission in Otamare concludes, come to the clock tower for the awarding ceremony, Hakurine instructed. Understood, Dailo agreed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Dailo ended the call, and they all returned to their respective rooms to rest. Just as they were comfortably asleep, a sudden loud bang jolted them awake. Realizing it was not a dream, they all got up and gathered at the door, just as G. Maya arrived. Dailo, I would like to borrow a few people. I wish to see what has transpired. G. Maya stated. Very well, Sana and Lian, accompany Miss G. Maya. Mayu and Reina, come with me, Dailo instructed. It seems the explosion originated from the port area. Mayu commented. Indeed, let us hurry there, Dailo replied. After this, they split into 2 groups, yet as they departed, Dailo reminded G. Maya not to treat Lian and Sana as mere attendants. He recalled Hakurine's indifferent attitude towards her attendants, and G. Maya assured Dailo that she would ensure their safety. With that, Dailo confidently headed toward the port. Due to the commotion, many were drawn to the source of the disturbance, including Lyrit, who approached the scene alone, without companions. Lilt remained clad in a deep blue ninja outfit. Given that Dailo's ostentatious appearance alongside Jamiya at the Pokémon Center had already caught the attention of many keen observers, Lilt naturally understood that Dailo was one of the esteemed nobles attending the alliance in Otamare. Although Lilt spotted Dailo en route to the port, he refrained from rushing over, opting instead to continue his path beneath the eaves toward the harbor, knowing their paths would inevitably converge there. Dailo, Maya remarked. What is the matter? Are you hoping to recruit some followers by revealing your identity at the Pokémon Center tonight? Indeed, but I want to accept just anyone. It's not about urgency. It's about finding the right fit, Dailo replied. That said, I never expected those 2 sisters to express a desire to join us. Maya smiled subtly and chose not to elaborate further. Although Sana and Lian had a somewhat dubious background, if Dailo was indifferent, she certainly had no objections. The trio continued their hurried strides toward the port. A few minutes later, upon their arrival, they beheld the remnants of a pirate ship along the coastline. Although the vessel had suffered significant damage, it still bore the insignia of a pirate flag. Gazing at the flag, Dailo deduced that this wreckage was indeed a remnant of the Barrel Pirates, but the ship was deserted, indicating that all the pirates had abandoned it and ventured ashore. It seems the crew of the Barrel Pirate ship has likely made their way to the island, Dailo observed. Who would have thought it was the Barrel Pirates, Maya remarked. At that moment, the increasingly exasperated Miss Junsha appeared once more. Trainers who arrived first, please remain on the scene, Miss Junsha announced. Naturally, this included Dailo, Chiba Akihiro, Lilt, and others. Dailo caught the eye of Chiba, who likewise recognized him. They exchanged a glance, their lips twitching in unison. How many times have we encountered the lovely Miss Junsha today? Surely it won't be again, Dailo mused. You all must accompany me for a statement, Junsha insisted. Mom, we want to go home, We don't want to go to the police station, Dailo lamented, gazing mournfully at the familiar doors of the precinct. Of course, Junsha replied, exasperated by the sight of these familiar faces. The issue was that whenever trouble arose, it was invariably these trainers who were at the forefront, leaving her no choice but to seek their assistance. Very well, then. The trainers followed Miss Junsha back to the precinct. Shortly thereafter, several other trainers emerged. While one claimed to have engaged in a skirmish with a pirate from the Barrel Pirates, only to find their Pokémon utterly outmatched and nearly eliminated. Had it not been for the timely arrival of other trainers, they might have faced dire consequences. After exiting the precinct, Dailo and his companions returned to the Pokémon Center, their expressions heavy with concern. Once in his room, Dailo intended to lie down and sleep, but the phone rang insistently. Hello, Dailo. The voice on the other end belonged to Chiba Akihiro. Seriously? You're still awake at this hour? I have a girlfriend, and my evenings are quite busy, Dailo grumbled, reluctantly shaking off his drowsiness. Don't rush off to sleep just yet. I wanted to ask if you plan to investigate this situation together tomorrow. I sense something amiss, Chiba stated, disregarding Dailo's complaints. It certainly is suspicious, Dailo replied, rolling his eyes. So, will you agree? Chiba pressed. Fine, Dailo conceded. I'll prepare the gear. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning, Chiba said. Just come to the Pokémon Center. Call me around 7 tomorrow morning, and I'll come down, Dailo instructed. All right. Chiba affirmed before they concluded the call, allowing Dailo to finally seek rest. The following morning, Chiba awaited Dailo outside the Pokémon Center. Maya chose not to accompany Dailo this time, reasoning that she would not involve herself in matters best handled by the two men. Meanwhile, Sana and Lien were eager to join but felt it would be inappropriate to leave Maya and Reina alone in the dorm, so they remained behind. Reina realized her own abilities could use some enhancement. Shortly thereafter, Dailo departed. Reina knocked on Maya's door. Maya, once this matter is resolved, would you consider traveling with me? I wish to enhance my skills, Reina proposed. I share that sentiment. I was hesitant to bring it up before, fearing you'd decline, Maya replied. I feel my abilities require significant training, and I wish to assist Dailo in the future, Reina said, her eyes dimming slightly with a hint of sorrow. What does Dailo plan to do next? Sana inquired. Dailo likely had arrangements in place, ensuring you would not be left idle, rest assured. Maya understood Dailo's intentions well. But with the Otamare situation unresolved, discussing future plans felt somewhat premature. Meanwhile, Dailo and Chiba strolled along, with Chiba imparting knowledge about the city of Otamare, information he had gathered during his earlier investigations. Did you know that Otamare was once a grand city? However, centuries of change have submerged much of it beneath the sea. If you wish to locate the spiky stone beast, searching along the shore is futile. It would be akin to a headless fly, Chiba explained. I didn't realize you were so well-versed in the history of Otamare. Did you research it prior to your arrival? Dailo inquired. Not at all. Once I arrived, I visited every library and museum here to learn about its history. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to share this knowledge with you, Chiba replied. Chiba had already prepared diving equipment for Dailo, having planned to investigate the depths. You've certainly thought this through, Dailo remarked. Of course. By the way, how many water-type Pokémon do you have? Otherwise, encountering danger underwater could be problematic, Chiba pointed out. Not a single one, Dailo admitted. Chiba possessed 3 water-type Pokémon, but Dailo had none, which could pose a significant challenge should they encounter peril beneath the waves. They resolved to conduct a brief exploration underwater to minimize any risks along the coastal areas. Before long, they reached a secluded corner of the town, donning their diving gear. Chiba's diving suit was equipped with a helmet resembling that of an astronaut, complete with a compressed oxygen tank on the back. Each diving suit contained 5 oxygen tanks, each no larger than a pair of palms, connected by tubes to the helmet, making it quite convenient. They soon donned their suits. This diving suit is rather snug. It feels quite uncomfortable, Dailo remarked. The diving suit must envelop your entire body to ensure warmth, as the underwater temperature is significantly lower than that on the surface. My diving suit is rather snug, so bear with it, Chiba Akihiro remarked. They then descended into the sea, and upon reaching the ocean floor, they beheld the ruins of the once thriving underwater city of Omarito, now reduced to desolation. It was truly beautiful here once, Dailo remarked, gazing at the enchanting remnants beneath the waves. What a pity it's now a mere ruin. Chiba Akihiro, however, did not focus on the ruins, but instead searched among the debris for clues pertaining to their quest. You really know how to kill the mood. Dailo continued to admire the submerged beauty of Omarito. Despite its dilapidation, the underwater ruins retained a certain splendor, with fish darting freely among the crumbling structures. Some buildings were adorned with vibrant aquatic plants, and certain fish thrived by feasting on these verdant resources. As they surveyed the ruins, a wild Pokémon suddenly emerged. Pokémon category, Octillery. Pokémon rank, mid-tier commander. What you fear shall come to pass. Dailo's expression darkened as he positioned himself behind Chiba Akihiro, watching as he summoned his Greninja to engage in battle. Greninja, unleash Water Pulse. Chiba Akihiro commanded. Greninja sent ripples through the surrounding water, including that near Octillery, causing discomfort to everyone underwater. Stop, stop, stop! Dailo exclaimed. This is unbearable. Command your Greninja to cease at once. Greninja halted and unleashed Water Shuriken. Greninja, throw those shurikens. Chiba Akihiro instructed. Greninja fashioned several shurikens from the slime in its hands and hurled them toward Octillery. The shurikens moved sluggishly through the water, hindered by the ocean's resistance. Had they been in the air, they would have struck their target long ago. Due to their reduced speed, Octillery easily evaded them. In retaliation, Octillery unleashed seed bombs in rapid succession, firing a barrage of seeds toward Dailo and the others. Greninja, use Bubble. Chiba Akihiro commanded. Greninja positioned itself before Chiba Akihiro and blew countless bubbles toward the oncoming seed bombs. While some of the bombs were intercepted, a few struck Dailo, leaving only minor abrasions. Fighting underwater is not in our favor. We must resolve this quickly or escape. Our oxygen may soon deplete, Dailo stated, noting the minor scratch on Chiba Akihiro's right arm. Greninja, use Quick Attack. Chiba Akihiro shouted. Greninja darted through the water with astonishing speed, excelling in aquatic combat, moving much faster than it could on land. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Octillery, its hand poised to strike its foe's head. Octillery met Greninja's Quick Attack head-on, extending its 5 tentacles to ensnare Greninja. By the time Greninja attempted to escape, it was too late. No amount of struggle would free it from Octillery's grasp. As the suction cups firmly adhered to its body, Octillery tightened its grip, the constriction growing stronger based on Greninja's health. The higher the health, the greater the force exerted. The pressure intensified, and a pained expression crossed Greninja's face. Damn it, Greninja's been captured. Chiba Akihiro exclaimed. Don't you have other Pokemon? Summon them, Dailo urged. I know. Chiba Akihiro replied, retrieving 2 Pokeballs from his bag. Pressing the buttons, 2 Pokemon emerged, a Starmie and a Spritzee. Spritzee boasted white, cat-like whiskers, a small, clownish red nose, and fins resembling scallops on either side of its body. You too, rescue Greninja. Don't linger in battle. If you can win, that's best, Chiba Akihiro instructed. Starmie and Spritzee charged toward Octillery. Octillery, remaining stationary in the water, suddenly released its grip on Greninja and spat forth a foul torrent of refuse from its mouth toward Starmie and Spritzee. Seizing the opportunity, Greninja executed Quick Attack and swam away. Starmie was struck by the toxic waste, suffering from poisoning, while Spritzee deftly avoided the attack. Octillery unleashed Octazooka, spraying a deluge of ink towards Starmie and Spritzee, turning the surrounding water pitch black. Dailo and Chiba Akihiro struggled to ascertain Octillery's position. Greninja, Spritzee, use Water Gun. Chiba Akihiro commanded. Greninja gathered the surrounding water and launched it toward the ink, while Starmie fired star-shaped blasts from the ink's center. Sounds erupted from within the inky mass, and a barrage of seed bombs rained down upon Dailo and the others, accompanied by a surge of refuse. Run, Dailo shouted. Chiba Akihiro and Dailo swam urgently toward the surface, recalling their Pokemon into their Pokeballs. Moments later, the ink surrounding Octillery dissipated, and as they witnessed Dailo and Chiba Akihiro fleeing, Octillery pursued them. It unleashed a barrage of refuse, several pieces hurtling toward them. With no time to spare, they pressed on, 2 pieces of refuse striking their oxygen tanks and shattering them, causing the precious oxygen to escape. Their air supply was now critically low. If they continued like this, they would not see the dawn of another day. As they neared the surface, with only a few meters separating them from safety, Dailo and Chiba Akihiro erupted from the water, leaping onto the shore. They staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground, removing their helmets to breathe in the fresh air. Octillery's tentacles broke the surface before retreating, granting them a moment of respite. Both Dailo and Chiba Akihiro cast anxious glances back at the water's surface, acutely aware that had they delayed even a moment longer, they would have faced a grim fate beneath the waves. I must inform Miss Jun Sha of this incident and request the police to handle the matter. That was truly perilous, Chiba Akihiro declared. Panting heavily, Dailo replied, I'll head back directly. Minutes later, they changed into their clothes, with Chiba Akihiro hastening toward the police station while Dailo returned to meet with Meishu and the others. Just moments after their departure, torn clothing surfaced at the beach. accompanied by a dark crimson hue spreading across the waters. Upon reaching the police station, Chiba Akihiro rushed inside to find Miss Junsha. "What brings you here in such haste?" she inquired. "Just now, Dailo and I intended to dive into the sea in search of clues and useful items, but we encountered an aggressive Pokémon. My Pokémon was no match, and we barely escaped with our lives," Chiba Akihiro recounted. Chapter 158. The reappearance of an A-class Pokémon. This matter undoubtedly harbors some intrigue. Miss Junsha pondered thoughtfully, declaring, "I shall immediately summon my subordinates, and together we shall infiltrate the depths to seek out clues." "No, that is absolutely out of the question. Such a conspicuous approach would be folly. Moreover, we just encountered an octopus barrel, which indicates that the formidable octopus we faced at Autumn is likely lurking nearby. Bringing your people along would only lead to their demise. A group entering the water would be easily detected. We must devise an alternative strategy, otherwise it would merely amount to a death wish," Chiba Akihiro asserted. Dairo's face was ashen throughout the journey, a fact that Chiba Akihiro might not have perceived. Yet Dairo was acutely aware. Having just experienced the fleeting sensation of life and death intertwined, the aura of a dominant being, he sensed that a ruler lay in ambush not far beneath the water's surface. He could not fathom why the entity had refrained from attacking. All he knew was that should it choose to strike, he would stand no chance of surfacing again. Of course, had Dairo seen the tattered fabric drifting to the sea's surface after his departure, he might have deduced some reasons behind it. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Maris and the others noticed Dairo's disquiet. Reina approached, intending to inquire, but was halted by Sana. "It would be futile. Offering comfort at this juncture is of no avail," Sana remarked. "Would it be any different if it were you?" Reina retorted in dissatisfaction. "Only Maris can provide solace at this moment. Let us remain as mere observers," Sana suggested, insinuating that only Maris could truly stand by Dairo's side. After entering his room, Dairo intended to sleep immediately, yet found himself unable to drift off. Maris, witnessing Dairo's distress, felt a pang of sympathy. After changing into her night attire, she joined him, leaning against his chest, grasping his hand. "What transpired?" Maris inquired. "Today, while diving underwater with Chiba Akihiro, we encountered a commander-level octopus barrel. None of Chiba Akihiro's 3 Pokémon could prevail, and our only recourse was to flee. Most critically, I sensed the presence of a dominant Pokémon lurking beneath those waters, perhaps the same octopus barrel from that day, or perhaps a Kingler." Dairo recounted the day's events to Maris. "Do not dwell on it. Everything will be all right," Maris consoled, wrapping her arms around Dairo. The two eventually succumbed to slumber, only to awaken later that evening. As Dairo opened his eyes, he found Maris, equally awakened, gazing at him. "How do you feel? Still unwell?" Maris asked. "Much improved," Dairo replied. "Ah, that's a relief. But you must refrain from such reckless actions in the future," Maris chided, her concern evident, for she detested witnessing Dairo injured time and again. "Yes, indeed. Let us go for dinner. It is just about time," Dairo suggested, glancing at the clock on the bedside table. After changing their clothes, the pair exited the Pokémon Center. Prior to their departure, Sana and the others observed that Dairo appeared to be in good spirits, and they felt reassured. Sana's group, noticing Dairo and Maris had remained in the same room for an extended period, questioned them with a hint of mischief about what transpired within. Dairo and Maris brushed it off, believing there was nothing amiss, for their relationship had yet to reach its final stage, and they had shared such moments before. They made their way to the dining area, where each individual was treated to delectable dishes prepared by various chefs. As they began to enjoy their meal, a commotion erupted outside, indicating some event had transpired. Though they could hear the disturbance, Dairo remained focused on his meal, unaffected by the noise. "Does it not seem that something is amiss outside? Should we not investigate?" Maris ventured. "It is best not to involve ourselves in any unfolding chaos. We are acting independently. Let the front lines be occupied by the Alliance trainers and the Junsha family. Otherwise, we may easily attract unwanted attention," Dairo reasoned. There were additional motivations behind his reluctance. Having previously been dragged away by Miss Junsha for questioning after being at the forefront of events, he had no desire to revisit that dismal precinct, where the tea was dreadful and the personnel less than amiable. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Why not let the eager Alliance trainers take the lead? Maris and the others understood and resumed their dinner. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, 2 silver-gray Pokémon traversed the seabed with an air of dominance, instilling fear in all other Pokémon nearby. After advancing for some time, they arrived at the lair previously occupied by the octopus barrel encountered by Dairo and Chiba Akihiro, a vast cavern where they entered. The octopus barrel, alerted by the noise, emerged with an imposing presence, for it was the undisputed ruler of this territory, and no Pokémon dared to challenge it. Upon seeing the two Pokémon before it, which were as robust as its own tentacles, the octopus barrel's expression turned pale, its body stiffening as if confronted by an irresistible force, trembling involuntarily. After Dailo and his companions finished their meal, they prepared to leave the Pokémon Center to uncover the source of the commotion. As they walked along the path, they remained vigilant of their surroundings. An A-grade qualified commander-level Pokémon has appeared, the system's voice announced suddenly. Since A-grade qualified commander-level Pokémon possessed the potential to evolve into ruler-level Pokémon, Dailo, despite already having 6 Pokémon, contemplated the welfare of his companions. After some deliberation, he decided to consider this Pokémon for Sana. "Where is this A-grade qualified Pokémon?" Dailo inquired. "Follow this path to its end," the system instructed. Dailo led Maris and the others toward the path's conclusion, arriving at a courtyard where a Pokémon awaited them. At first glance, Dailo recognized it as a remarkable specimen, a Kirin. The Kirin resembled a giraffe, with its front half adorned in yellow and brown patterns, while the rear half bore the opposite coloration. Its tail featured a small head, rumored to possess a brain that enabled it to attack even when facing away from its opponent. "Is this a Kirin?" Sana exclaimed. "What do you think of this Pokémon?" Dailo asked. "I find it quite appealing," Sana replied. "Would you like to capture it?" Dailo proposed. Maris and Reina understood that Dailo had a particular affinity for this Pokémon, unlike the casual captures of Corviknight and Lycanroc. Thus, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Sana's eyes sparkled as she regarded the Kirin, then with a smile, she tossed out her Pokeball, ready to engage in battle. "Lapras, unleash Water Gun," Sana commanded. Lapras released a torrent of water towards the Kirin, which deftly dodged with quick attack, positioning itself in front of Lapras and launching a full-body strike. Lapras was knocked back several meters by Kirin. "Lapras, use Ice Shard," Sana commanded. Lapras instantly formed ice shards and hurled them toward Kirin. Kirin tried to dodge, sidestepping, but still got hit by a few pieces. Enraged, Kirin charged at Lapras and used Stomp. Kirin ran toward Lapras, and upon reaching it, raised its multiple legs and stomped down. "Dodge, Lapras," Sana shouted. Lapras swiftly dodged to the side, and Kirin's foot missed. "Lapras, use Body Slam," Sana instructed. Lapras charged at Kirin, leaping up, intending to crush Kirin with its body. Kirin used its Mind Headbutt, concentrating its psychic power on its forehead, and rushed toward Lapras. The two collided with full force. Kirin's head struck Lapras, sending Lapras flying. But Lapras only suffered minor scratches. Seeing Lapras on the ground, Kirin rushed toward it again, using a double hit, striking Lapras with its tail. Just as Kirin was about to reach Lapras, Lapras stood up. "Lapras, use Hydro Pump," Sana shouted. Lapras stood and unleashed Hydro Pump at the charging Kirin. Kirin tried to dodge, but it was too late. With only a body length of distance between them, Lapras' Hydro Pump hit Kirin directly, sending it flying and crashing to the ground. However, Kirin's vitality was strong. It quickly turned, trying to escape. "Lapras, use Ice Beam," Sana commanded. Lapras fired Ice Beam at the fleeing Kirin, freezing it in place. "Well done, Sana. Quickly, capture this Kirin." Dailo smiled. Sana was about to take out a Pokeball to capture Kirin. Hey, how dare you capture my Pokemon on my turf? Don't even think about it. You scum," a voice shouted from behind them. Dailo and the others turned to see. Several men approached, tall and thin, short and stout, none of them looking friendly. They clearly intended to steal Pokemon. There were 4 of them in total, all looking quite menacing. Mashiu and Reina felt the men looked somewhat familiar. After exchanging a glance, they realized these were members of the Barrel Pirates. They were here to cause trouble. Dailo and Lian also recognized them as members of the Barrel Pirates. However, Sana usually didn't care about such matters, so she didn't realize who they were. "Get lost. This Kirin was spotted by me first. Nobody touch it, or I'll show you what happens." A short scar-faced man pulled out a knife, pointing it at Dailo. Dailo didn't hesitate. He drew his curved sword, glaring fiercely at the pirates. The murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. He just needed an opportunity to strike. Despite appearing law-abiding recently because of Mashiu, Dailo was highly skilled in combat. But Dailo had Mashiu and the others behind him. If the pirates targeted them, things would become difficult. The pirates shivered. They sensed an unsettling aura from Dailo, the aura of someone who had killed before. They knew all too well what it meant. Some of the pirates glanced at Lian and the others. Seeing their beauty and figure, their eyes gleamed with lust, completely disregarding Dailo. Seeing Mashiu and the others' attractiveness, the 4 pirates started forming wicked intentions. They could each take one for themselves. They knew Dailo would try to stop them, but he wasn't as strong as all 4 combined. Now, you have two options. Die, or hand over this Kirin and let the two beauties entertain us. We want to say more, the scar-faced pirate said bluntly. Think carefully about how you want to die, Sana said coldly. Though usually carefree and teasing Dailo, she was inherently conservative. Facing real pirates, she felt nothing but disgust. If you expect the Junsha family to challenge us, forget it. Our strength isn't something rookie trainers like you can imagine, said the shortest pirate with a dwarf-like appearance, smirking. Shorty, do you even have a say here? Sana mocked him. You're dead. The dwarf-like pirate gritted his teeth, already planning. Humph, you want to leave here alive. We've arrived on this island and haven't enjoyed women yet. Today, we'll start with you, the scar-faced pirate growled, eager to vent. Ha ha, laughed the scar-faced pirate-esque companions. Come out, Skuntank. Come out, Purloin. Come out, Bisharp. Come out, Zoroark. The barrel pirates summoned their Pokémon, clearly done with talking. Cut the crap. Last warning, this Kirin is ours. Will you stop us? The scar-faced pirate stepped forward, glaring at Dailo with bell-like eyes. Dailo remained unfazed. Chapter 160. First battle with the pirates. The pirates summoned their 4 Pokémon. Skuntank had white-purple fur and a tail raised over its back. Beside it, Purloin had purple fur, large green eyes, an elegant curved body, and a sweet, devilish purple hook-shaped tail. Its limbs were beige and short. Next were Zoroark, looking like a gray fox walking on 2 legs, with dark red fur on its mane and back, ending in a blue bead-like flower ornament. Its chest fur extended to the shoulders, with red claws, ears, and markings around its mouth and eyes. Its hands had 3 fingers, and its feet 3 toes. Beside Zoroark was Bisharp, mostly red, with blades on its head, limbs, and waist, fitting its name perfectly. Come out, Beedrill and Mytina. Dailo threw out 2 Pokeballs. Come out, Loudred. Mashu summoned her Pokemon. 4 Pokemon faced off against 4 Pokemon. Haha, once we beat you down, you'll get to watch with your own eyes how we ruin the lives of those women, the scar-faced man sneered. I want the one next to him, the dwarf-like man said, pointing at Sana beside Dailo. Ha ha ha, the 2 lackeys behind the scar-faced man laughed. Mytina, use sand attack on them, Dailo commanded. Mytina kicked up sand toward the pirates. The sand hit 3 of them, missing the dwarf due to his short stature. Ah, my eyes. I can't see. The scar-faced man cried, frantically rubbing his eyes. Damn, it's so uncomfortable, cursed thing, the dwarf muttered. Skuntank, use flamethrower. Skuntank unleashed a stream of fire toward Dailo and his team. Lapras, hydro pump. Sana ordered. Lapras shot a hydro pump at Skuntank's flames. The water collided with the fire, instantly creating steam and extinguishing the flames. Damn it. The scar-faced man and his crew had now cleared the sand from their eyes. Bisharp, go all out. Attack them hard. Just win. The scar-faced man shouted. Skuntank charged Lapras with fury swipes, while Zoroark, Bisharp, and Purloin also moved in. The 4 Pokemon squared off. Skuntank versus Lapras. Zoroark versus Beedrill. Bisharp versus Loudred. Mytina versus Purloin. Lapras fired multiple water guns at Skuntank, who dodged to the side and then charged toward Mytina instead. Mytina rushed at Skuntank, using takedown. The impact sent Skuntank flying over 6 meters. Meanwhile, Zoroark quietly approached Mytina from behind and leapt at it, claws ready. At the same time, Purloin used Fake Out on Mytina, while Loudred bit Zoroark. Zoroark was blocked, and Purloin's strike hit Mytina, knocking it down. Purloin then lunged at Loudred, who had bitten Zoroark. Loudred used Ice Fang to hit Purloin, sending it flying, but received several claw marks in return. Not bad, Dailo thought. For the barrel pirates to be tolerated by the League, they really are capable. Humph. You actually thought you could fight us with just these Pokemon? The scar-faced man squinted at the battle. Ho ho ho. Beat them until they're bleeding. A tall pirate with a mohawk shouted to his Pokemon. Quickly finish them, I can't wait. The dwarf's gaze never left the women. I haven't touched a woman in so long. Today I catch a Pokemon and get 4 women if they escape. I'll never forgive myself, said another piratical man with an average but sleazy build. Seeking death, Dailo thought. He drew his curved sword, moving behind the sleazy man. But these pirates weren't pushovers, they were trained fighters. The sleazy man kicked backward. Dailo instinctively dodged, then felt a fist rushing toward him. He sidestepped again, and the punch hit empty air where he had just stood. The punch came from the scar-faced man. He retracted his fist, smirking disdainfully. Dailo gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't recklessly rush in. There were 4 opponents, and that single punch had already been enough to make him cautious. The Pokemon battle raged on. Skuntank unleashed high-temperature flames, while Lapras fired Hydro Pump to counter, creating a burst of steam. Purloin took advantage of the distraction and used Sucker Punch on Lapras, striking while Lapras was momentarily open. Lapras swung its tail at Purloin, who deftly dodged. Beedrill in the sky targeted Purloin, firing 3 poison needles, which Purloin dodged. The 4th needle grazed its right leg. Chapter 161. The Turning Point. Skuntank released toxic gas from its tail, spreading toward Mytina. Mytina and Loudred inhaled a small amount, then dodged aside. Skuntank followed up with Flamethrower. The flames reacted with the gas, causing an explosion that sent Loudred, Mytina, and Purloin flying. "Hey, watch it. You just blew my Purloin away." The dwarf shouted angrily at the sleazy man. So what? As long as we win," the sleazy man smirked. Mytina and Loudred got up, bearing only scrapes from the fall and minor damage from the explosion. "You all right, Loudred?" Mytina, Delore asked. Both shook off the disorientation from the blast. Bisharp seized the moment and charged Loudred, performing a consecutive slash while Loudred was still regaining its balance. Mytina recovered first and used Takedown to knock Bisharp away from Loudred. Loudred shook its head, finally fully conscious. Unnoticed, Purloin had crept behind Lapras and used Sucker Punch again. Beedrill, observing from above, used agility to zoom behind Lapras at incredible speed and struck Purloin with Poison Sting. Purloin was sent flying and poisoned. Zoroark used Shadow Clones, instantly creating 7 copies, surrounding Mytina and the other Pokémon. Zoroark unleashed Shadow Balls towards the Great Houndoom, its several clones simultaneously launching their own as well. Lapras countered with Bubbles, successfully blocking 3 of the Shadow Balls before the remaining ones veered towards Houndoom, Beedrill, and Swablu. Swablu fortified itself with Iron Defense, hardening its body and positioning itself in front of Houndoom to absorb 2 of the incoming Shadow Balls. The other 2 Shadow Balls soared toward Beedrill in the sky. In response, Beedrill executed a Missile Needle attack, intercepting one of the Shadow Balls, while the other struck its body, sending Beedrill crashing to the ground. "Ha ha ha. Now you comprehend my prowess, do you not? This is your final chance. Surrender swiftly, or I shall unleash my full strength. Do not take offense if your Pokémon meet their demise," the scarred man chuckled, observing his advantageous position in the battle. The tank skunk launched a toxic trap towards Houndoom, hurling a special venomous substance its way. Both Houndoom and Swablu dodged to the side, while the pickpocket cat rushed towards Houndoom, employing a frenzied clawing attack. Unaware, Houndoom was struck multiple times, leaving it with several marks. As it attempted to retaliate, the pickpocket cat swiftly evaded once more. Houndoom struggled to maintain its stance, its 4 legs trembling slightly. It endeavored to suppress the quivering, wanting to reassure Dailo that it was still capable of fighting, though its efforts were in vain. "This cannot continue," Dailo remarked, glancing at Marshadao, who nodded in agreement. Both understood that if they lost their advantage in this initial skirmish, subsequent battles would prove even more troublesome. Beedrill Mega Evolved. Swablu Mega Evolved. Both Pokémon were enveloped in radiant light, completing their transformations within moments. "Even if you allow your Pokémon to Mega Evolve, it will not suffice to overcome us," the gnome man declared. "Ha ha ha. Prepare to meet your fate," the scarred man taunted. Zoroark unleashed another Shadow Ball, but in the next instant, Beedrill targeted Zoroark's clone with a Missile Needle. Numerous Missile Needles surged toward each of Zoroark's shadows, obliterating them all and leaving Zoroark exposed. Swablu executed a surprise attack, dashing toward Zoroark and striking it with its 2 large mouths on the back of its head, sending Zoroark flying. Beedrill dove towards the tank skunk, which promptly unleashed Flamethrower upon the airborne Beedrill. A massive fireball surged towards Beedrill, yet it deftly maneuvered with agility, evading the flames, its speed enhanced post-Mega Evolution. As Beedrill approached the tank skunk after dodging the flames, the tank skunk released toxic gas around itself, attempting to impede Beedrill's advance. Nevertheless, Beedrill continued its charge. The tank skunk, choosing to go down fighting, unleashed Flamethrower once more, understanding that it aimed to create a massive explosion. Beedrill flapped its wings and ascended to the sky, narrowly avoiding the flames. The tank skunk's Flamethrower ignited the surrounding toxic gas, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. This time, only the tank skunk was injured, losing consciousness from its own detonation and collapsing to the ground. Seizing the moment while everyone was distracted by the tank skunk's explosion, Swablu rushed towards the pickpocket cat, executing a surprise attack and reaching it in an instant. Swablu's large mouths clamped down on the pickpocket cat, rendering it immobile. Subsequently, Swablu utilized Crunch, tightening its grip, making it nearly impossible for the pickpocket cat to breathe. After a slight crack of bones, Swablu finally released its hold, leaving the pickpocket cat unconscious on the ground, devoid of movement. Chapter 162, Another Journey. After dispatching the pickpocket cat, Swablu turned its attention towards the slashing commander, charging at it. Upon witnessing the mega-evolved Swablu, the slashing commander opted for defense, employing iron defense to harden its body. Just as Swablu approached, it suddenly altered its course, racing towards Zoroark. Zoroark unleashed Dark Pulse. The scarred man shouted, sensing the imminent danger. Zoroark directed a dark shockwave at Swablu, but simultaneously, a missile needle struck Zoroark's arm, causing its ultimate attack to veer off course. Dark Pulse soared into the sky, while Swablu arrived at Zoroark's side, delivering a headbutt that sent Zoroark tumbling. After flying several meters, Zoroark collapsed to the ground, unconscious, leaving only the slashing commander standing for the barrel pirates. The slashing commander, now alone, charged at Swablu with Metal Claw. Swablu shielded itself with its two large mouths and activated iron defense. The slashing commander's claws struck against Swablu's hardened skin. Despite multiple attempts with Metal Claw, the slashing commander could not breach Swablu's defenses, inflicting only minimal damage. At that moment, Beedrill descended and unleashed Poison Sting, knocking the slashing commander to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the slashing commander was still down, Swablu clamped its large mouth firmly around the slashing commander, refusing to relent. As the barrel pirates witnessed their Pokémon succumbing to Dailo's team, they hurriedly brandished their weapons, preparing for a confrontation. However, Dailo refrained from engaging directly, instead instructing Beedrill to fire missile needles at the approaching pirates. The needles struck several of them, causing them to fall to the ground. Nearby, the gnome sought to flee but was swiftly intercepted by Beedrill. "You'll regret this. Someone will come to deal with you soon," the scarred man muttered, realizing the situation was dire and planning his escape. Yet Dailo was not one to let them slip away easily. With a surge of icy energy, he snatched the two daggers from the scarred man's grasp, accompanied by two pained cries. Dailo plunged one dagger into the scarred man's body and the other into the rooster-crested man. As the daggers pierced their flesh, they screamed in agony. Dailo then turned his attention to the lecherous man, drawing his curved blade, lightly tracing it across the man's face before decisively stabbing it into his heart. As he withdrew the blade, it dripped with blood. Dailo wiped the blade clean with a piece of cloth, the vibrant red blood staining his hand. 14 seconds. The host's speed in attacking is quite commendable. The system, perhaps concerned about Dailo's prolonged inactivity, began timing his efficiency as he swiftly concluded the battle. The last time I fought was during the insect invasion, wasn't it? These pirates are formidable among ordinary folk, but I can no longer be classified as merely ordinary. Dairo was acutely aware that, as a human endowed with the powers of Regice and several learned fighting techniques, he was merely a Pokémon cloaked in human skin. The system, perplexed, questioned why Dairo had not opted for immediate violence against the pirates. At that moment, there were simply too many Pokémon. His two fists were no match for their four hands. What if one managed to escape? After all, how could a member of a pirate crew possibly have only one Pokémon at their disposal? Don't move. Just as Dairo began to recognize the gravity of the situation, a voice emerged from behind him. He turned to see the diminutive figure of a gnome, previously unnoticed due to his short stature, now looming beside Sanaa with a dagger poised at her throat. "Put down the knife." Dairo raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, discarding his curved blade. Dream on. If I am to perish, I shall take a beautiful maiden like her down with me. You shall watch her die." The gnome's demeanor shifted, his expression growing grim as the blade inched closer to Sanaa's neck. However, in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock, and the dagger clattered to the ground as he fell forward, crashing heavily onto the earth. The remnants of several Beedrill's needles punctured his back. While the rescued Sanaa had retreated to safety, Dairo scoffed disdainfully at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. His earlier hesitance to resolve matters with force stemmed from the fear of such unforeseen consequences. Pokémon abilities were notoriously unpredictable. Moreover, why had this gnome chosen to abduct Sanaa, of all people? It seemed she had only recently acquired the necklace of Dark Pulse. What a pity, otherwise. She might have engaged directly in the fray. As Dairo's thoughts swirled, the other women present, with the exception of Maishio, experienced waves of nausea. This was not the first time Dairo had taken a life. He had done so in front of Maishio long ago, rendering the act somewhat mundane in her eyes. However, for Sanaa and Lien, this was their inaugural encounter with death. Reina, having never witnessed a corpse, felt a lump form in her throat, while Sanaa and Lien merely displayed pallid expressions, accustomed as they were to the sight of death, albeit from a distance. Nevertheless, they understood that Dairo acted to protect them, so they refrained from voicing their discomfort, choosing instead to internalize their emotions. "All right, let us leave. I can no longer endure this stench." Just as they prepared to depart, a shrill sound pierced the air, the unmistakable siren of Officer Juncha's patrol vehicle. She arrived at Dairo's side, alighting from the car and striding toward him. Without hesitation, Dailo retrieved his identity as a member of the Pokemon League nobility from his pocket. He had no desire to engage in conversation with Officer Junsha. After all, the power of authority could be burdensome, and he wished to avoid any complications arising from the recent killings. These individuals are members of the Barrel Pirate crew. They are pirates. I have done my duty in assisting your precinct, so perhaps you should express your gratitude, Dailo asserted. I need to assess the scene, Officer Junsha replied. How did all of them end up dead? What transpired here? She approached the lifeless bodies, noting their cooling forms. Dailo collected the Pokeballs from the fallen pirates, returning the Pokemon that had participated in the skirmish to their respective spheres. Had I not acted, it would be I lying there instead, he replied with an innocent shrug. Although Officer Junsha was displeased with Dairo's actions against the Barrel Pirates, she found herself powerless to reprimand him. His actions could be construed as self-defense. And despite the potential for excessive force, his status as a noble of the League rendered her unable to contest it. Very well. You shall accompany me for a brief statement, Officer Junsha commanded. Agreed, but first, I must capture a Pokemon. It will not take long, Dailo responded. Officer Junsha nodded in acquiescence, prompting Sana to produce a Pokeball and hurl it toward the still-frozen Kirin. The Pokeball struck its target, successfully capturing the creature. Following this, they accompanied Officer Junsha to the precinct, where Dailo gazed stiffly at the familiar doors, his mouth twitching in dismay. In but a day and more, he had already been brought to the police station thrice. Upon entering, Dailo encountered both Datu and Lon. Although Dailo had met Datu, he remained unknown to him. However, Lon paused upon recognizing Dailo, recalling the request from Karuna and Hakurine to look after him. Chapter 163. The Talking Meowth is Trash. Zhu appeared today in a resplendent emerald gown adorned with intricate embroidery, accentuating her graceful figure. Her golden hair seemed meticulously styled, crowned with a silver hairpiece featuring a distinct gem atop it. She wore dark green high-heeled shoes, exuding an air of aristocracy that set her apart from Mai Xiao and her companions. As a champion, Zhu maintained an upright posture at all times, radiating an aura of authority. Datu was equally dapper in a sleek black suit, complemented by a striking tie. Dailo was taken aback by the unexpected presence of Zhu at the precinct. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, she appeared momentarily taken aback before striding toward him. As she approached Dailo, Mai Xiao and the others exchanged glances, displeased that she had chosen to direct her attention solely to him. Who are you? Sana inquired, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Yet Zhu disregarded Sana entirely, her gaze fixed on Dailo. What brings you to the police station? She asked, seemingly oblivious to the others. Dailo was momentarily caught off guard. He was aware that Zhu was the champion of the Sinnoh region and a highly renowned trainer. Thus he recognized her significance. Though this was their first encounter, her familiarity left him at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he finally replied, I was out assisting a friend with capturing Pokemon when I encountered the Barrel Pirate crew, which led to a confrontation. Now, Officer Junsha requires our cooperation for an investigation. Zhu nodded, offering no further commentary or expression. Her face remained placid, concealing any discernible emotions. However, her silence commanded the attention of all present, leaving them uncertain of her intentions. Ultimately, in the midst of the oppressive atmosphere, Zhu seemed to recall something. By the way, you must exercise caution in the coming days. There are numerous infected Pokemon roaming around Omerdu, and I've heard many reports of these infected creatures attacking passersby. This has occurred frequently of late. While some may have been unable to reach Otomar due to various reasons, should anything happen to you, they will surely voice their grievances. Unbeknownst to her, as she uttered those words, Sana, standing nearby, felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy, a sharp acidity that compelled their gazes toward the figure of May, who stood beside Dailo. May, unable to interject, found herself overwhelmed by the presence of the champion of the Sinnoh region before Dailo. Naturally, she felt a fierce rivalry. Yet she could not deny the truth of the matter. Dailo was indeed the champion, and the Pokemon in his possession were undeniably formidable. In her heart, May questioned her own capabilities, realizing she lacked the strength to engage in a battle with others at this time. I understand, Dailo remarked. I have also been searching for some leads in Almerido over the past few days. I wish you the best of luck. You shall undoubtedly succeed. I have matters to attend to with Dailo, so why don't you and your female companions enjoy yourselves? Julien's final words carried an ambiguous undertone. Were they a tease or merely playful banter? Please take care, Dailo replied with a composed demeanor, watching as Julien and Dato departed the police station. Their arrival had merely been a brief interlude, and with Julian's departure, May's tension appeared to dissipate, providing some relief to Sana, who had felt as if sitting on pins and needles. The process of taking statements is something that becomes easier with practice, and for a regular like Dailo, it was quite manageable. The group collaborated with Miss June Shah to complete their statements, and by the time they left the police station, the night had deepened. After a brief discussion, Dailo and his companions decided to head towards the Pokémon Center. For their Pokémon had sustained considerable injuries during the recent battle and required urgent healing, followed by a night's rest before returning in the morning. Under the moonlight, with stars twinkling in the sky and a gentle sea breeze wafting from the coast, Almerido, a city of water, possessed its own beauty. However, Dailo and his companions were too preoccupied to appreciate their surroundings. The weight of the environment, the unfolding events, and the recent skirmish pressed heavily upon their spirits, instilling a sense of agitation within them. This predicament seemed insurmountable. Perhaps only by leaving this city could they find respite. Yet, to depart, they first needed to overcome the troubles that lay ahead. As Dailo and his companions approached the Pokémon Center, just a street away, 5 Pokémon suddenly burst forth from the nearby bushes. The diversity of these Pokémon suggested they were not merely wild creatures, heightening Dailo and his friends' vigilance. Upon surveying the area, they surmised that these Pokémon were unlikely to be sent to impede their progress. Despite their wild appearance, something felt amiss. What is going on? Dailo mused, a flicker of realization dancing at the edge of his consciousness, eluding his grasp. It was improbable for such a variety of wild Pokémon to appear so suddenly. Initially, when the Pokémon had leaped from the underbrush, he had not fully discerned their forms, but now clarity emerged. One was a Charmeleon, another a Grimer, and yet another a Slowpoke, while the last was a bipedal Meowth. The Charmeleon exhibited longer limbs than its juvenile counterpart, the Charmander, with elongated claws and a prominent horn-like protrusion on its head. Its tail had grown longer, its body a deeper shade of red, and flames continued to flicker at its tail's tip. Its mouth bore a resemblance to a bird's beak. The Meowth, standing on 2 feet, resembled the animated character from the series, though one would expect little variation in appearance among Pokémon of the same species. Quickly, leave me all your valuable possessions. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the Meowth turned, its words shattering the tension. This creature can speak? Dailo was taken aback, but more striking was the Meowth's coloration. Unlike the typical white of its kind, this Meowth bore a pale lavender hue, imparting an unusual impression. However, Dailo dismissed it after a brief glance. Aside from its unique coloration, the Meowth exhibited rather ordinary attributes, perhaps only capable of engaging with a mid-tier Pokémon in battle. Never mind. If a confrontation is necessary, let it be so without further ado. Upon closer inspection, the Charmeleon appeared to be the most formidable among the wild Pokémon. Dailo retrieved 2 Pokeballs, summoning his Beedrill and Swadloon. May called forth her Gulpin, while Sana summoned her Lapras. These Pokémon had suffered no significant injuries and were prepared for battle. Unlike others such as the Houndoom, which had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Meowth, you are finished. Dailo commanded, take care of them. Although uncertain of the Meowth's origins, Dailo adhered to the principle that talking Pokémon were often inconsequential, and he did not anticipate a challenging fight. However, in a moment of distraction, May, curious as ever, stepped forward, prompting the Meowth to leap and swipe at her. In a frantic attempt to shield herself, she raised her arm. But the Meowth's sharp claws left 3 deep gashes across her forearm, the wound not overly severe, yet measuring a good 10 centimeters in length. Chapter 164, Movement Beedrill. Execute agility. Dailo commanded, his expression darkening at the sight of May's injury. Yet, her habit of approaching Pokémon out of curiosity seemed unchangeable. Perhaps if she were different, she would not have encountered such peril. Beedrill darted towards Meowth with remarkable speed, prompting the Meowth to scurry towards the Charmeleon for protection. As Beedrill approached, the Charmeleon bared its fangs, preparing to unleash a flamethrower. Fortunately, Beedrill, quick on its feet, evaded the fiery assault and continued its advance. Sensing the impending threat, the Charmeleon raised its claws to strike. However, given the elemental matchup, this battle was somewhat unfavorable for Beedrill. To expedite support, Dailo transmitted a message to Swadloon. Not far away, Swadloon immediately unleashed Dragon Breath towards the Charmeleon, the intense energy catching the Charmeleon off guard and causing it to stumble. In that moment, Beedrill seized the opportunity to strike with its poisonous stinger. The Charmeleon instinctively dodged, yet the stinger managed to graze its arm. To defend its injured companion, Grimer retaliated by launching a sludge bomb at Beedrill. Seeing its attack fail, Beedrill flapped its wings and soared into the sky, narrowly avoiding the incoming sludge. Lapras, unleash Ice Shard. Sana interjected. At her command, Lapras conjured a flurry of ice shards, hurling them towards the Charmeleon. Angered by the previous assault, the Charmeleon swelled its belly and expelled a burst of flames towards the incoming ice, melting it into water before it could reach its target. In a fit of rage, the Charmeleon fired a larger flame towards Dailo and his companions, its intensity and range significantly greater than before. Swadloon, summon Rain Dance. Lapras, use Water Cannon. Gulpin, employ Protect. Dailo shouted simultaneously. Lapras unleashed a torrent of water towards the Inferno, while Swadloon incited rain. The collision of fire and water resulted in a fierce clash. With the flames unable to withstand the onslaught of the water, their flickering presence gradually extinguished within mere moments. In the distance, the Drowsy, observing the battle, directed its psychic energy towards Lapras, emitting a feeble force that, despite its lack of potency, instigated confusion in Lapras, causing the flow of water to cease. One might wonder what this creature had been preoccupied with prior to unleashing such an ability. Was it truly in a state of stupor? Charmeleon cast a sharp glare at Drowsy, its flames surging with intensity as it charged towards Dailo and his companions. In a swift leap, Gulpin appeared before Dailo, exerting all its might to harden its body in an attempt to shield itself from Charmeleon's fiery assault. The blazing flames struck Gulpin, whose visage twisted in agony. Once the fire subsided, Gulpin collapsed, unconscious and marked with burns. The commanding Charmeleon inflicted damage that took Dailo by surprise, especially considering it had attained its commanding level upon its second evolution. What might transpire should it undergo a third evolution? Mason retrieved the unconscious Gulpin into its Pokeball. Meanwhile, Swanna continued to summon rain. Observing the current state of battle, Dailo recognized that if Charmeleon's momentum was not curtailed, they could find themselves in a precarious situation. It was night, and the opponent would struggle to leverage climatic advantages. Thus, it was imperative for Swanna to secure dominion over the battlefield. Lapras unleashed a water gun towards Charmeleon. Swanna remarked. Lapras spewed forth a torrent of water, while Drowsy simultaneously directed a water gun towards Lapras. The two streams clashed, sending sprays of water in all directions. Had it been daytime, one might have anticipated the emergence of a rainbow, but alas, it was night. One must ponder. Does Drowsy have no inclination to ponder life further? Is it truly necessary to engage in combat? Seizing the moment while Dailo and his allies were distracted, Meowth dashed towards the stationary Swanna. However, Dailo interjected, I've been waiting for you. After attacking my girlfriend, do you think you can flee? Beedrill launched its Fury attack, and Swanna braced for impact. Dailo understood that while Meowth might possess a modicum of intelligence, its combat prowess was decidedly lacking, prompting him to employ a tactical chip for this encounter. Beedrill soared above Meowth, releasing a barrage of sharp needles that hurtled towards it. Meowth glanced skyward, deftly evading several of the projectiles with its agile physique. Just as it believed victory was at hand, it leapt towards Swanna, intent on executing a wild flurry of scratches. Now Swanna, Dailo commanded. Swanna immediately propelled her entire body towards the oncoming Meowth, which was caught off guard by the ambush before it could mount a defense. Swanna collided with it, sending Meowth flying. Grimer then hurled a mud bomb at Swanna, which Lapras promptly countered with a water gun, effortlessly dismantling the mud bomb. Charmeleon, having approached Lapras at an unexpected moment, perhaps recognizing that its flames could not compete with Lapras's water, opted for close combat. It appeared behind Lapras, executing a fire fong, its flaming teeth sinking into Lapras's tail. Yet, was this not still a fire-type move? Young one, perhaps your intellect could benefit from a trainer's guidance. With a disdainful flick of its tail, Lapras sent Charmeleon hurtling away, leaving it sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Dailo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Yet he remained silent. Beedrill continued its pursuit of Meowth, who, having regained its footing, was immediately struck by Beedrill's venomous stinger, which penetrated deep into its abdomen. Blood flowed forth, and Beedrill showed no signs of mercy. Dailo's orders had been clear from the outset. Meowth, despite its plight, emitted faint cries, a mixture of defiance and lingering resentment, though its consciousness was rapidly fading. Beedrill discarded Meowth as one would dispose of refuse, and it landed heavily on the ground. Meowth, feebly attempting to rise, lacked the strength to do so, collapsing repeatedly, its belly still bleeding. After crawling a few paces towards Grimer, it ultimately succumbed to stillness. Dailo, however, remained unfazed. Those who inflict harm must inevitably bear the consequences of their actions. Chapter 165. Were it not for my waiting for you, Charmeleon, would you have even evolved? Drowsy turned to face Lapras, casting a hypnosis that rendered Lapras temporarily unable to use its prior techniques. Grimer followed suit, launching a sludge bomb at Lapras, which struck true, causing the already incapacitated Lapras to succumb to poisoning. Swanna unleashed a muddy water attack at Drowzee, who countered with a water gun. Though the water gun struck Drowzee, it failed to shatter the oncoming wave, which continued to crash into Drowzee. Beedrill unleashed a poison sting upon Drowzee, whose vision blurred from the impact of the muddy water, rendering it unaware of Beedrill's advance. Beedrill swooped down upon Drowzee, delivering a vicious stab with its poisonous stinger, which lodged deep within Drowzee's body. Drowzee attempted to retaliate with a headbutt, yet Beedrill denied it the opportunity, lifting its stinger and sending Drowzee soaring into the air. Beedrill then fired a barrage of poison stings at the airborne Drowzee, 5 needles striking true. With a resounding thud, Drowzee fell to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. While this Pokémon occasionally exhibited surprising abilities, without a trainer, it was rather limited in its effectiveness. A faint smile crept across Dailo's lips. Despite Gulpin's earlier defeat, the tide of battle now seemed to favor them. However, caution was still warranted. At this juncture, 3 Pokémon remained on Dailo's side, yet Lapras was poisoned and critically weakened. One more hit could render it unable to fight. Yet, the commotion nearby drew Dailo's attention, a reminder of the adversary he had not forgotten. Not far away, the previously downed Charmeleon began to undergo a transformation, its entire being radiated with a brilliant white light, and Dailo immediately recognized it as the light of evolution. Charizard. This change was entirely expected. Perhaps Charmeleon had intentionally refrained from delivering a finishing blow, eager to engage with such a formidable Pokémon in battle. Otherwise, did it genuinely believe it could survive to this moment? Before Dailo and his companions, Charmeleon underwent a metamorphosis. Its body grew larger, its form and contour shifting, the coloration becoming a lighter orange, and the cream hue extending from its belly to its tail and feet. It boasted 2 robust legs, while its arms, though slender, were equipped with 3 formidable claws. A pair of magnificent wings, capable of flight, had sprouted from its back. The inner side of these wings was a striking blue. The majestic Charizard possessed a long neck and a pair of azure eyes, with 2 pronounced bumps at the back of its head. The tip of its tail continued to blaze with an inferno. Charizard exuded an overwhelming aura of power, likely due to the resurgence of its energy following evolution. After its transformation, Charizard let out a resounding roar towards the sky before flapping its wings and soaring towards Lapras, descending in a dramatic dive. In a desperate attempt, Lapras unleashed a water gun at the approaching Charizard, but the attack was effortlessly evaporated into steam by Charizard's flamethrower. Though Lapras narrowly avoided Charizard's wing assault, the dragon once again positioned itself above Lapras and unleashed a scorching gust of hot air, exhaling its fiery breath downwards. Lapras retaliated with a water pulse, but the attack was obliterated by the heat, cascading into droplets that enveloped Lapras's form, providing some protection against the searing onslaught. However, weakened by its dwindling vitality and the effects of poisoning, Lapras succumbed and fainted. Sanaa promptly recalled Lapras, while Dailo urged Marshadao and the others to maintain a safe distance, fully aware of the formidable challenge posed by the newly evolved Charizard. The powerful flapping of Charizard's wings resonated in the air as it directed its fiery intent towards Dailo, sparks beginning to flicker from its mouth, preparing to unleash a torrent of high-temperature flames. With no refuge available, Dailo found himself cornered. Just as the flames were about to erupt, several missile needles struck Charizard's wings, piercing through them and causing it to lose altitude, ultimately crashing to the ground. The tremor from Charizard's landing was palpable to Dailo. Beedrill, Mega Evolving. As a Pokémon with a strong combat instinct, Beedrill exhibited remarkable adaptability. Hence, Dailo decided to initiate Beedrill's Mega Evolution. Without this measure, they would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with Charizard. Beedrill executed a swift move while simultaneously launching its poison jab towards Charizard. Thanks to the Mega Evolution, Beedrill's speed surged, allowing it to maneuver rapidly through the air, while Charizard, hindered by its damaged wings, could no longer ascend. Beedrill dominated the aerial space, drawing Charizard's attention. Meanwhile, nearby, Slurpuff unleashed a muddy water attack at a distance, which struck Charizard and ignited its fury, intensifying the flames at the end of its tail. Charizard retaliated with a flamethrower aimed at Slurpuff and Dailo. Ensuring the safety of Marshadao and the others, dashed towards Slurpuff, knowing that it would be unable to evade the incoming attack. Dailo managed to shield Slurpuff just in time, rolling aside as the flamethrower narrowly missed him. After tumbling for several moments, Dailo regained his footing and gently set Slurpuff down. Beedrill unleashed a barrage of missile needles towards the grounded Charizard. However, Charizard, now aware of Beedrill's approach, expelled a hot wind that deflected the incoming needles. Beedrill swiftly veered aside to avoid the onslaught. Enraged, Charizard pounded its powerful feet into the ground and unleashed a fire spin towards Dailo, engulfing the area in flames. Both Dailo and Slurpuff found themselves ensnared in the fiery vortex, where the temperature soared, causing beads of sweat to form on Dailo's forehead within mere seconds. Seeing Dailo in peril, Marshadao was the first to rush towards him, followed closely by Sana and the others. A soft pink aura enveloped Marshadao as it plunged into the flames to reach Dailo, just as Sana and the others attempted to follow. The vortex of flames flared up even more fiercely, forcing them back to the periphery. Marshadao? Dailo was hardly surprised by Marshadao's arrival. After all, an impulsive individual was likely to be his girlfriend. Now what? Can we win? Marshadao inquired. There is a way to escape, Dailo replied, contemplating how to confront the searing vortex. Slurpuff, use muddy water. He hoped to extinguish the flames with Slurpuff's attack. However, Slurpuff remained motionless, overwhelmed by the heat of the vortex. Dailo turned to Slurpuff, who was in a poor state due to the intense temperature, being a soft-bodied Pokemon akin to a snail. It was currently incapacitated, having yet to reach its true potential. Dailo aimed to charge out with Slurpuff and Marshadao, but just as he prepared to act, rain began to fall from the sky. The raindrops gradually intensified, transforming from a light drizzle into a torrential downpour. Dailo looked up in astonishment, realizing that this phenomenon was the result of Slurpuff's earlier rain dance and Charizard's hot winds, creating an artificial rainstorm. No, a Pokemon rainstorm. At this moment, the tide had turned in Dailo's favor. The flames surrounding the fire spin were swiftly extinguished by the rain, creating an environment that was now highly unfavorable for Charizard. The moisture revitalized Slurpuff, restoring it to its former state. Slurpuff, are you alright? Dailo inquired, to which Slurpuff nodded in affirmation. Excellent, it's time to counterattack. Slurpuff, use muddy water. Beedrill, employ poison jab. Dailo commanded. Slurpuff unleashed a muddy water attack, striking Charizard and obscuring its vision due to the rain's influence. Beedrill charged towards Charizard, which attempted to retaliate with a flamethrower. However, the rain significantly diminished its power, and coupled with the effects of muddy water, its accuracy was severely compromised. Beedrill surged forward, evading the flamethrower entirely, which veered off course. Confidently, Beedrill closed in on Charizard, piercing its shoulder with its sharp stinger, inflicting a wound approximately 7 centimeters deep. Charizard let out a pained cry and retaliated with a flamethrower. Beedrill swiftly withdrew its stinger and evaded the ensuing flames. As Charizard regained its focus, it directed another flamethrower at Beedrill, which deftly dodged the attack. Seizing the moment, Charizard leaped and flapped its wings, soaring 10 meters away before landing once more, then took off in a powerful leap, fleeing into the distance. Dailo made no effort to pursue. Before long, Charizard vanished from their sight, leaving behind only a Grimer, which, sensing danger, quickly transformed into a puddle of sludge and slithered away beneath a nearby manhole cover, disappearing from view. Dailo exhaled a sigh of relief. Well done, Beedrill and Slurpuff, he remarked as he recalled them into their Pokeballs. Let us hasten back so the nurse can attend to your wound. It is still bleeding, Dailo remarked, gazing at the injury on May's arm. Subsequently, the group returned to the Pokemon Center, where Reina procured a first aid kit and dressed May's injury. After a refreshing wash, they retreated to their rooms for some much-needed rest. When they awoke, the sun had already ascended high in the sky, and Dailo and his companions had risen quite late, having missed breakfast. However, should they desire it, the chef would still prepare a meal for them. It was already past 10 in the morning. After getting out of bed, Dailo began his morning routine, reflecting on the exhaustion of the previous day and surprised that he had slept so long. Once they had completed their preparations, Dailo and May decided to venture out for lunch. They arrived at a restaurant on Odomare's 10th Avenue, where the service was exceedingly commendable. Yet, as Dailo entered with May, passers-by outside and patrons within turned their attention towards something behind Dailo. May and the others observed this scene without comment, stifling their laughter. After placing their orders, a strikingly beautiful waitress approached Dailo. Clad in the restaurant's black and white uniform, her shoulder-length brown curls framed her face, and her blue eyes sparkled, complemented by a fair complexion and a tall, statuesque figure that set her apart from ordinary waitstaff. It was not that ordinary waitresses could not possess her beauty, but rather that none could rival her poise and presence. Upon noticing the waitress standing silently beside him, Dailo found himself inexplicably captivated, gazing at her in a moment of awkwardness. May, however, grew somewhat displeased and glanced at Dailo, while Sana, sensing the tension, attempted to diffuse the situation. "Excuse me, is there something you need?" Sana inquired, directing her gaze toward the waitress. Yet the waitress paid no heed to Sana, her eyes solely fixed on Dailo, who felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if he were encountering her for the first time. "Manager," Lien suddenly called out, her voice drawing the attention of half the restaurant. The manager turned toward Lien and made his way over, inquiring, "May I assist you, miss? We are dining, and your presence is rather disruptive." Just as Dailo began to respond, the waitress unexpectedly grasped his hand. May attempted to intervene, but in an instant, both Dailo and the waitress vanished from sight. In their place, May and the others stood bewildered, touching the empty space where Dailo had been. "Nothing. What just happened?" As the others stood in shock, May rose abruptly, and the manager arrived at their side. She recounted the bizarre events, but the manager informed her that the restaurant had no female waitstaff. "No female waitstaff?" May observed, glancing around to confirm that all the other servers were indeed male. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Why had all the female staff disappeared? Who was that woman? Worry etched into her features. Dailo had vanished right before her eyes, and fear gripped her heart. Meanwhile, in an instant, Dailo and the waitress found themselves within a secluded courtyard. "Who are you?" Dailo demanded, releasing the waitress's hand and swiftly drawing a curved dagger, ready to defend himself should she pose a threat. Yet the waitress remained silent, standing still. Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated in Dailo's ear, distinct from the system's usual prompts. Looking around, he was startled to realize that the voice belonged to the very woman before him, leaving him perplexed as to why she chose to communicate telepathically. Chapter 167. Must one resort to enchanting beasts when one cannot attain the affections of a beautiful girl? Dailo questioned, stepping back to create distance while observing the enigmatic woman before him. Could she also be of noble lineage within the League? He pondered, recalling that she possessed telepathic abilities. "Wait, could it be? I am not your enemy," the stunning woman replied, her demeanor serene, unfazed by Dailo's evident hostility. With a gentle smile, she continued to communicate through thought. "You should know who I am. Perhaps every individual who visits this city is aware of my identity. Yet, when I stand before you, you appear so flustered." A hint of amusement danced across her lips, seemingly mocking Dailo's caution. Then, her expression shifted as her eyes glimmered with a soft blue light, exuding an enchanting allure. "Might you share some information with me?" Under her captivating gaze, Dailo felt compelled to respond. Currently, Otamar is besieged by crises, with a surge of infected Pokémon appearing. These Pokémon seem to operate with organization and strategy, rarely acting alone, and among them are numerous powerful creatures. They display aggression, and should one encounter them, fleeing is the wisest course of action. However, there must be a reason behind this, and I am still investigating. Wait, damn it. In an instant, Dailo snapped back to reality, his expression shifting from shock to alarm as he regarded the woman before him. He recalled his first encounter with such a phenomenon, on the day he met May. He had lost all judgment then, much like he felt now. Yet it seemed that this time, he was the one gaining from the experience. Let us set that aside for now. The pressing question is, why does this woman possess such mental control? And this ability is certainly not of the fairy type. Otherwise, Dailo would have easily countered it based on May's prior experience. He had barely put up any resistance. Could she be psychic type? However, the woman appeared indifferent to Dailo's emotional turmoil, her gaze fixed intently upon him as if he were a new toy to be examined. She mused, nodding with a smile. "You do not seem to be a bad person." "Huh, a good person card? No, that doesn't seem right. Even a good person cannot be judged solely by appearance." "Oh wait, I am a villain." Dailo's lips twitched as he contemplated his current affiliation with Team Rocket, realizing that, from a professional standpoint, he might not qualify as a good person. "My brother said so," the woman remarked sweetly, gazing at Dailo with innocent eyes. "Your brother?" Dailo's mind raced. He could think of only a few men he knew well. Could it be someone from Team Rocket, or... As he pondered over those male friends who had sisters, he found no clear answer. "Yes, my brother," the woman affirmed with a nod, seemingly amused by Dailo's bewilderment. Wait a moment. A realization struck Dailo, and his expression transformed from fear to astonishment, then to joy. "Could you be Latias?" Only those who are heirs of the Alliance nobility or Pokémon can communicate through telepathy. Yet, compared to the nobility, there are exceedingly few Pokémon capable of transforming into human form. Upon entering the courtyard earlier, Dailo felt an uncanny familiarity. This was the very place where Lien and Sana had previously brought him. Moreover, he had been ambushed by Latios here, and typically, Latios and his sister Latias are inseparable. During their last encounter, Dailo had only seen Latios, leaving him with lingering questions. The waitress, noticing that Dailo had finally deduced her identity, nodded with delight. This revelation dispelled all the doubts swirling in Dailo's mind. However, his previous meeting with Latios had likely not been very pleasant, raising suspicions about this enchanting Pokémon. I apologize for bringing you here so abruptly, and I must also express my regret for my brother's sudden attack on you last time. Although I was confined to the house, I witnessed everything that transpired, Latias said with a hint of remorse. Not a problem at all. It was nothing serious. Just a few injuries that can be treated at the Pokémon Center. Dailo waved his hand dismissively. The main issue is that my brother hasn't told me what happened in Odomare, and my inquiries have proven futile. Seeing you again, I intended to seek clarity. Latias finally articulated her purpose, though it seemed her embarrassment caused her to lower her head significantly, almost as if she were shyly brushing against his chest. By the way, that's quite ample, Dailo thought. Could it be the legendary 36D? Rest assured, I have shared all that I know with you, Dailo remarked, glancing at Latias' figure. Yet, I still need to investigate this matter further. It is far from over. Will Odomare be safe? Latias quickly raised her head, concern etched on her features. It's a matter of luck. It should be fine. If something were to go amiss, I would likely be in dire straits as well. For the sake of safety, we must ensure peace in the future, Dailo replied with a wry smile, his gaze drifting. In truth, who could predict such outcomes? Latias sought reassurance from his words, unaware that Dailo himself yearned for a similar sense of security. Yet, the unguarded Latias nodded cutely, seemingly placing immense trust in Dailo's response. Here, take this stone, Latias said, producing a pink gem from her pocket, roughly the size of half a palm. What is this? A token of affection? Dailo examined the gem closely, contemplating its purpose. Was it meant for consumption or merely for safekeeping? Absolutely not for eating. This gem is a means for you to contact me. Whenever you need me, use it to summon me, and I will hasten to your side with all my strength, Latias stated earnestly. Very well, I shall accept it, Dailo replied. Now, could you escort me back? Of course, Latias responded, taking Dailo's hand. Her soft grip was undeniably enticing, and just as Dailo was lost in the moment, there was another flash, and he and Latias reappeared before the waitress, much to the astonishment of Meow and the others. They initially assumed the waitress had taken Dailo away, preparing to search for him, only to find him reappearing right in front of them. Dailo? Meow stared at him in disbelief. I'm back, he said, releasing Latias' hand. Well, I must take my leave. If you need anything, just reach out, Latias communicated through telepathy before vanishing in another flash. The patrons of the restaurant turned their attention toward Dailo. Continue your meals, Dailo instructed, resuming his seat to savor the delectable dish before him, which he had barely touched. Who was that woman? One of them remarked. She was quite attractive. Where did you two disappear to for that brief moment? Sana and the others, except for Meow, inquired. Nothing much, Dailo feigned nonchalance. The four women fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him, and after a few bites, Dailo found he could no longer eat. All right. I'll confess. That woman was none other than Latias, the sister of the Latios we encountered last time. She is not human, Dailo explained. She brought me here to inquire about the recent events in Odomare. He lowered his voice while mentioning Odomare, yet even so, the others at the restaurant occasionally glanced over. Really? Sana asked, stepping closer. Latias' sister? Why did she come looking for you? Lien remarked, recalling how haughty Latias had been during their previous encounter. Perhaps she isn't the same Latias you met before. This species of Pokémon is typically not found in Odomare, as trainers are forbidden from capturing them without Alliance permission. Dailo replied with a hint of resignation. Then are you considering capturing Latias? Sana caught onto his wording. Without Alliance permission. Capturing her might not be a problem for a newly inducted noble like yourself. So, does this mean you're finally contemplating taking action against Pokémon due to your inability to win over the beautiful women present? At the mention of capturing Latias, Dailo's eyes flickered momentarily, but he shook his head, returning to his meal. Is that true? You really don't intend to capture this Pokémon? Sana pressed. Dailo, don't you feel anything at all? Latias is incredibly powerful, Reina added, her tone somewhat coaxing. To be honest, I do have such thoughts. After all, she is Latias, a truly legendary Pokémon. Capturing her would be ideal, but such matters cannot be forced, Dailo replied, his expression unusually serious as he gazed at the glass in his hand. This was his second encounter with a legendary Pokémon. Unlike Latios, Latias' demeanor had instilled in Dailo a plethora of desires. However, once desire morphs into obsession, it can lead to ruin. Thus, Dailo resolved to refrain from any rash actions until circumstances unfolded naturally. The immediate priority remained navigating the current situation in Otamare and securing his research facility to prevent the emergence of a seventh Pokémon at Team Rocket's headquarters. In contrast to the other women's keen interest in the matter, Meow remained silent, quietly consuming her meal, her expression somewhat unnatural and tinged with melancholy. Regardless of whether the woman was indeed Latias, she was undeniably beautiful. Perhaps it was a feminine delusion. But Meow's thoughts drifted not towards Dailo's desire to capture Latias, but rather to the wish for another woman by her side. Unaware of Meow's musings, Sana cheerfully chimed. If you make up your mind, we will certainly lend our support. Chapter 168. Did this Grimer retreat in fear? While what had transpired earlier might have seemed a mere interlude to the group, for them, living in the moment and savoring their experiences was perhaps the most important aspect of their daily lives. Yet, chaos always has a way of intruding. Just as they were enjoying their meal, sounds of battle echoed from outside. There have been quite a few skirmishes in Otamare these past couple of days, Sana remarked, putting down her cutlery and frowning at the window. Indeed, let's finish our meal and see what's happening outside, Dailo replied absently. In truth, he had grown accustomed to the chaos. For the past couple of days, not a single meal had been undisturbed, with skirmishes erupting here and there. The frequency of these encounters almost rivaling that of encountering bug-catching youths while playing games. A few minutes later, after they had finished their meal, Dailo settled the bill and, accompanied by May and the others, departed from the restaurant. Shortly after stepping outside, they spotted the imposing Dragonite of Datu soaring through the sky. It was still as rotund as ever. Datu, as a champion, was it truly appropriate for you to wield such an embarrassing Pokémon? Speaking of which, Meowstic's final evolution appeared a tad portly as well, and considering its lineage traced back to Dragonite, it was unlikely to be a mere coincidence. Dailo shook his head, quickening his pace alongside his companions towards the scene. Upon arrival, they encountered Miss Junsha, clad in her uniform, alongside the Sinnoh champion, Sharona. Dailo and his group promptly approached them. Miss Sharona, what seems to be the issue? Has another infected Pokémon appeared? Dailo inquired. Not at all. However, according to eyewitnesses, remnants of the barrel pirates have been discovered here. We happened to be in the vicinity, so we came to apprehend them, Sharona replied, her voice melodious. Perhaps a result of her prolonged tenure in a position of authority. While she lacked the vocal prowess of Karuna, she nonetheless exuded the allure of a mature woman. Dailo, if you have nothing pressing, you are welcome to assist us in capturing the pirates, Miss Junsha kindly invited with a warm smile. However, Dailo shook his head. He had no desire to involve himself in such matters. The recent battles had left his Pokémon somewhat fatigued. Not all Pokémon possessed the same resilience. A little respite would be prudent. Moreover, it was better to leave such affairs to Miss Junsha and her team, for as a member of the League's nobility, it was only fitting to allow her to take on the burden of labor. After all, the taxes paid by the citizens were not for naught. They expected their leaders to manage crises effectively. Having said all that, Dailo simply wished to make a dignified exit. After bidding farewell to Sharona and Miss Junsha, Dailo returned to the Pokémon Center with May and the others. However, as soon as they stepped through the door, Sana's expression shifted from relaxed to serious. Observing Dailo's similarly tense demeanor, she asked, Didn't we already eliminate 4 members of the pirate crew? How can there still be remnants? Of course, they are not the only ones left. A pirate ship harbors many individuals. The others are likely hiding in the nooks and crannies of Otamare. We should remain in the Pokémon Center for the next few days, especially since I've already dealt with a few pirates. If I'm not mistaken, Charmeleon and Meowth are likely the Pokémon of those trainers, Dailo replied. We ought to rest and prepare ourselves. The Pokémon Center is significantly safer. If those pirates have allies lurking about, that would pose a considerable problem. Dailo expressed his concerns, albeit with a hint of nonchalance. Glancing back at the varied expressions of the women behind him, some filled with joy, others with worry, and offered a faint smile. Do not fret, Miss Sharona and Mr. Datu are quite reliable, and even Miss Junsha has room to exert her capabilities. How much do you underestimate Miss Junsha? One of them remarked. Upon grasping the situation, they retreated to their respective rooms, while May and the others busied themselves with their own affairs. During dinner, as Dailo and May dined, the sounds of battle echoed from outside, likely indicating that Datu and Sharona had commenced their joint operation against the remnants of the pirates. Given the prowess of 2 league champions, dispatching trainers with only a few commanding Pokémon should prove to be a trivial task. However, it seemed that the system had misjudged the situation. The information regarding the barrel pirates was several years old, and thus the system's data reflected their strengths from that time. Yet, A trainer could cultivate numerous powerful Pokémon within a year, suggesting that the current number of commanding Pokémon had likely been severely underestimated. Nevertheless, with 2 league champions on the scene, even the most tenacious of pirates would struggle to make waves. Dailo shook his head, noting the visibly gray haze outside, his expression betraying his unease. Perhaps it was time to venture out and assess the situation. After all, Otamar had become a battleground, and one could not afford to slacken their vigilance. May, sensing Dailo's desire to step outside, offered to accompany him, fearing that he might encounter trouble. In contrast, Sana and the others opted to rest thoroughly. Once Dailo and May exited, they found the streets eerily deserted due to the frequent skirmishes, with only a few couples, brimming with youthful vigor, meandering about. In this light, Dailo and May's pairing did not seem unusual. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from an alleyway, clad and resembling a member of the Barrel Pirates. Instinctively, Dailo grasped May's hand, prompting her to momentarily freeze, only to witness the pirate brandishing a dagger aimed at May. Without a moment's hesitation, Dailo pulled May into his embrace and delivered a flying knee strike to the pirate's hand, sending the dagger clattering to the ground. Without granting the pirate a moment to react, Dailo swiftly kicked the dagger aside and retreated with May, creating some distance between them and the pirate. Quick on the uptake. Are we? But do you truly believe you can escape? The pirate sneered, his gaze betraying signs of fatigue. The recent crackdown by the League had left all pirates in a state of disarray, forcing them to remain on high alert. And he had not had a moment's rest in quite some time. Just the other night, 4 of my comrades fell by my hand. Do you wish to follow in their footsteps? Dailo brandished a curved blade, his demeanor exuding unwavering confidence. Oh, is that so? So you were involved in that incident? Were you? No matter. The death of the worthless is inconsequential. As for now, even without my knife, I can still handle you. Come forth, bandana-wearing scoundrel. The pirate tossed out a Pokeball, releasing a Pokémon with an orange body. It possessed a tuft of red hair atop its head, and its face appeared worn, featuring a tiny nose and large eyes, one of which was only partially open. Around its neck was a yellow scarf-like object, and its hands had 3 fingers, with its abdomen adorned by segmented black stripes and a red appendage on its tail. Come forth, Houndoom and Honchcrow. Dailo summoned his Pokémon without hesitation. Observing Dailo's 2 Pokémon, the pirate retrieved another Pokeball from his pocket, unleashing a Mook. Dailo recognized this Mook. It bore a striking resemblance to the one that had attacked them the previous night, despite the fact that all Mook appeared fairly similar. The freshly summoned Mook lunged toward Houndoom, but upon catching sight of Dailo, it froze, terror evident in its gaze. Dailo locked eyes with the Mook, which immediately averted its gaze, confirming Dailo's suspicion that this Mook was indeed the one that had assaulted him in May the night before. Was it possible that this Mook belonged to the pirate? No, based on his deductions, this Mook should rightfully belong to the deceased pirates from earlier. Humph. It's no wonder your luck is so poor. Yesterday, while hiding in the sewers from Miss June Shah and a few trainers, I fell asleep down there. To my dismay, a Grimer leaped onto me, nearly suffocating me, yet I still managed to capture it. Today, I shall use you to hone my skills. The pirate exuded an air of peculiar confidence. However, for an ordinary person, possessing a commanding Pokémon such as Grimer is indeed a point of pride. Well, let's get this over with. I advise you to deal with me before Miss June Shah and her companions arrive. Otherwise, escaping from the precinct won't be as easy as you think, Dairo taunted. Humph. Grimer, use Sludge Bomb. The pirate glanced around cautiously, his resolve to end the battle swiftly stronger than ever, and hurriedly commanded the Grimer beside him. Grimer attempted to extract sludge from its body, but upon inadvertently catching Dairo's mocking gaze, it froze in fear, paralyzed by an inexplicable sense of ridicule. Damn it. Why must I encounter this human again? Isn't it enough that he defeated my previous trainer? Grimer thought. What are you doing, Grimer? I'm your master. Hurry up and use Sludge Bomb. The pirate yelled at the trembling Grimer, bewildered by its inaction. Yet, Grimer, gripped by fear, retreated into the confines of its Pokeball. What on earth? Why did you return on your own? The pirate exclaimed, utterly baffled as he shouted at the Pokeball containing Grimer. Get out and fight. He threw the Pokeball again, but Grimer stubbornly refused to emerge. In a fit of anger, the pirate kicked the Pokeball far away, watching it vanish from sight. How infuriating. What a useless creature. Even with just 1 Pokemon, I can still defeat you all. The pirate maintained his peculiar confidence, oblivious to the fact that Dairo and Masha were now laughing so hard they were nearly doubled over. Did this fool truly understand what he was doing? The bandit, wearing a bandana, unleashed his vital throw. He leaped toward the Houndoom with fervor. Houndoom, use Sand Attack. Dairo instructed. The Corviknight swooped down, unleashing its wing attack. Houndoom hurled sand toward the bandit, while Corviknight dove down to strike him from above. The bandit evaded Houndoom's sand attack and quickly closed the distance. But as Houndoom charged forward to ram him, the bandit gathered his strength for 3 seconds. Just as Houndoom was about to collide with him, the bandit unleashed his vital throw, sending Houndoom flying. Corviknight soared toward the airborne Houndoom, catching it with its claws. Chapter 169. Is this robber really that amateurish? After catching Houndoom, Corviknight landed gracefully and released it onto the ground. The damage from the vital throw had taken a toll on Houndoom, causing it to wobble despite Corviknight's assistance. Dairo's expression turned cold as he observed Houndoom's precarious state. Houndoom barked twice in Dairo's direction, attempting to convey that it was fine. Dailo nodded, deciding to let Houndoom continue fighting, as it was evident that Houndoom did not wish to retreat into its Pokeball for rest. The essence of such a spirited Pokemon lies in its desire to battle, does it not? Houndoom, use ambush, Dailo commanded, with Corviknight providing support through its wing attack. Houndoom charged fiercely toward the bandit, while Corviknight circled above, then dove down to strike. Bandit, use headbutt, the pirate shouted, rushing toward Houndoom. However, Corviknight's wing disrupted the bandit's attack, striking him sideways. By then, Houndoom had already reached him, crashing its head into the bandit's abdomen and sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Corviknight charged in, executing a sneak attack aimed at the bandit as he tumbled through the air. The bandit rolled a few times upon hitting the ground. Still dazed when Corviknight arrived, Corviknight unleashed a cut, striking the fallen bandit and hitting a critical point, causing him to roll again before collapsing, unconscious. After a brief silence, the pirate returned the fallen bandit to his Pokeball and turned to flee. But Dailo would not let him escape. He swiftly positioned himself beside the pirate, drawing his curved knife and pressing it against the pirate's throat. The pirate stood frozen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Big brother, let us talk this out. Can't you spare me? He pleaded, his voice trembling with fear. I offer you 2 choices. Either perish here or allow me to escort you to the police station. Dailo stated. Under normal circumstances, he might have ended the pirate's life, but tonight he felt weary. After all, one must consider their mood when it comes to such matters. Right? At that moment, Dailo and the others heard the distant wail of police sirens, growing closer. Miss Junsha arrived on her police bike, halting before them. I just heard from witnesses that a battle occurred here. Apparently, it involves pirates. She elegantly stepped forward, her long legs striding toward Dailo, casting a glance at the pirate he had apprehended. Here, with little more to say, Dailo pushed the pirate toward Miss Junsha, who promptly produced handcuffs to restrain him. Now, you 2 come with me to record a statement. It won't take long. Don't worry, I won't interrupt your little date, Miss Junsha said with a professional demeanor. Well, I suppose that's fair. It is part of your duty, Dailo conceded, showing no strong resistance to going to the precinct, knowing that sometimes they would heed the noble families of the alliance. It wouldn't hurt to increase his favor with the Junsha family. Reluctantly, he followed Miss Junsha back to the police station to give his account. By the time Dailo and Masha left the precinct, it was already quite late. As they walked along the deserted streets, occasional gusts of sea breeze swept by, perhaps reflecting the unease of the residents following recent disturbances. Yet, even at night, Odoma Lei was not entirely deserted. A small, somewhat secluded eatery was still open. Feeling hungry, Dailo and Masha decided to enter the little restaurant. Upon entering, they found it empty, and a server approached them. I apologize, but we are closing for the night. It's quite late. Might I suggest you dine elsewhere? Before Dailo and Masha could respond, a voice rang out. What is the rush? Customers are customers. We're not closed yet. A portly man emerged from the back, his unsteady gait carrying a certain presence. Boss, the server greeted respectfully. These 2 are here to dine. Please, take a seat. I'll prepare something for you. The rotund man settled Dailo and Masha at a table before heading back to the kitchen. Moments later, they could hear the sounds of cooking emanating from within. 5 minutes elapsed, and suddenly, a man entered through the door, striding toward the bartender stationed at the bar. What would you like to order? Inquired the bartender. A robbery. The man exclaimed. Huh. Dailo observed with keen interest as the masked figure, donning a hat, brandished a knife from his pocket and directed it at the bartender. One couldn't help but feel that this criminal exhibited a certain amateurishness. However, the law-abiding bartender remained frozen in place. As a mere worker, he could never have anticipated such an encounter. His composure, it seemed, was rather lacking. Moreover, he had been somewhat discourteous to the customers earlier. Perhaps a little intimidation would suffice. Dailo refrained from intervening immediately, knowing that the robber would inevitably shift his focus onto him, and action would soon follow. Yet, the atmosphere in Odoma Lei felt decidedly unstable, Perhaps due to the chaos, alongside pirates and infected Pokémon, other nefarious individuals were also lurking about. Enough chatter. Hand over the money. The robber gestured menacingly at the bartender and then turned to glare in Dailo's direction. What are you staring at? You too. Hurry up and fork over the cash. In a daze, the bartender complied, emptying the cash register into the robber's hands. Just as the robber believed he had secured his prize and was ready to leave, Dailo interjected, "By the way, I've got some cash too. Did you forget to rob me?" Was this robber truly so inexperienced? Could he not plan a more sophisticated crime? How could he forget to rob someone sitting right there? As the robber turned to chastise Dailo, Dailo simply signaled, and his great hound burst forth from its pokeball, sinking its teeth into the robber's arm that clutched the knife. The robber, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with an alliance trainer so late at night, let out a piercing scream, furiously attempting to shake off the great hound. Yet, the creature held on tenaciously, refusing to release its grip. Dailo, growing weary of the spectacle, approached the robber and delivered a swift acoustic punch. Unsurprisingly, the robber staggered and collapsed to the ground. "Hey, bring me a thicker rope," Dailo instructed the now frantic bartender. The bartender hurriedly fetched a length of rope, and Dailo securely bound the robber to a pillar in the corner, ensuring his hands and body were tightly restrained, while a rag, procured from who knows where, was stuffed into his mouth. Chapter 170. Aren't villains in anime always like this? The brief interruption did little to dampen the spirits of Dailo and Matsu. After days of battle and an otherwise tumultuous existence, a bumbling or newly initiated robber could hardly disrupt their mood. The owner of the establishment seemed quite adept, maintaining silence in the kitchen despite the commotion outside. With the inept robber discarded, the duo settled into a quiet anticipation for their upcoming dinner. For two individuals yearning for culinary delights, the few minutes stretched interminably, as Dailo and Matsu were both quite famished, particularly with the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. Fortunately, the owner did not keep them waiting long. In mere moments, he emerged clad in a chef's uniform, bearing 2 plates of fragrant egg fried rice. "Is that Chinese cuisine?" Dailo paused momentarily, then reconsidered. Fried rice is also found in Japanese cuisine. Yet, this distinctly resembled Chinese fare. The owner placed the 2 portions of egg fried rice before Dailo and Matsu, who, having waited impatiently, wasted no time in devouring their meal. While Matsu observed some semblance of decorum, Dailo exhibited no such reservations. A whirlwind of consumption left their bowls empty. This phenomenon perhaps exemplifies how hunger can render any dish remarkably delectable. The owner was not oblivious. Upon entering, he had noticed the bound robber in the corner. A subtle glance toward the bartender prompted the latter to recount the earlier events in detail. "You too," the owner began. "I cannot express my gratitude enough. Had it not been for your timely intervention, all my efforts today would have gone to waste. Consider this meal of egg fried rice my treat. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall do my utmost to help." Dailo, preoccupied with his meal, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Such sentiments, it seemed, were mere pleasantries. He sincerely doubted he would cross paths with this establishment's owner again. Perhaps, as it often goes with fleeting encounters, their meeting was simply a matter of chance. Dailo wiped the corners of his mouth, rising to declare, "We appreciate your kindness, but we must pay for our meal." He procured some alliance coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. "It's getting late. We should be on our way. As for the robber, you can handle him however you see fit, whether turning him over to Ms. Junsha or dealing with him yourselves. And by the way, this egg fried rice was exceptionally delicious." "Very well, do come back whenever you have the chance," the owner replied with a cheerful smile. Dailo and Matsu returned to the Pokémon Center, where Cenarion and the others had yet to retire, anxious about their safety. "Why did you return so late?" "We were about to go look for you," Sana complained, hands on her hips. "We encountered a pirate from the Barrel Pirate ship, resolved the situation, and were subsequently taken to the police station by Ms. Junsha. We just returned from enjoying a delightful meal of egg fried rice," Dailo explained. "Next time, I'll bring you all along." "Sounds good," Reina chimed in. "It's quite late. We should all get some rest." After a long day, Dailo and his companions soon retreated to their rooms, and exhaustion quickly claimed them. The following morning, an uproar outside roused Dailo from slumber. Approaching the window, he gazed upon throngs of travelers, the streets before the entrance cleared for the occasion. After washing up, he exited his room to find Matsu and the others already enjoying breakfast. "What is all the noise outside?" Dailo inquired. "I heard today marks the annual festival parade of Odomo Lei, with thousands following the flower and light floats," Lien replied. "I've heard that too. Not only locals, but people from all over the world come to witness the parade. They say the fireworks at night are spectacular. We truly arrived at a fortuitous time." Reina added, Ah, I see. Let us take a break over these next couple of days and go see the parade. Such a grand celebration. Though it's unfortunate that it's so chaotic, one can only hope those unruly characters don't take advantage of the festivities, Dailo remarked, casting a wary glance out the window as he voiced his ominous prediction. Surely not. Miss Junsha has been very vigilant lately. They wouldn't dare cause trouble during such an event. I doubt anything will happen, Matsu said, though her confidence in Odoma Lei was waning. Regardless, even if we encounter trouble, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. Let us focus on enjoying ourselves, Reina replied, exhibiting a carefree attitude towards future uncertainties. This wasn't short-sightedness, but rather a mindset. After breakfast, the group departed the Pokémon Center and made their way to the bustling Avenue 16, the site of the most extravagant celebrations. Upon their arrival, they found the streets flanked by eager spectators, the center left open as a parade approached, slowly making its way toward Dailo and his friends. The parade procession followed a floral float weighing several tons, which meandered along a meticulously predetermined route that has a rich history spanning many years, essentially encircling half of Odomar. The parade float was adorned with exquisite decorations, adorned with countless lanterns hanging high above. Numerous performers, both men and women clad in traditional kimonos rather than casual attire, danced atop the float, gracefully waving their folding fans to the enthralled onlookers. The atmosphere was indeed lively and vibrant. Delos expressed this sentiment aloud, yet within, he harbored a tinge of unease. It is worth noting that Odomare's significance in the original narrative was confined to a mere single episode of a theatrical release, which lasted only 2 hours. How much of this city's true history and cultural heritage remains undiscovered? After all, such festivities occur only once a year. Matsu observed the women in kimonos from a distance, noting the thoughtful design of their garments, indicative of a designer who had poured considerable effort into their creation. The evening, she mused, would likely render them even more enchanting. Lien directed her gaze towards the distant float. Even she, a woman accustomed to fixating on her computer, was captivated by the event. However, Delos found little interest in such customs, casting his eyes over the nearby crowd until they fell upon Miss Junsha, who stood not far off in her police uniform. Even in apocalyptic times, Miss Junsha remained dutifully on duty. Yet, perhaps a mere handful of officers were insufficient for the occasion? Delos turned, revealing a subtle smile. After all, with the recent surge in pirate disturbances, the police department surely needed to bolster their vigilance. Yet, the Junsha family faced significant ostracism in Odomar, making it no small feat for these officers to be present. Reina echoed Delos's thoughts. Delos casually scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a diminutive man. The man donned a black mask and a black cap, initially escaping Delos's notice. Yet his appearance, strikingly reminiscent of a stereotypical anime villain, instilled a sense of caution in Delos. Like Delos and his companions, this man stood by the roadside, observing the parade. Yet his gaze flitted around as if he were wary of being watched. Once satisfied that no one was paying him heed, the man turned and departed into an unoccupied alleyway. I need to use the restroom, Delos remarked with intrigue, bidding farewell to Matsu and her companions as he followed the man into the alley. Delos? Matsu cast a frustrated glance at his retreating figure but said nothing further as he continued to distance himself. Miss Junsha remained oblivious to the man, and Delos had no intention of informing her. After all, this was merely the beginning. The police operated on evidence, after all. Delos left the crowd and entered the alley. Spotting the man not far ahead, the man glanced back, yet Delos swiftly concealed himself among the throng, continuing to observe the parade. Moments later, the man appeared to relax his vigilance and ventured deeper into the alley, with Delos trailing behind at a measured pace to avoid detection, maintaining a cautious distance. Chapter 171. In every profession, a champion arises. The man's actions deepened Delos' suspicions regarding his identity and piqued his curiosity. Delos followed him to the alley's depths, where the man turned onto a side path. However, as Delos rounded the corner, he was startled to find the man had vanished. Where did he go? Delos' heart raced as he scanned the vicinity, yet the man in the hat was nowhere to be seen. Oh dear, this is troublesome. I've been discovered. Sensing movement behind him, Delos realized he had been exposed. You dare to follow me? A deep voice resonated from behind. Delos swiftly turned while moving away. Unfortunately, the man behind him executed a precise strike to Delos' neck, causing his vision to blur as he collapsed forward. Struggling to prop himself up with his hands, he fought to maintain consciousness. Shaking his head to clear his vision, Delos managed to rise, swiftly seeking a safer position. The man remained stationary, astonished that such a small figure could exert such force. Ugh, that hurt, Delos muttered, rubbing his neck. You truly are resilient. A blow like that would have left an ordinary person unconscious. Now, who are you to be following me? Are you with Miss Junsha? The man inquired ominously. What business is that of yours? Delos retorted. To his surprise, he realized he had been detected. Most of the area has been apprehended by your police force, forcing us into hiding. Finally, I emerged to witness the parade, only to encounter you again. It seems I cannot let you leave. You must either remain here or join us, the man declared, his gaze fixed on Delos with malice. Oh, so, you are indeed a member of the Barrel Pirates? Delos pondered, recognizing the formidable adversaries that lurked everywhere. Yet, the man's earlier strike had been unarmed, a stroke of luck. Had it been a weapon, the outcome could have been dire. Well, I believe problems that can be resolved with action should not require words, Delos asserted, his hand already resting on the pokeballs at his belt. Very well, the man scoffed, retrieving 3 pokeballs from his pocket. Since you seem eager for a fight, I shall oblige. You won't be leaving here today. With a flick of his wrist, the man tossed the 3 pokeballs into the air, and 3 flashes of red light materialized before him. Arbok, Nidorino, and Geodude. In this day and age, even pirates wield formidable Pokémon? Delos mused, realizing that perhaps even his Team Rocket associates might struggle against such adversaries. The Barrel Pirates appeared to be merely a D-class pirate crew, yet now, he focused intently on the 3 Pokémon before him. Arbok resembled a massive purple cobra, adorned with black stripes, its triangular eyes flickering as it flicked its tongue, bearing venomous fangs. Nidorino was predominantly purple, with darker patches, a long horn on its forehead, and uneven spines along its back, revealing sharp teeth. Its forelimbs showcasing 3 claws while its hind feet had but 2. Geodude, in contrast, bore a simpler appearance, with prominent eyebrows, trapezoidal eyes, and muscular arms akin to those of a human. Well, while I might end up at the police station for tea later, I must first deal with you. The League's reward for this encounter should be substantial, and thanks to you pirates, opportunities to gain resources for Team Rocket abound. Delos pondered whether his current achievements would be documented by the League. Perhaps they could count as contributions. You should focus on surviving first, the man sneered derisively. Well, let us indulge in some intrigue, shall we? Come forth, Marowak, Drifloon, and Honchkrow. Due to the recent excessive battles, Delos has entrusted these 3 Pokémon to the Pokémon Center, carrying only this handful with him. Coincidentally, 3 Pokeballs accompany him, which are the loyal Houndoom and his companions. If that man had a few more Pokémon, it might have posed a greater challenge. The man in the distance, upon witnessing Delos summon these Pokémon, adopted a more serious demeanor. He had not brought any weapons today, fearing a search by Miss Junsha, but it would be wise to eliminate this man swiftly. Grimer, unleash Acid Spray, and Geodude. Use Rock Throw, the man commanded. Grimer immediately spewed a torrent of corrosive acid towards Delos, while Geodude seized a nearby rock and hurled it in his direction. Drifloon countered the acid with a swirling mud bomb, while Marowak shattered the rock with its metallic claws. Drifloon, counter the acid, Delos instructed. Drifloon unleashed a murky stream of water, dissipating the incoming acid, while Marowak polished its steel claws, reducing the rock to rubble. Honchkrow, take to the skies, Delos urged. Honchkrow soared aloft, diving towards Grimer, while Drifloon unleashed a dragon breath towards Geodude, and Marowak positioned itself to the right of Nidoking, summoning a chilling icy wind aimed at it. Nidoking dodged quickly. Geodude, use Tackle, the man shouted. Nidoking evaded to the side, but Marowak's icy gust struck Grimer, sending it trembling from the frigid blast. Geodude, having dodged Drifloon's dragon breath, picked up another stone and hurled it at Honchkrow. Honchkrow adeptly maneuvered in the air, avoiding Geodude's projectile, and then swooped down upon Grimer, seizing it with its powerful talons. Honchkrow's sharp claws embedded into Grimer's body, and with a vigorous flap of its wings, it ascended into the sky, carrying Grimer aloft. Within moments, Grimer found itself in the air. Should it fall from such a height, it would undoubtedly lose its combat capabilities. Grimer arrived in a futile attempt to escape Honchkrow's grip, but upon realizing it was airborne, it ceased its struggles, fearing a disastrous plunge. Instead, Grimer resorted to reaching for Honchkrow's legs with its remaining head and tail, but its body was firmly ensnared, making any movement exceedingly difficult. Damn it, release my Grimer, the man exclaimed, anxiety etched upon his face. Well done, Honchkrow, Delos remarked with a hint of amusement. Just then, Honchkrow relinquished its hold, letting Grimer plummet from a height of several meters. With a resounding thud, Grimer crashed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Chapter 172. Self-destruction is not an art, my brother. Grimer. Cursed be it. The man retrieved his unconscious Grimer into its Pokeball. Geodude, unleash Rock Slide. He ordered, frustration palpable in his voice, as Nidoking charged at Dailo. Aiming to strike with its sharp horn, Geodude launched a barrage of hard rocks towards Dailo, while Nidoking barreled forward, its horn poised to attack. Marowak countered with Metal Claw, repelling Nidoking, while Honchkrow executed a Night Slash. Drifloon confronted the oncoming rocks with Dragon Breath. Drifloon, intercept the rocks. Dailo commanded. Drifloon unleashed a powerful breath. But to no avail, the rocks continued their relentless advance. In a brave effort, Drifloon stepped forward, using its slender frame to absorb the impact, only to be sent flying and crash to the ground, losing consciousness. Marowak deftly dodged to the side, clawing at the charging Nidoking, whose tough hide proved no match for Marowak's metallic talons, leaving several gashes. Nidoking collided with a nearby wall. Damn it, Geodude, use Tackle, the man shouted. Geodude charged at Dailo, but was swiftly brought down by Marowak before reaching him. Geodude, use Self-Destruct, the man commanded. Self-Destruct? Goodness, brother, what enmity drives you to such lengths? Explosions are hardly an art form. We could simply sit down and discuss this. Dailo instinctively rolled away, but it was too late. Geodude detonated with a violent explosion, sending shockwaves that struck everything in the vicinity. Dailo was hurled into a wall, momentarily dazed from the impact. Marowak, positioned closest to Geodude, was smashed against the wall, creating a dent before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Only Honchkrow remained unscathed. Though Geodude unleashed this devastating move, it too neared the brink of collapse. The man retrieved Geodude into its Pokeball. Nidoking, although knocked back by the shockwave, managed to rise again, albeit barely clinging to life. At that moment, a man, filthy and disheveled, emerged from a nearby manhole, pushing the cover aside. Hey, what are you doing here? What a ruckus you've caused. Do you wish to alert the Junsha family? He admonished the man facing Dailo. I've run into some trouble, but I'll resolve it shortly, the disheveled man replied. Stop your nonsense. Do you not realize the commotion you've made? You'll attract the Junsha family's attention. Hurry up, he scolded. Fine, I get it, you're insufferable, the man said, recalling Nidoking into its Pokeball and glancing at Dailo. Consider yourself fortunate. However, this matter is far from over. I shall not spare you next time. He warned Dailo before leaping back into the sewers. The filthy man shot Dailo a glance before following suit, replacing the manhole cover. That was a close call. With Honchkrow's assistance, Dailo gradually regained consciousness, recalling the unconscious Marowak and Drifloon into their Pokeballs. Next time, I should avoid such troublesome endeavors. Yes, I ought to carry more Pokemon with me. Dailo surveyed the 3 Pokeballs in his hand, noting that 2 had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The filthy man had summoned several Pokemon, and Honchkrow would not stand a chance. Fortunately, the 2 individuals from the pirate ship had ceased their skirmish. That fellow truly is ruthless, employing self-destruct. It takes a heartless master to command a Pokemon in such a manner, Dailo mused, lamenting that a fine Pokemon had fallen under the wrong trainer's influence. Yet, the real-world implications of such a move are indeed harrowing. Sounds like the commotion originated from this direction. Quickly, we must not let the culprit escape, came a voice from the direction of Miss Junsha. Dailo, wishing to avoid further entanglement in this affair, dashed into an alleyway, circling around multiple times before re-emerging from another side, successfully evading Miss Junsha and blending back into the throngs of the parade. Soon, he found Maris and her companions. What on earth happened? Did you take an eternity in the restroom? In Ma Xiu's eyes flickered a glimmer of suspicion. I just encountered a bit of trouble, said Dailo. Was that commotion just now you're doing? Asked Reina. It wasn't me. I merely crossed paths with the Barrel Pirates, and their Pokemon, Geodude, unleashed self-destruct. Both Mew and Slurpuff lost consciousness. We'll need to return to the Pokemon Center shortly for their treatment, Dailo explained. We felt the disturbance from our end as well, and several Ms. Junsha have already headed in that direction, Ma Xiu remarked. Several Ms. Junsha, you say? Quite the quantifier, Dailo replied. After observing the parade for a while, Dailo and his companions made their way to the Pokemon Center, where he recounted the events to Ma Xiu and the others, deliberately omitting the details from Ms. Junsha, knowing that would lead to her taking statements. Nonetheless, this incident solidified his belief that numerous pirates must still be lurking within the sewers of Odoma Ray. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Dailo entrusted Mew and Slurpuff to Nurse Joy for treatment. Soon, it was lunchtime, and they enjoyed a meal at the center before resting. As night fell, they prepared to venture out once more to witness the parade. Upon exiting the Pokemon Center, fireworks began to rhythmically illuminate the sky, causing a stir among the gathered crowd on either side of the street. Locals and tourists alike were captivated by the breathtaking display. In such a splendid moment, Dailo found his thoughts drifting away from the pirates. Did they truly concern him? The parade continued well into the night, and as the throngs began to dwindle, Dailo and his friends decided to return to the Pokemon Center for rest. However, Reina felt a pang of hunger, prompting Dailo to guide her back to the eatery where they had dined on fried rice the previous evening. They entered at the same hour, finding the portly owner seated, engrossed in a television broadcast covering the parade. Upon their arrival, the proprietor looked up, his face brightening as he sprang to his feet to greet them. "Ah, young man, you've brought along quite the entourage of beauties today," he exclaimed, eyeing the women behind Dailo with delight. "Yes, we're feeling a tad hungry and would like to order the same fried rice as yesterday," Dailo replied. Chapter 173. Young man, aren't those lines from the ADS? Right away, I'll get to cooking. Please, take a seat and wait a moment. It won't take long, the owner said before disappearing into the kitchen. The establishment was empty save for the group, just as it had been the day before. As they sat conversing, the door swung open again, admitting three unsavory-looking men who settled at a nearby table, propping their legs up and lighting cigarettes. The hazy atmosphere triggered a fit of coughing from Mashio, who was seated beside Dailo. "Where's the owner?" One of the men barked. "The owner is inside. May I assist you?" The waiter inquired politely. "What is it to you? Get lost," the man shouted, suddenly kicking the waiter aside, who stumbled into a nearby table, regaining his balance as humiliation reddened his face. Perhaps due to yesterday's incident. The owner had kept an eye on the situation while cooking, and soon emerged from the kitchen, removing his gloves as he approached the trio with a hint of anxiety in his gaze. "Ahem, you've been overdue for 2 weeks now. When will you settle your protection fee? Are you planning on closing up shop?" The man who had kicked the waiter demanded. "Protection fee?" Dailo mused, casting an intrigued glance at the fellow who had uttered the ADS line. It seemed that the enforcement of organized crime in the island nation was indeed lax, making the emergence of such scenarios in anime, set in this context, somewhat reasonable. Contemplating this, Dailo refrained from looking at the owner, instead wafting the smoke away from Mashio. "Business has been quite poor lately. I haven't made enough to cover the protection fee. I can barely pay the rent for the shop, let alone your exorbitant fee," the owner protested, his tone gaining confidence as he articulated his plight. "Oh really? So you mean to say you want to be paying up?" The man sneered, his eyes narrowing maliciously at the portly owner. The two men beside him grabbed a chair and hurled it aside, prompting the owner to panic. "Just give me a few more days. I swear I'll gather the protection fee within 5 days. You can come back then, and I'll have it for you," he pleaded. "You said it. If you fail to pay up next time, I'll take a finger. For every day you delay, I'll take another. By the time I'm done, you won't have any fingers left, and then I'll start on your toes. Do you understand?" The man threatened, jabbing a finger into the owner's chest with a menacing glare. "Understood," the owner replied, visibly shaken. "Let us go," the man commanded, signaling his companions as they prepared to leave. Dailo recognized the owner's newfound bravado stemmed from gratitude for the meal he had prepared after hours the previous night. It was time to intervene. After all, was it not peculiar that this establishment seemed cursed, encountering trouble on 2 consecutive days? Perhaps it was Odoma Ray itself facing misfortune, for they had yet to enjoy a peaceful meal. The man turned to Dailo, only to find him suddenly standing before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. His 2 companions rushed to help him up. "Who the hell are you to hit me? Are you seeking death?" he shouted, clutching his face in disbelief. "Well, I suppose my profession aligns somewhat with yours. I am but a humble member of Team Rocket from the Kanto region, hardly a significant criminal organization," Dailo replied nonchalantly. "Team Rocket? You're asking for it. Get him," the man snarled, though he barely grasped the implications of Dailo's words. Undeterred, he and his companions grabbed nearby chairs and charged at Dailo. He swiftly kicked one man away, then dodged a chair swung by the other, countering with a punch that sent him reeling to the ground. The remaining man, witnessing his fallen comrades, could not swallow his humiliation and seized a long bench, swinging it at Dailo. Dailo deftly sidestepped, kicking the man in the back, causing him to stumble forward and crash at the owner's feet, prompting the proprietor to retreat hastily. "Damn, that hurts," the man groaned as he rose, supporting himself. "Are you still keen to continue?" Dailo asked, a bemused expression gracing his face. "Humph, just you wait. Let us go," the man barked, gathering his 2 subordinates as they fled in disgrace. "I can't thank you enough for your timely assistance today. I truly don't know how to repay you," the owner said, dusting himself off and standing tall once more, gratitude evident in his demeanor. "It is nothing, merely a trivial matter. They have already been driven away by me, and I shall compensate you for the damages to the furniture here." Dailo then extracted 5,000 alliance coins from his pocket and handed them to the proprietor. Such an amount was exceedingly generous. The cost of the tables and chairs hardly warranted such a sum. The owner, flustered, waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, "This is far too much. Moreover, it was not your intention. They brought this upon themselves. It is of no consequence if a couple of stools are missing. After all, there are not many customers." "Why is that?" Dailo inquired. "Alas, I cannot say. Since the first half of the year, the number of patrons has gradually dwindled. Nowadays, scarcely 4 or 5 individuals dine here in a day. I have been operating at a loss for quite some time, and I can barely afford the rent." The owner lamented. "You must accept these 5,000 alliance coins, regardless of whether it is too much or too little. It is a gesture of my goodwill to assist you with the rent. If the lack of customers is the issue, we shall return tomorrow to help you attract some. There is little else we can do, as we have no pressing matters at hand," Dailo asserted. "Indeed, it is merely a small affair," Meishu added. "I am profoundly grateful to you," the proprietor exclaimed, accepting the money with heartfelt thanks. "Boss, I am famished. When will the fried rice be ready?" Rina's stomach began to rumble audibly. "I shall prepare it at once. Please wait here. It will be ready shortly, and I assure you, you will not go hungry." The owner hurried to the kitchen, busily preparing the dish. Dailo and the others remained seated, and moments later, the waiter emerged from the kitchen bearing steaming plates of fried rice. Unable to contain her excitement, Rina immediately seized her spoon and began to eat, her face lighting up with surprise after a few bites. "This is remarkably good," she exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "One might think I deceived you," Dailo chuckled, then joined her in enjoying the fried rice. After 20 minutes, having finished their meal, they bid farewell to the owner and departed the establishment, returning to the Pokémon Center. After freshening up, they retreated to their rooms and soon fell asleep. The following day, upon waking, Dailo distributed the materials he had prepared overnight, a thick stack of flyers, each person burdened with a significant number. Chapter 174, Distributing Flyers. Dailo resolved to distribute flyers on behalf of the proprietor to attract customers. Around 10 o'clock, they left the Pokémon Center and divided into 2 groups. Dailo and Meishu formed one, while Sana and her companions constituted the other, distributing flyers along the streets near the plump owner's shop. Initially, Dailo believed the task to be straightforward. However, after more than half an hour, not a single person had taken one of his flyers, while Meishu had already dispensed with a substantial portion of hers. "Why does no one want my flyers? Am I less appealing than you?" Dailo lamented. "Perhaps so. Allow me to assist you. At this rate, you might not finish until the afternoon," Meishu offered. "No. I shall complete this task using my own abilities," Dailo declared, resolutely departing to a nearby convenience store to purchase glue. He then affixed the flyers to every wall, light pole, and bulletin board he could find, ensuring they were visible wherever the eye could see. Meanwhile, Meishu continued to hand out flyers to passers-by. By noon, Meishu and her group had finished distributing their flyers, while Dailo was just affixing the last one to a remaining wall. Just as he believed he had accomplished his mission and wiped the sweat from his brow, he heard Miss Junsh's voice from behind him. "Posting advertisements everywhere is improper," she admonished. "Is there such a rule?" Dailo asked in surprise. "Certainly. Your indiscriminate posting has resulted in your flyers littering streets 11 to 15, which is quite detrimental to the establishment's image. You are fined 1,000 alliance coins and must remove each of these flyers. You cannot promote in such a manner. Consider this a warning. Should such behavior persist, I will escort you to the police station," Miss Junsha stated. "Very well," Dailo sighed, his spirit deflating at the prospect of removing the fruits of his labors from the morning. Complying, he paid the fine and procured a small spade to painstakingly remove each flyer from the walls. It was nearly afternoon by the time he had cleared all the advertisements from avenues 11 to 13, utterly exhausted. Meishu approached him, offering a bottle of energy drink. "I have also removed the flyers from avenues 14 and 15. Drink some water," she encouraged. "Really? That is splendid. I feel utterly drained," Dailo replied, swiftly consuming the drink. Sana and her companions were already seated at the plump owner's establishment, resting. "Thanks to our flyer distribution, many patrons have visited the owner today, and his business has flourished. I believe this trend will continue for some time. Our efforts have yielded results, so do not despair," Meishu reassured him. "That is good to hear. Let us proceed," Dailo said, rising from the ground and following Meishu to the owner's restaurant. Upon entering, they found the establishment bustling with customers, many of whom were queuing to dine. Sana and her friends had already begun assisting the owner with the cleanup, as he and the waiter were overwhelmed. "Dailo, come help," Rina called out. Dailo and Meishu quickly donned work uniforms and joined Rina and the others. By 2 o'clock, all the customers had finished their meals and departed, and Dailo and his friends completed the cleaning, finally sitting down at a table to rest. The owner promptly brought them tea and snacks. I am immensely grateful to you for attracting such a crowd today. We have been busy from morning till afternoon. You must be weary. Please take a moment to rest. Once I hire some staff in the next few days, you will no longer need to assist. Should you wish to dine here in the future, your meals will be complimentary, forever, the owner declared. Indeed, Dailo replied. As evening approached, the restaurant became busy once more, and Dailo and his friends had no time to spare, continuing to assist the owner. That night, thoroughly exhausted, they collapsed into their beds and quickly fell asleep. The following day, they learned they need not return, as the owner had hired a new staff, and the workload in the restaurant had become manageable. After the last customer departed that evening, Dailo and his friends entered the restaurant, ordered a serving of fried rice, and began to eat. Suddenly, the door was forcefully swung open, and a group of 7 or 8 men clad in black entered, standing ominously at the entrance. A man with slick-back hair, holding a cigar, strode in and settled onto a nearby stool, and Dailo recognized him as one of the 3 who had come earlier to demand protection money. What will the customers be having? The owner inquired. Hurry up and hand over the protection money, or I will smash your establishment, the man with the slicked hair threatened. Who would want to eat your pitiful offerings? They are utterly tasteless. Understood. The owner approached the cash register, retrieving all the day's earnings and placing them before the man. The slick-haired individual glanced at the money on the table and erupted in anger. Is this all? You have dragged this out for so long, including interest. This sum should be at least 3 times what you have presented. However, I currently possess only this amount. Perhaps I shall return after a while to collect my earnings, at which point I will undoubtedly have sufficient funds, as this is the result of my labor throughout the day, the boss remarked. Then let us demolish half of your establishment. You may resume operations only upon payment of the protection fee, retorted the oily-haired man. This is unacceptable, the boss hastily replied. What is unacceptable here? Are you the boss, or am I? Furthermore, my 3 subordinates were assaulted in your establishment last time. If you say it's unacceptable, who do you think you are? Smash it, commanded the oily-haired man. Halt. Dailo rose from a nearby table, declaring, I was the one who struck your 3 pathetic lackeys last time. Humph, you possess some audacity, the oily-haired man replied. Now tell me, how do you intend to compensate? Your subordinates initiated the assault, which is why I retaliated, Dailo stated. You 3 come here. The oily-haired man summoned the 3 lackeys to the forefront. Were you the ones who attacked first? The 3 lackeys exchanged glances, and the one in the middle nodded. Damn it. The oily-haired man then kicked the fellow to the ground. Chapter 175, A Test of Skill. It appears that my men did strike first. However, you are still not permitted to retaliate. How about this? We engage in a Pokémon duel. If you lose, you shall pay 3 times the protection fee. Otherwise, I will demolish your establishment on the spot. What say you? The oily-haired man proposed. Very well. What do you suggest if we emerge victorious? Dailo inquired. If you win, the choice is yours. Do as you please, replied the oily-haired man. If you desire my position as the boss, I shall bestow it upon you. Ha ha ha. He laughed alongside his lackeys. All right, you have my word on it, Dailo said. Of course, as the leader, I shall not be untrustworthy. Now, clear the area. It will be a 2-on-2 battle, the oily-haired man declared. Should there be any damage within this restaurant, the compensation will fall upon you, Dailo remarked. Naturally, let us proceed. The oily-haired man replied impatiently. Maya, Dailo glanced towards Maya, who nodded in agreement. The waiter and the oily-haired man's lackey quickly moved all the tables and chairs aside. And fortunately, the size of the restaurant was ample enough to accommodate Dailo and his companions for their sparring match. Come forth, Crocodile and Meowstick. The oily-haired man tossed out 2 pokeballs. Crocodile had a disheveled appearance reminiscent of a terrestrial crocodile, predominantly brown with a pale pink underbelly, adorned with 4 black stripes, 3 on its body and tail, and 1 in the shape of a block on its snout. Its short limbs each bore 3 claws, and it stood upright on its powerful hind legs. Meanwhile, Meowstick had evolved, sporting a red gem atop its head, its fur transformed into a creamy white, its ears rounded, and its eyes now a striking red, with 3 whiskers on each cheek, resembling a leopard more than ever. Come forth, Litten. Dailo summoned his Pokémon. Come forth, Ninetales. Maya also called forth her Pokémon. The battle commenced, shouted one of the oily-haired man's lackeys. Ninetales, unleash Flamethrower. Maya commanded. Litten, follow up with Quick Attack. Dailo instructed. Ninetales unleashed a torrent of flames towards Crocodile, the searing heat racing toward its opponent. Meowstick, utilize Psyshock, commanded the oily-haired man. Meowstick fired star-shaped projectiles at the oncoming flamethrower, resulting in a spectacular clash that nullified both attacks. Seizing the moment, Litten darted forward with Quick Attack, closing the distance to Crocodile. Crocodile, evade and counter with bite, yelled the oily-haired man. In the blink of an eye, Litten arrived before Crocodile, which sidestepped and lunged with its gaping jaws. Litten swiftly retaliated with a kick to Crocodile's jaw, shutting its mouth just as it attempted to bite down. Following that, Litten leaped and raked its claws across Crocodile's pink underbelly, leaving several deep scratches. Meowstic charged towards Litten, employing fury swipes, its claws extended menacingly. Litten dodge, Dailo urged. Litten leaped backward, narrowly evading Meowstic's onslaught. In retaliation, Meowstic unleashed another Psyshock, the star-shaped energy striking Litten mid-air, causing it to tumble to the ground. Crocodile rushed at Litten, but Ninetales intervened with a flamethrower, pushing Crocodile back and preventing it from attacking Litten further. Is Litten all right? Dailo inquired. Litten rose from the ground and nodded at Dailo. All right, Litten, use body slam, Dailo commanded. Litten grabbed several chairs and hurled them at Crocodile. While the restaurant owner watched in horror, though he was not liable for the damages, witnessing his establishment being wrecked caused him great distress. Meowstic sliced through the incoming chairs, reducing them to splinters. Pathetic display, the oily-haired man scoffed. Meowstic circled around Litten and Ninetales, appearing completely unfazed, while Crocodile dug a hole through the floor, burrowing underground. Hiding. Are we? Maya scanned the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Meowstic launched a surprise attack from behind, its sharp claws aimed at Litten. By the time Litten realized, it was too late. Meowstic's claws had already left a mark on its back. In the next instant, Litten retaliated with Metal Claw. But Meowstic leapt back just in time to evade the attack. Ninetales, unleash overheat, Maya commanded. Ninetales shot a massive fire attack towards Meowstic, the flames encompassing a wide area and rapidly approaching. Meowstic attempted to dodge but found itself cornered against the wall, leaving it with no escape. The flames engulfed it, igniting a burning sensation. At that moment, the ground beneath Litten cracked open, and Crocodile emerged from below, jaws wide open, aiming for Litten. Litten leaped forward, evading the attack, while Ninetales unleashed a flamethrower. Crocodile swiftly retreated into the hole, narrowly avoiding the flames. Ninetales approached the hole and unleashed flamethrower into it. Moments later, the ground shook as Crocodile erupted from the hole, engulfed in flames. It thrashed about desperately, rolling on the ground until the flames were extinguished, collapsing in exhaustion. Litten took this chance to strike, using Metal Claw to knock Crocodile unconscious. Meowstic, seizing the distraction, charged at Ninetales with a critical strike, catching it off guard and knocking it out cold. Chapter 176, A Nighttime Encounter. Maya recalled Ninetales, while the oily-haired man retrieved the unconscious Crocodile into its pokeball. Merely a Litten, the oily-haired man dismissed. The formidable cat boss launched himself forward, executing a flurry of scratches with the intent to deliver a decisive blow to Marauder. In response, Marauder mirrored his assault, and thus began their fierce skirmish, both utilizing their chaotic scratching attacks. Gradually, their stamina began to wane, and wounds appeared upon their bodies. Subsequently, both Cat Boss and Marauder retreated, creating distance between them. Yet, Marauder did not relent. He charged once more at Cat Boss, employing a critical strike. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a slicing attack. Cat Boss, still regaining his balance, found himself caught off guard as Marauder's slice approached. Just as Cat Boss attempted to regain his footing, he slipped, toppling backward. Although Marauder's strike missed its target, Cat Boss's head struck the ground with a thud, rendering him unconscious. Marauder stood victorious. What? The oily-haired man exclaimed as he sprang to his feet, confirming that Cat Boss had indeed lost consciousness and was no longer capable of fighting. Gritting his teeth, he recalled Cat Boss. Dailo also returned Marauder to his pokeball. How about that? We won, Dailo proclaimed. Cat Boss merely fell and lost consciousness. What does that count for? It's unfair. This doesn't count. I'll return to challenge you again later, and I assure you, such an incident won't happen again, nor will we spar in this place. The oily-haired man sought to excuse himself. A leader who lacks the demeanor of a leader. Truly laughable, one remarked. Indeed, how embarrassing it would be if this got out, chimed in Sana and Lien, teasing him from the sidelines. Noticing the downcast expressions of his subordinates, the oily-haired man reluctantly set aside his pride, conceding his defeat in front of them. I admit my loss this time. Do as you wish, he declared, surrendering the position of leader to them. Who cares for your leadership? From now on, not only must you protect this establishment, but you shall also refrain from collecting protection fees, Dailo asserted. Very well. The oily-haired man acquiesced. From this day forth, we shall not collect a single coin in protection fees, and we will ensure this establishment continues to thrive on this street. That will suffice. Prepare a serving of egg fried rice for each of us, and charge it to me, Dailo instructed. Certainly. The proprietor hurried into the kitchen, bustling about, while the waitstaff arranged the tables and chairs neatly, just as they had been when they first entered. Though the floor bore scars of battle and the walls showed signs of conflict, the oily-haired man promised to assist the proprietor in renovating the place. After several minutes, the proprietor emerged with numerous plates of egg fried rice, placing one before each individual. Initially hesitant, the oily-haired man watched as Dailo and his companions relished their meals. And soon enough, he found himself salivating. Unable to resist any longer, he picked up a spoon and joined in. After a few bites, he exclaimed to his subordinates, "Delicious." The proprietor chuckled warmly at the scene. Once they had all consumed their fried rice, some still craving more, the proprietor returned to the kitchen. And it wasn't until several more minutes had passed that they felt fully satisfied. The oily-haired man and his subordinates sat back, their bellies round and content. Truly delightful, the oily-haired man remarked, glancing at his full stomach. A few minutes later, he bid farewell to Dailo and his companions as he departed from the proprietor's restaurant. Dailo and his group remained, the hour growing late. "Perhaps we should head back," Marauder suggested. "Take care. Come back when you wish for more fried rice." The jovial proprietor called after them. Subsequently, Dailo and his companions left the small eatery, making their way towards the Pokémon Center. However, en route, they heard the voice of Miss Kunsa. "Stop! Don't run!" she shouted. Dailo and his friends turned to see her pursuing a group of men clad in black attire, sporting caps, rushing towards them. Dailo recognized the short man from their previous encounter with the barrel pirates during the parade. As Dailo and his companions stepped aside, the diminutive man sneered, "At least you know your place." In an instant, Dailo extended a leg, causing the man to trip and fall heavily to the ground. The man struggled to rise, glaring at Dailo. "You scoundrel!" he spat, recognizing Dailo. His left hand reached for a knife concealed in his pocket. But upon noticing Miss Kunsa closing in, he fled, limping away. Miss Kunsa swiftly pursued him, and due to his injury, his speed was significantly hampered. She soon caught up, pinning him to the ground and cuffing his hands. "Thank you," she said as she approached Dailo. "No need for thanks. It is merely my civic duty," Dailo replied modestly. With the captured pirate in tow, Miss Kunsa departed, but not before the man turned back to Dailo, threatening, "You wait. I will remember you, and if I get out, I'll make sure to kill you first." "Anytime you wish," Dailo retorted. Once Miss Kunsa had taken the pirate away, Dailo and his companions returned to the Pokémon Center, washed up in their rooms, and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Dailo awoke later than usual, with no one coming to rouse him. By the time he got out of bed, it was already 9 o'clock. Feeling a pang of hunger, he left the Pokémon Center and ventured to a nearby convenience store to purchase some food. Chapter 177. The Vengeful Man. However, on his way back, a burly man suddenly charged out from a nearby alley, blocking Dailo's path. The two locked eyes, a fierce intensity exchanged between them. "Who are you?" Dailo inquired. "I saw everything," the man replied ominously. "Saw what?" Dailo asked, perplexed. "I witnessed my companion being captured by you last night. I watched helplessly as he was taken away by those scoundrels from the Kunsa family. It infuriates me. I must avenge him," the man declared. Dailo recalled the man he had tripped the previous night from the barrel pirates and realized this was the same man who had opened the well's lid a few days prior. Instinctively, Dailo understood that this man sought vengeance, and he was alone, with no allies by his side. Immediately, Dailo retreated, just as the man lunged forward with outstretched arms. Dailo deftly evaded, positioning himself behind the man. He unleashed a barrage of sonic punches against the man's back, but the impact seemed negligible. Dailo halted, channeling his strength into a single explosive punch that connected with the man's back. The man stumbled forward, regaining his balance. Yet Dailo could tell he had just used a skill. It was evident that someone of ordinary stature, even one with well-developed muscles, should not have remained unscathed after receiving such a blow. The man didn't seem to have sustained any serious injuries. He turned back and kicked toward Dailo, who sidestepped the attack with a quick move. Dailo then pulled out a pokeball, the only one he had on him. Dailo released Murkrow from the pokeball, and it flew into the air. He drew his two curved swords and assumed a ready stance. The man brushed the dust off his body. "Humph. In front of my iron wall, your explosion fist is nothing. Die," he sneered, charging at Dailo like a wild beast. Dailo sidestepped, keeping a safe distance. The man changed direction and charged again. Dailo continuously leaped to the side, dodging several of the man's charges. He then appeared beside the man, slashing his arm with a curved sword and leaving a shallow cut about 10 centimeters long. Without lingering, Dailo retreated to the side. The man swung his arm at him again, missing once more. "Don't run like a coward. What is the point of dodging like this?" Fight like a real man. The man shouted, pounding his chest. Dailo thought to himself, there's no way I can win in a direct clash with this guy. I have to find a way to maneuver around him, or work with the girl to take him down. From above, Murkrow dove, spreading its wings to strike the man in front of Dailo. The attack connected, but at the man's age and physique, it barely had an effect. Instead, a look of disgust crossed his face as he glared at Murkrow. I'm going to catch your bird and roast it. I'll avenge my captured comrades. Today, you won't leave here alive. Even if you surrender, it won't help. You'll see me defeat you, the man shouted at Dailo. Damn, Dailo thought, surveying the man. His body is nearly indestructible. Probably only a weapon as sharp as Dailo's curved sword could harm him. The man charged Dailo again. Dailo dodged to the side, avoiding direct confrontation. After slashing a few times across the man's back, he stepped aside. The sword tore through the man's clothing but caused no serious harm. Soon, Miss Junsha caught the man's attention. He charged toward her, trying to knock her over with his massive body. Junsha dodged to the side, and the man didn't stop. He continued running for over 20 meters until he reached a manhole, lifted the cover, and jumped into the sewer. Junsha immediately peered down into the dark opening, where nothing could be seen. Junsha had no intention of following him blindly. Venturing into the sewer without caution could lead to an ambush by the barrel pirates. Even surviving would be difficult, so she stayed put. Dailo also had no intention of following. Why is it you again? Junsha said, turning to look at Dailo. Why is it me again? Dailo replied. As usual. You'll come with me to the police station to give a statement, then you can go back, Junsha said. They reluctantly went along, returning with Miss Chun to the station. Even though he was close to reaching the Pokémon Center, he had to leave again. By noon, Dailo finished at the police station and made the statement. After leaving, he immediately called Mashu and the others to inform them he had handled things. He wouldn't be back at the Pokémon Center until later. Dailo's stomach growled, so he headed to the Plump Uncle's restaurant. Whether because the fried rice was truly delicious or because of yesterday's publicity, the restaurant was bustling, a far cry from before. Dailo ordered his signature fried rice, signaling the owner that he would handle himself. Holding his plate, he found a seat. Across the street sat a refined-looking man. Chapter 178. What kind of people are in Altamari now? At first, Dailo paid him no mind. But the refined-looking man began acting strangely. Just as Dailo had eaten halfway through his fried rice, the man slapped the table with both hands and stood up. Everyone, including Dailo, looked at him. Another troublemaker? Dailo thought. Just as he was about to put down his spoon, the man loudly proclaimed in the restaurant, a disaster is coming. All of Altamari will be affected. The man gesticulated wildly, shouting, no one here will survive. No one can escape. Then, he collapsed face first onto the table, as if he had fainted. Dailo found this odd and approached the man. A crowd had gathered, but no one dared to intervene. Dailo patted the man on the back. Hey, Dailo called. The man suddenly woke up, looking around as if everything around him was unfamiliar. He glanced at Dailo after scanning the surroundings. Where am I? The man asked, bewildered. A restaurant. You were eating just now, Dailo replied. Oh, I remember now. Why are you all gathered here? Did something happen? The man asked, looking completely unaware of what had just occurred. What did you mean just now about a disaster in Altamari? What is it? Who are you? Dailo asked. Huh? Did I say something like that? The man looked utterly confused, and Dailo was equally baffled. Clearly, the man's earlier behavior had not been normal. Dailo didn't press further. He realized there was no point. The man's strange actions were sudden and inexplicable. Dailo knew about the recent situation in Altamari but had no idea what might happen next. Dailo sat back down and continued his meal. The crowd slowly returned to their seats. After finishing his fried rice, the man grabbed his bag and left. Dailo followed, keeping a distance of over 20 meters. The man showed no signs of caution. Dailo noticed a few people had come out behind him, seemingly with the same purpose of tailing the man. Dailo continued following him. The man walked into a shop. Dailo entered, pretending to browse at the counter. A few minutes later, the man changed into a work uniform and emerged. Dailo thought, looks like he is a staff member here, but that behavior didn't seem normal for an ordinary worker. Maybe he is possessed by some spirit. Dailo picked up a few items and approached the cashier to pay, casually asking about the man. Hey, do you know anything about your colleague? Dailo inquired. The cashier shook her head as Dailo completed his payment and exited the store, making his way toward the Pokémon Center. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the shadows, obstructing his path. Wait a moment, she declared. What do you want? Dailo replied, his impatience evident as he glanced at her. You must be a trainer as well. Let us exchange information about Otomar, the female trainer suggested. I'm sorry, but I'm not a trainer, Dailo fibbed, fiddling with his pokeball as he attempted to sidestep her. However, The female trainer was not inclined to let him go so easily. Hey, why the rush? Think about it. There's nothing wrong with exchanging information. It's a win-win for both of us, she insisted. No, I don't have time right now. I apologize, Dailo reiterated, trying to leave, yet the trainer continued to block his way. What exactly do you want? He asked, a hint of annoyance creeping into his tone. Didn't your mother teach you that sharing is a virtue? She retorted, visibly displeased. Sharing is indeed a virtue, but withholding information is understandable. The one being asked cannot be blamed regardless of their response. Dailo had no desire to debate human nature, yet this woman was undeniably bothersome. He loathed individuals who feigned moral superiority. Since that's the case, you must also be a trainer. Let us resolve this using the trainer's way. How about we each battle with one Pokémon, and the loser reveals a piece of information? The female trainer proposed. Miss, I've already told you. I don't have time, nor do I wish to battle you, Dailo replied, attempting to maneuver around her once again, but she persisted. Observing Dailo's retreating figure, she promptly tossed out a Pokeball, and a Farfetch'd emerged. Farfetch'd, come forth. The creature, adorned in gray feathers with a creamy white chest and abdomen, boasted yellow feet, each divided into 3 toes, devoid of webbing. 3 tufts of hair stood erect atop its head, marked by a V-shaped insignia on its forehead. Farfetch'd, use Fury Attack, commanded the trainer. The Farfetch'd charged at Dailo, its beak poised to strike. What a reckless woman, Dailo mused, bemused by her audacity to attack a member of the League on the street. Did she wish to converse with Officer Junsha at the precinct? He deftly dodged the Farfetch'd's assault and casually threw out a Pokeball, summoning his Houndoom. Houndoom, don't hold back. Dailo, not particularly pressed for time but rather unwilling to engage in unnecessary combat, decided that since this woman was so unlikable, perhaps it was best to settle the matter swiftly. Houndoom lunged at the Farfetch'd, ramming its hardened skull into the avian's back. The Farfetch'd was sent flying several meters before it flapped its diminutive wings and landed on the ground. Farfetch'd, use Air Cutter, the trainer ordered. The Farfetch'd swung its leek, conjuring blades of air that sliced through the atmosphere toward Houndoom. Dodge and use Bite, Dailo instructed. Houndoom evaded the Air Cutter and crept closer to the Farfetch'd, seizing the moment when the creature was unawares to charge forward and ensnare it in its jaws, pinning it to the ground. The Farfetch'd struggled in vain against the grip. All right, I'll take my leave, Dailo declared as he recalled Houndoom into its Pokeball and turned to depart. The female trainer, gritting her teeth, recalled her Farfetch'd and left in a huff. Chapter 179, Underground Exploration. In a certain corner of Odomar, inexplicable activities continued unabated. In the dimly lit underground, the air was damp, with faint rays of light seeping in from the entrance, casting shadows upon the walls. Even with this meager illumination, the conditions remained obscured. Yet a group of individuals was well equipped. A few among them activated the lights on their hats, revealing their surroundings. From a certain perspective, this group had ascended to the upper echelons of society. Among them were members of the Junsha family, competitors from the top 16 of the league competition, and notably, 2 champions of the league leading the way. Having grasped the significance of this city, both Zhulan and Du had long lost their patience. Time was of the essence, and they needed to swiftly find a resolution to the impending crisis. However, the current atmosphere was far from favorable. Although the top 16 competitors bore the obligation to address the issues at hand, they now cowered behind the league champions and Miss Junsha. The entire environment left them with a sense of foreboding. The underground was vast and empty, a lengthy cavern where the group walked, wholly unaware of what lay at the opposite end. As they pressed on, they finally reached the cavern's termination, and the scene before them left them in awe. Towering sculptures, each matching their height, adorned a colossal circular chamber, its walls embellished with an array of bizarre reliefs. The room was supported by 4 massive pillars, each too wide for 2 individuals to encircle. Zhulan approached the sculptures, which depicted various strange patterns, including scenes of harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon. As she examined the intricate designs, she drifted to the side, while the timid competitors and some officers huddled together, believing that their numbers would ensure success. Is this a ruin? There should be Pokémon from ancient times here as well. It's hard to say if there might be a legendary Pokémon if they truly existed since antiquity. Several trainers began to whisper among themselves. Zhulan, however, remained unimpressed, continuing to gaze at the captivating sculptures that intrigued her, despite their incomprehensibility. Ordinary individuals were merely daunted by the spectacle before them. The top 16 competitors dispersed throughout the moderately sized room, scrutinizing their surroundings. One individual inadvertently stepped on a stone slab, and a grinding noise echoed as the slab slowly sank. The trainer who triggered the mechanism fell onto the ground, frantically trying to distance himself from it. The entire chamber began to tremble slightly, but the tremors were brief. When the shaking subsided, a stone door opened in one corner of the room. Unnoticed by the group as their attention remained fixated on the mechanism, Zhulan and a few others ventured through the stone door, followed gradually by the rest. Inside was another cavern, less than 10 meters long, which Zhulan swiftly navigated to arrive at another location resembling a ruin, complete with the remnants of shattered buildings. Miss Junsha stepped forward, illuminating the debris with her lantern as she searched for clues, while Zhulan and Du observed the surroundings. This space was somewhat expansive, with several openings exceeding 2 meters in diameter. There were 3 such openings in total, leading to unknown destinations. As Miss Junsha continued her exploration of the ruins, she caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. Though she could not initially recall the familiar aroma, as it intensified, she realized it was the scent of blood, a metallic tang. But how could there possibly be bloodshed in such a place? Seeing that Miss Junsha appeared uneasy, Zhulan and Dupa also came to her side. As soon as they arrived, they detected a strong metallic scent of blood. "Everyone, come here." Zhulan called over the elite 4 contestants. "Search the area carefully and find the source of this stench." Zhulan instructed. A dozen or so trainers split into groups, spreading out in different directions among the ruins. Zhulan and Dupa continued to look for clues. A few minutes later, Miss Junsha called out, her voice slightly hoarse. "Zhulan, Dupa, come quickly, over here." Zhulan and Dupa rushed to her side. When they looked in front of her, they nearly vomited. There were 2 corpses lying there. "Why are there human bodies here?" Zhulan covered her nose with one hand and said, "I'm not sure. Judging by the state of decomposition, these bodies have been dead for about a week." "They died recently," Miss Junsha explained. "A week? Judging by their clothing. They look like remnants of the barrel pirates we captured recently," Dupa said. "And the wounds on them, they don't seem ordinary. Looks like they were bitten by something. But the thing didn't eat them. It just killed them," Zhulan added. "These wounds were caused by Pokémon," Miss Junsha said. "Pokémon? Could it be the infected Pokémon causing trouble these past few days?" Dupa asked. One of the Elite 4 contestants spoke up. "I've seen an infected Pokémon battle a trainer before. It was a boss-level Pokémon, strong enough that no other Pokémon could stand against it." That trainer just stood there, legs trembling. His words struck fear into the other trainers. Zhulan and the others, however, looked disdainful. "What are you all scared of? So many of us are here together. Besides, we have 2 Sinnoh League champions. How could anything happen to us? You're Elite 4 contestants, and you're still this timid?" Miss Junsha scolded, hands on her hips. "Everyone quiet," Zhulan and Dupa said simultaneously. Both sensed something wrong. The ground trembled slightly. Though Miss Junsha and the others didn't notice, they could feel that something dangerous was nearby. The trembling grew stronger, and from a hole in the wall over 2 meters wide, a boss-level Steelix emerged, towering before them. Aru. Chapter 180. Boss-level Steelix. Steelix roared toward Zhulan and the others. Zhulan stepped in front of the group and gestured for them to fall back. She and Dupa alone could handle this. The others hid behind the ruins. Dupa didn't allow Miss Junsha to help either, as they needed her to watch over the 16 trainers. Zhulan and Dupa furrowed their brows and quickly released their Pokémon from Pokeballs. Zhulan summoned her boss-level Garchomp, while Dupa released his boss-level Dragonite. Steelix roared a few times, then charged at them. "Garchomp, use takedown," Zhulan ordered. Garchomp charged at Steelix, using its entire body to collide with the giant Pokémon. Steelix charged forward as well. The 2 collided. Garchomp blocked Steelix's attack, wrapping its arms around Steelix's hard head. Steelix pushed forward while Garchomp slowly moved backward. "Dragonite, go! Slam its head," Dupa commanded. Dragonite spread its wings and flew towards Steelix. Just as it reached the side, it swung its tail forcefully, striking Steelix's head. The impact dented the ground. Garchomp also struck Steelix's head with a powerful chop, but Steelix quickly pulled back. Garchomp's attack missed, and Steelix coiled on the ground. Steelix used Iron Tail against Garchomp. Garchomp raised its arms, using Protect. The blow hit hard, sending vibrations that nearly knocked Zhulan and Dupa backward. Garchomp held firm. Dragonite flapped its wings, flying into the air, then used Dragon Dive with terrifying intent towards Steelix. Seeing Dragonite approaching, Steelix retracted its tail, but it was too late. Dragonite landed beside Steelix, forcing it to use Takedown. Boom. The impact sent Steelix flying backward, and Dragonite was also knocked away. Garchomp used Flamethrower, but Steelix countered with Dragon Breath, nullifying the flames, then charged at Garchomp with a reckless body slam. Garchomp threw rocks using Rock Slide at Steelix. but Steelix smashed them with its body. Garchomp then placed a thick stone slab in front of it, but Steelix shattered it and charged again. Realizing it couldn't dodge, Garchomp used Dragon Rage, charging Steelix. Dragonite in the air used Thunder, striking Steelix. The strike hit Steelix, but it continued charging Garchomp as if nothing happened. The two Pokémon collided again. Garchomp struggled, sliding backward, its feet scraping grooves into the ground. Dragonite collided with Steelix using Dragon Rage, but Steelix countered with Iron Tail, sending Dragonite flying. Dragonite quickly stabilized midair and launched Ice Beam at Steelix. Garchomp retreated. Steelix was hit and froze, turning into an ice sculpture. Garchomp charged Steelix with Dragon Rage, breaking through the ice. Steelix regained mobility but didn't T-attack Julan and Dupa further. Steelix moved aside, still eyeing Julan and the others. Julan knew this Steelix had no intention of giving up. Garchomp, don't give it a chance. Use Flamethrower. Julan commanded. Garchomp unleashed flames at Steelix. The attack had little effect. Angered, Steelix charged at the 16 trainers. Shocked, the trainers froze. Some fled, seeking shelter behind Julan and the others. While a few were too terrified to move, Dragonite dove down, soaring before Steelix, using its powerful forelimbs to shield itself in front of the colossal serpent. Steelix opened its gaping maw and unleashed a crunch attack toward the approaching Dragonite. Just as the mighty jaws were about to close around Dragonite, Garchomp surged forward, striking Steelix from the side and sending it hurtling away. Immediately after, Garchomp unleashed a flamethrower, the flames taking on a broad, cross-like shape as they struck Steelix's body. But the impact was disappointingly minimal. Dragonite spread its wings and charged towards Steelix, extending its robust tail in a sweeping motion aimed at the serpent's head, executing a water tail with a ferocious force akin to crashing waves. With a resounding thud, Dragonite's water tail struck Steelix's hardened cranium, causing its head to crash against the ground. The effect of the water tail was strikingly evident, rendering Steelix immobile, seemingly devoid of the ability to act. Garchomp positioned itself before Steelix, poised to deliver a finishing blow. In a sudden move, Steelix opened its massive mouth wide, aiming to bite Garchomp. But Dragonite intervened with a powerful tackle, sending Steelix sprawling to the side. Both Dragonite and Garchomp retreated a short distance, while Steelix struggled to rise from the ground. Indeed, Steelix is a mid-tier dominator, displaying such tenacity, remarked DUI. What a pity it is an infected Pokémon. Otherwise, I would have considered capturing it. Let's finish this quickly, urged Miss Junsha. Steelix bellowed loudly toward Julan and the others before turning to retreat into the very hole from which it had emerged. Chapter 181, The Underground Cavern. Has it fled? Inquired a trainer emerging from the nearby ruins. In that case, let us hasten our return. There may be many more such Pokémon here. If we encounter a few more, we may be doomed. Indeed, let us depart swiftly. I wish to remain alive, echoed several other trainers, eager to leave. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? Miss Junsha chastised them. I certainly do. 2 Sinnoh League champions have just defeated a single Pokémon. Who knows how many more of these creatures lurk here? I am not inclined to continue this little adventure with you, retorted the trainer. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly, dust cascading from above. The group looked up to assess the situation, suspecting it was Steelix's doing, as the tremors persisted for several seconds before ceasing. Still not leaving? What are you waiting for? Called out a trainer from the side, feigning bravado while clearly terrified. Exactly. Let us move quickly. Who knows what else may happen here? Another added. I have no desire to end up like those 2 pirates. As their clamor continued, the ground shook violently once more. This tremor more intense than the last. Rubble fell from the nearby ruins, and a massive stone pillar toppled, hurtling toward the group. They scattered in all directions. But some were caught off guard, realizing too late that the pillar was about to crush them. Certainly, it would mean their demise. In that critical moment, DUI's Dragonite soared beneath the pillar, bracing itself with its forelimbs to support the massive weight. The trainer who had been clamoring to leave quickly realized he was unharmed, stood up, dusted himself off, and moved aside as Dragonite shifted the pillar away. With a resounding crash, the pillar landed, sending dust swirling into the air, causing the group to cough involuntarily. Let us leave quickly. I believe returning the way we came is the safest option. Are you waiting for those Pokémon to come and devour you? The recently saved trainer urged. And with 2 Sinnoh League champions here, we are already safe. What more do we need? We should depart at once. A few trainers gathered around him, gradually rallying to support his suggestion to retreat, while those from the police force appeared at a loss. Is this the caliber of the top 16? Such cowardice? You only dare to let the 2 league champions stand in front while you hide behind them, squawking like turtles. I wonder how everyone will react when they learn of your timidity once you exit, Miss Junsha scoffed, her words aimed at the so-called elite trainers. How dare you slander us? The man retorted, anger boiling within him. Yet who would willingly endure such suffering? This is hardly slander, a group of so-called top 16 trainers. Merely a band of cowards. Let us depart. We do not require you here. The presence of 2 Sinnoh League champions suffices to ensure our safety. Lest you hinder our progress, Miss Junsha declared. Upon hearing her remarks, those trainers who had contemplated leaving felt their pride wounded, deeming it disgraceful to act so timidly. And they all began to approach Miss Junsha, leaving only the man who had initially wanted to leave standing alone. You insufferable woman, he hissed through clenched teeth. Are you preparing to depart? We shan't accompany you. Should you encounter danger along the way, run with all your might and do not look back. Otherwise, Steelix may seize you, and you might end up like those pirates, Miss Junsha mocked. Humph, the man retorted, silent as he approached Miss Junsha. Perhaps driven by a deep-seated fear, for none dared claim their Pokémon could contend against such a Steelix. Subsequently, Miss Junsha and her companions continued their search for an exit. Hey, there's a staircase over here. One of them called out, having discovered a descending staircase among the debris. One by one, the group made their way down, with Zhulan trailing behind and Dui leading the way. As they descended, the oppressive stench of infection grew stronger. 8 individuals continued down the staircase, and after traversing a considerable distance, they seemed to arrive at the bottom. Peering down, a few trainers were met with a chilling sight. Breaths echoed in the darkness. Rhythmic and thunderous, a massive form shrouded in shadows, save for a pair of seemingly unblinking eyes emitting a crimson glow amid the silence. This. Dui and Zhulan exchanged solemn glances, both recognizing the weight of the moment. Meanwhile, on the surface, Dailo and his companions had returned to the Pokémon Center, restoring their Pokémon strength. As they discussed where to dine later, the Pokémon Center suddenly trembled violently, shaking the tables and spilling water. The chandelier above swayed perilously. The excessive shaking caused its screws to loosen, and the enormous fixture came crashing down. Dailo glanced toward the chandelier, just as Mayuki approached him, carrying a Pokémon. The sudden tremor caused her to lose her balance, remaining frozen in place. Seeing her predicament, Dailo rushed forward, swiftly crossing the distance to Mayuki, catching her in his arms and tumbling aside just as the chandelier crashed where she had stood moments before, shattering upon impact. Both Mayuki and Dailo emerged unscathed. Get up quickly, Dailo urged, helping her to her feet. Grasping Mara's hand, Dairo sprinted towards the exit of the Pokémon Center, while Sana and others simultaneously rose to rush outside. As they burst forth from the confines of the center, Dairo realized that it was not just the Pokémon Center that was quaking. The entire city of Ordomare seemed to be experiencing a seismic upheaval. The streets were teeming with panicked citizens fleeing their homes, all seeking refuge in open spaces. Dairo led the group to the square, which was already overflowing with people, resembling a pot of dumplings. As they arrived, more individuals continued to pour out from the buildings. Among the throng surrounding Dairo were the young and the old, men and women, as well as the injured, all of whom had been displaced by the tremors of Ordomare. Chapter 182, The Cataclysmic Tsunami. The square, filled with hundreds of people, was a cacophony of chaos and noise, yet the tremors persisted. A minute later, law enforcement arrived to restore order, which brought a semblance of calm amidst the turmoil. After 10 minutes, the quaking began to subside, and within a minute, it ceased entirely, leaving Ordomare enveloped in an eerie stillness, with only the debris and litter left behind by the fleeing populace. Look at the sky. A small boy in the crowd pointed upwards, prompting everyone to follow his gaze, Dairo included. In the horizon, a white line emerged, and they all stared at this phenomenon. Dairo fixated on the white line, which was slowly moving. Beneath it lay a vast expanse of blue water. A tsunami? It is indeed a tsunami. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized the ominous sight, but the tsunami towered over 100 meters high, crashing towards the city of Ordomare. No matter how one attempted to evade it or what means were employed, the outcome remained unchanged. All would be engulfed by the tsunami, its sheer might capable of shattering the very perceptions of reality for the majority of Ordomare's citizens. Such a colossal wave could claim the lives of hundreds of thousands, devouring them whole, leaving not a trace behind. Ultimately, Ordomare would see vast swathes of land erased from existence. This monstrous tsunami triggered violent upheavals of both sea and land. It was a divine retribution. There was no escape. Some individuals had already knelt upon the ground, while others had collapsed in a state of despair, their eyes reflecting sheer terror at the impending disaster. having surrendered all hope of survival. People huddled together. Young lovers clasped each other's hands, their eyes filled with dread of the calamity. Pokémon crouched on the ground, trembling, devoid of the power to resist nature's wrath. Innocent children remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, their playful expressions causing the adults around them to refrain from revealing the harsh truth. Yet, the most prevalent reaction was that of utter despair, with many collapsing to their knees, hands clasped in silent prayer for deliverance. Not all were atheists. In this moment of crisis, the majority found themselves offering their final supplications. Dailo observed this scene with a heavy heart, his gaze filled with resignation. Ordemer had seldom faced such a calamity as a tsunami, and this was the most severe threat the city had encountered in decades. The square descended into disarray once more, as the overwhelming sense of hopelessness gripped the populace. Dailo scanned his surroundings, noting that the citizens of Ordemer had succumbed to despair in the face of the approaching tsunami. He recalled the ominous words of a man in the restaurant. Ordemer was on the brink of a monumental disaster. For Dailo, this tsunami was the very definition of catastrophe. If this calamity was indeed unavoidable, he felt utterly at a loss. There was nowhere to hide, and no refuge from the impending deluge. Even ascending to the skies offered no sanctuary. What fate awaited Maris and the others? Abandoning them was out of the question, for a tsunami of such height left little hope for survival. Dailo quickly rallied his thoughts, determined to lead Maris and the others to safety. Even if the chances were slim, he was resolved to try. However, Maris stood transfixed, her gaze fixed upon the looming tsunami, her eyes filled with reverence for nature's fury. Sana and Lien had already relinquished their escape, while Lena's eyes were devoid of life, consumed by a profound sense of helplessness. The overwhelming force of the tsunami had extinguished any notion of resistance among the masses. The crowd in the square was a stark testament to this, with only a few individuals attempting to flee to higher ground, while the majority remained paralyzed by despair. Just as everyone had succumbed to hopelessness and prepared for death, a fissure appeared in the sky. To Dailo, it resembled a portal connecting to another realm, drawing the gaze of the crowd upwards. Suddenly, a Latios and a Latias emerged from the rift, soaring through the air, followed by dozens, even hundreds, of their kin. The sky became filled with a multitude of Latios and Latias, and it was as if the saviors had arrived. The despondent populace, who had nearly given up, reignited with hope upon witnessing the flock of Pokémon take to the skies, their spirits rekindled, including Maris and the others. Dailo watched the Latios and Latias ascend, a smile spreading across his face. The Pokémon formed an impressive formation in the air, as if they had been preparing for this very moment. In the next instant, they surged toward the tsunami, and every eye in Ordemer turned to witness this act of defiance against nature's wrath. Hope surged anew among the people, as they collectively wished for the Latios and Latias to prevail against the colossal disaster threatening their city. The formation of Latios and Latias emitted a blinding light, more radiant than the sun itself, overwhelming the citizens of Ordemer, who shielded their eyes from the intensity. Dailo, squinting against the brilliance, struggled to see, but everything was obscured by the dazzling glow. He reached out, clasping Maris' hand, turning his head to gaze into her soft gray eyes, finding an unexpected tranquility amidst the chaos. "What are you looking at?" Maris seemed to sense his gaze and turned to meet his eyes, offering a gentle smile. "Are you watching me?" "Yes." He pulled her gently into an embrace, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, feeling her hands clasping tightly around his back, as if she wished to meld into him entirely. In that moment, the world fell silent, an extraordinary stillness enveloping them, perhaps a reflection of everyone's acceptance of fate. 2 minutes later, the blinding light gradually faded, and the crowd adjusted to the change. As they opened their eyes, everything appeared unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Dailo gazed skyward, only to find that the multitude of Latios and Latias had vanished alongside the enormous tsunami, leaving the shores of Ordemer calm and serene. Chapter 183, The Aftermath. For reasons unknown, the people began to waver, yet with the certainty that the disaster had dissipated, they gradually relaxed. The wealthy who had previously scattered their money on the ground began to gather it back into their boxes, and the spirit of the citizens of Ordemer was rekindled. Filled once more with hope, "We have survived. The tsunami is gone. We are still alive. It must have been the intervention of Latios and Latias that shielded us from the tsunami." "Indeed, but where are they? Why have they vanished?" The square erupted into chaos once more, with Dailo and Mayu standing rooted in place. Mayu discovered herself still cradled in Delo's arms, unwilling to depart, yearning for time to halt at that very moment. Nearby, Sana and others observed the tender embrace of Mayu and Dailo, discreetly turning their heads away. Just as the people of Omolrido believed they had escaped the calamity of the tsunami, a tremendous roar erupted from the seaside, followed by tremors beneath their feet. Along the coast, in the sky, and within the riverbanks, a multitude of wild Pokémon emerged, all afflicted by infection. These creatures surged towards Omolrido, while the populace remained blissfully unaware of the imminent peril, most still reveling in their escape from the tsunami. The first to perceive the arrival of these wild, infected Pokémon were those on the coast, who were soon assailed by the very creatures they had overlooked. The nearby residents along the riverbanks soon found themselves under attack as well. Some infected Pokémon descended from the sky, launching assaults on those traversing the roads. Dailo released the girl from his embrace, observing her still somewhat labored breaths, and gently stroked her forehead. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "Yes," Mayu replied with a radiant smile. "I am fine." Yet the surrounding turmoil interrupted their moment, as the piercing cries of distress reached their ears, violently pulling them apart. "What has transpired?" Dailo turned his head, seeking the source of the disturbance. "The wild, infected Pokémon are now attacking humans," Sana stated gravely. "First the tsunami, and now the invasion of these infected Pokémon. It feels as though this has all been orchestrated from the very beginning." Dailo's expression remained stoic as he surveyed the chaos unfolding around him, sensing an unseen hand manipulating the situation. "Regardless of whether this is premeditated, we must swiftly devise a plan," Mayu urged, squeezing Dailo's hand. Fully aware that maintaining composure was paramount. Just as Dailo and Mayu contemplated their escape, an infected Pokémon leapt from the nearby bushes, masquerading. It obstructed their path, and moments later, two figures soared towards them from the sky. Dailo instinctively crouched down, narrowly evading the attack of the two Pokémon, one landing on a nearby tree, while the other hovered above Masquerain, Fletchling, and Zubat. Fletchling's back was cloaked in black, its chest and abdomen a sandy hue adorned with delicate stripes, and a somewhat disheveled brown crest crowned its head. Its beak, reminiscent of avian forms, was short yet curved. Fletchling's pink feet bore 3 claws. Zubat's body was a deep blue, its ears and wing membranes a gradient of purple. Its gaping maw revealed 4 white fangs, devoid of eyes. Zubat sported 2 slender, V-shaped tails, colored red with light pink edges, and 3 brown tail feathers. The presence of these 3 Pokémon instilled a sense of intimidation in Dailo, who promptly summoned 3 Pokeballs, releasing Mismagius, Honchkrow, and Beedrill. Without hesitation, Masquerain unleashed a water gun directed at Dailo, who swiftly dodged to the side, evading the torrent. Mismagius then charged forward, executing a quick attack, swiftly reaching Masquerain and landing a hit. After retreating a few steps, Zubat targeted Mismagius with a swift, launching star-shaped rays at her. Mismagius countered with Metal Claw, yet was entirely ineffective against Swift, raising her arms in a futile defense. Fletchling charged towards Mismagius, executing a pursuit. Honchkrow, witnessing this, rushed at Fletchling, spreading its wings and colliding with the airborne Fletchling, which remained fixated on its target, Mismagius. Honchkrow's assault forced Fletchling to retreat, allowing Beedrill to unleash a pin missile at Masquerain, sending 7 missiles hurtling towards it. Just as Masquerain leaped to evade Beedrill's attack, Mismagius charged at Masquerain, simultaneously launching a pursuit. Zubat attempted to intervene but was halted by Beedrill, rendering the battle a deceptive appearance of 3 against 3, when in reality, it resembled a series of one-on-one skirmishes. Mismagius maneuvered to Masquerain's rear, striking with Metal Claw and successfully hitting the Pokémon. Masquerain then leaped away, targeting Honchkrow, who was pursuing Fletchling in the air with a water gun. However, Honchkrow deftly evaded all of Masquerain's attacks, with one nearly striking Fletchling. Fletchling, unwilling to be pursued any longer, ascended straight into the air, with Honchkrow trailing closely behind. Upon reaching a considerable altitude, Fletchling dove downwards, executing a quick attack on Honchkrow, successfully hitting it and sending Honchkrow plummeting. Just as it was about to crash to the ground, Honchkrow spread its massive wings, swooping down within a meter of the ground, colliding forcefully with Masquerain, who was sent crashing into a tree. Zubat charged at Mismagius, attempting a bite, but Mismagius countered with an icy wind, striking Zubat and slowing its speed. Following this, Mismagius unleashed a quick attack, sending Zubat soaring into the air, where Honchkrow seized the opportunity, grasping Zubat's arms with its powerful talons and pinning it to the ground, rendering it immobile.